Watch out. Chen has crossed over to become the slave Asta, and tonight he must accompany the celestial dragon Rosward to bed. In a moment of crisis, a system appears, and he chooses the sun's blessing. To buy time, he engages in various tactics. Just then, Rosward returns, and dawn is approaching. Can he turn the tables? On the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariehua, Chen wakes up from a coma. A strong smell of blood and rot hits his nostrils, and he almost vomits. What the hell? Who took a dump on my house? It stinks. Furious, he opens his eyes and is stunned by what he sees: a dim stone wall, faint screams echoing, and he finds himself lying on a broken straw mat with a collar around his neck. Where's this? A reality show? A prank program? After a moment, he realizes, I've crossed over. A torrent of memories floods his brain. Asta, a resident of the Red Earth continent, captured as a slave by the celestial dragons for being handsome. Damn it. Others cross over to cheat fate. And he starts as a slave? And he's been picked by an old celestial dragon Rosward, the one who was punched away by Luffy's dad. What's worse, the memories show that tonight he must serve him in bed. Chen now, Asta turns pale, filled with despair. Who wants to play fencing with an old man? I must save myself. System? He tentatively calls out in the dim prison. Hey, I'm here. A cold voice echoes in his mind, instantly pulling him from hell to heaven. Asta is overjoyed. I knew a crossover would come with a golden finger. Quick, introduce the functions. Is there a newbie gift pack? System. This system is the strongest conquest system, helping the host conquer various worlds. Can I also cross over? Asta's face darkens. Conquer this world, and then go to the next. Your little name is the Lord God, right? Too familiar with the routine. Host this system. Stop rambling. Is there anything that can save me from this predicament? Asta is anxious. The footsteps in the distance are getting closer. System. No newbie gift pack. Asta's heart sinks. The system delivers a final blow. But each time you cross over, you get 3 random options, which could be abilities, bloodlines, or talent. Choose one. Quick, show me. Before him, a light screen appears with 3 options. 1. Immortal body. Any injury can be instantly healed. 2. Scientist. Anything theoretically possible can be created. 3. The sun's blessing. Power surges with the rising sun, capable of destroying the world at noon. Each option looks tempting, but considering his current predicament, he must act fast. The footsteps draw closer. Asta has no time to think and shouts at the light screen. I choose the 3rd one. The light screen transforms into flowing light, instantly shooting into his heart. System. Selection complete. Begin your conquest journey. Asta feels a slight change in his body, yet it seems unchanged. He's still powerless, unable to break the iron chain around his neck. You little brat, what are you screaming about? 2 guards approach, one with a wide nose and small eyes, the other with big eyes and a small nose. What time is it? Is it dark or dawn? Asta fears he might have just imagined the system. The guard opens the prison door, grinning. Want to know? Asta nods vigorously. Kneel and call me grandpa a few times, and he'll tell you. These 2 are just like the celestial dragons, enjoying humiliating slaves for fun. Have you thought it over? Consider your grandpa. You trash are worthy of me kneeling? Huh. Asta directly curses, asking a stupid question and trying to intimidate him. The guard are momentarily stunned, then furious. Bastard. You're a slave now and still have a hard mouth. Teach him a lesson? Asta is not afraid and leans forward. Stop blabbering. If you dare, hit me. He'll just hum, and you'll be my grandpa. The guards are so angry their faces turn blue. Big brother, don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson. Second brother, no. He's the one the celestial dragon specifically wanted. What if we mess him up? The big-nosed guard pats Asta's shoulder, sneering. Don't worry, he won't live long. The celestial dragons know how to play better than us. After saying that, he grabs Asta, grinning. Little brat, after tonight, let's see if you can still be so tough. Asta smiles back. Just wait and see. The 2 guards take him out of the dungeon, and soon they arrive at a room. As the door opens, a bath pool, several meters wide, comes into view, with several tall and beautiful maidservants standing by, all wearing collars. An old butler in a black suit with slicked back hair approaches, and upon seeing Asta, his face fills with disdain as he covers his mouth and nose, scolding. Why does this kid smell so bad? What you lowly peasants eating? Offering him to the celestial dragons. How many heads are enough to lose? The guards, who were previously arrogant, dare not make a sound in front of the butler, and can only smile. When the butler finishes scolding, Asta suddenly shouts, Old man, I'm reporting. These 2 are secretly insulting the celestial dragons. The guards' faces turn pale instantly. No, he's lying. Bang, bang. The 2 guards fall down, and the room falls silent. Someone said it, regardless of whether it's true or false. They must. No one can touch the dignity of the celestial dragons. These two died because of him originally just wanted the butler to punish the guards, but unexpectedly, this old man is ruthless enough to shoot them dead. Asta sees clearly now. In this world, lives are cheaper than grass. Drag the bodies away to feed the dogs. Don't dirty the floor, the butler orders. The maidservants quickly clean up, looking as if they're used to this kind of thing. You lowly peasant are quite clever, using a knife to kill. The butler walks up to Asta and raises his gun, pointing at his forehead. If it weren't for the master taking a liking to your face, your fate would be 10 times worse than theirs. Dying would be a luxury. Asta doesn't dare to speak. It's not yet dawn. And right now, he's just a useless piece of trash. Moreover, this butler is not like the guards. He isn't afraid of the celestial dragon's blame and really dares to kill him. After enough threats, the butler puts away the gun and says flatly, "Stop playing tricks, serve the master well tonight. If you make him unhappy, bear the consequences." After that, he shouts for the maidservants to take him to wash up. "Clean yourself well. If there's even a bit of dirt, you won't see the sun tomorrow." The maidservants nod expressionless. Lithir, already numb to such threats. If they don't do well, they die. If they do well, but upset the master, they also die. Even with good luck, they might die becoming slaves. Life and death are no longer in their control. The maidservants want to tear off his clothes to help him bathe, and Asta's face turns red. "I could do it myself. No need for help." These maidservants are all model-level beauties being served by them while bathing. He's afraid he won't be able to control himself. Seeing his resistance, the maidservants all stop, their eyes full of pleading. If they fail the task, they will die. Asta sighs and gives up struggling. Everyone is suffering. Why make it hard for them? 2 hours later, he's brought in front of a mirror. His fair and handsome face is sharply defined, with sword-like brows and peach blossom eyes that shine like black grapes. Long hair draping over his shoulders. This figure, just one word: stunning. No wonder he was chosen by the celestial dragons. The beauty trap is indeed no lie. While he's admiring himself, someone suddenly sneaks up behind him, startling him. "Are you done washing? Stop dawdling." The master is waiting impatiently. It's the butler. Asta pats his chest, annoyed. "Why are you rushing? Didn't you guys insist I wash clean? Can you leave now?" The butler's expression is blank. "No, I haven't done my warm-up exercises yet." The butler is bewildered. Asta stretches his muscles and says, "Who doesn't warm up before a meal? I'm doing this for your master's good." The butler, under the guise of warming up, Asta manages to stall for another half hour. The butler is getting anxious. "Are you done? If it takes any longer, the food will burn." Asta stops moving, just about to speak when he suddenly clutches his stomach, his expression twisting in pain. "Sorry, I ate something bad last night. Can I use the restroom first?" The butler was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do but agree. After another half hour, the butler's brow was furrowed, his tone so cold it could drip water. "Can we leave now?" Asta chuckled awkwardly. "I have one more request." "Forget it. How could I keep the great celestial dragon waiting? Let's go." The butler nodded in satisfaction and withdrew the gun he had pressed against Asta's forehead. "Let's go." Not long after following the butler, they arrived at the residence of St. Roswald. Upon pushing the door open, Asta's first reaction was, "The room is huge." His second reaction was, "The bed is huge." The room, over 300 square meters, had a bed that took up almost half of it. Sharing it with 100 people was not a dream. The ceiling was inlaid with a giant luminous pearl, its light soft, and the surrounding decorations were all gold, dazzlingly luxurious, truly befitting the most powerful person in the world. The butler looked around and said to Asta, "The master hasn't returned from the banquet. You wait quietly." Asta was overjoyed inside, praying that the celestial dragon would not return until dawn. Then he would be able to kill this group of bastards. Time passed second by second, and Asta's heart gradually calmed down, felt a surge of heat flowing from his heart throughout his body, his limbs gradually gaining strength, as if a terrifying power was about to erupt. At that moment, he knew dawn was approaching. But just then a voice came from outside. "That bastard Charlemagne, flaunting a mermaid in front of me, drives me insane. You useless bunch, hurry up and get one. I want to see it tonight." "Master, mermaids are rare. We can't find one right away." "If you can't buy it, then go catch one." "If he has it, I want it too." "But master." "No buts. If you can't catch it, it'll turn you into mermaids." "Yes, master." With such an arrogant voice, it was easy to guess who it was. Asta looked up to see tonight's protagonist, St. Roswald, riding a tall giant, slowly approaching. This was his first time seeing a species other than humans. The giant's head was taller than him. Yet such an imposing presence was actually used as a mount by the celestial dragon. Truly, the power of the celestial dragons was explosive. "Master, you're back. Would you like something to eat?" The old butler was the first to greet him. Saint Roswald waved his hand, and several maidens knelt down. He stepped on the backs of the maidens to dismount from the giant. First. No rush. How's the matter I mentioned before going? The butler stepped forward, pointing at Asta. The person is ready, just waiting for the master's favor. Following the direction of his finger, Rodsward Saint saw the clean Asta, and his eyes lit up. This little guy looks quite handsome. You all get out. I don't like having people watch when I do my business. The butler's expression changed. Worried. Master, this kid is not honest. I'm afraid he might endanger your safety. Rodsward Saint placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Who in this world would dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Don't worry. He is just a commoner. It's his honor to be favored by me. In the end, everyone was driven out, leaving only him and Asta in the room. What's your name? Asta. Asta? What a casual name. Who allowed you to stand and talk to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Rodsward Saint raised his hand to slap. Asta had already anticipated the celestial dragon's unpredictable temper, slightly raised his head, and easily dodged. The slap missed. And Rodsward Saint was shocked. You, a slave, dare to dodge? I am a creator. You, a commoner, actually dare to avoid? Asta rolled his eyes. If you hit me and I don't dodge, am I a masochist? So arrogant. I order you not to dodge. If you dodge again, I'll kill you. Rodsward Saint slapped again. This time Asta didn't dodge. He reached out and grabbed his wrist. Surprised? Unexpected? Not only can I dodge, but I can also counterattack. Slap. A crisp sound echoed, and the high and mighty celestial dragon was stunned. His face burned with pain, and Rodsward Saint's eyes turned red. Who has dared to defy him in his life? Being slapped is an immense humiliation. He gritted his teeth, rage spewing. Let go. I will kill you. He struggled desperately, but Asta's grip was like an iron clamp, unyielding. Don't be afraid. I don't eat people. What are you resisting for? Rodsward Saint couldn't break free, immediately pulled out a gun intending to shoot this bastard. But dawn was breaking. The sun had already risen halfway, and Asta had transformed. His physical abilities had skyrocketed. Rodsward Saint's movements seemed slow as a snail in Asta's eyes. As soon as the gun was drawn, it was snatched away by Asta. Just then, the door was smashed open with great force. The butler rushed in with a group of guards. He had been guarding the door and decisively barged in upon hearing the master's roar. But it was too late. Asta was already pointing the gun at the celestial dragon's forehead, smiling at them. The butler's legs went weak, almost kneeling. What do you want to do? Do you know he is a celestial dragon? Asta laughed. Of course I know. Otherwise, why would I kidnap him? The butler's face turned pale, his voice trembling. If you hurt a single hair on him, you and everyone you know will suffer a terrible fate. Rodsward Saint also roared. Why aren't you saving me? Useless. I want to make him suffer worse than death. The butler's face changed suddenly. This fool. Threats should leave a way out. This is forcing him to act. Indeed, Asta got annoyed and shot at Rodsward Saint's right leg with a bang. A piercing scream echoed through the palace. The servants preparing to rise were startled. What happened? What else could it be? The celestial dragon is tormenting someone again. Too much. She'll keep it down. Seeing this scene, the butler's vision went dark. It's over. A celestial dragon being injured on his own territory. This could shake the entire world. As the butler, he certainly couldn't escape, but he had to save the celestial dragon first. Perhaps this way, his family might survive. Don't act impulsively. Propose your conditions, but don't hurt the celestial dragon. Asta looked at the wailing celestial dragon on the ground, devoid of pity. This scum. He would blink an eye if he killed them all. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me and make me suffer worse than death? Get up. I'm giving you a chance. Come at me. With the power surging inside him, Asta transformed, confident, bold, or rather wildly arrogant. The intense pain in Rodsward Saint's leg made him realize he had provoked a monster. His proud identity was of no use in front of this youth. Under the threat of death, he began to beg for mercy. What do you want? Money, women, status? I can give you anything. Just let me go. Asta sneered, grabbing his head and lifting him up. Are you stupid? Or am I? If I let you go, what if you seek revenge on me? I absolutely want to seek revenge. I swear. What a joke. In this day and age, how much is a vow worth? Trusting you is worse than trusting a dog. At this moment, the sun had fully risen, and Asta's physique had undergone a huge change. Previously short and weak, with no advantages except being handsome. Now he was towering over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, his clothes ripped. His face was chiseled, and his eyes looked down on all living beings. Asta ripped off his torn clothes, and the butler's pupils shrank, filled with fear. Is he a devil fruit user? but the sea stone was ineffective when capturing him. Something's not right. The butler raised a button as a threat. Do you know what this is? Press it, and your head will explode like a watermelon. You can't escape. Asta tugged at the collar around his neck, unconcerned. As long as you're not worried about your master's safety, feel free to try. The butler stared at Asta, ultimately not daring to press it. Asta was too close to the celestial dragon. If he pressed the button, the master might be blown to bits. And he couldn't bear the consequences. The butler gestured behind his back. First stabilize this kid. Don't let him hurt the celestial dragon any further. And leave the rescue to the professionals. State your conditions. I'll meet any I can. Unlock the collar around my neck. No problem. Let the celestial dragon go. And I'll unlock it for you immediately. Are you joking with me? You started the joke. Let go of the master, and I'll unlock it. Asta couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain? You still haven't realized the reality. The gun barrel moved down, and the butler was astonished as a flash of fire lit up and a bullet shot into Rodsword's left leg. The celestial dragon screamed, even more miserably, cursing the butler. Bastard, why didn't you give me the key? If I get saved, I'll definitely kill you. The butler looked bitter. He can't give that button. If he unlocks the collar bomb, wouldn't he be flying to heaven? But Rodward didn't understand this. If you don't give the key, do you want him to kill me? This old man looks honest, but his heart is really dark. Once I survive, I'll make sure to crush you. You old bastard. Still haven't realized the reality? Want me to help you again? Asta aimed the gun at Rodsword's third leg. Rodsword opened his eyes and was terrified. It's fine to break a leg and sit in a wheelchair, but if that thing is gone, what meaning is there in life? It's better to just kill him. Old man, still dawdling? Hurry and give me the key. Do you really want to see me die? The butler opened his mouth, but said nothing. Just give it. Reluctantly, he pulled out the key and threw it over. Asta instinctively reached out to catch it, and the desperate butler suddenly brightened, disappearing in an instant. The button and the key, it was all a ruse. He was just trying to distract Asta to find an opportunity to save the celestial dragon. An excellent butler never acts passively. Hey, young punk. A slight trick reveals a flaw. Let us see if the agents in the shadows can seize the opportunity and finish him off. Act. Suddenly, someone sprang out from behind Asta, wielding a sharp blade aimed at his back. Facing the ambush, Asta seemed to not see it, continuing to grab for the key. The butler smiled triumphantly. This time I won what? Clang. The blade stabbed into Asta, feeling as if it were piercing steel. With a snap, the dagger broke in two. The assassin was stunned. The intel said he was an ordinary person. Why is he so tough? Though confused, he didn't stop moving, but Asta was faster. Before he could get close, a flash of light passed, and he grabbed the assassin by the neck. I noticed you early on. Thought there would be a surprise. But I didn't expect you to be this weak. The assassin refused to accept it. Just as he was about to speak, Asta tightened his grip and directly snapped his neck, too lazy to waste words. A few agents rushed in from all directions. They were agile and powerful. In the past, they could take on 20 Astas without breaking a sweat. But now, Asta didn't want to say, you are too weak. His strong physique left him completely unbothered by their attacks. After a long fight, they only managed to break a layer of skin, but with a casual punch. He sent one, flying dozens of meters. This was not a battle. It was a pure, one-sided crushing. He quickly dealt with them. But the celestial dragon was rescued by the butler. Ha ha! Didn't expect it, did you? The agents were just bait. What good does it do to kill them all? I've saved the master. You're doomed. The butler, holding the celestial dragon, dashed to the front door, his face twisted with excitement. Finally, save the master. The whole family doesn't have to die. Master, bear with it. I'll take you for treatment right away. I want to go. I want to see that lowlife die with my own eyes. I want him to experience all the pain, worse than death. Rods yelled in hatred, his expression like a demon crawling out of hell. Asta heard this, and not only was he not afraid, he laughed, licking his lips, his eyes full of excitement. If you have the ability, then, come on. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. What? The Holy Land Mary Geos has been attacked? Sengoku, who had just come to work, widened his eyes in shock. Am I still dreaming? Is it April Fool's Day? The Holy Land can be attacked? Nonsense. It's true. They said a celestial dragon was harmed in the attack. Nanny? Sengoku slammed the table, leaving a palm print on the hard surface. This table is exceptionally sturdy, yet it was deformed by a slap, showing how unsettled he was. Who has the guts? Who dares to touch a celestial dragon? Sengoku leaned on the table, his expression fluctuating. The last similar incident was 14 years ago when tigers saved slaves. But that time no celestial dragon was harmed. This time it's completely exploded. No matter who it is, this time they are doomed. No one could save them. Suddenly, laughter rang out from outside. Sengoku, I still have half a month of annual leave, right? I'm taking a day off today. Before he finished speaking, a sturdy, gray-haired vice admiral kicked open the door and swaggered in. Garp, you bastard. You kick the door every time. Is your hand just for show? Garp picked his nose. Indifferent. My hands are busy. Don't mind the details. Hurry up and approve my leave. Sengoku was taken aback. What do you need leave for? It's for my grandson. He keeps shouting he wants to be a pirate. He turns 18 this year, and I'm afraid he'll go to sea. Mentioning this made Garp's face dark. It's all that red-haired bastard's fault. He incited him to be a pirate since he was little. Otherwise, Luffy would have become the strongest navy by now. Seeing Garp full of grievances, Sengoku felt a bit better. I sympathize with you, but you might not be able to take leave today. Garp frowned. Why not? Sengoku explained the news, thinking he would be as shocked as he was. But to his surprise, Garp laughed heartily. Haha, I knew that group of bastards would have this day sooner or later. They've done too many bad things. They're getting their comeuppance. Sengoku was furious. Garp, keep your mouth shut. This is a major incident. If not handled well, the world will tremble. Garp shrugged. What does it have to do with me? Sengoku sighed. I need you to lead a team to Mary Geos to deal with the attackers and give the celestial dragons an explanation. Garp, I'm not going. Sengoku raised his voice, serious. I'm not joking. Do you know how much impact this will have on the world if we don't resolve this? Garp stopped laughing and became serious. He knew what Sengoku was getting at. If someone kills a celestial dragon and nothing happens, people will no longer fear the celestial dragons. Then definitely more people will come to assassinate them, and the celestial dragons represent the world government. Resisting them is resisting the government. This is not what they want to see. Garp thought for a moment, but still refused. I want to go. Sengoku's expression turned flat. He was genuinely angry. Give me a reason. Garp, Sengoku, you know me. My character might. Let the enemy escape. Sengoku fell silent. After decades of partnership, he understood too well. Otherwise, how would he have pushed all the credit to Garp back then? And he's only a vice admiral. Fine. This time, I'll send an admiral. You go home and watch your grandson. Garp was ecstatic. That is more like it. An admiral is much stronger than a vice admiral. They'll definitely handle it. No more talking. I'm going back to let my grandson taste the iron fist of love. After saying that, he rushed off like a flood beast behind him. Watching Garp's back, Sengoku suddenly felt exhausted and instantly wanted to retire. Which admiral is currently at headquarters? Back to the fleet admiral. It's Admiral Kizaru. Hurry and inform Kizaru to go to Mary Geos for support. Hopefully, it won't cause too much trouble. At the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Raging flames painted the place red. Butler Arno led about 100 guards to surround Asta, leaving no escape. As time passed, Asta grew larger and larger. His muscles like rocks. Men wept at the sight, and women drooled. The guards formed a circle, and Rods excitedly shouted, Fire! Don't aim for the head. I want to use his head as a chamber pot. With the command given, over 100 guards fired simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets crazily hit Asta's body. But it was useless. The guards were terrified. Impossible. He must be a monster. The bullets are ineffective. Rods was also stunned. How could this person's body be so hard? This is a joke. My legs are still injured. Is there such a big gap between people? Butler, the guns aren't working. What should we do? The butler remained calm. Master, he must be a devil fruit user. Rods, I don't care what he is. I want to know what to do next. Butler, if bullets don't work, then use cannonballs. Rod's eyes lit up. Great idea. How did he not think of that? He immediately shouted, You few, bring the cannons over. Let him know the consequences of offending me. The plan sounded good, but would Asta give them time to prepare? Being passively beaten is not his style. He raised his right foot and stomped the ground hard, his whole body shooting towards the guards like a flash of light. The Celestial Dragon guards were not weak, but in front of Asta, they were not enough. With a casual strike, it was either death or injury. The screams were endless, and Asta slaughtered them like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Rods lay in the butler's arms, staring blankly at the scene, his heart sinking back to hell. He thought he had it secured, planning to torture him well, but his subordinates were as fragile as cucumbers in front of him, completely unable to withstand a blow. How can I take revenge now? Maybe he could escape. It was all intentional on the opponent's part. What is this? The clown is actually me. Butler, what should we do next? Unlike Rods, the butler had seen the world, and although he was shocked by Asta's strength, His face showed no change as he said in a deep voice, "Master, rest assured, I've already notified the Navy concerning your safety. They will definitely send an admiral for support." "All right, I still have the Navy admiral. No matter how fierce this lowlife is, he can't outmatch an admiral." The butler's words gave Rod's confidence, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Although he was still scared, he no longer trembled. "Butler, for safety's sake, may I take you away first? What are we waiting for? Hurry and take me away. If he catches me, it's all your fault." Rods had completely forgotten his earlier insistence on staying to watch Asta die. Now that the enemy was too strong, he shifted all the blame to the butler, truly a celestial dragon, always talking, just not being reasonable. Wronged, the butler was not angry, picking up rods and preparing to slip away. But before they could move, a familiar voice came from behind. "Really rude, leaving without saying hello?" The butler's face changed drastically. "When did this kid arrive behind me? How did I not notice?" There was no time to think. Holding rods, he shaved and disappeared, reappearing dozens of meters away. At this moment, the gunfire had stopped, with some guards wailing, some lifeless, none able to stand. How could the lackeys run so slowly? The voice was still behind him, and the butler was filled with fear. This speed is too explosive. Just as he wanted to escape again, a hand landed on his shoulder. Boom! The ground beneath the butler shattered, his feet sinking in. His face turned red as he roared, trying to take rods and run. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. His shoulder felt like it was pinned down by a mountain. Feeling his subordinate struggle, Asta grinned and exerted more force with his right hand. Puffed. The butler couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of old blood all over Roz, who screamed in fright. Asta peeked out from behind the butler, frowning at the shouting Roz. "No shouting. Be careful, or I'll slaughter you." Roz immediately covered his mouth, trembling in fear but not daring to make a sound. "Look at you, so pitiful, making me feel like the villain." The butler gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure. "Don't be smug. You're alone and can't withstand the world government." "You sound so serious. I'm actually a bit scared," Asta replied nonchalantly. "So what if it's the world government? We'll run into them sooner or later. At worst, I'll just go for a stroll at noon." As soon as Asta loosened his grip, the butler's pressure vanished, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon, with Roz landing right on top of him. Asta leaned down and grabbed Roz by the head, lifting him up. The butler tried to resist, but his strength was insufficient. He could only watch as Asta treated the celestial dragon like a dead dog. "You're seeking your own death. If you kill him, you can never leave alive. Why don't you teach me how to do it?" The butler thought for a moment, his expression sincere. "You can take the master as a hostage to exchange for your life, but the premise is that you cannot harm him again." Concerned for his own life, Roz stopped being silent. "Let me go, and I will represent the world government. This matter will not be pursued." Asta shook his head. "I said before, your celestial dragon's words are like farts. Trusting you is worse than trusting a dog. Let him go." "You're kidding. He's not stupid. Not killing them immediately is just to buy time. When noon comes with full power, let's see who dares to stop him." Next, following the example of Tiger, he would release the dungeon slaves. The more chaos in the Holy Land, the more opportunities he would have. Seeing the killing intent in Asta's eyes, the butler was frightened. Does this kid really dare to act? Doesn't he fear death? Just as he was about to advise, Asta's right hand directly grabbed his neck. "Forgot to mention, I hate it when others point guns at my head. Be a good person in your next life." Crack. The butler's neck went limp, his eyes dimming. Before dying, he reflected on his life. Brainwashed since childhood, proud to be a celestial dragon's butler, fulfilling his dream at 20. Serving Roz for over 40 years without mistakes, only to pick the wrong person this time and harm everyone. I hope the master won't be sad for him. But Roz felt not a shred of sorrow, wishing he could kick the corpse, if his legs could move. This old fool had him choose a pretty boy, but ended up with a muscular man. If it weren't for him, how would he have ended up like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he spat a mouthful of phlegm on the butler's face, covering his unclosing eyes. After venting, he turned to see Asta looking at him, and Roz was startled, immediately putting on a flattering smile. "I never liked that old fool. You killing him is his honor," Asta replied. "He took care of you for so many years. Don't you have any feelings?" Roz looked confused. "He's just a lowly. Oh no, a butler. Taking care of me is his duty. Why should there be feelings?" Hearing this typical celestial dragon remark, Asta laughed, truly heartless. Seeing him laugh, Roz thought his behavior was inappropriate and hurried to explain. "I had my reasons just now. All right, I'm not interested in your petty matters. Next, we're going to your dungeon. You lead the way. Asta warned, if you dare to fool me. Be careful, or I'll slaughter you. They all had dazed expressions, their hopes long gone. Hey, did you hear any noise? A newly imprisoned slave perked up his ears, listening intently. It sounded like gunfire. Did you hear it? Seeing no one respond, Joshi asked again. Still no one paid attention. Joshi wasn't angry, just kept asking repeatedly. Perhaps he had annoyed them. Being slaves? Why did he still have hope? Someone self-deprecatingly said, so what if we heard it? What does it have to do with us? Finally, someone responded, and Joshi was excited. You heard it too, right? Didn't you ever think someone would come to save us? As soon as he said this, the dungeon fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Haha, hearing some noise and thinking someone is coming to save us? Kid, what a dream in broad daylight. Who dares to go against the world to save us? We're just undignified slaves. Joshi refused to accept it. But what if? What if someone really comes? To Joshi's right was a pirate with a bounty of 70 million, once very arrogant, believing he could become one of the 4 emperors, even after being captured. He was convinced he could escape. But 3 years passed, and he was still waiting to die here. Hearing Joshi's words, he couldn't help but mock. Stop dreaming. Being locked up here means either being a dog for the celestial dragons or dying. He spoke of death so blandly, as if it were an everyday matter. The sound above grew louder, but Joshi still wouldn't give up. Do we really just have to wait here to die? At this moment, someone replied, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to wait to die. Joshi's eyes lit up. Do you have a way? That person sneered. If you have guts, just end it yourself. That way, you won't have to wait. After saying this, the prison fell silent again. Yes, if you had the guts, you could seek a quick end. But after enduring so much humiliation and torture, still being alive, it was only because there was still a glimmer of hope inside, right? Like a secret being exposed. Everyone's faces turned grim. Sleeping. Why are you chatting with a kid? Expecting someone else to save you? Have you looked at yourself? Why should anyone save you? Exactly. Too young, never suffered the hardships of society. Faced with the cold ridicule, Joshi got angry. I heard that a merman once rampaged in Mariehua and freed many slaves. Kingsley chuckled. Kid, that's old news from over a decade ago. Do you really think there's going to be a second tiger? Joshi asked, what if there is? Kingsley replied, if there is, then today I'll show you a special skill. Joshi was stunned. What skill? Kingsley said, a handstand. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang, and the door nearby exploded into pieces. A figure walked out through the dust, dragging the head of a celestial dragon and pulling it deeper into the dungeon. I heard someone wanted to show a special skill. Did I arrive late? Everyone was struck dumb, their minds blank. One by one, their eyes widened, mouths agape enough to fit a duck egg. They were slaves. How could they not recognize Roz? Even if Roz turned to ash, they would still recognize him. But it was precisely because they recognized him that they found it even harder to believe their eyes. The person being treated like a dead dog before them was the one who stood high above, like a creator. This was all an illusion, right? Everyone hurriedly rubbed their eyes, and when they opened them again, the unbelievable scene remained. Why you're here to save us? Joshi's face was filled with excitement, his voice trembling. No, I'm here to watch a special skill. Asta looked around. He had clearly heard someone wanted to show a special skill, but who was it? Someone really came to save us. We're saved. Upon hearing Joshi's cheers, everyone finally believed that what was before them was not an illusion, but real. Instantly, everyone began to roar and scream, as if they wanted to shout out all the grievances of the years. Save me, save me. I have money. If you save me, I'll give you all my treasures. Asta waved his hand. Forget it. Your money is probably long gone. I won't give money. I'll give women. Just let me out, and I'll give you my wife. Asta turned his head. You said it. Leave a contact number later. I have no other intentions. Just want to make a friend. What does giving my wife mean? I'll give myself to you. This came from a 300-pound fat man. Asta quickly refused. Please have some self-respect. I'm not that kind of person. After the commotion settled down, Asta took out a key from his pocket. It was the key to the collars around their necks. Seeing the key, everyone's eyes turned red as they desperately reached out, wanting to snatch it. Give it to me. Give it to me first. Calm down. The key will definitely be given to you. But first let me say something. The crowd ignored him and continued to shout, their voices shaking the dungeon. Feeling unbearably disturbed by the noise, Asta raised his right foot and stomped down hard. Boom! With a loud crash, the ground beneath him shattered, and cracks of various sizes spread out in all directions. Now, everyone fell silent. Even their breathing became lighter. Now, can you listen to me? Asta let out a sigh of relief and raised the hostage in his hand. This guy, I'm sure everyone knows him. I know you're angry, and I'm angry too. Just a little while ago, I was an ordinary citizen, poor but handsome, and girls from 10 miles around loved me. Upon hearing this, the crowd wanted to curse. They had seen narcissism, but never this level of it. However, when they looked up and saw Asta's face, all their words were swallowed. This guy was really damn handsome. Asta continued, and what happened? Just because I looked at the celestial dragons a little longer, I was directly captured and brought here. If I didn't have some strength, I wouldn't even be able to keep my innocence. I believe some of you are just like me. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, some people's faces turned extremely ugly. They were the ones who couldn't maintain their innocence. The celestial dragons were indeed outrageous, choosing to take the land route instead of the water route. Simply too much. The celestial dragons are domineering and unreasonable, insulting your bodies and trampling on your dignity. I know you're holding back your anger, wanting to vent and prove you're not cowards. Asta extended his hand. Now I give you the chance. Go take down those pigs. Drag them off the bed. Treat them as they treated you. Kill them. Kill them. The pirates' faces turned red, frantically banging on the bars. With the atmosphere set, Asta handed the key to one person. You, go unlock the chains. Josh pointed at himself, trembling with excitement. What an honor to work for this big shot. Soon, everyone was released, and their reactions varied. Some knelt down and cried. Some rushed out to wreak havoc without saying a word, and others surrounded Asta. You want to thank me? No need to be polite. Just go do what you need to do. The crowd looked at each other, all with faces full of shame. Asta's face turned cold, his tone heavy. It seems you don't understand gratitude. Kingsley stepped forward. We thank you for releasing us, but this bastard must be given to us. No, don't hand him over. Roz tightly grabbed Asta's pant leg. Are you ordering me? Asta raised an eyebrow, his massive figure putting immense pressure on everyone. No, we wouldn't dare. We just want revenge. This bastard destroyed my family. I can't die in peace without killing him. Give him to us. Asta's expression softened slightly, but he firmly refused. This person is still useful to me. He can't be killed, but I guarantee he won't survive tonight. The crowd's expressions were mixed. Some believed him and decided to give up. Others, unwilling, shouted, "What gives you the right to guarantee that? What if the world government saves him? It's better to smash him now and be done with it." Two people even directly attacked Roz, only to be slapped against the wall by Asta, unable to move. Are you provoking me? Asta's restrained aura was fully released. The air suddenly became oppressive and heavy, a terrifying sense of suffocation enveloping everyone. Kingsley, who was close by, felt his heart tighten and couldn't help but tremble. What a strong presence. Just as everyone was about to collapse, Asta withdrew his aura. If I find any dissatisfaction from you again, I will kill you right now. When these words came out, everyone completely wilted, with Asta around, wanting to take revenge themselves. Purely a daydream. They could only glare angrily at Roz, cursing under their breath to vent their frustration, quickly thanking Asta and slipping away. Soon, only 3 people remained in the entire dungeon. Asta, Josh, and Kingsley. As for Roz, that guy wasn't even worth counting as a person. Looking at Josh, who was full of admiration, his eyes practically shining, Asta asked gloomily, "Why didn't you run away with them? Do you want to stay here and court death?" Josh's excitement made his voice crack. "Boss, I want to follow you. Be your little brother. I will stick with you for life, no regrets." What? Asta was taken aback. This change was too fast. I thought my life was completely over when I was captured here, a dark abyss with no end in sight. But you shone like a light, giving me hope to live. Please, you have to take me in. Saying that, he performed a standard kowtow, his head hitting the ground with a loud thud, so sincere it made Asta both want to laugh and cry. He really wanted to say, "I'm not a light, nor can I become a digger. What you should do now is hurry and escape. Don't cause trouble here." But no matter how he persuaded, Josh just wouldn't get up, his knees seemingly glued to the ground, determined to kneel until the end of time if Asta didn't agree. All right, I give in. As long as you can survive this incident, I will agree to take you as my little brother." Josh instantly lifted his head, his eyes shining like light bulbs, confirming with excitement. "Really? You better not be lying to me." Asta nodded helplessly. Now, Josh was overjoyed, standing there grinning, his mouth nearly reaching his ears, dancing around like a silly son of a landlord, so foolish it was almost comical. Asta couldn't be bothered to deal with his silly antics and turned to Kingsley, who was standing there motionless, raising an eyebrow and asking, "What about you? Why are you just standing here? Why didn't you leave with them? Do you also want to call me boss?" As for the instigator of this incident, Asta was curiously looking at the 3 mysterious figures ahead. Just moments ago, he He intended to go to the next dungeon when he was suddenly blocked by three mysterious individuals in white suits wearing animal masks. From their appearance, it seemed to be two men and a woman, or it could all be women. After all, in the two-dimensional world, there are such things. Asta took the initiative to ask, "Who are you?" Seeing the mysterious figures, Roz, who was devoid of hope, suddenly got excited and shouted, "Save me! Come save me quickly!" Asta grabbed Roz's head, curious, "Do you know them?" As the pressure on him increased, Roz dared not hide. They're from CP0. Asta suddenly understood. No wonder Roz was so excited. It turned out to be this organization. His expression instantly became serious. CP0 is the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and everyone in it possesses exceptional skills. Three of them coming down, he didn't know if they could handle it. Third brother, is this the enemy we are supposed to eliminate? With such good figures, I suddenly feel reluctant. He deserved to die, so he repressed his infatuation. Can we have a moment alone during the execution? I want to discuss the mysteries of life with him. The masked individuals chatted as if no one was around, completely ignoring him. Asta was not angry but laughed, pointing into the void. "You think you've got me figured out? Did you forget I have a hostage?" With a slight exertion of his fingers, Roz immediately screamed in agony. The masked individuals fell silent, their gazes cold as they looked over, as if they were looking at a dead person. "Boss, they dare to ignore you. Let me teach them a lesson." Kingsley couldn't hold back first. This was a great opportunity to close the distance. He thought with his 7 million pirates, taking care of a few celestial dragon lackeys would be a piece of cake. Even if he couldn't win, just holding out until Asta came to support would still be worth it. Kingsley shouted angrily and charged forward, but before he got close, the man with the dog mask suddenly enlarged his arm and slapped him into the ground, leaving only his head sticking out. Instantly taken out. This guy had no idea what level CP0 was, thinking they were as weak as the previous guards. The dog-faced man charged directly at Asta, completely disregarding the lives of the celestial dragons. The woman who wanted to explore the mysteries of life picked up a piece of shattered stone and lightly shouted towards Roz, "Swap." Asta's eyes flashed, and the celestial dragon in his hand disappeared, turning into a piece of shattered stone. Roz appeared in the woman's arms, rescuing the hostage right in front of them. Asta wasn't angry. His eyes were filled with curiosity. What kind of ability is this? It's somewhat similar to the slaughterhouse of Roz. There was no time to think further as the dog-faced man attacked. His right arm instantly turned as black as ink, and he punched towards Asta's heart. Asta shouted loudly, pulling his right fist back fiercely, his body like a taut bowstring. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from the collision of their fists, drilling into their bodies and smashing downwards. The ground was forcefully pushed out, creating a large hole several meters in diameter, with cracks crazily spreading outward. This strike was surprisingly evenly matched. The dog-faced man looked shocked. He never expected this boy to take his blow and even seem slightly weaker. This was too absurd. Before coming here, Asta's information clearly stated. He was just an ordinary person from childhood, even remembering his secret crush on the neighbor Aunt Keiko. But now, what had happened to give him this strength? Before he could figure out, Asta's attack had already come crashing down. He took a deep breath, and his arms instantly swung out, creating a flurry of punches. Aura, 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 aura. The two began to madly exchange blows, their figures moving so fast they were left as mere afterimages. The violent waves of air from their clashes whipped around, sending people nearby tumbling. The ground occasionally erupted into huge craters, with sand and dirt flying everywhere. Amidst the thunderous sounds, all buildings within hundreds of meters were reduced to rubble. The ground resembling a battlefield trampled by ancient beasts, full of pits and bumps. On the other side, the remaining two masked men looked pale. No way. This kid can actually fight evenly with the third brother. The intelligence department must have a mole. This level is called an ordinary person. He is too different from a few days ago. He must have eaten a devil fruit. A devil fruit? ISNT poor? Where did he get the money? The two looked simultaneously at Roz. He was the only one here with money, and he might have bought the fruit for the slave to eat. Roz panicked. What are you looking at me for? I didn't feed him anything. Oh, the two nodded, but their eyes were filled with doubt. Roz exploded in anger. What kind of look is that? I said I didn't, so I didn't. Also, are you blind? Can't you see I'm injured? Hurry up and take me to get treated. Just escaping danger. Roz was in excruciating pain, especially in his legs. He had been shot twice, and it was almost unbearable. Need treatment? Why didn't you say so earlier? The horse-faced masked man squatted down, his hands glowing green as he pressed them against Roz's wounds. A wave of coolness surged through, like drinking ice water on a hot summer day, making Roz unable to hold back a cry. The horse-faced man felt a tingle in his heart, almost throwing a punch. If it was a beautiful woman crying out, that would be seductive. But a grumpy old man who just cried his face off? He could only hold back thanks to professional training. The wounds visibly healed, and soon they were fine. The horse-faced man clapped his hands. All done. The wounds are healed, don't worry. He thought he would get some praise. But Roz looked at his legs and shouted, "What the hell? Where are the bullets? Did you take them out for me?" The horse-faced man's expression froze. "Ah, there's still bullets inside. But you didn't say anything." The horse-faced man asked tentatively, "Then how about I cut it open and treat it again?" Roz blew up. "Get lost. You useless piece of trash. Dare to cut my leg, and I'll be sure to smash your head." He yanked the nearby woman. "How did you save me from that scumbag just now? Use the same method to take the bullets out of my leg." The woman shook her head. "My ability is limited. I can only swap things I can see. If I can't see it, I can't do anything. Who knows whether what I take out is a bullet or a bone?" Roz suddenly thought of something, shivering, and muttered, "You're also useless. Can't even handle a bullet. What use are you to me? You came so late. Why not wait until I die before coming?" Being called useless. The two weren't angry. They were just working for the celestial dragons, and they knew very well what kind of people they were. Being scolded was an everyday occurrence. In fact, they arrived late because they had first gone to relocate other celestial dragons, but there was no need to explain. After Roz finished scolding, he remembered they were still on the battlefield and urgently said, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and take me away. That scumbag is too dangerous." The woman chuckled lightly. "Dangerous? No matter how dangerous, he can't compare my third brother. He has the strength of a general." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure was sent flying by a punch, soaring in a straight line for hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. The sound was like a meteor falling, kicking up mud and sand like waves. Roz's eyes widened in shock, trembling. "Is this what you call the strength of a general?" The woman was also stunned. The one who was sent flying was her third brother. Impossible. Her third brother was actually sent flying. "Don't mention your third brother. Run quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Roz just wanted to escape. Revenge didn't matter anymore. He just wanted to find a safe place to cry. The woman paused, but then patted her chest. "Just now, it was my third brother's mistake. He wasn't serious yet. Roz, I just want to go home." Hundreds of meters away, the dog-faced man stood up from the circular pit. His suit tattered like a rag. His mask cracked and in pieces, and the next second, it shattered into dust, revealing a face that could easily be forgotten in a crowd. After all, he was a spy, and being ordinary was good for hiding. He tore off his ruined suit, revealing a muscular V-shaped torso, and looked towards Asta, the dust clouding his vision. "Is this kid a monster? Why does he keep getting stronger the more we fight? Come on, let me see just how strong you are." The dog-faced man roared as he charged forward. Boom! It felt like several cannons fired simultaneously, shaking the ground for hundreds of meters. The air at the point of their collision was compressed into a vacuum, turning the soil and rocks beneath their feet into powder. The terrifying force transformed into shockwaves, sweeping away and tearing apart surrounding buildings. The deafening roar drew everyone's attention. The pirates who were looting and killing all stopped, staring fervently at the battlefield. "This is the big boss who saved us, daring to storm into the Holy Land. This strength might be at the level of the four emperors. This is the kind of leader worth following." A large group of slaves rushed to the battlefield, wanting to witness the glory of the boss. Josh was so excited he was about to faint, grabbing the person next to him and shouting, "Look, did you see? This is my boss." The person was about to sneak away, almost tripping as he was pulled back, just about to curse. But upon hearing it was that ruthless guy's little brother, he was so scared he shut his mouth. Josh frowned. "What did you just say? Say it again." The trembling passerby stuttered. That does our boss still take people? I want to join." Josh smiled. "Not everyone can be a little brother. You have to go through an approval process first." The passerby felt a chill in his heart, but didn't dare resist, tearfully joining Josh's Avengers Alliance, specifically to take revenge on the celestial dragons. On the other side, a figure flew out from the dust, skimming the ground in a straight line. The dog-faced man crossed his arms protectively over his chest, his forearms caved in, and his face was serious enough to drip water. He had just realized that Asta's power had increased again. This was more monstrous than a monster. Clearly just a kid who didn't know how to use hockey, didn't understand techniques, and relied solely on brute strength. Yet he had been sent flying twice and was now injured. How'd he do it? Is my hockey just for show? I can't even match him physically. This is simply infuriating. The dog-faced man's mentality broke. This was the first time he had been crushed physically. The next second, the dust cloud suddenly exploded. Asta shot out straight, the air around him raging, kicking up dirt waves several meters high. Coming again? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The dog-faced man gritted his teeth, wrapping his entire body in hockey, and swung his fist to meet Asta. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed across the land. But this time, the dog-faced man was clever. He didn't engage head-on but relied on Kinbunchika hockey to predict attacks, weaving around Asta, and it really worked well. In just a few minutes, Asta took no less than 100 punches. Even if he was now at full strength, he couldn't withstand so many hits. Only dodging? Dare to fight me head-on? I'll let you use one hand. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I use my disadvantage to fight your advantage? The dog-faced man sneered, sidestepping just by a centimeter to avoid the attack. Then he stepped forward and swung his right fist, smashing it hard into Asta's abdomen. Asta let out a muffled groan, as if hit by a cannonball, and flew straight back, crashing through several buildings, debris flying everywhere. Yeah, I told you. How could he possibly beat my third brother? My third brother is a ruthless person with the demeanor of a general. The woman jumped up excitedly. She was closest to the third brother, and when she saw him get knocked away, her heart twisted in knots. But now seeing her brother gain the upper hand and toy with that commoner, her anxious heart finally settled. But Roz's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. These two CP0 actually dared to disobey his orders. Since our people are already beating him, can we at least be taken to a safe place now? The woman looked puzzled. You ended up in this situation all because of that kid. You could crush him right now, yet you want to leave? Don't you want to take revenge yourself? Roz was a bit shaken, but thinking of the suffering he endured, he still shook his head. Anyway, you all want to kill him in the end. It doesn't matter whether I do it myself or not. I just want to escape now and show some respect. No matter how strong CP0 is, they are still dogs raised by us celestial dragons. They must do as I say. The woman remained silent, her cat-faced mask completely concealing her expression, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Roz, sitting on the ground in a sorry state, still held onto his high and mighty attitude. Now, I order you to take me away immediately. Please allow me to refuse. Nanny? Roz's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the dogs they raised dare defy their master's orders? What did you just say? You commoners, do you want to rebel like those damn slaves? An old man with a voice sharper than a woman's made one's scalp tingle. We are just following orders. The woman swayed her hips and walked up to Roz, her slender, fair fingers lightly brushing against his face. In the past, Roz would have pounced on her, but now he was so scared he stood still like a quail. I forgot to tell you, the orders we received were not to rescue you, but to let you die here. You feel ashamed, so just kill that commoner, right? Why do you want to kill me? I don't want to die. Roz lay on the ground, crying with snot bubbling up, and now the future in his eyes was all dark. Please don't kill me, okay? I'll pay. I'll pay a lot of money. I beg you, let me go. A hint of mockery flashed in Illy's eyes, so the lofty celestial dragon could also kneel like a dog begging for mercy. At this moment, she remembered her boss's words before leaving. The mission is to execute him, but given his special status, try to let him leave with dignity. What if he doesn't want dignity? Then help him leave with dignity. Now that he's acting like this, I guess I have to help him with dignity. Illy bent down, her right hand pressing on Roz's heart. Are you going to let me? Before she finished speaking, Illy's finger gently pressed down, and Roz's heart instantly shattered into pieces. The light in his eyes quickly extinguished, his breath ceased, and he was dead. Illy checked carefully, fearing he might come back to life. I originally wanted him to see his enemy die before he left, but who knew he wouldn't appreciate it and insisted on leaving early. He must have been scared out of his wits. How could a celestial dragon endure this kind of suffering? I didn't expect I actually killed a celestial dragon. It feels like a dream. Shut up. This matter must never be spread. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Don't worry, I understand. What's the situation now? Did that kid get killed by my third brother? The horse-faced man said nothing. The battlefield was shrouded in thick dust, and nothing could be seen. Not long after, the dust suddenly exploded. A figure was sent flying out. Asta was riding on the dog-faced man, his fists moving like shadows, wildly pounding on his head. The dog-faced man, Norvan, could only cross his arms over his head, utterly unable to fight back. Quickly use your abilities to save my brother. The horse-faced man was frantic. Without him saying a word, Illy activated her ability the moment she saw. Swap. In a flash, the beaten Norvan suddenly disappeared, replaced by the dead Roz. This guy Woon T cover his head to defend. Asta's fist struck solidly against his face. In an instant, Roz's face twisted and deformed, muscles tearing, bones shattering. The force traveled through his skull, causing everything inside to shatter, then burst open, rotten fragments splattering everywhere. His head was directly smashed to pieces. The immense power sent the headless corpse flying dozens of meters. Asta frowned. What he just saw was too disgusting. On the other side, after rescuing Norvan, Shuku quickly began to treat him. As a healer, he had seen all kinds of injuries, but seeing Norvan's condition still made him gasp. His arms twisted like a pretzel. His face a bloody mess, with some areas even showing white bone. Beside him, Illy was crying in pain. That bastard dared to beat you like this. I'm gonna chop him up right now. Come back. Cough, cough. You can't beat him. Norvan quickly shouted to stop her, spitting out a big mouthful of blood as he moved. Don't move. Shuku, didn't you boast about your miraculous medical skills, saying you could even revive the dead? Hurry up and treat my brother. Shuku smiled wryly. I'm treating him. Although bringing the dead back to life was pure bragging, Shuku's treatment was indeed effective. The wounds on Norvan's body visibly healed, and in just a few minutes, apart from his limp arm, he looked as if nothing had happened. With your strength, how could you be beaten like this? Norvan's gaze was dark enough to drip water. Originally relying on Kinbunchaku, he had toyed with Asta like a monkey. Strong? Hard punches? Useless if they can't hit. He wore Asta down until he was exhausted and full of injuries. Even his punches slowed down. Norvan felt he could dodge with his eyes closed. The high-intensity battle made him a bit tired, preparing to find an opportunity for a finishing blow. As time passed, Asta grew more and more restless, making more and more mistakes. By chance, he caught a fatal opening and charged in, even suspecting it was a trap. He still trusted his own strength. In fact, he succeeded. A punch with 10/10 of his power landed squarely on Asta's heart. He thought it would send him off directly, but Asta not only didn't die, but grabbed his arm in retaliation, spitting a mouthful of old blood on his face. And then it turned into the current situation, being beaten while straddled, utterly humiliated. What to do next? The enemy is too strong. Should we go back and get reinforcements? You go if you want. He beat my brother like this. I must chop him up. No, my brother's arm is injured, and his strength is greatly reduced. Just the two of us going up would be purely sending ourselves to death. Even if it means dying, it's better than running away. I'm not going back. I'll fight him to the end. Why are you so stubborn? Am I calling it running away? You are. All right, stop arguing. Norvan sat up and interrupted. Shuku is right. With just the three of us, we're probably not going to complete the mission. His eyes were filled with fire. This was the first time in his life he admitted he couldn't handle a mission. But what's the use of being angry? That kid is a monster. The more others fight, the weaker they become. But him? The more he battles, the fiercer he gets. And now Norvan was almost unable to hold on. Illy was unwilling. Do we really have to give up? If we give up the mission, there will be punishment. Norvan's expression was blank. Upon hearing punishment, Illy and Shuku seemed to recall some terrifying images, shivering in unison. Their eyes filled with fear. This punishment was definitely not as simple as a spanking. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so scared. Give up? Impossible. Nofin can accept failure and will never give up. He stood up to stretch his muscles, and his whole body crackled with pops. Your arm isn't healed yet. If you keep fighting, it might be ruined. If I lose my hands, I'll still have my legs. Even if all my limbs are useless, I'll bite my way through to fight until the end. His fearless words instantly boosted morale. Then, Nofin turned to Illy and said, Next, I need your help. Illy patted her chest and promised, No problem. Third brother, you just charge ahead, and I'll definitely support you. On the other side, Asta was adjusting his breathing. Nofin's punch was indeed fierce, hitting him square in the chest. He still couldn't use armament hockey. He was relying entirely on his inhuman meat shield physique to endure it. Once I break free, I must learn hockey first. Otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage in fights. And those CP0 guys, instead of saving the celestial dragons, they just sent themselves to death. I really don't understand their operations. He still didn't know that Roz had long since cooled down during the exchange. It was about time to escape. Asta looked up and saw that the once prosperous city had turned into a wasteland. The ground was littered with corpses, both slaves and guards, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. A flicker of guilt flashed in his eyes. These people weren't killed by him, but their deaths stemmed from his actions. But if given another chance, he would still do the same. Most people are selfish in the face of life and death. Only a few would sacrifice themselves to save others, and those are called heroes. Asta didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to live. Boss, We've come to seek refuge with you. A familiar voice interrupted him. Asta looked in the direction of the voice, and wow, a large crowd was rushing towards him. He was startled and quickly assumed a defensive posture. What do you want? There were at least 300 or 400 people in this group, and the leader was the blond boy, Joshi. Boss, it's me, Joshi. Asta thought for a moment before remembering, relaxing his guard and asking in confusion, "Oh, it's you. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back? And with so many people?" The people Joshi brought were of all races, fishmen, mink tribe. Even 3 giants stood at the back, looking at him with admiration. Joshi felt a bit embarrassed. "I was planning to leave, but when I got outside the wall, I saw a large group of Navy coming. I was worried you might not know, so I came back to inform you." "And them?" Asta pointed to the people behind. Before Joshi could speak, the crowd exploded. "Boss, we've come to seek refuge with you. You freed us from the dungeon. You're like our reborn parents. We'll help you kill enemies. The women of Nine Snake Island admire the strong. You're strong enough to follow. We just saw it. You're the first person in the world to dare to kill celestial dragons. We recognize you as our boss." "So do I." With everyone talking over each other, Asta felt his head spinning. "Stop. Everyone shut up and listen to me." With a command, everyone immediately quieted down, staring at him like kindergarten kids. "I saved you all just out of convenience. There's no need to repay me." The crowd retorted. "That shows your kindness and high morals. Such a boss is more worthy of following. It's a small matter for you, but a rebirth of grace for us." "So do I." Seeing that the scene was about to spiral out of control again, Asta quickly shouted, "Stop. I misspoke. Letting you out was just to attract enemies so that I could escape." He thought this was harsh enough that no one would recognize him as their boss again. Seeing that everyone indeed looked as he expected, with blank expressions as if they couldn't believe what they heard, Asta secretly felt pleased. "Do you think you've been tricked? Then why are you just standing there? Go ahead and curse me. Then hurry up and run, and I can slip away." He never expected. The cursing he imagined didn't come. Instead, they all started to cry softly. Who would intentionally curse themselves? The boss must be lying to us. Asta was stunned. "I'm not lying. I'm speaking the truth. Who's your boss? Don't confuse things. The boss must be worried about our safety and wants to force us to leave." Asta was going crazy. "LOL, I didn't. It's not me. Don't spread rumors. Be careful. I might sue you for defamation. Also, I'm not your boss. Those who know their worth die for the one who understands them. The boss opens his heart to us. We are willing to risk our lives for him." Asta was speechless. "What do I want with your lives? I can't eat them. And don't call me boss." Asta suddenly felt exhausted. These people must have some serious issues. I made it clear, yet they insist on calling me boss and even add their own drama. Looking at their teary-eyed expressions, he almost believed he was truly as great and selfless as they said. "Boss, they really want to follow you. Accept them." Joshi couldn't help but plead. His idea was simple. More people mean more strength. After all, Asta was challenging the whole world, breaking into the Holy Land and publicly smashing the heads of celestial dragons. The world government wouldn't let him off easily. There must be immense pressure. As a number 1 subordinate, he had to share the burden. Joshi's words only made Asta glare at him fiercely, cursing inwardly. "You little pretty boy. I thought you were pure and innocent, but you have such a dark heart. I saved you. And it's fine if you don't show gratitude, but why bring me so many extra burdens? I could have slipped away in the crowd, but now look. A whole bunch of people are surrounding me like fireflies. It's hard to leave." Suddenly, Asta thought of something and pointed at Joshi. "Did you all hear what he just said? A large number of Navy is coming. If you don't leave now, do you want to be caught?" As soon as the crowd heard this, they were even more moved. "We are not ungrateful people. In such a dangerous situation, we can't leave you behind to run alone." Asta's mouth twitched. "I wish you were. That way, I could use you as bait to escape. And I'd feel less guilty." "Exactly. It's just the Navy, right? What's the worst that could happen?" Asta fachabaned. "You young man, your courage is commendable, but let me give you some advice. You can't win. Anyway, our lives are worthless. Dying here isn't anything to regret. As long as we can help the boss escape, it's worth it." "So do I." Asta sighed, appearing helpless and angry on the surface. But a hint of dark joy flashed in his heart. After all, this kind of treatment is usually only reserved for the main character. He said solemnly, "The one leading the other side is a Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of Navy. I can't even defeat him, let alone you. Aren't you afraid?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd's faces turned anxious. Not because they were worried about themselves, but because they were worried about Asta. Damn, are these Marines crazy? Do they send admirals around casually? Don't they fear exhausting the people? Boss, you should hurry and run. We'll stay behind to hold them off. Yeah, although we can't fight like you, we can still hold them off for a while. Take this chance to escape. Seeing them so anxious and desperately urging him to leave, Asta was genuinely moved. You all. Joshi stepped forward, his smile a bit blinding. We owe our lives to you. You've helped us take revenge, and there are no regrets. If we can exchange our deaths for your survival, it's worth it. Yes, we're willing. Boss, next time you kill celestial dragons, remember to burn a piece of paper and let the brothers below enjoy it too. With the boss's strength, next time you might flip the world government upside down. I really want to see it with my own eyes. So do I. Asta felt as if sand had entered his eyes. Feeling a bit sour, I clearly wanted to use you as bait. Why are you all so foolish? At this moment, he understood that he couldn't escape alone. After all, he was just a kind-hearted youth. In his previous life, he loved doing good deeds, helping old ladies cross the street, assisting poor women who couldn't afford clothes, and so on. He faced the crowd and shouted, "Since you all want to recognize me, then I will accept you. From now on, we will share blessings and face difficulties together." I thought everyone would be ecstatic, but unexpectedly, they all urged, "There's no need to share blessings and bear hardships together. Boss, hurry and run." Exactly. I appreciate the sentiment, but if you don't run now, it will be too late. Asta felt warm inside and was just about to say, "Actually, there's no need to be afraid. Just give it some time. Let alone a general. I wouldn't be afraid even if 3 came." Before he could say anything, a loud bang interrupted him. Turning around, a white light flashed, and a giant over 50 or 60 meters tall appeared on the battlefield. Asta's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Digga?" Of course, it wasn't Digga. Oda didn't pay for the copyright. It was the CP agent he had just fought with that suddenly grew larger. "You slaves who have committed heinous crimes, don't think you can leave alive." Nofin's voice boomed like thunder, causing everyone's ears to hurt. After saying that, he charged at Asta, each step shaking the ground, flattening buildings like toys along the way. In the blink of an eye, he closed the hundreds of meters distance, swinging his palm in the air, producing a thunderous sound. The compressed air rippled, forming a powerful air cannon that charged fiercely towards Asta. At that moment, Josh suddenly dashed in front of Asta, arms wide open, shouting, "Boss, I'm here to protect you." But he was only cool for 3 seconds before Asta grabbed him by the collar and flung him behind. "Get out of the way and watch how the boss fights." Asta swung his fist, directly exploding the air cannon. He didn't step back at all, and there wasn't a scratch on him. Nofin didn't expect this blow to hurt him. This battle had just begun. A giant palm descended with overwhelming momentum, and compared to it, Asta looked like a fly. Asta sneered, "You're not the Buddha, and I'm not the Monkey King. Want to slap me to death? Let's see if you qualify." He didn't dodge, raising his palm to strike out as well. Boom! The 2 vastly different sized palms collided, the noise comparable to 100 giant cannons firing simultaneously. "Do we hold the boss back?" someone asked, and the crowd's faces fell. In fact, their strength wasn't weak. Several had bounties over 100 million before being captured, or else they wouldn't have said for Asta to go first while they held the rear. But seeing the earth-shattering battle between Asta and Nofin, they felt like frostbitten eggplants, not even on the same level. "We are too weak, unable to help at all. I practiced martial arts at 3, went to sea at 7, and killed pirates at 10, and now I don't even have the qualification to fight. What a disgrace." Me too. I even realized that not only could we not help, but we also became a burden to the boss. That's right. I have seen several times with my own eyes that the boss could have dodged attacks, but chose to take them head on because he was worried about us. Enough talk. We need to think of a way to help the boss. At this moment, Josh stood up, waving his hand and shouting, "Brothers, I know what you're worried about. We may not have the strength to help Lord Asta take down his opponent, but we can stop the lackeys from causing trouble. This is a battle of kings against kings, generals against generals. Our task is to clear the obstacles and let the boss fight to his heart's content." The crowd roared in response, their eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Josh was right. If we can't deal with the leader, how can we handle the underlings? We must not let anyone interfere with the boss. They tightened their grips on their weapons and spread out around Asta. This area is off limits. On the other side, Asta and Nofin clashed fiercely. Each collision produced a deafening roar, shaking the ground. Nofin was a user of the giant fruit, capable of transforming into a giant over several dozen meters tall. After transforming, his power and physical abilities skyrocketed dozens of times. He was already at the level of a vice admiral, and multiplied by 10, it was terrifying enough to sink a small island with a single punch. Of course, this ability had limitations, Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked third in the organization. The transformation time depended on his physical condition, and he could only hold it for at most 3 minutes. Moreover, while his strength increased after becoming a giant, his speed decreased. If he faced a speed-type enemy, he would become a live target for a beating, which was also why he didn't use his fruit ability at the beginning, who would unleash a powerful move right away. Boom! Asta stepped out, cracking the hard ground, with deep, bottomless fissures rapidly spreading. The immense impact propelled him like a cannonball, charging fiercely at Nofin's forehead. Watch my serious punch. This was a name inspired by a certain bald teacher, followed by regular punches, continuous regular punches. The names were simple, but the power was explosive. You could tell just by looking at the opponent's expression. Nofin's legs slightly bent, and he shot up from the ground, his arms embracing each other, instantly wrapped in armed hockey like an iron lump. That giant fist descended like an iron mountain, carrying the force of thunder, aimed at the charging Asta. Unfortunately, it missed. Asta was too fast. Before the fist could reach him, he had already circled around. Looking at that shiny forehead, Asta grinned. With this punch, I'm going to smash your head. But Nofin's face showed no panic. He had anticipated Asta could dodge. Or rather, it was all part of his plan because he wasn't fighting alone. Now attack. Received. Eri emerged from Nofin's hair, hands clasped, staring at Asta. Didn't expect me to be here, huh? I've been waiting for you. Asta's expression changed drastically. He had experienced this woman's ability before. She could swap positions at will. If she hadn't intervened back then, Nofin would have been crushed long ago. Now at this moment she appeared, and it definitely wasn't good news. No wonder that guy wasn't worried when his attack missed. It was a trap. Asta turned to take down this woman first. But Eri had already activated her ability. Dare to hurt my beloved third brother? Go to hell. Eri vanished with a whoosh before Asta could react. He suddenly found himself in a different place, right under Nofin's descending fist. Eri's ability allowed her to swap places with anyone or anything within a certain range, requiring direct contact, including herself. So she first swapped herself, then swapped Asta. Feeling the immense pressure above him, Asta knew he couldn't dodge. Damn woman, I'll remember you. Nofin's cannon fist smashed down on Asta. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and Asta transformed into a streak of light, crashing down like a meteor from the sky. Boom! The entire Mariewa trembled. The ground shattered hundreds of meters wide, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading. Amidst the deafening roar, dust and debris were sent flying into the sky, forming a dust cloud 100 meters high. A milky white shockwave swept across the surroundings, wreaking havoc. After delivering this blow, Nofin returned to his original form, but he had exhausted all his energy, feeling weak and unable to stand, relying on others for support. Shuko, did we take him down? Eri, of course. That was my third brother's strongest strike. Even the boss wouldn't dare to take it head-on, let alone that little brat. Nofin waved his hand. It's not that simple. He is very strong. But after taking this hit, even if he doesn't die, he'll be left with just a breath, not a threat. Eri, he didn't die from that. That's too abnormal. Shuka, go check it out. Shuka, why don't you go? Eri rolled her eyes. I'm busy, okay? Nofin stopped her wandering hands, whispering, stop touching. There are too many people. I feel embarrassed. Hurry up. Are you all just sitting around? Why are you moving so slowly? Major General, the lift to Mariewa has been deliberately destroyed. How are we supposed to get up? The red Earth continent is thousands of meters high, like a heavenly moat that splits the world in half. Normally, to reach the Holy Land, we could only take specially designed bubble pods, which were the Celestial Dragon's protection. If someone really attacked and destroyed the pods, no one could come up. But today, this barrier was not stopping enemies. It was blocking the Navy that came to save them. After hearing the report, Vice Admiral Longzi exploded with anger. What? They dared to destroy the lift. Those damn slaves. If I catch them, they'll be dismembered. His subordinates were also going crazy. The Celestial Dragons were in trouble, and they would take the blame. Who told them their job was to protect the Celestial Dragons? Admiral, what should we do next? What should we do? Longzi roared at his subordinates. Do I have to teach you this? If there's no elevator, then just climb up. His subordinates looked disheartened. How could they climb up a towering red Earth continent? By the time they get up there, the Celestial Dragons would probably have been slaughtered. What support is there to speak of? Moreover, there are traps along the way. If they lose their grip and fall, they'll be dead for sure. This is not acceptable. Have you forgotten that after the incident with the Fishman Tiger, the Celestial Dragons set up a bunch of traps on the walls? If we recklessly climb up, we'll definitely suffer heavy casualties. Damn it, nothing seems to work. What do you suggest? Longzi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, completely losing the calmness of an admiral. The higher the position, the greater the pressure. He originally had the chance to get promoted, as being stationed here was a way to enhance his resume. But now that this matter has gone awry, let alone getting promoted, it's uncertain whether he can survive until tomorrow. One subordinate thought for a moment, we definitely have to climb. Otherwise, there is no other option. But to minimize casualties, why not form a death squad? Let those skilled in the 6 styles charge ahead, and the others can follow. This way, even if we encounter traps, the casualties won't be too severe. Longzi's eyes lit up, clapping his hands in approval. Great idea, as expected of my strategist. We'll do it your way. With a quick order, they quickly selected 108 Navy personnel proficient in the 6 styles. All of them were his trusted aides. And only these people would step forward without hesitation upon hearing about forming a death squad. Longzi stared at them, scrutinizing each one as if he wanted to imprint their faces in his memory. Then he said nothing and began to climb up with everyone. However, not long after Longzi started, a dazzling light descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a yellow-striped suit and sunglasses stepped out, none other than the Navy's top combat power, Admiral Kizaru. But his expression was not good. He was in a terrible mood. My perfectly good weekend is gone. Kid, you've really pissed me off. At 56 years old, Kizaru had long lost the ambition of his youth. Perhaps reaching the peak of his power made him uninterested in facing enemies. Even billion bounty pirates didn't spark his interest, as he could easily take them down with a kick. Being invincible for too long is also a kind of trouble. Thus, Kizaru shifted his focus from work to other matters. For instance, reading story-rich books, simple plots, rich content, and fight scenes. As he read, he found himself aligning with the story. Originally, he had clear plans for this weekend. Find a beach, promote sunscreen to the girls, and even personally help out if needed. So they wouldn't feel shy just because he was an admiral. But what happened? A phone call from Sengoku ruined his beautiful weekend. And that is not all. The journey here was ridiculous. Sea Kings attacking were a minor issue. He was strong enough to deal with them. What he should worry about was the Sea Kings. The most troublesome were natural disasters like storms and tsunamis. He, a devil fruit user, couldn't touch seawater and could only dodge like crazy. Along the way, he encountered 3 storms, 5 tsunamis, and 7 thunderstorm clouds. Do you think he was in a good mood? At this moment, upon seeing Kizaru, the Navy soldiers erupted in cheers. It's Admiral Kizaru. We're saved this time. With him here, nothing is a problem. They were ecstatic. I've seen my idol. Admiral Kizaru, I love you. I want to have your babies. Kizaru didn't respond to the other comments, but at this one, he revealed a lewd smile. Let me see which girl it is. The next second, his smile froze, and his heart was in turmoil. Damn it. How is it, guy? Admiral Kizaru, you finally made it. Major General Vito rushed to greet him. Kizaru looked him up and down. Are you the highest officer here? Vito chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. It's Admiral Longzi who is in charge here. Kizaru frowned. Where is he? Vito pointed to the wall behind. Admiral Longzi has gone up with his men. Kizaru, climbing up? Vito was about to explain when he was interrupted by Kizaru waving his hand. What a waste. If he wants to climb, let him take his time. I'll go ahead first. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding golden light erupted from Kizaru's body. The Navy soldiers observing in the dark all closed their eyes. The next second, the golden light moved. It shot up into the sky, instantly flying several thousand meters. Kizaru stood in midair. Before he landed, his figure flickered and disappeared again. Below, the Navy soldiers' eyes widened in shock and excitement. Is this the power of an admiral? The speed is insane. No kidding. Kizaru has consumed the Logia-type Pika no Mi, known as the Light Man. His speed is as fast as light. Ha ha ha. The title of Light Man is too funny. Bastard. How dare you insult my idol? I'll beat you up. Before long, Kizaru landed on the red Earth continent. Before he could touch the ground, 2 young men came charging at him with knives. These 2 looked exactly alike. They were twins. The elder was Ding Dong, and the younger was Ding Dang. They had destroyed the elevator, and they had also taken out the guards here. Seeing the 2 rushing at him with knives, Kizaru stood still, not dodging, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Don't these 2 recognize me? Very few people dared to take the initiative to attack him. Most would throw down their weapons and raise their hands, eager to shout surrender, fearing that if they hesitated, they would be kicked to death by Kizaru the next second. But what is going on with these 2? In a matter of seconds, the 2 closed a distance, surrounding Kizaru from both sides. Without a word, they raised their 2-meter-long great swords and slashed at Kizaru fiercely. But the anticipated tearing sensation didn't occur. The great swords merely glided past him, creating flashes of golden light. What's going on, fellas? Why are you coming at me shouting to fight? The attacks were ineffective, and the two of them weren't flustered. They continued to swing their knives. Don't waste your effort. You can't kill me with your strength. The two, undeterred, swung their knives even faster. Given your attire, you must have just escaped from Mariewa, right? I'm just trying to ask you about someone. Kizaru pulled out a photo. It showed a super handsome young boy with a radiant smile. Have you seen a little brat named Asta? Upon hearing the familiar name, the two paused, exchanged glances, and immediately threw down their knives and ran in different directions. Quick reaction, but who dares to say they can escape in front of Kizaru? Kizaru chuckled. Don't run so fast. I still have questions. After saying that, he took a step forward, turning into golden light and disappearing, appearing above Ding Dong's head the next second. Hey, little brother, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Ding Dong's face changed drastically before he could react. Kizaru's foot struck his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was deafening. Ding Dong let out a miserable scream, flying back like a broken kite for dozens of meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. This is the power of an admiral. With one kick, he severely injured a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Soon, Ding Dang was also kicked by Kizaru and landed next to his brother, with a flash of golden light. Kizaru appeared in front of the two. Now can you answer me properly? He held up the photo. Tell me the information about this person. If I'm satisfied, maybe I'll spare your lives. Ding Dong and Ding Dang exchanged glances. Ding Dong. You Ding Dang. No way Ding Dong. Let us Ding Dang. Betray the Captain Ding Dong. Exclamation mark. Kizaru was stunned. Are these two mentally ill? Knowing you're twins and sharing a telepathic bond is one thing, but must it be reflected in your speech? And that exclamation mark is serious? Kizaru, not saying? Then I'll kill you both right now. After saying that, he released the murderous intent he had accumulated for years. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the two. The air felt cold, and breathing became difficult. In their eyes, Kizaru was no longer the lewd uncle but a cold and merciless god, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. That's enough. Kizaru retracted his killing intent, lazily saying, Now can you speak? As the pressure eased, the two gasped for breath. They truly felt they were about to die just now. Ding Dong, no Ding Dang, thought of Ding Dong. The Admiral Ding Dang actually became a dog for the celestial dragon's Ding Dong. Kizaru's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he directly grabbed the necks of the two. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Ding Dang, you want to kill Ding Dong? Just kill Ding Dang. Anyway, we Ding Dong won't betray Ding Dang, our boss Ding Dong. Exclamation mark. Kizaru. No need to think. These two must be seriously ill. Kizaru exerted strength with both hands and directly snapped the necks of the two. Since you don't want to talk, then never say it again. He casually threw away the bodies and left. But not long after he left, the supposedly dead brothers suddenly sat up, clutching their chests and gasping for air. Like drowning people finally getting oxygen, the previous injuries instantly disappeared. Ding Dong, so close. Almost really died. Ding Dang, not almost, we were already killed. Ding Dong, so what do we do next? Ding Dang, find a way to notify the boss, then slip away. Ding Dong, after slipping away, I want to see little sister. Ding Dang, save it. If the three of us gather, we might really get crushed. Ding Dong, then I'll sneak a look without letting anyone find out. Actually, they're not twins, but triplets, and there's a little sister. Back then, their mother had a difficult birth, and their father somehow got a devil fruit to feed their mother. The mother still didn't survive, but the three of them got a divine skill. As long as they don't die at the same time, no one can kill them with external force. Of course, it still hurts, and this is also the confidence that allows them to roam around otherwise. Do you think they're really stupid? Soon, Ding Dong and Ding Dang found the main force, and as soon as they met, they shouted, Not good, not good. The enemy is attacking. Everyone was shocked. The Navy is moving so fast. What's there to panic about? At worst, we'll fight. That's right. I was prepared to be killed when I went to sea. Anyway, I've avenged my grievances. Killing a few more Navy soldiers is worth it in this life. Josh stepped forward and grabbed the shoulders of the two, asking urgently, The Navy is attacking? How many came? How strong are they? Who is leading? The brothers were confused and didn't know which to answer first. Ding Dong up. Most of the Navy is still down there. Only one came up. Josh was confused. Only one came up, and you two are acting like the sky is falling? Can you have some ambition? If I didn't know better, I'd think a Navy admiral came. Ding Dong continued. Didn't you say our mission is to not let anyone interfere with the big battle? My brother and I went to destroy the elevator. Ding dang. Now the Navy wants to come up, they can only climb up bit by bit. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good guy. I said I hadn't seen you two this morning. I thought you were scared and slipped away. Ding Dong cursed, pulling at his neck. You're talking nonsense. You were the one who was scared and slipped away. Ding dang, exactly. Without us, you would have already been surrounded by the Navy. Everyone nodded and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Among us, you two are the smartest. The Red Earth continent is several tens of thousands of meters high, right? By the time they climb up, it will probably be dark. Ha ha ha. This time we really did a great job. Hearing that the Navy hadn't come up yet, Josh let out a sigh of relief. In fact, don't be fooled by this group of people acting tough, shouting to fight the Navy. But whether physically or mentally, most of them have reached their limits. You have to know that they were all slaves before, being beaten and scolded by the nobles for fun, covered in injuries. And being able to hold on until now is all thanks to a breath. Hey, you guys still have the energy to laugh? The Navy hasn't come up. But a big guy has come up. Ding Dong jumped anxiously. Yes, that guy's terrifying. Ding Dang quickly echoed. My brother and I were instantly killed when we just fought. Ding Dong. In front of him, we are like children with no resistance at all. The two were almost frantic. But everyone didn't take it seriously. If he was really that strong, how could you two still be alive to report? You don't have a single injury. If it weren't for coming out of the same cell, they would suspect that you two had defected. Maybe you ran away when you saw the enemy. Afraid of being laughed at, so you exaggerated on purpose. Josh patted their shoulders to comfort them. All right, no need to feel guilty. Destroying the elevator has already helped a lot. Ding Dong pulled his hair and shouted in despair. Why don't you believe us? Ding Dang. Everything we said is true. Josh chuckled and teased. According to you, if he can kill you as soon as he appears, then the opponent must be at least an admiral level, right? Ding Dong and Ding Dang instantly stopped, looking at him in surprise. This kid is something. He can still be the boss's main little brother without strength. Truly don't judge a book by its cover. Josh saw their reaction, and his heart sank. A wave of unease rushed to his head, his voice trembling. Really? Really is an admiral? The two nodded in unison. That's right. The one who came is Admiral Kizuru. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. All eyes were filled with despair. The one who came is an admiral, and the one they least wanted to encounter. Now, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. You guys say, can Lord ask to defeat him? Someone asked, but no one dared to answer. Even if they believed in their boss. They didn't think he could win against such a monster. That was the nightmare that had been pressing down on pirates for many years. But speaking of which, it has been a while since there was any news. What is happening on the boss's side? Above Mariewa, Kizuru stood in midair. The usual lewd look was gone. Only shock remained. This group of people has caused too much commotion. The whole city looked like it had been hit by a meteor. Everywhere was a pit, like the surface of the moon. So terrifying. Destroying the Holy Land like this, the world is probably going to be unsettled. Fortunately, Sengoku didn't come, otherwise. Seeing the scene would definitely scare him into a heart attack. After Kizuru sighed, his figure flickered and disappeared. He just sensed a few old friends with observation hockey. On the other side, Illy and Shuku were still arguing. Wanted to send someone to see if Asta was dead or not. It had been so long without any movement, but neither of them wanted to go. Illy, are you still a man? I told you to do something, and you're dragging your feet. Shuko, whether I'm a man or not is not for you to say. Your ability is most suitable for this. Why not go? Illy, with my performance just now, that kid must want to kill me the most. If I go, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Shuko, but you can't make me, a healer, go. You know my body has always been weak. He can punch me and send me flying. Illy, hey, can you not be so disgusting? Shuko, if you find it disgusting, you go. Don't worry. Even if he injures you, I can heal you, definitely won't leave a scar. Illy, I'm not going, you go. Shuko, I'm not going either. Whoever wants to go can go. Watching the two argue like children, Novin looked helpless. How about you go? Illy and Shuku exchanged glances in unison. All right, you go. Novin, what is this? The clown is actually me. Novin forced a stiff smile. How about you discuss it again? But the two who were arguing just a second ago now hugged together, forming a united front. Illy, no way. A man's word is like a horse's once you agree. You can't go back. Shuko, third brother, said he hates people who break promises the most. You definitely won't become that kind of person, right? Novin was so angry he laughed. You two are shameless. I just finished a fierce battle, and you want me to go alone? Illy looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. It's not that my sister doesn't care. That kid doesn't understand the pain of cherishing beauty. I definitely don't want to be beaten into a pig's head. Shuko looked terrified. especially with his strange strength. It's simply terrifying. Just one hit is an injury. Just one touch is death. The only one who can withstand him here is you, third brother. Norvan recalled an unpleasant experience, his face dark as a pot bottom. Just as he was about to teach a lesson to the two guys who didn't respect the injured, his gaze suddenly hardened, and he jumped up, fully on guard. You two, get behind me. Someone is coming. Before he could finish speaking, a golden light descended from the sky and a lewd middle-aged man walked out. None other than Admiral Kizaru. Norvan, little brother, long time no see. Why do you look so disheveled? As an admiral, he of course knew CP0 and had collaborated with Norvan before. He knew this kid's strength was not bad, though not as strong as an admiral, but still impressive. Seeing him in such a state was indeed surprising. Once he recognized the visitor, Norvan relaxed and sat down. Why is it you? Where are the other two? Kizaru shrugged. Of the three of us, I'm the easiest to summon. All the dirty work falls on me, and I don't even get overtime. Norvan glanced sideways at him. Come on, it's obvious those two are busy. You were sent because you're fast. Kizaru laughed heartily. You really understand me. But speaking of which, since you are here, does it mean the issue has been resolved? Norvan suddenly became serious, his tone low. Kizaru, a celestial dragon is dead. What? Kizaru's eyes widened in shock. There really are people bold enough to kill a celestial dragon? Before coming here, he thought the worst that could happen was a slave holding a celestial dragon hostage to threaten the Navy. But now you tell me a celestial dragon is dead? What is this? Do they think the hostage was a nuisance? Or do they have confidence in escaping from them? If they aren't afraid of dying, don't they fear retaliation against their family and friends? Kizaru suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, which celestial dragon is dead? It was no wonder he was nervous. Celestial dragons come in all ranks. The closer to the center of power, the more significant their status. For example, Lord M, who lives deep within Mariawa in the Flower District, is called by netizens as Luffy's mysterious mother. He is the top celestial dragon, whom even the Gorosei must kneel before. If an ordinary celestial dragon died, Kizaru thought it would be manageable. But if someone of high status died, the whole world would tremble. Norvan didn't keep him in suspense. The one who died is the head of the Roz family, Saint Roswald. Kizaru's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. So the head of the family is dead. This is bad news. Sengoku is going to be in trouble. But at this point, there is no use in being tangled up in emotions. He needs to quickly shift the blame to CP0 to save himself. Kizaru took a deep breath, his expression serious. Who would have thought this lewd uncle could be so serious? You are CP0. Protecting celestial dragons is your job. How could you let a lowly slave kill a celestial dragon? It's all your dereliction of duty. Norvan sneered. I admit to dereliction of duty and am willing to accept punishment, but your navy must also take responsibility. Kizaru was displeased. Why should we? We rushed over here on orders. Why should we take responsibility? Norvan calmly replied. Because you came too late. You. Kizaru wanted to retort that they were unreasonable. Who told you to live so high up? Didn't you see our people were climbing the walls in a panic? But the celestial dragons don't care about that. They only recognize that you were late. If you hadn't been late, they might not have suffered such losses. So it's all the Navy's fault. Looking at the three expressionless figures, Kizaru snorted coldly. The friendly atmosphere from earlier had instantly cooled. If he could fight, he really wanted to kick each of them. Whereas the corpse of the celestial dragon. Let me see. Kizaru was still not giving up. What if the celestial dragon was faking death? Although the possibility was almost zero, he still wanted to take a look. Norvan gestured, and Shirku brought out the corpse from behind, gently placing it before Kizaru. Looking at the headless corpse, Kizaru completely gave up. Are you sure it's Saint Roswald? Not someone who just looks like him? Norvan frowned. Many people saw him get his head blown off with one punch. If you don't believe me, just grab any slave and ask. Kizaru shook his head, indicating he believed it now. Who is the murderer? Have they been caught? Norvan replied. The murderer is a boy named Asta. This entire incident was caused by him. Kizaru asked, where is he? Before Norvan could speak, Ely pointed to a nearby deep pit. He is probably lying in there. Following her finger, Kizaru saw a giant pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Dark and unfathomable inside, leaving no one aware of the situation. Having made him suffer immensely in life, they wouldn't let him go in death. His body would be turned into a specimen and exhibited worldwide. Let everyone see what happens when you offend the world government. But why are these three so calm? They seem unconcerned about the murderer. Aren't they afraid that kid will escape? Ely sensed Kizaru's doubt and rolled her eyes. Pit you? We wouldn't do such a boring thing. Shirku quickly nodded. Yeah, you're an admiral. the Navy's highest combat power. Even if we had the guts, we wouldn't dare to pit you. Kizaru thought to himself. That's true. Though they belong to different organizations, their goals are aligned, so they wouldn't stab him in the back. Moreover, he was confident in his own strength. Even if there were Yonko-level threats buried ahead, he could still retreat unscathed, and perhaps even counterattack with a showcase of skills. Norvan stood up, resting for a while to regain some strength. If you still don't believe us, we'll accompany you. Kizaru didn't refuse and smiled. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Soon they arrived at the giant pit. Looking at the ground that seemed to have been struck by a meteorite, Kizaru's mouth twitched. By the way, did you guys go a bit too far? This pit is at least hundreds of meters deep, and you can't see the bottom. One can only imagine the force Asta endured back then. He must have turned into a puddle of mush. Kizaru sighed. Though he has committed serious crimes, he is still an underage child. To make such a big deal out of dealing with him, you're too cruel. Shirku, too much? Ili, a child? Norvan, we're cruel? You call a 3-meter tall, muscle-bound ultimate beast a child? If he is a child, then what are we? Infants? And you say we're cruel? You didn't see how the three of us were forced into such a state earlier. Brother Van suffered the most, being ridden by the so-called child, and nearly having his guts knocked out. If we hadn't cooperated well, you would have to collect our corpses now. Seeing the three furious, Kizaru was puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Norvan was about to explain. What you call a child is actually a monster. But before he could speak, Ili interrupted. Did you hear a strange sound? A strange sound? Everyone was taken aback. Then their expressions changed drastically, quickly retreating. Boom! 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 It sounded like someone was beating war drums, a thunderous noise coming closer and closer, each sound louder than the last, shaking the air with a bang. The four of them looked grave, staring into the depths of the giant pit. The sound was coming from there. Fear flashed in Shirku's eyes. Do you think that sound could be a heartbeat? Everyone fell silent, their expressions darker. Even Kizaru put away his laziness and became serious. His observation Haki sensed that a terrifying aura was emanating from the bottom of the pit, as if an unparalleled ferocious beast was slowly awakening. Norvan, I need to know what's down there. Kizaru's mood was incredibly poor. To put it bluntly, his job was to clean up after the world government, using thunderous means to eliminate all rebels and restore their reputation. But what is the outcome? Not only did he not get over time, but they also concealed information. This is simply outrageous. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly listen to you and rush in alone to investigate. Although he still was afraid, if he ended up in a terrible state because of this, it would be too embarrassing. Kizaru also cares about his face. However, at this moment, Norvan's mood was even worse. Don't forget, not long ago, he was still patting his chest saying that after taking his strongest blow, Asta would be left with just a breath, barely clinging to life. But how long has it been? He was slapped in the face with reality. Does it have to be this quick? At the same time, a strong sense of frustration surged in his heart. He had used all his means. Yet he couldn't even defeat a minor child. Compared to him, I seemed even more like a kid, a 40-something old baby. IRI. He is the one who killed the celestial dragons. Kizaru raised an eyebrow and said angrily, at this point, are you still trying to hide it from me? Before coming here, he had already seen Asta's intelligence. Apart from being handsome and having a bit of his former charm, he is just an ordinary person. Although I don't know how he made such a big deal out of this, he is definitely not someone of that level deep in the pit. You have to know that strong people are never made overnight. Just look at the famous figures at sea, who became famous without hard training. If you gathered all the sweat they trained off, it could fill the entire East Sea. Norfan smiled bitterly. What she said is true. The enemy we've been fighting is him. As soon as the words fell, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, and a bottomless crack rapidly spread outwards. Then, with a loud bang, the ground shattered, and thousands of pounds of boulders were lifted into the air, crashing down towards the four. Kizaru stepped forward, crossing his arms in front of his chest, his palms radiating dazzling light. Yada no Kagami. Countless photons shot from his palms, shattering all the falling boulders into dust. Behind him, IRI looked at Norfan worriedly. Third brother, your body? Norfan forced a smile. Don't worry, I can still hold on. I'll need your cooperation in a bit. On the other side, a wild wind suddenly swept up, blowing away the dust, and the scene gradually became clear. Asta stood in front, tattered and exuding an overwhelming momentum as if he wanted to overturn the entire world. Just as the momentum of both sides was about to reach its peak, Kizaru suddenly vanished. Then a flash of light appeared above Asta's head. Little brother, Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's right foot exploded with brilliant light, and the next second, it kicked towards Asta's chest. Asta's muscles tensed. Who would have thought the Navy Admiral would launch a sneak attack? In a rush, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Asta was instantly sent flying, his feet sinking into the ground, sliding dozens of meters before stopping. His arms felt a bit numb, and a flicker of caution flashed in Asta's eyes. Kizaru was the hardest to deal with among the three admirals. His speed was absurd, and each strike was explosive, with the high-speed potential converting into terrifying kinetic energy that erupted instantly, comparable to a bomb. Just like this time, he managed to block it, but couldn't withstand that immense force. Not injured, he's something else. Kizaru reappeared in front of him, this time kicking towards his head. But Asta would never fall for the same trick twice. He roared, clenched his right fist, and suddenly pulled back, delivering a punch towards Kizaru's leg. Boom! The ground beneath Asta exploded, spiderweb cracks shooting out nearly 100 meters, shaking the earth. Kizaru's expression changed drastically as a massive force surged from his leg, sending him flying. After landing a hit, Asta didn't give him a chance to breathe and chased after Kizaru. As he got close, he leaped into the air, his fist the size of a sandbag, slicing through the air and smashing down towards the astonished Kizaru. The force was like an ancient giant swinging a heavy hammer, powerful enough to explode. In a narrow space, the air surged like a tide. Before the fist even arrived, the wind from the punch had already stung Kizaru's face painfully. At that moment, Kizaru had only one thought: I can't dodge. I'll die. He immediately activated his elementalization, and his whole body became like a small sun, radiating light. Boom! The ground rumbled like an earthquake, creating a massive pit hundreds of meters in diameter. The air was filled with dust, obscuring everything. Not long after, a golden light shot out, landing beside Norfan. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a tattered and extremely disheveled Kizaru. His face was terrifyingly dark. He didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Even after elementalizing, he still suffered some injuries. He was furious. Are you sure this is Asta? Not his twin brother? Kizaru now wanted to smash the person who wrote the intelligence. This is called an ordinary person? Almost sent me flying with one punch. Norfan smiled bitterly. Ridiculous, right? But he really is Asta. Asta slowly walked out of the pit, not chasing Kizaru. He realized his body was too bulky. It looked intimidating, but the inflated muscles slowed him down. Facing an admiral known for speed, being unable to keep up was a huge loss. Asta opened his arms and puffed out his chest. This operation left Kizaru and Norfan dumbfounded. Kizaru, what is he doing? Norfan, I don't know. Soon, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. As Asta exhaled, the bulging muscles on his body began to disappear little by little. Faster. He looked like he was shrinking, muscles tightly pressed under his skin, his lines perfectly defined, balanced yet explosive, like evolving from a clumsy bear into a nimble cheetah. Asta looked down at his body, feeling light and transparent, as if he had escaped from a quagmire. He clenched his fist and threw a punch at the air. Bang. The air swept past like it was being compressed and exploded with a thunderous sound. Asta nodded in satisfaction, pointed at Kizaru and Norfan, and grinned. Next, it's my turn. Asta's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Kizaru's pupils contracted, alarm bells ringing, and he grabbed Norfan, turning into golden light to escape. Just as Kizaru ran, Asta appeared where they had just stood, a look of disappointment flashing across his face. You managed to escape this time. You won't have such luck next time. On the other side, Josh arrived with a large troop. Ever since hearing ding-dong, ding-dang say Kizaru had come, they were worried about Asta's safety. This time, they were fully prepared to sacrifice themselves to save their leader. What does it mean to be a man's battle? Punches to flesh? Blades of blood? Everyone has a different opinion. But for Asta, it meant always holding the determination to kill the opponent, pouring all his strength into every strike. Boom! In the deafening roar, the already shattered ground added another bottomless pit. Dust filled the air, making it impossible to see. A disheveled figure was sent flying out, none other than Kizaru. He spread his arms, palms facing forward. Yada no Kagami. Countless photons shot out, each the size of a basketball, smashing towards Asta. Seeing the overwhelming attack, Asta knew he couldn't dodge. There were too many. Since that's the case, then I won't dodge. A real man has to confront it head-on. He took a deep breath, and his arms instantly exploded with countless fist shadows. Aura, aura, aura. Any photon that dared to come close was shattered by his fists. The explosions were endless. each photon comparable to a heavy artillery shell. Yet none could harm Asta in the slightest. He finally had the strength to match powerful opponents. And this was far from his limit. It's not even noon yet. On the other side, IRI looked sadly at Norfan and said, "Are we really going to do this? Don't we have Admiral Kizaru on our side? He still can't defeat the opponent?" Norfan sighed. "You've seen how fast that kid is growing. Don't be fooled by Kizaru's current advantage. It won't be long before he can't keep up." IRI was unwilling. "Let's call for reinforcements. Get the remaining admirals here. I refuse to believe 3 can't defeat 1. Norfan smiled bitterly. If he could call them, he would. Who would choose to fight one-on-one if they could gang up? Completing the mission is the most important, but not to mention whether those 2 have time by the time they arrive. This kid would have already resolved it and run away. Norfan patted her shoulder, his tone gentle. "All right, IRI, I know you're worried about me, but protecting the celestial dragons and safeguarding the Holy Land is our responsibility. So let me end this." He then turned to Shirku and said, "Come, give me the maximum dosage of the reagent." Shirku looked shocked. "Are you crazy? The maximum dosage means losing 20 years of life." Nofan was not young to begin with, having trained since childhood, accumulating numerous hidden injuries. After reducing his lifespan by 20 years, it seemed he wouldn't live for many more years. Facing Shirku, Nofan lost his patience. "If you want to use it, then use it. Stop dilly-dallying like a sissy." Seeing Nofan's determined face, Shirku gritted his teeth and took out a syringe filled with red liquid. "Don't blame me if you die." Nofan, annoyed by his chatter, snatched the syringe and injected the red liquid into his own neck. Nofan let out a loud roar, feeling as if ants were gnawing at him, shaking from the pain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large amount of white mist erupted from his body, and the temperature around him soared frighteningly. Shirku and Ili quickly retreated to the side, watching him with worried expressions. In the next second, the body within the white mist grew larger, rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the white mist rose to 80 meters before stopping. Roar! A deep growl emanated from within, stirring up a fierce wind. As the mist dissipated, a towering and menacing giant appeared, exuding a crazy aura. "Asta, I want you dead." Originally, Nofan could only grow to 60 meters, but with this reagent, he had forcefully increased his height by 20 meters. Although it was only an increase of 1/3, his strength had multiplied several times. Faced with Asta, he no longer felt fear and even thought he could crush that little brat with a slap. This was the effect of sacrificing his life. Nofan's transformation caught Asta's attention. Watching the 80-meter giant charging towards him, each step shaking the ground like an earthquake, Asta felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. That's more like it. Instant kills are so boring. It has to be like this to get the blood boiling and ignite the desire to fight. Just as Asta was focused on Nofan, Kizaru flashed behind him, shaking his hands to produce a golden lightsaber, slashing at his neck. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You don't take me seriously." Boom! A violent explosion erupted, but Asta remained unmoved. Kizaru's calculated strike was blocked with one hand. "Looks like your speed isn't that outrageous." Before he finished speaking, Asta kicked Kizaru hard in the chest. Kizaru instantly elementalized, but faced with this kick, the space seemed to freeze. He realized that Asta not only had great strength, but his attack also carried mysterious power. He couldn't escape his elementalization. Ridiculous. Puffed. Kizaru spat out blood like a cannonball, sent flying for over 10 kilometers, crashing into a small mountain and collapsing it, debris rolling down. At this moment, Nofan finally rushed onto the battlefield. He raised his right foot and stomped down towards Asta. His posture was as if he wanted to crush the opponent like a cockroach. Asta laughed loudly, looking at the giant foot coming towards him. Not only did he not dodge, but he also swung his fist to meet it. Boom! A sound comparable to a missile explosion erupted in the sky above Mariehua. An invisible shockwave swept across, kicking up sand and stones, shaking the ground and mountains. In this collision, Nofan was actually at a disadvantage, staggering back, leaving huge cracks with each step. The arriving Josh and others looked as if struck by lightning. Staring blankly at the battlefield, the boss is too fierce. No matter which world, giants were tough characters. With their massive bodies, immense power, and strong defenses, ordinary people would shrink back before a fight. Just look at this one. Over 80 meters tall, weighing tens of thousands of tons, with one punch. Even large military ships would be smashed in half. To know that Digga was only 53 meters tall. Of course, Nofan couldn't compare to Digga. He could emit bling-bling light. But even so, Nofin's strength was top-notch. If Josh and the others faced him, they probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just sitting down could crush them. Yet, such a terrifying existence was just now pushed back by the boss with one punch. The scene was etched in their minds. Just thinking about it made everyone feel electrified. Their faces flushed, unable to stop clenching their legs. Was that giant just for show? Someone foolishly asked, only to be attacked by everyone else's incredulous gazes. Don't you have eyes? Is he fake? Then how could he make such a huge commotion with one stomp? How did such a smart team end up with you as a pig teammate? Rat's old face turned red. I was just shocked by the boss's strength. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. I feel unworthy of the boss. Compared to him, I'm just useless. Me too. I said I'd help the boss, but instead, I just dragged him down. Seeing the morale drop, Josh stepped up to encourage them. Don't be sad. I understand you. Although the boss is strong, he also has weaknesses. Those might be our strengths. Everyone's eyes lit up, instantly revitalized, right? I used to be a cook. I can make food for the boss. I'm a shipwright. I can build ships for the boss. I'm a carpenter. I can build houses for the boss. I'm a woman. I can give birth to the boss's children. Everyone suddenly turned their heads, staring in shock at the woman who spoke. At this moment, another man spoke. Don't be so rigid about gender. Besides giving birth, I could do everything else too. On the other side, the battle continued. Asta pushed Nofin back and suffered a significant impact himself. Body flying backward, blood surging. Whether intentional or not, he fell right towards where Ili and Shioku were standing. The two turned pale at the sight, and without anyone saying a word, they turned and ran, not daring to stop for a moment. After flying for a while, Asta executed a backflip and landed steadily. Asta spat out a mouthful of black blood. Watching the two fleeing figures, he laughed. You may be clumsy when you run, but you indeed made me suffer a great loss just now. After saying that, he slightly bent his legs, and the ground beneath him exploded. He transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the fleeing duo. Nofin saw this scene. His eyes turned red, roaring madly. I will slaughter you, you despicable scoundrel. If you have guts, come at me. He howled while running frantically, trying to save his companions. Asta casually scratched his ear, looking disdainful. This is what you call despicable? Why didn't you say that when you were ganging up on me just now? You can't handle my normal counterattack? Do you want me to stand still and let you deal with me for it to be fair? He raised his middle finger at Nofin, sneering. I will kill them right in front of you, you little bitch. Soon, Asta caught up to the two, and, at this moment, they were still some distance away from Nofin, who couldn't stop it in time. The two displayed despair. Ili used her ability multiple times, but the next second, she was still caught up. They couldn't shake him off. The gap in strength was too huge. Ili was running out of stamina, and she could only use her ability once more, meaning only one of them could survive. Ili looked at Shioku. They didn't respect him like they did with Brother San. They were of similar ages and would bicker when they met. Ili always said Shioku was like a woman, always hiding behind her. Shioku always said Ili was like a man, that anyone who liked her was blind, and then inexplicably got beaten by Nofin. They were more like siblings. Shioku understood Ili's gaze, instantly breaking down in tears, stopping in his tracks, wanting to turn and rush at Asta, but it was too late. Ili placed her hand on him, activating her ability, and Shioku instantly appeared beside Nofin. Shioku knelt on the ground, crying like a fool. Just now, he heard Ili say to live well. Clearly, her ability was the most likely to escape, yet she stayed behind to save him. It's all my fault. After sending Shioku away, Ili felt her strength drained, collapsing to the ground. Facing Asta's fist, she had a calm expression, closing her eyes. Just as the fist was about to hit her, an unexpected change occurred. Everything froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Asta, Yidi, and even the distant Nofin were all frozen in motion. But time hadn't completely stopped. Asta's eyes could still move slightly. At this moment, a figure walked out from behind him. Did you forget about me? The newcomer was none other than Kizaru, who had been blasted away not long ago. The world hadn't been paused. It was just that his speed was too fast. In his eyes, the world was still. How long had it been since he had been in such a predicament? A little slave actually pushed him to this extent. This is simply a great humiliation for him. You should be honored. I will use all my strength to deal with you. Kizaru can become a general not because of his physical skills, but because of his devil fruit ability. After eating the Pika Pika no Mi, he can theoretically reach the speed of light. Once he fully activates his ability, the world seems to stand still in his eyes, and everything is motionless. Looking at Asta, who is suspended in midair with his fist raised. Kizaru, furious, swings his right arm and punches out. Asta's pupils constrict, and alarm bells ring in his head. His intuition tells him that if he takes this punch, he won't just be injured, he might die. He wants to dodge, but his body feels like it's made of wood, and he can't move at all. Watching the fist getting closer, at the life-and-death moment, Asta erupts with unprecedented potential. At this moment, he seems to hear his blood rushing like a great river, his heart beating faster and faster like a small motor, pounding like a war drum. The energy inside him erupts like a volcano. With a roar, his body, which was suspended in midair, actually begins to shift to the side. Although it's as slow as a snail, inch by inch, he is indeed moving. Kizaru's expression turns to shock, unable to believe his eyes. There's only one possibility for someone to move in this situation. The opponent's speed has caught up with him. But how could that be possible? There can't be a second Pika no me in the world. Kizaru grits his teeth, veins bulging. No one can win against him in speed. No matter what ability the opponent has, once their fists collide, the battle is over. Asta continues to squeeze the energy from his body. His ability is different. As long as there is a sun in the sky, his strength is inexhaustible. From moving an inch at the start to now moving a decimeter, his speed undergoes a qualitative change. Even when facing Kizaru's fist, Asta ultimately dodges by a mere millimeter. With a missed strike, Kizaru feels a bit disappointed, but doesn't stop, continuing his fierce assault, determined to smash Asta to bits. Although Asta can move, his speed is still slightly inferior. After all, this is Kizaru's home turf. Several times he is pushed to the brink, and if it weren't for his suddenly increased flexibility, using outrageous postures to dodge, he would have been finished long ago. Asta twists his body, and Kizaru's fist once again lands empty, striking a giant rock taller than a person. The next second, the giant rock turns to dust, floating slowly in the air. Over time, Asta is no longer satisfied with just dodging. Being passively beaten is not his style. Gradually, he begins to counterattack. The two exchange punches and kicks, like 200-year-old men faking a match. But to others, their figures have long disappeared. Only two streaks of gold and white light can be seen, frantically colliding. Unknowingly, a long time passes, and suddenly both stop, a puff of white mist appearing above their heads, as if their engines have overheated and blown out. Then, the world's flow rate returns to normal. They both kneel on the ground, holding their heads, screaming in pain. During the battle, although Asta's speed caught up, his brain's nerves are not that resilient. He can only hold on for a short while before feeling like they all snapped. Asta feels as if his skull is being stabbed fiercely by 1,000 needles, making his vision blur, almost causing him to collapse. On the other side, Kizaru is even worse. His body has reached its limit, his face pale as if just pulled from flour vat, and 2 columns of blood spray out from under his nose, splattering all over his chest. He feels like his whole body is being cut with a blunt knife. Countless ants gnawing at his bones, making him want to smash his head against the wall. At this moment, he regrets not listening to Zephyr's advice to practice physical skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Nofin finally rushes to the scene, grabbing Illy and throwing her into what he considers a safe corner. Then turns and charges at Asta. No matter what tricks he played earlier, seeing that kid in pain, it would be a disgrace not to take advantage of it. Asta sees Nofin charging at him like a mad bull, gritting his teeth and retreating. This is a strategic retreat, okay? It has nothing to do with cowardice. Coward, don't run. Watch me smash you into meat paste. Nofin suddenly bends his legs and with a thunderous sound, launches himself into the sky, swinging a fist the size of a grinding wheel down at Asta. With the weight of tens of thousands of tons combined with the potential energy of falling from height, this punch could probably create a hole in the ground. Asta's eyes blaze with fury, his head pounding. But he's not foolish. Take such an attack head on, he might as well be asking for reincarnation on the spot. Boom! A loud explosion shakes the earth. A deep, bottomless crack forms from here to the edge of the red Earth continent, shockwaves sweeping burning vegetation, and stones the size of basins fly everywhere, all pushed away several dozen meters. At the edge of the red Earth continent, Lieutenant General Longzi and his men are almost climbing up, but suddenly the ground cracks beneath them, and a group of people loses their balance, falling down with a shout. Falling from several thousand meters high, even a lieutenant general would turn into a pile of mush. Fortunately, these people all know the Navy's 6 styles, and after a moment of panic, they manage to stabilize themselves with moonwalk, climbing up to curse loudly. Damn it! Who the hell is causing trouble? almost scare me into a heart attack. The ground shakes violently, and a cloud of dust is blown everywhere by the explosive punch. Nofin doesn't stop. He doesn't believe one punch can take down Asta. At this moment, he resembles a pile driver, his arms swinging out like after images, crazily smashing down toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring sound reverberates across the land, shaking the red Earth continent. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out, mountains collapse, rivers change course, and the remaining palaces turn to rubble. Several kilometers away, Josh and the others feel their hearts leap to their throats. Should we go help the boss? How to help? Are you going to use your 2-meter sword to give him a manicure? But if we do nothing, will the boss be okay? Don't worry. Our boss is a miracle in itself. Under the high-intensity attacks, Nofin's speed slows down. He feels his body nearing its limit. He originally grew larger due to the serum, and time is running out. He is about to shrink back. Just as Nofin takes a moment to catch his breath, Asta suddenly bursts out of the dust, slamming into his arm like a cannonball. After all this time, you haven't even touched a hair of mine, you fool. Before his words finish, Asta charges up his arm towards his head. Nofin realizes this and desperately swings his arm, trying to shake him off, but it feels like Asta has grown roots. No matter how he shakes, he can't get rid of him. Soon, Asta reaches his neck, and Nofin brings down a massive palm to crush him. This is the unshakable Plan B. Asta sneers. So what if you're tall? You are still a living target. He stomps hard with his right foot, launching himself like a cannonball towards Nofin's forehead. Seeing Nofin's fierce face, Asta laughs. I told you, I'm going to blow your head off. Nofin's face changes, wanting to shrink back to dodge the attack, but it's too late. Someone who can match Kizaru's speed 1T give you time to prepare. Asta roars. In an instant, his arm muscles tense up, clenching his fist like a giant python ready to strike. He punches out. The air in front of him explodes, creating a vacuum. This ferocious punch lands squarely on Nofin's forehead. Clang! Over 80 meters tall, weighing tens of thousands of tons, Nofin is actually sent flying off the ground by Asta's punch. This scene is explosive. Unfortunately, his little brother isn't around, so no one shouts 666. Boom! With a huge sound, white mist erupts from Nofin's body, as if he is shrinking, starting to return to normal size. By the time Asta lands, he has already reverted to his regular size, eyes rolling back, lying unconscious in Ili's arms. Asta walks up to the two, looking down. Anything else you want to say? Ili looks down at Nofin. I beg you to spare him. I'll do anything. Do you agree? Asta scoffs. What do you think? Ili shakes her head. Then I have nothing more to say. Asta thinks for a moment. In your next life, don't sell your life for the celestial dragons anymore. After speaking, he stepped forward decisively and snapped the necks of the two men. At this point, only one CP agent sent by the world government was left. Asta looked up at the sky. The sun was directly overhead, and his strength was about to reach its peak. Now, no one could stop him. However, there was still a live target on the scene waiting for him to deal with. Asta closed his eyes. The surge in power heightened his senses, and he grasped all the movements within 100 miles. Found you. He opened his eyes wide and dashed in a certain direction. In a short while, he spotted Kizaru, with the remaining CP agent standing beside him. Shiyu had anticipated that Nofin couldn't hold out, so he rushed over to provide urgent aid to Kizaru during the battle. After his treatment, Kizaru trembled less violently, but looked up at the sky with a face full of despair. His most formidable domain was overturned, and this blow was simply devastating. Perhaps Zifa-sensei was right. To be a big shot, one couldn't rely solely on fruit abilities. Kizaru, you're awake. Quickly save Nofin. He is about to die. No need to save him. I'm here. Upon seeing Asta, Shiyu was struck by lightning, frozen in place and trembling all over, squeezing out words between his teeth. What have you done to them? Asta shrugged, with a provocative tone. Isn't that obvious? I'm here. They must have been crushed by me. You mean, they're dead? Shiyu was instantly drained of energy, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he cried. Impossible. Brother Nofin is so powerful. How could he die here? Then he seemed to remember something, looking up with a plea. You're lying to me, right? You're just trying to break our morale. They must have escaped. Asta glanced at the self-deceiving Shiyu with a mocking expression. Think whatever you want. I'll send you down to see him later. You'll know I'm not lying. Nofin was also a familiar figure to Kizaru. Upon hearing the news of his death, Kizaru's expression darkened, and he sighed. CP agents have to listen to the celestial dragons. Often, they have no choice. You've won, and they have no resistance left. Why go so far? Asta laughed heartily. Kizaru, have you lost your mind as a general? They came to kill me. If they want to kill, they must be prepared to be killed. Do I need to teach that? Kizaru's face darkened, opening his mouth, but unable to say anything. He regretted it immediately after speaking. After spending most of his life at sea, how could he say such naive things? Asta grinned fiercely, pointing with his finger. Don't forget about you. Do you think I'll let you go? Kizaru snorted coldly, his eyes fierce. Want to kill me? Who dies is still uncertain. As soon as the words fell, the two charged at each other, skipping any probing and going all out. Kizaru had been in Navy since childhood, battling for a lifetime. His experience was rich, and he certainly knew how to exchange the least cost for the greatest benefit. Asta's physical quality exploded through the ceiling. He didn't need to hold back, and all his moves were bold and unrestricted. Boom! There were no shadows on the ground, just two streaks of light tangled together. Every collision erupted with a huge bang, accompanied by golden lightning. After dodging Asta's strike, Kizaru shook his hands, summoning his photon-long sword, and slashed fiercely. Asta felt a flash before his eyes as a blade of light over 100 meters long came slicing toward him, before it even touched him. The sharpness made his skin ache. Few knew that Kizaru was not only a fruit user, but also a great swordsman. However, facing this terrifying slash, Asta didn't retreat at all. He gathered all his strength in his palm and pushed forward to block, forcibly grabbing the blade of light. The terrifying impact pushed him sliding out several dozen meters before he finally stopped. Asta roared in anger, his arm muscles bulging as he tore the golden blade of light to shreds. The shattered light turned into spikes, raining down on him like a torrential downpour, sparking all around. At this moment, Kizaru had already charged forward, swinging his sword straight at Asta's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Anyone else would have closed their eyes and waited to die. Unfortunately, he was up against a ruthless person who didn't play by the rules. At the critical moment, Asta raised his arm to block. Clang! It clearly struck flesh, but emitted a piercing sound of metal clashing. Kizaru's face changed. He had overestimated Asta's strength, and he was still shocked. He thought this blow would at least sever an arm, but it lost power halfway through. Kizaru reacted quickly, immediately releasing his grip and retreating. But it was still too late. Asta raised his right leg, sweeping horizontally like an iron post, the momentum roaring like a giant beast crashing. Bang! Kizaru was instantly dazed. And when he came to, his body was uncontrollably flying backward, as fast as a shooting star. This sensation felt familiar. He had just experienced it not long ago. His chest was burning with pain, and there was a footprint indented in it. Boom! Kizaru smashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater, mud and sand flying everywhere. Resembling an earthquake, Asta pulled out the light sword from his arm and crushed it, looking at the deep wound on his arm, exposing bone. His breath became even more terrifying. Good. Now that looks like a Navy admiral. I hope you don't disappoint me next. Just as he was about to chase Kizaru, he suddenly felt a dagger stab into his lower back. Asta turned around to see that it was the CP agent Shiyu, who had just been crying heart-wrenchingly. This guy's face was contorted, and he kept muttering, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Asta spread his hands, looking helpless. Brother, you're trying to stab me with a broken knife? What are you thinking? Didn't he see it just now? Even Kizaru's massive blade of light couldn't break through his defense, and the only wound was almost healed. If he were a bit more normal, he wouldn't have rushed up with a broken dagger. Asta suspected how this guy got into CP0. He must have connections. But Shiyu didn't care, raising the dagger and stabbing toward Asta's kidney again. Crack! After a long struggle, he didn't hurt Asta, but the dagger broke instead. Asta was annoyed by this pointless action. He was still busy dealing with Kizaru and had no time to play with this fool. Since you have such deep feelings for your companions, then I'll show mercy and send you to reunite. Asta raised his arm, aiming at Shiyu's forehead, and flicked lightly. Bang! A shrill scream echoed, and Shiyu was instantly sent flying into the sky, tracing an arc before smashing heavily into the ground, motionless. With this, the trio of CP agents was completely annihilated. Kizaru crawled out of the deep pit in a disheveled state just as Asta arrived. No one is bothering us now, Kizaru. Let us continue. Looking at Asta's excited and wild smile, Kizaru felt as if he had eaten shit. Back in the day, when he first joined the Navy, he was also called a monster, but compared to this young man, let alone a monster, he wasn't even as good as a younger brother. How could such a powerful freak exist in the world? Even Whitebeard would have to kneel. What he hated most now was not Asta, but the group of idiots in the Naval Intelligence Department. Did they say the opponent was an ordinary person? They were putting their own people in danger. If he survived today, he would definitely beat them up. What's wrong? Scared? Seeing Kizaru not moving, Asta's eyes were playful. Kizaru was furious. What are you so proud of, Brad? When I was dominating the seas, you were still a tadpole. Asta's gaze turned cold, beckoning with his finger. Don't talk nonsense. Come if you dare. Kizaru, you think I can just come because you say so? That's so embarrassing. Asta, suddenly feeling like a villain bullying an over 50-year-old man. Sigh. Asta sighed. A dignified Navy admiral acting like a rogue. It's really embarrassing for the admirals. Kizaru's old face turned red. He knew it was inappropriate, but the opponent's fists were too hard. His old body couldn't take it. If he were 20 years younger, he would definitely charge in, without caring whether he could win or lose. If you won't come, then I'll come to you. I hope I don't make you cry later. Asta's figure flickered and disappeared, and the next second, a hard fist came crashing toward Kizaru's face with the force of a mountain. The wind from the punch howled like thunder. Kizaru's alarm went off, and within 0.01 seconds, his eyes glowed and shot out two golden beams, filled with terrifying heat and kinetic energy. Asta also didn't want to take it head-on and avoided the edge. Kizaru seized the opportunity to fly into the sky using his moonwalk. Let me show you my true strength. Countless large light spheres appeared around him. Super H Shaku J Gyoku. The light spheres rained down toward Asta like a meteor shower. The nuclear bomb-level explosion shook the clouds, and the red Earth continent seemed to shrink by 3 meters. A large cloud of smoke and dust rose up, quickly covering the sky. The explosion didn't stop, and Asta flew out from inside, landing outside. He missed the glowing orb just now, but the shockwave left him quite embarrassed, because he had no clothes on. That Hulk-level pair of pants finally couldn't hold up and sacrificed itself. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, everyone would know his extraordinary talent. To avoid making his fellow brothers feel inferior, Asta decided to find a pair of pants first. When he got dressed and returned to the original spot, he was stunned. Where's Kizaru? Asta closed his eyes to sense the movements within 100 miles, and his face grew darker. He discovered a ridiculous thing. The dignified Marine Admiral, known as the fastest Kizaru, actually ran away while he was changing pants. Where's his backbone? Where's the dignity of an admiral? Oh, he's Kizaru, so it's fine. With his lewd personality, it's too normal for him to do something shameless. Damn it. Asta stomped his foot, creating a large pit underneath. It was almost noon, and he was about to reach his peak power, ready to kill gods when he encountered them and kill Buddhas when he met them. But his opponent ran away. How could he not be angry? What's worse is that his ability has limitations. If Kizaru hadn't left and was hiding behind, waiting for him to run out of energy at night, wouldn't he be completely doomed? So he must kill Kizaru. No, he has to leave quickly. Find a safe place to hide before dark. He absolutely won't go out without resolving the issue of losing combat power at night. Suddenly, a distant excited shout came. Boss, we're here. Asta looked up, and a large group of people came rushing over. In no time, they all knelt down. Asta was startled. What are you doing? He saw the group with flushed faces and eyes full of fervor. Please, boss, accept our knees. Asta was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, telling them to get up, but wherever he looked, they were all excited to the point of exploding. They really had a reason to go crazy. His boss actually made the Marine Admiral run away. That's the highest combat power of the Marines. It feels like a dream. Boss, you're amazing. Even the Admiral was scared off by you. What can't you do? Asta rolled his eyes. Having a baby is something he can't do. Besides, he knows his own situation. He is invincible during the day, but at night, anyone present could easily bully him. Don't be fooled by their current enthusiasm. If they knew he was useless at night, who knows if someone would have ulterior motives? He wouldn't put his life in someone else's hands. The Marine Admiral ran away. You all are safe now, so go back to your homes and find your mothers. What? The crowd's faces instantly turned pale. Did the boss not want them anymore? Boss can't abandon us. We're weak, but can do chores. We can do anything for you, even give you a baby. I can't have a baby, but I can do anything else. Asta nodded from the side. That's right. One must have filial piety. One must never forget their roots. Before being captured, his wife had just gotten pregnant, and it had been 5 years without knowing if it was a boy or girl. Asta retorted, then why don't you hurry back home? Be careful. Your kid might end up calling someone else dad. After this advice, the crowd wavered a bit. In fact, not all of them were pirates. Most were kidnapped by dark forces and offered to the celestial dragons. They all had concerns in their hearts, which is why they endured in the darkness. But they sincerely wanted to follow Asta. First, Asta was their savior. Without him, this this group would still be in the dungeon as dogs for the celestial dragons, living a few more days if things went well, or being chopped up to feed dogs if not. Secondly, Asta's strength was overwhelming. Even the Marine Admiral was no match for him. Who else in this world could stop him? Once they set sail, becoming the next Dawnto of the sea was just a matter of time, and they might even find a one-piece treasure along the way. With such prospects, only someone with a brain full of water would give up. So the crowd was conflicted. After seeing our families, how do we contact you? We still want to follow you to conquer the seas. Asta smiled. Want to contact me? That's easy. Just set a place to meet up later. Once this was said, everyone stopped being conflicted and agreed unanimously. Asta sighed in relief, but internally he felt bitter. Clearly, he was nearly invincible. Yet he had to worry about his little brothers having ulterior motives. This broken ability was simply ruining his youth. At this moment, Joshi stepped forward, looked up at Asta, and said softly, I don't want to go home. I want to follow you forever. Asta frowned. He had just managed to convince everyone, and now you come to cause trouble? He had a good impression of Joshi, originally thinking he was a simpleton, so he casually took him as a little brother. He didn't expect this kid to have ideas. And in such a short time, he had brought so many people. This kid had such eloquence. Why not be a pirate? Wouldn't it be better to be a teacher than this? Asta, what you're saying will make your family very sad. Do you understand a thread in a loving mother's hand? Your parents must be worried sick. Joshi's eyes dimmed. My parents were gone when I was very young. Asta was stunned and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know your parents were gone. Joshi shook his head. It's okay. Although they left early, I feel they are watching over me from above, blessing me. Asta patted his shoulder. It's good that you can think this way. By the way, are you married? Joshi was confused. Not understanding why the boss suddenly asked this. Could it be that the boss is interested in him? As soon as this thought emerged, he extinguished it. Impossible. How could such a powerful person like the boss like a man? Although he denied it, Joshi couldn't help but sneak a glance at Asta. His physique resembled that of an ancient Roman statue, handsome and charming. If he were the boss's, it wouldn't be too bad, right? Joshi's face slowly turned red, leaving Asta, who was waiting for an answer, confused. What the hell? I just asked if you were married. Why are you blushing for? Are you thinking about something messy in your heart? Asta patiently asked again, have you married or not? Joshi shivered in fright, quickly suppressing the messy thoughts in his head. Muttering softly, I got married. Asta breathed a sigh of relief. If you're married, then hurry back home to see your wife. Aren't you afraid she'll run away with someone else? Joshi's face instantly froze, and he said bitterly, my wife has already run away with someone else. Asta, then you have brothers, right? Think about your brothers. Joshi, my wife ran away with my brother. Asta, and do you have kids? Joshi, the kids are theirs. Everyone gasped in shock, almost sucking all the air out of the place. This kid is too miserable, right? His parents are long gone. His wife ran away with his brother, and even the kids aren't his. Asta opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He couldn't say something like to live well. One must wear a green hat, right? That would be pouring salt on someone's wounds. He felt a bit of a toothache. If it was like this, how could he kick him out? But Joshi instead looked at it positively. Everyone, don't worry. I've crawled out of despair a long time ago. He paused, his eyes shining. The boss saved me, which is equivalent to giving me a second life. Now I just want to follow the boss and do something great. Good. This is the real man of the sea. That's right. Out with the old, in with the new. Following the boss to conquer the sea. And then women will be at your fingertips. When my sister returns to Amazon Lily, I'll find you a good wife. Our Amazon Lily girls are all top-notch. Can you introduce one to me as well? Get lost, watching everyone care about him in various ways. Joshi felt warm inside. Having such a group of lively partners was worth it. But while Joshi was happy, Asta was anxious and at a loss. His brain was aching, and he couldn't find a reason to kick him out. He couldn't knock him out when no one was looking and sneak away, right? That would be too disgraceful. Just as he was worried, Asta suddenly heard a large wave of footsteps rushing over. He was first taken aback, then his smile widened. Damn, this is a perfect idea. Longs is trying to climb up, wanting to replace Kizaru's position. He didn't expect to encounter this mess. Going back, he was likely to be ridiculed by that monkey again, and his mood would definitely not be good. Looking at the 300 to 400 slaves in front of him, Long's face twisted with anger. Being a slave of the celestial dragons is your honor. You dare to revolt without knowing gratitude? Are you tired of living? You. Everyone's hair is standing on end. When did being a slave become a glorious thing? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I immediately pull out my weapon to charge, but I'm stopped by Asta. Asta looks at Longzi with a blank expression. If you think being a celestial dragon slave is glorious, why don't you go for it? Suddenly he laughs, so right. You Navy are just dogs of the world government. To put it bluntly, you are just like us, also slaves of the celestial dragons. That's right. Whatever the celestial dragons command, you do it. ISNT, that just slavery. So it turns out we all have the same identity. No wonder he looks down on us. Because we dare to resist while he doesn't feeling sour inside. Longsy sneers, a bunch of ignorant fools. Once I capture you, you'll have your time to beg for mercy. Who would have thought that as soon as he said that? The slaves not only weren't afraid, but looked at him like he was a fool. Is this guy out of his mind? Who gave him the courage to threaten our boss? Longsy's face darkens, finally realizing something is off. There are way more of us. So why aren't they afraid and are just watching the show? Could there be an ambush? He grips his giant axe tightly, scanning the surroundings warily. No need to look, there are just as few. Asta walks towards him. What is your name? Longsy looks familiar, like he has seen him somewhere. Haven't you been looking for me? Now you don't recognize me? Longsy instantly realizes this is the culprit behind everything. He grins maliciously. Good kid. Daring to come to me. I admire your guts. I'll try to leave your whole body intact later. Asta stands firm, beckoning him with his fingers. No need. Just use whatever tricks you have. Longsy roars angrily, feeling provoked. Shave. He instantly disappears, appearing above Asta, gripping his giant axe tightly and fiercely chopping towards his head. Facing this fierce move, Asta remains motionless, looking as if he is scared stiff. A trace of disdain flashes in Longsy's eyes. He thought he was impressive, but turns out he is just a braggart. With this strike, he is probably at the end of his rope. If he had known, he would have captured him alive to offer to the celestial dragons. Maybe he could redeem himself. Bang! A huge sound echoes through the air. Asta actually blocks Longsy's giant axe with just one finger. Is this all the strength you have? You really disappoint me. Longsy's pupils constrict, his face filled with horror. He even throws away his weapon, retreating in panic. Asta doesn't pursue, calmly watching him. I'll give you another chance. Feel free to use any powerful moves you have. Although Asta is just standing there calmly, without showing any pressure, Longsy feels an overwhelming weight on him, sweat covering his forehead. Who on earth is this guy? When did such a fierce person appear at sea? My attack was actually blocked by just one finger. This is too ridiculous. Seeing that Longsy hasn't moved for a long time, Asta's eyes show impatience. If you don't attack, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Just as he was about to take the initiative, Longsy's stomach suddenly rang. Brew, 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 brew. Asta stops, curious about who is calling him at this moment. Kizaru or Sengoku? Asta stops, but Longsy dares not answer. All his attention is on Asta, afraid he might take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while answering the phone. In the end, Asta proves with action. Even if he doesn't answer the phone, he can't escape an attack. Longsy only feels a flash before his eyes, and Asta has already appeared in front of him, less than a meter away. Moreover, he is holding his own transponder snail. When did this happen? He got so close, taking the transponder snail from his pocket, and he didn't even feel it. Longsy's scalp goes numb, feeling as if he has fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body cold. Asta holds the transponder snail and answers it for Longsy. Looking at the transponder snail, turning into an explosion hair, goat beard appearance, he knows it's the Navy Admiral Sengoku. Longsy, quickly retreat with your men. The opponent is too strong. You can't win. Sengoku, your call came a bit late. In fact, Longsy was already thinking of slipping away without Sengoku's reminder. To be able to silently take the transponder snail from his pocket means he can silently take his life. A chill rises in his heart. He wishes he could escape far away immediately. But before he could move, a tangible immense pressure suddenly enveloped him, as if he were carrying two mountains. The next second, Longsy's knees slammed into the ground with a loud bang, creating two deep pits in the hard ground, and he lets out a piercing scream. Asta's momentum only targets Longsy. The other Navy personnel feel nothing, just confused. They can't accept that their proud admiral actually knelt before the enemy. This scene is simply unbearable. Sir, how can you kneel to that slave? What happened? Did that kid do something? We'll go chop him to take revenge right now. Longsy's face turns beet red, struggling against the pressure. He has no energy to speak. Looking at the noisy Navy, Asta first puts a finger to his lips, then points at the transponder snail, implying that he is on the phone, and this group of little trash should be quieter. This arrogant demeanor ignites the Navy's anger. I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. No one stop me. I'm going to chop that arrogant little brat. Add me to that. If I don't chop him once, I can't relieve the hatred in my heart. Listening to his men speaking recklessly, Longzi's face turns even greener. You bunch of muscle-headed fools. Don't you have any sense? Can't you see that I'm kneeling down, and you still dare to say you want to chop that monster? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Stop. At a life-and-death moment, Longzi withstands the pressure and can actually speak. Immediately, the pressure on him instantly dissipates, disappearing without a trace, as if nothing had happened just now. Longzi doesn't take care that he is still kneeling, shouting at his men. Don't act. Quickly get out of here. The Navy personnel look bewildered, not understanding why they should leave, but obeying orders is their duty, so they reluctantly begin to retreat. You lucky brat, I'll spare you for now. Although they don't understand why the Admiral wants them to leave, since he said so, they'll let him live a little longer. Listening to his subordinates still making bold statements, Longzi's face turns even greener. Please stop talking. I am guilty. Let the law punish me. Don't let you few troublemakers torment me. He secretly remembers the appearances of these few people. They must be Kizu's spies. Damn it. If I die this time, it's definitely because of you. Longzi cautiously looks up and sees that Asta isn't angry, and breathes a sigh of relief. Even though there are nearly 1,000 people here, he feels that if it really comes to blows, one person on the other side could slaughter them all. Now that he can't escape, he just hopes to perform a bit better later to minimize the casualties. Longzi sighs, his legs numb from kneeling, wanting to stand up, but as soon as he moves, Asta's gaze drifts over. Longzi, actually, kneeling is pretty good. It promotes blood circulation. On the other side, Admiral Sengoku speaks in a serious tone. Who are you? What happened to Longzi? Asta glances at the obediently kneeling Longzi and smiles. Don't worry, just a small lesson. He is still alive. Hearing that Longzi isn't dead, Sengoku breathes a sigh of relief. Though the Navy is developing well, he still feels pained at the thought of losing a vice admiral. At this moment, he also knows who is opposite him. You must be Asta, right? How long do you plan to cause trouble? Cause trouble? Asta looks innocent. The way you say it makes me sound like I'm making unreasonable trouble. Clearly, you keep coming to kill me. I'm just acting in self-defense. Self-defense? Sengoku almost curses. Your self-defense destroyed the entire Mary Geos? Is there such a thing as self-defense? His eyes darken as he grits his teeth. What do you want? Asta, I just want to go home. Go home. Sengoku is taken aback, quickly saying, all right, I'll let Longzi and the others retreat. You can leave. Asta, hey, do you think everyone else is a fool? Longzi is my captive, and you want to let captive go? What are you thinking? Admiral Sengoku's face turned red. He didn't expect to be exposed face to face. Fortunately, he had thick skin and pretended nothing was wrong. Then you set the terms. How can I let them go? Asta thought for a moment. How about you let Kizaru come over, and we fight again? Win or lose, I'll let them go. Long's eyes lit up, and he raised both hands and feet in agreement. Sengoku's face darkened. He must be crazy to let Kizaru come back. Swapping a general for a vice admiral? Long's wasn't his illegitimate son. He said impatiently, Kizaru is unreachable. Change the condition. Asta, then there's nothing to talk about. That's the only condition, nothing else. This time Sengoku was truly angry. How could a dignified fleet admiral be threatened by a criminal? Asta, don't forget, you're not alone. Asta's expression changed, and an unimaginable, terrifying aura erupted instantly. Long's was the first to bear the brunt, feeling as if his chest had been struck by a high-speed battleship. A crisp cracking sound. Long spewed a mouthful of blood and was uncontrollably thrown back. He never believed that just a person's aura could have such explosive power. Asta's aura began to spread, instantly silencing everything in its path. Soon it reached the Navy side 1, 2, 3. Large groups of Navy soldiers couldn't withstand this pressure and fainted. The remaining elites trembled all over like small animals facing their natural enemies, none daring to utter a sound. It was at this moment that they understood why Vice Admiral Longs suddenly knelt. Just thinking about how he had just threatened to kill Asta made everyone's breath stop. They wished they could faint immediately. Is it too late for us to kneel now? Hearing Asta react so strongly, Sengoku felt secretly pleased. He was afraid there would be no reaction. That would be a headache, he said in a deep voice. Rest assured, they're very safe now. Asta retracted his aura, full of sarcasm. Didn't he expect the righteous Navy to play such despicable tricks? Sengoku's face turned red. If it weren't for Kizaru betting his salary, saying this kid's strength exceeds that of a general, he would never believe it. Only 17 years old. And unprecedented. I'll let them go. Tell me where they are? They are. No way. I can't possibly say such things. Sengoku wiped his sweat. He almost blurted out the address. With Carp watching his grandson, Akainu and Akiji outside, how could he keep Asta? Asta was a bit disappointed, also expecting he wouldn't say. Sengoku hurriedly made up. Actually, you can think of it as me protecting them. Asta? Sengoku, do you know how big a mess you've made? The world government won't let you go. After I sent people to take them away, the government came to demand them several times, but I blocked them. Asta, looks like these celestial dragons are really looking for trouble. Sengoku. What do you mean? Asta, seeking death. Sengoku. Asta stretched his muscles. His eyes filled with killing intent. Sengoku, if I kill all the celestial dragons, would you thank me? Sengoku. LLL, big brother, don't do anything reckless. Killing all the celestial dragons is not something you can handle alone. At least discuss it with me. We need to plan long-term. Cough, cough. Sengoku was a bit tempted, but still refused. The celestial dragons had ruled for 800 years. Who knows what kind of power they were hiding? Asta, I understand. You mean the government might have secret weapons, and once you find out, we'll deal with them together. Sengoku. Little brat, don't talk nonsense. Who wants to deal with them with you? That's slander. Elder Stars, come quickly, he's slandering me. Sengoku took a deep breath. You don't want to? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. All right, I understand, it's settled. Happy cooperation. What do you mean settled? Where did this happy cooperation come from? Don't think you can just accuse the good guys because you can fight. I'm loyal to the world government. This part omitted 10,000 words. Asta hung up the phone, a complex and unclear expression flashing in his eyes. The people Sengoku was using to threaten him were Aunt Huizi, the neighbor from his previous life, and her daughter. In his memories, the original's parents were long gone, and it was Aunt Huizi who helped him and raised him. Without Aunt Huizi, he would have starved to death on the streets. Having inherited the memories, he naturally also inherited this sentiment, which is why Asta reacted so strongly. Sengoku, you'd better not let me down, otherwise this world will suffer. Asta threw the din mushi to Longs and walked over to his younger brothers, looking at the pairs of eyes filled with admiration and fervor. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and shouted, Brothers, let's go home. Go home. Everyone shouted excitedly. On the other side, Longs was still lying on the ground, feeling no joy in saving his life, only defeat. He thought he was strong enough, but in front of Asta, he didn't even have the qualifications to fight. How could he not feel upset? At this moment, someone walked up to him and extended a hand. Vice Admiral Longs, don't mind how others see you. In our hearts, you were the strongest. It was clearly a simple comfort, but sounded heartwarming. Longs looked up. It was a young soldier. What is your name? I haven't seen you before. The person smiled brightly. Vice Admiral Longs, hello. I'm a new recruit in the Navy. My name is Josh. I hope to get your guidance in the future. Marine Headquarters Marineford. It had been a week since Asta caused chaos in the Holy Land. Although the world government wanted to seal the news immediately, how could they keep it under wraps with Mariehua turned into ruins? The news quickly spread across the world, and the government lost all face, shifting the blame onto the Navy. In these days, Sengoku's hair had turned white from worry, gathering all vice admirals and above to brainstorm solutions. Speak up. How do we solve this matter? Akainu slammed the table, glaring at Kizaru. Give me a reason. Why did you run away at that time? As a general, fleeing in battle was a disgrace to the Navy. How could Akainu not be angry? Kizaru, however, was lazy. If you can't win, why stay and get killed? Akainu, dying in battle is better than fleeing. You brought shame to the Navy. Kizaru thought it was ridiculous. On his meager salary, isn't it better to work on time? Why risk his life? If you had the guts to face that kid, then say that again. Akainu sneered. If I were there, that criminal would have been smashed to pieces. Kizaru was annoyed. What do you mean? Do you think I let them go on purpose? Akainu crossed his arms. That is hard to say. Who knows if you held back? Kizaru stood up directly. Damn it. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Let you see if my strength has dropped. Akainu also slammed the table. One-on-one it is. Afraid of you? Saying that, the two were about to walk out, and Sengoku could no longer hold back. Enough. I called you here to come up with ideas, not to fight. Kizaru and Akainu ultimately did not end up fighting. With their current strengths, it would be hard to determine a winner without fighting for 7 or 8 days. Oomph. You got lucky this time. If you dare to do something that brings shame to the Navy again, I will definitely not spare you. Oh, I'm so scared since you're so great. Why don't you take care of this matter? You don't need to say. I will personally deal with him. A little slave dares to commit such a big crime. Akainu will fight him to the end. TSK, if you accidentally get killed later. Don't Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if I get killed, I will never run away like you. Damn it, Red Dog. Are you looking for trouble today? What did you call me? You stinky monkey. Just as they were about to argue again, Sengoku slammed the table and roared. Shut up. Look at how you behave. Do you still have any dignity as generals? Although the two were arrogant, they still respected Sengoku as the boss, glancing at each other and sitting down reluctantly. Watching them sulk in silence, Sengoku felt exhausted and wanted to retire. He called you here to come up with ideas, but one general was arguing and the other was sleeping. Especially Akiji, putting on an eye mask and saying he doesn't love anyone, then complaining that work is too tiring. Bah, are you more tired than me? The remaining vice admirals all had serious expressions, but none dared to speak. Did I call you here just to be decorations? Crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of eating came from the side, and Sengoku's face turned pale again. He stood up and snatched the donut from Carp's hand, stuffing it all into his mouth. Carp wailed, Sengoku, what are you doing? I was about to break the donut record. Sengoku chewed while scolding. All you do is eat. If you had listened to me and sent troops for support back then, it wouldn't be like this. Carp lay on the table, crying injustice. How can you blame me? Who knew that kid was so strong? Besides, I'm just a vice admiral. I can't even beat an admiral, so it would be useless for me to go. Sengoku swallowed his food, excitedly saying, if you hadn't refused the promotion back then, could you only be a vice admiral? Do you think I'm blind? Before Carp could respond, Sengoku suddenly played the victim. Carp, you have to help me. The world government is putting pressure on me every day. I can't eat or sleep well. And I'm losing my hair. Hearing this, Carp not only felt no sympathy, but instead burst into laughter. Carp! Sengoku was furious. All right. It's just a celestial dragon who died. Not a Gorosei, what's the big deal? Carp waved his hand, indifferent. What do you mean it's just a celestial dragon? Sengoku was about to scold when a familiar voice interrupted him. Sengoku, do you have more detailed information about Asta? The speaker was a woman wearing a light blue shirt with emerald earrings. Though somewhat aged, she was very spirited, her gray hair styled back. Revealing her wise eyes, she was Vice Admiral Tsuru, a woman who once possessed both beauty and intelligence. Sengoku's eyes lit up when it comes to strategy. 10 Carp can't match 1 Tsuru. For detailed information, ask Kizuru. They have fought before. Tsuru turned to look, and Kizuru didn't dare slack off, though he was an admiral. He deeply admired this female officer who dedicated her life to justice. The key was that all the female soldiers in the Navy regarded her as an idol. If you offend her, you're finished. Don't even mention finding a partner. If girls don't despise you, it's already a blessing. Kizuru recalled his battle with Asta and sighed. That kid is definitely the scariest monster I've ever seen. The impression is too deep. Everyone immediately sat up straight. Even Akainu stared intently at Kizuru. They all want to know just how fierce this person was who pressed the world government's face to the ground. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Kizaru slowly uttered a few words. Fast speed, strong power, great physique. Everyone. Fast speed and strong power are understandable, but what does great physique mean? Is it serious? If it's not serious, how do you know? Everyone's expressions suddenly turned sympathetic. No wonder Kizuru ran away back then. It was because of this. Even Akainu felt a little guilty. Did he say too much just now? Only Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze remained calm as she probed. Is there more? Kizaru thought for a moment, uncertain. Does being handsome count? Peach Rabbit. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Tsuru's tone was calm. Kizaru, stop joking. I want details. Kizaru scratched his head and laughed. I just thought everyone was too serious and wanted to lighten the mood. Then, he shared everything he knew. After everyone listened, they were all shocked, unable to regain their senses for a long time. His speed could rival Kizuru, his strength surpassed Sengoku, and his recovery ability was absurdly ridiculous. Is he really human? Feels like he is more like a creator than a celestial dragon. Vice Admiral Tsuru was also taken aback, but quickly realized the key point. From your description, he wasn't that strong at first? He got stronger step by step during the fight with you? Kizaru nodded. Tsuru's eyes sparkled. If he was already abnormally strong from the start, then those CP agents wouldn't have been able to hold on until you arrived, let alone having the upper hand earlier. Kizaru nodded again. Tsuru continued. If I guess correctly, his strength didn't increase due to external forces, but rather it's a matter of ability. There are no invincible fruits in this world. If strength can rise, it means it can also fall. Kizaru thought this made sense and nodded again. Tsuru, if I'm right, his strength must have dropped significantly at some point. In other words, Kizaru, if you hadn't run away at that time, you might have taken him down early. Kizaru was about to nod when he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. According to what you said, isn't it my fault again? Seeing everyone's expressions change to something strange, Kizaru panicked. Everything you said is hypothetical. Who knows when he will lose combat power? Besides, given the situation back then, I probably wouldn't have lasted until that time. Hearing the hint of blame in Kizaru's tone, Tsuru was not angry. Instead, she smiled. No one blames you. I just want to say that the boy named Asta is not invincible. As soon as this was said, everyone felt a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Just now, hearing Kizaru's description and thinking about facing such an enemy, no matter how strong their will, they couldn't help but feel despair. Sacrificing for justice is one thing, but knowing you're walking into death and still charging forward, who can bear that? Sengoku stood up and shouted to everyone. Did you all hear what Vice Admiral Tsuru said? The other side is not invincible. There's no need to be afraid. Whoever finds Asta's whereabouts, don't engage immediately. Wait until we clarify his abilities, then give a thunderous blow to eliminate future troubles. Everyone nodded, deciding to go back and inform their subordinates. This time, keep a sharp eye and absolutely don't provoke people they shouldn't. Someone asked, should we set a bounty on him? Sengoku pondered for a moment. We must set one, but can't be too high. Let us set it at 5 billion. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. 5 billion isn't high. You should know that the current highest bounty, Whitebeard, is 5.046 billion. That guy has a massive force with fierce generals everywhere. But what does Asta have? Just that group of escaped slaves? Vice Admiral Tsu's eyes suddenly brightened. Do you want the 4 emperors to deal with him? Sengoku smiled and nodded. 5 billion is just right among the 4 emperors. Kaido is 611 billion. Big Mom is 388 billion. And the weakest, Shanks, is only 4.048 billion. Pirates regard bounties as symbols of status, suddenly having someone above them. With Big Mom's temper, she definitely won't swallow this. Kaido and Big Mom have a complicated relationship. He won't just stand by if something happens to her. By then, Asta will be facing 4 emperors. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand it, right? It would be best if they both suffer heavy losses, and the Navy could reap the benefits. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sengoku is so clever. Ha ha ha. On the other side, an unusual scene was happening in a small restaurant in Sabaody Town. The usually quiet shop was now packed with people inside and out, all peering in shock at the center. How many bowls have they eaten? 46 on the left, 47 on the right. No, I remember 47 on the left, 48 on the right. You're seeing it wrong. No matter how you look at it, these 2 can eat way too much. The 2 who were eating finished their bowls simultaneously and shouted to the boss, another bowl. Then they exchanged glances, sparks almost flying. The boss wiped his sweat and apologized. Sorry, but all the food in the shop has been eaten by you 2. Upon hearing there was no food left, the 2 instantly relaxed and leaned back in comfortable positions. I didn't expect to meet such a master today. I'm humbled. You're not bad either, just a little weaker than me. Nonsense. Clearly, I ate more. I'm stronger than you. Huh. How old are you? Still playing tricks? Just say you can't take losing. You are the one playing tricks. Who says I can't take losing? You're the one. You're the one. If you have the ability, let's change shops and compete again. Let us see who's better. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? The 2 argued as they walked towards the door. Just as they were about to step out, the door slammed shut. The restaurant owner's faint voice came. Gentlemen, you haven't settled the bill yet? The 2 froze for a moment, slowly turning around, awkwardly smiling at the boss. Look at my brain, I actually forgot to pay the bill. Me too. I was so focused on competing with him that I completely forgot to pay. Please be lenient, boss. The boss's expression softened slightly. He thought these 2 kids are going to dine and dash. But after waiting for a long time, when he didn't see them pull out any money, his face darkened again. You guys aren't really thinking of eating for free, are you? The 2 immediately became unhappy. What kind of joke is that? How could someone as outstanding as me eat for free? Exactly. You can question my looks, but you can't question my character. The boss sighed. Then take out the money. This time, both of them showed a guilty expression. Boss, can we get credit? The boss's expression was deadpan, his tone icy. What do you think? In the evening, the 2 were squatting in the kitchen washing dishes because they shared a common plight. Their relationship was very harmonious at this moment. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to wash dishes with me. I'm Ace, super happy to meet you. The man with an orange cowboy hat and a few freckles on his face laughed very happily. Aster, how happy? Ace's expression froze instantly. How the hell should I know how happy? This is just polite talk, you know? Shouldn't a normal person say they are happy to and then give their name? Why are you so out of the loop? Ace was conflicted. How should he respond? Anyway, I'm just really happy. Aster, oh. Ace. That's it. Just a no. Keep the conversation going. What about your name? Aster. My name is Aster. Aster. Ace repeated it, feeling that the name sounded very familiar. But he just couldn't recall. Aster. My name is quite common. You probably heard it from someone else. Oh, so that's it. Ace suddenly realized. No wonder it sounded familiar. It was this reason. I really admire you. Would you like to join our pirate crew? Aster was instantly stunned, looking at Ace with surprise. In fact, meeting Ace here was purely coincidental. After parting with his subordinates that day, he had been thinking about what to do next. Was it to find a deserted island, marry a few beautiful girls, and live a simple life? Or was it to quickly enhance his strength and go out for adventures? Aster originally leaned more towards the first option, but there was an old saying, since you're here, if you don't do something, that'll waste. Moreover, he didn't think everyone in this world was like Luffy. A simple-minded person, there would always be a few smart ones who could discover his weaknesses through subtle clues. If the world government found out, they would definitely bite him like hyenas. Thinking of this, Aster felt a strong sense of crisis. No way, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Day or night, he needed to be invincible, but with a goal set, how to proceed. Getting stronger wasn't something that could be achieved just by talking. Aster only knew two ways. 1. Eat a devil fruit. 2. Train by himself. The first option was fast, but there were too many limitations. He was afraid of sea prism stone and also afraid of the sea, which clearly did not meet his expectations. As for the second option, relying on self-exploration was too slow, so he had to find a teacher. The first person Aster thought of was Rayleigh, powerful, experienced, and proficient in all 3 types of hockey. Such a person would be the most suitable teacher. But then he thought again, they weren't related. Why would he help him? He wasn't like Luffy, who had the protagonist's halo. Aside from Rayleigh, others either didn't know hockey or he couldn't trust. After much deliberation, Aster finally settled on someone and was heading to that person's island when he unexpectedly ran into Ace. And even more unexpectedly, Ace invited him onto the ship. Aster curiously asked, I want to ask, why did you invite me onto the ship? We just met today, and you don't even know me. Why? Ace patted his shoulder and laughed. I think you're really interesting. You suit my taste, so I want to be friends with you. Aster was surprised. Just because of that, Ace was even more surprised. Isn't that enough? Friendship between men doesn't need so many twists and turns. A look is enough. Looking at Ace's overly familiar demeanor, Aster thought to himself, no wonder you treat Blackbeard as a brother. He treats you like a fool. No wonder you are Luffy's brother. You're simply cut from the same cloth. This isn't a blind date. You should think it through. Aster politely declined. Although he liked the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates treating their companions like family, that didn't mean he wanted to call a stranger dad. The only people he would willingly call dad were the respectable readers from his past life. Hearing the refusal, they seemed to think of something. You don't think I'm a human trafficker, do you? Saying this, he stood up, took off his shirt, and showcased his back tattoo, formally introducing himself. I'm the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti Ace. Ace closed his eyes, waiting for Aster to exclaim, Go ahead. I know you're surprised. Don't hold it in. Just shout it out. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear any response. Ace secretly opened his eyes and found Aster looking at him with a foolish expression. Suddenly, a subtle atmosphere spread. Even if Ace was thick-skinned, he felt his face burn, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. But Ace wasn't willing to give up. He just wanted to see Aster surprised and exclaim. Usually, when he introduced himself like this, wouldn't everyone act super surprised? Why was it so difficult with Aster? You're not surprised? I'm Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 550 million. Seeing Ace's expectant eyes, Aster realized he had been too calm just now. Right now, the Whitebeard pirates, as long as Whitebeard was alive, were the strongest. At this moment, he should show some surprise. But just as he was about to pretend to be surprised, a classic scene suddenly popped into his mind, and his body unconsciously imitated it, exaggeratedly yelling at Ace. Whoa, Ace! Aster! The atmosphere became even more awkward. After a moment, Ace couldn't take the awkwardness anymore, said goodbye to Aster, and hurriedly left. Aster opened his mouth to stop Ace, but ultimately said nothing. I'll be your rival from now on. In the following days, whenever the two met, it was awkward, making the restaurant owner suspect they had a little secret. His gaze towards them was strange. 3 days later, the boss finally let them go. Not because they completed their task, but because if they stayed any longer, he would be bankrupted by these two foodies. At the port of Sabandy Town, the two stood silently. About what happened earlier. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time, saying the same thing. You go first. You first, they said in unison. After a glance at each other, they suddenly burst into laughter. 3 days of awkwardness dissipated in their laughter. Men are like this. The depth of their feelings doesn't depend on how long they've known each other. Ace returned to his generous self. The next time we meet will probably be in the new world. When that time comes, come find me. I'll definitely treat you well. Facing the parting, Aster felt a bit reluctant. Ace was really charming, otherwise. So many people Wu have fought hard to save him during the Marineford War. Although these 3 days were awkward, Aster recognized him as a friend in his heart. Are you so sure I will go to the new world? Ace laughed. My eyes don't lie. You're not someone who is content with mediocrity. Only the new world is worthy of you. Fine. If someone bullies me in the new world, I'll report your name. No problem. If you can't beat them, come find me. If I can't beat them, I'll take you to find Dad and let him stand up for us. After saying this, Ace jumped onto a small boat. This boat was called a rocket, very small, only able to carry 1 or 2 people, specially made for him. It's settled then. I'll wait for you in the new world. Ace waved his hand, and suddenly flames erupted beneath his feet, propelling the entire ship forward like a cannonball into the sea. Watching Ace's retreating figure, Asta felt a twinge of worry over the past 3 days. He had asked Ace what he was doing here, but each time he was brushed off. Perhaps Ace thought it was a family matter and didn't want outsiders to know. But if he wouldn't say, how could Asta advise him? He couldn't just say, don't chase Blackbeard. You can't beat him. He'll hand you over to the Navy, who will use you as bait to lure Whitebeard's crew. And in the end, both you and Whitebeard will die in Marineford. How could Ace possibly believe that? He might even lose his friends. So Asta could only beat around the bush, hinting with questions, like asking if he knew hockey. If he couldn't even use hockey. Was that 500 million bounty just bought? Didn't he just eat the strongest logie of fruit, the Maramara Nomi? If he put on a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs, he'd just be meat on the chopping block, right? In short, Asta tried various ways to remind him that there were always stronger people out there, warning him to be cautious. But he didn't know how much Ace was taking in. Sigh. I hope this time you don't end up with a tragic ending like in the original story. After that, Asta walked toward a nearby merchant ship. In recent days, to keep a low profile, Asta had been traveling on merchant ships, specifically choosing those with powerful backers. Merchant ships like these had their own routes and high safety levels. Even if they encountered pirates, the latter would have to detour. Just like today, he had chosen a ship flying the Don Quixote flag. Who would dare to rob things from Doflamingo in the first half of the Grand Line? As it turned out, Asta really did run into trouble. 3 days later, that night, Asta was sitting cross-legged on his bed. Because he had paid a lot of money, he had a small room to himself, and aside from using the bathroom, he never went out. Even meals were left at the door. As he was nearing his destination and feeling increasingly good, he decided to go out at dusk to enjoy the sea view. However, he didn't get to see the scenery. Instead, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Although they flashed by, Asta recognized them. It was 2 of Doflamingo's cadres. One was Baby 5 in a maid outfit, smoking a cigarette, and the other was a big guy with hair like a fan, wrapped in thick iron chains. Buffalo. What the hell? When did they get on the ship? The previous investigation showed nothing. Asta was troubled. The 2 cadres were hiding in the merchant ship, and who would believe there were no secrets? He thought he was being low-key and cautious. During the day, he might display overwhelming combat power, but he never actively sought trouble, only occasionally robbing nobles when he was short on cash. Otherwise, he was as honest as a cat. Yet trouble always found him. Sigh, no matter what secrets they had. He just hoped for a safe journey. But Asta forgot, the more one fears something, the more it comes. Just like when going on a date with a girlfriend, everything is ready, and then her relatives show up. The next morning, there was a huge crash, and the ship collided violently. Asta, sleeping soundly, was suddenly thrown against the door. Outside, alarms blared, and a large group of pirates charged out. On the deck, Baby 5 and Buffalo looked up with serious expressions. Floating in the sky was a massive island. Their subordinates had never seen such a scene and stared dumbfounded. My God, a flying island? Am I still dreaming? This is insane. Look, there's a person standing on the island. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the person on the island slowly descended from the air. Baby 5 and Buffalo exchanged glances, both filled with shock. They had unexpectedly encountered the legendary pirate who nearly defeated Roger. The infamous Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. Just looking for some fun, and I caught a big fish. My luck is still so good. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. Baby 5, and Buffalo hurriedly spoke. Golden Lion Sama, we didn't mean to offend. Could you let us pass for our young master's sake? The Golden Lion's eyes sparkled with amusement. Who is your young master? Baby, 5 proudly replied. Our young master is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Having grown up with Doflamingo, she respected and feared him deeply. But upon hearing this, the Golden Lion scoffed. Just a clown. Why should I give him face? You, Baby, 5, and the others were furious. How dare he insult their young master? If it weren't for the fact that he was a legendary pirate, they would have rushed up to fight him. Did I say something wrong? In front of me, yes, just a little kid. Since escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion had not shown himself for nearly 20 years. Some doubted he had lost his ambition and was just waiting to die on some little island. After all, without his claws and fangs, a lion is just a big cat. As the older generation faded away, it seemed like the Golden Lion had truly been forgotten. But nobody knew that this was all part of his plan. When he heard that Roger had been captured, he impulsively charged at the Marine headquarters alone, causing a stir. Compared to him, Kaido was just a kid. But the result was tragic. According to insiders, Sengoku and Garp joined forces to teach him a lesson, nearly making him call them daddy on the spot. He endured humiliation while imprisoned, and the hatred for the Navy and the world government was etched into his bones. After escaping from Impel Down, he began plotting revenge, this time having learned his lesson. He knew he couldn't take down the world government by himself. So he went into hiding to develop his strength, holding this revenge plan for a full 20 years. Once successful, he would definitely shake the entire world. Originally, he had planned to find an opportunity to unleash his monsters in the East Blue. But a few days ago, he accidentally heard about Asta causing a ruckus in the Holy Land. For this young man who dared to kill celestial dragons and rub the world government's face in the dirt, he was extremely interested. Since we both have the world government as an enemy, why not team up for something big? You have terrifying combat power, and I have a monster army. Together we could definitely make the world government cry for help. So the Golden Lion sent his subordinates to gather information on Asta while he sailed around the world, hoping for a lucky encounter. The Golden Lion crossed his arms and looked around, flamboyantly stating, Before exchanging gifts, I have a question to ask, and you must answer honestly. Seeing his arrogant demeanor. Before Baby, 5 and Buffalo could speak, the guards below exploded in anger. They were decades younger than the Golden Lion and didn't recognize him. They just thought this old man was completely insane. Shameless old fool. Who do you think you are? Don't think just because you're a devil fruit user that you're the strongest. There are plenty stronger than you. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Daring to steal our boss Don Quixote's stuff? You must be tired of living. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, and the guards became even more furious. They were under the command of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with influence spread across the globe. Who would dare provoke them besides the 4 emperors? Just this little old man who popped up from who knows where, thinking he could scare them with a couple of swords stuck in his legs? But Baby, 5 and Buffalo's faces turned pale in an instant as they shouted at the guards. Shut up. After yelling, Baby, 5 transformed her right hand into a gun and shot all the guards who had just been talking back. Then the 2 bowed, nervously saying, We're sorry. The reckless subordinates have been dealt with. We hope you won't be angry. Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards were so frightened that their souls nearly flew away, trembling all over. In their eyes, Baby, 5 and Buffalo had become unreachable big shots. Yet these big shots were actually bowing to that old man, and even killed their own men out of fear of his anger. Who the hell was this old guy? His reputation was too explosive. The Golden Lion, having been famous for many years, wasn't so petty. Standing at a different height, his perspective was naturally different. Plainly speaking, he thought these people were trash, and he wouldn't even dirty his hands to deal with them. I can spare your lives, but first answer my question. The Golden Lion looked down at them. Please ask. As long as we know, we will definitely tell the truth. Baby, 5 and Buffalo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ha. Whether you're lying or not, I can see it at a glance. If you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be very dire. The Golden Lion revealed a cruel smile. This is no exaggeration. He, who is proficient in observation hockey, can judge whether someone is lying by sensing their emotions. Baby, 5 and Buffalo felt a tightness in their hearts, instantly enveloped by immense pressure. The Golden Lion asked, The question is simple. Have you seen a boy named Asta? Or do you have any information about him? Is he the one who killed the celestial dragons and ruined the Holy Land? The guards around couldn't help but exclaim. You see, after Asta's deeds were revealed, everyone who could access the internet knew about him. People all over the world idolized him, wanting to follow him. Except for the celestial dragons. Baby, Five and Buffalo had obviously heard of Asta's great name, but they were puzzled as to why this legendary pirate was looking for him. Could it be that he also wanted to idolize him? The two shook their heads and said honestly, "We were ordered by the young master to investigate him before." But after that incident, countless imposters claiming to be Asta appeared all over the world. Upon careful investigation, we found that they were all fakes trying to exploit Asta's fame for their own gain. As for the real Asta, it seems he has disappeared, and there has been no news of him until now. After hearing this, the Golden Lion fell into deep thought. He could sense that these two were telling the truth, but precisely because of that, he was disappointed. To find someone in the vast ocean is like trying to reach the sky, not to mention that there are so many false messages causing confusion. If he rushed over excitedly and found it was a fake, he would definitely fly into a rage. Seeing the Golden Lion unresponsive, Baby Five signaled to her subordinates with her eyes, indicating to prepare to sail away, and then took a cautious step forward to ask, "We've told you everything you wanted to know. Can we leave now?" "You." Baby Five and Buffalo's expressions changed drastically. They came to this ship for a business deal worth billions, and if they messed it up, they would want to commit seppuku to apologize without needing Doflamingo to act. "We are just an ordinary merchant ship. Apart from people, we have nothing valuable. Someone like you definitely wouldn't be interested." While explaining, the two quietly moved backward. But this little action had already been noticed by the Golden Lion. "I just said not long ago, don't lie to me. I can see through your lies at a glance. That just now was a lie, wasn't it?" As soon as the words fell, Baby Five and Buffalo shouted in unison, "Attack!" The surrounding guards immediately raised their firearms and began to shoot wildly at the Golden Lion. I'll turn you into a sieve. Old man, the times have changed. Now it's our world." With guns in hand, their confidence surged, and this group of people became more and more frenzied. Baby Five and Buffalo seized the opportunity to run towards a cabin. They didn't believe that a few broken guns could take down a legendary pirate. Whitebeard was on 4 drip and on oxygen, yet he was still the strongest in the world. What was important now was to grab the goods and make a run for it. After a round of bombardment, the scene was shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring visibility. "Is he dead?" "I don't know. Why don't you go take a look?" "Why don't you go?" Just as everyone was conflicted, a terrifying and suffocating aura suddenly erupted from the smoke. Thud, thud, thud. Not even able to hold a single breath, everyone knelt down. Some even urinated in fright. Whose era has passed? A furious roar erupted, and a giant blade of light cleaved through the smoke, splitting the several hundred-meter merchant ship in half. As if the sky had been split open, the Golden Lion emerged from the dust. Looking exactly the same as before, the cannon fired just now was of no use. But at this moment, his face was as cold as frost, and that remark about the times changing clearly hit his anger point. Using his devil fruit ability, the split ship did not separate. The Golden Lion looked around at the trembling guards. "I am the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion, as long as I am alive. This era still belongs to me." After saying this, without giving them a chance to plead for mercy, he directly activated his ability. The surrounding hard floor wrapped everyone into a ball, and the Golden Lion clenched his hands, crushing them into meat paste with immense pressure. After dealing with them, the Golden Lion felt a bit better. On the other side, while the guards were attacking, Baby Five and Buffalo had already slipped into the cabin. "Get the goods and hurry up and leave. I'll hold him off." "No way. You can't beat him. He is the Golden Lion." "I know, but at least I can stall for a while. I absolutely cannot ruin the young master's mission." Buffalo still wanted to persuade, but seeing Baby Five's determined expression, he knew her mind was made up. "Then you must be careful. It's fine, Before she could finish her sentence, both of them suddenly changed their expressions. It seemed they heard a sound coming from the cabin. Without bothering to find the key, Baby Five's right hand turned into a giant cannon and blasted the door open. The two rushed in and found a stranger boy stuffing the devil fruit they were supposed to trade into his arms. Seeing the two rushing over, Asta's movements froze, and he greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, nice to meet you." While saying this, he didn't forget to stuff the fruit tightly. He had originally planned to jump into the sea when he heard the commotion, but then he thought, it's impossible for Doflamingo's subordinate to come for nothing. There must be treasure. Taking advantage of the chaos outside, he sneaked in and indeed found a devil fruit in a hidden box. Although it was a paramecia type, it was still worth over $1 billion, and who wouldn't he take it? Just as he finished stashing it away, he was caught red-handed. "Thief, give back the goods." Baby Five roared, her arms turning into sharp swords and slashing towards him. But it was morning now, and although Asta was not at his peak, he was getting stronger and easily dodged. Buffalo wasn't slow either and followed up with an attack. Asta knew there was a fierce character outside and didn't want to get entangled. Taking the fruit and running was the way to go. He grinned and said to Baby 5, "Dear lady, could you help me hold off that little fat guy?" Buffalo turned pale. How did this kid know Baby 5's character flaw? Her childhood experiences made her unable to refuse requests from others, even if it meant her own demise. This was internal information. Without thinking too much, Baby 5's attack had already arrived, and she panically shouted, "Hurry and dodge. I can't control my body. Don't come near." Buffalo was like a deer caught in headlights. His face filled with terror. He couldn't beat Baby 5 and didn't want to hurt his old partner, leaving him in a dilemma. During this time, he tried to ask Baby 5 to attack Asta, but that kid always managed to follow up with a line that made him want to help the other side beat himself. In the end, the fruit wasn't snatched back, and Baby 5 instead clammed her legs together, covering her face and blushing. Is this what it feels like to be needed? And to be needed by two men? I'm so happy. Asta, what kind of wolfish words are these? If outsiders heard this, they'd think the three of them were playing poker in the room. Young lady, leave the little fat guy to you. Next time we meet, I'll give you a little red flower. Asta winked and prepared to jump out the window to escape. But before he could reach the window, a surge of crisis hit him, and the hair on his body stood on end. He immediately retreated, and, the next second, a giant blade of light brushed past his eyes, splitting the entire merchant ship in half. Wow, such a long blade of light. I wonder which big shot is coming from outside. Asta patted his chest, looking fearful. That was close. I almost lost my flowing hair. On the other side, seeing such a terrifying blade of light, Buffalo's face immediately turned a bit anxious. It must be the golden lion getting angry. I'll take you away from here right now. But our mission. Baby 5's eyes showed reluctance. This time, the failure of the mission was mainly her responsibility. If it weren't for her obstruction, Buffalo would have long since snatched the devil fruit back from that kid. Perhaps he would have already left here with the devil fruit. Don't worry about that task anymore. Staying alive is the most important thing, Buffalo shouted as he ran towards Baby 5, regardless of whether she wanted to or not. Buffalo was determined to take her away from there. Just then, the ship shook violently, and a tremendous pressure suddenly bore down on everyone. Buffalo and Baby 5 were caught off guard and nearly fell to the ground. Only Asta remained as still as a mountain, acting as if nothing was wrong. What is going on? Why do I feel a bit breathless? Asta looked at the two, who were in a panic, and said with a teasing tone, "As a subordinate of Doflamingo, you don't even know this? Are all of Doflamingo's underlings a bunch of illiterates? How dare you insult the young master?" Baby 5 was furious. Even though Doflamingo often killed her fiancé, resulting in her still being single, it didn't mean she could tolerate insults against the young master. She regarded him as more important than her own life. "Want to kill me?" Asta smiled instead of being afraid. "Before you kill me, could you do me a favor and massage my legs? Are you asking me?" Baby 5's killing intent instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of happiness. She was needed again. It was simply wonderful. Baby 5, don't listen to him. The most important thing now is to get out of here. After Asta's reminder, Buffalo finally understood why they had felt unwell earlier. The ship they were on was ascending at an incredibly fast speed. The overload, combined with the excessive speed, was why they felt breathless. And all of this was due to the power of the golden lioness fruit. Only he could make a 100-ton merchant ship fly upwards. Baby 5 snapped out of her happiness, and thinking of her earlier behavior, her eyes filled with rage. She had been controlled by this guy again. She definitely wanted to kill him. However, before killing him, they had to leave this place. "Return the devil fruit to me, and we can take you out of here." Baby 5 suppressed the killing intent in her eyes and proposed a condition to Asta. Until now, she had still not given up on the task that the young master entrusted to her. What is the devil fruit? Is it a poisonous fruit? Asta pretended to be naive. Coupled with his extremely good looks, his deception was simply perfect. If it weren't for Baby 5 having seen it with her own eyes, and if Asta's belly wasn't bulging like a pregnant womaness at that moment, Baby 5 and Buffalo might have been willing to believe him. After all, such a handsome young man was rare in this world. But there are no such ifs in this world. Baby 5 sneered. "Do you know who that man outside is? If you don't leave with us, your only fate here is death." "Isn't it just the golden lion? I just heard it from that little fatty." Asta said dismissively. "Buffalo, I've been putting up with you since earlier. Who are you calling little fatty? Even though I'm fat, I'm not small at all." Asta's gaze shifted downwards, and he chuckled, revealing a strong sense of disdain. Buffalo couldn't hold back any longer. This was about a man's dignity, and he wouldn't tolerate any provocation. Just as he was about to make a move, Baby 5 stopped him. Stop talking so much nonsense. I'll ask you one question. Are you leaving or not? As time passed, the situation would only become more dangerous. Although they didn't know where the Golden Lion was taking them, it certainly wasn't a good place. Asta mumbled softly, "The way you say it makes it sound like leaving with you really means we can escape." His voice wasn't too loud, but was just enough for the two to hear. Baby 5 and Buffalo immediately showed a hint of awkwardness on their faces. In fact, neither of them had absolute confidence that they could escape. Buffalo could fly, and so could the Golden Lion. It would simply be a race of speed. Forget about him. Let South leave this place first. The young master will definitely not blame us for encountering the Golden Lion, Buffalo said. With that, his head and limbs began to spin rapidly, and a gust of air blew past, causing his massive body to slowly float up. Asta's eyes widened in surprise. What? Have you come to your senses and decided to leave with us? If you want us to help, you must return the devil fruit to us. Baby 5's eyes showed a glimmer of expectation. Buffalo confidently said, "As long as I use full power, the Golden Lion definitely won't catch up with us." Asta shook his head. If he wanted to leave, he could do so right now. There was no need to go with Baby 5 and the others. He was just a bit curious. He asked Buffalo, "If you keep spinning like that, won't your head get dizzy?" Buffalo. Baby 5. Chapter 39. We meet again. What do you mean? After holding back for half a day, you only ask if my head is dizzy? If you want to know, can't you just turn around yourself? Baja Faro silently turned his body. He didn't want to deal with this somewhat eccentric boy. You better think it through. If you dare to turn your back on me, I'll make you a woman. Hearing Asta's threat, Baja Faro froze for a moment, and his body, which had already turned halfway, silently turned back. He glared at Asta with an angry look, his tone as cold as a gust of wind. If it weren't for Baby 5, your head would have been smashed by me already. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Baby 5 was silent because she felt she had held Baja Faro back. Asta was silent because he found this chubby guy so arrogant and domineering, daring to say such words to him in broad daylight. In fact, Baja Faro dared to say this entirely because Asta had never made a move from the beginning. He had always relied on Baby 5's personality flaws to request her to stop him. So, neither of them knew much about Asta's strength. They only regarded him as a slightly stronger thief. But no matter how strong a thief is, he is still not a match for their cadres. Then, Asta revealed a brilliant smile. Why don't you try it and see whose head will be smashed? You. All right, let us go. Baja Faro was just about to speak when Baby 5 interrupted him. She looked deeply at Asta, as if trying to carve him into her memory. Please don't look at me like that. It's impossible between us, Asta said sternly to Baby 5. Baby 5? Asta continued. A person as outstanding as me should at least find a woman worth over 100 million, with a car and a house, and very beautiful. Baby 5. She really didn't know what to say, feeling that this guy was a bit abnormal. Then she said coldly, I've remembered your face. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Upon hearing this, Asta reached out to touch his cheek, then looked at her with a somewhat strange expression. Should he tell Baby 5 that this face is not his true appearance? Of course, the one below isn't either, for safety's sake. He had worn several different face masks. Just before Asta could respond, Baby 5 leaped directly onto Baja Faro's back. Kid, next time we meet will be your death date. Anyone who dares to offend the Don Quixote family will not have a good end. Asta couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do all villains have to leave behind a harsh word before they leave? Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll have Baby 5 give me a leg massage. As soon as Asta finished speaking, Baja Faro's face turned green. He really feared Asta would do that. Then he let out a roar, and his head and limbs immediately began to spin at high speed. A strong airflow suddenly rose around, blowing nearby objects askew. Baja Faro, carrying Baby 5, crashed through the ship's cabin, creating a large hole, and fled in the opposite direction. A short while after the two left, Asta heard the voice of the Golden Lion outside. Ha ha ha, you think you can escape from me? Did you ask for my permission? Then, Asta saw a golden light chasing after the direction the two had fled. As for the merchant ship Asta was on, it did not fall because of the Golden Lion's departure. Instead, it floated towards several islands suspended in the air, which was the Golden Lion's stronghold. When the merchant ship began to fall, a large number of fully armed pirates had gathered on the ground. Leading them was a strange man with a pale face, wrapped in a thick scarf around his neck. This person was Indigo, the Golden Lion's first mate and ship's doctor. Beside him was a gorilla dressed in human clothes. Also one of the Golden Lion's subordinates, named Scarido. They had come to welcome the spoils brought by the Golden Lion. Oh, I didn't expect that injecting IQ into humans would lead to such incredible changes, Indigo said with an exaggerated smile. Over the years, he had been responsible for researching the IQ on the island and had developed several drugs to enhance the combat power of the island's rare beasts. Before this, he had also conducted human experiments, but humans injected with IQ often died shortly after. After many experiments, the results were always the same, so he had set this matter aside. However, unexpectedly, a day or two ago, the Golden Lion captured a devil fruit user. He didn't know what the relationship between the two was, but he had that kid injected with IQ. Originally thinking that kid would definitely be dead, he didn't expect him to survive in the end. With such significant results, Indigo would certainly not let it go. He instructed the Golden Lion to capture more devil fruit users to see if he could create an army of devil fruit users. Boom! The damaged merchant ship crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Indigo waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately rushed in to start looting treasures and people inside. After working for half an hour, they finally cleaned out everything. Then, looking at the severely damaged merchant ship, Indigo set it ablaze. They then headed towards the palace with their spoils. Of course, Asta was among them. He was just purely having fun. Now the sun was high in the sky, and the energy within him felt like volcanoes with nowhere to vent. With strength comes confidence. Under the guidance of several guards, everyone was soon locked in the dungeon. Let me out. I can give you money. I have a lot of money. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I've only married 3 wives. I want to go home. Just let me out, and I'm willing to be your dog. Not everyone is as calm as Asta. More were ordinary people with faces full of fear, begging for mercy. Originally, Asta wanted to quietly wait until noon and then break through the entire island in an invincible manner. Even now, he did not fear anyone. He just didn't want to add any complications. But when he saw the person locked deep in the dungeon, all his plans changed. Asta exerted a little force with both hands, and the thick iron chains snapped into several pieces like twisted dough. The prisoners locked up with him suddenly brightened up. They didn't expect that there was a master hidden beside them. Now they could escape. But before they could speak, Asta threw a punch at the iron bars in front of him. Immediately, a huge explosion echoed throughout the dungeon. The guard stationed outside the door heard the explosion and immediately sounded the alarm, rushing inside. However, after breaking the prison door, Asta did not rush to leave. Instead, he went deeper into the dungeon. Looking at the familiar figure tied up tightly, he said, "We meet again, Ace." Chapter 40. Why don't you be my son too? At this moment, Ace was still in a coma. The blood gradually dripping from him, and his pale face made it clear how much torment Ace had suffered in the past few days. Moreover, it was unknown which old scoundrel had used iron chains to bind Ace into a work of art. Had he watched too many prison play series? Asta found it hard to look at this glaring scene, but his heart was filled with confusion. According to the normal plot development, Ace should be on the way to capture Blackbeard. How could he have been caught by Gold Lion? Oda never mentioned that Ace had such an experience. Could it be the butterfly effect? In fact, Asta guessed correctly. If it weren't for him, Gold Lion wouldn't have been wandering around the sea. If he hadn't been wandering, he would have coincidentally encountered Ace. When the two met, Gold Lion was shocked to the point that his eyes almost popped out. He actually saw Roger. "Haha, I knew a mere navy could never catch you. Roger, let's join forces this time. You know Pirate King Roger? What kind of person do you think he is?" A hint of curiosity and disgust appeared in Ace's eyes. As a son, Ace felt a deep hatred for this man who abandoned his wife and child. If it weren't for him, his mother wouldn't have died from exhaustion after giving birth to him. But as a pirate, he couldn't suppress his admiration. After all, Roger had accomplished all the dreams that other pirates had left unfulfilled. "You're not Roger?" Gold Lion's head throbbed as he finally saw the person's appearance. No straw hat, no sexy little mustache, and even the gaze was somewhat different. Gold Lion slapped his forehead, feeling regretful. It's true, after all these years, even if Roger were still alive, he'd probably have turned into a little old man. "You still haven't answered my question. In your heart, what kind of person is he?" Ace pressed on. "He's the only person I have ever recognized in my life." A nostalgic look appeared on Gold Lion's face. Back in the day on this sea, the only ones who could stand as his opponents were Roger and Whitebeard. They were both enemies and friends, but the reminiscence didn't last long. Gold Lion's expression turned to anger, but he is also someone so foolish that he is beyond redemption, clearly possessing immense power. Yet for what hope? He willingly let himself be caught by the Navy. This is simply disgraceful for us pirates. If he had been willing to team up with me back then, this world would have been ours. You're right. He doesn't deserve to be a pirate, even less to be a good husband or a good father. Ace's face gradually became somewhat dim. Gold Lion. From what you're saying, it seems you have some secrets between you. Gold Lion looked at Ace, who bore a striking resemblance to Roger, and his gaze gradually took on a playful tone. You look just like him when he was young. Tell me, are you a son? Not at all. A person like him doesn't deserve to have an excellent son like me. The only one I would willingly call dad is the current Whitebeard. Ace seemed to feel insulted, his hair standing on end in anger. Ha ha ha. Roger's son actually calls Whitebeard dad. How interesting, truly interesting. Upon hearing this, Gold Lion burst into laughter. Are you deaf? I already said that kind of person doesn't deserve to be my father. Ace's face was filled with rage, and flames ignited around him, making him look like a god of fire. He glared coldly at Gold Lion, as if he was about to launch a fierce attack on him at any moment. However, Gold Lion didn't care at all. Instead, he reached out to Ace with a hopeful expression and said, "Then how about you recognize me as your dad? With me and Whitebeard protecting you, no one in this sea would dare to touch you." Gold Lion was not joking. He genuinely wanted to take Ace as his son. Throughout his life, he had many women, but he didn't know if it was due to his physical condition or the bad deeds he had done. But heaven seemed to punish him. His women had never given him any offspring. Even if they had, they weren't his. As for adopting someone with his pride, it was impossible for him to casually take someone as his godson. However, Ace was quite good. After he completed his revenge and passed away, he could mock Roger underground. Look, your biological son actually calls me dad. Just thinking of that scene made Gold Lion laugh happily. Coupled with his outfit, he looked just like a crowing rooster. However, while his thoughts were good, Ace would not tolerate such an insult and charged at Gold Lion without a second thought. Subsequently, the two erupted into a fierce battle. Although Gold Lion was strong, he was somewhat older, and for a moment, he found himself at a slight disadvantage in the fight against Ace. This was hard for him to accept. Decades ago, your father defeated me. Now you, his son, also want to defeat me. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the battle took place on the sea, relying on his ability to fly. Gold Lion eventually knocked Ace into the ocean. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are a devil fruit user, once you come into contact with seawater, you can only become at the mercy of others. Ace then became Gold Lion's captive, and then it turned into the scene that Asta saw. Asta stood up, his 4 fingers together in a blade shape, and lightly sliced forward. The row of iron columns in front of him, as thick as a bowl, was directly cut in half. At this moment, the guards, hearing the alarm, had rushed to the scene, raising their rifles and aiming at Asta. Don't move, you are surrounded. Put down your weapons, and if you dare to take another step forward, we will open fire. You think you can rescue the hostage from us? It's simply a pipe dream. Hearing the threats, Asta disregarded them and continued his actions. Without much effort, he had already torn off all the iron chains from Ace. Even Sea Prism Stone was as fragile as tofu in front of Asta's immense strength. Don't hurt the hostage. Aim for that kid's head. Everyone, open fire. Seeing that Asta didn't follow orders, everyone pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of gunfire echoed throughout the small dungeon. They even emptied all their bullets in one go. The entire dungeon was enveloped in smoke, and everyone exchanged glances. Is he dead? Definitely dead. But we don't know if we accidentally harmed the hostage. It's fine as long as the hostage didn't die immediately. Lord Indigo can bring him back to life. Hut, hut, hut. The heavy footsteps startled everyone, and they tightened their grips on their weapons, looking toward the depths of the dungeon. Before long, Asta slowly walked out from inside, unharmed, though it can't be said he was completely unscathed, as his appearance had undergone a dramatic change. Chapter 41. Who Dares to Stop Me? With a height of nearly 3 meters, Asta's presence began to loom over everyone, causing them to look up in awe. His bulging muscles resembled blocks of granite, stretching his clothes tightly as if they could tear apart at any moment. Asta's appearance brought an overwhelming sense of pressure to those around him. Just moments ago, he seemed like a fresh-faced youth, but in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fierce warrior. Did the director change the actor? Asta, carrying Ace on his back, walked towards the crowd with a blank expression. As he walked, he opened his previously clenched right hand, and several crushed bullets clattered to the ground. The crowd gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. Could it be that all the bullets aimed at him were caught in his hand? Is he even human? With each step Asta took, people instinctively took a few steps back. Soon, expressions of anger rose on their faces. How could they, a large group, Be intimidated by a kid who probably hadn't even grown all his hair yet? This was simply too embarrassing for their sky pirates. Damn, don't think that just because you look like this you can scare us. That's right, with so many of us, we could drown you with a spit. Brothers, stop wasting words with him, let us all go at once. With a roar, several leading guards raised their weapons and swung at him. However, Asta seemed oblivious to their attacks, his steps unbroken as he continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp blades struck Asta's body, producing a clashing sound of metal. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the spots they had just attacked. Their powerful strikes had barely scratched the surface of his skin. What kind of monster is this? Before they could plead for mercy, Asta raised his right hand and slapped each of them across the face. Thud! They were instantly sent flying, spitting blood from their mouths. Some even had their necks twisted into a mess, clearly not going to survive. After dealing with them, Asta did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace and charged into the crowd. Bang! 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 The fierce fighting lasted only a few minutes before it began to subside. Wherever Asta passed, everyone was sent flying. Some were embedded in walls, serving as grotesque murals. Others had their heads stuck in walls, their bodies swaying below like hanging lamps. The ground was littered with bodies in disarray. The prisoners who had been captured with Asta trembled in fear, not daring to move. However, one person not only dared to speak, but also to question him. Are you here to rescue me? Sent by Doflamingo? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Asta turned towards the voice and found it was a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man. Asta recognized him as a member of an old noble family from a certain country. Quite wealthy. What kind of expression is that? Do you believe I won't tell Doflamingo to punish you? The middle-aged man was furious. He had nearly wet himself in fear when facing the hands of the Golden Lion. Yet, in front of Asta, who had just taken out dozens of people, he dared to yell arrogantly. Perhaps he mistook Asta for one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Seeing Asta's lack of reaction, the noble began to curse loudly. He was a major customer of Doflamingo, paying him billions of berries every year. He thought that even if he overstepped a bit, Asta wouldn't dare to kill him. Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong person. Asta picked up a dagger from the ground and casually tossed it at the nobleman. The dagger flew like a streak of light, piercing through his heart in an instant. The man immediately fell silent, staring blankly at Asta. You were too loud, so I'll kindly ask you to shut up. Bang! The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, his expression still one of disbelief. Then, Asta turned to the surrounding prisoners. I'm not obligated to save you. Please don't try to morally blackmail me. If you want to live, escape on your own. After saying this, Asta continued walking outside. At that moment, Skaridu, wearing a beret, was already leading his army waiting outside the door. Upon seeing Asta come out carrying Ace, Skaridu pointed at himself and then at Asta, followed by making a crushing gesture. It seemed he was implying, in front of this gorilla, you would be like an ant crushed to dust. Asta remained unfazed and continued walking. Skaridu felt ignored and angrily pounded his chest with both hands before charging at Asta. Raising his massive arms, comparable to a human's waist, he swung a punch at Asta's head. Boom! With a loud crash, Skaridu's eyes widened in shock. His punch was blocked by that young face. After blocking the attack, Asta didn't stop. Instead, he shifted slightly and appeared in front of Skaridu in an instant. Clenching his fist, Asta pulled back sharply and punched Skaridu in the abdomen. Thud! A mouthful of blood spurted from Skaridu's mouth as his body was sent flying into the air. Then, Asta raised his right leg and struck down hard on the descending Skaridu. Boom! The ground was directly cratered by Skaridu's body, creating a pit several meters wide. Skaridu felt as if he were being split in half. Blood gushed from his mouth like it was free. Not to mention counterattacking, he couldn't even stand up, feeling as if all his bones were about to snap. Asta bent down, grabbing Skaridu by the neck and lifting him up. Then he cast a cold gaze over the crowd. I'm taking him today. Who dares to stop me? The crowd exchanged glances, and eventually they all dropped their weapons, clearing a path for Asta. Thus, Asta left the place carrying Ace. Not long after they left, the Golden Lion returned, carrying 2 people, Baby, 5, and Buffalo. It seemed they had not escaped from the Golden Lion's grasp. The Golden Lion was quite pleased, as today he had captured 2 devil fruit users. He could also use these 2 hostages to negotiate with Dover, asking him to help search for news about Asta. Moreover, he had recently captured Roger's son, and the Golden Lion felt invigorated, believing he was the chosen one. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky? But when he returned and saw that his subordinate, Shikarito, was wrapped in bandages and lying on the ground, wailing in pain, The golden lion instantly became furious, unleashing an incredibly terrifying aura. The two people close to him, Buffalo, suddenly found it hard to breathe and wished they could kneel down on the spot. Who did this? I will kill him. Chapter 42. Dare to come near me again. And be careful, I'll flatten you. In the evening, deep in the forest, in a hidden small cave. After sleeping all day, Ace finally woke up from his coma. Cough, cough, where am I? My body hurts so much. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was not in a dungeon, but rather in a spacious cave. A look of confusion appeared on Ace's pale face. How did he end up here? Could it be that Dad and the others knew I was captured and rescued me from the golden lion? But my news hasn't spread yet. Before Ace could make sense of the situation, a sudden rumbling sound came from outside. It was as if a gigantic creature was approaching, shaking the ground slightly. Ace quickly propped himself up, looking warily towards the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the source of the commotion was none other than our handsome young hunter, Asta. With a slight exertion of his arms, Asta effortlessly tossed a beast weighing dozens of tons aside. Boom! The ground shook again, and faint cracks began to spread around. Asta clapped his hands and looked thoughtfully at the beast that resembled a wild boar before him. I remember the beasts on the island have been injected with IQ, making them extremely violent. I wonder if humans eat their meat. Will anything happen? I'll wake Ace up and let him eat first. If he finishes and is fine, then it means there's no problem. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Asta's face. Ace, don't say I don't take care of you. Look at what good stuff I have, but it's all saved for you first. After saying that, Asta turned to walk into the cave to check on how the injured Ace was doing. However, just as he stepped into the entrance, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced his ears. Asta turned his head, only to see a hard fist coming straight at his face. Instinctively, Asta kicked out, and with a scream, a figure was sent flying, hanging against the wall and unable to drop down. What the hell? What was that? Scared me. Asta followed the sound and discovered that the one he kicked was actually Ace. An awkward expression appeared on his face as he walked towards Ace, muttering, "You can't blame me. It was you who scared me by running over. I just acted on instinct. Don't come over, who are you?" Ace, enduring the pain, got up from the ground. Seeing the boy approaching him, he immediately took a defensive stance. If he weren't seriously injured and injected with a serum by the golden lion, how could he have been so easily knocked down? Asta was taken aback. Could it be that this kid was tortured by the golden lion to the point of amnesia? It's only been a few days, and he doesn't even recognize me. It's me, I'm Asta. Asta? A glimmer of doubt flashed in Ace's eyes. He looked Asta up and down, realizing that the other's physique and voice did resemble his impression of Asta, but there were some differences in appearance. My newly made brother is really handsome. Seeing the confused expression on Ace's face, Asta suddenly realized he had forgotten to take off the face mask. He quickly swiped down with his right hand, tearing off the skin mask that was tightly adhered to his face. Ace! However, that was not the end. Asta continued to tear off the mask with both hands and finally removed 3 more layers to reveal his true face. Phew, this thing is thin, but after wearing so many, it still feels a bit uncomfortable. Asta moved his facial muscles and carefully set aside the peeled-off masks. This was a gift from one of his little brothers when they parted ways some time ago. He said it was an essential tool for robbery and murder, and as long as you wear it, you would have to worry about social death, even if caught peeping at a women's bath. But someone like Asta, who was upright and open-hearted, would never want something like that. So he firmly refused, but couldn't resist his little brother's enthusiasm, and reluctantly accepted 5 of them. By the way, he only had 5 of those little brothers. You. Ace was stunned, pointing at Asta, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. All right, stop with the you. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Then Asta threw an arm around Ace's neck and walked outside. This time, Ace did not resist, only looking at Asta's handsome face with suspicion. After what had just happened, he even doubted if this was Asta's true face. So, while Asta wasn't paying attention, Ace wickedly reached out his hand towards Asta. What the hell are you doing? Asta was startled. Honestly, tell me, is there another face underneath? Ace glanced left and right, unable to help but reach out his hand again. No, I told you this is my real face. Don't mess with my face. It hurts. I don't believe it, unless you let me touch it carefully. If you dare to touch me again, be careful, I'll flatten you. Just let me touch it. It hurts. You really dare to hit. Half an hour later, Asta was busy placing the processed wild boar into a pit. After all, this was the golden lion's territory, and with so many beasts around, if they started a fire, it would definitely attract attention. So they could only use this pit method to deal with food. Meanwhile, Ace was sitting next to Asta with a pig's head on his lap, looking at him with a resentful expression. Don't sit there like a fool. Breathe some fire for me. What? What do you take me for? My flames R&T for roasting this. Ha! We're almost starving to death, and you're still picky. Do you want to eat? Yes. If you want to eat, then hurry up. I'll let you eat first soon. However, when Ace heard this, he just smiled awkwardly and did not take any action. Asta frowned and asked in confusion, "What is wrong again?" "My ability cannot be used right now," Ace replied helplessly. "Asta?" Ace took the initiative to explain. "The Golden Lion injected me with a serum, and I don't know what happened. As soon as I use my ability, I lose my sanity and cause massive destruction." "You're talking about the IQ serum, right?" Yes, that's the name. How did you know?" Aston was a bit surprised. He felt like he had been in shock ever since he woke up. This was the headquarters of the Golden Lion, and just encountering Asta here was already astonishing to him. Not to mention, Asta had also rescued him from the dungeon. How did he manage all of this? At this moment, Asta appeared mysterious in Aston's eyes. "P.S. If anyone wants to invest, please do so quickly. I absolutely won't let you lose." Chapter 43, The Perfect Stealth. In the end, Asta resorted to an old method, igniting a flame to roast some meat for the two of them. The creatures in this world were different from those in his past life. They contained mysterious factors within their bodies. Not only were they massive in size, but their meat was also incredibly delicious. Even without any seasoning, the taste after roasting was still delightful. As Asta laid out the roasted wild boar, Ace, undeterred by the heat, dove in, drooling with delight. That old bastard, the Golden Lion, had starved him for 2 meals a day, and the remaining meal was just a meager portion. It was not enough to fill him up. Without Asta rescuing him, he would have likely starved to death in the dungeon after a couple more days. On the other side, watching Ace devour the meat with such happiness, Asta felt a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed like everything was fine, but for safety's sake, he continued to observe. Before long, one of the wild boar's hind legs was reduced to just bone by Ace's voracious appetite. Asta could no longer sit still. If he waited any longer, there would only be bones left. "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Eat a little slower and leave some for me." Then Asta joined the fray, and together, the two of them managed to finish off the massive wild boar. With their bellies full, they casually sprawled on the ground, letting out a big sigh of relief. The feeling of stuffing themselves with meat was simply exhilarating. "Yeah, I didn't expect the animals on this island to be so delicious. If I had known, I would have caught a few more. Ugh, I can't eat anymore. I'm already stuffed. I'll save the rest for breakfast tomorrow." The two exchanged glances, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Asta, thank you." Hearing Ace's gratitude, Asta was somewhat surprised. "Why so polite? Aren't we friends?" Ace was touched, but replied seriously, "Even as friends, you saved my life, so it's only right for me to thank you. Once we finish what we're doing, I will definitely repay you well. You keep saying you have something important to do, but what is it exactly?" Perhaps due to this experience, Ace felt more open with Asta. When he heard the question, he no longer looked around nervously to change the topic. Instead, he told Asta the truth. "I'm here to hunt down someone. He used to be my family, but..." As Ace slowly recounted his story, his expression gradually grew cold, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. When he finished, Asta intentionally posed a hypothetical. "Have you ever considered that everything you've seen so far could be a disguise, and that he joined you only for his own purposes?" Ace couldn't help but shiver. If such a person existed, that would be terrifying. But after thinking it over, he shook his head in the end. Teach should not be that kind of person, who can disguise themselves for decades. Asta sighed. "You've made it so clear, yet you still don't believe it. It's no wonder you ended up getting caught. If you really end up like in the original story, where Blackbeard hands you over to the Navy, I one T come to save you. At most, I'll burn some paper for you next year, and even throw in a wife for you." After a short rest, Ace's stomach gradually returned to normal. Not only that, but his face also became rosy after eating his fill, and even his injuries were visibly healing. Just a meal had completely revived him from his previous near-death state. People in this world are simply abnormal. Asta cursed silently in his heart. But speaking of which, how did you get caught by the Golden Lion after just a few days apart? Asta suddenly seemed to recall something. As soon as this was mentioned, Ace became somewhat angry. Who knows what that old bastard was thinking? I just asked him for directions, and he wanted to act like my father. How could I stand that? So we ended up fighting, and then you got defeated and captured here. Asta continued. After saying that, he looked at Ace with a particularly disdainful gaze. "Little brother, you can't be like this. When your brother met the Golden Lion, he didn't act like you. Instead, he defeated him. How come it turned out like this for you?" Fortunately, Ace didn't know what Asta was really thinking. Otherwise, he would have felt wronged and shouted. That was a movie version. How could this be the same? Who in this world can defeat my brother Luffy in a movie? Feeling Asta's disdain, Ace retorted somewhat unwillingly, "Don't just talk about me. You were also captured by the Golden Lion. Haha. Do you really think if I were captured, I could still save you? Ace thought about it and suddenly became gloomy. No, I have to find him now. Ace stood up instantly, angrily marching toward the forest. What are you going to do? Asta asked, somewhat puzzled. Since the Golden Lion has made my abilities unusable, he must have the antidote. I'm going to demand it from him. Come on. You couldn't even beat him when you had your powers. How do you think you could defeat him now that you don't? Asta couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who says I couldn't? He caught me off guard and ambushed me. Otherwise, how could I let an old man defeat me? Ace insisted. He would admit that he had been beaten by that big rooster. All right, you're the strongest. But you're going the wrong way. The palace of the Golden Lion is back there. Ace had already walked quite a distance when he heard this, suddenly freezing in place. Why didn't you say that earlier? Ace turned back, but this time he lacked the previous momentum. Asta looked up at the sky. The sun was nearly completely set, and his powers had also disappeared. So he said, Ace, look, it's dark now. Tomorrow, as soon as the sun comes up, I'll go with you. Ace felt even more touched. You don't have to accompany me on this adventure. The Golden Lion is very strong, and I don't have much confidence either. Asta threw an arm around Ace's neck, dragging him toward the cave. All right, stop being so sentimental with me. That mere Golden Lion. Just watch how I take it down tomorrow. Ace replied, actually, we don't need to confront him head on. We just need to sneak into his palace and steal the antidote. Asta said, sneak in? That's even more of a reason to go during the day. Ace. Asta, don't you know? The most perfect infiltrations in the world are carried out during the day. Chapter 44 Cooperation. The next day, early morning. Xinghan, Xiaolin. In a jiao. Things are not as you think. You need to listen to my explanation. With a startled cry, Asta hurriedly sat up from the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat covering his forehead. Once he stabilized his mind and looked around, he realized he was in a cave, not the hellish battlefield from his past life. Asta let out a huge sigh of relief. So, it was just a dream. It really scared me. However, after such a scare, he was no longer sleepy and decided to wake Ace to discuss the upcoming plans. However, after searching the cave, he couldn't find Ace anywhere, as if he had suddenly disappeared. Could this guy have also crossed over? Eventually, at the spot where they had their meal yesterday, Asta found a note left by Ace. The general meaning was, this plan is very dangerous. I don't mind dying, but I can't drag you down with me. After reading these words, Asta's forehead was covered with black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Since you know what you're doing is very dangerous, why not go back and get some help? At that time, let your white old man come and give the Golden Lion a beating. Let us see if he dares to bully you again. Sigh, I can tell you will definitely have some misfortune today. It seems I have to step in. Asta shook his head and sighed, simply tidied up, and headed toward the Golden Lion's palace. At this moment, the Golden Lion was on the phone with Doflamingo. Release my 2 subordinates, and I can satisfy one of your conditions. Doflamingo's deep voice was suppressing a surge of anger. Ever since he woke up today, various bad news had been constantly reaching his ears. In the first half of this grand line, someone dared to rob his things and even captured his people. This was simply not putting him, the night demon, in their eyes. What? You say the other party is that legendary pirate, the Golden Lion? Let us not make it a habit. Of course, this wasn't cowardice, but rather the night demon's respect for the elderly and love for the young. Hearing this, the Golden Lion's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, any condition is fine? Doflamingo confidently assured him, of course, no matter what condition you propose, I can help you fulfill it. In his view, the long-silent Golden Lion suddenly robbing his merchant ship was merely an attempt to make a quick buck to find a place to retire. However, these things were merely a snap of his fingers for him. He could even arrange for hundreds of beautiful women of all races for you, not repeating any for 360 days a year. Hearing this, the Golden Lion excitedly shouted, then go help me destroy the world government. Doflamingo, why are you silent? It's been a while since I heard a response, and the Golden Lion looked a bit puzzled. Doflamingo, are you taking me for a fool? How could I possibly help you with such a thing? The Golden Lion looked innocent. You told me to propose any condition. Now that it can't be done, you come to blame me. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment and said seriously, I'm not interested in continuing this game. Just tell me your real needs. Golden Lion, help me find someone. Doflamingo, name? The Golden Lion enunciated each word. Asta. Doflamingo, all right, I will notify you immediately if I have news, but before that, I hope my 2 subordinates won't be treated unfairly. After saying this, Doflamingo hung up the phone directly, his expression falling into contemplation. On the side, Toripole, the snotty man, Couldn't he help but step forward and ask, "Are we really going to agree to him like this? I know he was once a legend, but his time has passed. We don't need to fear him." Doflamingo looked up and laughed. Don't you find it interesting? The remnants of the last era are actively looking for that boy named Asta. It seems the Golden Lion is secretly plotting something. Toripole thought for a moment and uncertainly said, "Could it be that he wants to team up with Asta to destroy the world government?" Doflamingo stood up, his smile growing larger. "That is not impossible. After all, they both have a common enemy, the world government." Toripole, should we prepare in advance? Doflamingo pondered for a moment, just about to speak when his phone bug rang again. Brub. When he pulled out the phone bug, he found that it was still the Golden Lion calling, which puzzled Doflamingo. What's going on? Does the Golden Lion think he agreed too readily and wants to raise the stakes? But a person of this caliber wouldn't do such a lowly thing. Doflamingo frowned, and with his intelligence, he couldn't figure out what the Golden Lion was trying to do for a moment. Pop! Just as he answered the phone, the Golden Lion's arrogant voice came through. "Damn, Doflamingo, there's no one in this world who dares to hang up on me first. Not even you." Before he finished speaking, the Golden Lion immediately hung up the phone, leaving Doflamingo and Toripole staring at each other, their eyes conveying the same message. This guy's a fool. On the other side, Ace had successfully infiltrated the Golden Lion's territory. Although he couldn't use his abilities, dealing with a few small fry was still easy for him with his physical skills. He fought his way through and successfully got lost in the Golden Lion's palace. So annoying. Why does this old man have to build a palace so big? I've been searching for so long and still found nothing. Looking at the familiar architecture, Ace gradually showed signs of despair, not knowing how many times he had seen it today. To avoid dragging Asta down, he had infiltrated here in the middle of the night. However, when morning came and the sun rose high, he still hadn't found the antidote. He didn't know if Asta had woken up yet. He hoped he could see the note he left behind and not come looking for him. Ace cautiously groped forward. As the day grew brighter, the chances of him being discovered increased. He could only hope to find the location of the antidote as soon as possible. He didn't know if it was heaven answering his wish or if he was just lucky, but at one corner, he unexpectedly discovered Indigo. This made Ace instantly overjoyed, as this was the man who injected him with the serum. He must have the antidote in his hands. Ace closely followed behind him. Because Indigo was wearing a special pair of shoes, each step he took made a loud popping sound. Not to mention Ace's footsteps, even if he broke a vase. Indigo would be completely unaware. Thus, Ace trailed behind him all the way to his laboratory. Chapter 45. I used to be a swordsman as Indigo entered. He saw a gorilla wrapped in bandages dancing. After last night's treatment, Scary-Doo, who had been beaten to a pulp by Asta, had mostly recovered. Indigo, didn't I warn you? You shouldn't be doing any intense exercise yet. Scary-Doo grinned and performed a difficult piece of body language for Indigo. Indigo understood the meaning and said irritably, "Are you the doctor or am I? I say you're not well, so you're not well." Scary-Doo continued to perform body language. Being a gorilla, he couldn't speak like a human. "Indigo, don't worry, even though we haven't found the one who hurt you. The Golden Lion boss will definitely take revenge for you." Scary-Doo pounded his chest, his expression fierce and terrifying. "Indigo, you want to take revenge personally?" Scary-Doo nodded. "Indigo, then I'll tell the Golden Lion boss to leave that kid alive, and then you can have your fun with him." Scary-Doo immediately became excited and started pounding his chest again, and this time he even broke into a ballet dance. It was hard to imagine that a gorilla wrapped like a mummy could twist in such a graceful way and perform a ballet dance like a human. The sexy and enchanting posture, combined with his rich expressions, created an absolutely stunning scene. Even Indigo couldn't help but join in, and despite the lack of music, the two danced happily. However, during one of Indigo's turns, a figure suddenly flew in from the side and kicked Scary-Doo in the waist. Crack! The bones that had just healed broke again instantly. Scary-Doo could only let out a scream before he crashed into the surrounding wall like a cannonball. Boom! A loud noise echoed as a human-shaped hole appeared in the hard wall, with Scary-Doo embedded in it, unable to pull himself out. What is a gorilla doing dancing? It's simply an eyesore. After kicking Scary-Doo away, Ace didn't stop. He turned and launched an attack on Indigo. His legs bent slightly, and the ground beneath him cracked instantly. Using the force of the impact, Ace shot towards Indigo's face. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Indigo didn't even have time to react before his handsome face was solidly hit by a punch. Bang! Indigo, nearly 5 meters tall, was sent flying by Ace's punch, with a few bloody teeth flying through the air. "You were so arrogant a few days ago, even using my body for experiments. This time, I'm going to flatten you." As soon as he landed, Ace charged towards the direction Indigo had fallen. The torment he endured in the dungeon was all due to this guy who was neither human nor ghost. Now that he had the upper hand, how could he miss this golden opportunity? But before he could get close, several green fireballs suddenly appeared in Indigo's hand. Chemical juggling balls. With a furious shout from Indigo, the floating green fireballs transformed into shooting stars and sped towards Ace. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Ace's heart. His instincts told him that he couldn't take these hits head-on, so he awkwardly adjusted his position in midair and dodged to the side. However, the chemical light balls seemed to have a tracking system, changing direction to continue their attack on Ace. Indigo stood up from the rubble. Watching Ace dodge frantically from the chemical light balls, his eyes filled with anger. Isn't this my test subject? He was just rescued yesterday, and now he comes to seek death. It seems he really doesn't know how to die. Who is seeking death? I'm here to take your lives today, Ace shouted defiantly. Although he was being chased around and looking somewhat disheveled, he absolutely couldn't lose his momentum. Indigo laughed upon hearing this. If it were the old you, I might have been afraid, but now you must be feeling quite uncomfortable without your powers, right? After saying that, Indigo conjured several chemical light balls again, waving his hand to send them all towards Ace. Now, Ace's situation became quite dangerous. So is indeed your doing. Hurry up and hand over the antidote. Ace's movements began to slow down. These chemical light balls, upon exploding, released a stimulating green gas. Whether human or animal, when they inhaled a lot of this gas, their limbs would gradually harden and their bodies would tend to petrify until they eventually turned into a block of wood. Now, Ace was facing this situation. Although he held his breath at first, he still inevitably inhaled some during the intense fight. As Ace began to struggle, Indigo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, known as Fire Fist Ace. Even though he knew Ace's fruit ability couldn't be used, he still felt a bit apprehensive. However, at this point, defeating him was only a matter of time. Indigo pulled out a blue vial from his pocket and proudly said to Ace, "Is this what you want? Unfortunately, this thing is in my hands, and you have no chance of getting it." Ace's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Indigo to reveal the antidote so easily. Now that he knew the antidote was in Indigo's hands, he just needed to defeat him. As Ace dodged the chemical light balls again, he grabbed a water pipe from the experimental table. Ace with a water pipe was completely different from Ace without one. He exuded a chilling aura, and even faced with the overwhelming chemical light ball attacks, he stood firm. Bang, bang, bang. Each chemical light ball that approached was smashed to pieces by the water pipe in Ace's hands before it could get close. After dealing with these attacks, the aura emanating from Ace intensified even more. It was as if he was wielding a supreme sword instead of a water pipe. Even Indigo, who was far away, felt a slight sting on his skin. Are you kidding me? Just a water pipe can give him such a boost? Indigo raised both hands, and a super huge chemical light ball slowly emerged above his head. Right now, you're just a powerless waste. No matter how strong your momentum is, you're still no match for me. Supersized juggling ball. With a furious shout from Indigo, the enormous chemical light ball came crashing down towards Ace like a meteor. However, in the face of such an attack, Ace remained unafraid. He placed the water pipe at his waist, slightly bent down in a sword-drawing posture. One sword style, sword draw slash. A flash of white light passed, and the oversized acrobatic ball was split in half. Immediately after, a burst of blood mist erupted from Indigo's chest, and a massive wound nearly cleaved him in two. Chapter 46, White Flames. In addition, Ace's situation was not optimistic. Having already consumed a certain amount of wood powder, he was now experiencing a terrifying surge of speed. He felt a turmoil of energy and blood within him, a sweetness in his throat, and he could no longer hold back as a mouthful of fresh blood was spewed out. Additionally, waves of intense pain, like tearing, spread throughout his body. Fortunately, he had just gone through considerable torment a few days ago, which gave him some resistance to pain. Otherwise, facing such immense agony, he would likely have fainted on the spot. Why? Clearly, you can no longer use the powers of the devil fruit. Yet how can you still hurt me? Indigo was spewing blood from his mouth, his expression fierce and terrifying. Ace grinned. A friend once told me that true strength never relies on fruit abilities. You underestimate me too much. Don't be too proud. Even if you can defeat me, so what? This is the territory of the Golden Lion. Once my boss shows up, you won't escape death. Indigo roared madly. Then let's wait for him to show up before we talk. Now, hurry up and give me the antidote. Before his words fell, Ace charged towards Indigo. The commotion from their earlier battle was considerable, and now a large number of guards were rushing over. Everyone moved quickly. How dare anyone invade our territory? They must be tired of living. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ace's face showed a trace of urgency. If he didn't take the antidote soon, given his current physical condition, he wouldn't even need the Golden Lion to take action. Those minions could defeat him. Watching Ace rush over, Indigo's face changed drastically. That blow had completely shattered his confidence. Forget about counterattacking. Just managing to hold back from begging for mercy was already good enough. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll crush it. Indigo pulled out the antidote from his pocket, shouting in panic. However, despite Indigo's threat, Ace didn't care and continued to rush at him. If you dare crush it, I don't know if I'll die, but I know you will definitely die. Ace was betting that Indigo was a coward who feared for his life and wouldn't dare to perish alongside him. In the end, Ace's gamble paid off. Indigo really didn't dare to crush that vial of antidote. Although he felt the situation was somewhat out of control, he believed that once the Golden Lion arrived, everything would be fine. Ace would be suppressed again and become his test subject. Thus, for the sake of his own life, Indigo swung his arm hard and threw the antidote far away. Taking this opportunity, he hurriedly fled to find his boss. By the time Ace caught the antidote, Indigo had already disappeared without a trace. However, Ace didn't mind his escape. The most important thing now was to inject the antidote. Ace was also a ruthless person. He picked up the vial and didn't bother to verify whether it was really the antidote. He directly jabbed it into his neck and pushed hard, injecting all the liquid inside. It can only be said that most people in this world are straightforward. If they say it's an antidote, then it's an antidote. They would never deceive you, nor would they say, "Give me another bottle." As soon as the antidote was injected, the effect was immediate. Ace fell to his knees, letting out a painful roar. He felt as if his body had turned into a large furnace, with boundless heat wanting to erupt. Roar. With each roar, endless flames erupted from his body, instantly turning the entire laboratory into a sea of fire. Moreover, perhaps due to Ace injecting IQ, his flames underwent some changes. They were no longer the usual yellow, but gradually shifted towards a white flame. While Ace was finishing his battle with Indigo, the Golden Lion had just hung up the phone. Seeing Baby, 5, and Buffalo looking at him with strange expressions, the Golden Lion's old face flushed. And he said firmly, "What are you looking at? When I was dominating the seas, Doflamingo was just a little brat who hadn't T-weaned. How dare he hang up on me?" Baby, 5, seeing someone daring to underestimate her master, regardless of who the Golden Lion was, immediately retorted, "You were just born a few years earlier. Now our master's influence spans the entire world. Aside from the 4 emperors, we are the strongest." Hearing someone dare to retort him, the Golden Lion wasn't angry, but instead said with a somewhat playful gaze, "Do you know that among the current 4 emperors, except for Shanks, the other 3 have all been on the same ship as me? Nanny?" Baby, 5, and Buffalo widened their eyes, almost dropping their jaws. The Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom had all been on the same ship, which meant they had once been companions. If this news were spread, it would likely shake the entire world. What kind of expressions are you making? We're just too surprised. If you said you were on the same ship as Whitebeard, we could accept that since you two are from the same era, but Kaido and Big Mom. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, the Golden Lion suddenly burst into laughter. Back when the 4 of us were on the same ship, Kaido and Big Mom were just intern crew members. Baby, 5, and Buffalo exchanged glances, their faces showing undisguised shock. Even Kaido and Big Mom, such powerful beings, were just intern crew members. Then how powerful must the other formal crew members have been? Such a pirate crew would definitely be a world-renowned presence. Even the world government would probably not dare to oppose them. But why had they never heard of it? Baby, 5 scratched her face and cautiously asked, who was your captain back then? Was it Whitebeard?" "Ha ha ha. While Whitebeard is formidable, he doesn't qualify to be my captain." The Golden Lion shook his head and laughed. "Then who was he?" Baby, 5, and Buffalo were even more curious. They thought the atmosphere had built up to this point, and the Golden Lion would surely tell them the answer. But unexpectedly, the Golden Lion just glanced at them and turned his gaze to the distance. His face filled with reminiscence. Clearly, the Golden Lion had no desire to enlighten them. Baby, 5, and Buffalo's faces showed a hint of embarrassment. But the shocking news they learned today was already enough. Once they returned, they would definitely tell their master about these events. However, just then, a series of popping sounds, resembling flatulence, suddenly came from afar. The Golden Lion was interrupted from his memories and couldn't help but shout towards the door, "Indigo, can you give me your shoes?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Indigo covered in blood rush in. "Oh no! Oh no! Fire Fist, Ace is coming. The Golden Lion? You actually can talk. P.S. Please, dear readers, after finishing, leave your recommendation votes for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 47, I took them all down. Indigo was furious. What the hell at this time? You're actually concerned about whether I can talk. Golden Lion, please take this seriously. Scary-Doo has already been killed by Ace. Golden Lion. My mother is dead? Indigo stepped forward and slapped Golden Lion on the forehead. That was clearly a gorilla, not your mother. Golden Lion was awakened by this slap. Years ago, he had a ship's wool stuck in his head from a battle with Roger. Pulling it out would be life-threatening. But leaving it in would lead to him occasionally answering questions nonsensically, like someone with dementia. What? Ace actually dared to kill my subordinate. An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted violently from Golden Lion. Baby, Five, and Buffalo immediately felt their hearts sink, as if a giant hand was tightly grasping their hearts, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't for their young master's face, they might have already knelt down. Golden Lion's gaze was fierce, his face full of anger. Like an enraged lion, he had originally planned to spare Ace for Whitebeard's sake, but unexpectedly, he dared to kill my comrade. Golden Lion turned to look at the wounds on Indigo's body, his low voice like a cold, biting wind. Did he do this to you? Indigo nodded pitifully. All right. If I don't tear him to pieces today, I don't deserve to be called Golden Lion. After saying that, Golden Lion directly activated his ability, transforming into a meteor flying out the door. As Golden Lion went to take revenge on Ace, Indigo felt a sense of relief and could no longer hold on, sitting down on the ground. Haha, even if you take the antidote, so what? With your strength, how could you possibly be Golden Lion's opponent? In the end, you will still obediently become my test subject. This time, I will double the torment you experience, making you feel real pain. Indigo sat on the ground, laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, Baby, Five and Buffalo stood aside, exchanging glances. Buffalo, should we take the chance to escape? Baby Five, what? Are you crazy? Ace has nothing to do with us. Why should we support him? Buffalo, as long as Ace can hold off Golden Lion for a while, I can definitely take you away from here. Baby Five, I understand what you mean. If we can save Ace, it would mean Whitebeard owes us a favor, but after all, it's Golden Lion we're dealing with. The risk is too great. Buffalo, don't hesitate. Hurry up and ride on me to escape. If we delay any longer, Golden Lion will be back. Baby Five, okay, I'll listen to you. As the saying goes, the bold die of hunger, the timid die of being full. I don't believe that with the two of us plus Ace, we can't take down a 70 or 80-year-old old man. The two misunderstood each other's intentions completely due to their silent communication. One wanted to seize the opportunity to escape quickly, while the other wanted to save Ace to gain Whitebeard's friendship. It can only be said that different personalities lead to different thoughts. Thus, the two locked eyes and shouted in unison, "Let's do it!" Buffalo immediately turned around, his limbs spinning rapidly, floating in midair. Meanwhile, Baby Five transformed her hands into two sharp long knives and charged at the heavily injured Indigo. By the time Buffalo realized something was wrong, Baby Five had already decapitated Indigo. Buffalo, winky face, what are you doing? Hearing Buffalo's question, Baby Five was a bit confused. Didn't we agree to help Ace defeat Golden Lion? Buffalo was nearly scared out of his wits by Baby Five's bold proclamation. When did I say I would help Ace? That's Golden Lion, not some random nobody. Baby Five scratched her head. Just now, didn't we communicate with our eyes? I already understood you. Before she could finish, Baby Five stopped speaking, as if she realized something. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Baby Five sheepishly smiled. What should we do next? Buffalo suppressed the resentment in his heart. This tiger-striped woman had just been thinking about how to take down Golden Lion. Are all women this fierce? Or is she just the only brave one? What else can we do? We need to get out of here quickly. Didn't you see that Ace killed one of his subordinates, and Golden Lion is ready to rip Ace apart? Do you think we, who committed the same crime, will fare any better than Ace? Buffalo roared loudly. Baby Five, but we've already killed this person. No matter where we run, Golden Lion will seek revenge on us. And it might even implicate our young master. Buffalo's expression darkened. The monk can escape, but the temple can't. Their base was in Dressrosa, and with Golden Lion's strength, if he really went on a rampage, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Buffalo sighed and asked, "So what do you think we should do next?" Baby Five glanced at him and cautiously said, "Why don't we follow my plan? I've heard of Ace's exploits. Being able to establish the name of Fire Fist in the New World, he surely is no ordinary person. If the three of us work together, we can definitely defeat Golden Lion." Until now, Baby Five was still thinking about how to take down Golden Lion. Buffalo was somewhat tempted. But what if we fail? It doesn't matter if we fail. If we save Ace, Whitebeard will definitely repay us. If we can't save him, do you think Whitebeard will let Golden Lion off the hook? Baby 5 said confidently. Buffalo was a bit surprised. When did Baby 5's mind become so sharp? If I want to trick her out of pocket money in the future, wouldn't it be even harder? Buffalo thought for a moment and felt that Baby 5 was right. So he made up his mind. I agree with you. However, before he could finish speaking, a violent explosion sounded, and the door of Golden Lion's palace was blown to smithereens by a tremendous force. Then, a figure flew in from outside, crashing through several pillars, still with enough momentum to finally crash into a wall and barely come to a stop. The next second, the entire wall collapsed with a loud bang, burying that figure beneath countless rubble. Baby 5 and Buffalo's eyes widened in shock, their expressions filled with fear. If they hadn't seen it wrong, that figure flying in was actually Golden Lion. How is this possible? Someone actually managed to send Golden Lion flying. Could it be that the person coming is Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors? Da-da-da. Accompanied by the increasingly close footsteps, a young man, full of charisma, walked in. He looked at Baby 5 and Buffalo, who seemed to be standing aside like wooden dolls. Asta raised his head, a brilliant smile on his face. Excuse me, have you seen Ace? The one who punched the Golden Lion flying was none other than Asta, who came to rescue Ace. Based on the experience from his previous life, the most perfect stealth is not about being cautious and not letting anyone discover your presence. Rather, it is about taking out everyone who sees you. Now that's the most perfect stealth. Chapter 48. The Advancing Golden Lion. Baby 5 and Buffalo exchanged glances and swallowed nervously. The sudden appearance of this domineering young man instilled a sense of fear in both of them. Who are you? Upon hearing the question, Asta instinctively touched his cheek and then suddenly realized he had forgotten that he had randomly put on a face mask before coming here, which was different from his usual look, so it was normal for Buffalo and the others not to recognize him. Asta turned his neck, looking around as if searching for something. Soon, in a corner, he found what he was looking for. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, and in the next second, Asta vanished from his spot. Before Buffalo and the others could react, a flash of light passed by, and Asta was already in front of them, holding a small yellow flower. I said I would reward you with a small red flower next time we met, but under the current circumstances, I'll just use this chrysanthemum instead. Upon hearing this, Baby 5's head rang as if struck by lightning, leaving her frozen in place for a long time, unable to move. This boy, who had just punched the Golden Lion away, was actually the thief who had stolen their devil fruit not long ago. Were they still asleep? Or was this world just too absurd? How could these two be the same person? Buffalo's reaction was even worse. He trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He clearly remembered having arrogantly threatened Asta not long ago, saying that if it weren't for Baby 5, he would have blown Asta's head off long ago. Now looking back, he really had no idea how he survived that encounter. Looking at the small chrysanthemum presented to him, Baby 5 was at a loss for what to do. Should she accept it or refuse? What if he got angry and hit her if she refused? Just as Baby 5 hesitated, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the ruins where the Golden Lion was buried. Boom! Thousands of pounds of rubble were lifted into the air by a tremendous force. And then, as if manipulated by some mysterious power, they came crashing down towards Asta and the others. Baby 5's expression changed, her arms transforming into 2 Gatling guns spewing blue flames, firing wildly at the incoming debris. Buffalo was also busy. His uniquely shaped head spun like a propeller, generating a high-pressure wind that blew away the remaining debris and dust. Only Asta stood still, hiding behind the two, calmly watching the show. Shortly after, with a furious roar, the disheveled Golden Lion emerged from the ruins. His eyes were blood-red, and his golden hair flew wildly behind him, looking almost mad. It had been so long since he had been injured since the incident at Eni's lobby. It seemed he had been silent for too long. Even the most insignificant creatures wanted to step on him. This time, he would make the world tremble in fear again. The Golden Lion scanned the area, intending to find the boy who had knocked him away, but instead, he unexpectedly discovered a familiar headless corpse. Instantly, the Golden Lion froze, his gaze blank, and he spoke in an incredulous tone. Impossible, this can't be. But after decades of companionship, how could he mistake it? That headless corpse was indeed his ship's doctor, Indigo. In the next moment, the Golden Lion's eyes widened in fury. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in what seemed like black lightning. This was the manifestation of mastering Conqueror's haki to its peak. Who did this? The golden lion gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. His heart felt like it was bleeding, the pain making it hard to breathe. After years of companionship, the golden lion had long regarded Indigo as family. Not to mention, he was the key to the golden lion's plan. Without Indigo, who would help him create the IQ serum? Without Indigo, who would help him build the monster army? Without Indigo, who would share the thrill of destroying the world with him? All of this had turned to ashes because of Indigo's death. How could the golden lion not be enraged? However, when faced with the golden lion's question, Asta and Buffalo pointed at each other at the same time. Buffalo, Lord Golden Lion. We just saw it with our own eyes. It was this kid who ordered the hit. Asta, hey, we're not familiar. Don't falsely accuse someone, okay? Buffalo, who is accusing you? Do you dare say you didn't have that thought? Asta spread his hands. Well, I did, but when I walked in, I saw Chong Wei attacking Lai Fu. No, it was that woman who stepped up and cleanly chopped off the doctor's head. Buffalo, you're talking nonsense. Our young master has already signed a cooperation agreement with the Golden Lion. How could we kill his subordinate? Asto, you little chubby guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect you to be such a liar. Buffalo, don't call me little chubby. I've told you. I'm not small at all. Watching the three of them blame each other, the Golden Lion grew even angrier. Who did it? An even more terrifying aura erupted from him, as if a tangible wave of energy swept outwards from his center. Baby, Five and Buffalo felt as if they had been struck by a speeding locomotive, instantly flying backward, blood pouring from their mouths. Only Asta remained immovable as a mountain, still able to speak in the face of the Golden Lion's terrifying aura. Sai, you guys are forcing me. That beautiful lady. Could you please tell everyone who killed the doctor? Buffalo's face changed drastically. It was all Asta's fault for changing his appearance that made him forget this kid knew Baby Five's character flaw. He quickly reached out to cover Baby Five's mouth, but was already too late. Baby Five, with a blissful expression, shouted to everyone, "It was me. I killed him. This is what it feels like to be needed. I'm so happy. Ha! The one who killed me actually said she was happy." The Golden Lion laughed in anger. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such provocation. This was no longer just a slap in the face. It was as if she was stepping on his face and rubbing it in. When Baby Five regained her senses and realized what she had done, her face turned pale with fear, and her legs went weak as she plopped down on the ground. "No, it's not like that. I was just being controlled. You have to let me explain." The Golden Lion's eyes were fixed tightly on Baby Five, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. However, in Baby Five's eyes, this smile was as terrifying as a demon. What a family of Don Quixote! What a Shichibukai the Night Yiksha! I have noted this grudge, and before I destroy the world, I will first annihilate you. Upon hearing this, Baby Five immediately became anxious. If the young master found out that she had caused such a huge mess, she would definitely be abandoned again. That kind of experience, she absolutely did not want to go through a second time. P.S. For newcomers, following the reading is very important. I hope everyone won't neglect the book and give a little more support to the little brother. Chapter 49, Battle. Baby Five wanted to say that she would bear the mistakes she made alone, whether to kill or to run away or to find a deserted place to do whatever. It was all up to you. But before she could say anything, she was pulled by Buffalo and they ran wildly towards the door. What time was it to be saying such nonsense? They needed to hurry and escape. No, I can't leave. I have to stay and make up for my mistakes. Baby Five transformed her arm into a thin stick and broke free from Buffalo's grasp. Buffalo turned around and anxiously shouted at her, "You need to think this through. If you stay, you will die, and maybe even suffer the most cruel torture before dying. Then I can't leave either. I have already let the young master down by failing the mission. I can't bring trouble to him now." Baby Five spoke with such determination. In fact, if you say that Baby Five has deep feelings for Don Quixote Doflamingo, that is not entirely true. Otherwise, in the original work, she wouldn't have chosen to betray Doflamingo because of old Kai. Baby Five knew in her heart that if she went back this time, Doflamingo would definitely hand her over to quell the wrath of the Golden Lion. Anyway, it would end the same way. It was better to stay and not experience the despair of being abandoned again. "I'll give you one more chance. Are you leaving with me or not?" Seeing that the Golden Lion was about to explode, Buffalo became even more anxious. "You go ahead. Killing him was my idea alone. You don't need to stay and die with me." After saying that, Baby Five turned around and walked towards the Golden Lion. Buffalo looked at her departing figure, hesitated for a moment, and decisively chose to leave alone. He was still young and didn't want to die in vain like this. As for his old partner Baby Five, He felt he had been loyal enough to her. It was she who insisted on going to her death, and he was helpless. However, the Golden Lion didn't care about Buffalo's departure at all. He had already decided that after dealing with these people in front of him, he would go to Dressrosa. By then, he wouldn't spare anyone, including Doflamingo. Just as he had said before despair arrives, give them a little hope. The higher their expectations, the more pleasing their expressions of despair will be when they fall into the abyss. Baby 5 simply stopped by Asta's side. Asta, that little fatty actually abandoned you and ran away alone. Baby 5, I know, I'll let him go. Asta, how can he be so ungrateful? What kind of pirate is he? He might as well go home and tend cattle. Baby 5 turned her head and glanced at him expressionlessly. I send that what pirates are like. As for you, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Asta looked at her in surprise. What do you mean by stubbornly resist? Can you translate that for me? Baby 5 chuckled lightly. She admitted that Asta was the most mysterious person she had ever met. Now, she had dealt with this person quite a bit, but she knew nothing about him. She didn't know his abilities. His strength was unclear, but if he could knock the Golden Lion away, he must have some strength. As for which faction he came from, no idea. Even his appearance, Baby 5 still didn't know. The last time, she barely remembered his face, only to find out it was a human face mask. Was it really necessary to be so secretive? Even his current appearance, Baby 5 speculated. Probably wouldn't he be his true face? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Baby 5's eyes. Can you fulfill one wish of mine before I die and let me see your true face? Asta's expression suddenly became serious. Do you really want to see it? Baby 5 nodded vigorously. Well then, since it's a wish before your death, I will definitely fulfill it. Asta said as he reached out his hand to tear off the mask on his face. Baby 5's heart raced. As a woman, she also had a strong curiosity. Now, this mysterious person was about to reveal his true face. What kind of face would be under the mask? Would it be ugly? Or handsome? What if the other person wasn't a boy, but a girl? After all, anything was possible. Baby 5's mood was already at its peak, almost reaching the heights of a woman's excitement. However, in the next second, Asta's hand that was about to tear off the mask suddenly paused in midair. He looked at Baby 5 with a teasing expression and said, "Just kidding, I'm not going to fulfill your wish." It's hard to imagine what Baby 5's mood was like at that moment. The long-awaited hope suddenly fell through. It was as if a man got a DVD from a friend, claiming it was something exciting with a rich content, and it was outdoors. But when he pulled the curtains, locked the door, and prepared the tissues, he opened it only to find it was Animal Planet. Baby 5's mood was just like that man's, wanting to turn into a cannon and blow Asta to smithereens. I've already taken off my pants. You show me this? However, before Baby 5 could make a move, the Golden Lion couldn't hold back any longer. He swung both arms upward with force, and the entire ground was lifted, forming multiple giant lions in the air. Lioness might roar, accompanied by the roars of lions. Those giant lions formed from the ground, seemed to come to life, and pounced towards Asta. Asta's eyes were filled with excitement. He stomped his right foot forward, and in the next second, the hard ground shattered, and he used the terrifying impact to fly into the air. His arm muscles bulged, expanding 2 to 3 times in an instant. Then he clenched his right fist and suddenly pulled back. Boom! As Asta threw a punch, even the air in front of him was blown apart. As for those giant lions, before they could get close to him, they were all turned to dust. The power of a single punch was terrifying. Baby 5 had already dropped her jaw, staring blankly at Asta's performance. She knew Asta was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. The Golden Lion's gaze intensified. Those giant lions that had been smashed into dust reassembled and continued to charge at Asta. Asta laughed heartily. His fists seemed to turn into pile drivers, constantly attacking forward. In the air, the lion formed and then shattered, only to recover and shatter again. This continued, and the two were momentarily at a standstill. Watching Asta, who seemed tireless and was actually getting faster, the Golden Lion felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed getting old. The fruit's abilities were not limitless. Each use drained his stamina. At this rate, he would eventually be worn down by Asta. No, he needed to think of other methods. The Golden Lion controlled his abilities to make himself float, and with a thought, the 2 famous swords beneath him were instantly enveloped in observation haki, turning pitch black. Immediately after, he flew towards Asta. Besides being a powerful ability user, he was also a great swordsman. Chapter 50. One must value loyalty. The cold sword energy seemed as if it would cut through the entire sky. Each blade was so thick and large that it scared baby 5 into running around in a panic. As for the luxurious palace built with the effort of thousands of people by the Golden Lion, it had long turned into ruins. Even the clouds drifting above the island were slashed into pieces. Baby 5 curled up into a ball, hiding under a large rock, looking bitterly at the distant battle. Before this, she thought that even if she wasn't a strong person, she could still be considered someone of some renown in this sea. However, today she encountered an epic battle that shattered her confidence. She even felt that if she faced either of those two, it would probably take less than a minute for them to kneel and beg her not to kill them. Sigh, the older one is a monster, and the younger one is even more of a monster. On the other side, the battle between Asta and the Golden Lion grew increasingly intense, with the two fighting from the ground to the sky, and then back down again. The Golden Lion seized the moment, lifting his right leg high and striking down towards Asta's face. A light blue sword energy descended like a crescent moon. But that wasn't all. The Golden Lion's feet moved continuously, unleashing countless sword energies from the famous swords beneath him. They crossed each other, forming a giant spiderweb that enveloped Asta entirely. Asta frowned, not expecting that the Golden Lion could unleash such fierce attacks even at his age. However, with just this, he could not defeat him. Asta took a deep breath, compressing all the energy within him into his right fist. Suddenly, a ray of light burst forth, becoming increasingly dazzling. As if it were a second sun, Asta roared and punched out towards the overwhelming sword energy. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated, nearly deafening all creatures on the island. A terrifying shockwave erupted, lifting the ground several meters high, sweeping outwards like a torrent of steel. Everything in its path, whether buildings or trees, was utterly destroyed. Baby 5 was so frightened that she felt her soul leave her body, wishing her parents had given her 2 more legs to run for her life. She ran over 1,000 meters before finally stopping. Turning around, she looked at the clouds of dust, horror spreading across her face. Were those two really human? As the dust settled, Asta and the Golden Lion faced each other. If one were to look solely at their appearances, Asta seemed far worse off than the Golden Lion. His body was covered in bloodstains, especially his hands, which were riddled with wounds. However, he only looked terrifying on the outside. Internally, he hadn't sustained serious injuries. Moreover, those wounds were visibly healing, and it wouldn't be long before he returned to his original state. In contrast, the Golden Lion's face was as pale as paper, his internal energy churning. He had intended to endure it and save face, but in the end he couldn't hold it back and spat out a mouthful of old blood. At the same time, the terrifying aura he emitted was gradually waning from its peak. Ha ha! I didn't expect someone like you to appear on the sea. It seems I really am getting old. Looking at the blood he spat out, the Golden Lion felt no anger, but instead laughed heartily. However, in a place where no one could see, his eyes were filled with desolation. His era was probably truly over. You're not bad yourself, even at your age. Your sword energy is still so sharp. Asta said seriously, his expression turning serious. No wonder you could fight for 3 days and nights against the combined forces of the Wano country and Carp. Even though the Golden Lion had neglected to improve his own strength due to his obsession with revenge in recent years, he still caused Asta considerable trouble during the earlier battle. Often, before one wound had healed, a new one had already appeared. The Golden Lion's combat experience was simply too rich. Compared to him, the Golden Lion from the movie felt like a counterfeit. What arm color, what observation color. He didn't even have time to use them before he met his end under Luffy's protagonist halo. It's worth noting that was 2 years ago. At that time, with Luffy's strength, he probably couldn't even defeat a Navy captain. It truly validates the saying that in movies, no one can defeat the protagonist. It's been a long time since I've fought so satisfyingly. I acknowledge your strength. Can you tell me your name? The Golden Lion, still fierce, asked Asta. Although the two had not yet determined a winner, the Golden Lion was not someone who couldn't admit defeat. For whatever reason, he had indeed been slightly at a disadvantage in the earlier clash. Even if they continued fighting, someone would have to die. And the Golden Lion knew in his heart that would definitely be him who would die in the end. Though he felt a bit dejected, he was more curious about the mysterious man before him. Looking at his appearance and hearing his voice, he seemed quite young. He didn't expect someone so young to possess such powerful strength. He wondered which force had nurtured him. Could it be that he was the biological son of Whitebeard? Asta thought for a moment and said, I am Iron Man Golden Lion. Asta, just joking. I thought this answer sounded more impressive. Golden Lion. Asta, you can call me Tony Stark. Tony Stark? Isn't it Edward Stark? The Golden Lion's expression showed slight astonishment. Although he hadn't seen him for over a decade, he knew that Whitebeard's full name was Edward Newgate. So, as a son, shouldn't he carry the surname Edward? Seeing the Golden Lion's expression, Asta seemed to guess something and immediately frowned, saying irritably, "I'm not Whitebeard's son. Don't impose an identity on me." I knew it. With Whitebeard's indulgence toward his sons, how could he possibly raise someone as strong as you? The Golden Lion nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he looked down on the Whitebeard pirates. Among the entire crew, aside from Whitebeard, only 2 or 3 could catch his eye. After all, Whitebeard had protected his sons too well. If they were not allowed to experience the baptism of blood and fire, how could they possibly become true strong warriors? Whitebeard is still alive now, and with his protection, the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirate crew in the world today. But no matter how powerful a person is, they will eventually die, and when that time comes, the Whitebeard pirates will likely face extinction. Since you're not a member of the Whitebeard pirates, why do you want to save Ace? As a person, one must first uphold loyalty. When a friend is in trouble, how can one stand by and do nothing? Chapter 51, this is a battle between him and me. What man of loyalty? I wonder if you would like to join my pirate crew and become my partner. After a moment of silence, Golden Lion unexpectedly extended an olive branch to Asta. This scene astonished Asta. Could it be that this old man had his brain damaged during our earlier fight? Just a while ago, he was trying to kill his enemies, and now he suddenly wants to recruit me. The world changes too quickly. Asta rubbed his brow and asked with some confusion, "Excuse me, let me sort this out. Are you trying to recruit me?" Golden Lion nodded affirmatively. "Don't you think it's a bit awkward? We are enemies. How can you invite an enemy to be your partner?" Asta couldn't help but ask. However, Golden Lion not only felt no awkwardness, but his eyes began to shine. "I know you find it hard to accept, but I truly want to invite you to be my partner." "Asta, give me a reason." Golden Lion grinned. "There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Moreover, we have no deep-seated grudges. Although Ace suffered some hardships at my hands, you also killed 2 of my partners." "No, that scarf-wearing ship doctor was not killed by us." Asta refused to take the blame for something he didn't do. He would never let Don Quixote Doflamingo take the fall for him. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion didn't care and continued, "Regardless of how many were killed, you guys caused a ruckus here and destroyed my palace, so all balances out." "This makes sense." Asta couldn't help but nod. Golden Lion, since there are no deep-seated grudges, why must we be enemies to the death? Asta, that's true, but it still feels a bit strange. Golden Lion excitedly said, "I've been hiding on this island for nearly 20 years for a plan, and if this plan succeeds, it could definitely overturn the entire world. By then, you and I can share the world equally. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Asta knew some insider information about the plan Golden Lion mentioned. If he really succeeded, it would indeed cause upheaval in the world, but to say he could control it. Better wash up and go to sleep early. Asta, then why invite me? Wouldn't it be better to invite someone else? Golden Lion cursed inwardly. Why invite you? Don't you have any self-awareness? If I could defeat you, who would want to waste time talking to you here? Golden Lion took a deep breath, and the smile on his face remained sincere. Because you are strong enough, loyal enough, and qualified to share the world with me. Without waiting for Asta to respond, Golden Lion continued. Moreover, I am old, and I don't have many years left to live. Once I die, the whole world will be yours. So what do you say? Do you want to join me? Hearing Golden Lion speak so beautifully, Asta was almost swayed. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. He would love to rip your heart out. Knowing Golden Lion's character, Asta was as clear as a mirror in his heart. If Golden Lion discovered that he couldn't do it at night, he would probably be the first to come and kill him. This old man's heart is definitely black. However, just as Asta was about to refuse, a flash of fire suddenly shot toward Golden Lion from a distance. Asta, you must not believe him. This old man is very bad. The one speaking was none other than Ace, who had encountered a bloodbath today. After he took the antidote and endured the intense pain, he found that he could use his abilities again. Moreover, he had benefited greatly. His physical condition improved significantly. Compared to before, he was like a different person, and he had gained even more benefits. After dealing with those small fry, he prepared to look for Asta. But when he arrived at the cave, he found that Asta was already gone. Ace then realized that Asta might have gone to Golden Lion's palace to look for him. So, Ace hurried back anxiously. Just then, the sound of an explosion rang out, and Ace's expression changed. He was unclear about Asta's strength, and with such commotion, he became even more anxious. After all his effort to arrive, he found Golden Lion trying to sell Asta a dream again. Ace quickly intervened. Hearing Ace's shout, Golden Lion's face showed shock. You are that Asta? He had been frequently going to sea these days just to find Asta's whereabouts. He never expected that he couldn't find the person, but instead came to visit him. They had just fought, and the light in Golden Lion's eyes grew even brighter. I wondered why so many strong people suddenly appeared at sea. It turns out you two are the same person. So how about it? Do you want to join me? Before he finished speaking, Ace had already arrived at the scene. His fist ignited with a crimson flame, and without saying a word, he charged at Golden Lion with a punch. I won't let you deceive my friend. Golden Lion snorted coldly, displeased that Ace interrupted him. Moreover, what do you mean by deceive? This is a matter of mutual consent. How can it be called deception? Golden Lion waved his hand, and the ground around him was lifted, forming a large lion's head that lunged at Ace. Unable to defeat Asta, could he not defeat this defeated opponent? However, as soon as the two made contact, the lion's head shattered, and Ace, not yet spent, continued to charge at Golden Lion. Golden Lion's expression changed. He had not expected Ace's strength to have improved in just a few days. But even so, what does it matter? I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you a second time. He focused his thoughts, and his entire arm was instantly covered with hockey. He punched toward the flying Ace. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a thunderous roar. But compared to the earlier commotion, it was far less. Ace lost control of his body and was sent flying backward. Golden Lion also couldn't help but take 10 steps back. The two were evenly matched this time. Then, in the next second, the two began to engage in battle again. Ace wanted revenge, not only for his own, but also for Asta's. Seeing Asta covered in blood made Ace feel a deep pain and guilt in his heart. All of this is to save me. Asta got hurt because of it. No, now that I've become stronger, I must avenge him. Upon realizing that the person he just fought was Asta, the Golden Lion was determined to win him over. However, before he could even say a word, he was interrupted by Ace's attack, which infuriated him completely. Although I can't kill you in front of Asta, I can still make you suffer a bit. The Golden Lion began to fight with all his might, launching fierce attacks that pushed Ace back step by step. Asta wanted to step in to help him, but before he could move, Ace quickly refused. This is a battle between him and me. Asta, you have to believe in me. Chapter 52. The Exploding Star. Compared to Asta, Ace's attack style could be described in 4 words. All flash and no substance. Various moves emerged one after another. To say nothing of their power, just from the visual appeal, they were quite impressive. If one day Ace decides not to be a pirate anymore, he can make a decent income setting off fireworks for others. Boom! In a violent collision, both Ace and Shiki the Golden Lion staggered backward. Please don't make a scene. I genuinely want to invite him to be my partner, Shiki said, his face dark with anger. Ace was like an unshakable adhesive plaster, impossible to get rid of. But Shiki didn't dare to strike hard, fearing that Asta would get angry, making it even harder to recruit him. Who was making a scene? You're clearly deceiving Asta. As his friend, how can I stand by and watch? Ace retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Shiki was furious, wanting to curse but hesitated upon seeing Asta's expressionless face beside him. He swallowed his anger. I'll say it again, I'm not deceiving him. I'm just expressing my sincerity, Shiki insisted. Ace rolled his eyes. Who believes that? If you were sincere, why would you two be fighting? And why will my friend be hurt so severely? While speaking, Ace pointed at someone watching the drama unfold. Asta. Then, Ace seemed to transform into a detective, deducing the events between the two. It must be that my friend saw through your scheme, and then you, humiliated, decided to take a hard approach. He exclaimed, you're trying to forcefully take a civilian man in broad daylight. It's simply beastly. Asta? Shiki? Do you think the term forcefully taking a civilian man fits me? I'm almost 100 years old. I never expected to be labeled a beast before I die. This is outrageous. Shiki's face darkened as he turned to Asta. So what are you thinking? Do you want to join me or not? Ace interjected. Look at how you are speaking. Is that how you ask someone to join? However, this time, Shiki ignored Ace's provocation, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Asta. Hoping for a clear answer, Asta thought for a moment and shook his head, refusing. Let us forget it. I don't want to join any forces right now. Ace added, that's right. You can't trust him. Shut up. Shiki yelled at Ace before turning back to Asta with urgency. Do you not believe me? I can tell you my plan. Once you hear it, you'll definitely change your mind. Asta shrugged, his expression helpless. Stop right there. I already know about your plan, and I can responsibly tell you that those beasts on the island cannot possibly destroy the world government. Impossible. The beasts I've nurtured for 20 years could never be defeated by the world government. The arrogant Shiki refused to believe Asta's words. Or rather, he didn't want to believe that the belief in avenging the world government, which had kept him going for so long, was futile. How could Shiki accept that? What was the world government? Their alliance was merely on the Navy's small forces. As long as I unleash the beast from the island into the East Sea to hold the Navy back, the world government will be like pigs to be slaughtered at will. East Sea? Ace's tone rose, disbelief etched on his face. I knew this old guy was up to no good. He wants to steal my home. No way, the EC is my hometown, and I absolutely won't let you destroy it. As he spoke, a crimson flame suddenly ignited around Ace, spiraling to envelop him. Shiki's expression changed. He felt a wave of danger wash over him. Yet even at this moment, he didn't give up, continuing to persuade Asta. I'll give you another chance to rephrase your answer. Will you join me or not? Asta's gaze sharpened, his tone growing cold. No matter how many times you ask, I won't join you. If I had to give a reason, it would be because you're too ugly. The reason for refusing to join my pirate crew is that I'm too ugly? Shiki laughed maniacally, radiating an extremely dangerous aura. Ha ha ha, you little brat. I kindly invited you, yet you're playing me. Since I, Shiki the Golden Lion, can't have it, no one else can. With that, Shiki pulled out two famous swords from under his feet, and his whole person began to float in the air. The island beneath Asta started to shake violently. Huge boulders fell from the island, gathering above Shiki's head to form a massive rock ball. Compared to it, Asta looked like an ant facing a giant elephant. The entire sky seemingly darkened. WOC, this is the exploding star. Asta couldn't help but curse at the astonishing scene before him. Besides, Shiki not shouting the classic line. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Everything else was the same. Could it be that Shiki was also a time traveler who learned pain skills next door? Nonetheless, no matter how one looked at it, facing Shiki's life-burning full-force attack, even Asta felt a hint of danger. After all, it wasn't noon. Ace, get behind me. Asta decided to take action himself. After all, with Ace's current strength, he couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. However, upon hearing Asta's kind warning, Ace shook his head and refused. If every time we face danger, we choose to retreat, what kind of man would that make me? I'm telling you, big brother, during a life-and-death crisis, don't overthink it. Asta wanted to persuade him again, but seeing Ace's determined expression, he couldn't get the words out. Finally, Asta asked, can you handle it? Ace grinned, confidence shining in his eyes. If it were before, I probably couldn't but now, just watch my performance. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace raised his right hand, and the flames swirling around him all gathered above his palm, forming a massive fireball like the sun. However, compared to that rock ball, it was still far from enough, only about 1/3 its size. Due to excessive use of his fruit abilities, the current Golden Lion has become nothing more than skin and bones, looking quite frightening. Golden Lion. If you only have this little bit of skill, then Whitebeard can come and collect your corpse. Chapter 53. Isn't this the legendary? Hearing the mockery from the Golden Lion, Ace remained unperturbed, simply coldly replying, don't celebrate too early, I haven't truly unleashed my power yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the veins on Ace's neck bulged, accompanied by his roar. The fiery ball in his palm, resembling the sun, gradually began to change color, shifting from orange-red to white. At the same time, the temperature around them, which had soared due to the fireball, rapidly dropped back down, quickly returning to its previous state. However, this was not the end. After the temperature around them dropped, it continued to fall, and even the ground began to form a thin layer of frost. Once the massive fireball completely transformed into white, the surrounding environment had already turned into a snowy landscape. Even with Asta's current physical strength, he could still feel a hint of coldness. One could only imagine how low the temperature around them truly was. Asta stared in shock at the white fireball, realizing that the drastic change in the environment was due to the cold air emanating from that fireball. It was clearly a fireball still burning, yet instead of radiating heat, it unleashed an infinite chill. This astonishing scene reminded Asta of a novel he had read in his past life. It was born from the combination of extreme cold and extreme heat. It could only be encountered once every 100 years when the sun and moon alternated, in a place of extreme cold and extreme heat. This had a resounding name, Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Its properties were very similar to the fireball in Ace's hand. Both were white, both were burning flames, yet exuded a chilling cold. So that's why Ace suddenly gained confidence. It turns out to be this. Ground Explosion Star versus Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Now, this is going to be a good show. The Golden Lion looked at the white fireball in Ace's hand with horror, feeling a strong sense of deathly crisis emanating from it. What is this thing? Why is your flame turned into this? Ace's eyes were filled with excitement. All of this is thanks to you. If it weren't for the IQ reagent you gave me, How come my flames have transformed like this? What? The golden lion's pupils contracted sharply. The IQ reagent could actually allow a devil fruit user to evolve, and rationality would remain unaffected. Instantly, the golden lion's face was filled with regret. If he had discovered this sooner, why bother cultivating those beasts on the island? He could have directly formed an army of devil fruit users. Wouldn't that be better? Moreover, who knows, his strength might have been further enhanced. And at that time, perhaps he alone could destroy the entire navy. But even so, what does that matter? The gap between you and me cannot be closed by just a bottle of reagent. Whether you can catch up or not, you don't get to decide. Only after we fight will we know. I will never allow you to destroy the entire East Sea for your selfish desires. After saying this, Ace let out a roar and charged forward with the gigantic fireball in hand. The golden lion gritted his teeth, watching Ace rush towards him, and swung his arms forward with all his might. The rock ball above his head, resembling a meteorite, came crashing down with an overwhelming momentum, smashing towards Ace like a mountain. Soon, the two giant spheres, one large and one small, collided. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the heavens. Following that, a terrifying energy storm instantly swept out from the point of impact between the rock and the fireball, rapidly spreading across a 1,000-meter radius. Under this terrifying energy storm, everyone on the island halted their actions, eyes wide with horror and shock as they looked up at the sky. Massive boulders weighing thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds and clusters of white flames fell from the sky, crashing down onto the island and the sea below. Ah, help! The sky is collapsing. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Everyone run. The golden lion's subordinates, like ants on a hot pan, began to flee in panic. But the entire small island was only so big, and they couldn't fly like the golden lion. Where could they escape to? Some were crushed to death by the boulders, and others were burned alive by the white flames. The entire island was in chaos, filled with dead bodies. Only those natives with wings on their arms managed to escape by flying. Asta squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. Every boulder that fell towards him was shattered by his punch. Even those white flames emitting cold air were the same. Then, it seemed Asta saw something. His figure flickered and vanished from spot. Moments later, Asta returned, but in his hand, he was holding a fainting figure. This person was Ace, who had temporarily lost consciousness due to severe injuries. After checking his physical condition, Asta let out a sigh of relief. It seems you're quite capable, having defeated the golden lion. After he said this, the entire island shook violently, as if it remembered that it was also under the governance of that bull-headed person. Thus, the floating island began to plummet. Feeling the intense wind pressure, Asta intended to find a place to hide. But when he arrived at the scene, he found that someone was already there. Why haven't you left? Asta asked in surprise. Baby, Five curled up into a ball, and upon hearing Asta's question, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. I wanted to leave, but I can't fly. Asta, oh, could you please squeeze in a bit and make some room for me? Are you asking me nicely? I'm so happy. Baby, Five covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, looking very pleased. Asta, couldn't he understand how someone like Baby Five could have grown up safely? The key was that Baby Five looked good and had a curvy figure. If she were with him, she might end up having a baby for him in 10 months. Seeing Asta looking at her strangely, Baby Five's face turned slightly red. She already knew Asta's identity and didn't dare to resist someone so powerful. After a moment of silence, Baby Five could no longer stand the awkward atmosphere and quietly asked Asta, what happened to the golden lion? Asta, you didn't see the island starting to fall? What do you think happened to the golden lion? Baby Five couldn't hide the shock on her face. He was killed by you guys? Asta shook his head and thought for a moment before saying, he ultimately died from exhaustion. Strictly speaking, it can't be counted as us killing him. But even so, you guys are too amazing. That was a legendary pirate. Baby Five was still a bit stunned. No matter how legendary someone is, they have to bow down to the monster that is time, Asta said with a smile. Chapter 54, Assassin? This not only refers to the golden lion, but also to him. During the day, no one can defeat him. At night, he can't defeat anyone. Asta looked at Baby Five with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Although he had a hold over her, he wondered if he should just eliminate her now for safety's sake. However, Baby Five was completely unaware of the impending danger. As they were getting closer to the sea below, her expression began to turn anxious. They were falling from a height of 10,000 meters, although they were landing in the ocean. The terrifying rebound force could still turn them into mush. What should we do next? If we keep staying like this, we'll only end up dead. Asta suppressed the killing intent in his eyes and thought carefully. I have a good idea. Baby 5? Asta, before the island crashes into the sea. We jump up quickly. That way, there won't be any rebound force. Baby 5, you really are a clever little brat. I take you as hope, but you take me for a fool. Facing such terrifying kinetic energy, who the hell can jump up? Baby 5 said irritably. Can you be serious? I don't have time for jokes right now. Asta, I'm serious. Upon hearing this, Baby 5 immediately got a bit angry, since they were doomed anyway. She was no longer afraid. If you can jump up, I'll call you Dad from now on. Asta's eyes lit up. But you said it, no takebacks. After saying that, he wrapped his arms around Baby 5's slim waist and grabbed the unconscious Ace with the other hand. Asta roared, his muscles rapidly swelling. He grew from a height of less than 2 meters to 4 meters before finally stopping. He looked incredibly tall and powerful like a little giant. As for the loose clothing made of unknown material on him, it was torn apart in an instant, revealing his explosive muscles. Because he was holding her, Baby 5 could deeply sense the terrifying power contained beneath Asta's skin. Is this the tyrant with a 4.5 billion berries bounty from the Navy? What a powerful existence. Baby 5 was instantly mesmerized, her eyes hazy, not knowing what to think. In this world where martial strength is revered, the admiration for the strong is ingrained in people's bones. Asta bent his legs slightly, bracing against the terrifying pressure, and directly shot upward. The next second, the ground he had just stood on shattered with a loud bang, and a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter appeared. Following that, a bottomless crack spread outwards, ultimately splitting the island in two. Baby 5 did not expect there to be someone in this world who could jump up under such conditions. She wanted a curse to express her shock, but at that moment, her beautiful face was being whipped by the fierce wind. Her eyelids and lips were flapping, looking as ugly as could be. It was just like when people would open their mouths in front of a high-powered fan when they were kids. The scene was exactly the same. Boom, boom, boom. The island, rapidly falling from the sky, finally crashed into the ocean, instantly creating waves thousands of meters high that swept outwards. Luckily, this area of the sea was a windless zone with no human presence. Otherwise, in the face of such a catastrophic scene, who could survive? It was only unfortunate for those sea kings hiding underwater, who were peacefully sleeping, only to have a small island crash down, taking their whole family to heaven. The sounds of explosions, roars, and the screams of both humans and sea kings in their final moments. It took a full half-hour before things finally calmed down and began to return to tranquility. As for the fallen islands, they did not sink to the seabed, but instead floated on the surface. Perhaps one day, a pirate might stumble upon this windless zone and discover a small archipelago. Meanwhile, Asta had brought Ace and Baby 5 to a tiny island. As soon as he let go, Baby 5 immediately knelt on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Hey, can you not be so disgusting? Look at your lack of composure. You, Baby 5 turned her head in anger, wanting to say it was all his fault. But before she could finish her sentence, her stomach churned again, and she vomited once more. Asta, if you want to throw up, just focus on that. Don't look at me while you're vomiting, making it seem like I'm so ugly that I disgust you like this. Asta turned away, slowly exhaling a puff of white air, his body gradually returning to its original form. After these days of exploration, Asta had gained a certain understanding of his abilities. He categorized the gifts of the sun into 3 states. The first was the normal form, where his physique remained unchanged, utilizing only a small portion of his internal energy, roughly at the level of a Navy Rear Admiral. The second was the extraordinary form, where his physique underwent a huge change, fully unleashing his internal energy, roughly at the level of a Navy Admiral. The third was the strongest form, compressing the terrifying energy within him, his physique approaching the most perfect human shape, with strength surpassing that of a Navy Admiral. In fact, besides these 3, there was one more, the invincible state at noon. At that time, even if all 3 Navy Admirals, along with Sengoku and Garp, attacked him together, they would not be his opponents. However, he could only maintain this state for 1 minute. At first, he planned to call his transformations Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. But later he thought his hair wouldn't turn golden, and his eyes couldn't turn green, so calling it that felt a bit strange. Thus, he decided to put that aside and change his terminology. Looking at Asta standing before her unguarded, Baby 5's eyes flashed with hesitation. She was contemplating whether to take the opportunity to eliminate him. However, this hesitation only lasted a moment before vanishing without a trace. Baby 5 self-deprecatingly smiled, wondering if she had vomited too much and lost her mind. Someone as strong as him could never die at her hands, not even through a sneak attack. I should act a bit better, hoping he is a good person who will let me go. Asta didn't quite understand Baby 5's inner thoughts. He simply waited for a long time, but still didn't see her sneak attack, and disappointment flickered in his eyes. With such little courage, she's still called a killer. Bah, she's simply bringing shame to the profession. However, since she doesn't take the initiative to strike, I also feel embarrassed to go all out. After all, in my previous life, I quite liked this character who had a somewhat unfortunate childhood. Well, I did support her back then. So, how are you going to deal with me next? After she had thrown up quite a bit, Baby 5 proactively asked about her next fate. Asta turned around and said with some regret, "You should be thankful you didn't choose to attack me just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me such questions right now." Chapter 55, it's time to fulfill the promise. Hearing this, Baby 5's face turned pale. She never expected that the other party really had the intention to kill her. "If you want to make a move, then hurry up and do it. I hope you can give me a quick death." Baby 5 closed her eyes, surrendering to fate. No, she gave up resistance. However, the more Baby 5 acted this way, the more uncomfortable Asta felt about taking action. He helplessly said, "Are you stupid? Can you listen to what I have to say?" Baby 5 cautiously opened her eyes and asked in confusion, "You're not going to kill me?" Asta replied, "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. Why would I waste my breath talking to you?" If it were a normal person hearing this, they would definitely feel grateful for being spared. But clearly, Baby 5 was not in the normal category at the moment. Upon hearing that Asta didn't plan to kill her, she was instead shocked. "Why aren't you killing me? Are you trying to toy with me, giving me hope first and then destroying me?" From her expression and tone, it seemed like not killing her was an utterly inappropriate thing to do. "Asta, speaking of which, is your act a bit excessive?" Upon hearing this, Baby 5 seemed to have thought of something and suddenly crossed her arms, looking shy. "I could never agree to that, unless you—" No. Even if you force me, I still wouldn't agree." Baby 5's mind was racing, filled with embarrassment. "Baby 5, oh, Baby 5, how could you say such things? Even if you were attracted to him, you shouldn't say it so openly. After all, you are enemies now." Asta had a strange expression. This woman's mind was truly messed up. "Don't worry, I not only won't kill you, but I will also let you go." After some careful consideration, Asta decided to let her leave. Keeping her around was ultimately a disaster. Baby 5 suddenly raised her head, her expression one of disbelief. But before she could speak, Asta continued, "But before you leave, you have to fulfill one thing for me." Baby 5's expression stiffened, her eyes filled with humiliation. She knew this person couldn't be so kind as to let her go without conditions. With her attractive figure and maid outfit, any man would struggle to resist, and he was no exception. Baby 5 wanted to resist, but when she thought about how Asta knew her character flaws, even if he forced her, she might just comply. As long as he added please in front, she might just obediently take off her clothes and come over. Baby 5 cursed, "Men are truly all scum." "Asta." Baby 5 closed her eyes, lay back, and completely gave up on resistance. "Just hurry up. I'll just pretend I was gored by a pig." "Asta, maybe I should just kill her. What kind of girl thinks about such things all day? Get up. When I said I want you to fulfill something, I meant what you promised me before. It's time to deliver." Asta said irritably, "This woman only thinks about taking advantage of me. Bah, I won't let you succeed." Hearing what he said, which was completely different from what she had in mind, Baby 5 wished she could just end it all right there. This was simply a scene of social death. Baby 5's face turned beet red. If an egg were placed on her now, it might just cook instantly. By the end, her cheeks looked as if they had been smeared with some red fuel. Terrifyingly bright. Asta was about to say something when Baby 5 immediately sat up. Her hands transformed into 2 shovels, digging a hole in the ground, and she buried her head in it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Asta could react, Baby 5 had already completed this series of actions. In fact, at that moment, her speed even surpassed that of Kizaru. Seeing Baby 5 resembling an ostrich, Asta couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Now, Baby 5 wouldn't come out. She wanted to bury herself here until the end of time. After laughing for a while, Asta said, "All right, I'm so handsome. It's normal for you to be attracted to my looks." Baby 5. Seeing her unresponsive, Asta continued, "Don't feel embarrassed. Everyone has been through this." From the ground, Baby 5 mumbled, "Have you also experienced social death?" Asta thought for a moment and replied with a smile, "Not really. I pay attention to my image." Baby 5. She silently decided that if she talked to Asta again, she would be a little dog. Asta, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and come out. Baby 5. Asta, is it really such a big deal? Is it necessary to act like this? Baby 5. Asta's tone became severe. Are you coming out or not? If you don't come out, I'll kill you. Baby 5, you might as well just kill me. Asta was furious. All right, you said it. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't know my strength. Baby 5 closed her eyes, ready to face death. Just as she said earlier, even if she died, she would never come out. With a crisp sound, Baby 5 couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with humiliation. Didn't he say he would kill me? How could he hit me there? Before Baby 5 could react, Asta attacked her with a flurry of blows. Smack, smack, smack. After enduring several slaps, Baby 5 finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled her head out of the ground. Stop! Don't hit me. I'm already out. Just as her words fell, Asta had just raised his hand, thought for a second, and then slapped her again. I'm already out. Why are you still hitting me? Baby 5 covered her buttocks with both hands, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. At this moment, she was not just blushing. A charming pink hue spread all over her body, and she bit her lip, her eyes filled with allure, as if she were in a state of passion. Asta did not respond, but simply moved his palm, as if savoring the feeling from earlier. It must be said that the sensation was addictive, like that of jelly. Seeing this scene, Baby 5's face turned even redder. Initially, there was some pain, but later, she felt nothing at all, as if she had lost consciousness. To hold back her cries was her last bit of strength. Ahem, since you are already out, as long as you fulfill your promise, you can leave. Asta coughed twice, quickly returning to his previous demeanor. Otherwise, if this continued, he would be seen as a pervert. Upon hearing this, the moisture in Baby 5's eyes deepened, as she remembered what she had promised Asta before. At that time, she said, as long as you can jump up, I will call you Daddy. Now he had completed his task, and now it was her turn to fulfill her promise. Chapter 56. Your brother's my brother Ba. B.A.? Did you not eat? Louder. Ba ba. Ba ba. Ba ba. Baby 5 shouted at him with her eyes closed. At first, every shout filled her with humiliation. After all, she was a cold-blooded assassin, yet here she was, calling a minor dad. Although he was strong, this experience and such humiliation were somewhat acceptable to her, as those two words were shouted over and over. A strange feeling began to rise within Baby 5. Coupled with the fiery pain from where Asta had hit her earlier, she couldn't help but tighten her legs, as if something was about to flow out. Asta was grinning from ear to ear, just about to acknowledge this cheap daughter of his. But then Ace, who was in a coma, suddenly sat up from the ground, looking confused, and said, "Who is calling me?" Asta. Baby 5. The strange feeling instantly vanished. Tired, she thought, just destroyed all. I can't live like this anymore. After a brief rest, Ace gradually regained some strength. He stretched out his hand and patted Asta's back hard, saying loudly, I said, why does the name Asta sound so familiar? So you are the criminal that the world government calls the tyrant. Unlike Luffy, Ace was a bit smarter. The reason he hadn't recognized Asta earlier was that since that incident, there had been many imposters at sea. Moreover, he thought that someone capable of causing chaos in the Holy Land and defeating a Marine admiral must be a giant, over 6 meters tall, and look like his old man. He didn't expect the other party to look younger than his brother Luffy, which indeed made him feel somewhat frustrated. Why is he so outstanding? Yet we are both human. Hearing this, several black lines appeared on Asta's forehead. Who gave me such a low nickname? Ace exaggeratedly said, You think it's low? Do you know how many people at sea idolize you? If you raise your hand, countless pirates would want to join you. Asta smiled helplessly. Is that so? Then according to you, if I want to be the pirate king, wouldn't it be easy? However, upon hearing this, Ace immediately became alert. Impossible. The pirate king can only be my old man. Asta, if your dear dad knew how much you idolized Whitebeard, he would probably jump out of his grave to hit you. You don't really want to compete for the title of pirate king, do you? I can tell you in advance, even though we have a good relationship, I absolutely won't back down on becoming the pirate king. Ace said firmly, Forget it. I'm not interested in one piece. A real man should dominate the world. Asta thought of his golden finger. Unlike what he read in the novels, his system only appeared once at the beginning and hadn't shown up since. There were no penalties for failing tasks. It was completely a free-range state. Oh, as long as you don't want to be the pirate king, then we are good friends, Ace said with a grin, leaning closer. However, when he saw Baby 5, who seemed to be broken, a hint of curiosity appeared on Ace's face. Who is this woman? Your old flame? Asta, what are you talking about? She's clearly my newly acknowledged cheap daughter. Baby Five's face turned red, biting her lip, not daring to speak. Who told her to lose the bet? Ace's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze moving back and forth between the two, and he finally muttered, "You two really know how to have fun." His voice was low, but it was just loud enough for Baby Five to hear, causing her face to turn even redder. Asta shot him a glare and said irritably, "All right, what are your plans next?" Upon mentioning this, Ace excitedly replied, "Of course, I'm going to continue with my plans. Now that my abilities have improved. No matter if he hides his strength, I'll defeat him and bring him back." Looking at the confident Ace, Asta wanted to remind him that Blackbeard had eaten the dark fruit. As long as he touched your body, your abilities would become ineffective, not to mention bone-cold fire. Even if you conjured another strange fire, it wouldn't work. You should be more careful. Someone like him would definitely stop at nothing to achieve his goals. By then, you won't be facing just one opponent. It might be a whole group. Asta advised gently. Ace's eyes flickered, his expression extremely serious. "Don't worry. This time I'll definitely be careful." Asta nodded in satisfaction. This kid, Ace, had decent strength. As long as he wanted to escape, Blackbeard couldn't stop him. After talking about himself, Ace asked Asta, "What about you? What are you planning to do next?" Since he disappeared, everyone at sea was curious about his whereabouts. Some said that during that great battle, Asta was severely injured and was now hiding somewhere licking his wounds. Others said Asta was silently accumulating strength, preparing for another grand chaos in the Holy Land. Even some began to spread that Asta was from the Revolutionary Army, attracting an unknown number of people to join. According to insiders, Dragon's office had been filled with inexplicable laughter these days, which was quite eerie. Hearing Ace's question, even Baby Five, who felt that life wasn't worth it, couldn't help but perk up her ears. It was clear that everyone was indeed very curious about Asta. Glancing at Baby Five, who was eavesdropping, Asta thought for a moment and said, "As for me, I'm planning to find a beautiful place to live in seclusion." Upon hearing this, Baby Five showed a hint of disappointment on her face. She didn't know why she felt that way. She just thought that someone as powerful as Asta and not competing for world dominance was really a pity. She still preferred Asta's domineering demeanor. How could I like him? No matter what he becomes, I won't like him. Baby Five was startled by her own thoughts and quickly denied them. Ace's eyes lit up. "You said you want to find a nice place? Then go to my hometown, Windmill Village. The scenery there is absolutely beautiful." Asta nodded in agreement. "Sure, if the scenery there is good, I'll consider living there." Ace was very pleased. If someone as powerful as Asta settled in Windmill Village, he wouldn't have to worry about his hometown being in danger anymore. "If you hurry over, you might even see my brother." Mentioning Luffy, a doting smile spread across Ace's face. "What is your brother's name?" Asta asked knowingly. "His name is Monkey D. Luffy. He is a clumsy person, but he is also a really nice guy. Your brother is my brother, and when I meet him one day, I will greet him for you. It's settled then. But if he causes trouble, you can teach him a good lesson without worrying about my face. Don't worry, I know how to be measured." "Ha ha, Luffy will definitely like you. Goodbye, I still prefer girls with curves." Chapter 57, Lucky Fruit Left. Right, forward, backward. I can understand forward is telling me to speed up, but what the hell is backward? Wrong direction, turn the helm to move forward. Another mistake, big brother. Can you even read directions? You've been wrong 6 times this morning. How could I not? My mom taught me. North is up, south is down, west is left, east is right. Oh my God, so you've been reading directions like that all along. No wonder I've always felt like we were going in circles. Nonsense. How could we be going in circles? Look at where we just came from. We can't see it anymore. Isn't that worse? Baby Five, you take over and direct him. If this continues, we might never leave this sea until we die. Asta stood aside, feeling that if given another chance, he could definitely lead everyone to the right path. Unfortunately, Ace no longer trusted him at all. Their ability to sail in the calm zone relied entirely on his flame power. Now, frequently using his fruit ability was depleting his stamina, and if they didn't find land soon, he would definitely be the first to starve among the 3. I don't know if it's heaven deliberately working against Asta, but shortly after Baby Five took command, a shadow of land appeared in their line of sight. Damn it, this is clearly unscientific. Only Asta is such a weirdo to talk about science in the pirate world. Soon, with Ace's full output, the 3 finally arrived at the small island. As soon as they stepped on the ground, Ace sniffed the air, and an intense light burst in his eyes. "It's meat, the smell of roasted meat. I'll go ahead, you guys hurry up and follow." After saying that, Ace transformed into a beam of fire and shot towards the center of the island at high speed. Only Asta and Baby Five were left behind. Asta glanced at her and said, Are you planning to eat first and then leave, or are you leaving now? Hearing this, baby 5 lowered her head, filled with hesitation. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Clearly, Asta had humiliated her like that, yet she couldn't feel a shred of resentment. Instead, deep down, she hoped to get closer to Asta. She must be broken to have such thoughts. I think I should leave now. Baby 5 struggled for a long time before softly saying. Asta replied, all right, since I promised you, I won't stop you. You can go. Baby 5's expression changed. She wanted to shout at Asta, are you a kidnapper? How can there be a pirate like you, who keeps his word? Saying to let me go, and actually letting me go, more just than the Navy, I would allow you to break your promise. You could tie me up and whip me hard. I wouldn't mind any of that. But these words, baby 5 could only think in her heart, not daring to say a word. In the end, baby 5 looked at him reluctantly and then turned to leave. Wait, baby 5 quickly stopped, her face showing a hint of surprise as she turned around. Are you having second thoughts? I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. In the days to come, I will work hard to be a good maid. If you think I'm doing something wrong, don't hold back, scold me harshly. However, what Asta wanted to say was not what she thought. He pulled out a devil fruit from his bag and asked baby 5, you tell me, what ability does this paramecia-type devil fruit have? Asta felt a strong connection to this devil fruit. When he was first captured by the golden lion, he buried this devil fruit under a big tree. But unexpectedly, after a fierce battle, the whole island was shattered. Asta thought the fruit would fall into the sea and drift away with the waves. As a result, the place where he and Ace and baby 5 fell was exactly where he buried the devil fruit. Isn't that a coincidence? Baby 5 looked at him with a hint of resentment and explained, this is the paramecia-type lucky fruit. Eating it can change others' fortunes. Lucky fruit? Asta was a bit surprised. He remembered that a woman named Baccarat had eaten it before. Why was there another one? Could it be a fake? Before he could ask, baby 5 continued. I went out with Buffalo to trade with the Golden Emperor, Doflamingo. He bought this devil fruit from the young master for 3.5 billion berries, but unexpectedly, it was intercepted by you along the way. Asta suddenly realized that this devil fruit hadn't been eaten by Baccarat yet. Don't make baseless accusations. I clearly picked this up from the ground. It's not the one you lost. Seeing Asta's adamant denial, baby 5 was infuriated yet amused. Why don't you show that shameless side of yours when you're dealing with me? In any case, be careful. The young master suffered such a big loss. He will definitely not let you go. Baby 5 kindly reminded him. Hearing this, Asta revealed a fierce expression. If anyone dares to steal my things, I will destroy him. Baby 5 replied, I know you are strong, but the young master is not fighting alone. He has a top-tier force behind him. Asta asked, you mean Kaido? I heard that guy claims to be invincible. If he's capable, let him come and try to steal it. How do you know that the young master is backed by Kaido? Baby 5's eyes were filled with shock. The young master's dealings with Kaido were all conducted in secret. Only a few of their cadres knew about it. Asta avoided answering Baby 5's question, just looking at her with a strange expression. Speaking of which, you care about me so much. Have you fallen for me? Who would like you? We are enemies. Baby 5 seemed to have hit a nerve. Her skin instantly turned pink, steam rising from her head, and even her speech became stuttered. Asta said nothing, just looked at her with a weird gaze. Baby 5's temperature kept rising, and she felt like she was about to be cooked. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm leaving. Baby 5 finally couldn't bear Asta's gaze any longer, quickly turned around, and ran to the other side of the island. Watching her awkward retreat, Asta smiled knowingly and shouted, in the future, when doing things, please don't care about others' wishes. Think more for yourself. Hearing Asta's call, Baby 5 froze for a moment, her expression somewhat incredulous. How could someone tell her not to care about others' wishes and to think more about herself? How could such a thing happen in reality? It must be a dream. Baby 5 bit her lip tightly, tears as big as beans streamed down her cheeks. Since being abandoned by her biological mother, it had been years since anyone had cared about her. Why didn't he appear sooner? Why are they enemies? Baby 5 cried uncontrollably. She wanted to turn around and throw herself at Asta, expressing her feelings with passion. But she couldn't do that. Without the young master, she would have starved to death on a mountain back then. She couldn't betray Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the end, Baby 5 said nothing, didn't even turn her head, and just left. Hey, is she really that heartless? At least a word of thanks would have been nice. Chapter 58. The Strange Town After Baby 5 Left. Asta got up and walked toward the center of the small island. Before long, a peculiar little town came into view. It was strange because this town was somewhat different from the ones Asta usually encountered. In the past, there would always be strong soldiers guarding the entrance to the towns he visited, not only to prevent pirates from causing trouble, but also to maintain order in the town. However, this town had nothing of the sort. There were no guards and not even city walls. As Asta looked around, he saw that the residents inside were all dressed flamboyantly and seductively, wearing very bright and colorful clothes. Even the houses they lived in were decorated in an unusually cute manner, and the entire town seemed to be filled with a pink atmosphere. If it were only for this, Asta wouldn't have been surprised. But the key point was that all the residents, who were dressed so revealingly and with heavy makeup, were all men. Asta walked through the town and didn't see a single woman, which meant that all the residents of this town were likely men. What a terrifying thing that was. With so many men gathered together, one would expect a rough, bold atmosphere or perhaps a lot of bromance. But obviously, everyone's vibe seemed to have gone awry, as each person appeared to think of themselves as a little pink princess. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine several burly men over 2 meters tall who could run a horse with their arms, wearing heavy makeup and holding hands while shopping. When they saw something they liked, they would cover their mouths and squeal, excitedly wanting to jump up. Upon seeing Asta, they looked at him with disdain, as if they wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Who is this ugly man? He didn't even put on makeup and just went out like that. Look at the clothes he's wearing. They're so ugly, not at all delicate like ours. He looks like an outsider. Maybe he's here to steal our sisters. With his looks, the sisters wouldn't like this sloppy man at all. Although the few of them were whispering behind their hands, their comments still reached Asta's ears. Asta's face darkened. If you dare say another word, believe it or not, I'll strip you of your clothes and make you run naked in the street. There's a rogue. Hearing Asta's threat, the few were so frightened that their faces turned pale, quickly covering their clothes and fleeing in all directions. The other residents did the same, all terrified and rushing back to their homes, fearing that Asta would do something to them. In just a short while, the entire street was left with only Asta all alone. Seeing everyone's reaction, Asta was furious. What does this mean? Could they really think I would do something to them? Ridiculous. However, amidst his anger, Asta heard a key word in their conversation: sisters. This meant that there were women on this island. But those women didn't seem to live together with these men. Of course, it was also possible that the sisters they mentioned were a third type of person, neither male nor female. Asta put aside his doubts and prepared to find Ace first before discussing the strangeness of this island. Soon, he spotted a figure resembling Ace in a barbecue restaurant on another street. The restaurant was currently packed with people inside and out, all with expressions of shock, staring motionless at the man inside who was eating and drinking like crazy. Is he still a man? How can he eat so much? His eating style is so uncouth. It's a disgrace to us men. How much more do you think he can eat? Who knows? He has like a bottomless pit. Look. He has eating and has actually fallen asleep. Ace, like Luffy, had a special skill, eating while sleeping. Wow. He doesn't even forget to eat while asleep. How obsessed is this guy with food? This skill is simply amazing. He can eat and sleep at the same time. Hearing the crowd's gasps of amazement, Asta knew without looking that the only person who could pull off such a stunt was Ace. Everyone, please make way for me. The person inside is my friend. Asta shouted as he squeezed his way into the crowd. WC, who touched my butt? Pervert, someone attacked my bear. Who is pulling my skirt? That's very expensive. After a bit of chaos, Asta finally broke through the obstacles and arrived inside the restaurant. But before he could even sit down, Ace suddenly woke up from his sleep, covering his nose and shouting, "What the hell? What's that smell?" Asta, with a stiff face, remained silent. Ace quickly realized that the pungent smell was coming from Asta himself. Although I know the saying when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You don't have to spray perfume on yourself as soon as you enter the town. Upon hearing this, a vein popped on Asta's forehead. The smell on him was from accidentally getting mixed up with the crowd earlier. He didn't know what these men were thinking, to spray so much perfume on themselves. There were scents like orange, cherry, watermelon, etc., without fear of being pickled in the smell. Just passing through the crowd almost choked him to death. If you dare mock me again, believe it or not, I'll make you even more feminine than them. Ace's smile froze, and he immediately sat up straight, behaving like a little student. Facing a big boss, he could only admit defeat. Looking at the empty plates stacked higher than people on the table, Asta suddenly felt a bit hungry. "Boss, bring me 50 plates of barbecue to fill my stomach, and for drinks, just bring whatever you have." A burly man in a bikini trembled and said, "We can't prepare that much with the remaining ingredients in our store." Asta frowned. "Then 40 plates?" The burly man shook his head. "Asta, 30 plates, 25 plates should be fine." The burly man shook his head again. Asta slammed the table, glaring fiercely at Ace, then said to the restaurant owner, "Just tell me how much barbecue you have left." The muscular, burly man seemed startled, reaching out his huge palm to pat his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. "Asta, this scene really needs a lifetime to heal." Under Asta's increasingly cold gaze, the bearded man cautiously raised a finger. 10 plates? Asta's face turned pale, looking somewhat terrifying. This amount was hardly enough to fill his teeth. "Fine, 10 plates it is, better than nothing." However, the bearded man shook his head again and said, "It's not 10 plates. Almost all the ingredients in the shop have been eaten by that gentleman. There's only 1 plate of roasted meat left." "Ace, you bastard. I asked you to leave me a bite, and you really left me just 1 bite." Chapter 59. Is Ace pregnant? To his surprise, Ace looked even more shocked and said with a grievance, "Impossible. I clearly remember only eating a little." Asta snorted coldly and said, "So you mean all the food on the table was eaten by me?" Ace crossed his arms and looked away, mumbling, "Anyway, I can't beat you, so whatever you say goes." Asta was instantly furious, but also amused, thinking, "Wow, you don't even realize you have the skill to eat while sleeping. Can't you have some self-respect? Don't you know what kind of person you are?" Ace wanted to defend himself, but before he could say anything, Asta interrupted him, looking impatient. "All right, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Hurry up and pay. Let's go to another place." Ace's face turned red, and he fidgeted on his chair without saying a word. Asta asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Do you have lice or something? Hurry up and pay. Can't you see the owner is waiting right there?" Under the scrutinizing gaze of the restaurant owner, Ace whispered to Asta, I didn't bring any money. Can you lend me some?" "What? You didn't bring money? So you're eating a free meal," Asta said, loudly on purpose. Ace had eaten all the food, and he was so stingy. Ace quickly covered Asta's mouth and explained to the restaurant owner, "We didn't eat a free meal. We have money." He was just joking. The restaurant owner, who was nearly 3 meters tall and could crush rocks with his chest, looked like he was about to cry when he heard someone say they were eating for free. I only run a small business. You can't bully me." "Asta." "Ace." The two of them shivered in unison, and Asta quickly pulled out a stack of berries from his pocket, slamming it on the table without looking, then grabbing Ace and leaving. If they didn't leave soon, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't punch the owner's face in the next second. Seeing the thick stack of berries on the table, the restaurant owner no longer felt wronged, and his face wrinkled into a smile like a chrysanthemum. "Welcome to come again. We will continue to work hard." Asta and Ace ran even faster upon hearing this. However, every man here seemed to act as if they were a woman, regardless of whether they were tall or strong. Whether it was their clothing or way of communication, if you ignored their appearance, you would feel like you were facing a woman. Asta even suspected whether this was the hometown of the cross-dresser Ivankov. Otherwise, why would everyone look so strange? "Asta, I feel something is off here. You don't need to remind me. My eyes aren't blind. You say this small town is full of men. How can they have children? Who said men can't get pregnant? What? Men can get pregnant too?" Ace's eyes almost popped out in shock. Asta explained, "In my hometown, there's a country called the Country of Daughters, and there's a river there called the Mother and Child River. As long as you drink from this river, anyone, regardless of gender, will get pregnant." "Oh." Ace instantly felt a tingle in his scalp, and with a mournful face, he said, "Asta, I haven't read much. Don't trick me. Is there really a river that makes you pregnant just by drinking it?" Asta patted his chest and said confidently, "Why would I trick you? Everyone in my hometown knows about this. If you don't believe me, when you visit my hometown, just ask anyone and you'll know." After hearing this, Ace's expression became even more dejected. He cautiously reached out and touched his belly, as if it contained small life. Ace's strange behavior caught Asta's attention. He looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you doing?" Ace suddenly looked up, his expression half crying. "I think I might be pregnant." "Asta." He reached out and touched Ace's forehead, muttering to himself, "You're not burning up. How can you be talking nonsense in broad daylight?" Ace slapped Asta's hand away angrily and said, "I'm not joking with you." Then, without waiting for Asta's response, Ace continued, "Ever since I finished eating, I felt this bloated feeling in my stomach. Do you think that restaurant owner used water from the Mother and Child River to cook for me?" "Asta, is this guy's strength increase a trade-off for his IQ?" Asta replied irritably, "Haven't you considered that your stomach is bloated because you overate?" "Impossible." Ace immediately denied it. "In my memory, I only ate a little, and then I was so tired I fell asleep. You know me, with that little food, it wouldn't even be enough to fill my teeth. How could it possibly make me overeat?" "Asta." At this point, what else could he say? "Congratulations. You really are pregnant." "I knew I was pregnant." Ace burst into tears at Asta's affirmation, feeling overwhelmed. That restaurant owner's heart is too wicked. How could he use water from the mother and child river to cook for me? Now I'm pregnant. If my companions find out, they'll definitely laugh at me. I need to go find that owner to settle the score. After saying this, Ace angrily turned around, ready to head to the barbecue shop. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps before Asta stopped him. Asta was trying hard to suppress his laughter and said to Ace, "Even if you find him now, it won't help. Are you planning to make him abort the baby?" "No way." Ace's intense reaction startled Asta. Ace gently placed his hands on his belly, his face showing a complex expression. "No matter what, this is my first child. Although I'm not ready yet, I've always aspired to be a good father in the future. I absolutely can't be like him." Asta knew who Ace was referring to as him, the pirate King Joel D. Roger. Having never felt a father's love growing up, Ace extremely despised irresponsible fathers like Roger. So how could he agree to abort his own child? "I will give birth to him and raise him well." Looking at the fatherly glow on Ace's face, Asta felt a pang of guilt. Am I being too harsh? Perhaps I should tell him the truth. Asta's expression became extremely serious. "Ace, I need to tell you something." Ace was a bit confused. "What is going on?" Asta, "Well, that is a child can't have just one relative, so I'll be his dad. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone must remember to eat mooncakes." Chapter 60. The reason for the town in the afternoon, when the two were preparing to leave. They discovered that there were no permanent pointers for sale on the island. Can you believe it? In this large town, there wasn't a single permanent pointer. Didn't the residents here have any curiosity about the outside world? Without a pointer, they couldn't navigate the sea because in the Grand Line, the weather, currents, and so on do not change according to normal patterns. One moment, it could be clear skies for miles, and the next it could turn into a storm. "Ace, Asta, we don't have a permanent pointer." "Asta, I know." "Ace, we can't get out." "Asta, I know." "Ace, my stomach seems to be getting bigger." "Asta, I know." "Wait, what did you say?" Ace unbuttoned his clothes, revealing a slightly protruding belly, resembling that of a woman who was 2 or 3 months pregnant. Asta was momentarily dumbfounded. He knew that men could get pregnant was Ace's deliberate teasing. But why was his belly bulging like he was pregnant? Asta reached out to gently touch it, curious about what was inside. However, before he could even make contact, Ace slapped his hand away. "What do you want to do? With that much strength? You'll hurt the baby." Seeing Ace's protective demeanor, Asta was even more confused. At this point, Asta didn't know if Ace was actually pregnant or not. If he wasn't pregnant, then why was his stomach bulging? But if he was pregnant, that was clearly unscientific. He didn't have the strongman identification technique. So how could he possibly be pregnant? "What do you feel right now?" Ace thought for a moment and replied carefully. "It feels swollen, like there's a gas flowing in my stomach." "You don't think I might have farted in my stomach, do you?" "Asta, what kind of question is that?" Who would he ask? He has never been pregnant. How would he know what a pregnant person feels like? "How about I take you to see a doctor? Let's see what he says." Ace thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right, and let him prescribe me some medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. Since we can't leave for now, I might as well rest here for a while." "Asta, you're getting into character pretty quickly. Why don't we let Ivankov know when we get back, so he can give you a shot? From then on, you'll say goodbye to standing to pee and focus on being a beautiful woman." The clinic was easy to find. Asta led Ace through the door. Well, they found a young man in his 20s. Unlike the town, his outfit didn't seem overly feminine and looked much more pleasant. "Hello, may I ask if you are outsiders?" Leon looked up and, seeing Asta and Ace's attire, his expression showed a hint of surprise. He remembered that it wasn't the designated day yet. How come outsiders had come in so early this year? Asta was delighted to hear this. He was already curious about this strange town and was eager to learn more about the situation since he finally saw someone who didn't seem so unpleasant. We accidentally wandered in here. Can you tell us a bit about this place? Why does everyone dress so strangely?" Leon suddenly realized that they had stumbled in accidentally, which made sense. While tidying up the things on the table, he explained to them. "Have you heard of Amazon Lily?" Asta's eyes lit up with recognition. "Of course, isn't it the territory of the infamous warlord Boa Hancock?" Leon snapped his fingers. "Exactly. It seems you two aren't just ordinary fishermen." Asta smiled and continued to ask. "I remember that Amazon Lily is composed entirely of women. What does that have to do with this town?" "Leon, one is entirely women and the other is entirely men. Don't you think there's a connection between the two?" After being reminded, Asta's face lit up with a knowing smile. "Are you saying that someone admired Hancock and thus established a men's island in imitation of her?" "Leon, how did this guy's thought process work? He misunderstood such a simple matter." He said with a hint of annoyance, "The residents of this island are the men from Amazon Lily, and you must show respect to the Empress. You must never call her by name." Asta laughed awkwardly. He had simply not thought in that direction. But speaking of which, it turns out the women of Amazon Lily do have husbands. Oda never mentioned that. Seemingly worried that Asta would think further off track, Leon took the initiative to explain, Amazon Lily does not allow men to enter, but women alone cannot get pregnant. So to supplement their population and introduce fresh blood, they specially opened a new island nearby where the men they have slept with are settled. After hearing Leon's explanation, Asta felt that everything here started to make sense. Because the women of Amazon Lily were too domineering, the men here leaned towards femininity. The sisters he had heard from several residents probably referred to the women of Amazon Lily. Once the explanation was done, Leon looked at the two and asked curiously, "By the way, what did you two come to my shop for?" Asta suddenly remembered the main point. So he quickly stepped aside, revealing Ace, who was holding his belly. In just a short while, his belly had grown again, looking like it was stuffed with a watermelon. "Doctor, we came to see a doctor. Who is sick?" Leon asked while suspiciously eyeing Asta. He thought this young man might be sick, and it was a mental issue. However, Asta didn't speak, and Ace weakly raised his hand. "Doctor, I'm the one who came to see a doctor." Leon sighed with some regret, but facing the patient. His professional demeanor as a doctor came out. He asked seriously, "Are you here for surgery or internal medicine? Or where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Ace, is there a gynecology department? I'm pregnant, and I want you to check how my baby is doing in my belly." Leon had a look of utter confusion. "Are you joking with me? How can a man be pregnant?" Ace anxiously replied, "I didn't believe it before either. But Asta said there's a river that allows anyone to get pregnant just by drinking its water." Leon's expression changed to that of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. "I think you should check your brain instead. You believe such a simple lie." "It's true. You have to believe me." Ace's expression became increasingly anxious. "If I'm not pregnant, then why is my belly getting bigger? And why do I feel this bloated sensation?" Upon hearing this, Leon immediately laughed with great joy. "Although I haven't checked yet in your case, it's very likely due to gas. P.S. Does this count as a daily occurrence?" In the next chapter, Ace and Asta will part ways. Chapter 61. The most powerful pirate crew in history. After figuring out the truth, Ace ran off with the boat overnight. The small boat belonged to Leon, and the permanent pointer was also his. Like Asta and the others, Leon was considered an outsider. A few years ago, he was the ship's doctor on a large merchant vessel, living a fulfilling life, but then he accidentally encountered a tsunami, and he was the only survivor among hundreds. Although he was fortunate to be alive, Leon was left with a deep psychological scar. He was filled with fear of the sea and could no longer sail like he used to. It was a great irony that a doctor would suffer from a mental illness. So, he gifted the boat and the permanent pointer he had built to Ace. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Ace had asked Asta before leaving if he wanted to come along, but Asta clearly refused. "You go on your own. I want to stay and see how the women of Amazon Lily choose their men." "Well, I wish you a happy life ahead." Ace gritted his teeth and left without looking back. He felt that it was best not to meet Asta again until he had forgotten about this incident. That bastard actually tricked him into believing that men could get pregnant and fabricated some nonsense about a mother river. At that time, he not only believed it, but even thought of names for the child. If it was a boy, he would be called Oga, and if it was a girl, she would be called Rebby. But in the end, his child turned into a stench and was expelled from his body. I was so stupid to believe his words. That heartless maggot. Let's just contact each other through bottles from now on. After Ace left, Asta asked Leon, "Brother Leon, if I may ask, when will the women from Amazon Lily come?" Leon raised an eyebrow and joked, "What? Are you eager for women?" So impatient. After saying that, he looked Asta up and down. "Looking at your appearance, you probably aren't even of age yet. Be careful. Getting involved with women so early might lead to kidney deficiency." "Asta, is this guy looking down on me? Do you believe I could pull out something thicker than your arm? Do you know what it means to be exceptionally gifted? I'm just worried you might feel inferior, which is why I didn't want to argue with you so much." Asta crossed his arms and disdainfully said, "I'm just a bit curious. I want to see how they choose their men." Leon laughed. "Haha, curiosity is good, but you probably don't know the rules here." Asta. "Leon, women have a strong possessiveness, especially the women from Amazon Lily. If you have relations with them, you'll have to live here for the rest of your life." Asta, "What? That's too much." Leon rolled his eyes. "Otherwise, do you think this small town came about by itself?" Asta, "But there's no one to supervise here. If they wanted to leave, the women from Amazon Lily wouldn't know." Leon looked at Asta as if he were an idiot. "Are you stupid? This is a calm belt. Do you think everyone can just leave like Fire Fist Ace?" Asta, "You know Ace?" Leon, "Of course. Who doesn't know Fire Fist Ace? Who has made such a name for himself in the New World? Otherwise, How could I lend my ship and permanent pointer to him? I thought you were being kind-hearted. I didn't expect you to be so calculating. Asta looked at him with disdain. Leon was furious. I'm just a doctor, not as powerful as my idol. Even if I didn't lend him my boat, if he wanted to take it, I wouldn't be able to stop him. You have an idol? Who is it? Let me hear it. Maybe I know him. Asta asked curiously. With your level, do you think you deserve to know my idol? Leon's disdainful gaze was unmasked. It was as if comparing Asta to his idol was an insult to his idol. Asta was instantly enraged. With his current status, even Whitebeard would have to stand on equal footing with him. But looking at Leon's expression, he realized he wasn't even worthy to carry his idol's shoes. Asta was about to retort, but then he thought about it. Someone like Leon, an ordinary person who had stayed on this small island for several years, with his experience. His idol was probably at most of the level of the 7 warlords of the sea, or perhaps not even that, but rather a star in the entertainment industry. After all, for shut-ins, they prefer to immerse themselves in a world of fantasy. Fine, if you don't want to say, I guess he's not a big deal. Asta said deliberately, feeling that his idol was being belittled. Leon snorted coldly. A big deal? My idol doesn't speak. Who dares to call themselves a big deal? Asta, oh, the more you talk, the more impressive it sounds. You wouldn't be saying your idol is Roger, would you? Leon, I admit that the Pirate King Roger was quite impressive, but my idol is not far behind him and even surpasses him in certain aspects. Asta, ew. This time, before Asta could finish speaking, Leon cut in. Since you're hanging out with Ace, it means you're not a world government person. So I'll tell you my idol's name. He pulled out a bounty notice from his pocket with fervor, thrusting it in front of Asta. My idol is the man who defies authority, who dares to kill celestial dragons, and even destroyed the entire Mariowa, known as the most evil tyrant Asta. Looking at the familiar face on the bounty notice, Asta couldn't help but blush. He now deeply understood Ace's feelings. What an embarrassing introduction. He wanted to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his foot. However, Leon didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he felt a bit regretful, thinking that he hadn't expressed the surging emotions inside him. But seeing Asta with his head down and not speaking, Leon felt somewhat satisfied. Are you shocked? But it's okay. When I first got the news, I was even more distressed than you. Those celestial dragons are high and mighty, sitting at the top of the world, as if they are the creators ruling over everything. What they say is the law, and their will is the decree. There are countless people in this world who hate them, but no one dares to take action. But my idol is different. As Leon spoke about his idol, he became radiant, as if he had turned into a different person. I read in the newspaper that Lord Asta caught those celestial dragons, as if he were catching a little chick, ignoring their pleas for mercy. First, they were severely tortured to vent our collective anger, and then a punch aimed straight at their heads. Leon became more and more excited as he spoke, even gesturing towards Aster as if he were at the scene himself. Aster was left in a mix of laughter and tears. He had no idea he had done so much back then. However, he did understand the words Ace had said earlier, since that incident. Countless people regarded him as an idol. As long as he waved his arm, countless people wanted to join him, and, at that time, he would leap to become the most powerful pirate crew in history. P.S. Don't mind Leon's excessive descriptions. He has a very unique ability. As for his appearance, please refer to Stephen Chow from The King of Comedy. Chapter 62, You Fake Fan. Speaking of which, you admire him so much. Have you ever seen him in person? Leon's expression changed, and he said firmly, even if I haven't seen him, so what? A great person like Asta will always live in my heart. Asta, but what if he looks a bit different from what you imagined? Leon, what do you mean? Asta, for example. You might imagine him as a tall and mighty guy who can tear the celestial dragons apart. But in reality, he is just someone with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Handsome and elegant. Leon, after all that, it turns out you're on my side. Wait a minute. Leon interrupted Asta, somewhat impatiently. I already know all that. What are you trying to express? Asta chuckled awkwardly. I just wanted to ask, if you meet him in person and he's different from what you imagined, would you feel disappointed? As soon as he finished speaking, Leon immediately denied it. Impossible. No matter how he looks, he is still my idol. I admire him not for his strength, but for his spirit of resistance and fighting. He must be a savior sent by heaven to rescue us from the bullying of the celestial dragons. Asta was taken aback. He didn't expect to be seen as so great in their eyes. Even the identity of a savior was assigned to him. If this goes on, even someone as thick-skinned as me would feel a bit embarrassed. Leon looked at him suspiciously. He had felt something was off about this guy from start. How could a normal person ask such strange questions? Why would he care if I would be disappointed after seeing the real person? What does my disappointment have to do with you? Leon's expression grew more and more bizarre as he began to circle around Asta, scrutinizing him. Meanwhile, Asta was shocked. Could it be that he was discovered? But he was wearing a mask, and his physique was somewhat different from the wanted poster. If he could be recognized, could the other person be possessed by Conan? I know, you must be. Leon seemed to have discovered the truth, and he became unusually excited. Asta quickly denied. No, you're mistaken. I'm not the person you think I am. Leon swore. Impossible. You asked me so many questions about my idol. You must be. Asta, I asked so many because I was curious, and besides, just by looking at our appearances, how could we possibly be the same person? Right now, the sky is getting dark, and his strength has dropped to less than 1/10. In this situation, how could he admit that he was Asta? Even if the other party presented evidence, he would never admit it. To his surprise, after hearing Asta's explanation, Leon rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You're overthinking it. How can my idol look like you? I wanted to ask if you also admire him like I do." Asta quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his identity was exposed, but it turned out he mistakenly thought he was also a fan. Seeing Leon's face flush with excitement, Asta felt a strange sensation in his heart. If I were to tear off my mask and tell him I am the idol you admire, Asta, what would Leon do? Would he faint from excitement? So, Asta said very seriously, "I didn't expect I was hiding so well, but you found out. Yes, my idol is the same person as yours." Hearing this, Leon immediately burst into joyful laughter, hugging Asta tightly and saying excitedly, "I knew it. The first time I saw you, I felt a special connection with you." Asta, Leon continued, "Don't worry, since our idol is the same person, we're good brothers now." Asta, you're recognizing me as a brother too hastily. Leon, but speaking of which, you are really lucky. Asta, Leon, I just submitted an application to the organization yesterday, and I'm afraid someone will come to pick us up in a few days. You can join with me. Asta, wait a minute, what organization are you talking about? Is it legitimate? Leon looked surprised. The organization refers to the Revolutionary Army. Don't you know Asta is from the Revolutionary Army? Asta, why is it that I, the person involved, don't know about this? Calm down for a second. Who told you Asta is from the Revolutionary Army? Leon looked somewhat confused. Isn't this obvious? Who else could train someone as powerful as him besides the Revolutionary Army? Asta couldn't help but smile wryly. I know the Revolutionary Army advocates overthrowing the world government to give everyone a fair world. But you can't just believe anything you hear. Leon patted his shoulder confidently. I know what you're worried about, but a few days ago, a newspaper reported that Asta attended a high-level meeting of the Revolutionary Army. So you can rest assured. After saying that, to enhance his credibility, Leon pulled out a newspaper from under the table. It prominently featured a photo of Asta with Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon was on the left, grinning like a fool, while Asta was on the right, cold and ruthless with an imposing aura, looking just like in the wanted poster. Asta. He was wondering if he had a twin brother. Otherwise, how could the guy in the newspaper look so much like him? But if he hadn't lost his memory, he had been fighting the Golden Lion a few days ago. How did he suddenly end up at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters? Asta's expression was fluctuating. It was evident that Dragon from the Revolutionary Army was behind this. Damn it. How can the son be so stupid while the father is so clever? Luffy can't possibly be your biological child. Asta silently cursed. How dare they use his banner to swindle others without giving him any money? Asta could not tolerate this. Those were all his capital for conquering the world, and they were taken away for free. How could Asta not feel resentment? Once I resolve my strength issues, I will definitely pay a visit to your Revolutionary Army, and then you can wait to change your name. What did you just say? Leon saw Asta opening his mouth to speak, but didn't catch what he said. It's nothing, I just feel that although this guy looks similar, he lacks a bit in temperament, like a counterfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon snatched the newspaper from Asta's hands and said angrily, "What do you know? How could this possibly be a counterfeit? Are you really his fan?" Astodon suddenly felt like crying without tears. How could you not believe what the real person said? You're the one who seems like a fake fan. Chapter 63. Visitors from Nine Snake Island. Since that day, the small island had temporarily regained its tranquility. The men here still dressed sexy and adorned themselves flamboyantly, much like women, to avoid excessive contact with them and to prevent himself from picking up bad habits. Asta hid in Leon's clinic, staying indoors and patiently waiting for the women from Nine Snake Island to arrive. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in women. His goal from the start was Nine Snake Island, or more precisely, its owner, the pirate Empress Hancock. Although hockey had become commonplace in a new world, mastering it quickly was still no easy task. The methods for teaching hockey were all controlled by top-tier powers, like Nine Snake Island. The female warriors on Nine Snake Island all possessed haki and were incredibly impressive. Furthermore, the island was in a calm zone, making it the perfect place for Asta to enter seclusion and train. As for whether the Empress would teach him, Asta didn't even need to consider that. From what he knew, Hancock had once been a celestial dragon slave like him, enduring endless torment and fear in her childhood. If you were to rank the people who hated celestial dragons the most, Hancock would definitely be among the top. Unfortunately, she understood that with her strength, she couldn't confront the colossal world government, so she had to bury her hatred deep within herself. In the original story, Hancock admired Luffy for hitting a celestial dragon and eventually fell in love with him, fulfilling almost any request he made. Even if a simp came along, she would call him an expert. Thus, Asta thought to come here to find her, not seeking her affection, but just hoping she would teach him haki. As days passed, the residents of the town became visibly busier. They began to dress themselves up desperately, wearing fewer and more vibrant clothes, and even their faces were painted whiter with powder. It was as if they wanted to showcase their most beautiful moments to others, like peacocks spreading their feathers. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is it really necessary to go all out just to find a wife? You don't understand. They stay here day after day for this moment. Is it worth it? If it were just about the business between men and women, why not go outside and find someone new? It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but isn't it easy to find a two-legged woman? You're too young. You don't understand what true love is. Oh, it sounds like you've experienced it yourself. What has that expression on your face? After traveling around for so many years, I've met a few true loves, which is quite normal. If you say that, then I'll look down on you even more, you scumbag. Asta and Leon engaged in their usual banter. Leon had initially said that the organization would send someone to pick him up, but half a month had passed, and not even a single hair had shown up. Perhaps the Revolutionary Army felt that sending a ship to pick him up was not worth it, since he wasn't an important figure. Asta often joked about this, but Leon didn't seem the least bit disappointed. He thought that sending someone just for him would indeed be a waste. Resources should be used wisely to cultivate more people like Asta. Finally, one morning, a pirate ship powered by two large sea kings arrived at the small island. By this time, the deck was already filled with women of all heights and sizes, each with a mysterious expression on their faces, some excited, some nervous, and some confused. Listen up. After we land, those who have acquaintances can go find them directly. If you want to try something new, gather in the center of the town. And those who are experienced, please help the newcomers. Don't worry, big sister will definitely take care of the newbies. Yeah, let them choose first. We're not in a hurry. Ha! You little vixens say you're not in a hurry. But who was the one who couldn't sleep all night from excitement yesterday? You're no different. Drool is coming out from below. I wonder how that little guy from last time is doing. Did he listen to me and work out? I remember last time you almost exhausted him to death. With no sense of restraint at all. Restraint my foot. It's only my turn once a year. If I hold back any longer, I might suffocate. No matter which world, women mature earlier than men and are also more lustful. Listening to the various lewd conversations around her, the shy little Judan was already blushing furiously. The women of Nine Snake Island were divided into two types. Those with combat talent, who underwent rigorous training from a young age to grow into admirable female warriors, and those without combat talent, who were responsible for daily life on the island and the important task of reproduction. The 18-year-old little Judan was one of those without combat talent. Although she was beautiful and had a hot figure, lacking combat talent meant she had to accept such a fate. After all, in a daughter country like Nine Snake Island, many were beautiful. Hancock's green-haired sister, Boa Marigold, was the one responsible for this event. She walked over to little Judan and gently asked, "Are you feeling a bit out of place? You really didn't need to come so early. It's not too late to decide when you grow up." Little Judan shook her head firmly and said, "I know I don't have strong combat talent like my sister, but I want to contribute to Nine Snake Island." Hearing this, Boa Marigold felt a pang of heartache. Little Judan was usually such a well-behaved girl, and now she was so understanding. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Don't worry if you don't want to. No one will force you. After saying that, Boa Marigold left. She was the one in charge of this event and had many important matters to attend to. However, as soon as she left, the once strong little Jutan's expression instantly fell. How could a girl who had never experienced such things not feel scared? What she had just said was merely to avoid worrying others. Little Jutan, don't worry. The sisters say that it doesn't hurt at all, and on the contrary, it's very enjoyable. You must prove to the sisters that you're not useless. Little Judan secretly encouraged herself. Before long, after a violent jolt, the pirate ship had docked. The women on the deck cheered and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared in large numbers. These were all experienced ones with acquaintances. Those without acquaintances, or those who wanted a change of pace, headed towards the center of the town. Inside, it was already filled with all kinds of men. Asta was among them. Chapter 64. The large blind date dance party. Dozens of strong men, capable of running horses with their arms, stood in a row. The scene was simply too beautiful. Moreover, the fabric of their clothes was less and less, while their expressions were increasingly shy. Compared to them, Asta, who was normally dressed, appeared somewhat out of place. Oh, I'm so nervous. I don't even know which lady will be favored today. I remember last time you weren't selected. How did your family allow you to come out? Oh, don't mention it. My family member is someone who loves novelty and discards the old. When he takes off his pants, he says he'll treat me well for life. But as soon as he puts them back on, he turns his back on me. Ha ha. Ultimately, it's still because your performance isn't good enough. Just look at old Wang. He specifically learned a special skill for this. Every woman who has enjoyed his company has never said anything bad about him. Oh, what special skill? That sounds impressive. I've heard he can make any part of his body vibrate like a motor. Hiss, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with envy, including Asta. This ability is simply incredible. Manual becomes automatic. Which woman wouldn't exclaim, I want that. Asta, where does that old Wang live? I'd like to pay a visit. The passerby who spoke earlier glanced sideways at Asta. Oh, where did this handsome young man come from? You look a bit unfamiliar. Asta smiled and replied, I'm just a fisherman who accidentally stumbled here. I heard there's a large blind date dance party, so I wanted to come and see. The passerby looked him up and down, his expression somewhat playful. You'd better think it through. If you get involved with any lady today, you'll never be able to leave here for life. Asta, as long as it makes me happy, whether I leave or not is irrelevant. The passerby, ha, you little man, quite interesting. But although you look good, your physique is still too weak. Those fierce ladies aren't likely to fancy someone like you. A strong man nearby nodded in agreement. That's right, those ladies have very strong fighting capabilities. With your build, you might not last a few rounds. Asta looked down at himself, a confident smile appearing on his face. You don't need to worry about that. I've been gifted since childhood, not to mention 1, even 10, and I could still leave them without a trace. As soon as he said this, a few people chuckled, one of whom was nearly 4 meters tall, with muscles on his arms larger than Asta's head. He looked at Asta with disdain and said, With you? Gifted since childhood? Don't let it be that you're just a pair of chopsticks stirring a wooden barrel. Asta, being tall doesn't mean you're strong. Being muscular doesn't guarantee endurance. I've seen plenty of silver-tongued devils like you. Upon hearing this, the towering man's face turned green with anger, pointing at Asta, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. You dare to mock me, Asta dug at his ear, impatiently saying, What about me? Are you not convinced? How about we have a fight? Before his explosive growth, Asta was only about 8 meters tall, and in this two-dimensional world, where people could grow to 4 or 5 meters, he barely reached an average height. Yet even so, facing this nearly 4-meter-tall brute, Asta remained unafraid. All right, the ladies are coming soon. If you two cause a ruckus now, they'll get angry when they see it. People around began to mediate. They weren't necessarily busybodies. They just thought if these two fought, they might get caught up in it. They only get this chance once a year, so they needed to cherish it. The towering man swallowed his resentment, looking down at Asta and snorted coldly. Only barbarians want to fight at the drop of a hat. Let us see who can attract the most women instead. Asta, with a winning rate of 120 in this competition, naturally agreed, with his looks that could rival the readers. Attracting women would be a piece of cake. No problem. I enjoy crushing others in this regard. Asta readily accepted. The towering man continued. Since it's a competition, why don't we add a little wager? Asta shrugged, indicating he was open to anything. A sly grin appeared on the towering man's face. If I win, you'll kneel and shout 3 times, Grandpa, I was wrong. Asta, what if I win? The towering man, then I'll do the same. Oh no, you can't set such a heavy wager, Shanchuan. Yeah, don't you always value your face more than life? Such a cruel bet. I think it's better to drop it. The towering man's friends were shocked, their faces losing color as their expressions betrayed them. The thick makeup they wore starting to crumble. Everyone, shut up. I want to lose this bet. Shanchuan roared at his friends. Since he dared to do this, it meant he had some confidence. Every year, he was the most popular in town, with ladies who liked him lining up from one end of the village to the other. Meanwhile, the opponent was just a newcomer, dressed in outdated and tasteless clothes, and with a poor physique. No matter how you looked at it, this person could never win against me. However, upon hearing Shanchuan's proposal, Asta shook his head. This is just boring. You want me to call you Grandpa, but I don't want to be your grandchild. Shanchuan's eyes seemed to spit fire as he gritted his teeth at Asta. Then what do you suggest? Asta thought for a moment. If I win, I don't want you to call me Grandpa. You can run around naked in front of everyone instead. Shanchuan's eyes widened in fury. Although he usually wore very little, running naked was a different matter. One was fashion, the other was social death. It would be better to just kneel and call a few grandpas. Fine, I'll agree, but you can't just call 3 times. That's too few. I want you to shout 100. No, 1,000 times. Shanchuan said word by word. Calling a few times was irrelevant, since this match was destined for my victory. Asta finished speaking when someone shouted, "They're coming." Over 100 women, each with their own charms and traits, were walking towards them. The men of the town immediately struck poses they believed were the most handsome, trying to showcase their strengths as much as possible. Even Shanchuan and the others were the same, standing tall and proud like fitness enthusiasts, displaying their well-defined muscles. Asta felt that this scene looked familiar. It seems like selecting a concubine for the emperor or choosing a princess in a KTV private room. The only difference is that everyone's roles have changed. The outstanding men of this small town are all here, and you can choose freely based on your preferences. You can select multiple or choose one from many, as long as the other party is willing. Chapter 65. Oh no. It's the feeling of first love. Boya Marigold had just given the order when the women who had been waiting impatiently rushed forward, drooling. Oh, this one is good. And those long legs are my type. What's the point of long legs? The key is whether the base is stable enough that impact can be breathtaking. You bunch of shallow women. If you're going to pick one, choose a good-looking one. If he gets sick, I'd even break my own ribs to make him soup. When there are too many women, the atmosphere becomes impossible to take seriously. Perhaps it's because the men on the island lack masculinity, which allows the women to be a bit unruly and say whatever comes to mind. Asta felt his face flush as he listened. After all, he had been dubbed a seasoned driver in his past life, but compared to these women, he felt like a novice. Soon, everyone rushed toward their favorite types, some picking several, while others chose multiple at once. As for Shanchuan, he was already surrounded by those former acquaintances, and some even got a bit hands-on. Shanchuan, do you still recognize your sister? I just pointed you out last time. Wow, those muscles are dazzling my titanium alloy eyes. Is that chocolate on your belly? I want to take a bite. Hearing the women's praises around him, Shanchuan raised an eyebrow at Asta, as if to say, see, this is my charm. This bet is definitely mine to win. However, Asta wasn't worried at all. Instead, he felt sympathy for Shanchuan, because, upon a rough glance, none of the women surrounding him weighed less than 200 pounds. Each one was tall and strong, with layers of fat on their bellies. Asta couldn't imagine how Shanchuan was handling it. He felt he was still unworthy of such attention. Where did this handsome guy come from? How could he be so good-looking? A scream caught the attention of most present. Everyone turned to see Asta's delicate and handsome face, which hit their eyes like a cannonball. There was a moment of silence, followed by an unimaginable uproar. Is he an angel? How can he be so handsome? That exquisite face, that aloof aura, this is simply unfair. After seeing him, I feel like I've wasted my first half of life. Why didn't I meet him sooner? Mom seems to have fallen in love with my daughter. The crowd seemed drunk, each with flushed faces and dazed eyes, gazing at Asta. Then, it was unclear who rushed toward him first, but soon most of the women charged at him. Yes, mine, don't fight me. Weren't you just saying you like long legs? His legs aren't even long. Why are you fighting me? You have the nerve to say that? You were just saying you like a stable base, and yet you ran over to him. Seeing everyone almost ready to fight over Asta, a stunning woman with golden hair stepped forward. Everyone quiet down. Let me say a few words. The woman, named Huiji, was the highest-ranking person present besides Boya Marigold. As soon as she spoke, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her. It's Sister Huiji. Since she is speaking, she must be mediating for us. Nonsense. Someone like you who easily falls for new things. Sister Huiji would help you. Oh, you little troublemaker. Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Yes. I want to annoy you to death. That way, the handsome guy will be mine alone. Please, even if you're a pig. That handsome guy wouldn't look at you. Let us stop talking and just fight. Whoever wins takes the handsome guy. The scene immediately turned chaotic again. As previously mentioned, they were the kind of women without combat skills. But even so, when they fought, they were exceptionally fierce. Ripping clothes, pulling hair, these skills were self-taught and maxed out. Asta couldn't help but cover his eyes. As the crowd was about to become a mess again, Huiji couldn't stand it any longer. She activated her armed color, covering her entire right leg, and then stomped on the ground. Boom! The hard ground shattered, and even the small island seemed to shake as if experiencing an earthquake. The loud explosion startled everyone, and they quickly separated, each standing with heads bowed like elementary school students. After all, on Nine Snake Island, Huiji's temper was as explosive as her figure. She glared at everyone, her face showing disappointment. Look at what you've become. All for a man. You've thrown away years of sisterhood. You're embarrassing Nine Snake Island. When you're out, don't say you're from here. Listening to Huiji's scolding, some people gradually felt ashamed. Yes, he was just a man they had met once, and they were sisters who had been with them for many years. Though not blood-related, they were closer than kin. What they were doing was truly wrong. The crowd first condemned themselves in their hearts, then simultaneously looked up at Asta. Upon seeing his otherworldly looks, they suddenly felt as if they had been struck by Cupid's arrow, wearing infatuated expressions. If it's for him, then I can give up this sisterhood. Huiji smacked her forehead in frustration. These women were simply hopeless, as if they hadn't seen a man in hundreds of years. Was he really that handsome? Then, taking advantage of others not noticing, Huiji sneaked a peek. But she was caught by Asta, who smirked slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. Huiji felt her heart skip a beat, followed by a strange sensation washing over her. Fortunately, she had received strict training since childhood and had strong willpower. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and quickly shifted her attention elsewhere. Ahem, I know what you're all thinking, but this guy's origins are unknown. You can't choose him. Huiji thought a good idea. Why? Other than him, I feel I can't love anyone else. Me too. When I close my eyes, all I see is him. Didn't they say we can choose freely? Why single him out? The people below expressed their disagreement with this decision. They felt that the initiative should be given to the young man. The young man chooses someone, and tonight he will spend a wonderful evening with that person. P.S. Please vote for me. Chapter 66. The troubles are destined to be experienced not long ago. All the men stood in a line, allowing women to choose freely. Now, how much time has passed, and it has turned into all the women standing in a line, waiting for Asta to choose. As for the one who bet with him, Shanchuan, he was kneeling on the ground with a pale face, despair evident in his expression. It was clear that he lost this bet. Shanchuan's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He couldn't understand why he lost to a brat who had neither physique nor muscles. Was it just because he was better looking than me? But he was less than 2 meters tall, and his build looked quite weak. Could this guy really satisfy you fierce women? Or is it that looks really matter that much? Shanchuan sighed to the sky, 2 lines of humiliating tears streaming down his face. According to the agreement, he was about to become a celebrity on this island, and at that moment, he silently began looking for a grave for himself. However, it wasn't that all the women abandoned him for Asta. There were still a few hefty gals weighing 300 to 400 pounds who chose to stay. Having grown to such a size, they no longer valued looks. They prioritized quality and practicality. Oh, my dear, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Speak up, and us sisters will avenge you. Yes, who dares to touch our sweetie? Just watch how I tear his mouth apart. 4 or 5 women surrounded Shanchuan, forming a thick wall around him. Shanchuan first looked around. The body sizes of these women seemed even larger than his. Even if one of them approached tonight, it would be a fierce battle. But now, 4 or 5 came at once, clearly not planning to let him see the sun tomorrow. He swallowed hard in fear, then turned to look at the women surrounding Asta. Each one was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs, not only stunning in appearance but also with explosive figures. They were all rare beauties. This stark contrast made Shanchuan feel a surge of blood and energy within him, and ultimately, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Oh, my sweetie, what happened to you? Don't scare your sister. The nearest big sister rushed forward to hold Shanchuan in her arms upon seeing him faint. Although she didn't know what had just happened, it was clearly a great opportunity that she couldn't miss. She winked at her sisters, her face showing an excited smile, then hoisted Shanchuan and marched toward a nearby house. The surrounding sisters, clearly understanding her intent, followed behind, all wearing excited expressions. Looks like there's going to be some fun tonight. As for Shanchuan's upcoming fate, Asta didn't care at all. Even the previous bet didn't weigh on his mind. The bet was made out of boredom. Such a situation, which was clearly a sure win, wouldn't give him even a bit of smugness. Hey, chatting is fine, but don't get hands on. I'm talking to you. Can you not touch me? That can't be touched. It bites. Asta desperately protected his clothes, feeling as if he had fallen into a den of wolves, with everyone's eyes gleaming green, eager to tear him apart. However, the more he resisted, the more excited the women became, and some even drooled. In the end, It was Huiji who couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped in to rescue Asta from the crowd. By this time, he looked completely different from before. His hair was disheveled, his body covered in lipstick marks, and even the clothes he wore were torn into strips hanging off him. He looked utterly pitiful, as if he had suffered a great ordeal. Huiji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Asta shot her a sideways glance. His expression, one of wanting to cry, but having no tears. Who would have thought that when women took the initiative, it was like they went crazy? He was almost eaten alive, and not in a good way. If he hadn't fought back desperately, he might have already fulfilled Shanchuan's bet. What are you laughing at? Look at your companions. They all turn into what? Not a shred of modesty. Asta said irritably. Huiji raised an eyebrow. This was the first time a man dared to speak to her like that. Usually, the men she encountered were all submissive in her presence. This strange experience stirred a peculiar feeling within her. They become like this because of you. Asta, while tearing off the clothes clinging to him, helplessly said, "What can I do? I guess being this handsome means I'm destined to experience troubles that others can't. Huiji, this man is so narcissistic. So charming." At this moment, Asta had pulled off the clothes hanging on him, revealing a body that could be described as streamlined muscle. This perfectly explained what it meant to look slim in clothes and muscular when undressed. That body, resembling a sculpture from ancient Rome, was now exposed before her. Huiji felt her heart flutter, her mouth dry, and she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. What are you doing? Hurry, and put your clothes back on." However, before Asta could respond, the beautiful women beside him couldn't hold back any longer. "No, please don't put your clothes back on. Just like this, I feel my eyes are being baptized by beauty. Handsome looks, perfect physique. This was the most perfect prince in my heart. Hubby, is that you? I'm your future bride." Although so many beauties liked him, Asta couldn't feel happy at all, because they all had flushed faces, drooling as if they were starving tigers suddenly seeing a delicious piece of meat. Asta was so scared he quickly hid behind Huiji, fearfully saying, "I heard you're their vice captain, so you have to protect me." Huiji stiffened, as they were too close. She could feel a wave of heat coming from behind her. Suddenly, a rich masculine scent enveloped her, making her feel dizzy as if she had drunk fake alcohol. In a place where she couldn't see, her face had already turned red, her eyes were dazed, and a pink aura spread all over her body. This scene left the women of Nine Snake Island stunned. Was this still the aloof and abstinent Huiji who hated men? This behavior clearly indicated she was already in heat. A smile gradually appeared on everyone's faces. Nothing could be more interesting than this, and even Asta, whom they all wanted, was pushed aside. "Huiji, what's wrong with you? Why have you become so strange? What else could it be? From my years of experience? You must be thinking about men." "Ha, I didn't expect Huiji to also think about men. How about we let that young guy be with you first? You eat the meat, and we'll just drink the soup." Chapter 67. The irrational woman hearing the laughter of the crowd, Huiji suddenly came to her senses. As she recalled her earlier embarrassing appearance, her heart filled with shame and anger. This was all the fault of that man. Clang. Huiji turned around and drew her sword, pointing it at Asta's neck. "You dare to humiliate me. I will kill you." Asta was momentarily confused. He hadn't done anything. "Wait, how did I humiliate you? Can you tell me? Even if I die, I want to understand clearly." Huiji's chest heaved with anger, her upper body tightly constrained by her clothing, as if it might be torn apart by sheer force at any moment. Asta couldn't help but glance down. "You made me look like that just now, causing me to lose face in front of them. How is that not humiliation?" "Asta, they say women are more dangerous than robbers. At least robbers can be reasoned with, but women are completely unreasonable. Please, can you be a bit rational? I didn't even touch you." After saying that, Asta couldn't help but glance down again. He wondered how the quality of her clothing was so good that it hadn't ripped yet. "What did you call me?" Huiji's expression turned icy. "You just called me big sister. Do I look that old? And where are your eyes looking?" Caught red-handed for peeking, even Asta, with his thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. "That was just a term of address. If you like, I can call you little sister or beauty instead." Huiji tightened her grip on the sword, her expression wavering. She really wanted to kill this man who had embarrassed her, but her hands felt unresponsive, as if some force within her body was resisting. At that moment, the surrounding women finally reacted. One by one, they rushed forward and pulled Asta behind them. "No, you can't kill him. It was our fault. If you want to kill someone, kill us instead. Dear brother, even though I can't live because of you, I can die for you. You must remember me." Seeing her former companions daring to defy her for a man, Huiji's heart made a definitive decision. She had to kill this man. Only with his death would her companions return to their original selves. Without hesitation, Huiji tightened her grip on the sword and charged at Asta. The women blocking her way might have more experience in some areas, but in combat, Huiji could easily outclass them. With a light swing, she knocked all the women down without even using her full power. Once I kill that man, I'll come back to settle the score with you all. After saying that, Huiji continued charging at Asta, who was still in a daze, completely unaware of how things had escalated so quickly. Faced with Huiji's strike, Asta stumbled slightly, but managed to dodge by mere centimeters. Hey, you irrational woman. If you want to kill me, at least give me a reason. If you want a reason, fine. You humiliated me, so I'm here to take revenge. Isn't that reasonable? After missing her strike, Huiji felt somewhat surprised, but didn't dwell on it. She just thought Asta was lucky and continued swinging her sword. That makes sense. What a load of crap. You just keep saying I humiliated you. Did I touch your butt or your chest or something? You bastard. Now I really can't let you go. Huiji's expression turned cold as she wrapped her weapon in armed color hockey, turning it pitch black. Then she lunged at Asta, raising her sword to strike down at his head. If she hit, Asta would definitely be split in two. The surrounding women closed their eyes in pain, unable to watch the cruel scene. Clang! A clear sound of metal clashing echoed, and Huiji was shocked to the point that her eyes almost popped out. What did she see? The small man in front of her had actually blocked her attack with a single finger. She was a warrior from Nine Snake Island. Although she was among the stronger ones, not just anyone could block her attack, especially in such an exaggerated manner. You're not a resident of this island. Who exactly are you? Huiji quickly stepped back, her eyes filled with caution. I'm just a fisherman who accidentally wandered in here, hoping to find a wife, Asta said, rubbing his fingers together awkwardly. Huiji, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Asta, then don't ask. If I don't say, you insist on asking. And if I do say, you don't believe me. You're a strange woman. Huiji. Asta, also I have a bit of temper. If you attack me again, I won't hold back. After saying that, Asta's gaze dropped again, lingering where it should. Huiji seemed to have heard a joke and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, someone actually dares to threaten people for Nine Snake Island? It seems you think I'm an easy target. After saying that, Huiji charged at him with her sword again, this time with several times more strength and speed than before. Clearly, she was starting to get serious. However, what Huiji didn't know was that she was facing a wall. As long as it was daytime, Asta would grow stronger every second. Facing Huiji's storm-like attacks, Asta's feet moved slightly, easily dodging her strikes. The crowd watched with wide eyes, completely unsure of their own stance. In battle, Asta wasn't just evading. Each time he dodged Huiji's attack, his palm would land on her prominent areas. Smack, smack, smack. Asta became increasingly addicted to the experience. The last time being with Baby 5. Although both were well endowed, their shapes and feels were different. One was like a ripe peach, soft and juicy, while the other felt like jelly, full of bounce. When Huiji first faced counterattacks, her eyes turned red with anger. As a warrior from Nine Snake Island, she wasn't afraid of death, but she couldn't endure such humiliation. I want to kill you, I must kill you. Asta scoffed. Her slogan was quite loud, but with her strength, even if she were to go dark, she couldn't do anything to herself. Then, she suddenly raised her palm and slammed it down again, resulting in a loud smack. Huiji let out a muffled grunt and nearly stumbled to the ground. She stopped her attack, using her sword as a cane to support her body. After taking so many hits, her legs felt a bit weak. You bastard. If you have the ability, then fight me seriously. Are you sure? If I throw this punch, you might die. Dying is better than being humiliated by you. Asta sighed, feeling that he was completely innocent. Why did people always think he was a rogue? If you don't show up soon, I'll teach this woman a lesson for you. Chapter 68. First Encounter. Hud, hud, hud. The heavy footsteps suddenly echoed, growing closer. Asta turned to look and saw Sandasonia, with her green hair, walking over from not far away. After arriving here with many women, she had originally planned to find a place to rest for a while. Due to some traumatic experiences in her childhood, she had no interest in men, and likewise, she was not interested in such foolish mating behaviors. Usually, whenever she brought people here, she would find a place to hide and sleep, waiting 3 days before taking them away. However, she did not expect that today would bring an unexpected turn of events. This young man was not only handsome, but also possessed exceptional combat skills. It seemed that someone could not contain themselves and wanted to make a move against them on Nine Snake Island. But she wondered which force this young man belonged to, the Navy or one of the 4 emperors. As soon as Sandasonia appeared, the women who were infatuated with Asta changed their expressions drastically. Oh no, they had actually attracted the wrath of the royal sister. Young man, You should run. You're definitely no match for Lady Sandasonia. Lady Sandasonia, we were just joking. Please don't get angry. Hearing the pleas of the women around her, Sandasonia's expression turned cold, and a terrifying aura erupted from her. As a resident of Nine Snake Island, to plead for the enemy was enough for her to sentence these women to death. Are you all blinded by desire? How dare you plead for the enemy? It seems I've been too kind, allowing you to take advantage. After saying that, Sandasonia activated her devil fruit powers, transforming into a gigantic python several stories high, looking incredibly intimidating. The women around her immediately covered their mouths, their bodies trembling slightly. Some women even showed regret on their faces. No matter how beautiful one was, it could not compare to one's life. Seeing Sandasonia getting angry, Huiji, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to plead for everyone, disregarding her own desire for revenge against Asta. Lady Sandasonia, they didn't mean to say such things. You can punish them, but please do not take their lives. After all, we are all residents of the same island. We see each other often, and some of us have good relationships with them. How could the divine maiden Huiji stand by and watch them die? Sandasonia's crimson snake eyes swept over everyone, but her expression did not soften due to Huiji's pleas. With a cold snort, she said, "Although I'll spare you from death, you cannot escape punishment. Let me teach you a lesson first." After saying that, Sandasonia twisted her waist, and her massive snake tail swept toward everyone with terrifying force. Before the tail even got close, the sharp wind pressure had already caused a stinging pain on everyone's skin. If struck, given their physical strength, they would be severely injured, if not dead. Fear appeared on everyone's faces as they felt a frantic urge to escape. But facing them was the royal sister, Sandasonia. Despite their fear, they stood frozen in place, allowing the snake tail to come crashing down. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the sky, even sending debris flying into the air. The imagined severe pain did not come. Everyone opened their eyes in confusion, only to find a man standing in front of them. This man was the very one they had just fought over, calmly extending his right hand to block the terrifying snake tail. Asta smiled and said, "After all, they are my admirers. I can't let you hurt them so easily." Although this was just a casual strike, the fact that he was able to easily block it with one hand without even moving his feet was something Sandasonia had not expected. It seemed this unknown man had some strength. They are subjects of Nine Snake Island. If they make mistakes, they should be punished. Who are you to stop me? After saying that, Sandasonia concentrated her thoughts, and the thick snake tail wrapped around Asta completely. She ate the Zoan-type snake fruit, python form, and for python. As long as it could wrap its prey, death was not far off. Asta did not resist, allowing the snake tail to bind him like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Strangely enough, the cool sensation was quite a different experience. Seeing this scene, the women rescued by Asta gasped in surprise. They had thought this young man would abandon them and run away upon seeing the royal lady appear, as men were typically like that. But what was the result? Not only did the young man not flee, but he also stood resolutely in front of them. Was this what it felt like to be protected by a man? They certainly did not love the wrong person. Even Huiji's perception of Asta changed significantly. She looked at Asta with a complex expression, and the peculiar feelings buried deep in her heart surged back. "Speak, who are you? If your answer does not satisfy me, I will crush every bone in your body." Sandasonia threatened. Asta replied, "It's obvious. I am a man." Sandasonia, feeling his answer was not detailed enough, Asta quickly added, "I can also say I am a man full of charm." Sandasonia laughed in anger. "Is this the answer I asked for? Full of charm? I think you just—" Indeed, he was somewhat handsome. Seeing Asta's appearance up close, Sandasonia momentarily lost her focus, but she quickly snapped back to reality. "Don't think that just because you're somewhat handsome, I will go easy on you. I'm not like those lustful women. It seems that unless I show you some colors, you won't speak honestly." After saying that, Sandasonia tightened her tail around Asta. The constricting power of a python was terrifying. The pressure from all sides could easily crush a person into a pulp. Crack! Crack! Sandasonia's tail tightened more and more, yet the man did not scream in agony as imagined. On the contrary, Asta maintained a smile on his face, as if the tail wrapped around him was just a layer of thin gauze. Was Lady Sandasonia being merciful? Why was there no sound of the man's cries? It seemed that although Sandasonia claimed she wanted to show him some colors, she was actually reluctant in her heart. After all, no matter how high her status, her identity as a woman remained unchanged. Seeing such an outstanding man, it was natural to feel a flutter in her heart. Sansonia heard all the discussions around her, but the actual situation was not as they described. She showed no mercy. On the contrary, as soon as she sensed something was off, she had already begun to exert all her strength. Yet even so, the young man remained motionless, as if what she was entangling was not a human body, but a piece of steel tempered 100 times. Chapter 69. Revealing Identity. You can actually push a little harder. I'm handling it. At first, Sansonia was stunned, but she quickly realized that the other party took her as a massage therapist. How could she endure such a humiliation? Sansonia swiftly coiled her tail around Asta's body and then slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and the arena was instantly enveloped in dust and smoke. Sansonia's tail continued to strike, lifting Asta's body and smashing it down again. The frenzied scene resembled the Hulk grabbing Loki by his feet. Boom! 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 The violent explosions echoed one after another, and with each strike, a deep pit several meters wide appeared in the ground. Soon, under Sansonia's relentless assaults, there was not a single intact piece of ground within 100 meters. As for the surrounding women, they had long retreated to a safe distance under Fireweaver's lead. It had been a long time since anyone had seen Sansonia so furious. Do you think that young man can survive such attacks? The crowd fell silent, their faces revealing an unmistakable heartache. Their love had not even begun before it had already ended. However, what everyone did not know was that as time passed, Sansonia's expression grew increasingly grim. Her observation Haki could sense that no matter how many times she slammed Asta to the ground, his aura had never weakened even once. In fact, it was becoming stronger. It was as if a sleeping lion was gradually awakening from its slumber. Finally, after another slam to the ground, a surge of immense power emanated, and her tail was suddenly freed. Asta stood unharmed at the bottom of the giant pit, looking almost the same except for a bit of dust on his body. Sansonia's pupils suddenly constricted. She hadn't expected his physique to be so strong, and she had somewhat underestimated his strength. After slamming him down so many times, it was my turn now. With that, Asta directly wrapped his arms around Sansonia's tail and began to spin. The speed increased, and Sansonia's massive body was pulled into a straight line. Screams erupted from her mouth, and the intense dizziness rendered her unable to resist. Finally, perhaps bored from spinning, Asta let go, and Sansonia shot like a streak of light towards a nearby small mountain. Boom! With an exceptionally loud crash, the nearby small mountain was directly collapsed, and countless stones rolled down, quickly burying Sansonia. This unbelievable scene stunned everyone on the island. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg. On Nine Snake Island, aside from the Empress Hancock, Sansonia was the strongest. Yet such a powerful figure had been sent flying by man, with her life unknown. Sansonia, Fireweaver immediately snapped back to reality and rushed toward the site. At this moment, her eyes were filled with horror. Who exactly was this man? Why did he suddenly appear on Nine Snake Island? What conspiracy lay behind this? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, but she quickly pushed them aside. The most important thing now was to rescue Sansonia. After throwing Sansonia away, Asta did not continue his attack. Instead, he dusted himself off. There was no deep-seated grudge between them, and he would still need her to teach him hockey in the future. Teaching her a lesson, so she understood his strength was enough. What he needed to do next was to reveal his identity and ask Sansonia to take him to Nine Snake Island. That said, he had already wasted too much time on the way. If he didn't get stronger soon, the world government would send people to hunt him down. Thinking of this, Asta prepared to head toward the spot where Sansonia had fallen. But before he could take 2 steps, he was blocked by a group of women. These were the same women who had desperately wanted to gain his attention before, but now their expressions were devoid of admiration, replaced by hostility. You bad man. We will never allow you to hurt Sansonia. Asta was a bit curious. She was about to attack you just now. If it weren't for me, you would have been injured by her long ago. Why are you protecting her now? That was a punishment for us. We are willing to accept it. But we absolutely cannot tolerate an outsider injuring our princess. Yes, this concerns the dignity of Nine Snake Island. We will never let you pass. The crowd chimed in, insisting that Asta could not get through. Furthermore, among them, Little Bamboo Charcoal even picked up a piece of rubble and threw it at Asta. Bang! The incoming stone was caught by Asta, and with a squeeze of his palm, the hard rock instantly turned to powder. Little Bamboo Charcoal was startled, but still bravely stood in front of Asta, refusing to back down. Your strongest person has already been sent flying by me. Do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? I'll give you one more chance. Step aside now. Asta's expression turned cold, and a terrifying aura surged from him, sweeping outwards. Those with weaker mental fortitude fainted from the pressure. The remaining women, though still conscious, showed panic on their faces, their legs trembling as if they had a mind of their own. Yet even so, they still did not retreat, standing resolutely in front of Asta. Just then, a loud crash echoed from a distance, and Sandasonia flew out from the rubble. At this point, she looked somewhat disheveled, but was not severely injured. As soon as Sandasonia landed, she quickly rushed toward Asta. Everyone, get out of my way. I will deal with this man. As soon as she finished speaking, Sandasonia was already in front of Asta, her tail raised high, Haki instantly wrapping around it. With the force of thunder, she smashed down toward Asta. Asta sighed. Why don't you understand? You alone cannot defeat me. Boom! The two immediately erupted into a fierce battle. Fire Weaver rushed to the front of the crowd, anxiously saying, Everyone, quickly notify the others. We need to leave here by boat. What? Are you saying we need to escape? Even Sandasonia can't defeat him? Who exactly is he? Watching the distant battle, Huoji let out a bitter smile. I don't know. Maybe it's those monsters from the New World. Enough nonsense. Let's hurry up and pack our things and leave this place. Huoji still had some prestige and soon gathered the crowd. Chapter 70, with one punch. Half a small island disappeared. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose for coming here? Sandasonia asked as she frantically attacked. This man was so powerful. He surely wasn't an ordinary person. But why had she never heard of him at sea? Before he could answer, Sandasonia seemed to think of something and quickly added, Don't say you're a man. My eyes are not blind. I can tell you're a man. Facing the storm of attacks, Asta seemed to be strolling in a park, always managing to dodge Sandasonia's strikes in the most skillful ways. After half a day of fighting, Sandasonia was exhausted, yet she hadn't even touched him once. Out of the corner of his eye, Asta noticed that the people on the island, led by Fire Weaver, had started boarding ships to escape. Seeing this, a benevolent smile appeared on his face. I'm here mainly to ask Hancock for a favor. How bold. You, a filthy man, dare to call my sister by her name. I can never forgive you. Sandasonia was furious. During their time as slaves to the celestial dragons, it was her sister who had always fought to protect the two of them. Whether it was punishment or anything else, Hancock always stepped forward first to bear the brunt. Without her sister, they would have died long ago in the dungeons of the celestial dragons. In Sandasonia and Marigold's hearts, their sister was a supreme being, their faith, more important than their lives. Even if one day Hancock suddenly ordered them to commit suicide, they would not hesitate to do it. Therefore, Sandasonia would never allow anyone to insult her sister, even at the cost of her own life. In a fit of rage, Sandasonia's attacks became more and more fierce, ultimately abandoning all defense and attacking like a madwoman. After narrowly dodging the attacks, Asta quickly distanced himself and explained, Don't misunderstand, we are not enemies. On the contrary, we are friends. Friends? I live with my sister day and night. How could I not know she is a friend like you? Stop talking nonsense, Dai. Snake hair possession, eight-headed serpent. Sandasonia roared, her green hair suddenly swelling up and forming 8 giant snakes in the air, covered in Haki. They looked incredibly intimidating. The 8 snakes made of hair were even harder than steel, and with their cooperation, Asta could no longer be as carefree as before. He was even knocked to the ground several times. It seems you won't listen to me until I knock you down. Asta slowly emerged from the ruins, growing larger with each step. His terrifying aura swept around him like a storm. Sandasonia's heart raced, her snake-like face filled with horror. The pressure was so overwhelming that her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Animals have a much sharper instinct for danger than humans, which is why they can sense earthquakes before people and flee. Now, transformed into a python, Sandasonia inherited that instinct. To her, Asta seemed like a great demon king. The aura he emitted was like a dark cloud covering the entire sky. Because her sister was one of the warlords of the sea, Sandasonia had seen the Navy's top combat power. But even then, the danger posed by the admirals was not as terrifying as this. This meant that this man was stronger than a Navy admiral. How could that be possible? How old could he be to have grown to the level of an emperor? Was he training since he was in the womb? When Asta reached Sandasonia, he had grown to a height of 6 or 7 meters, his muscular body exuding immense pressure. Asta's eyes burned with a golden flame, as if a miniature sun had been placed in his pupils, even illuminating his eye sockets with a golden glow. San'Sonia involuntarily took a few steps back, sweat pouring down her face like rain. Next, you better not die. After saying this, Asta clenched his right fist, pulling his body back suddenly like a drawn bow. Under the pressure of death, San'Sonia suppressed her fear and shouted at Asta, "If you have the ability, kill me. As long as I can protect my sister, I have no regrets." After saying this, San'Sonia gathered her hair together and channeled all her haki into it, forming an enormous steel python that shimmered coldly under the sunlight. The moment the python was formed, it shot towards Asta like a bolt of lightning. A full force attack from San'Sonia. At that moment, Asta also threw a serious punch. Boom! As soon as they made contact, the seemingly hard steel python began to shatter into ashes, unable to withstand even a second of resistance. The momentum of Asta's punch continued unabated, heading straight for San'Sonia's face. In San'Sonia's eyes, Asta's right fist grew larger and larger. It was no longer a fist but a mountain crashing down on her. San'Sonia smiled bitterly, closed her eyes, and seemingly gave up resistance. "Sister, please forgive me for not being able to spend the rest of my life with you." Boom! A sound like a nuclear explosion echoed across the island. The expected pain did not come. San'Sonia opened her eyes in confusion. To her surprise, Asta had already reverted to his original form and reached out to lightly pat her forehead. "I told you we are not enemies. I won't kill you." San'Sonia's expression was somewhat dazed. What had just happened? She clearly heard the explosion, but why was her body unharmed? Suddenly, a cool breeze blew from behind her, and San'Sonia turned to look. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her entire snake body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mush. The island behind her was gone. If she remembered correctly, she was in the middle of the island. But why had the entire small island been reduced to half? Behind her was a bottomless pit, and the surrounding sea was desperately pouring water into it. Seeing San'Sonia's incredulous expression, Asta said somewhat apologetically, "Sorry, I was too serious just now. You won't make me pay for this, will you? P.S. There are some issues at home, so everyone please bear with it for now, and I will make some modifications later." Chapter 71. Heading to Amazon Lily after a long while, San'Sonia finally recovered from the earlier scene. Her eyes filled with complex emotions as she looked at Asta. "Why didn't you kill me?" Asta scratched his head and replied, "Didn't I just tell you? We're friends." Knowing she wasn't his match, San'Sonia transformed back to her original form. However, due to her earlier transformation, her clothes had already been torn apart, and when she shrank back, they slipped off. Asta's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly realized this was inappropriate. After all, she was Hancock's younger sister and could potentially be his future sister-in-law. He couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. So, Asta reached out and covered San'Sonia's eyes. San'Sonia was confused. Although she had a fierce personality, she was still a woman, and one who had never experienced the complexities of the opposite sex. Being stared at so openly made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she quickly used her powers to regrow her hair to cover herself. Asta reluctantly averted his gaze, recalling that San'Sonia had been quite cute when she was younger. It was only after consuming the python fruit that she had changed to this form. While not ugly, it couldn't be considered beautiful either. "I know you have many questions right now, but you must be familiar with this mark," Asta said, lifting his left foot to reveal the bottom of his foot, which bore an unmistakable mark of the celestial dragon, a stamp that could never be erased. Most people had their marks on their backs or foreheads, but Asta's was on the sole of his foot. Seeing the familiar mark, San'Sonia's face filled with deep fear, as if she was transported back to those dark days. "See, we have similar experiences, which is why I say we're friends," Asta said, a sincere smile returning to his face. He had truly sacrificed a lot to learn haki. "How could this be? You're so powerful. How could you become a slave to the celestial dragons? Who are you?" San'Sonia panicked, thinking their identities had been exposed and that the world government had sent someone to capture them. Given the strength of the opponent, her sister might not even be able to handle him. What should she do? Seeing San'Sonia in a panic, Asta seemed to realize something and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Those pigs have no right to command me. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Asta." San'Sonia froze, incredulous as she looked up, her voice stammering. "What did you just say?" Asta extended his right hand, his smile as radiant as the sun. "I'm Asta. Nice to meet you." Meanwhile, Zuki, the vice captain, was anxiously pacing back and forth, her expression indecisive. "No, I have to support Lady San'Sonia. I can't leave her to face the enemy alone." Determined, she prepared to rush to the center of the island, but was stopped after just a few steps. "Did you not hear the commotion earlier? Going now is just asking for death. That level of battle is not something you can participate in. If you go, you'll only be a burden to Lady Sandersonia. Zuki anxiously retorted. What do you suggest we do then? Someone thought for a moment and suggested, why don't we go back and get reinforcements? With the strength of Lady Empress, she can surely eliminate the enemy. Zuki replied, it takes at least a day to get from here to Amazon Lily. By the time we get reinforcements, it will be too late. The group lowered their heads. They were just a bunch of powerless individuals, and, in this situation, doing nothing seemed to be the best choice. No, I can't just stand by and watch Lady Sandersonia be killed. I must save her. Zuki leaped over the crowd in front of her. If I'm not back in 3 minutes, you all should leave by ship. Ashuki. No. Ignoring everyone's pleas, Zuki resolutely turned away. She had no intention of returning alive. As the best female warrior of Amazon Lily, it was an honor to sacrifice for her country. Just as Zuki took a step forward, 2 figures emerged from the forest ahead. When she saw them clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? Even the ordinary people on the ship stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Why is this happening? Aren't they enemies? What exactly happened earlier that Lady Sandersonia would appear with that man? And she is carefully walking behind him, like a little wife, occasionally glancing up at him. Could it be that Lady Sandersonia has betrayed us? The thought startled Zuki, and she quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the idea. How could that be? Even if everyone here betrayed us, Lady Sandersonia would never do such a thing. Soon, Asta approached Zuki, looking at her with a vacant expression. Asta chuckled lightly. It's sometimes hard to believe, but the truth is, I am now a guest of your Amazon Lily. After saying that, Asta walked past her toward the pirate ship. You. Stop right there. What did you do to Lady Sandersonia? Zuki still found it hard to believe, suspecting that this man had deceived Lady Sandersonia. However, before Asta could respond, Sandersonia spoke first, unable to hold back. Don't be rude to Lord Tony. Apologize to him immediately. Although Sandersonia had revealed Asta's identity to her, she still referred to him as Tony Stark in front of others. My lady, you. Zuki was stunned. I remember it was you who attacked him first. When we return to Amazon Lily, you can face the consequences. Sandersonia's tone was icy. Since that incident, the 3 sisters had revered Asta immensely. Their hatred for the celestial dragons was matched only by their gratitude toward Asta. In fact, her sister had plastered Asta's bounty posters all over their room. And every day, strange laughter echoed from there, especially at night when odd sounds sometimes emerged. Regardless of Zuki's reasons at the time, if her sister found out that Zuki had attacked Asta, given her sister's temperament, it was very likely that Zuki would be executed. So she did this to protect Huiji as well. But clearly, Huiji was somewhat ungrateful, although she didn't dare to defy Sandersonia's orders. She attributed all the resentment she felt in her heart to Asta. I will definitely expose your true colors in front of everyone, Huiji thought to herself, grinding her teeth. Chapter 72. My Stupid Sister. Afternoon, Asta's strength began to decline gradually, but he was not worried at all. Instead, he set up a reclining chair on the deck, enjoying the attention of beautiful women while admiring the beautiful sea view. The inexplicable battle in the morning was something he had intentionally orchestrated. The purpose was to showcase his formidable power to the women of Amazon Lily. On one hand, he wanted to prove his identity, telling Sandersonia that he was indeed Asta, not some fake. On the other hand, he was warning them not to harbor any ill intentions toward him, or else a single punch from him could be deadly. As for the outcome, it was exactly as he had planned. For any of his needs, remember, any need, the women on the ship were more than willing to satisfy him. Lord Tony, are you thirsty? Do you want me to feed you some water? After saying this, a beauty with an appearance rating of 80 points raised a cup and took a big gulp before pouncing toward Asta. Asta, you want to feed me water? Don't think I don't know. You just want to take advantage of me. You lewd woman. However, before the beauty could get close, someone pushed her aside. You little hussy, don't think I don't know what you're up to. If anyone is going to feed him water, it should be me. Do you understand the order of arrival? I was the first one here. This should be my turn. Listening to her sister's advice, she added, the waters here are too deep. You won't be able to handle it. Let me take care of it for you. Several long-legged, slender-waisted beauties began to shove each other, nearly getting into a fight over it. Asta lay back comfortably in his chair, watching the scene in front of him with great interest. He loved watching women fight, especially those who enjoyed tearing clothes. Enough. Can you all have some dignity? What is so special about one stinky man that you're willing to go this far? Huiji, who had just walked out of the cabin, saw the situation and immediately exploded with anger, reprimanding everyone. The face of Amazon Lily was about to be ruined by these women. After her words, Everyone fell silent for a moment, then began to retort with dissatisfaction. He is strong and handsome. Let us not pretend. I just want to sleep with him. If I had the chance, I'd definitely lick him to death. Huiji, don't be angry. How about we let you go first? Upon hearing this, Huiji instinctively turned to look at Asta, only to find him also sizing her up. His aggressive gaze made Huiji feel like her clothes were being stripped away. Standing naked in front of him, she couldn't help but extend her arms to protect her body, but quickly realized that this only indicated she had something to hide. She glared at Asta in embarrassment and anger, saying, I warn you, don't look at me with that lecherous gaze, or else I will. Asta smirked. Or else what? Go on, keep talking. I will. Huiji thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a single threatening demand. She couldn't beat him or out-argue him. Moreover, judging by the reactions of the women around her, maybe if he showed even a slight interest during the day, someone would proactively come to his door tonight to play cards with him. Oh, don't tease Huiji. She has never experienced a man and doesn't understand the wonders of men. Exactly. Let us sisters accompany you instead. It's so hot. Do you want me to apply some sunscreen for you? Don't worry. I'll be very thorough and one team miss a single spot. As soon as she finished speaking, the women surrounded Asta, pouring some milky sunscreen oil from a bottle and applying it all over his body. Huiji, standing aside, let out a quiet sigh of relief, knowing that the women were trying to bail her out. But seeing Asta lying in the chair, looking blissful while being massaged by the beauties, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She didn't even know why she was so angry. Clearly, there was no major conflict between them, yet she felt uncomfortable. It was just because he was a bit more handsome. When he got to Amazon Lily and saw the Empress, he would understand what the most beautiful person in the world looked like. However, what Huiji didn't know was that the Empress, whom she considered the most beautiful, was currently throwing a small tantrum. Hancock said angrily, Give me a reason to forgive you. Why did you disturb my nap? Do you know that this will cause wrinkles on my face? No matter what level they were at, every woman cared about her appearance. Sansonia, a bit flustered, explained, I'm sorry, sister. I know I shouldn't have called you at this hour, but I have something very important to report. Unexpectedly, Hancock immediately chastised her sternly, as my younger sister. You should remain calm and composed at all times, so as not to embarrass Amazon Lily. Sansonia quickly nodded in agreement, her face showing a hint of shame. Her sister was indeed her sister. Their realms were different. She was still too young and couldn't keep her cool in emergencies. She should learn more from her sister. After the lecture, Hancock returned to her lazy tone now. Tell me, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Sansonia said flatly, I met a man on Joy Island today. Hancock. Are you kidding me? ISNT Joy Island full of men? You woke me up from my beauty sleep for this? My stupid sister. It seems you're too comfortable, and I need to find you some fun. Hancock, if you called just to tell me this, you might as well pick out a grave for yourself. Sansonia was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized something and hurriedly explained. No, the man I met is different. Hancock, how is he different? Does he have too little? Sansonia's face turned red. How many does he have? How would I know? I didn't see. Hancock asked suspiciously. You're not getting all excited like those women, are you? It seems it's time to marry you off. Sansonia, no. I want to stay with you forever. Wherever you go, I will go. Hancock, that's not it. That's not it. What do you actually want to say? Sansonia, that man is different. He said his name is Asta. P.S. I already know that this book is no longer popular. For those who are still reading it, I hope the negative energy isn't too intense. Just quietly enjoy the book. Chapter 73. What is Asta? What did you say his name is? Asta. What is it? Asta. Asta what? Asta. The one who caused a ruckus in the Holy Land and killed the celestial dragons. Sansonia finished speaking in one breath, her chest heaving with anger. Sister, what's going on today? Why is your hearing so poor? I made myself clear enough. Why do you keep asking? However, after Sansonia finished speaking, Hancock fell silent. And apart from her increasingly rapid breathing, no other sound could be heard. Sansonia suddenly felt a bit panicked. Sister, what's wrong? Say something, please don't scare me. Yet no matter what she said, there was still no response from the other side. Just as Sansonia was about to hang up and call her sister, a hesitant voice finally came through the phone bug. Are you sure it's him? Upon hearing this, Sansonia recalled Asta's terrifying strength. With one punch, half an island was obliterated. No wonder he dared to cause a stir in the Holy Land and sent marine admirals fleeing. He is definitely the real deal. Sansonia said solemnly. Yes, I have confirmed it. It is him. Thud. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of crashing sounds came from the other end, mixed with a woman's cries of pain. Sister, what happened over there? San's'Sonia exclaimed, quickly showing concern. I'm fine, I just tripped over something. Quickly tell me. Where's he now? San's'Sonia, we are on our way back to Amazon Lily. We should arrive by evening. I didn't ask you. I'm asking about him. Is he with you? Hancock asked anxiously. San's'Sonia, I am your real sister. Are you not afraid of hurting my feelings by saying that? Realizing she had gone a bit too far, Hancock quickly defended herself. You know how important what he did is to us. I mainly want to thank him in person. All right, sister, you don't need to explain. Asta is with us now, and he asked me to entrust you with something. Ah, Hancock exclaimed in surprise. Then asked excitedly, You mean he has come to find me? San's'Sonia thought for a moment. Yes, during the fight today. He told me he came here to ask you for something. Hancock, what? You fought with him? Did you hurt him? I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt him, you're finished. After hearing this, San's'Sonia felt a sharp pain in her heart. Is this still my real sister? Isn't it too much to turn against me like this? Do you think with my strength, I could hurt him? San's'Sonia replied irritably. Hancock, that is not certain. What if he suddenly had a stomach ache or was seriously injured from the start, with only a fraction of his strength left? I warn you, you must not. However, before Hancock could finish her sentence, San's'Sonia hung up the phone. This was the first time she had ever actively hung up on her sister. She was just too disappointed with her sister's behavior. It was as if she was acting like a sycophant. There is a rule on Amazon Lily that men cannot appear on the island. So on the way back, San's'Sonia diverted to another small island and unloaded the men from the ship. You all stay here for now. Once we finish our business, we'll come back to pick you up. The men looked a bit disappointed. They thought they might seize the opportunity to visit Amazon Lily. They had heard the women there hardly wore clothes, making it seem like paradise. Shanchuan's face was also filled with disappointment. He had lost consciousness early and didn't know what had happened. All he knew was that when he opened his eyes, he was tied to a bed with ropes, and 3 hefty women with whips were standing in front of him. At that moment, he thought he was going to lose his kidneys that night, but suddenly someone broke in and said they had to escape quickly. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Shanchuan knew this was his chance to save his kidneys. So, he followed the crowd and boarded the pirate ship. On the ship, he heard someone say they were heading back to Amazon Lily, which made him very happy. Perhaps he would get to see the legendary pirate empress. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. Any normal man would like and love her. Shanchuan knew he wasn't worthy of her, but what if the pirate empress liked his type and insisted on having him as her bedmate? Should he accept it? Or accept it? Or accept it? As long as he could sleep with the pirate empress for one night, he felt it would be worth it for his whole life. And he would do anything, whether to be a cow or a horse. But in the end, that hope was shattered. Shanchuan sighed, and then inadvertently saw Asta's figure. He was still on the ship and hadn't come down with them. Shanchuan's eyes turned red, not knowing what he was thinking, and he pointed at Asta, shouting, Why isn't he coming down with us? Asta was sitting on the railing, surrounded by several beautiful women. He slightly opened his mouth, and one beauty on his left immediately peeled a grape and fed it to him. After chewing and swallowing, he opened his mouth again, and a beauty on his right carefully fed him a sip of wine. Behind him were 2 cute little beauties giving him shoulder massages. This life was simply extravagant. Asta glanced at Shanchuan sideways. Although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face conveyed a lot. Shanchuan was furious. Why was there such a huge gap between men? He wanted to say something else, but before he could get the words out, San's'Sonia interrupted him. Tony is a distinguished guest of Amazon Lily. As for what you are, why should we explain anything to you? After saying that, San's'Sonia led everyone away. Before leaving, Asta cast him another glance, full of mockery. After unloading these men, the pirate ship soon arrived at Amazon Lily. Hundreds of residents stood in 2 rows to welcome everyone. A red carpet stretched for thousands of meters, with several little girls scattering fresh flowers around. Why are we doing this? Who is coming? Why such a grand reception? I don't know. This is an order from the Empress. We just need to follow it. And our female master, the pirate Empress, stands on the shore, gazing into the distance, as if she has become a stone waiting for her husband. P.S. This book features multiple female leads. If you have a favorite female character, feel free to leave a comment, and I will consider it. Chapter 74. Eat? Or should I eat first? Snake Princess, please tell me truthfully. Who are you making such a big fuss for? A small old lady, half the height of an ordinary person, leaned on her cane and looked at Hancock with a serious expression. This afternoon, Hancock suddenly summoned the residents of the island, saying that she wanted to welcome someone in the most grand way possible. She would specify who it was. In any case, she demanded that everyone make it as grand as possible, and even she had arrived early to wait. This unusual behavior made the old lady immediately feel alarmed. She had never seen such an expression on Hancock's face before. Excited, anxious, and a bit affectionate. It was as if a newlywed wife was waiting for her husband to return. Hancock turned to the old lady, her expression instantly reverting to its usual pride. "You old hag, who permitted you to call me Snake Princess? Please call me Empress." Hancock raised her head, acting to disdain the other. The old lady did not get angry. Her expression only grew more serious. "Snake Princess, as the ruler of Amazon Lily, you bear the future of the island. Whatever you do, you must think twice." Hancock sneered. It's a huge irony for such words to come from a woman who once abandoned her country. After hearing this, the old lady couldn't help but show a trace of shame on her face. Her real name was Gloria, and she had once been the third empress of Amazon Lily. However, during her reign, she abandoned her throne and her country for love, setting out to sea alone in search of her own love. This departure lasted for decades, and no one knew what she had experienced at sea. It had reduced her, once a stunning beauty, to this state. However, during an accidental encounter, she met the 3 Hancock sisters who had escaped from Mary Geos on Bubble Island. With the help of Rayleigh and Aunt Sia, she brought the young Hancock sisters back to Amazon Lily. "Shut up. Have you forgotten who brought you 3 to the island? If it weren't for me, you 3 would still be wandering who knows where." The old lady shouted in anger and embarrassment. Hancock crossed her arms and turned her neck. "You should shut up. How many times do you want to mention such a trivial favor? I'm getting annoyed just hearing it." "Oh, you ungrateful little brat. I have always treated you as my own daughters, and this is how you repay me?" Looking at the old lady who was shouting, Hancock simply turned around and continued gazing at the sea. Soon, she would see him in person. "My heart is racing. I'm so excited." Hancock pressed her hand to her chest, her expression full of excitement. But soon she thought of another matter. After meeting Asta, how should she act to leave a good impression? "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Boa Hancock." No, that way of greeting is too old-fashioned. He definitely wouldn't like it. "Just you called Asta. I really like you. From now on, you're mine." Ah, would that sound too domineering? What if he doesn't like that kind of person? After sailing for a day, you must be a bit tired. "Do you want to bathe first or eat first? Or do you want to eat me first?" The response was good, but would it make her seem a bit unreserved? Hancock looked down at her figure, and suddenly her face flushed. If I were a man, I would definitely choose the last option. In the end, Hancock didn't know what she was thinking. Her blush deepening as if she were drunk, her whole body exuding a pink hue. The old lady beside her looked on in astonishment. This young girl couldn't possibly be in heat, could she? Just as she couldn't help but inquire, a small black suddenly appeared on the horizon, which grew larger until it turned into a huge pirate ship, flying the flag of Amazon Lily. The man Hancock had been eagerly awaiting was finally coming. On the deck of the pirate ship, Sandasonia stood side by side with Asta. "Sandasonia, this is Amazon Lily, our place of survival." Asta gazed out at the scenery, nodding in satisfaction. "The mountains and waters are beautiful. I'd love to live here for a lifetime." A hint of surprise flashed in Sandasonia's eyes, and she quickly said, "Sure, if you want to stay here, my sister won't mind." Asta thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "Let us forget it. My identity is too sensitive. Staying here for too long would bring you trouble." Sandasonia wanted to say they weren't afraid, but before she could, images of the island's residents flashed in her mind. They 3 sisters weren't afraid, but the residents couldn't be dragged into danger. In the end, Sandasonia said nothing, only sighed. Asta patted her belly. Don't ask why he patted her belly. It was because at his height, he could only reach her belly. "Don't worry, this kind of life won't last long. The world government will eventually pay for their crimes." Upon hearing this, Sandasonia suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with shock. Could it be that before she could finish, the ship shook violently as the pirate ship docked? Asta waved his hand, saying nothing, and turned to head into the cabin. He needed to pack his things. He would likely stay here for a long time to focus on his training. He wouldn't leave until his strength reached the level of a Marine admiral. As for the women on the ship, they lined up one by one to disembark. As soon as they stepped down, they were stunned by the spectacle before them. They had never experienced such a grand occasion in their lives. A kilometer-long red carpet, flanked by spectators, each holding flowers. They were bewildered, and the people across from them were equally confused. The Empress summoned them together just to welcome these women who were going to carry out reproductive tasks. What a joke. What was so worthy of welcoming about these women? Hancock's gaze was sharp as she carefully watched the crowd, but after everyone had disembarked, she still hadn't seen the person she wanted to see. "Sister, Why'd you make such a big fuss? Sandersonia asked as she walked towards Hancock at first sight. To her surprise, Hancock excitedly grabbed her, urgently asking, "Where is he? Where is he?" Sandersonia. She felt that her identity as a younger sister probably held less importance in her elder sister's heart than a single hair of Asta. "Elder sister, please don't be agitated. He is packing things on the ship and will come down shortly." Chapter 75. The dreamy pirate Empress Hancock still couldn't believe it. "You're not kidding me. He really is on the ship?" Hearing this, Sandersonia initially wanted to tease her sister to avenge the neglect she felt. But when she saw Hancock's hopeful eyes and cautious expression, she ultimately dismissed the thought. She nodded seriously and said affirmatively, "Don't worry, he's on the ship right now." As if to confirm her words, Asta, carrying a small bundle, walked down from the ship just after she spoke. Seeing the red carpet below and the crowd on both sides, holding flowers, Asta was also startled. "What the hell? How did Hancock manage this? I almost thought I was a star walking the red carpet." However, the reactions of the surrounding audience were even more intense. "Who is he? I've never seen him on the island before. He looks like, what does he look like? Hurry up and say it. You're killing me with suspense. He looks like a man." "What? A man? A man has come to our Amazon lily." Some women looked confused, as they had never seen a man in their lives and didn't understand what one was. Others displayed surprise. A man had come to the island, which meant they could have some fun tonight. They threw the flowers they were holding into the air, revealing wicked smiles as they slowly approached Asta. A few malicious gazes shot towards Asta, and he suddenly shivered, looking up to find many women's eyes glowing red. This dangerous feeling was as if they were hungry tigers who hadn't eaten for days, and he was a juicy little lamb. Just as Asta sensed the imminent danger and prepared to flee, a sudden fragrance wafted towards him, and two white mounds appeared in front of his eyes. To clarify, Hancock was over 2 meters tall, and when Asta, who was about 1.8 meters, stood in front of her, his head was right at her chest level. Upon seeing such a beautiful sight, Asta's body stopped trembling, his mouth slightly open, staring at them without blinking. "Yguare." "Asta, no. It's Tony something Tucker?" Hancock recalled her sister's instructions. Sandersonia had told her that Asta wore a mask to conceal his identity and had even changed his name too. "Tony Tucker." Asta, with strong willpower, shifted his gaze away from Hancock's chest. Once he saw Hancock's face, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Her snow-white skin was tinged with a blush. Her perky little nose, pink lips, and beneath thick eyelashes were large expressive eyes. She had slightly long bangs, and her smooth long hair cascaded down to her waist. Even though Asta had seen many beauties in his past life, none could compare to Hancock. No wonder she was recognized as the world's #1 beauty. He wanted her to bear his children. Feeling Asta's unabashed gaze, Hancock, who was already a bit nervous, became even shyer. "Why is he staring at me without saying anything? Is there something on my face? No way, no way. I can't possibly have something dirty on my face." Hancock's face turned pale, and she instinctively reached out to cover her face. Asta quickly realized and apologetically said, "I'm sorry. It's just that you're too beautiful. I couldn't help but look a bit longer." A wave of sweetness surged in Hancock's heart. He actually complimented her looks. Did that mean he liked her? Would he propose to her later? If he proposes, should she play hard to get before agreeing? Or just say yes right away? What do you think our first child will be? A boy or a girl? It seems like men prefer daughters, saying daughters are their little sweethearts for life. But I like sons. Never mind, I'll just have a few of each. Hancock cupped her flushed cheeks and stood there grinning foolishly. "Asta, is this girl a bit slow?" Sandersonia walked over, first pointing at Hancock, then at her own head with an apologetic look saying, "I'm sorry. Let me explain. My sister got hurt in a fight a few days ago, so she's been acting a bit strange." Asta suddenly understood, so that is why she seemed a bit off. Sandersonia's face turned red, and she quickly said, "You said you were hungry earlier, right? Let me take you to get something to eat." "Okay, but what about your sister?" "We don't have to worry about her. She has intermittent episodes, and she'll be fine soon." "Oh, but since she hurt her head, we should really find a doctor to check her out." "We've already checked. The doctor said she's beyond help." "What? That's so serious." "I actually know a doctor who's quite good. Do you want me to introduce you?" "No need. My sister is very proud. If she admits to being sick, how could she possibly go see a doctor? It's not good to avoid medical treatment." As they discussed Hancock's condition, they walked toward the center of the island. Meanwhile, the women with glowing eyes closely followed Asta, leaving Hancock all alone. "Asta, no, Tony, what do you think about naming our child Meliodas?" Hancock asked, trying to suppress her shyness. After a long silence without an answer, Hancock opened her eyes to find she was all alone. Asta, Sandersonia, and all the summoned residents had disappeared. Hancock, hurry up. How come the food is taking so long? Is this what men are like? How can he eat so much? His stomach seems like a bottomless pit. After eating so much food, there's not even a change in his belly. Asta was in the palace cafeteria, devouring food like crazy. He opened his mouth wide, and pieces of roast meat larger than his head were down his throat in just a few bites. His eating style was extremely fierce, rivaling that of Luffy. Surrounding him were several women, all staring at him intently. Some even had little notebooks, jotting down Asta's every move. For them, men are full of curiosity, whether it's their physical structure or their personalities, which are somewhat different from women. P.S. What I am writing now leans a bit towards the everyday, and I hope everyone can accept it. This is definitely not to fill up word count. Chapter 76. I'm not clean anymore. Go, go, go. Why are you all gathered here instead of training? When Hancock arrived at the cafeteria, she found Asta surrounded by many women. Everyone seemed like a curious baby, their eyes fixed on Asta. Some even had eager expressions, seemingly ready to approach him and make a move. How could Hancock tolerate this? That was the man she had always dreamed of. If anyone was going to make a move, it should be her first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts, quickly leaving only Asta and the Empress. Hancock covered her heart, which was about to leap out of her chest, and cautiously approached him. Is the food here to your liking? As soon as she finished speaking, Hancock couldn't help but want to slap herself. How could she ask such a pointless question? Who was she? The pirate Empress, the queen of Amazon Lily, the most beautiful woman in the world. How could she be so lacking in ambition? She should have been more decisive and asked directly, when are you going to marry me? However, when she lifted her head and saw Asta's extremely handsome face, the courage she had finally mustered instantly vanished, and she reverted back to her shy demeanor. Luckily, Hancock had driven everyone away just now. If they had seen her like this, the proud Empress, who usually looked down on others, was actually shy like a little girl. That would definitely shock them. The food is very delicious. I really like it. Asta replied vaguely, his attention completely occupied by the food in front of him, without any time to notice the changes in others. Hancock's heart soared with joy as she rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching him. While others might view Asta's eating habits as brutal, devouring food like a beast, to Hancock, this man who ate and drank heartily was so carefree and bold. This was a real man. Hancock's eyes sparkled with hearts as she unconsciously leaned closer to him. When Asta finished the last bite of food and let out a satisfied burp, he thought, well, it's dinner time now, I shouldn't overeat. I'll just eat until I'm about 80 full. Asta's 80 full meant he had consumed nearly the amount of food for 50 people. In this world, not everyone who could eat a lot was strong, but as a strong person, one definitely could eat. WOC, you scared me. Why are you so close to me? Asta suddenly looked up and found Hancock's face just a fist away from his, almost about to kiss. The breath she exhaled brushed against his face, making it feel a bit ticklish. My sister told me you came here specifically to find me? That's right, I came here to ask you for a favor. Asta leaned back, fearing that speaking so closely would lead him to inadvertently flirt with her. After all, it was nighttime, and his strength had dropped to that of an ordinary person. Hancock could easily slap him into oblivion. Whatever the situation, one must always remain steady. I agree, Asta said as he leaned back, and Hancock leaned forward, maintaining a distance of a fist between them. Aren't you going to ask what I want to ask of you? No need to ask. As long as it's a request, I will do it. What if it's something particularly outrageous? If that's the case, then I'll look forward to it even more. Hancock gazed at Asta with dreamy eyes, and the next moment, her red lips slowly moved closer to his mouth. In the face of such a situation, any normal man would find it impossible to refuse. Is Asta a man? Certainly. Not only is he a man with a normal sexual orientation, but he is also a gifted individual surpassing 99 of men worldwide. Asta wrapped his right arm around Hancock's slender waist, twisting his body to change their positions, placing Hancock beneath him. Hancock gasped in surprise, but upon seeing the mischievous smile on Asta's face, her cheeks turned crimson, and she closed her eyes, not daring to move. For this kind of thing, I prefer to take the initiative. With that, Asta leaned in and pressed his lips against Hancock's red ones. If there's a chance to take advantage, one would be a fool not to. However, at that moment, an unexpectedly wrinkled right hand shot out from the side, blocking the two of them. Asta, not paying attention, kissed it directly, and after the kiss realized something fell off. Hancock's mouth had a salty taste and was wrinkled. Asta frowned, opened his eyes, and finally realized he had kissed not a mouth, but a wrinkled right hand. "Ah!" Asta yelled, frantically retreating while spitting on the ground. "Water! Where's the water? I need to rinse my mouth. I'm not clean anymore." That sudden hand belonged to none other than the old woman. She held her right hand up, a blissful expression on her face. "Is today my lucky day? I got kissed by such a handsome young man. I've decided not to wash my hands for the next 3 days." Immersed in her happiness, the old woman didn't notice Hancock standing quietly behind her with her head down. What a great opportunity, what a great atmosphere, all ruined. She was so close to tasting the sweetness of love. They were so close to a significant breakthrough in their relationship. All of this was the fault of this damned old woman. "You'll go die." Hancock's eyes erupted with intense killing intent as she raised her right foot and kicked at the old woman. However, don't underestimate the old woman, despite her age. Her movements were quick. She easily leaped to dodge Hancock's kick. "Snake Princess, what are you trying to do? Do I really need to ask?" "Of course. I'm sending you to meet God." After missing her first attack, Hancock continued to kick at the old woman. Seeing the incoming attacks, the old woman turned pale and quickly twisted her body to narrowly avoid them. Hancock's right foot smashed into a nearby stone table, shattering it into pieces. The old woman was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat, her voice becoming sharp. "Snake Princess, do you really want to kill me? Didn't I say? I'm sending you to meet God." Hancock's voice was as cold as the biting wind. Although Grandma Za's strength was considerable, she still seemed lacking in front of Hancock. Seizing the opportunity, Hancock kicked Grandma Za in the backside. Grandma Za barely had time to let out a scream before she flew out of the window like a cannonball. Boom! "Grandma Za, how did you fly out of the house? Doctor, get a doctor quick." Outside, a commotion erupted with sounds of chaos. Chapter 77. King Sheen circles the pillar after kicking the old woman away. Hancock resumed her previous appearance as a little girl. "Well, actually, I'm usually very ladylike. It's just that today is a bit of an exception." Asta glanced down at the ruins beneath his feet, his lips twitching slightly. "You call this ladylike?" "It's true. Mainly, that old hag was too annoying, which is why I ended up like this." Hancock felt that her words were somewhat exaggerated, but she was determined to make up for her impression. Seeing Hancock's eager expression, in order to prevent her from getting embarrassed and angry, Asta quickly nodded in agreement. Hom. "I believe you. You're so beautiful. You definitely wouldn't act barbarically." Hearing that the other party was willing to believe her, regardless of the truth, Hancock sighed in relief. Her face then showed a shy expression again as she turned her head elsewhere and stammered, "Since the annoying one has already left, shall we continue what we were doing earlier?" Asta felt a bit tempted, but thought about it, and ultimately chose to refuse. The atmosphere was almost ruined, and continuing would inevitably be awkward. "Let's forget it. It's getting late, and we should rest early." "Rest early? So straightforward? But I'm not ready yet." Hancock's shyness deepened. Although she said she wasn't ready, she had already made plans in her heart. As long as Asta asked again, she would immediately agree. "Asta, well, I said we should rest early. I meant a healthy rest. Sleeping alone." Hancock's movements froze, and her expression instantly solidified. In the middle of the night, in Hancock's palace, our empress was sitting on a stool, sighing. Meanwhile, Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances and then began to persuade Hancock. "Sandersonia, sister, it's so late. You should go to sleep." "Marigold, yes, I remember you said before that staying up late can cause wrinkles and hair loss. For your beauty, you should rest early." Hancock grabbed a handful of her hair, letting it slip through her fingers, her expression filled with melancholy. "What is the use of being pretty? He doesn't like me anyway." "Sandersonia, how could that be? With your beauty, no man could possibly not like you." "Marigold, second sister is right. Not just men. Even women can't help but be captivated by your beauty." Hancock raised her head and looked at her two younger sisters with a wronged expression. "Then why did he refuse me?" "Sandersonia, Marigold." Clearly, the two sisters were completely unaware of what had happened to their sister that evening. Sandersonia cautiously asked, "Can you tell us what he refused you for?" At this moment, Marigold still didn't know Asta's identity. A few days ago, she had led the island's female warriors to sea for trade with nearby towns. She had just returned tonight and heard that a man had come to the island, and the Empress herself welcomed him. As Hancock's younger sister, Marigold knew her sister's temperament well. The fact that Hancock personally came out to greet someone breaking the long-standing rules of Amazon Lily to allow a man onto the island made her curious about his identity. With her suspicions, Marigold planned to ask her sister for clarification. However, as soon as she entered, she saw Hancock sitting in a chair, looking unhappy, like a flower about to wither. "So that man turned my sister into this. I'm going to find him to settle the score." Marigold's temper was as explosive as her physique. However, before she could take a few steps, San'd'Sonia stopped her. You shouldn't cause trouble. Marigold retorted. How can this be called causing trouble? My sister has been wronged by that man. I'm going to avenge her. San'd'Sonia. Avenge what? With your strength. He could kill you with just one finger. Hearing this, Marigold retorted indignantly. Just because he's strong doesn't mean he can bully people at will. This is our territory. No woman from Amazon Lily is afraid of death. After saying this, she shot a furious glance at San'd'Sonia. Second sister, you're not afraid, are you? Don't forget how sister protected us back then. Now that she has been wronged, instead of seeking revenge, you're stopping me. Have you changed? I've changed your head. San'd'Sonia rolled her eyes. However, she knew her younger sister was straightforward and said whatever was on her mind, especially since she was doing it to protect Hancock. Just listen to me. That man's identity is somewhat special. We can't provoke him. Although Marigold stopped struggling, her expression still showed discontent. Fine. I'll listen to how special this man's identity is. Is he a Marine Admiral or one of the 4 emperors of the New World? To make you so afraid? He asked nobody. He is. Before San'd'Sonia could finish her sentence, Hancock interrupted her with a furious shout. Who is there? Come out. San'd'Sonia and Marigold's expressions changed. Someone had sneaked into the palace, and they were completely unaware. They immediately stood in front of Hancock, looking alert. Tap, tap, tap. In response to the three's gaze, a figure walked out from behind a pillar. Seeing this person, San'd'Sonia and Marigold relaxed their guard and said with annoyance, Granny, why are you sneaking around the corner? The person was none other than the old woman who had taken Asta's first kiss. Seeing the old woman appear, Hancock's eyes instantly turned red, and she shouted angrily as she charged toward her. How dare you show your face? If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have rejected me. The old woman's expression changed, and she quickly circled the pillar to avoid Hancock's attack. I was trying to stop you from making a mistake. You're the queen of Amazon Lily. How can you act like this for a man? Oh, you still remember the identity of the queen. Why didn't you say this when you abandoned the country and ran to the sea? I regretted it, which is why I came to stop you. To prevent you from following my old path. I don't need your interference. I'm the queen. I can do whatever I want. 2 people are spinning around a pole, and the scene is very funny. Chapter 78. The Rules of the Former Dynasty. Speaking of the present. I refuse to accept this. I don't know which law of 9 Snake Island I have violated that warrants such extreme treatment from you. I am a king of 9 Snake Island, and I set the rules here. If I say you are guilty, then you are guilty. You are too willful, Snake Princess. If this continues, one day you will lead 9 Snake Island to its doom. So what? I am so beautiful that no matter what mistakes I make, the residents of 9 Snake Island will forgive me. Don't come over here, help. The Snake Princess has gone mad. Call all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come. You have destroyed my happiness. Today is either you die or I die. Granny Jia is desperately fleeing ahead, her short legs almost turning into mere shadows, wishing her parents had given her 2 more legs. Behind her, Hancock is chasing with large strides, and it's clear from her fierce demeanor what fate awaits Granny Jia if she catches up. In the end, it is still San'd'Sonia and Marigold, the 2 sisters, who can no longer bear to watch and step forward to separate the 2. Unlike their sister, they are not so hard-headed. They are not only very grateful to Granny Jia in their hearts, but they also show her great respect on the surface. Sister, Granny Jia has had a hard time over the years. For the sake of past friendships, please forgive her. Although I still don't know what exactly happened this afternoon, Granny Jia has watched us grow up since we were little, and she would never harm us. Upon hearing this, Hancock slowly stops her steps, but her beautiful eyes still glare fiercely at the other party. Despite her fierce demeanor, Hancock never intended to really harm Granny Jia. She was just too angry and wanted to scare her a bit. Otherwise, with Hancock's strength, Granny Jia wouldn't even have a chance to cry for help. With just a slap, she could smash Granny Jia into the wall, and she wouldn't be able to get down. Since you are pleading for her, I will temporarily let her go. Granny Jia breathes a sigh of relief. However, while she may escape the death penalty, she cannot escape the punishment. If I don't give her a lesson, how can I be the king of 9 Snake Island? Hancock crossed her arms, her expression cold as she spoke. Granny Jia's heart sank again. You're still young. I did that because I was worried you would be deceived. Based on my years of experience, the better-looking a man is, the more likely he is to be a scumbag. Hancock, if the person deceiving me is him, I would willingly accept it. Granny Jia. It's over. It's over. This girl must have fallen in love with that man. Her reaction is exactly like mine from back in the day. But why have I never heard the 3 sisters mention him before? Could it be love at first sight? Hancock coldly stated her punishment. From now on, you will stay in your room. Without my orders, you are not allowed to step into the palace. Granny Jia was immediately taken aback. Because of this small matter, you actually plan to imprison me? Hancock nodded firmly. Of course, I have to imprison you. If I don't restrict your movements. What if we get close again and you come out to cause trouble? You can't do this to me. I am the third emperor of Nine Snake Island. You have no right to punish me. Hancock sneered. You have long been removed from Nine Snake Island. You are still talking about being the third emperor and using the rules of the former dynasty to speak of the present. You must still be half asleep. After saying that, without paying any attention to the shouting Granny Jia, Hancock directly turned around and walked towards her bedroom. Granny Jia wanted to argue further, but after taking just a few steps, she was stopped by Sun'sBlessing. Sun'sBlessing, Granny Jia, you should go back. Sister is in a bad mood today. Don't provoke her any further. Granny Jia, in a bad mood. So you take it out on me? What do you think I've endured all these years for? Marigold chuckled awkwardly. I know you are doing this for our sake, but you also know Sister's temperament. If you go to reason with her now, she will never agree with you. Granny Jia, what should I do then? Am I supposed to stay in that broken house for the rest of my life? Sun'sBlessing, that won't happen. Maybe in a few days, Sister's mood will improve and she will let you out. Then how long do I have to wait? Forget about that for now. You two tell me about that man's identity and when did your sister start liking him? Granny Jia's eyes were filled with curiosity. It turns out that regardless of a person's age, their curiosity never diminishes. Marigold shook her head. She was also quite confused about when Sister started to like a man and even brought him to the island. Didn't she previously say she liked that man named Asta the most? Why did her taste suddenly change? Sun'sBlessing knew the man's identity, but there was no point in telling Marigold. As for Granny Jia, if you dare to say too much, you can roll out the palace with this old hag. Hancock's usual cold voice came from the bedroom. Sun'sBlessing immediately shut her mouth. No matter how much Granny Jia urged her, she refused to speak. Angered, Granny Jia stomped her foot and said, I will never give up. I will definitely find out the identity of that man. After saying that, Granny Jia leaned on her cane and angrily walked out of the palace. The next day, early morning, before dawn, Hancock got out of bed to prepare a loving breakfast for Asta. She had heard someone say that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Unfortunately, for a woman who had never set foot in a kitchen, cooking was no less than researching a nuclear bomb. Boom! Another explosion sounded from the kitchen, and thick black smoke kept billowing out. Cough, cough, Your Majesty, maybe we should do it instead. This is already the 53rd time you've blown up the pot. No, I must make him breakfast today. No one can stop me. But if you keep doing this, we won't have enough ingredients left. What? Didn't I tell you yesterday to prepare more? How could it be used up so quickly? You told us to prepare more. But all the ingredients you requested had to be especially fresh. With so little time, we could only prepare this much. The cooks looked aggrieved, and of course, there was one thing they dare not say. If you hadn't insisted on cooking, wasting so many ingredients, how could they possibly run out? Hancock's cheeks flushed. She knew that the main responsibility for this incident lay with her, but she just wanted to make a loving breakfast for her beloved man. Was it a crime? Sister? Asta? No. I mean, Lord Tony is looking for you. Hearing her sister's call, Hancock quickly ran out of the smoke-filled kitchen. Where is he? I'm going to find him right now. However, Sun'sBlessing remained motionless, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place with a stunned expression on her face. Chapter 78. I owe you a favor. Seeing Sun'sBlessing standing there foolishly, Hancock frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and lead the way. Sun'sBlessing came to her senses and tremblingly pointed at Hancock. Sister, your appearance. What about my appearance? Do I have dark circles under my eyes? Hancock complained, It's all Grandma's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have gone to bed so late last night. While Hancock sighed, she reached out to touch her own face. Dark circles are a big taboo for women. She couldn't help but wonder if Asta would be put off by her. Sister, didn't you smell something burnt? Sun'sBlessing said, trying to suppress her laughter. Upon hearing this, Hancock sniffed her little nose. Now that you mention it, I can indeed smell something burnt. It must be coming from the kitchen. It seems there's a fire. Sun'sBlessing could no longer hold back her laughter and clutched her stomach as she burst into laughter. Hancock, what are you doing? Didn't you say he was looking for me? Hurry up and take me there. After saying that, Hancock prepared to head toward the palace, but after taking just 2 steps, she was stopped by Sun'sBlessing. While laughing, Sun'sBlessing pulled out a small mirror from her pocket. Sister, you should take a look at yourself right now. It's really too cute. Hancock, somewhat confused, took the mirror. As soon as she glanced at it, she couldn't look away. Ah, A piercing scream echoed throughout the skies of Amazon Lily. Hancock stared incredulously at the reflection in the mirror. Who was this woman with a frizzy head of hair? Black as coal? It's no wonder Hancock reacted so strongly, as the reflection showed her with a frizzy hairdo, wisps of white smoke drifting from her head, and the burnt smell she had detected came from there. Moreover, she was covered in a layer of black soot, making her look like a completely black woman, with the only exception being her white teeth. If she appeared like this at night, she would surely scare someone to death. What should I do now? If he accidentally sees me like this, I might as well just die. Hancock was on the verge of tears. Sandersonia thought her sister looked adorable in this state, and since it was just soot, it could be washed off easily. It's fine, sister. I'll go hold him off now. You just take your time to clean up. Hancock's eyes lit up, and she quickly instructed her sister, you must hold him off. Don't let him in until I'm ready. However, what Hancock didn't know was that there are some things you shouldn't mention. The more you mention them, the more likely they are to happen. This is what is known as Murphy's Law. As soon as Hancock finished speaking, a figure emerged from behind Sandersonia. Who are you planning to hold back? Do you need my help? Asta asked kindly. Hancock screamed upon seeing Asta, then quickly turned around, presenting her back to him. Sandersonia was also startled. She glanced at her sister, then turned to Asta and asked, Aren't you waiting in your room? Why are you out here? As she spoke, she discreetly moved to block Hancock behind her. Asta rubbed his stomach and smiled. I got hungry. I saw you weren't back, so I came out to find something to eat. Sandersonia replied, Breakfast will be ready soon. You should go back. I'll have someone bring it to your room later. Asta said, That would be too much trouble. I can just get it myself. He was about to step around Sandersonia and walk forward, as he seemed to remember the kitchen was just ahead. This frightened Hancock, her eyes wide with panic, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't dare to run away, fearing it would attract Asta's attention and he would see her in her current state. Hancock reached out and pinched Sandersonia, signaling her to quickly think of a way to resolve the situation. Sandersonia cried out in pain, feeling that her sister was really too rough. Asta noticed the sound and asked with concern, Are you okay? Sandersonia quickly waved her hand. I'm fine, just a little stomachache. Stomachache? Asta instantly understood. Wanting to prove he was a thoughtful man, he comforted her. Remember to drink more hot water. In his past life, Asta never understood why men who said drink more hot water were called insensitive. Doctor said the same thing. At that moment, he secretly made a decision. If there was a next life, he would definitely be a woman. He wanted to see if drinking hot water would help when women had their monthly issues. Unfortunately, he was reincarnated, not reborn. Sandersonia was puzzled about how a stomachache related to drinking hot water. But when she saw Asta's expression, she instantly realized he thought she was on her period. Sandersonia felt warm inside. Aside from her sister, few people cared for her like this. It seemed her sister didn't like the wrong person. He was indeed a good man, and Sandersonia felt happy for her sister. However, from Hancock's perspective, it was a different story. Someone showed you concern, and why were you smiling at him? Are you also fond of him? How dare you, my dear sister, secretly like your brother-in-law, behind my back. This is simply audacious. It looks like I need to find an opportunity to marry you off soon. Otherwise, with you at home, I'm worried your brother-in-law might make a mistake. Unbeknownst to Sandersonia, her jealous sister was already plotting how to marry her off. Hancock said to Asta, It's nothing. With my constitution, this little pain is nothing. Asta responded, But you should still pay attention to rest and avoid strenuous activities. Sandersonia said, Okay, thank you, but you should go back. This little matter can be handled by the servants. Asta felt a bit embarrassed and said, I have a big appetite. If someone brings it to me, it will take a long time. Sandersonia replied, You are our honored guest. This is what they should do. Asta said, Then I'll trouble you, but by the way, where did your sister go? Sandersonia replied, I don't know. I haven't seen her since early morning. She might have gone out on a mission. Asta said, She left so quickly. I still have things to tell your sister. Sandersonia, It's the same for me. Sister is not on the island, so what I say counts here. Asta, Well then, I would like to ask you to teach me hockey. Sandersonia was taken aback. You don't know how to use hockey? Asta felt a bit embarrassed. No, I haven't learned it. I usually rely on brute strength. Sandersonia, Then leave it to me. We will definitely teach you well. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Chapter 79. The iconic scene of social death. Hearing Sandersonia agree to teach him hockey, Asta quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the other party would use some ancestral teachings as an excuse, saying something like this was passed down from the ancestors, only for females. Or perhaps they would say, You are not a resident of Amazon Lily, and although I want to help you, I cannot violate the island's rules. He often saw such glitch plots on TV. Do you have any other requests? If so, please bring them up so we can prepare in advance, Sansonia proactively inquired. No. My purpose for coming here is just to learn hockey, Asta scratched his head. Hancock, hiding behind her sister and eavesdropping, felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this response. You went through all this trouble to come here, and it's not for me, a beauty? I just don't understand what's so great about hockey. Is it more fun than me? Hancock pouted angrily and stomped her foot on the ground. Crack! A loud noise erupted as the hard ground was cracked by her stomp. Sandisonia's expression changed. Wasn't it agreed that they would hide and not let Asta see them? What was she doing? Hancock panicked as well. She didn't expect the ground to be so weak. She hadn't even stomped hard, and yet she created a large pit. Who was responsible for this? How dare they use such shoddy construction to fool me? Be careful, or I'll smash your face. Hancock covered her face and wanted to run, but it was too late. Who's there? Asta's head popped out immediately upon hearing the noise. Hancock was caught off guard and was seen by him. Whoa, who is that? So dark. Asta was startled. It was his first time seeing someone with such dark skin. Could it be that this world also had black girls? She's a distant cousin of mine who has liked sunbathing since childhood, so her skin is darker than others, Sansonia explained while moving her body to block Asta's view again. Asta, I have little education, don't try to fool me. Which family can get this tan from sunbathing? Did she sunbathe on the moon or something? Hancock couldn't hold back any longer, covering her face and running towards the bedroom, with a few drops of unknown liquid falling from the air, sparkling in the sunlight. She felt her love had died before it even began. Why? Why did she run away? Don't mind her. My distant cousin feels insecure because her skin color is different from others and doesn't want strangers to see her appearance, Sansonia hurriedly explained. She felt that she had told more lies today than in the past month, often needing countless lies to cover one. Oh, so that's how it is, Asta believed. What load of crap. How could he believe such a patchy lie? You can insult his character, but you can't insult his intelligence. Since the other party didn't want to reveal the truth, Asta wouldn't press the issue. However, he couldn't help but think that the back of this black girl looked so much like Hancock. As soon as this thought appeared, Asta immediately dismissed it. A woman as vain as Hancock could never make herself look like that. He must have seen it wrong. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Sansonia and confirming the upcoming training, Asta turned to leave. In the morning, in a quiet little grove, Asta sat cross-legged like a primary school student. Opposite him were Sansonia and Marigold, the royal sisters. Sansonia, hockey is divided into 3 types. You must already know what they are. Asta raised his hand and answered, I know, armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Sansonia nodded. Hockey is an innate ability of humans. Apart from conqueror's hockey and the highest level of observation hockey, most people can acquire this power through training. As for conqueror's hockey, it depends on the individual. Only those with the qualities of a king are qualified to master this special hockey, and such people are rare, with perhaps only one in hundreds of thousands. Marigold proudly said, My sister, Boa Hancock, is one of those with the qualities of a king. Sansonia continued, More rare than conqueror's hockey is the highest level of observation hockey, which can sense others' thoughts and emotions, transmit one's consciousness to others, and even change their values and beliefs. This is an extremely terrifying ability. Asta thought to himself, isn't that just Izanami from the neighboring ninja village? It can turn good people bad and bad people good. Even chaste women can become that. Marigold, my sister and I will mainly teach you observation hockey and armament hockey. As for conqueror's hockey, it depends on your potential. Upon hearing this, Asta confidently said, Don't worry, conqueror's hockey is easy for me. I've got it down. Marigold rolled her eyes. She didn't know Asta's identity yet, and only thought this young man was quite cocky. Do you think you can just have conqueror's hockey because you say so? It's not that easy. Sansonia believed what he said. After all, this man dared to challenge the world government. So mastering conqueror's hockey shouldn't be a big deal for him. She said, If you want to learn conqueror's hockey, you'll have to wait for my sister to return and teach you personally, as we can't teach that. Asta, that's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Sansonia, so, would you like to learn armament hockey first or observation hockey? Asta, can I learn both at the same time? My learning ability is strong. Huh. Marigold chuckled lightly. Do you think it's as easy as learning to take off clothes? This is very difficult. Asta, how hard can it be? Marigold, for those with talent, it takes a year to learn hockey, 3 years to master it, and to reach our level of proficiency, it takes 10 years. Does it really take that long? Asta was somewhat surprised. But then he thought, with a martial arts genius like Luffy, It took him 2 years to learn hockey under the top teacher Rayleigh. Thinking this way made him feel it was quite reasonable. Is that considered long? I was talking about those with talent. For those without talent, it takes even longer, Marigold said disdainfully. And it seems I need to work a bit harder to reach the level of a strong person within a year. Asta said with full confidence. He originally planned to elevate his hockey to the general level within 6 months, but after hearing what others said, he pushed it back by another 6 months. A year? You actually said you want to elevate your hockey to the level of a top-tier fighter in a year. Are you not awake? Or are my ears playing tricks on me? Chapter 80, Training. Marigold seemed to have heard a joke and couldn't help but laugh. She was now very sure that this man was a big liar, using sweet words to win her sister's affection. Wasn't this exactly what her mother often referred to as a scumbag? I must reveal his true colors. I absolutely cannot let my sister be handed over to him like this. Marigold was being unreasonable, and as an older sister, she also couldn't be unreasonable. Hearing her younger sister daring to mock the other person, Sandersonia grabbed her sister's arm and pulled her aside. She quickly apologized to Asta, saying, "I'm sorry. My sister doesn't know your identity, so she inevitably spoke without thinking. I hope you won't hold it against her." Marigold was somewhat unconvinced. Second sister, why are you apologizing to him? Am I wrong? Is there really anyone in this world who can elevate their hockey to the highest level within a year? Shut up. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean he can't. If you keep this up, I'll report you to the eldest sister and let her punish you, Sandersonia said sternly. Without even mentioning Asta's identity, just his terrifying strength alone meant that Sandersonia had to treat him well. If he got angry and smashed a couple of punches at Nine Snake Island, wouldn't their home be gone? It's important to know that Asta understood them, but they knew nothing about Asta. They only knew his terrifying strength, that he wasn't afraid of the celestial dragons, and dared to challenge the world government. But they had no idea about his other personality traits, hobbies, etc. This made Sandersonia very worried. Marigold was still somewhat unconvinced, but seeing the stern look in her second sister's eyes, she could only swallow her objections. We'll see. I don't believe there really is someone in this world who can elevate their hockey to the highest level within a year. If you can't do a year from now, I will definitely laugh at you. Asta, however, wasn't as petty as Sandersonia thought. Just because he was doubted a couple of times, he wouldn't explode in anger. He was just a bit curious. You didn't tell him my identity? Sandersonia smiled wryly. The eldest sister ordered me not to discuss your identity with anyone, or else I would be expelled from the palace. Asta suddenly realized. I see. Hancock is thoughtful. Please thank her for me when you have time. Sandersonia replied. It's better if you thank her in person. I'm sure she'll be very happy. Asta nodded. After all, she had gone to great lengths to keep the news from spreading, even not telling her own sister, so he should thank her face to face. Sandersonia looked up at the time. It's getting late, so let's get started. After saying that, she pulled out a piece of black cloth from her bosom and handed it to Asta. I'll first teach you observation hockey. You cover your eyes with this black cloth, and then I'll attack you. You have to dodge based on your feelings. Asta remembered that Rayleigh used the same method to teach Luffy, covering his eyes to dodge attacks. This was indeed the most effective way to master observation hockey. However, the place where this black cloth had been was a bit inappropriate. Since all the residents of Nine Snake Island were women, their clothing was inevitably a bit revealing. Most people wore outfits similar to bikinis, which really fit that saying, I'm saving fabric for the country. Sandersonia was similarly dressed, so the question arose, where had this black cloth been stuffed before? And from which part of her bosom did she take it out? Can't say, or else it'll be a holy light moment. Asta took the black cloth with both hands. It still retained some warmth and smelled faintly of milk, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Sandersonia was completely unconcerned. Once he tied it up, she picked up a wooden stick and reminded Asta, I'm about to start. Remember to feel the fluctuations in the air. After saying that, Sandersonia tightened her grip on the wooden stick and swung it fiercely towards Asta's head. In her view, as someone who couldn't use observation hockey, experiencing this situation for the first time might lead him to be hit by the stick if he couldn't dodge in time. So, just before it was about to hit, she reduced her speed and strength, ensuring that even if he got hit, it wouldn't be too painful. This strike was not aimed at the head, but at the intricacies of human relations. But it was clear that Sandersonia forgot that although Asta couldn't use hockey, his own strength was terrifying and his 5 senses were extraordinary. With his eyes closed, every breeze and movement within 100 meters appeared in his mind. It was as if a cultivator had opened their divine sense. Even if she used a gun, she wouldn't be able to hit him. He slightly tilted his head, narrowly dodging the wooden stick's attack by a centimeter. After the attack missed, A trace of surprise appeared on Sandasonia's face, but she didn't think much of it, merely believing it was good luck on his part. Some people do accidentally dodge attacks while training. However, their luck would not always be this good. The real challenge was yet to come. Sandasonia changed direction, and the wooden stick in her hand drew a perfect arc as it continued to strike towards Asta's head. However, this time the result was the same. Asta's head tilted back slightly, and the horizontally swung wooden stick missed again. After 2 misses, Sandasonia's face inevitably showed signs of losing composure. Next, I will gradually increase my speed. If you can't handle it, please shout stop. Asta replied, don't worry. No matter how fast you are, I can handle it. This terrible line was fortunately spoken by a man. If a woman had dared to say that, she would have to experience the strength of a man. Sandasonia took a deep breath and swung the wooden stick with all her strength, creating afterimages that seemed to form a spider web in the air, enveloping Asta. Facing such an attack, even with eyes open, few could dodge it. But Asta was different. Someone who dared a race with Kizuru found this level of attack a bit too slow. Sitting cross-legged, Asta merely twisted his upper body back and forth to evade all the attacks. His posture was incredibly relaxed. In the end, it was still Sandasonia who stopped first. After striking for so long without landing a hit, if she didn't stop, she would just be asking for trouble. Breathing heavily, she said with some displeasure on her face, you clearly can use observation hockey. Why do you say you can't? Are you messing with me? Asta pulled off the black cloth from his face. You've misunderstood me. I really can't use hockey, but my 5 senses are far beyond ordinary people. Your movements are all displayed in my mind, which is why I can dodge. Sandasonia was dumbfounded. There was actually such a trick. Chapter 81 who says you can only come once a month. Is this the world of powerful elites? I'm really in awe. Tears of envy streamed down Sandasonia's face. Comparing goods makes one throw away goods. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. We have the same head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, so why is the gap so big? Is it just because he has one more thing than I do? But my chest muscles are more developed than his. Sandasonia regained her composure and said softly, actually, your situation already indicates that you have awakened your observation hockey. You just haven't realized it yet. Asta quickly waved his hands. No. My situation is a bit different from what you think. Halfway through, Asta stopped talking, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. He had no idea how to explain it to them. Though he was strong, all of it was thanks to the system's enhancement, without the abilities granted by the system. By nightfall, he was just an ordinary person, an extraordinarily handsome ordinary person. As if sensing his difficulty, Sandasonia took the initiative to say, if you don't want to talk, then you don't have to. Everyone has their own little secrets. I have no right to pry. Asta breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If he had to explain, he really didn't know how to weave a lie. Sandasonia continued. So shall we continue? Asta, of course, this time please show your full strength. No need to go easy on me. Sandasonia smiled and nodded. All right, then I won't hold back, and let me see the gap between me and a top-tier powerhouse. After saying that, Sandasonia suddenly stepped forward, the ground explosively shattering beneath her. She swung the wooden stick in her hand, as if transforming into a cannonball aimed at Asta's forehead. I haven't even said start yet. Asta yelped, dodging back and forth while putting the black cloth back over his eyes. This time, Sandasonia unleashed her full speed without holding back, the wooden stick swinging so fast that it was almost untraceable. However, even so, the swinging stick still couldn't hit Asta. It was as if the stick had grown eyes. Or perhaps Sandasonia was doing it on purpose. Each time, it was just a hair's breadth away, making her almost lose her composure. At first, Asta's dodging movements seemed somewhat awkward, but as time slowly passed, a smile returned to his face. Can you go any faster? You really don't have to go easy on me. Did you skip breakfast this morning? These words seemed to turn into sharp arrows, piercing deeply into Sandasonia's heart, causing her expression to darken. Damn, is this guy a monster? She was the highest combat power on Amazon Lily aside from Hancock. Yet she never expected that even her all-out effort couldn't land a single hit on him. It felt like she was throwing a match. No matter what, I must hit him, even if it's just once. Sandasonia's gaze sharpened, directly activating her observation hockey to predict Asta's movements. Bang! The effect was very significant. Asta couldn't dodge in time, and the wooden stick smashed hard against his head, turning into a pile of wood chips. Sandasonia's expression panicked. Sorry, I used a bit too much strength just now. Huh? Did you hit me just now? Asta looked somewhat confused. Sandasonia, look at that arrogant tone. It seems that next time, I need to wrap some armament hockey around the stick. This high-intensity training continued, until just before noon. Marigold and San's'Sonia lay on the ground, completely drained of energy. Meanwhile, Asta stood aside, looking no different from before except for a bit of dirt on his clothes. Without even breathing heavily, "Have you rested enough? Let's continue next." Upon hearing this, San's'Sonia and Marigold immediately panicked and refused. "No, no, no. Today's training ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. Yes, we need to learn to balance work and rest. We can't let you get worn out. But I don't feel tired yet. How about we continue?" Asta scratched his head. "You're not tired, but we are, you monster." San's'Sonia and Marigold both silently cursed in their hearts. At first, with her observation hockey, San's'Sonia hit Asta several times. This gave her a strong sense of confidence. "It seems the gap between me and a top powerhouse isn't as big as I imagined." But this thought lasted only a moment before being completely shattered by the next scene. From being able to hit him every time, it quickly turned into hitting Asta once every 2 or 3 attempts. Later, even when she fully utilized her observation hockey, she couldn't even touch the hem of Asta's clothes. Clearly predicting his next move, but still unable to keep up with his speed. If it weren't for Asta assuring her multiple times that this was definitely not observation hockey, she would have thrown down her stick and quit. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Finally, Marigold also joined in. The two attacked Asta together, and then repeated the previous process. Seeing that the two were too exhausted to get up, Asta checked the time and said apologetically, "How about we eat first?" San's'Sonia and Marigold's eyes lit up, and a smile couldn't help but appear on their faces. It was as if they were overworked employees finally hearing their boss say, "It's time to clock out." This excited feeling is hard to imagine for those who haven't experienced it. However, before they could be happy for a moment, Asta continued, "We'll continue after we eat." The smiles on their faces instantly froze. At that moment, Asta's handsome face seemed to turn into that of a devil in their eyes. "San's'Sonia, you know my situation. I have a bit of discomfort, so I can't train with you. Let my sister come and accompany you this afternoon. Her hockey training is better than mine. She will definitely teach you well." Marigold was instantly shocked, turning her head in disbelief to look at her sister. "When did you get that? How come I didn't know? And how can you say such a thing with a straight face? Are you still that gentle and understanding second sister who cares for others? Why are you pushing me in a fire pit?" San's'Sonia's face turned red. She knew that what she said damaged her image, but there was nothing she could do. This monster's body was too strong, nearly tearing her apart. If I accompany her for another afternoon, she might not get out of bed tomorrow. Marigold has changed from who she used to be. After witnessing Asta's terrifying power, she is now quite convinced. "Unfortunately, I've also got my period and have a severe stomachache, so I can't accompany you this afternoon." "San's'Sonia, didn't you just leave the day before yesterday? Why are you back again?" This unexpected backstab almost made Marigold spit blood from anger. "That means she likes me. Who says you can only come once a month? Can't she come a few more times?" Chapter 82, The World's Most Beautiful Woman, Third Sister. "I know you still have some dissatisfaction in your heart. Just right. This afternoon you can teach him well and see if he has that talent." "Who told you I was dissatisfied? A man as handsome, charming, and extraordinary as him is obviously a legendary genius. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Don't quibble. We are all on the same side. So just say what you have to say. I'm speaking my mind, but you, my dear sister, what are you trying to do by constantly provoking our relationship?" "Who is provoking your relationship? Don't slander me. Do I need to point out to you? I've been giving you face all along." "Well, third sister, I didn't expect you to see me like this. I'm really disappointed." "Enough nonsense. This afternoon you have to teach, whether you like it or not. I already said my relative is here, and I'm not feeling well. I don't believe it, unless you take your pants off and let me see. If you want to take them off, you go first. I don't believe your so-called relative is really here, whether you take them off or not. If you don't, I'll come over and help you." As the two were about to tear each other's clothes off, Asta finally couldn't sit still any longer and quickly separated them. If this continued, it would turn into an adult scene. "Stop, I believe you both. This afternoon, neither of you needs to come. Everyone should take a good rest." San's'Sonia and Marigold glared at each other fiercely, then simultaneously snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Asta looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but smile wryly. He knew it was because of him that the two sisters almost got into a fight. But he couldn't be blamed. Who told him that his abilities were so bizarre, strong during the day and weak at night? Just a little activity, and the two sisters were already exhausted. If he had known, he would have arranged the training for the evening. Wait, evening? Asta's eyes lit up. Since the daytime training yielded no results, they could wait until the evening when they turned into ordinary people for training. He happily said to the two sisters, "From now on, we'll change our training time to the evening." Sonia? Marigold. What? Is it not enough to tire us out during the day? Are you planning to continue torturing us in the evening? I'll tell you, we're not like the eldest sister who enjoys freebies. You better give up on that. Sonia hesitated for a moment and asked, is there any difference between day and night? As if knowing the confusion in their hearts. Asta smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. After giving a few more instructions, Asta left. Sonia and Marigold helped each other back to the palace. At this time, Hancock was still in her bath, repeatedly washing her body. Compared to this morning, her skin was now a rosy white, delicate and tender. She looked like jelly, making one unable to resist the urge to climb up and take a bite. Hancock, with a face full of melancholy, was soaking in a bathtub filled with rose petals, only her head exposed. I wonder if he recognized me today? If he finds out that the black girl he met this morning is me, how will I ever have the face to see him again? God, just kill me. Hancock suddenly wailed, having fully experienced the feeling of social death. At this moment, she heard faint footsteps behind her. Hancock's expression changed, and she said coldly, didn't I warn you? Without my orders, you are not allowed to step into the palace. It seems you didn't take my words seriously. The one who came was none other than the imprisoned Granny Jia. She walked around the bathroom, approached Hancock, and then pulled out a stack of newspapers from her bosom, slamming them down on the ground. Snake Princess, I already know that man's identity. Hancock's pupils contracted, but her expression remained unchanged as she said in a cold tone, oh, go ahead, tell me what you've investigated. Granny Jia's expression was very serious. Is that man's name Asta? Hancock stood up, water droplets rolling off her body. What a perfect figure. Slim where it should be slim, plump where it should be plump. Even though Granny Jia was a woman, she couldn't help but spray 2 streams of blood from her nostrils upon seeing such beauty. The charm of the world's #1 beauty is just that powerful. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Hancock extended her right hand to the side, and a patterned snake quickly handed her a bath towel. Women from Nine Snake Island are trained to raise a snake since childhood. They are both companions and can transform into weapons, serving multiple purposes. Of course, they only raise female snakes. Hancock opened the bath towel, wrapped it around herself, and then sat back. The patterned snake immediately coiled up into a seat. Granny Jia, after all, was the kind of woman who had 1 foot in the grave and lacked strong desires, quickly broke free from Hancock's allure. She wiped her nosebleed and said to Hancock, you don't need to deny it. I have investigated everything clearly. Snake Princess, I have watched you 3 sisters grow up. I know exactly what you're thinking. But that man, his identity is too special. Keeping him will bring destruction to Nine Snake Island. Hancock crossed her beautiful legs, propped her head with her right hand, and lazily said, who told you his name is Asta? His name is clearly Tony. Tucker. Granny Jia was very angry upon hearing this. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Would I believe such a clumsy lie? Hancock's expression was indifferent. In fact, she never thought she could hide it from Granny Jia, because Granny Jia was too smart. Although Hancock didn't want to admit it. Granny Jia's status on Nine Snake Island was akin to a strategist. Many decisions were made by her. For example, responding to the Navy's call and becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea was a decision made by Granny Jia against the odds. Believe it or not. To me, he is called Tony. The name is a bit tricky, and Hancock always has trouble remembering it. Granny Jia, do as you please. But he absolutely cannot stay on Nine Snake Island. Hancock, please remember your words. I am the Empress. Whoever I allow to stay can stay. Granny Jia, you are going against the world government. If they find out, none of US can escape death. Hancock, so what? I've long been fed up with them. Why does the mother-in-law feel frustrated? It's confusing. I know your experiences, so you have a bad impression of the world government, but in the end, this world belongs to them, and we don't have the ability to change it. Chapter 83. A Man's Paradise. Hancock suddenly stood up, her face filled with deep-seated hatred and a hint of fear. That hellish experience was something she never wanted to bring up in her life. Do you know how I lived before? I was chained like a dog in a cage, begging for pity from those damn celestial dragons. To protect my sister, I endured humiliation, not only having to guard against those nobles, but also against the prisoners in the same cell. How could someone like you possibly understand my feelings? Hancock wrapped her arms around her legs, burying her head deep, her body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she was not the Empress of Amazon Lily, nor the Pirate Empress, but an ordinary woman who could also feel fear. Old Granny Jia felt a pang of heartache. She knew that Hancock's usual display of pride was a facade. Deep down, she was just a fragile, scarred little girl. The more proud she acted, the heavier the wounds she had suffered. Snake Princess, I know it's been hard for you all these years, and I feel for you. but as the queen of Amazon Lily, you should consider the well-being of the people. Old Granny Jia gently advised. How could I not consider it? I had Sansonia seal off the news precisely because I was worried that Asta's identity would reach the ears of the world government. Hancock suddenly raised her head, tears still on her face, and with her stunning beauty, she looked even more pitiful. Old Granny Jia's heart softened, almost wanting to say, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say goes. But at that moment, the innocent residents of the island flashed through her mind. In the end, she decided to toughen her heart and be a hard-hearted old woman. Asta absolutely cannot stay on the island. Hancock and old Granny Jia's argument went unnoticed by Asta. And even if he knew, he didn't have time to deal with it, because he was on the verge of social death. The reason was this. After parting ways with Sansonia and Marigold, Asta felt a bit dirty and wanted to find a place to clean himself. However, with no men on the island, how could there possibly be a men's bathhouse? Therefore, Asta had to venture out of the village to search for a stream or river. Surprisingly, he found a suitable place. A hot spring, a natural hot spring located deep in the forest. Once Asta saw that no one was around, he quickly stripped off his clothes and immersed himself in the water. Oh, this is the feeling. It feels so good. Asta sighed deeply, his expression relaxing. In his previous life, as a northerner, one of his favorite things to do was drive his luxurious bath emperor to the spa. Isn't there an old saying that goes, children wear watches, while mature men wear wristbands? Scrubbing backs, soaking in baths, and then hiring 2 therapists, one for the left foot and one for the right foot. Such a comfortable life. Not even a deity would trade it for anything. Alas, it's a bit of pity. I spent so much money there. And those two, number 6 and number 8, when I was there, they call me good brother with such sweetness now that I'm gone. I wonder who they will call good brother to. Asta's thoughts began to drift further and further away, and before long, he was overtaken by sleep. Huijijia, I heard you brought a man back. What does he look like? I heard Aunt Wang next door say that men have one more thing than us. What exactly is it? Did Aunt Wang next door not tell you? No, she just kept laughing, and it was a particularly strange laugh. I was a bit scared. Huijijia, as the only female warrior here who has seen a man, you should tell us about it. 7 or 8 women dressed in tight-fitting clothes, with stunning figures and beautiful looks, walked over from a distance. They were the female warriors of Amazon Lily, usually training or patrolling the island to ensure the country's safety. Although the island appeared peaceful, there were still many fierce beasts outside the village. Some were native to the area, while others were specifically brought in by Hancock and the others, intended to toughen them up. Finally, when they managed to get some rest, they decided to come here to soak in the hot spring and relax. Huiji was surrounded by them, and seeing their eager eyes, her face was filled with embarrassment. Although she had seen Asta, it was through clothes. As for what he had, that was more than women. Huiji herself didn't know. What are you all thinking? If you want men, I can ask the Empress to send all of you on breeding missions. Huiji pretended to be angry. No way. I don't want to have babies. I heard that giving birth is extremely painful, just like being torn apart. Why do only women give birth? Why don't men give birth? It's not fair. I've already devoted my life to the Empress. I want to go looking for any stinky men. Huiji couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you don't want to go on breeding missions, then why ask so much? It's just out of curiosity. Same here. Count me in. The crowd giggled and began to take off their clothes. Because the hot spring was enveloped in thick steam, they couldn't see that there was still someone sitting inside. Ugh, why is it getting bigger again? So annoying. Where, let me measure. Oh, so itchy. Don't touch me. I'm afraid of itching. Heavens, this isn't fair. We all eat the same food. Why are you a papaya and I'm an apple? I'm so envious of you. I envy you too. You have no idea how tiring it is to drag these 2 burdens around during training. And I have to change clothes from time to time. Now I'm almost wearing the biggest size. Apple? That can't be right. It's obviously a cherry. Shut up. No matter how small mine is, it's still better than your flat one. Hey, how dare you mock me? I'll fight you. The group started to playfully tussle. And the entire hot spring was filled with laughter. Huiji looked down and was relieved to see that she was a pineapple. Not too big, not too small, just right. She completely submerged herself in the water and slowly walked deeper into the hot spring. Huiji, where are you going? Hurry and help me. I can't beat them. Huiji, you all play. I'm a bit tired and want to find a place to rest. The crowd stopped their actions and exchanged glances. Have you guys noticed that Fire-Weaving Sister has been acting a bit strange these past few days? You feel it too, right? In the past, she was always the one to start our playful bickering, but lately, she prefers to be alone. She even sighs from time to time, with a look of regret on her face. Do you think she might? Ah, who just ambushed me? So big and soft, you're just like dough. Aren't you always complaining about wanting to get bigger? Let me help you. Look at my dragon claw hand. Oh, help, I was wrong, sister. Everyone is in chaos again. Chapter 84. This life is comfortable. As soon as the women arrived at the hot spring, Asta had already woken up. However, the water of this natural hot spring seemed to have a magical quality, making him feel so lazy that he didn't even want to move a finger. It was a pity to leave without enjoying it after finally finding a suitable spot to relax. Moreover, the hot spring was so large, shrouded in a thick layer of steam, that as long as he didn't act rashly, the others would definitely not discover him. Asta comfortably sat back down. After explaining all this, he wanted to prove that he wasn't staying just because he was reluctant to part with the beautiful scenery in front of him. A person of his integrity would be akin to a figure like Liu Xiaohui in ancient times. How could he possibly engage in such a disgraceful act as peeping? He was clearly just looking openly. Okay. Oh wow. This one is nice. This one is fair-skinned. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. I'd give her an 88. And this one, wow, it's really big. The child will definitely not go hungry in the future. So I'd give her a 90. TSK. But this one do, it's a bit small, but she looks cute, so I'll give her 85. Asta's tears of frustration accidentally flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he finally felt how lucky he was to be a traveler in this world. Mom, is this heaven? Huiji was dazed, slowly moving forward with the water flow. Ever since they parted that day, she felt as if she had fallen ill. Whenever she wasn't busy, Asta's figure couldn't help but appear in her mind. She had clearly said she would expose his true nature. But seeing her most revered empress treat him like this, that thought had long since disappeared. Now she even felt a bit regretful about her previous actions. If that incident hadn't happened, would they have become good friends? Would he have come to play with her? Huiji's mind was in disarray, completely unaware that she was getting closer and closer to a man. Asta, of course, noticed Huiji floating over, his muscles tensed, and his expression was extremely nervous. As someone who cared about appearances, if he were discovered peeping at women bathing, he might as well change planets. He certainly didn't have the thick skin of Jiraiya-sensei. Even though he'd come here first, how could he explain the situation? Women are all unreasonable beings. Asta held his breath, trying to minimize his presence. As long as he wasn't discovered by her, everything would still be salvageable. But this world is strange. The more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. The natural hot spring was shaped like a gourd, with the opening facing inward, meaning that the further in you went, the narrower the space became. Huiji had soaked here many times and naturally knew the structure. She prepared to swim to the end in one breath. Just then, Asta's stomach suddenly growled. He was hungry. Who was there? Huiji thought it was her friend coming to bathe. After all, they were all women, and there was nothing to be shy about. So she prepared to investigate, but just as she was nearing the end, a powerful arm suddenly covered her mouth, while another wrapped around her slender waist, subduing her. Huiji was shocked. This sudden turn of events made her think that an enemy had invaded. Just as she was about to resist, Asta whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, it's me." Hearing the familiar yet strange voice, Huiji immediately froze, and then her body gradually relaxed, leaning against Asta. This nearly cost him his life. He had been in this world for quite some time and had never had any intimate encounters. In his previous life, a man respected as Palladium and Cesium could not possibly be a Na'vi boy. Due to regular exercise, Huiji's body was full of elasticity, and with a slight twist, Asta found it hard to handle. "Don't move around, just sit still." "Why?" Huiji asked. "No reason. Just sit still and don't move. I just want tea. I don't have to listen to you, I'm going to move." After saying that, Huiji twisted and turned like a beautiful serpent. Asta's eyes nearly popped out. To subdue her, he pulled Huiji completely into his embrace, holding her tightly. Huiji was completely stunned. Being held by a man felt different from being held by a woman. Though she had never experienced it before, this was instinctual and undeniable. A tingling sensation arose, and Huiji's body went limp, as if she were a puddle of mud, completely devoid of strength. Her skin began to visibly redden. Her eyes filled with emotion, as if she were about to shed a few tears at any moment. What do you want to do?" Huiji stammered. This was her first time experiencing such a situation, and she had no idea what to do. But she knew she didn't resist this behavior. On the contrary, there was a hint of expectation in her heart. "Is this okay?" Asta was a bit dazed. Were the women on this island all this proactive? Knowing he was in discomfort, she directly asked him if he wanted to do something. "You're Huiji, right? I misjudged you. You're simply an angel." However, before he could proceed with the next move, Huiji continued. Can you let go of me? I feel a bit uncomfortable. Asta. What's going on? Didn't she say she wanted to do something? Why did she want him to let go now? I can let you go, but you have to promise me not to shout. Huiji bit her lip and nodded. Asta obediently released his arms, and Huiji immediately escaped from his embrace. At that moment, both of them felt a hint of regret. Huiji kept her promise, not shouting, but instead sat aside, curiously watching Asta. What are you doing here? After taking a few deep breaths, Asta suppressed his desires and returned to his lazy demeanor from before. What else could he do here? Of course, he came to relax in a hot spring. Huiji nodded. So you brought a weapon with you while bathing. You're really cautious. Weapon? Asta was a bit confused. When did he bring a weapon? It's the stick under your legs. It poked me earlier, Huiji innocently said. Asta, this is not a stick. It's my treasure. Huiji tilted her head. Baby, it's clearly a stick. You're talking nonsense. After saying that, to prove her point, Huiji directly reached out and grabbed the stick. Asta's expression stiffened. The feeling of having one's lifeline grabbed by someone else was not pleasant. P.S. I hope it won't suddenly disappear. A few days ago, a Chapter 1 row got banned. Chapter 85. This little life is quite comfortable. Seeing Asta dare to ignore her, Huiji didn't know what to think and actually stepped forward to grab his arm, trying to pull him out of the hot spring. I told you, this is a place for us girls to relax. You, a stinky man, are not allowed to stay here. Asta remained motionless. Why can't I stay? This is a public place. I can do whatever I want. Huiji retorted, you men are dirty and will pollute the water quality here. Upon hearing this, Asta was suddenly displeased. Who told you that men are dirty? They're just lazy and don't like to groom themselves. If they use skincare products like women do every day, wouldn't they just turn into sweet candy? In order to defend his fellow men, Asta slowly raised his arm. His skin, tough enough to withstand bullets, looked even more delicate than a woman's. No matter how I look at it, you seem to be darker than me? Huiji skeptically extended her arm for comparison, but her face instantly darkened. Damn, why is it that you, a stinky man, are so fair like milk? How can we women live with you doing this? Huiji's eyes were filled with naked envy. What now? Don't you think we men are dirty anymore? Asta teased. Huiji's expression changed from green to white, completely at a loss for how to respond. But her stubborn temper wouldn't allow her to back down. There was no way she would let Asta stay here, no matter what she had to say. So, she grabbed Asta's arm again, continuing her previous action, trying to pull him out of the hot spring. But how could her strength compare to Asta's, especially since it was still daytime? Are you annoying or what? I told you this is a natural hot spring. I can do whatever I want. Asta exerted a slight force, trying to break free from Huiji's grip. Unexpectedly, he miscalculated and used too much strength, causing Huiji to gasp as her body uncontrollably crashed into him. Bang! Asta felt darkness in front of him as his face sank into something soft, filled with a fragrant aroma, making it difficult to breathe. Coach, I want to report. She charged at me. Huiji let out a sharp scream. Although her awareness of the differences between men and women was somewhat weak, she wasn't completely clueless. How could she remain indifferent when her important parts were under attack? As soon as Huiji screamed, Asta thought to himself that it was bad. This would definitely attract the attention of others. Sure enough, hearing Huiji scream, the few beauties who were making a commotion stopped their actions and inquired from inside. Huiji, was that you screaming? What happened? Should we go check it out? Huiji, ignoring her awkward position, immediately replied upon hearing her friend's concern. I'm fine. You don't need to come over. The others exchanged glances, all filled with confusion. Huiji, you're getting weirder. Are you okay? Still in her previous position. Huiji's face was increasingly flushed. I just saw a bug, so I screamed in fear. You all continue playing, don't mind me. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a bug, you scare me. Huiji, you're already this old and still haven't gotten over your fear of bugs. No one could have imagined that in addition to them, there was a man soaking in the hot spring, and that man was currently pressed against their Huiji in a strange position. Amidst their teasing, Huiji had no time to respond because she was overwhelmed by a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. She felt herself getting hotter and increasingly weak. You, what do you want to do to me? It was clearly a question, but it sounded like an invitation, as if implying that the other party should do something to her now. Upon hearing this, Asta's hands, which were about to climb to new heights, fell back down. He wasn't a good person, but he wasn't the kind of bad person who liked to take advantage of others either. He felt that it was best when both parties were willing in situations like this. Asta pushed Huiji aside by placing his hand on her abdomen. As soon as they separated, he immediately took deep breaths. You almost suffocated me. Hearing this, Huoji felt even more embarrassed. She buried herself completely in the water, not daring to look at him. Asta moved his facial muscles, still immersed in the softness from before. He could bet his future happiness that it was absolutely genuine and unaltered, because that feeling was just too comfortable. Thus, the two fell into a brief silence, one reminiscing about the earlier sensation, while the other was shy and dared not speak. After a long while, Huoji's sisters felt they had soaked enough and began to stand up, walking towards the shore while calling out to the depths of the hot spring, "Huoji, it's about time. We should go." Seeing no response, they shouted again. "Huoji, are you still there? We should leave. It's time to patrol." As they spoke, they prepared to investigate further. Asta quickly poked Huoji. "Hey, I'm calling you. Stop zoning out." Huoji was instantly jolted awake and nervously replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." Upon hearing someone respond, the others stopped in their tracks, starting to put on their clothes. Huoji suddenly stood up from the water, and the visual shock almost blinded Asta's eyes. I'm going to leave. What about you?" Asta's eyes were fixed on that holy light, unwilling to move even for a moment. "I'll leave after you do." Huoji nodded, her face showing a hint of hesitation. "What's wrong? Do you have other things to do?" "I just wanted to ask, will you come again in the future?" Huoji asked this question without thinking. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She didn't know how she ended up like this. Logically, she should hate Asta, but deep down, she vaguely felt a sense of anticipation to see him again. Asta, however, misunderstood her intentions. He thought that Huoji wanted to drive him away. "I come when I feel like it." Huoji bit her lip, wanting to say something more, but her friend were already urging her on the other side. So, she just left a sentence, "Let's talk next time," and hurriedly left. This left Asta sitting in the pool, completely confused. What does this mean? Talk next time? Does she want him to come or not? P.S. You don't have to say it. I also feel like I'm a bit verbose, so please bear with me. This volume will end soon. Chapter 86, Striving for Training. By the time Sandersonia and Marigold returned to the palace, only Hancock was left alone. Grandma had long since left. And as for the argument between the two, who won? Apart from the two of them, no one knew. Seeing the two of them supporting each other, limping as they walked in, Hancock asked with some confusion, "What happened to you two?" Sandersonia, a bit tired. Marigold, even more mentally exhausted. Hancock, weren't you both supposed to be teaching Asta hockey? How did it end up like this? Sandersonia, don't mention it. Marigold, that guy's simply inhuman. Hancock, what? He's not human. No wonder he was indifferent in front of a beauty like me. It turns out we aren't even of the same species. If that's the case, doesn't that make it even harder for me to pursue him? Interspecies love. Can we still have children in the future? Seeing Hancock frown deeply, Sandersonia thought Hancock was feeling sorry for them. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. "It's okay, sister. You don't need to worry about us. As long as we can help you, we are willing to endure any exhaustion." Marigold, yes, you used to do everything for us. Now it's our turn to contribute to you. Hancock. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Hancock was a bit confused. What just happened? What did I feel sorry for you? I don't even know, but since it's a misunderstanding, let it be. It's just an opportunity to refresh her image as the big sister. Ahem, you too. Tell me in detail what happened. After half an hour of what they called narration, but was actually venting, Hancock finally understood what was going on. You scare me. I thought we wouldn't have children in the future. Hancock patted her chest, still feeling a bit shaken. Sandersonia? Marigold? So after all that talking, your main concern is whether you can have children with him? You're still our big sister. You two better not scare me like that in the future. If you're strong, just say you're strong. Why mention he's not human? My heart is still racing. Big sister, can you be a bit more serious? We should discuss important matters now. Sandersonia said helplessly. How is this not an important matter? You two are going to be aunts in the future. Hancock rolled her eyes at them. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Ever since Asta arrived on the island, their beautiful and dignified hockey sister seemed to have gone haywire. She has been lost in thought every day. You should call her Pirate Empress anymore. Just rename her to Queen of Handouts. Sandersonia, so should we still teach him? Hancock, of course, why wouldn't we? If he wants to learn, then we teach him. Marigold, but the gap between us is just too big. The training we set won't work at all. Hancock, you're silly. He already said he would schedule training for the evening, which means he has found a solution. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged looks. When did their big sister become so smart? Didn't she always dislike using her brain? What do you think his solution is? Hancock shrugged. How would I know? I didn't ask him. You'll find out when you try it tonight. By the way, why are you two so slow? Such a simple question. You need me to remind you. Are we actually blood related? Sandasonia. Marigold. Damn, she actually made them act like this. In the evening, Asta was already waiting in the small grove. As soon as he saw Sandasonia appear in his line of sight, he looked up at the sky and said in a low tone, "You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. Then should I leave? Asta." He knew that ancient dragon novels were deceptive. How could there be such a silly dialogue? Seeing Sandasonia actually turn to leave, Asta quickly stopped her. "Wait, you should stay?" Sandasonia was momentarily confused. One moment he wanted her to leave, the next he wanted her to stay. "What is going on?" Asta smiled awkwardly. "I was just joking with you." Sandasonia rolled her eyes. "I thought I offended you somehow. That's why you wanted me to leave." "Asta, how could that be? You're my teacher. It's more likely for me to offend you." Sandasonia. "Haha, being called a teacher by such a strong person makes me feel honored." "Asta, the capable are teachers. Anyone with talent can be called a teacher." Sandasonia looked at him with a complex expression. "That is quite a novel idea. Let us start training now." Asta nodded and found a place to sit cross-legged. Sandasonia then pulled out a black cloth from her bosom, just like in the morning, and handed it to Asta. It still had warmth and a milky scent, that feeling. As Asta was about to tie it, he suddenly remembered something and said to Sandasonia, "The situation at night is a bit different from during the day. You should move a bit slower." Hearing this, Sandasonia scoffed. "How could it be any different? I know you're trying to take care of my feelings. Don't worry. This time I will give it my all." Once Asta was ready, Sandasonia shouted loudly, gripping the wooden stick and swinging it toward Asta's head. She thought Asta would easily dodge it like during the day. But unexpectedly, Asta stood still as if frozen. Bang! The wooden stick hit his head hard, and without saying a word, Asta fainted directly. Blood gushed from his head, leaving Sandasonia dumbfounded. What is going on? Why didn't he dodge? I didn't even hit him that hard. How did he start bleeding? Sandasonia had no idea what was happening. She hurried to call a doctor, and fortunately, Asta's injury wasn't serious. After a brief treatment, he quickly woke up. Facing the crowd's gaze, Asta winced in pain. "I told you to slow down. Why are you so fast?" "I don't know. I thought you were saying that to take care of my feelings." Asta is on the verge of tears. "What is going on with you? During the day, my sister and I couldn't hurt you at all, but why do you act like an ordinary person at night?" "Asta, that's because I sealed my abilities. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person." Chapter 87. Are you trying to kill me? The doctor shook his head and sighed again. As the saying goes, it's not scary if the doctor smiles, but it's frightening if the doctor looks serious. This saying also applies in this world. Sandasonia seemed to be struck by lightning, unable to help but take 2 steps back. "No, it's impossible. This can't be true. How could he possibly be down? You must be lying to me, right?" Sandasonia shouted in despair. This guy is no ordinary person. He could take out half an island with one punch. How could he be incapacitated just from a light hit? Even if it were a scam, I've never seen anything this outrageous. The doctor was taken aback and slowly furrowed his brows. "Who told you he was down?" Sandasonia's expression, which was gradually collapsing, froze on her face, with a big question mark appearing on her forehead. Dr. Marie continued, "He was just hit on the head with a stick. It's not a serious injury." "How could he be down?" "No, I just saw you shaking your head and sighing, and I thought." Sandasonia knew she had made a blunder and felt so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her feet. "Doctor, Marie, what you think is what you think. Are you the doctor or am I?" Sandasonia was scolded into silence, only managing an awkward smile. If anyone else dared to speak to her like that, Sandasonia would have exploded. As the second in command on the island, except for her sister, everyone else had to show her respect. But unfortunately, the other party's identity was a bit special. The position of a doctor is respected everywhere. You can't guarantee that you won't get sick in your lifetime, and injuries are a common occurrence in their profession. Marie, being the most skilled doctor on the island, had saved countless lives. On the entire 9-Snake Island, apart from her sister Hancock, she had the highest prestige. "Then can you tell me why you were shaking your head and sighing?" Sandasonia asked in confusion. Marie rolled her eyes. "I shook my head and sighed, because if you had called me a few minutes later, his wound would have healed." "Oh, this?" Sandasonia was instantly dumbfounded. "Dr. Marie, all right, in the future, don't overreact to situations. From your tone, I thought the sky was falling." Sandasonia scratched her head awkwardly. In fact, she couldn't be blamed for losing her composure. Asta was her sister's favorite man, and if she had really killed him on the spot, it would have been like the sky had fallen. "Are you sure he's really fine?" Sandasonia asked uneasily. "Am I to understand that you're questioning my medical skills?" Marie rolled her eyes. "Of course not. Mainly because you just asked him a question and he didn't answer it. Did he?" Sandasonia questioned. "Marie, have we met before?" Sansonia shook her head. No. Marie, then do you think he knows me? Sansonia shook her head again. No. Marie, then that's fine. He doesn't know me. So how would he know who I am? Sansonia. Damn it. Since you know you two don't know each other, what's the point of asking him that question? If it weren't for your special identity, believe it or not, I'd make you kneel and call me mommy. Sansonia clenched her fists, then relaxed, clenched again and relaxed. Meanwhile, Marie clearly had no idea how infuriating her actions were. She turned around and squatted back in front of Asta. So you're the man they brought back? You look no different from the others. Marie was a beauty whose figure and looks were on par with Goddess Fireweaving, even slightly more voluptuous. Her long dark green hair was casually tied back, revealing her exquisitely delicate face, with a lady's cigarette dangling from her lips. Her eyes full of curiosity as she examined Asta. The most eye-catching part was the white coat draped over her. Indeed, it was draped over her. There was nothing underneath. Asta's gaze instinctively glanced down, then down again. Marie chuckled. Being piqued didn't make her angry, but rather seemed amusing. Little brother, are you interested in coming to my place so I could check your body? Asta's eyes lit up just as he was about to speak, but Sansonia interjected first. What do you want to do? Marie, I suddenly thought that your hit might have caused him internal injuries, so I want to give him a full examination. Full examination? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Your gaze looks like it wants to eat him. No way, I don't agree. Marie, it's not an examination of you. Why do I need your agreement? Let's see what the little brother thinks. Little man, sister is the doctor here. I see you have a lot of internal heat. If you don't find a place to release it, you'll burn your body out sooner or later. So serious. Do you think I still have a chance? Whether others will save you, I don't know, but here, sister can cure all ailments. Can you even treat this? Of course. Do you want to give it a try? After saying that, Marie reached out and stroked Asta's face, her expression full of flirtation. Asta squinted, feeling that this woman really knew how to play. Compared to those women who liked to hang out in nightclubs in his past life, she was simply on par. Sansonia was very angry on the side. This was openly putting a green hat on her sister, which was unacceptable. And that Asta, can you show some ambition? A mere green tea managed to seduce you with just a little flirtation. How can I rest assured handing my sister over to you? As the two continued their increasingly inappropriate conversation, as if they were about to find a place to discuss the mysteries of life, Sansonia finally couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to separate the two. Since he's already healed, you should leave quickly. We have important matters to attend to. Marie was not as strong as Sansonia and was pushed back. She poked her head out and shouted loudly at Asta. Don't forget what I told you. I live at number 38 on West City. If you're fine, remember to come find me for a checkup. I'll leave the door open for you at night. What kind of illness needs to be seen at night? Upon hearing this, Sansonia's face darkened even more. After a tremendous effort, she finally sent that little flirt away. Sansonia returned with a grim face. Asta saw that the situation was not good and instinctively shrank his neck. After all, it was night, and he couldn't fight them. So, shall we continue? Sansonia replied with a heavy then picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and with a thought. It was enveloped in armed color hockey. Asta turned pale with fear, realizing that it seemed she was preparing to kill him. P.S. It's ridiculous that when I woke up, Chapter 65 was sealed, and even more ridiculous is that the sealing of one chapter didn't affect the reading at all, which shows how excessive my filler content is. Chapter 88. Everything is a trap as you just saw. The situation is a bit special, so let's skip the hockey for now. Asta said cautiously. If I hit you with a stick, it could really kill someone. Why not? Only through pain can you achieve better growth. Everything I do is for you, you know, Sansonia said, smiling as she tapped her palm with the wooden stick. You dare to put a green hat on my sister. No matter who you are, you cannot be forgiven. Asta was about to cry. If he had known this would be the outcome, he should have kept his distance from Mari. Perhaps seeing him so pitiful, Sansonia paused and asked, why does your strength seem a bit different from this morning? The scene where Asta was beaten to a pulp just now almost knocked her false teeth out. Even now, she hadn't recovered from that moment. The doubts in her heart were accumulating, but she didn't feel comfortable asking in front of Mari. Now, with just the two of them left, she could finally voice her confusion. Asta had already anticipated that Sansonia would ask this. Ever since he scheduled the training for the evening, he knew he couldn't hide his abilities any longer. Once or twice is fine, but over time, it will definitely be discovered. It's better to tell them directly now rather than be awkward when they find out later. From their experiences over the past few days, they didn't seem like bad people and certainly wouldn't betray him. So, Asta first looked around, then said solemnly, I can tell you about this, but you must promise me to keep it a secret and absolutely not tell anyone else. Seeing the sudden seriousness on his face, Sandersonia became serious as well. No one can know, not even my sister. You can tell Hancock, but you have to make her keep it a secret from me. Don't worry, we're not the kind of people who gossip. Since this concerns your secret, we'll definitely keep it to ourselves. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Asta waved his hand. No need for that. I trust you. Upon hearing this, Sandersonia felt a surge of emotion. Being completely trusted by someone made her very happy. However, she was even more excited about the secret Asta was about to reveal. What could possibly cause a person of such high caliber, like a Dawnto, to suddenly become ordinary? Asta, the reason I become this way is because. Sandersonia. Because of what? Asta, because. Sandersonia, what is it? Just tell me. Asta, because I didn't eat dinner tonight, so I'm feeling a bit weak. Sandersonia. Asta. Sandersonia, are you serious? Asta, I know you won't believe it, but this, don't hit my head, I won't grow taller that way. Sandersonia gritted her teeth, swinging the stick to chase Asta around. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I would believe such a lie? You jerk. Give me back my feelings. Asta, stop. I'm saying it. This time, I will definitely tell you the truth. Sandersonia indeed stopped, but her expression was still fierce. If you lie to me again, I won't show any mercy. Asta nodded with a face full of grief and indignation. A tiger falling to the ground is bullied by dogs. If he hadn't lost his power at night, how could he be chased around and beaten with a stick? This reminded him of his childhood in his previous life when he threw firecrackers at someone's toilet, only to be found and reported to his parents. His father had to apologize, while his mother chased him with a rolling pin. I wonder how my parents are doing after all this time. Do they miss me? Asta's gaze suddenly dimmed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Sandersonia's expression shook. She felt that Asta was enveloped in a strong sense of loneliness and sadness, making him seem somewhat out of place in this world. This stirred the motherly love within Sandersonia, and her gaze gradually softened. Because Asta had displayed such strong abilities, Sandersonia had forgotten that he, like them, was once a slave of the celestial dragons. He must have gone through a lot of hardships to cultivate such powerful strength, to show off in front of others but suffer behind the scenes. The more Sandersonia looked, the more heartbroken she felt, and her mind filled with various scenarios. What if his family was killed, leaving him all alone? Or what if his fiancée, he was tortured to death by the celestial dragons? In short, Sandersonia really wanted to hug him and give him some warmth. And so she did. Sandersonia pulled Asta into her arms and softly said, "It's okay. If you want to cry, just let it out." Asta. Sandersonia, if you have no family, you can consider us your family. This will always be your home. Asta. What is this woman talking about? Why is she saying such inexplicable things? But it feels pretty comfortable in her arms. While hugging Asta, Sandersonia didn't notice a figure not far away, with red eyes and a cloud of black mist hovering above her head. After finishing dinner, Hancock couldn't hold back her curiosity and decided to sneak a peek at Asta. This morning, when Asta asked about her, Sandersonia, that silly sister, actually said she was out on mission. As a result, Hancock had been afraid to show her face in front of Asta these past 2 days, fearing he would suspect her of being that black girl. But since she couldn't appear openly, sneaking a look should be fine. It would also ease her longing. Thus, Hancock excitedly came here, only to see Sandersonia hugging Asta tightly. "Oh my good sister, I asked you to come teach Asta hockey, and this is how you teach him? You really are killing me with your filial piety." Crack! Hancock squeezed her palm, creating a large hole in the nearby tree. "It seems as the older sister, I need to pick out a good burial site for you." Hancock's jealousy twisted her expression. Sandersonia still had no idea that her sister was already picking out a burial site for her in her mind. The two only hugged for a moment before separating. "I have a special ability to seal my own strength, which is why I was knocked out by your stick. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person." Sandersonia nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. I never knew there was such a strange ability. It's truly enlightening." Seeing that Sandersonia fully believed his explanation, Asta felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 89 Asta's diary this year is 1520 in the C-Round calendar. The first year I have crossed into this world, and it has been an extraordinary year. I plan to write a diary for a few days to record my life here. They say serious people don't write diaries, but clearly, I am not a serious person. If my memory serves me right, it seems that Monkey D. Luffy set sail this year. Today is June 8th. I don't know where he is now or how many crew members he has gathered. If it weren't for my lack of direction, I would have liked to go to Orangetown to help Nami with her predicament. After all, a few fishmen shouldn't be a problem for me. If I could gain Nami's favor by doing so, it would be quite a bargain, as her figure is simply outstanding. Additionally, last night, Sun'sBlessing hit me 673 times, leaving me with a head full of bumps. I need to remember this grudge. June 9th, sunny weather. After finishing my meal and having nothing to do, I decided to go for a stroll and somehow ended up at the natural hot spring I found yesterday. Following the principle of since I'm here, I took off my clothes and jumped into the spring, looking expectantly at the shore. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Huiji and her group appeared in my line of sight. Just like yesterday, the others were splashing around in the front pool, while Huiji swam to the back alone. When she saw me, her expression was a bit surprised, but mostly joyful. She didn't say anything, just quietly sat beside me. I was somewhat surprised. I thought she would chase me away. However, since neither of us spoke, it was most important to enjoy the scenery. Half an hour later, they left, and I also left with satisfaction. Additionally, today Sun'sBlessing hit me 583 times, again leaving me with a head full of bumps, so I need to remember this as well. June 10th, cloudy weather. I was in a bad mood today, ate 2 extra bowls of rice, and then decided to relax in a hot spring. It was the same spot as yesterday, the same time as yesterday, and the same people, but the beautiful scenery never gets boring. Huiji still didn't say a word, just quietly sat beside me. Neither of us spoke, seeing who would crack first. Half an hour later, they left. I stayed for another 10 minutes before getting up to leave. Additionally, today, Sun'sBlessing hit me 404 times, which is a magical number. I feel like it's a sign from heaven, so I noted it down again. June 11th, sunny weather. I was in a good mood today. What should I do? Of course, I went to soak in the hot spring. Although Huiji still didn't talk like in the previous days, I could see her expression becoming increasingly conflicted. It seemed she was about to burst. Half an hour later, they left, and this time I stayed for a full half hour before finally leaving. Additionally, today, Sun'sBlessing hit me 157 times. She praised my remarkable progress, and I complimented her robust figure. Then she chased me to hit me 43 more times, saying she wanted to round it up. It was simply outrageous. June 12th, soaking, enjoying the scenery, and getting hit. June 13th, soaking, enjoying the scenery, and getting hit. June 14th, I didn't go to soak today, not because I was unwell, but because Hancock came. She chatted with me all day, and if her sister hadn't dragged her away, I guess we could have talked all night. I suspect she has feelings for me, but I have no evidence. Additionally, I finally awakened my observation hockey. Sun'sBlessing praised me as the best class she has ever trained, and I almost heard it as the worst class. June 15th. As soon as I finished eating, I rushed out. I feel like I have a disease. I feel uncomfortable if I don't soak for a day. Today, Huiji and her group didn't come. Instead, another group arrived, all tall and muscular, able to crush stones with their chests and run horses with their arms. They looked just like Neza from 10,000 Cold Jokes. And I was so scared that I quickly closed my eyes and hid underwater, afraid to come out. If they caught me, just getting beaten would be the best case scenario. I was most afraid they would be tempted by my beauty and do something else. In the evening, Sun'sBlessing explained to me a higher level of observation hockey, rambling on about a lot. I thought, isn't it just me predicting your prediction? By that logic, the highest level would be me predicting your prediction of my prediction. The absolute highest level would be, this is an infinite nesting doll. June 16th. The newspaper I asked Sun'sBlessing to buy finally arrived. The commotion from my previous incident at the Holy Land hasn't died down. In fact, it's growing stronger. Many people left messages saying they want to have my children, but they didn't leave their addresses. ISNT this just playing with me. Moreover, I noticed more and more people joining the Revolutionary Army, making my heart ache with anger. Dragon, just wait. I want to hit you. I'll just hit your son. Every time I see him, I'll hit him once. Let us see if you care. June 17th. Sun'sBlessing started teaching me armament hockey, which is much easier for me to learn than observation hockey. Because of my abilities, every day after the sun sets, my physical fitness improves further. At this rate, it won't be long before I can be as strong at night as I am during the day. June 18th. Today I was once again caught up by Hancock, and I didn't go to soak. I felt awful. June 19th. Hancock told me that the island's resources are running low, and she needs to set sail to gather some resources. If luck is on her side, she'll be back in 10 days to half a month, and she hopes I won't miss her. I nodded sadly, my face full of reluctance, and reminded her to be safe. Hancock was very happy to hear that, feeling her efforts were not in vain. However, what she didn't know was that after she left, I was so happy I almost jumped up because now I could finally go soak. June 20th. I arrived a bit early and didn't encounter Huiji and her group, but ran into another group. They were the women from the original story who spoke for Luffy. the golden-haired Marguerite, the muscular Stoby with 2 ponytails, and a giantess named Elvandra. Elvandra is really tall, and her figure is particularly good, which made me recall a story I saw online in my previous life. A scholar went to the capital for an exam and encountered heavy rain, taking shelter in a cave, and then he had a child with a giantess. June 21st. This time, there were no surprises. It was Huiji and her group. As soon as Huiji arrived, she explained that they had to change shifts a few days ago, which is why they couldn't come on time, and hoped I would mind. How could I mind? I'm not that unreasonable. It's work after all, so I understood. Then we started chatting, and the more we talked, the happier we got. When they left, Huiji seemed a bit reluctant. Alas, I can only blame my charm. June 22nd. Today I almost got discovered. I was happily chatting with Huiji when her friend suddenly swam over. If she hadn't reacted quickly and sat on my lap, blocking me from view, I would have been found out. On June 23rd, after what happened yesterday, my relationship with Huiji made great progress. I am very grateful to her. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't have the face to stay here. Huiji shyly lowered her head and asked me to move my hand away when I thanked her. On June 24th, Huiji complained that her hand was a bit sore. On June 25th, Huiji began to complain that her mouth was a bit sour. Chapter 90. Rescue on Judicial Island. Asta's gaze sharpened as he thrust out his palm. The giant beast before him, towering like a small mountain, let out a mournful cry and flew into the air. You really are a monster. In just a few months, you've completely mastered 2 types of hockey. Truly impressive. Although Sandersonia had mentally prepared herself, she was still shocked by Asta's speed. The armament hockey is generally divided into 3 levels. The first level involves forming a black armor on one's body, like Virgo, whose entire body is dyed black, exuding a formidable presence. The second level is the external release of hockey, which does not require direct contact with the target, as seen with Bartolomeo's foot-shaped hockey and the flowing cherry blossoms of Wano country. The third level involves internal destruction, akin to the martial arts technique of hitting a cow across a mountain. Asta had already trained his hockey to the second level. Coupled with the enhancement from his abilities in recent days, Asta's physical strength had reached a high level. Even if he faced both Sandersonia and Marigold at night, he could easily defeat them. He was no longer the invincible person during the day who was useless at night. He finally had the power to protect himself. Asta modestly waved his hand. What is this? Compared to the top powerhouses in the world, I'm still far behind. Sandersonia retorted, they have been training their hockey since childhood, having decades more experience than you. You can't compare yourselves. Asta replied, in life and death battles, they won't show mercy just because you're young. To defeat those seasoned strongmen, all you can do is put in more effort than they have. Sandersonia nodded thoughtfully. Initially, when teaching Asta about hockey, she could still offer some guidance. But within a month, his level had already caught up to hers, and she could no longer provide any suggestions. In order to save face, she tried hard. But Asta's rate of improvement was simply too fast. Even with her utmost effort, she was completely surpassed by him in less than 2 months. However, it was fortunate that he had not gained nothing in this time. In the original story, as the second in command of Amazon Lily, Sandersonia was surprisingly defeated by Luffy, who had not yet participated in the Marineford War. This was truly baffling. Her strength was at most that of a commander, but now she probably had the level of a Navy major. You call me today. Is there something you need? I want to set sail and would like you to prepare a ship for me. Set sail? Where are you going? Judicial Island. What? What are you going there for? Sandersonia's eyes widened, her mouth agape. You know the place? Asta asked. Of course. We're not new to the sea. How can we not have heard of it? Sandersonia replied impatiently. Judicial Island is a court established by the world government, but it can also be described as a court with a notorious reputation. Anyone sent there is defined as a criminal, even if they are innocent. It's truly tyrannical. Asta shrugged. I'm going there to rescue some people. At first, when Asta escaped, the world government did not dare to retaliate. After all, the Barefoot have no fear to shoot. They were concerned about angering Asta and repeating the previous incident. However, after Asta disappeared for several months without causing any major disturbances, rumors began to circulate that the Asta from the Revolutionary Army was a fake, although the Revolutionary Army did not admit it. As time passed, it was rumored that Asta was severely injured in the previous battle, which is why he had not shown up. Now, months had gone by without a word, and some speculated that he might have already died on some deserted island. When these words were first spoken, no one believed them, but over time, people's thoughts began to waver. The world government also stopped hiding, sending agents to execute some impersonators of Asta. Yet there was no further action. The world government's confidence grew as they spread rumors that Asta had been secretly executed while simultaneously capturing his supporters. This included the slaves who escaped with Asta, all of whom were imprisoned on Judicial Island, preparing to announce their execution to the world on a chosen day. It would be a live broadcast, a way for them to salvage their reputation. "Are you really going?" Sansonia asked, her eyes filled with concern. With such a big event, the world government must be fully prepared. There are definitely many strong individuals lying in wait. In fact, it was just as she imagined. The world government's actions were aimed at luring Asta out to eliminate him completely, washing away the shame he brought upon them. For this purpose, they had prepared an army of 100,000, one admiral, 2 vice admirals, and some strong members of CP0, one of whom was even comparable to a Navy admiral. Such a powerful force could make even Kaido kneel, let alone just targeting Asta alone. Asta smiled confidently, "Of course. They say they want to be my little brothers. As the leader, I can't just stand by and watch them die." Sansonia gave him a complicated look before hesitantly asking, "Have you told sister about this?" Asta shook his head. With her personality, if she knew I was going, she would definitely accompany me, even if it meant walking into a dead end. So this matter must not be told to her. Sansonia sighed in relief, but then thought about it. Asta had disappeared for so long. How could her sister not suspect anything? If she asked, wouldn't he be exposed? As if sensing her worries, Asta proactively said, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." That night, after Asta had eaten and drunk his fill, he set off toward Hancock's palace. Indeed, after staying on this island for so long and with Hancock being so enamored with him, how could he remain indifferent? Did she really take him for a sage? So, on a moonless night, Hancock said she wanted to invite him to enjoy the moon together. With such an obvious hint, how could Asta refuse? He entered Hancock's room and did not come out for 3 days. On the 4th day, he emerged slowly from the door, one hand on his waist and the other on the wall. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had ultimately won this battle. At this moment, Hancock had already cleaned herself up, lying in bed waiting for him. Upon seeing Asta enter, her eyes sparkled as she directly leaped into his arms. "You finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You have to give me some time to eat." Chapter 91. The eve of departure. Hancock's bedroom is not small, measuring over 300 square meters, with decorations that exude luxury, befitting her status. The most eye-catching feature is a large bed, measuring over 10 meters in length and width, covered with soft silk as white as snow. This bed was specially commissioned by Hancock to satisfy Asta's peculiar tastes. She could not help but wonder where he learned so many tricks. During this time, Hancock had picked up quite a few new things. Additionally, her chamber has a hot spring that spans several dozen square meters. Like Asta, Hancock also enjoys bathing, although she prefers it plain, whether before or after exercise. Just spending some time in the water makes all fatigue vanish without a trace. When Asta stepped into the chamber and looked around, he found that Hancock was not there. He didn't mind and simply undressed, jumping into the hot spring. The warm water enveloped him, soaking his limbs and allowing his muscles and bones to relax. This is what life is about. I wish I could stay here forever and never come out. Every day, being served with delicious food and drink, without scheming or deceit. No matter what Asta says, even if he makes some excessive demands, Hancock can fulfill them. Aside from a bit of kidney pain, this life is simply like that of an emperor. No, even better than an emperor's. They say a woman's gentle embrace is a hero's grave. And the ancients do not deceive me. This saying is indeed true. Asta, oh Asta, you have completely fallen. If you want to stay forever, then stay forever. After all, no one is rushing you. I would love for you to stay. A mature and alluring voice came from outside the room. Hancock then pushed the door open. Upon seeing Asta's broad back, she couldn't help but lick her lips, a hint of excitement appearing in her eyes. No wonder the women on the island are so eager to carry out breeding tasks. It turns out this feeling can be addictive. What took you so long to come back? Asta asked with a smile. Hancock approached him and sat down beside him. Then, her delicate white feet slipped out of her high heels, bare and snowy, soaking in the hot spring. This world is ridiculous. Some commonly used items are missing. Yet there is an abundance of things like high heels and stockings. It's simply too much. I ran into an old hag on the way back. So it took quite some time, she replied. Was it that old lady? Asta asked. Hancock cautiously glanced at him and, noticing he wasn't angry, softly replied, "Yeah." Asta then smiled. Has she not given up yet? Hancock hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I won't listen to her. If you dislike her, I'll kick her off the island tomorrow. After all, she is your senior and once helped you. Can't you show her some respect?" Asta said helplessly. Just because she helped me before. I have been very tolerant of her, but I never expected her to set her sights on you. That's absolutely intolerable, Hancock said angrily. Seeing this, Asta felt a bit moved. Hancock truly cared for him and had been quietly doing many things for him behind scenes. At that time, the old hag secretly came to see him without Hancock's knowledge. She knelt down and begged him to spare Amazon Lily and leave the island. Seeing a woman in her 60s kneeling before him, crying and begging, made Asta feel uneasy. He knew his identity was somewhat special, so wherever he went, he wore a human face mask and changed his name to Stark. Yet even so, the old hag was still worried. She feared that news of Asta being on their island would leak out. Although the chances were small, they weren't non-existent. If that day ever came, the world government would not spare them. By then, Asta could just leave, leaving them to face the massive entity of the world government alone. The residents of Amazon Lily would only have two fates: death or being captured by the world government and turned into slaves. After hearing this, Asta felt very complicated. He was not like Blackbeard, who would disregard the lives of others for his own selfish desires. Since they didn't want him to stay, he would leave. After all, his goal had already been achieved. He had learned all three types of hockey. Indeed, during one mealtime, while eating, his conqueror's hockey awakened without any signs. The next step was to train it and improve its level, which could be done anywhere. Just as he was about to agree, Hancock arrived. Before anyone could react, Hancock kicked the old hag out. If he hadn't desperately stopped her, the old hag might have been killed by Hancock. That night, Hancock invited him to enjoy the moon together, and then the two of them. Are you angry? Just wait. I'll go kick her off the island right now, Hancock said in a fluster. Seeing Asta remain still, Hancock mistakenly thought he was angry, and as she spoke, she prepared to stand up. It seemed she was genuinely going to kick the old hag off Amazon Lily. Hearing the commotion, Asta turned his head in confusion. And once he understood what Hancock was saying, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What are you thinking? How could I be angry? What the old hag is doing is for your own good. Hancock looked at Asta with affectionate eyes. I don't need anyone to be good to me, except for you. Being gazed at like this by one of the world's top beauties, even Asta, who had experienced it many times, found it hard to resist. He grabbed Hancock's arm and, amidst her surprise, pulled her into the pool. What? What are you going to do? Asta stepped forward and embraced her, his gaze burning as he examined her stunning face. Her eyes were round and enchanting, like shallow lakes reflecting brilliant jewels. Her lips were full and rosy, the corners perfectly shaped, resembling the most tempting cherries, enticing a man to taste them. She usually held herself like a queen. No, she was indeed a queen, exuding an air of superiority. But now, she looked shy, gazing at Asta with watery eyes. No wonder she is ranked as the world's #1 beauty. No matter how many times Asta looked at her, he felt a flutter in his heart. Of course, upon hearing Asta's response, Hancock appeared somewhat dazed. But she quickly regained her composure, a deeper blush covering her cheeks. Asta could no longer hold back. He lifted her face and kissed her. Her cheeks were burning hot, while her lips were cool. After a long time, Asta finally lifted her head and stared blankly at the beautiful person right in front of her. Asta let out a soft sigh. So beautiful. Chapter 92, the eve of departure. Hancock shyly closed her eyes, completely unable to look at the other person. She knew what was going to happen next. After all, she had been through many battles and understood what was to come. She quietly said, "Hug. Carry me back to bed." Asta's mouth curved into a slight smile, a mischievous expression on his face. "I want to be in the pool today." Upon hearing this, Hancock's expression became even more bashful. This naughty person always thought of ways to tease her. She didn't know where he learned all this. However, she didn't refuse, as deep inside, there was a hint of anticipation. In a moment, ripples spread across the hot spring pool, and with the waves, her robe, silk pants, and bra floated on the water's surface, drifting along. An hour later, Hancock lazily lay on the shore, half her body submerged in the hot spring. Asta was busy retrieving clothes that were floating around. "I heard from my sister that your conqueror's hockey has reached the top level," Hancock said lazily. Asta replied, "What does that count as the top level? There are countless people stronger than me out at sea." Hancock rolled her eyes at him. "You should be content. Compared to you, I feel like I've been living like a dog all these years." Asta chuckled as he picked up the last piece of clothing and swam towards Hancock. "No way, there are no dogs in this world as beautiful as you. You're killing me, comparing me to a dog." Asta stood up from the hot spring and then picked Hancock up by the waist, heading towards the large bed that was over 10 meters away. Let me catch my breath. Once you start, you can't stop, you can't rest. You naughty person, Don't come begging for mercy later. Begging for mercy? Who's begging whom is still uncertain. Then there was a sound in the room similar to before. Fortunately, Hancock had already sent all the guards away earlier. By nightfall, the vast palace only had Asta and Hancock. Even Hancock's two younger sisters had to move out. This made them resent Asta immensely, blaming his arrival for stealing their sister's love from them. For the people of this world, their bodies were nothing like in their previous lives. Not to mention Asta, a person with extraordinary talent. Even the likes of Lao AI paled in comparison to him. The next day at noon, Asta was soaking in a hot spring, leaning against the wall, with the world's most beautiful pirate empress sitting in his lap. Hancock was languidly slumped in Asta's arms, resting her head on his shoulder. Her face flushed, eyes dreamy, with no strength left in her body. What? What time is it? After waiting for the break, Hancock said weakly. Just past noon, Asta replied, holding her waist, not letting her leave his embrace, looking energetic. The beauty in my arms is soft and delicate. Her skin is white and smooth as ivory, fine and elastic. It's already past noon. Hancock opened her eyes slightly, looking surprised. They say only dead cows are overworked, not fields. Why aren't you tired at all? Hancock asked curiously. Tired? How could I not be tired? If it weren't for relying on the sun's blessing, I probably wouldn't even be able to get up now, Asta thought but didn't say it aloud. That would ruin his demeanor. Do you still want to? No. I really can't anymore. Let me catch my breath. Hancock was startled and quickly shook her head to refuse. Asta smiled upon hearing this, continuing to hold Hancock, enjoying this brief peace. If you really want, I'm not unwilling. However, Hancock's words were interrupted by Asta. No need. Just holding you like this makes me very happy. Seeing that Asta wasn't saying anything insincere, Hancock finally contentedly rested her head back on Asta's shoulder. I can see from your expression that you seem to have something on your mind. Can you tell me about it? Hancock asked. Asta, you've noticed that? Am I that obvious? Hancock, of course, it's like it's written all over your face. Asta thought for a moment. Hancock, if I do something that hurts you, will you forgive me? Hancock raised her head in response. Then do you like me? Asta nodded affirmatively. Of course I like you. Hancock's face revealed a radiant smile. Since you like me, no matter what you do, I won't blame you. Asta, really? Hancock, of course it's true. Do you want me to prove it to you? No need. Asta held Hancock tighter. To meet you, I must have saved the world in my past life. Hearing her beloved say such sweet words, Hancock's eyes turned into crescents from her smile. She shyly said, I want to, since the beauty had invited him. How could Asta refuse? He held her and walked towards the large bed. Just like that, another afternoon passed, and when evening came, while Hancock was eating to replenish her energy, Asta took out a pair of handcuffs from his clothes. Next, let's play something different. Upon seeing this, Hancock couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Where did you learn all this? Tell me, did you have a girlfriend before being with me? Asta immediately protested. I just turned 18 this year. How could I have a girlfriend? Hancock lightly bit her lip. Then why do you know so much? Asta chuckled. I read it all in books. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I can't see a pig run. Hancock was half convinced. She always felt that Asta wasn't telling the whole truth. Asta, come on, let's just try it once. Hearing his request, Hancock turned her head to the side, shyly saying, just this once? Asta appeared very excited as he held Hancock's hands together and then cuffed them with the handcuffs. Immediately, Hancock seemed to have all her strength drained away, collapsing to the ground. These handcuffs were actually made of sea prism stone. A hint of panic appeared on Hancock's face as she asked, Did you get the wrong ones? How can these be sea prism stone handcuffs? At this moment, Asta's excitement and enthusiasm vanished without a trace. He approached Hancock tenderly, gently caressing her face. Don't worry, soon Sandersonia and Marigold will come and take care of you. Just think of it as a vacation and rest well. Hancock seemed to sense something. She asked with a sobbing tone, What are you going to do? Are you going to leave me? I won't allow you to go. Asta, don't worry. I'm just going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Hancock, you're a liar. You said you would always be with me. Can I go with you? Asta looked at her for a long time and finally left reluctantly. Chapter 93 Epilogue for proud queens like Hancock. Their hearts are actually very fragile. Once they find someone to rely on, they can become even more dependent than a fragile woman. They want to cling to you 24 hours a day, needing you to feed them, accompany them while they sleep, and even wanting you with them when they go to the bathroom. Ever since their relationship began, Hancock has taken care of him meticulously. No matter what he asks for, Hancock will immediately agree, regardless of whether she can fulfill it. Faced with such concern and affection, how could Asta not be moved? But precisely because of this, he absolutely cannot let Hancock get involved in this matter. While I'm not here, you must behave, eat on time, and absolutely must not be picky. Also, Grandma is still your elder, so you need to change your attitude a bit and treat her better. Furthermore, this matter is entirely planned by me alone and has nothing to do with your two younger sisters, so don't blame them. Asta at this moment was like an old lady, babbling on with a lot of concern in his words. Hancock stopped crying, struggling to get up from the bed. But the sea-stone handcuffs are the nemesis of all devil fruit users, and no matter how hard she tried, she had no strength at all. Is it something I did wrong that made you angry? Tell me, and I'll change it right now. Hancock still believed that it was her fault that Asta was leaving. Upon hearing this, Asta felt even more touched, much more than those little fairies in his past life who called themselves runaway princesses. You've done very well. My leaving is because I have some personal matters to deal with. Hancock asked, is the process very dangerous? Asta replied, how could it be? Have you forgotten what your man has done in the past? Even the Marine admirals are not my match. Who in this world could pose a threat to me? Then why don't you take me with you? Hancock retorted. Asta's expression stiffened. It's just that your identity is a bit special, and it's not convenient to take you with me. I don't mind. If it's because of my identity that you left me behind, then I might as well give up this imperial title, Hancock said with a determined look. If Grandma hears you say this, she will definitely cry to death in the bathroom. Asta thought, don't think too much. I will be back in less than a month. Just consider it a vacation for me, allowing me to go on a trip. After saying that, Asta steeled himself to leave, ignoring Hancock's desperate pleas. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would truly find it hard apart. As Asta stepped out of the room, Sandersonia and Marigold were already waiting outside the door. As soon as they saw him come out, they rushed over. How's my sister? You didn't hurt her, did you? Asta shook his head, took a deep breath, and said with a serious tone, for the next period, please take good care of her. Sandersonia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Are you out of your mind? Marigold then said, that's our biological sister. Who else would take care of her? Asta suddenly felt embarrassed. After being so well taken care of by Hancock, he actually forgot that Hancock had two biological sisters. What I mean is, no matter what she says to you, you must not unlock her handcuffs. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances and then nodded. Then I'll leave her to you too. I should pack my things and prepare to leave. Asta then turned around and walked towards the palace exit. He didn't just have Hancock. There was another woman waiting for him at home. Wait. Just as Asta was about to step out the door, Sandersonia suddenly called out to him. She looked at Asta with a complex expression. Thank you. Asta waved his hand and continued walking outside. He knew what Sandersonia was thanking him for. It was simply for not taking Hancock with him to Judicial Island to save people. It was well known that the place was likely surrounded by the world government's tight security, and although Hancock was strong, she still fell short in front of true powerhouses. At first, Sandersonia thought Asta would use their Nine-Snake Island-esque power to go rescue people. After all, with Hancock's reckless pursuit of love, once Asta asked, she would probably lead the charge without hesitation. Even if she were treated as cannon fodder, she wouldn't care. This was also a concern for Sandersonia. However, the dilemma she worried about was something Asta had never considered. No matter how many enemies there were on Judicial Island, so what? He alone was already enough. Wait a minute. What now? Asta's tone was a bit impatient. Can you let people leave in peace? Can't you finish your sentence in one breath? You women are really troublesome. However, this time it was Marigold who stopped him. She said with a worried expression, just don't die out there. If someone wants to kill me, they at least need the 3 Marine admirals to move together, plus Sengoku and Garp, and then bring in 2 of the emperors. Otherwise, just wait and see how I beat them. Asta's expression was quite confident. Sandersonia, Marigold, they now realized how thick-skinned this guy was. 3 Marine admirals moving together, plus Sengoku and Garp. Do you know what that represents? That was a force capable of sweeping away everything in the world. How could such words come out of your mouth so casually? If that day ever came, we sisters would go visit you in prison. After Asta returned home and simply tidied up, he headed to another place. A house that looked quite simple in design. Asta skillfully found the key from the flower bed next door, then opened the door and slipped inside. He made his way to the bedroom, where a stunning beauty with a hot figure and beautiful features was lying on the bed. This person was Asta's second woman, the goddess of fire, Kazuhi. Because she was lying on her side, she presented Asta with an infinitely beautiful view from behind, as well as 2 round buttocks that filled her silk pants. Although Asta had just experienced a fierce battle in the palace, seeing such a beautiful sight still made his heart race. As the saying goes, a home flower is not as fragrant as a wild flower, and a wife is not as good as a concubine. In short, Asta felt he could still stand strong. He quickly stripped off his clothes in 3 seconds, grabbed the blanket, shook it vigorously, and took the opportunity to dive in. Actually, when Asta just walked into the bedroom, Huiji was already awake. But because she was shy, she pretended to be asleep. However, now that someone was threatening her with a gun to her back, she can no longer keep up the act. What? What do you want to do? If you keep this up, I'm going to call for help. Asta said with a sly smile, go ahead and call. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come. P.S. I've started to let myself go in this book. If you can handle it, just enjoy reading. If you can't, please leave quietly without seeing off. Chapter 94. The Straw Hat Pirate's Predicament. The goddess Huiji was the first woman he encountered in this world. At first, she left a rather neutral impression on Asta, neither particularly bad nor good. Especially on that small island, where she inexplicably attacked him, his impression of her worsened. However, unexpectedly, through a series of misunderstandings, the two became friends and often soaked in hot springs together. People who enjoy hot springs are not bad individuals. Through their interactions, Asta realized that Huiji had its Sundara personality. What she said and what she truly thought were completely different, so sometimes he had to interpret her words in reverse. For example, today, when Huiji said she didn't want to, she actually wanted it very much inside. Asta felt he had seen through her tricks. Asta moved closer to Huiji, his abdomen pressed against her peach-like buttocks, his strong arms encircling her slender waist. I missed you so much after not seeing you for a long time. Huiji's body suddenly stiffened. Asta attempted to remove her clothes, but she held on her collar tightly, curling up as if she would rather die than give in. Asta was stunned and looked up at her face. Her eyes were red, biting her lip. Although she appeared somewhat shy and nervous, there was more sorrow and grievance on her face. In that moment, Asta seemed to lose all his strength and release his hold on her waist. I'm sorry. Huiji was taken aback, remaining silent and not responding. Asta spoke softly, I know I've neglected you lately. You can hit me or scold me. I deserve it. But remember, my feelings for you will never change. Such cheesy lines were only suitable in this world. If it were in his past life, Asta would have been scolded to death by people. Huiji's nose felt sour as she forced herself to remain calm, speaking coldly. Why are you saying this to me? I know I'm not as beautiful as Lady Hancock. It's only natural that you like her more. So, she was jealous. No wonder she had been acting a little differently today. Asta suddenly realized in his heart. Huiji knew that his relationship with Hancock was different. But Hancock didn't know about Huiji. Because their personalities were different, if Hancock found out that Asta was involved with her guard, Asta wouldn't be in trouble. But Huiji could end up in serious danger. That was why Asta had kept it secret. However, Huiji felt uncomfortable. Clearly, she was the one who came first and had a relationship with Asta first. But why did it end up with her acting like a mistress, sneaking around? Especially after Asta disappeared for several days. Although she didn't witness it, she had an imagination. How could she not feel jealous? Faced with a jealous little vinegar jar, Asta racked his brain and recited all the cheesy lines he had seen online in his past life. Although he felt it was somewhat greasy, Huiji ate it up. She turned around, resting her head on Asta's chest. I'm not angry. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. You disappeared for so long without saying a word. And I feel like I'm not that important in your heart. Asta stopped and hugged Huiji tighter. Don't say nonsense. Your position in my heart is the same as hers. Huiji paused for a moment and then shyly asked, do you really want to? Hearing her consent, Asta decided to let her feel his passion. The blanket was thrown over them, obscuring everything. Then, there was a violent struggle under the covers, which lasted for a moment, suddenly stopping, and then a belt was thrown out from the gap in the quilt. Following that, the struggle resumed fiercely, then calmed down again, and a pair of silk pants was thrown out. Soon, the floor by the bed was littered with clothes, including women's intimate garments. Half an hour later, Huiji pleaded, Can I catch my breath? Your combat power is lacking. Far from Hancock's level. Asta raised an eyebrow. He pinched her delicate chin, adjusted her beautiful face, and leaned down to capture her plump red lips. Want to rest? That's not up to you, Asta mumbled. The commotion continued until the next morning. Asta sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, his expression looking somewhat worn out. Even though his strength was unparalleled and his recovery was monstrous, several days of exertion had genuinely worn him down. Asta, a lazy voice came from beside him. Asta's face changed dramatically before she could finish her sentence. He hurriedly said, let me rest for a while. If you want something, figure it out yourself. What? I just wanted you to help me take a leave of absence. Saying I'm not feeling well, Huiji lightly hit him. That rascal, he had tormented her so fiercely yesterday, as if they would never meet again. Huiji's expression changed, as if she thought of something and quickly asked, You're not going to disappear for several days again, are you? Asta looked surprised. How did Huazi know about such things without him saying anything? You heartless person, everything you said yesterday was a lie. Go find your Lady Hancock. Let's not see each other again. Asta immediately realized that Huazi had misunderstood him. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What are you talking about? Can you stop jumping to conclusions? I'm just going to leave the island for a bit." Leave the island? What are you going to do? Huazi forgot about her jealousy. Why was he leaving so suddenly? Asta replied, "Going to save some people. I'll be back in 10 days to half a month at most." "What if it takes longer?" Huazi asked. Asta shrugged. "Then I don't know. After all, you know how things are at sea. I want to go with you." Huazi's reaction was the same as Hancock's. "No, you." Before Asta could finish, Huazi interrupted him. "I want to go with you." Asta pinched her little nose. "I said no. You stay at home and wait for me to come back. This matter is a bit dangerous." Huazi replied, "Then I should go with you." Asta insisted, "Are you not listening? If you don't listen, you'll get spanked." In the end, Huazi was unable to leave with Asta. Asta left in the morning on the boat that Sansonia had prepared for him, heading toward Eni's lobby. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was showing expressions of despair one by one. Luffy smashed the table in front of him with a punch and said, "I'm going to save Robin." Nami replied, "I know, but we need to come up with a foolproof plan. There are just too many enemies." Luffy responded, "Then let us just knock them all away. No one can stop me from saving Robin." Chapter 95. Waiting for that man's arrival, Luffy clenched his fists tightly, unaware that his nails were digging into his flesh. This was the first time since he set sail that he felt so furious and frustrated. Or perhaps powerless. They were originally heading to Water 7 to repair the Going Merry. What happened next was just like in the original story, where the CP9 undercover agents revealed Robin's identity. They threatened the lives of the Straw Hats to force Robin to surrender at Eni's lobby. When Luffy learned about this, he was so angry that he felt like he could crush his teeth. What did he rely on to survive in this world? Loyalty. So he gathered his companions, planning to storm Eni's lobby to save Robin. But before they could take action, they were informed that Eni's lobby was heavily guarded, with even an admiral stationed there. This news hit them like a thunderbolt, leaving the Straw Hats in shock. That was an admiral of the Navy, the most vengeful one among the three. Not to mention the island was also home to 50,000 troops. With such a force, it wouldn't be a problem to take on one of the four emperors. But there were only 5 of them, counting Frankie. 5 against 50,000. Wasn't that just asking for death? Robin is my friend. I don't care what kind of devil she is. I have to save her. Luffy shouted firmly. Nami stepped forward and punched Luffy on the head, saying, "Why are you shouting so loud? Did we say we wouldn't save her?" Even though he ate the gum-gum fruit and was immune to most physical damage after Nami's punch, Luffy seemed like an ordinary person, and a big bump appeared on his head, causing him to grimace in pain. Nami said, "We must save Robin, but we need to plan how to do it." Sanji pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, his expression serious amidst the thick smoke. "Miss Nami is right. The disparity in strength between us and the enemy is too great. If we charge in like this, we will just be sending ourselves to death." After speaking, Sanji pulled out another cigarette, one after another, as if he were going to smoke himself to death. He usually prided himself on being a knight, claiming he would always protect the 2 ladies on the ship. But now that Robin had been taken away and her life was uncertain, all he could do was smoke useless cigarettes. Sanji's heart felt like it was filled with erupting volcanoes, ready to burst. Zoro closed his eyes and said nothing. But his hands, gripping the hilt of his sword, radiated a strong, killing intent, enough to express his feelings. Luffy stood up angrily and asked Nami, "Then what do you think we should do next? As long as we can save Robin, I will do anything." Being the smartest one on the ship, Nami managed to remain calm in this crisis. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "First, we need to figure out why Eni's lobby is so heavily guarded. I know Robin's identity is special, but it can't be so special that even an admiral comes personally. There must be some secret behind it. I know why." Iceberg immediately raised his hand. As the mayor of Water 7, it was no surprise that he knew some insider information. Moreover, this matter was not a secret. The world government not only intended to keep it hidden, but was also preparing to broadcast it globally to showcase their might. It would be strange if the Straw Hats didn't know about it. Before anyone could ask, Iceberg took the initiative to share what he knew. After hearing his account, the entire room fell silent. Even the sound of breathing slowed down. Everyone present, except for Luffy, had expressions of astonishment that were strikingly uniform, as if this was the only way to express their surprise. Nami suddenly understood. No wonder it turned out this way. It was because of him. Iceberg nodded, unable to help but exclaim, "Yes." Facing a person who shocked the whole world from the moment he appeared, No matter how well prepared the Navy is, it isn't too much. Frankie had stars in his eyes, displaying a fanboy demeanor. Do you think he will show up this time? I heard someone say he's seriously injured and hiding on a deserted island to recover. I don't know if it's true or not. Of course it's false. Frankie's little brother excitedly chimed in. How could someone as mighty as the boss get hurt? He will definitely show up this time. Exactly. Frankie's other little brothers were equally excited. Ever since that incident, Frankie's family had idolized Asta, dreaming of meeting this legendary figure. Sanji said, although I admire what he's done, Enies Lobby becoming like this is largely his responsibility. Luffy nodded. That's right. If it weren't for him, that admiral wouldn't have come, and maybe we would have already rescued Robin. Nami countered, you can't put all the blame on him. Even without him, it wouldn't be easy to break into Enies Lobby. Don't you remember how we were beaten just now? Mentioning this made Luffy immediately retort. That was because I was hungry and didn't have the strength. That's why I turned out like this. Now that I'm full, I can definitely beat them up. Earlier, he had fought with the undercover CP9, and due to some strange moves, he had suffered a setback. This incident had been lingering in his mind. Now, he had created a big move based on the opponent's 6 powers, and it was time to see how he would take revenge. Luffy asked, have you all thought a good plan? Robin is still waiting for us to save her. Stop yelling. As our captain, can you control your impatience? Nami said angrily. Luffy immediately fell silent. He feared nothing in this world except for Nami, the fierce tiger. Her punches were just like his grandfather's. Nami continued, right now, Enies Lobby is on high alert. We might get discovered before we even set foot on the island. The only way to save Robin is to wait until Enies Lobby is thrown into chaos and everyone is too busy to pay attention to us. That will be our chance. When will Enies Lobby be in chaos? Luffy asked. Nami replied, that depends on when that man arrives. Luffy asked who? Which man? Bang. Nami punched Luffy on the head again, fuming. Did you not hear what we just said? Of course, it's Asta, the one who is labeled a tyrant by the world. Luffy let out a cry, covering the large bump on his head, and said with tears in his eyes, you guys don't make it clear. How am I supposed to know it would be him? Besides, what if he doesn't come? Nami paused for a moment and replied, right? What if he doesn't come? Then we'll have to force our way into Judicial Island, and at that time, we'll all die together with Robin. Chapter 96, Help Me Avenge. 5 days later, the outskirts of Judicial Island were packed with crowds, and the Straw Hat crew blended in among them, each disguised as reporters stepping onto the island. Today was the day of the prisoner's execution. To restore the authority of the world government, they decided to invite journalists to witness the event. Luffy, Nami, why hasn't that man you mentioned shown up yet? Is he scared? Nami, he is the one who dared to kill a celestial dragon. What could possibly scare him? Luffy, but we've waited so long, and he still hasn't appeared. Are we just wasting our time here for 5 days? Nami bit her lip, her expression hesitant. In fact, her understanding of Asta was limited. She had only heard about him and didn't know much more than others. The newspaper said this man was powerful, handsome, very emotional, and loyal. Back in the Holy Land, he could have chosen to escape, but he chose to stay and fight against Kizaru to save his fellow slaves. Without him, those slaves who rose up would probably not have escaped at all. Such a person truly deserves the title of hero. There were many praises like these in the newspapers, almost exaggerated, with some even considering him a savior sent by God. But Nami forgot one thing. The people of this world had suffered under the oppression of the celestial dragons. And now there was finally someone who dared to stand up against them. Regardless of his identity, whether he was a good person or an utterly evil villain, people would try to glorify him as much as possible. Even if he publicly picked his nose, there would be a crowd praising him for being unconventional and bold. In short, the more people hated the celestial dragons, the more grateful they would be to him. In this situation, it was hard for Nami not to be misled. She looked up at the time. The execution was not far off. Luffy, you're right. Whether he comes or not, we can't wait any longer. While we still have time, let us split up and head to the dungeon to rescue Robin. Luffy grinned widely, his mouth almost reaching his ears. I told you. Listening to me is never wrong. That guy is probably hiding somewhere, scared to come out. Rescuing Robin is going to depend on me. Nami, keep it down. We're supposed to be sneaking in. We can't get caught by those Navy guys before we even start. Upon hearing this, Luffy raised his arm and slapped his chest loudly. Don't worry about it. I've always been low-key. I would let those dumb Navy guys discover us. Passing Navy officer. Friend, do you have a misunderstanding about being low-key? Can't you come secretly if you want to do something sneaky? You're shouting so loud. Are you afraid we won't hear you? Don't move. Both of you raise your hands. Report to the officer. We have 2 suspicious individuals. At that moment, Nami felt like she could kill Luffy. Seeing Luffy and Nami being escorted away by several Navy officers, Zoro and Sanji, who were hiding nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they had kept silent from the start. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be two of them being taken away. If they hadn't been careful, the Straw Hat Pirates could have ended up completely wiped out. Sanji, that idiot Luffy, getting caught is one thing, but he even dragged my lovely Nami into this. If he wasn't the captain, I would really want to kick him away. Zoro, count me in. One day, I'll chop him up. Chopper stood beside them, looking anxious. Luffy got taken away. Should we go rescue him? Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances and said in unison, "Don't worry about him. Let us go save the others first." Thus, the Straw Hat crew split into 3 groups. Luffy and Nami were taken by the Navy. Zoro and Chopper headed west, while Sanji and Frankie headed east, with each member starting their respective missions. On the other side, after a hurried journey, Asta finally arrived at Judicial Island. "Once I get onto the island, you quickly find a place to hide. If you don't get my signal by tonight, just leave," Asta said. I want to follow you. I'm a doctor. I can help you," Leon said fervently. He never expected that the boy who had come to the shop with Ace back then was actually the legendary hero Asta. This scene felt like a dream. Asta looked at the excited Leon, feeling somewhat helpless. In fact, he didn't want to reveal his identity, but he completely didn't understand navigation. He only knew that south was down and north was up, west was left and east was right. If you let him set sail, he might end up like Zoro, aiming for Judicial Island but accidentally sailing all the way to Marine Headquarters, Marineford. It wasn't impossible. So, to ensure he would arrive safely, he called Leon to help him. But unexpectedly, Leon refused to leave the island no matter how much he threatened or coaxed him. He even claimed to have some sort of fear of the sea. With no other choice, Asta had to reveal his identity. And it turned into this. What fear of the sea? Even a girlfriend would have to stand aside in front of an idol. Asta said helplessly, "I'm not joking with you. You know how dangerous this island is. If you stay here, you might die." Leon shook his head vigorously, excitedly saying, "I'm not afraid of death. I just want to follow you. If it's for you, I would gladly sacrifice myself." "Asta, wait a minute. Let me make this clear. I don't like men. There is no possibility between us." "Leon, coincidentally, I don't like men either." "Asta, just because I'm your idol, you're willing to do so much for me? Are you out of your mind?" "Leon, I'm a doctor. My dad is a doctor too. One day, a noble fell ill and asked my dad to treat him. And my dad never came back that night." "Asta," Leon continued, "after losing my dad, my mother and I relied on each other. Although life was tough, there was still hope. But on my 10th birthday, that hope was shattered. My mother wanted to buy a cake to celebrate, but on the way back, she ran into the noble who had fallen ill. He recognized my mother and sent people to kidnap her. From then on, my hope was extinguished. For all these years, I've wanted revenge, but they are world nobles, the creators of this world, the lofty celestial dragons. Just relying on myself, even if I spend my whole life, I can never assassinate them. Just when I was prepared to live a life of loneliness, I heard your news. You caused a commotion in Mary Geos, daring to kill the celestial dragons. I seem to have found hope again. From that moment on, whether you're good or bad, I will follow you. I know that being by your side gives me the hope of revenge. Let me follow you. I am willing to work hard for you. I only ask that you help me take my revenge." Chapter 97. Arriving on the island, Asta opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. In this world, where there is light, there is also darkness. No one has a smooth journey from birth. Leon has had a tough life, but there are many people in this world who are worse off than him. Orphaned in childhood, losing a spouse in middle age, losing an only child in old age. These are actually nothing. The celestial dragons don't have to work, so every day they rack their brains to come up with tormenting methods. For example, when Asta was imprisoned in the dungeon, he heard one of his cellmates say this. By chance, he met a woman who, while not very beautiful, was very gentle. The cellmate faced many misfortunes, yet the woman silently accompanied him, supported him, and cared for him. The cellmate said that since he was born, no one had ever treated him so well. Whatever he requested, the woman would fulfill. Even when he was in a bad mood and vented his anger on her, she wouldn't get angry and would instead comfort him. Such a woman, who would love her? The cellmate inevitably fell in love with her and confessed his feelings, wanting to spend his life with her. At that time, he also received recognition from his boss at work, and his promotion and wealth felt like a dream. Thus, the cellmate became even more convinced that this woman was an angel sent by heaven to save him. Soon, their wedding was held as scheduled. On that day, the cellmate wore the best clothes of his life, listening to the blessings of friends and family. feeling that it was his happiest moment. But this happiness didn't last long, for hell soon descended. Asta then asked if the bride regretted it and ran away. The cellmate gave a bitter laugh, saying, "If it were really as you said, how wonderful that would be." Before Asta could ask further, the cellmate took the initiative to tell the subsequent events. That evening, his friends and family wanted to create a ruckus in the bridal chamber, as it was their custom. The cellmate didn't refuse, thinking it would also let them witness how virtuous his wife was. Thus, he led a large group of people to the backyard and pushed open the door. What greeted his eyes was not the beautiful bride, but a chaotic scene. The cellmate still couldn't forget that moment. 3 celestial dragons, looking like fat pigs, were playing cards with his wife on the bed. His love, his life, everything he had, was destroyed at that moment when he opened the door. Asta asked, "Didn't you rush in for revenge?" The cellmate gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red. "How could I not go? But do you know who stopped me in the end?" Asta asked who. The cellmate suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. "It was my wife. The one who stopped me was another main character of my wedding. My friends and family held me down, pried my eyes open, and I watched helplessly as the woman I wanted to spend my life with was bullied repeatedly by the celestial dragons. I was furious, wanting to rise up in resistance. But the very friends and family who had just smiled and blessed me were holding me down, just because they were celestial dragons. And I was an ordinary commoner. Did I deserve to have my happiness taken away?" Asta asked, "What happened to your wife in the end? Is she okay?" The cellmate, who had just been roaring, suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. After a long time, he spoke. "You know, from the very beginning, this was a scam. That woman was fake. She was a slave of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, who could do whatever they wanted, gradually became unsatisfied with normal desires and instead focused on newlywed couples. But there aren't that many couples on the island, so to seek excitement, they sent their slaves to seduce men. One day, when a man takes the bait and falls in love with those slaves, the celestial dragons would then step in to reap the rewards. They loved to see the helpless, desperate, and pained expressions in men's eyes. This was the story of Asta's former cellmate. The celestial dragons are truly the cancer of this world. Meanwhile, Leon continued recounting his experiences. "When I was stranded on that island, I vaguely had the thought of giving up. But not long after, I heard your news. You're the first person in hundreds of years to dare to strike against the celestial dragons. At that time, I couldn't believe it. But several newspapers told the story of how you caused a ruckus in the Holy Land. From that moment on, I made up my mind to find you, because only by being by your side do I have hope for revenge." Leon suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with the flames of vengeance. "Let me follow you. I'm not afraid of death. I'm also a devil fruit user, and I can definitely help you." Asked aside, people say that at this point, if he disagreed, it would be somewhat inhumane. However, while he sympathized, he wouldn't foolishly say he would spare no effort to help him. Their relationship hadn't reached that step yet. Asta said, "Let us be clear. You can follow me, but if you cause big trouble or drag me down, I won't be responsible for cleaning up after you." Leon replied excitedly, "Don't worry. I will definitely not drag you down." His face flushed with excitement. "I'm one step closer to revenge. Mom and Dad, I will avenge you." Asta was startled. "Can you keep your voice down? What if you attract the Navy?" Upon hearing this, Leon immediately covered his mouth and cautiously looked around, acting like a thief sneaking about. Asta slapped his forehead, feeling that accepting him was a big trouble. "Don't act so sneaky. That's like hiding gold in plain sight. Just imitate how I usually act and behave a bit more normally," Asta instructed. Leon quickly nodded in agreement, recalling Asta's usual demeanor, then straightened his back, flaring his nostrils at people, his eyes filled with disdain. His whole demeanor exuded an arrogant air, the kind that made people want to kick him. Asta said, "This is definitely slander. This is clearly how Hancock usually acts. He wouldn't be this stupid." Asta stepped forward and slapped Leon on the back of his head. "There's a perfectly good person standing in front of you, and you're not imitating me." "Who are you imitating?" Leon replied, "I." Asta interrupted, "What do you mean I? Why one is low profile, do you understand? It should be the kind that makes people not see your existence." Leon suddenly realized, "I know, boss." Asta looked at him suspiciously, wondering whether this kid truly understood or was just pretending. Then Leon took out a headpiece from his pocket, one that was pure black with only 4 holes. Chapter 98. Words Become Law. "Are you out of your mind? Wearing this thing makes us even more conspicuous," Asta said, somewhat exasperated. "Can you not act so stupidly? You're making the readers think we're just padding our word count." Leon, however, wore a confident expression, Trust me, boss. Once we put on the mask, they won't see us. I trust you, my foot. You're not just insulting me. You're rubbing my IQ in the dirt. How did I get so foolishly convinced to agree to this? Can I still back out? As Asta's expression grew increasingly angry, Leon hurriedly said, Boss, you have to believe me. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. With that, Leon dashed onto the small island, charging towards the guards maintaining order. Asta. He never expected Leon to be so brave. For a moment, he forgot to stop him and could only watch as this guy dressed like a robber approached the Navy with a fierce demeanor. This is bad, dressed like that. How could the Navy not notice him? Asta looked around, started a search for an escape route. He decided that if Leon got caught, he would run immediately without a second thought. No matter who called his name, he would resolutely not respond. Leon, oh Leon, don't blame the boss for being heartless. There are still 108 little brothers waiting for me to rescue them in the dungeon. You'll just have to endure for a while. Once I save them, I will come to rescue you. After making up his mind, Asta prepared to turn back and, before leaving, he instinctively glanced in Leon's direction to see if he had been caught yet. As a result, just that one glance left Asta stunned, nearly dropping his eyes out. What did he see? Leon not only hadn't he been caught, but was also bouncing around energetically. Were those two Navy men blind? How could they not see such a big living person flaunting himself right in front of them? Leon stood in front of the two Navy men, one hand covering his private parts, swaying his body in a flamboyant manner, his seductive dance steps making it impossible for anyone to not react. Yet the Navy before him stood there expressionlessly, guarding the entrance without moving. What on earth is going on? Asta suspected he was under some illusion. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a bizarre scene to occur. If it were one or two, he could still think they were acting. But this place was not just the three of them. With the world government making such a big fuss, reporters from around the world swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. There were hundreds of reporters alone. Not to mention, each reporter had assistants and bodyguards, making Judicial Island as lively as a market. Yet among all these people, no one noticed Leon. Everyone was focused on their own business, and even if someone accidentally glanced at Leon, they quickly looked away. It was as if Leon had truly vanished. Invisibility? Or something else? But why can I see him? Asta frowned, filled with confusion. After Leon finished his performance, he hurried back, excitedly telling Asta, Boss, see, I didn't lie to you. Once I put on the mask, they really can't see me. Asta's eyes lit up. He found a key to the problem. You just said they can't see you because you're wearing the mask? Leon, exactly with the mask on. How can they see me? So what you're saying is that this mask has an effect similar to an invisibility cloak, and once you put it on, you become invisible. Wait, if you're invisible, why can I see you? Asta said to himself, his expression falling back into confusion. Leon, boss, don't you understand yet? You can see me because I want you to see me. That's my fruit ability. Asta. Leon explained, I ate the paramecia type word fruit. It allows me to make what I say become true, but there are certain limitations. For example, with this mask in my hand, if I say putting it on makes me invisible, then others really won't see me. However, if I say that celestial dragons are dogs, that exceeds my range. So the ability becomes ineffective. No, your ability didn't fail, because celestial dragons are indeed dogs. Asta burst out laughing. He was so happy. He thought he had just casually taken a little brother, but he struck gold. The ability of the word fruit is simply monstrous. It's like a weakened version of the law of equivalent exchange. If Sanji knew this mask could make him invisible, he would definitely fight tooth and nail to snatch it. Moreover, this ability has even greater uses in other aspects. Asta laughed so hard his eyes nearly disappeared, and his gaze towards Leon grew increasingly fervent. Leon couldn't help but shiver, covering his butt with one hand while extending the black mask with the other. Boss, are we still going to save people? Yes, of course, we're heading out right now. After saying that, Asta also put on the black mask just like Leon. Sure enough, the people on the island truly couldn't see them. The two of them, wearing black masks, walked proudly towards the center of Judicial Island, perfectly mimicking Doflamingo's swagger. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Nami and Luffy were undergoing interrogation. Navy Man A, tell me, what are you two doing on the island? Nami, sightseeing. Luffy, visiting relatives. Navy Man A, you came to the court to visit relatives? Dude, are you out of your mind? Nami shot a glare at Luffy, then smiled sweetly at the Navy. This guy's my brother. He got kicked in the head by a donkey when he was little, so he is not quite right in the head. After saying that, Nami secretly kicked Luffy. Luffy tilted his head back, showing a silly grin, looking just like a big silly spring. Navy man suddenly realized and looked at Nami with sympathetic eyes. Having this silly brother must be tough for you. Nami was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes welled up with tears, looking extremely aggrieved. Who says it's not? But who told him to be my real brother? If I don't take care of him, who will? It's said that women are natural actors. And this saying proved to be true. Nami's performance successfully stirred the sympathy of the Navy men. After all, anyone who could become a Navy woundee have a very bad heart. Naval officer A looked at the card in his hand. You're the reporters here to cover the story, right? Don't be afraid. We allow reporters on the island today. Nami quickly nodded. I didn't expect our hiding to be so deep, yet you found us. You really have an eye for talent. P.S. The first day of school, the first day of missing home. Chapter 99 Identity revealed. Everyone likes to hear compliments and feel praised. It brings joy to the heart. If the praise comes from a beautiful woman with an attractive figure, the joy is even greater. The Navy men in the room were no exception. Although they had undergone professional training, Nami's words were simply too persuasive. She could almost bring the dead back to life with her words. Every sentence struck a chord in their hearts, making them bloom with happiness. Wanted to do a couple of somersaults to express their delight. Ahem. Okay, I know you were innocent. Just register, and you can leave, said Navy Officer A. His face flushed. The other Navy men were similarly affected, their faces rosy, almost as if they had drunk fake wine. If she continued, these Navy men might even dare to challenge the 4 emperors, overflowing with confidence. Nami exclaimed with joy, Can we really leave? Navy Officer A nodded yes. But I must remind you that although the higher-ups allow reporters to come to the island, you must stay within a certain range. There are places you cannot go. Otherwise, it will cause big trouble. Nami replied, Don't worry. We are good citizens who understand the rules and will absolutely not break them. Then, Navy Officer A pulled out a registration form for the two to fill out. Nami wrote, Pero, while Luffy, the iron-headed fool, directly wrote his name down. Nami didn't notice, and after Luffy finished writing, she took him and left. After the two left, Navy Officer A took out the registration form. Pero, Monkey D. Luffy, what a strange name. Why does the last one sound so familiar? Navy Officer A rubbed his chin, and the name Monkey D. Luffy became increasingly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. At that moment, someone sitting next to him suddenly said, Isn't Monkey D. Luffy the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? Navy Officer A suddenly realized, no wonder this name sounds so familiar. I must have seen it on a bounty notice. Just as Navy Officer A was about to smile, his expression froze. Immediately, everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and fell silent. Could it be a coincidence? Someone pulled out the bounty notice for the Straw Hat crew, with Luffy's picture at the top. They saw him grinning widely, just like the silly grin he had earlier. The crowd fell silent. They could deceive themselves, saying that the name was a coincidence. The world is so big, there are bound to be 1 or 2 people with the same name. But now, not only did they have the same name, but they also looked exactly alike, and they could no longer deceive themselves. Navy Officer A slammed his palm on the desk, breaking it in half, and shouted at everyone, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and chase them. Instantly, chaos ensued, and the entire dungeon was filled with the harsh sound of alarms. Asta and Leon were walking boldly when they suddenly heard the alarm and were startled. Asta said, Have we been discovered? Leon replied, Impossible. We're wearing masks. They shouldn't be able to see us. Asta questioned, Then why is the alarm ringing? Just as the two were filled with confusion, Luffy was running toward them with Nami, a large group of Navy men following behind. Don't run. You two stop. Straw Hat Captain, you can't escape. Luffy laughed heartily, showing no signs of nervousness from being chased. You idiots, if I don't run. Do you think I'll just stay there and get caught by you? Nami, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and said, It must be because you revealed your true self that they saw through our disguise. How can you still have the face to laugh? What? Luffy replied, unhappily. Why don't you say they saw through your identity? Nami, frustrated, retorted, My performance just now was perfect. I nearly wore my mouth out talking. How could they possibly recognize me? Luffy looked down and said, Not necessarily. Who told you to have 2 big burdens? Maybe they recognized you from that. Nami, you have no manners. Is it wrong for me to have a good figure? Fortunately, the two were in a life-or-death situation. Otherwise, Nami would have taught him a lesson. Luffy needed to know who the real captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was. The two ran with all their might, their legs about to turn into wheels of fire. But this was someone else's territory, and soon they reached a dead end. Looking at the wall in front of them, Nami's eyes revealed despair. Luffy, there's a wall ahead. What should we do? Luffy furrowed his brows and clenched his right fist. No problem. Let me break through it. With that, Luffy prepared to punch the wall. Just then, two people suddenly emerged from the side, one of them putting a black hood over their heads. Nami? Luffy. Who are you? What do you want? Let go of me. Nami tried to break free from Asta's grasp. Asta said, don't move. We're here to save you. Then Asta quickly turned to Luffy and said, don't move either. We're Ace's friends. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy indeed stopped his movements. Very few people knew that he was Ace's brother. Moreover, his keen intuition sensed no malice from these two. This meant that what the man said was probably true. He really knew Ace. But Nami wasn't convinced. Her head was still in a daze. They were escaping well. And suddenly 2 people appeared, saying they were there to help. If you're going to help, just help us. But putting a hood over our heads and doing nothing else, what kind of aid is that? Are you sure you're not packaging us up to hand over to the Navy? The Navy is about to chase us. We need to leave here quickly. Asta smiled and said, don't worry. With this hood on, they won't be able to see us. Nami? Luffy. Nami, are you kidding me? You think I'll believe that just by putting on a piece of junk hood, the Navy won't be able to see us? With that, Nami prepared to rip off the black hood from her head. She wasn't going to play house with these idiots. She wanted to leave before the Navy arrived. Seeing Nami's reaction, which was exactly like his own at that time, a smile appeared on Asta's face. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this cheap hood could make someone invisible. I'm telling the truth. This thing can turn invisible. It's a fruit ability. Nami immediately stopped her actions, wondering if it was a fruit user like Luffy. But just wearing a black hood on his head to become invisible seems a bit unrealistic. Just then, the Navy finally arrived. P.S. I can give you all a spoiler. Leon is the Stephen Chow from Chinese Odyssey, and his ability is quite bizarre. You'll see as you continue watching. Chapter 100. You're not intentionally following me, are you? Do you think I'm an easy target just because I'm a woman? Just because I wear a tattered hood? You think the Navy won't see us? Only a fool would believe that. After saying this, Nami prepared to tear off the black hood on her head. She didn't want to play house with these fools. She wanted to leave before the Navy arrived. Seeing Nami's reaction, which was exactly like his own earlier performance, Asta couldn't help but smile in understanding. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it was true. Just a tattered hood, selling for $5 on the roadside, seemed overpriced. It was said to help people become invisible. Who the hell would believe that? Luffy exclaimed in shock, wow. That's amazing, just like the legendary ninjas. Nami? She actually forgot there was a fool beside her. What I'm saying is true. This thing is my friend's devil fruit ability. Asta explained without any pretense. Nami immediately stopped her movements, no longer struggling. Was it a devil fruit ability like Luffy's? But just wearing a black hood could make someone invisible. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed unrealistic. Having roamed the world for so many years, she had never heard of such a strange ability. If Sanji, that pervert, heard this, he would probably be extremely excited. Just then, the Navy pursuing them finally arrived at the scene. Asta and the others quickly lined up against the wall. Nami didn't even dare to breathe loudly, nervously watching the Navy. She had already missed the best opportunity to escape and could only pin her hopes on this hood. She hoped it would work, as those 2 mysterious people said, that once worn, the Navy would truly not see them. Huh, where did they go? It's a dead end ahead. How could they just vanish? This is unbelievable. Everyone's search. They definitely haven't gone far. This time we absolutely cannot let these damned pirates escape. The Navy scattered, conducting a thorough search of the area. Nami watched as a Navy officer drew closer to her position, her heart racing. At that moment, her mind went blank, completely unsure of what to do. As the Navy got closer, her eyes widened, pupils constricting as if she were about to suffocate. Just then, a magnetic voice suddenly rang in her ear. What are you still doing? We can leave now. Then, a broad and strong hand grabbed her small hand, leading her away. Nami looked around at the Navy, who were oblivious to her presence, as if they truly couldn't see her. Her heart was shocked to the core, to the extent that she didn't even react to being taken advantage of. Could it be that what those 2 mysterious people said was true? They really had become invisible. Nami's hand wasn't soft and boneless like those pampered princesses, but it still felt quite nice. Just like that, the 2 walked through the crowd as if they were a couple strolling together. As for Luffy, he was too busy having fun to feel jealous. He was different from Sanji. If Sanji got the invisible hood, he would definitely rush to find a women's bathhouse to enjoy the view. But Luffy was using it to play pranks, tapping Navy officers on the shoulder, blowing in their ears, making them all jumpy, thinking they saw a ghost. This hood is so awesome. Can I borrow it for a couple of days? Luffy strode up to Asta, his face full of excitement. Asta, borrowing it for a few days is fine. But did you forget what you came here for? Luffy suddenly snapped back to reality. He was having too much fun and had completely forgotten about Robin. Oh no, I almost forgot Robin is still waiting for me to rescue her in the dungeon. Bro, I'll thank you later, but saving her is the priority. After saying that, Luffy dashed off in a direction. Asta looked at Luffy's retreating figure, then turned to Nami, who had a blank expression and couldn't help but say, "Did he forget about you?" Nami immediately scoffed. "That's our idiot captain. I'm used to it. But you, how long are you planning to hold my hand?" Asta, hearing this, quickly released her hand, feeling a bit awkward as he said, "I was just worried you'd run off and get caught by the Navy." "Oh really? By your logic, I should thank you then." Nami couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Such a lame excuse, and you really dare to say it out loud. "But speaking of which, who exactly are you? Why are you helping us?" Nami asked, puzzled. These two didn't seem like serious people. After all, who would dress like a bandit and run around in a dungeon? But she clearly remembered not knowing them. "Asta, I mentioned earlier, we're friends of Ace, and you could say we're older than Luffy. When he's in trouble, we can't just stand by and do nothing. So that's how it is." Nami believed him, but not entirely. After all, they had just experienced twists and turns in Water 7. The people they thought were good turn out to be bad, while the bad ones they first met turn out to be good. So, Nami was quite guarded and couldn't trust them just because of a few words. Nami continued to ask, "How did you know we would appear on Eni's lobby? You weren't following us on purpose, were you?" After saying this, Nami looked at him as if he were a pervert. Asta, this woman's inner thoughts are as abundant as her curves. Leon, seeing someone actually doubting his boss, couldn't help but retort, "Someone as great as my boss wouldn't lower himself to follow you. Running into you here is purely a coincidence." Great? Identity? Nami's eyes shifted, silently noting these two words. She continued to ask, "Then why are you here?" "Leon, of course we're here to rescue someone. What else would we be doing? Do you think we're here for a vacation or visiting relatives?" Only a fool would come up with such a reason. Nami's face turned red. When she was in the interrogation room, when others asked her why she was here, she answered it was for vacation and visiting relatives. Then, before Nami could speak, Asta took the initiative to say, "You don't need to test our identity. I can only say we're not enemies. I'm going to rescue someone next. Are you coming or not?" Not feeling embarrassed after having her thoughts exposed, Nami had experienced such things many times before. "I'll stick with our captain. After all, our friend is still locked up in the dungeon." Nami shook her head and refused. Asta replied, "That's not a conflict. You're here to rescue Robin, right? She's currently being held together with my little brothers." Chapter 101. We are the Avengers, still saying you haven't been following me? How do you know we're here to save Robin? I don't remember telling you the name Robin. Nami pointed at Asta, her expression panicked. The other party had mysterious identity, unknown strength, and could even turn invisible. If they really had been tracking them, then they wouldn't have discovered anything at all. Even while taking a shower, perhaps this man was right beside them. After all, would that man resist the temptation to peek at a women's bathhouse? Just thinking about this made Nami's whole body tingle, as if she had been stripped naked. A large hashtag appeared on Asta's forehead. How could Nami, such a good person, be just like Sister Joe, always talking so much? You don't need to care about how we know. Just tell me if you're going or not. I should remind you that there are two powerful guys down there. Just you guys aren't their match. In Asta's perception, two individuals deep in the dungeon were emitting a powerful aura. Although they couldn't compare to Kizuru, they were not weak either. They should be two vice admirals of the Navy. Given the current strength of the Straw Hat crew, they indeed couldn't defeat them. Perhaps one of them could take on all of them alone. Nami's expression fell into a dilemma. Of course, she chose to trust her captain, but the key was that Luffy had left her and she didn't know where he had run off to. As a weak woman, deep in the enemy's stronghold, she was afraid that if a few Navy soldiers showed up, she would have to kneel. What to do now? However, before she could make a decision, Asta turned around with Leon and left. The direction they were heading was exactly the opposite of Luffy's. Nami didn't have time to dwell on her confusion and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, you guys are going the wrong way." Asta didn't look back and continued walking forward. "We're not going the wrong way. It's your captain who took the wrong path." "Nami, why didn't you say that earlier?" Nami turned to glance at the direction Luffy had left, then gritted her teeth and ran towards Asta. "Wait for me." Deep in the dungeon, Robin sat on the ground, her heart deadened. Since she agreed to CP9's conditions, she hadn't planned on surviving. From the destruction of O'Hara to now, she couldn't remember how long she had been on the run. Over the years, she had hidden and fled, experiencing many unimaginable hardships. Her astonishing bounty had led her to be betrayed and abandoned multiple times. To escape the Navy's pursuit, she had even had to hide in the underground world. After being betrayed so many times, She had learned to betray others as well. She didn't dare to eat or sleep. Her mind was constantly on edge. After so many years of fleeing, she was starting to feel tired. Dying like this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, over 20 years ago, she should have died. A hint of relief appeared on Robin's pale face. "Hey, sister over there, do you want to come play with us?" Hearing the voice, Robin turned her head. She saw a group of death row inmates, each beaming with smiles, as if they were not in a prison, but at a banquet. Robin was puzzled. How could these death row inmates be so happy just before their execution? Didn't they fear death at all? The woman who had called her over ran up and grabbed Robin to join everyone. "Oh yeah, a new sister is joining us. Who has a talent to showcase?" "I'll go, I can sing." "Your singing isn't even as good as crying." "Next." "Then let me perform a special skill." "Special skills are great. Our boss loves to see special skills. When the boss comes, we'll recommend you." Watching everyone cheer, Robin's confusion deepened. She had never seen anyone so happy just before death. The woman who pulled her over was named Hanabi. Seeing Robin's confusion, she smiled and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Since we can all be locked up in the same prison, it means we are fated to meet. Just relax and think of us as friends." Robin nodded, but she didn't take her words to heart. Who would call themselves a bad person? These people all seemed strange. She should still be cautious. Robin asked, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Hanabi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Afraid? Of course, we're afraid of dying. We finally escaped from hell. We haven't lived enough yet." Robin responded, "Then how can you act so happy? Don't you know we're about to be executed?" Upon hearing this, Hanabi burst out laughing, and the surrounding prisoners did the same. Only Robin sat there, confused, not knowing what everyone was laughing about. After they laughed enough, Hanabi patted Robin's shoulder. "Don't worry. We won't die, Robin." Hanabi continued, "You probably don't know why we are locked up, do you?" Robin nodded. Hanabi stood up proudly and said, "I am the third seat of the 4th squad of the Avengers. I am the third seat of the 5th squad of the Avengers. I am a member of the 7th squad of the Avengers." The prisoners stood up one by one, each face filled with immense pride. It seemed that being a member of the Avengers was something to be very proud of. Robin's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. What kind of organization is the Avengers? Why had she never heard of it on the seas? It should be known that before joining the Straw Hat crew, she was the vice president and highest commander of the underground assassination organization Baroque Works. She was responsible for intelligence, so why had she never heard of the Avengers? As if sensing Robin's confusion, Hanabi smiled and said, "The Avengers is a name we came up with ourselves. It's normal that you don't know." Robin suddenly realized, "Hanabi, but you should have heard of our boss." "Robin?" Hanabi said fervently, "Our boss is none other than Asta, who once completely destroyed the Holy Land, Mary Geos." Robin's body trembled as if struck by lightning, her expression instantly frozen. Asta, they were actually Asta's subordinates. Robin's emotions surged. She was no stranger to the name Asta. She had cut out and treasured every piece of information and every photo related to Asta. For this man who dared to stand against the world government, she felt an indescribable admiration and curiosity. If possible, she actually wanted to join Asta's faction, because she knew this man had the ability and strength to protect her. But ever since that incident, Asta seemed to have disappeared. The Revolutionary Army claimed Asta was one of them, but Robin was not as foolish as Leon. She had long known that the Revolutionary Army's claim was fake. Although the person looked the same, Robin could tell at a glance that he was an imposter. The person in the photo gave her a different feeling. She thought she would have no connection with Asta in this lifetime, but unexpectedly encountered Asta's organization right before her death. Was this heaven's way of showing her some sweetness after a bitter life? Chapter 102. The General Candidate. Peach Rabbit, since you are under that lord, why would you? Robin hesitated, unsure whether to continue asking. Hanabi, however, remained unfazed, her smile still gentle. "You want to ask why we were captured, right?" Robin nodded, but added, "If it's a secret, you don't have to tell me." "That's not really a secret. It's fine to tell you." Hanabi sat cross-legged in front of her, her smile slowly fading, appearing somewhat restrained. After a long pause, just as Robin was about to say that she really didn't need to force herself, she wasn't that curious of a person, because curious people don't last long in the underground world. Hanabi spoke slowly. "We are all slaves who escaped from Mary Geos back then. We thought we would spend our lives in that dark hell, entertaining the celestial dragons, but unexpectedly, we encountered Lord Asta. We didn't expect that the celestial dragons would never think that someone would dare to resist their rule. It's a pity you weren't there to see the moment Lord Asta first appeared." Robin listened with her heart racing. She already had a good impression of this man. And hearing Hanabi speak like this made her wish she could go back in time to see what kind of person Asta really was. When talking about Asta, Hanabi's expression clearly became excited. He was truly imposing, unstoppable, simply stunning to my heart. The normally high and mighty celestial dragons were like dead dogs in Lord Asta's hands, being dragged step by step to the gladiator's dungeon. At that moment, I was overwhelmed. Robin thought to herself, if I were you and saw this scene, I would be overwhelmed too. And then what happened? Robin asked. Later, to repay his kindness, we voluntarily formed an Avengers Alliance, hoping one day to assist Lord Asta. We were originally a group of lowly people, thinking that after escaping from Mary Geos, we could directly follow Lord Asta to accomplish great things, but unfortunately, he rejected us. Hanabi said with some regret. Rejected? Why? Was he really as injured as the newspapers said? Robin asked. Impossible. Lord Asta's strength is absolutely invincible. How could he be easily injured? The world government is misleading you, Hanabi immediately retorted. Before Robin could speak, Hanabi explained. He rejected us because he wanted us to go home and see our loved ones, to report that we were safe. Lord Asta is really too gentle. Seeing Hanabi's infatuated expression, Robin's curiosity grew even stronger. So how were you captured? As soon as she asked, the previously cheerful crowd suddenly fell silent. Their faces turned pale, and deep pain surfaced in their eyes. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, I didn't know you. Robin hurriedly tried to explain. But Hanabi waved her hand to interrupt her, first taking a deep sigh, then spoke heavily. Actually, it's nothing. We were all betrayed by those closest to us, some by parents, some by siblings, and others by spouses. How could that be? Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. These were blood relatives. How could they betray? Hanabi raised her head and bitterly smiled. I was once the princess of the Asta Kingdom. A year ago, I disguised myself and escaped the palace to see the outside world. I ended up encountering a group of human traffickers who wanted to sell me as a slave because of my beauty. I thought they would let me go after I revealed my identity, but unexpectedly, they became even more excited and sold me to the celestial dragons. When I returned to my country after leaving Mary Geos, at first, my father was very excited and happy to see that I was alive. But after he saw the mark of being a celestial dragon slave on me, everything changed. He drugged me during dinner and tied me up. He said that the world government's power was too great, and keeping me would bring destruction to the country, so to save the nation. He asked me to turn myself in. This is my biological father. After learning about my experience, instead of feeling sorry for me, he immediately wanted me to turn myself in. If it weren't for my mother desperately stopping him, he might have acted ruthlessly against me. Robin looked at the crying Hanabi, gently holding her in her arms, hoping to give her some warmth. I am the same. When my parents learned that I had escaped from the celestial dragons, they kneeled before me, begging me to turn myself in to ensure my safety. I was betrayed by my brother, who was my beloved friend, my blood brother, the person I trusted most in my life. Yet, for the bounty, he sold me in the blink of an eye. You all are better off. When I returned home, I found my neighbor, Old Wong, lying naked on my bed, while my wife was taking a shower in the bathroom. Damn, I always thought my son didn't look like me, and it turned out he really wasn't my child. You really have it bad. What started as a banquet quickly turned into a misery competition. Everyone's experiences were worse than the last, making Robin feel like her own troubles were nothing. Bang, bang, bang. What's all the noise? Can you be a little quieter? It's driving me crazy. Major T. Pig shouted, knocking on the prison bars, looking very impatient. Just now, he had confessed his feelings to his colleague, Peach Rabbit, for the 1,314th time, and, as expected, Peach Rabbit had rejected him for the 1,314th time. He was already in a bad mood, and hearing the noise in the prison made him even angrier. Ha ha, did your confession fail again? Little brother, you really can't do this. If it doesn't work out, just switch to another one. Why hang yourself on one tree? That's right. How about I introduce my wife to you? Don't worry, with her vain personality, she won't mind you. This comment came from the man who had just discovered his wife's infidelity. No one showed any fear. They all began to tease T-Pig. T-Pig's face turned pale with anger. If it weren't for Peach Rabbit watching from behind, wanting to leave a good impression on her, with his vengeful nature, he would definitely not let this group of prisoners off the hook. He wouldn't rest until they called him daddy. He didn't deserve to look this ugly. You all don't understand. This is true love. I will only marry Miss Peach Rabbit in this life, T-Pig said loudly on purpose. Tap, tap, tap. Peach Rabbit walked over from a distance, wearing a pair of cloud-patterned shoes, her flawless long legs on display. Her exquisite, angelic face paired with a hot body. No wonder T-Pig kept pursuing her. With looks like that, who wouldn't be moved? P.S. If you want to invest, hurry up and do it, as it is expected to be listed tomorrow. Everyone, seize the opportunity. Chapter 102. Are they taking advantage of me? A hint of helplessness appeared in Peach Rabbit's eyes. Throughout the year, 365 days, T-Pig almost confessed to her every day, sometimes once a day, sometimes several times a day. It wouldn't be realistic to say she felt nothing. After all, besides his looks, T-Pig was quite good at everything else. At least he performed well in front of her. And she wasn't the kind of vulgar woman who only looked at appearances. She just wanted to focus on her career, to catch a few more pirates and maintain world peace. Yes, that's right. She absolutely wasn't rejecting him just because T-Pig was ugly. Enough, Vice Admiral T-Pig. The execution is about to begin. We must protect everything here. Peach Rabbit's cold voice slowly escaped from her red lips. She looked around, her beautiful eyes hiding a trace of reluctance. She knew that most of the prisoners in front of her were innocent, and perhaps they had never done anything wrong in their lives. However, because they didn't serve as slaves properly, the celestial dragons deemed them guilty and sentenced them to death. Is this the justice they have always upheld? Who is the real executioner? A sense of confusion flashed through Peach Rabbit's heart. But obeying orders was the duty of a soldier, and she couldn't resist. Little Peach, we are old friends. No need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Pig. T-Pig raised his head, wanting to show a sunny smile, but instead, his facial features twisted together, looking like a wilting chrysanthemum, which was extremely unattractive. Peach Rabbit just glanced at him casually, then quickly turned away, her heart racing. Don't be surprised. This isn't love at first sight, but rather fear. He has all the facial features that others have. Nose, eyes, mouth. It's not like he lacks anything, so why does he look so ugly? Once Peach Rabbit calmed down, she turned her back to T-Pig and said coldly, Vice Admiral T-Pig, please adjust your attitude. We're on a mission now. Please call me Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. T-Pig dismissively replied, Oh, there's no need to be so tense. We have so many people here this time. Even the Admiral is present. What is there to fear from just a mere Asta? Bastard, who are you talking about? What do you mean just a mere one? Do you believe that my boss will come and beat you to your knees to find your teeth? Fireworks, upon hearing someone dare to look down on Asta, couldn't hold back the hurt in her heart and shouted angrily at T-Pig. The other prisoners also joined in, pointing at T-Pig and cursing him. You look so ugly, yet your tone is so big. No wonder that woman doesn't accept your confession. If I were her, I wouldn't agree either. That lady over there, don't let this old pig fool you. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Some people may seem righteous on the outside, but their hearts might be filthy. Sister, you definitely shouldn't marry him. Otherwise, you won't find happiness. The crowd chimed in, making T-Pig's hair almost stand on end with anger. He shouted at the prison, You all shut up. If you don't want to live, I'll kill you right now. Then a strong killing intent erupted from him, and it felt like the temperature in the entire dungeon dropped by several degrees. The crowd fell silent for a moment. A trace of pride appeared on T-Pig's face. Slaves were still slaves, no matter how much they changed. Their essence remained the same, just a little intimidation, and they all shut their mouths, afraid to speak. What kind of future can such people have? Wanting to form a force and call themselves the Avengers? Bah, from now on, you should be called the Comedians Alliance. However, T-Pig didn't bask in his pride for long. The crowd exchanged glances and then burst into even louder laughter. Look at his expression, he's getting anxious. It seems we've hit a nerve, making him angry out of shame. Could it be that he gets angry just for being teased a bit? What a small-minded person. Is this a Navy Vice Admiral? A candidate for Admiral? Did you go through the back door when you were elected? With over 100 prisoners, there were bound to be a few particularly talkative ones. 2 people even stood up to perform a skit with T-Pig as the main character. The straight man and the comic relief, with their expressions and actions, made Peach Rabbit laugh heartily. Seeing himself lose face in front of his beloved goddess made T-Pig's head buzz as if it had exploded. His eyes turned red, and white steam shot out from below his nose like an enraged bull. I'm going to slaughter you. You lowly scum dare to mock me. I will kill you all. Saying this, he drew his famous sword and aimed to chop at the prisoners. Although these prisoners were not weak, the world government had subjected them to severe torture to extract information about Asta from them. Now, they were all battered and bruised, and being able to stand up and speak was already a feat. Resisting T-Pig was nothing but a daydream. They didn't flee but calmly watched T-Pig, still wearing mocking smiles on their faces. Seeing the scene made T-Pig even angrier. Why aren't you angry? Is it because I don't look fierce enough? Or my sword isn't sharp enough? Do you think I won't dare to act? At this moment, T-Pig was truly filled with murderous intent. After all, they were just a bunch of damned prisoners, Whether they died sooner or later was the same. However, just as T-Pig was about to act, Peach Rabbit stepped forward to stop him. With a sense of justice, she had long been somewhat dissatisfied with the world government's decision. She didn't have the ability to revoke the order, but she could ensure that no prisoners would die before the execution. Every moment they could live longer was one more moment. Perhaps that was the only thing she could do. Peach Rabbit, don't stop me. They dare to mock me. I'm going to kill them. T-Pig shouted angrily, pointing his sword at the crowd. Peach Rabbit replied, calm down first. They can't die before the execution. T-Pig, don't worry, I won't kill them all. I'll leave a few. Peach Rabbit, that won't do either. Without orders from above, I won't allow you to act against them. Seeing Peach Rabbit standing firmly in front of him, T-Pig realized he couldn't kill them today. He could only snort coldly and shouted at the group of prisoners, consider yourselves lucky. Someone is pleading for you, otherwise you would all become my victims. Seeing T-Pig put down his weapon, Peach Rabbit let out a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, the prisoners behind her became agitated. If you have the guts, come over here. Don't just talk without action. If you don't kill me, you are my son. And me, if you don't kill me, you are my grandson. You are my great-grandson. You are my great-great-grandson. The first prisoner to speak was momentarily confused. Are they trying to take advantage of me? Chapter 103 Who Hit Me? Still asking for subscriptions? Upon hearing this, the anger that had just settled in Cha Tun surged up again. He gripped his long knife and pointed it at the prisoners in the cell, shouting furiously, don't push me too far. The prisoners immediately burst into laughter. We're bullying you, so what? If you have the guts, come over here, and I'll let you have it, haha. Cha Tun's face darkened, as if water could drip from it. He looked at the Peach Rabbit blocking his way and said coldly, Major General Peach Rabbit, as you can see, I kindly let them go, but they don't appreciate it and want to court death. Don't blame me for what happens next. Even Xiao Tao Tao was no longer called, which showed that Cha Tun was genuinely angry. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. On one hand, they were her colleagues for many years, and on the other hand, they were prisoners facing execution. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would definitely stand by Cha Tun without a second thought. But Peach Rabbit refused to do so. As a woman, she had a sentimental heart. Besides, it was Cha Tun who had been in charge of torturing the prisoners earlier. In fact, a small part of the wounds on the prisoners was inflicted by his own hands. You've made them suffer so badly. What's wrong with them saying a few words to you? Can't you learn to be a bit magnanimous? It can only be said that ugly people have no privileges in front of women. However, they were colleagues after all, so Peach Rabbit still tried to comfort Cha Tun. I know you are very angry, but the matter isn't over yet, so please endure for now. After saying that, Peach Rabbit turned around and shouted loudly at the prisoners, enough of you guys. If this continues, I'll... Before she could finish, Peach Rabbit suddenly screamed, feeling a slap on her backside. The anger in her eyes flashed away, and she immediately turned around and kicked Cha Tun in the chest, sending him flying. Cha Tun was stunned. He never expected Peach Rabbit to suddenly attack him. He was caught off guard and received a solid kick, flying more than 10 meters away. Peach Rabbit, what are you doing? Why did you kick me? Cha Tun shouted, somewhat angrily. Don't think just because you're my goddess, you can lay your hands on me. I have my temper too. How can you still have the face to talk? Do you not know what you did to me? Peach Rabbit said through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with cold fury. She had thought that Cha Tun was a man with lustful thoughts, but no courage, which was why she didn't oppose going out with him on missions. But unexpectedly, this guy actually took advantage of her when she wasn't paying attention. The force of that slap was no small matter. She still felt a burning pain in her backside. She was about to explode with rage. If Cha Tun were a pirate instead of a Navy officer, Peach Rabbit would have already torn him apart. I didn't do anything. What is wrong with you? Cha Tun couldn't help but protest. He felt extremely wronged. Being rejected after confessing was already sad enough. But now, returning to the prison, he had to be ridiculed by those lowly prisoners, and when he tried to retaliate, he was stopped by Peach Rabbit. Fine, you're good looking. I'm attracted to your body, so whatever you say goes. But why did you still hit me? Do you really not see me as a person? At this point, Peach Rabbit was still quibbling. Was there anyone else behind me besides you just now? Seeing Cha Tun refuse to admit it, Peach Rabbit became even angrier. As a big man, can't you take some responsibility? You dare to do it, but not to admit it. Thank goodness I didn't agree to your confession. Otherwise, it would really be, as those prisoners said, marrying you would not bring happiness. Cha Tun thought for a moment and shook his head. No, besides the prisoners locked up in the cells, it's just the two of us here. You admitted it yourself. What else is there to say? Peach Rabbit's face was as cold as frost. Cha Tun, what do you mean I admitted it? What on earth did I do? Peach Rabbit, it seems you plan to stubbornly stick to your guns. You've really disappointed me. As Peach Rabbit's expression grew colder, Cha Tun started to panic. Although he didn't know what had happened just now, it seemed better to go along with her and admit it to get past this incident. Cha Tun quickly said, Okay, I admit it. That thing just now was done by me, all right? Don't be angry. So you admit that it was you who did it. I was really blind before, thinking that even though you're not handsome, you had a gentle personality. Now you've finally revealed your true nature. Peach Rabbit looked at Cha Tun with disgust and revulsion. Satun, ooh, can I not kill those prisoners? I'll treat them like ancestors. Just let me go. At this point, Cha Tun thought Peach Rabbit was angry because he was going to do something to the prisoners. Please don't talk to me. Your voice disgusts me, Peach Rabbit said, turning her back on Cha Tun. Don't be unreasonable, okay? If something happened, just tell me. You keep silent and still want me to admit it. Where did I go wrong? Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone Cha Tun, a living person. He didn't become a candidate for the general by being merciful. Hearing this, Peach Rabbit was immediately infuriated, feeling pain in her chest. What do you mean I'm being unreasonable? You slapped my butt and took advantage of me, and now you still look aggrieved? Making it seem like I was the one who did something wrong. How can there be such a scoundrel in this world? Peach Rabbit wanted to scold him, but due to her status, and because it was embarrassing to talk about being slapped on the butt, she ultimately said nothing, just standing there angrily, her delicate face puffing up like a pufferfish, looking extremely cute. Cha Tun approached Peach Rabbit, noticing her S-shaped curve, the figure alluring, with a slim waist yet not lacking in softness, which was simply too tempting. His anger vanished without a trace, and his gaze dropped, fixating on her rounded backside. His heart raced wildly, and at that moment, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. I really want to give it a slap and see how it feels. However, just then, Cha Tun suddenly widened his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Slap! Peach Rabbit's body instantly stiffened, and the next second, a charming blush spread all over her body. Someone slapped her backside again, and this slap was even louder, echoing throughout the entire dungeon. The prisoners all turned to look at Cha Tun, standing behind Peach Rabbit, saying in unison, "You're done for." Cha Tun shook his head wildly, panic in his voice. It wasn't me. I didn't hit her. She did it herself. Did herself? Peach Rabbit slowly turned her head, like a robot stuttering, her eyes glowing with intense red light. While there is still time, I suggest you prepare your last words. Her cold voice was like a piercing cold wind, causing Cha Tun to shiver involuntarily. Let us talk this over. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't lay my hands on her. Is that all you have to say for your last words? Then you could go die. Help. I really didn't do it. Although I thought so in my heart. I didn't take action. What? You're still thinking about it? That's adding to the crime. I swear I'm going to kill you today. P.S. It's on the shelves now. I know the results aren't good, and I've already calmed down. Whatever happens, happens. Chapter 104. Robin, we're here to save you. Boom. A wall sturdy enough to withstand cannonballs shattered, and a figure flew out from inside. It was the flung Vice Admiral Tashigi, looking completely different from before, in an exceptionally disheveled state. His once stylish and domineering Navy uniform was now tattered, hanging in strips on him, his hair a mess, and his face covered in black dust, as if he had just crawled out of a coal mine. Cough, cough, I told you, it wasn't me who did it. Why don't you believe me? Tashigi felt more wronged than Do-e, even though he didn't know who Do-e was. Tao, too, holding a sharp long knife, slowly walked toward the direction where Tashigi had fallen. How can I believe you? Were there any other people behind me besides you? You say it wasn't you. Could it be that I hit myself? Tashigi, Tao too, we've known each other for so many years. You know what kind of person I am. How could I do something so embarrassing? A cold light flashed in Tao Tu's eyes. You actually think hitting there's an embarrassing thing? Tashigi, no. It's not embarrassing. I'm very proud. Tao Tu, Tashigi, no, I shouldn't feel proud. After a long time, Tashigi couldn't say a good word, as if someone had poured a bottle of magma down his throat, making him feel hot and causing him to sweat profusely. All right, I won't listen to your excuses here. Tao Tu raised her weapon, the blade pointed at him. Tell me, which hand touched me? Out of consideration for our past friendship. I won't kill you, but I will chop off your lewd hand. Tashigi looked down at his hands, which had accompanied him through countless nights and days over the years. During the day, they were partners, helping him with this and that, and at night, they transformed into wives, keeping him company through countless boring nights. In the days without a girlfriend, they were his closest companions. He didn't want to lose either of them. Have you made up your mind? If you can't decide, I'll choose for you. Tao Tu swung her weapon, performing a beautiful flourish with the knife. Wait a minute. A look of pain appeared on Tashiji's face. If I really have to abandon one, I choose. That's not right. I didn't do this at all. Why should I get my hand chopped off? Tashigi finally realized that he hadn't done anything at all, and to be chopped off like this would be too unfair. At least he should get to touch something first. It seems you're preparing to let me help you choose. After saying that, Dawnto slightly bent her legs, and the ground suddenly shattered with a loud bang. With terrifying rebound force, she leaped into the air. Holding the knife in both hands, she descended from the sky, aiming to chop off Tashigi's arm. Looking at that momentum, it was clear she intended to sever one of his arms. Tashigi was scared out of his wits, and, disregarding his disheveled appearance, he quickly rolled out of the way, narrowly escaping by mere centimeters. Boom! When Dawnto struck down, the hard ground was like tofu, and the long knife sank straight into it. A deep fissure rapidly spread forward. Tashigi's eyes nearly popped out at this sight. Hey, you weren't really trying to kill me just now, were you? Dawnto, not to kill you, I just want your arm. Then, Dawnto raised her long knife and continued to chop at Tashigi. Tashigi didn't dare to fight back. After all, Dawnto was one of the most popular members of their navy. Who knows how many male sailors wanted to marry her? There were even rumors that Admiral Kazuru had a bit of crush on her. If he really hurt her, not to mention whether he could find a partner in the future, he would probably face countless men challenging him. So, Tashigi could only awkwardly dodge, running ahead while Dawnto chased behind. From time to time, she swung her knife, and Tashigi quickly jumped to avoid it. Thus, the two of them chased each other out of the dungeon. The prisoners were left wide-eyed, and then erupted into joyous laughter. The scene just now was like watching a funny cartoon. Tashigi had previously tortured them quite a bit to extract information about Asta's whereabouts, and his high and mighty demeanor had made them loathe him. Now, being chased by Dawnto like a mouse, how could they not be happy? But there was one person who looked worried, feeling a bit out of place among the others. That person was Robin. Hannah wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked with a smile, "You look a bit unhappy. What's wrong?" Robin raised her head, looked around, and said in a heavy tone, just like that Vice Admiral said, "We are about to be executed. How can everyone still be so happy?" Hannah, hearing this, patted her shoulder, "Because we know we won't die." Robin's face showed confusion. "What do you mean?" "Hannah, isn't it simple? Because our captain will come to save us." Robin asked in surprise, "You know where Asta is?" Hannah shook her head, "No." Robin instantly felt a wave of disappointment, thinking everyone knew about Asta. "Then how do you know Asta will come to save you?" Hannah had a proud smile on her face. "Because he's Asta. He wouldn't just ignore us after learning that we are trapped. But you also saw that this is a plot specifically targeting him. The entire judicial island is probably filled with troops. Do you think in this situation he would still?" However, Robin's words were interrupted by Hannah. She stared at Robin with wide, serious eyes. "He will come. He will definitely come." Seeing the confidence on everyone's faces, Robin sighed in her heart. Having seen too much darkness, she never believed someone would sacrifice their life to save others. Just like when she had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates. They would probably leave once they learned she had been captured by Judicial Island. She didn't blame them because this was the path she had chosen. She just felt a bit down. Robin, can you hear me?" Robin raised her head in confusion. She seemed to have heard Nami's voice. But looking around, besides the prisoners with her, she couldn't see anyone else. Robin smiled self-deprecatingly, realizing she still hadn't given up hope, fantasizing that Luffy and the others would come to save her. How could that be possible? To dare to invade Judicial Island meant opposing the world government. With Luffy and their strength, they were completely outmatched, and the only outcome would be death. Any normal person would know how to choose in this situation. "It's me, Nami. We're here to save you." Robin heard Nami's voice again, this time coming from behind her. She suddenly turned around and looked toward the outside of the prison. A familiar figure appeared before her eyes, materializing from nothing. In the next moment, Robin's tears burst forth, crying like a fool. Chapter 105. A straight line is the shortest distance. Seeing Robin, who was crying like a child, Nami mistakenly thought she was scared and quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Luffy and the others are here. They will definitely rescue you." However, this made Robin cry even harder. Why are you all so foolish? Why did you come to save me? This is the path I chose myself. Even if I die, it's what I deserve. What nonsense are you talking?" Nami interrupted Robin before she could finish. She looked at Robin with sincere eyes and said firmly, "We are partners. When a partner is in danger, how can we just stand by and watch?" By this point, Robin could no longer hear what Nami was saying. In her mind, one phrase kept echoing, "We are partners." The concept of partnership felt so foreign and distant to her. Only after experiencing darkness could one truly appreciate the beauty of light. She had thought she would never possess it in this lifetime, only to have it presented to her just before her death. As Robin cried, she suddenly began to laugh, her previous maturity and composure completely gone. "I have already left the Straw Hat Pirates. I am no longer your partner. You don't need to save me," she said, forcing down the pain in her heart, speaking coldly. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Nami was furious. "We risked our lives to save you, and here you're giving up on yourself. How can you do this to us?" Robin turned away, not wanting Nami to see her crying like a fool. "I didn't force you to come save me. You chose to take the risk. What does that have to do with me?" Nami took a step back, her face showing disbelief. Was this still the mature, gentle Robin she knew, who was like an older sister? How could she say such hurtful things to them? "What do you think a partner is? Just giving up like that? Do you know how worried we've been these days? Do you know that we—" Nami clenched her fists and shouted at Robin. If there hadn't been a layer of iron bars between them, Nami might have rushed forward to punch her awake. "Enough. You still think you are the smartest one on the ship, and you can't even see that she's saying this on purpose. You should just leave the group." Suddenly, a male voice interjected beside Nami, and then Asta and Leon appeared simultaneously. "Really? Robin, tell me, is what he just said true? Did you say that on purpose?" Robin had indeed said it on purpose. It was too dangerous here, with two Navy vice admirals present. If Nami and the others didn't leave soon, they would end up like her. She didn't want to drag them into her troubles. Just as she was preparing to continue provoking Nami to make them give up on her and leave, the prisoners beside them suddenly erupted into excited voices, as if they were about to blow the roof off. What is happening?" Robin quickly turned around to check on Nami's safety. Seeing Nami standing there unharmed, Robin let out a huge sigh of relief. If something happened to Nami here, she would probably never forgive herself. At that moment, Robin also noticed that two more people were standing beside Nami. One was very handsome, while the other was somewhat lacking. Of course, it wasn't that he was unattractive. It was all about comparison. Compared to Chopper, he was quite handsome, but compared to the man in front of him, it was like comparing Chopper to him. However, she felt a strange familiarity with this handsome young man, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Just then, the excited prisoners finally shouted out loud, "Boss, we miss you so much. Ha! I knew the boss would definitely come to save us. Look, the boss really came." Seeing their boss again made all the suffering and grievances they had endured worth it. After a few months apart, their boss seemed even more handsome than before. "Shut up with your nonsense. If our boss ever claims second place in looks, no one would dare to claim first." From the moment she heard the first sentence, Robin felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock, her mind blank. She finally understood why she felt such an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing this man. She had collected 2 full boxes of his photos, looking at them every night. Compared to a few months ago, Asta had become even more handsome, with a more defined face and an aura that radiated a desire to conquer the sky. This was definitely the real deal. Robin swore on the chastity she had preserved for over 30 years. Asta looked around at the battered prisoners before him. Their prison uniforms were already stained red with blood, and their exposed skin was covered in countless wounds. Old wounds had not yet healed, and new ones had already appeared, revealing the torment they had endured. A golden flame ignited in Asta's eyes, and an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from him. The ground beneath him began to crack, spreading rapidly outwards from his center. Although he had been mentally prepared, seeing everyone tortured so badly still made him furious. To bully my little brothers like this. It seems the world government's skin is getting itchy. "It's okay, boss. These wounds don't hurt. You don't need to worry about us." Yeah, those bastards thought that torturing us would make us betray the boss. How could that be possible? They can dream on. Want my life? Come and take it. But making me betray the boss? That is absolutely impossible. Although everyone was at the end of their ropes, their expressions were all relaxed. Nobody wanted to worry their boss. However, just then, someone in the crowd suddenly knelt down facing Asta, speaking with deep guilt. "I'm sorry, boss. We got caught and made you come to save us at risk to yourself. We've embarrassed you." Everyone fell silent for a moment, and then the next second, they all knelt down, saying to Asta, "I'm sorry, boss. We embarrassed you." They pressed their heads to the ground, their faces filled with guilt. They were not afraid of death, but feared that Asta would be disappointed in them. Asta's ears twitched as if he heard something, but his expression remained unchanged. "We'll talk about this when we get back. Right now, the most important thing is to get you out," Asta said as he walked towards the iron bars. At that moment, a little thief cat was foolishly staring at him, frozen in place. Asta frowned and casually slapped. Smack! Nami covered her rear, startled, almost jumping up. "Why did you hit me?" "Because you were blocking my way. In such a big place, couldn't you just go around?" A straight line between 2 points is the shortest distance, so why don't you move aside? Chapter 106. The battle is about to begin. Nami looked at the unreasonable man, her teeth itching with anger, wanting to rush up and bite him. He said it was because I was blocking the way, but I see he just wanted to take advantage of me. He held my hand and wouldn't let go before. And now he is hitting my butt. Aren't these enough proof? How can you be like this? If you want me to move aside, just tell me. Nami stood aside, chattering nonstop. Now she finally understood the feelings of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit earlier. It didn't really hurt, but after being hit, there was a strange sensation. Maybe she was getting a bit annoyed. Asta directly pulled out a thick stack of berries, roughly estimated to be a couple 100,000. Upon seeing the money, Nami immediately shut her mouth, her eyes turning into heart shapes, and she quickly ran to Asta's side, bowing her head and bending her waist. She looked just like a little eunuch beside an ancient king. Although the issue with the fishman Arlong had been perfectly resolved, so many years of experience had made her develop a somewhat greedy little habit. She fixed her gaze tightly on those berries, wherever Asta moved his hand. She turned her head. With a very happy expression, she said, "Could these be your apology gift to me? If that is the case, then I forgive you." After saying that, Nami directly reached out her hand, wanting to snatch the berries and stuff them into her pocket. However, Asta's hand just moved slightly, and Nami grabbed at nothing. "Just because I accidentally bumped into you, you want to take away hundreds of thousands? Is your butt made of gold? What do you mean by accidentally bumping into me? You clearly. What do you mean clearly? You tell me. How can I, as a girl, say such things? Anyway, you intentionally took advantage of me. Hurry up and give me the money. This is my savings for marrying a wife. Why should I give it to you unless you're willing to be my wife?" Nami's cheeks turned red all of a sudden. No matter how bold she usually was, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Be his wife? No way. Not only would she have to do his laundry and cook for him, but she would also have to bear children for him. Just thinking about that life was terrifying. However, she couldn't let the money slip away just like that. She was quite unwilling. She had to think of a way to trick his money into her pocket. Nami's eyes rolled, biting her lip, and she turned around. "I can let you hit me a few more times. One slap for 100,000. That is a fair price." Asta was stunned for a moment. Then his gaze gradually lowered. "How much for a monthly subscription?" In the end, the slap didn't come down, but the money was still given to Nami because she said they could keep a tab. After the transaction was completed, both of their moods were quite good. This is called a win-win. "You all step back. Be careful not to hurt yourselves." Having delayed for so long, he almost forgot the main business. Asta clenched his right fist without even using his domineering aura and suddenly swung it towards the iron door in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the more than 3-meter-high iron door was smashed to pieces as if it were made of paper. At that moment, a cold light suddenly flashed from behind Asta. A long knife, carrying immense power, swung towards his neck. "Boss, be careful behind you!" Everyone exclaimed in fear, quickly warning him. Actually, he didn't need their reminder. Asta had already known in his heart. His observation haki was fully unleashed, covering the entire island, truly abnormal. So he had been on guard for a long time. He tilted his neck, and the blade brushed closely against his scalp. Then, Asta twisted his waist and kicked backward with his right foot. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chibuta only had time to block with the blade horizontally, but as soon as it made contact with Asta's right foot, his face changed drastically, feeling an overwhelming force coming from above. After resisting for 2 to 3 seconds, Chibuta was still kicked away. However, he wasn't a lone wolf. Don't forget about Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit leaped into the air, grasping the hilt of the knife, her armament haki instantly wrapping around it, turning the entire blade pitch black. Under the sunlight, it emitted a chilling light, then chopped down towards Asta's head like a mountain-splitting force. Peach Rabbit was not an ordinary woman. After a brief moment of anger, she quickly realized something was off. Logically speaking, Chibuta wouldn't dare to lay hands on her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so adamant about denying it. Could it be that someone else hit my butt? But at that time, she also used her observation haki. And besides Chibuta, there was no one else in the room. Unless that person could not only turn invisible, but was also stronger than her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to detect them. However, at that moment, Asta's aura, unleashed due to anger, was sensed by both of them. Their expressions changed, and they both thought it was bad. They couldn't care less about the earlier awkwardness and quickly rushed deeper into the dungeon. What followed was this. Chibuta's attack was a feint, aimed at drawing Asta's attention to give Peach Rabbit an opportunity. However, Facing an attack that seemed capable of cutting through everything, Asta was not startled but rather pleased. He stepped forward with his left foot and pulled back his right fist, then launched a punch. Boom! A sound comparable to several cannonballs exploding simultaneously suddenly rang out, and the ground beneath Asta's feet shattered, causing him to sink directly, leaving only his upper body above ground. As for Peach Rabbit, her situation wasn't much better. She was directly blasted away, tumbling through the air. Seeing the opportunity, Chibuta rushed forward to catch Peach Rabbit. During the catch, he thought it would be normal to hug her a bit. Chibuta had a beautiful imagination, but unfortunately, Peach Rabbit didn't given the chance. Upon seeing Chibuta's unique appearance, Peach Rabbit erupted with unprecedented potential, twisting her body at the last moment and stepping on his face. Chibuta was sent flying, and Peach Rabbit, using the rebound force, executed a perfect backflip and landed successfully. At this moment, Leon had taken the opportunity to release all the prisoners. Without keys, he folded a piece of paper into a universal key, and it really opened all the locks. Once the prisoners were released, they protected Asta behind them, glaring fiercely at Peach Rabbit. What are you all standing there for? Do you think you can match up to her? I didn't save you to let you seek death. The prisoners lowered their heads, retreating to the sides. Clearing a path, Asta slowly walked out, looking at the vigilant Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, tilting his head with a smile on his face. I didn't expect the Navy to send you here. Don't they fear I'll abduct you? Peach Rabbit remained silent, her eyes fixed on Asta, her expression growing more serious. Chapter 107, Either you kill me, or I kill you. Before coming here, Kizuru had secretly approached her and repeatedly warned her that no matter how careful she was when facing Asta, it would never be enough. That guy was definitely the most dangerous person he had ever encountered in his life. At first, Peach Rabbit didn't take it seriously. After all, they were well prepared this time. Just in terms of high-end combat power, they had a Marine Admiral CP0 elites and her with Chopper. No matter how you looked at it, they wouldn't lose. Unless his strength was on par with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. But was that even possible? Even if he trained since birth, it was still unrealistic. His age was his biggest flaw. However, that thought vanished without a trace in the recent clash. What kind of terrifying power was hidden within that frail body? Standing in front of him felt like a baby facing an adult. It was possible that she might die here. Chopper, who was kicked away, wasn't angry. After all, it was the goddess who personally kicked him. Others wished they could be kicked, but they didn't get the chance. While rubbing his nose, Chopper walked over to Peach Rabbit. So you're Asta, huh? You don't look like much. I really don't understand how Kizura lost to you. Chopper looked her up and down, expressing his jealousy. We're both human, so why is he so handsome while I'm so ugly? This isn't fair. Asta turned to look at Chopper, and he had to admit this little thing looked quite unique. What do you mean I don't look like much? Don't you see how handsome I am? Asta said with a smile. Chopper, if you can talk, you should say a bit more. Asta, you know? With his handsome face, I feel very troubled every time I go out because a lot of girls confess to me along the way, want to play poker with me. Chopper, so frustrating. Why don't any girls come to me to play poker? I'd take anyone. I'm not picky. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're so ugly, you definitely can't understand my troubles. Asta's expression was exaggerated. Although he said sorry, it looked more like mockery. Sigh, you don't know how scary it is when girls take the initiative. You better not. They do want to tie you to the bed. Enough. Don't say any more. Chopper knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. This world was just too unfair to him. Asta smacked his lips, looking somewhat unsatisfied. This ugly thing's endurance is too poor. I haven't even started yet, and he can't take it. The one who just hit but was you, right? Peach Rabbit suddenly questioned. Although it was a question, her expression was more like saying, don't deny it. I've seen through the truth. It was you who made the move. That's right. It was me who hit you. The feeling was pretty good. Asta admitted directly. After saying that, he even reached out and grabbed at the air a couple of times, as if savoring the feeling from earlier. Peach Rabbit's cheeks flushed. She was about to curse. But when she saw Asta's handsome face, she swallowed the curses back and didn't say a word. Chopper. Why? When you kicked me and cut me just now, it wasn't like this. Can't we treat each other equally? You're making me really sad. Chopper tore off his clothes, revealing his strong and solid chest muscles. He stood up, brandishing his knife at Asta, and said resolutely, for my beloved Peach Rabbit, I will definitely kill you today. Peach Rabbit. Asta? What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Did you say you want to kill me? Asta laughed heartily, as if he had heard a joke. Miss Peach Rabbit, don't worry. I will personally tear this criminal who insulted you into pieces. Chopper's hair stood on end with anger. That was the goddess he had loved for a long time. He wouldn't even dare to touch her, yet you dared to hit her, but, and not just once. This made Chopper feel like his head was turning green, like a green pasture. You want to kill me? Then come on, let me see if you, a candidate for admiral, got here through the back door. A sinister smile appeared on Asta's face, his eyes filled with excitement. After months of training, he didn't even know what level his strength had reached. All he knew was that he was getting stronger every day. Sonya and Marigold were no longer his opponents. Even if the three sisters attacked together, he could easily defeat them. Now it was finally time to test his strength. You're Chopper, right? I hope you can make my blood boil. Next, either you kill me, or I kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two turned into streaks of light and collided with each other. The battle became exceptionally fierce from the very beginning. Robin, while they were distracted, let us hurry and leave. Nami quietly approached Robin and said carefully. Now that the person had been rescued and they had made a fortune, Nami was extremely happy. But Robin was somewhat worried about Asta's safety. The other side wasn't a small fry. As candidates for admiral, their strength was only slightly weaker than that of marine admirals. Not to mention, there were two of them, which was somewhat unfair to Asta. Are you stupid? What level are we at? Do we need to worry about him? Besides, if we stay, we're just dragging him down. This battle from the start wasn't something we could participate in. Nami advised. There was actually one thing she didn't dare to say. That was, she and Asta weren't related. They had just coincidentally met. And the person they rescued happened to be imprisoned in the same jail. So they ended up together, making it look like they were a group. In reality, they had no connection at all. What if in the end, Asta felt some danger and left with his subordinates? What would they do? They weren't a match for these two candidates for admiral, let alone the fact that a large number of Marines were rushing over here. Right now, Luffy and the others were still searching for you on the island. Who knows if they encountered any danger? We need to quickly regroup with them. Robin suddenly woke up. Right, Luffy and the others were still on the island. So, the two stopped hesitating and planned to sneak away. However, at that moment, Asta's voice suddenly came from the sky. You guys follow that orange-haired woman and leave here together. Orange-haired, everyone looked up and quickly spotted Nami, who was secretly trying to leave with Robin. Nami froze in place, being stared at by over 100 pairs of eyes. Even if she thought she had a thick skin, she couldn't handle it. What are you all looking at me for? We didn't plan to leave. We just wanted to find a place to use the restroom. Chapter 108. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Nami stood there with a smiling face, but inside she couldn't help but curse Asta, that dog. We have no grudges or hatred. Why do you have to harm me like this? Now look, I've suddenly become the center of attention for everyone. How am I supposed to leave? Is the boss talking about her? It should be her, after all. The boss mentioned someone with orange hair, and among us, it seems she is the only one with orange hair. But I don't see anything special about her, at most. Her chest muscles are more developed than mine. Hearing the discussions around her, a hint of an awkward smile appeared on Nami's face. Could it be that your boss made a mistake? I'm just an ordinary person, with no great abilities. Following me will only lead you to your doom. While fending off the attack from the T-Pig, Asta said to his subordinate behind him, That's right, it's this woman. Her name is Nami. You all follow her out of here. Nami. Hey, are you kidding me? I already said I'm an ordinary person. Putting this pressure on me is too much. Asta turned around and kicked the T-Pig away, while simultaneously blocking Mamatu's attack. Just make sure you bring them out alive. And after that's done, I'll give you 500,000. Nami was getting frantic. Big brother, did you hear what I said? Do you think I'm as capable as you? Just because so many people say to take them away, it doesn't mean I can. Asta, 5 million. Nami started to tear at her hair, her expression becoming even more frantic. This isn't just about the money. It's true that I love money, but I love my life even more. With over 100 people here, after the previous torture, they're all exhausted and probably don't have any fighting power left. Taking them with me would be a huge burden. Money is a good thing, but you have to have your life to spend it. Asta remained calm, completely unconcerned about Nami's complaints, and just continued to raise the stakes. 50 million. Nami stopped her actions, a look of struggle appearing on her face. One price, 1 billion. As long as you can get them out, I'll give you 1 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, Nami, who had just been resolutely refusing, instantly made a 180 turn and immediately agreed. This is what you said. As long as I safely get them out, you will give me 1 billion. Seeing that, Asta appeared worried that she might take too long to agree, fearing he might change his mind. This is 1 billion. Even if she sold the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew, she wouldn't get this price. Robin, standing to the side, looked at her in shock. Your attitude changed way too fast. What happened to your insistence? Who was it that said, this isn't just about money? Nami's face turned red. She also knew her performance was somewhat inappropriate, but there was nothing she could do. The offer was just too much for her to resist. Don't even mention taking these people with her, even if she had to accompany Asta for one night. Nami raised her head and sneakily glanced at Asta, who was fighting. That imposing figure, handsome face, and most importantly, he was particularly wealthy. For a moment, she actually felt a bit weak in the knees. On the other side, Asta, who had received her response, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, feeling unsurprised by Nami's agreement. Because with Nami's money-loving personality, she would definitely agree in the end. If she refused, it would just mean he didn't offer enough. The more he offered, the more she would naturally turn into the shape he liked. Boss, we won't leave. We want to stay and accompany you. The prisoners all spoke out in refusal. How could they let their boss face danger alone? Accompany you? You guys can't do anything but drag me down, and if you don't leave, I'll suspect you're spies sent by the enemy, Asta shouted loudly. Then, with a slight slip of his foot, he dodged Mamatu's slash by a centimeter and immediately threw a punch. The T-Pig only had time to let out a scream before being sent flying. The others felt ashamed by Asta's words. They wanted to step up and defeat the enemy to prove to Asta that they were not a burden. But unfortunately, they had no strength left in their bodies. Being able to keep walking was already impressive. Just treat Nami as me. Do whatever she tells you without any doubts. If I find out that any of you don't follow my orders, then you can stop following me from now on. After saying this, Asta turned his body and threw another punch, sending the T-Pig flying again. T-Pig, why is it always me who gets hurt? Upon hearing this, the others were filled with panic. Ever since being betrayed by their closest ones, their lives had fallen into darkness, and Asta was the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. If Asta no longer wanted them, then what was the point of them living? The group lowered their heads, silently surrounding Nami and Robin. Seeing this scene, Nami suddenly panicked and quickly assumed a defensive posture. What do you want to do? I warn you, I'm not someone to mess with. With you all here, I can take on 10. However, the next second, everyone collectively bent down to Nami. Big sister, we will protect you from now on. In their minds, since the boss entrusted them to Nami, it meant their relationship was extraordinary, and besides, Nami was decent looking. Barely worthy of their boss. That's why they all called Nami Big Sister in unison. Nami? She was so shocked by the title that she almost jumped up. Big Sister? Who wants to be his wife? You all, don't slander me. But as she spoke, her face began to blush. Robin, if you don't want to be, then don't. Why are you blushing? Are you in high spirits? Or is it the cold cream you applied? Looks like I need to be a bit wary of you from now on. Although we are sisters who share life and death, I won tea back down in front of men. Meanwhile, Asta, who was fighting, was also taken aback because he indeed coveted Nami's beauty. After all, who wouldn't like those two big melons? But with you guys doing this, how am I supposed to make a move? Fighting me and still being distracted. How much do you look down on me? Mamatu snorted coldly and swung her long knife down fiercely. A massive blade of energy, 2 or 3 stories high, erupted from her sword, rushing straight at Asta's face. Before the blade energy even got close, Asta already felt a sharp pain in his skin. His expression became even more excited. Yes, this is what a battle is. What just happened was just kids playing house. T-Pig, I suspect you're mocking me, but I have no evidence. Facing such a fierce attack, Asta not only didn't T-dodge, but charged straight ahead. He crossed his arms and grabbed the incredibly sharp blade Aura with both hands. Then, he let out a roar and forcefully pulled back, violently tearing the blade light into pieces. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 109. Let me see which great general has arrived. Striving to play the newbie after blocking the attack, Asta continued his movements, leaping forward with a kick that sent the hard-earned returning Chibuta flying again. What the hell? Chibuta cursed as he was sent flying. Is it really just one person bullying me? Don't let me catch a break otherwise. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the taste of being a flying person too. After kicking Chibuta away, the battle temporarily paused. Mamatu was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, her eyes filled with horror as she looked at Asta. Through the recent battle, her impression of Asta deepened. This guy was simply a monster. No, even more perverse than a monster. How could there be such a powerful human in this world? And so young at that. If he practiced for a few more years, would anyone in this world be able to defeat him? Seeing Mamatu stop attacking, Asta frowned. Why did you stop? Keep going. My blood is finally boiling, and you make me very disappointed like this. Your strength is even more perverse than the legends. I'm not your opponent. Mamatu raised the weapon in her hand. Although it wasn't the supreme great blade, it was still a famous sword. Its toughness was not inferior to that of the supreme great blade. Yet, even so, the blade was covered with countless chips. It was no longer worth repairing. Asta, is this how you admit defeat? This doesn't sound like your Navy's character. Or are you afraid? Mamatu shook her head, not angered by such simple words, and said calmly, we were never your opponents. We just wanted to see the gap between us. Your opponent is someone else. Asta. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from above, and the temperature in the room rapidly rose. The next second, boiling lava poured down like a river from above. Indog, a huge lava-like arm, came crashing down towards Asta from the air. Asta was not surprised, but rather pleased, revealing a sinister smile, as he had already noticed it. Taking a deep breath, his muscles rapidly swelled, transforming him into a small giant over 6 meters tall in just a few seconds. 2 golden flames ignited in his eyes, as if a small sun had been pressed inside, radiating golden light. Then, Asta twisted his waist, pulling back, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground. Serious punch. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and countless debris and lava splattered in all directions. The air was compressed into a vacuum as the two collided, and the soil and rocks beneath their feet instantly turned to dust. The immense and terrifying power transformed into visible shockwaves that radiated outward, destroying everything in their path. Even Mamatu's expression changed drastically as her body uncontrollably retreated frantically. Meanwhile, Nami and her group, looking at the lava crashing down, turned pale with fear. If they were hit, they would be disfigured even if they survived. Moreover, for women, being disfigured was even scarier than death. At this moment, it was already too late for them to escape. Just when Nami didn't know what to do next, Robin stepped forward, activating her fruit ability to sprout many giant arms, tightly protecting everyone. Robin, your hands. Nami looked at her worriedly. Although Robin's flower fruit could grow many arms to help herself, all of the arms shared the same sensory perception. If they were injured, Robin would bear the pain. How much pain would she have to endure with all this lava coming down? Robin shook her head at Nami, a smile appearing on her face. No matter how painful it was, could it compare to the suffering of living like a mouse for over 20 years? She was ready to face the pain. No lava is allowed here. With a voice echoing, the lava that was about to fall suddenly stopped in midair. Then an eye-popping scene occurred. The overwhelming lava not only didn't fall down, but instead flowed back up. Just as the saying goes, return to where it came from. Fortunately, this world had no Newton. Otherwise, his coffin lid would be hard to contain. The anticipated pain did not come, and Robin opened her eyes in confusion. She found that the lava stopped 50 meters away from them, as if a mysterious force was preventing it from advancing. Don't worry, they can't get close to us. Leon said confidently. Are you also a devil fruit user? Robin asked curiously. The man who had been following Asta from the beginning was also a master. But thinking about it, how could someone who could be by Asta's side be an ordinary person? Leon nodded at Robin, then turned to Nami and said, although I don't know why the boss wants us to follow you, there must be a reason. I will do my best to ensure your safety. Nami felt a surge of joy in her heart, with a big shot protecting her. She felt an inexplicable sense of security. Then let's hurry and leave. If we stay any longer, I'm worried there will be other unforeseen events. Everyone quickly tidied up and prepared to leave. With me here, you can't leave. Mamatu blocked the exit, her face cold. Although she sympathized with the prisoner's plight, her duty prevented her from letting them go. Nami looked at the fierce Mamatu and poked Leon beside her with her finger. Can you take her? Leon shook his head. Nami's face showed disappointment. Leon, I haven't fought her, and I don't know if I'm her opponent. Nami's heart suddenly surged with hope. Can you finish your sentence in one breath? You made me worry for nothing. Little brother, please be a bit more confident. Your boss is a legendary figure. As a subordinate, you can't lose face, right? Leon nodded, feeling that what she said made sense. Nami was pleased and continued to fan the flames. In my opinion, this woman's strength is just average. I saw with my own eyes how easily your boss bullied her, just like a father beating his son. If it comes to you, and you get bullied instead, how will you face your boss in the future? If it were me, I would be too ashamed to continue being his subordinate. Leon hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Although he felt Nami was somewhat incorrect, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Thus, he looked at Mamatu with increasingly fierce eyes. Mamatu, what a sharp-tongued woman. Since you're so good at stirring trouble, then you can fight me. If you win, I will let you all leave. Mamatu turned to Nami, a charming smile appearing on her face. Nami's body suddenly stiffened. She felt as if she were being watched by a fierce beast. A chill running from head to toe, spreading throughout her body. Chapter 110. You're the most difficult enemy I've ever encountered. Oh, come on. We're all girls here. It doesn't look good to be shouting and fighting every day. Why don't we sit down, have some coffee, and chat about clothes? Nami forced a stiff smile on her face. Let me clarify, this is not cowardice. It's a strategic retreat. From the beginning, she never saw herself as a warrior, but rather as a support, a wise support at that. If you asked her to duel with Peach Rabbit, to put it bluntly, the moment they engaged, Peach Rabbit would probably have her kneeling down, and then begging her not to kill her. Peach Rabbit picked up a weapon from the ground, casually swung it, and it landed right in front of Nami. Did I hear you say I'm weak? Pick it up and duel me. No matter what kind of woman it is, or what her status is, their petty nature never changes. Nami was so scared that she quickly retreated and hid behind Leon. Are you crazy? Who wants to duel you? If you're so capable, why don't you go fight Asta? Peach Rabbit replied. Didn't I just say I'm not his match? If that is the case, why would I seek out punishment? I don't have any special hobbies. Nami countered. I don't have any special hobbies either. Why should I fight you? Peach Rabbit pointed to the passage behind her. There's only one exit here. If you want to get out, you'll have to defeat me first. Upon hearing this, Nami's face instantly turned as bitter as a melon. She was right. To escape from this dungeon, they had to defeat Peach Rabbit first. Sister, let me hold her off. You guys hurry and leave. No way. Your body is on the verge of collapse. You can't stop her. Let me do it. Stop arguing. Let me do it. I still have a bit of strength left. Although I still can't beat her, I can hold her off for a while. Let me go. Let me go. Everyone was arguing, each wanting to sacrifice themselves to buy time for the others to escape. Nami was getting a bit annoyed by the noise and shouted to the crowd, Shut up. None of you are allowed to go. I promised Asta to bring you out alive, and I keep my word. Everyone felt quite moved upon hearing this. No wonder she was the one chosen by the boss. Her character was commendable, though her personality was a bit fiery. Seeing everyone obediently quiet down at her command, Nami nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't that she cared about their safety. She was worried that if one or two of them died midway, Asta would use that as an excuse to cut her salary. She couldn't let any accidents happen for the sake of that 1 billion berries. Have you made up your mind? If you think I'm bullying you, I can let you use one hand, Peach Rabbit said with a smile. Unable to defeat Asta, could she not take on his underling? She had just been bullied, and now finally found an opportunity to try out what it felt like to bully someone weaker. As for letting Nami use one hand, this wasn't arrogance, but confidence in her own strength. Don't say one hand. Even if she let her use both hands, Nami would still not be her match. Nami looked at the arrogant Peach Rabbit, wishing she could use the 9-een white bone claw to scratch her little face. Why are you so annoying? And you still say it's to avoid bullying me? Let me use one hand. Is my strength really that weak? Alright, I admit I am weak. But that is not a reason for you to look down on me. Nami was so angry her teeth were itching, and she slapped Leon on the shoulder. What are you waiting for? It's your turn. As long as you could defeat her, we can leave. Leon hesitated for a moment, but nodded. The boss said to listen to her. So whoever she told him to fight, he would fight. Thus, Leon opened his mouth, ready to give orders. Although his ability was quite abnormal, it had significant limitations due to the short development time. For example, he couldn't directly control life and death. Otherwise, he could just tell Peach Rabbit, you die, and there would be no need to waste time here. Moreover, he had many such limitations and was far from being as abnormal as Asta thought. When Peach Rabbit saw that the one chosen to fight was a mysterious man, her arrogance vanished without a trace, and she became extremely vigilant. People never befriend those weaker than themselves, just like a tiger would never have a rabbit as a friend. Asta daring to bring him here was enough to indicate that this man was not ordinary. The scene just now, with lava retreating, must have been his doing. A devil fruit user? Or someone with sound manipulation abilities? She must not give him a chance to speak. It seemed she had to strike first. If Leon knew that before they even fought, she had almost figured out his ability, he would undoubtedly be shocked. It can only be said that Peach Rabbit's combat experience was indeed too rich. With her feminine physique, she had become a candidate for a general, and the hardships she endured were unimaginable to others. It was completely built on her battle achievements. The number of devil fruit users who died at her hands was at least 70 or 80. Thus, Peach Rabbit made up her mind, slightly bending her legs. And in the next second, she shot towards Leon like a cannonball. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. At that moment, Peach Rabbit unleashed all her power, vowing to sever Leon's head. However, Leon remained unfazed, watching the suddenly appearing Peach Rabbit with a voice like thunder. Step back 100 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, A hint of panic appeared on Peach Rabbit's face as she realized her body was somewhat out of her control. In the next moment, Peach Rabbit vanished from Leon's sight and reappeared 300 meters away from him. Nami, seeing Peach Rabbit suddenly appear in front of them, almost scared her to death. She thought she was doomed today, but she didn't expect that this person beside her was even more powerful. With just one command, the opponent immediately disappeared. This was a true big shot. She had to hold onto his thigh tightly. Just as I imagined, I must not let you speak. Peach Rabbit continued to charge at Leon. This time, her speed was even faster than before. However, Leon would just say that one line. Running is not allowed here. Using knives is not allowed here. As Peach Rabbit was sprinting like a streak of light, she suddenly stopped as if she had collided with an invisible wall. From extreme motion to extreme stillness, she let out a muffled groan, her internal energy surging. The long knife in her hand, which she had picked up from somewhere, went limp as if it were a cooked noodle. Peach Rabbit frowned and had no choice but to drop the long knife. It had become so soft that there was no way to use it to cut anyone. Moreover, the other party's strange ability left her momentarily unsure of what to do. She lifted her foot, but every time she thought about running, it felt as if two mountains were pressing down on her, making it incredibly heavy. Running was impossible. She could only walk. The brows of the Peach Rabbit furrowed even deeper. Leon was definitely the most difficult opponent she had encountered in recent years. Chapter 111. I'm here to help you. Huh, where's that arrogance you just had? Keep it up, don't stop. I love your proud and unruly look. Nami put her hands on her hips, her expression full of mockery. This dog woman earlier looked like she had them under control, which made Nami grind her teeth in anger. She didn't expect that as soon as her big brother took action, she immediately wilted. As expected, Big Brother is reliable. When he strikes, it's astonishing. At this moment, Nami completely forgot that she had just called Leon Little Brother. Once he showcased his strength, she immediately changed her address to Big Brother. This shift in attitude was truly amusing. Peach Rabbit had a blank expression, completely ignoring Nami's mockery. Her eyes fixed intently on Leon. Your ability is impressive. In this realm, it's as if you're a king who can control everything. However, such a powerful ability surely has side effects. You shouldn't be able to issue commands anymore, right? Nami's expression froze, turning to look at Leon in surprise. Wanted to see if what this woman said was true. However, a relaxed smile appeared on Leon's face. You don't need to worry about this. If you think I only have this little ability, you're welcome to come and try it. Peach Rabbit's mind moved. She had intentionally said that to verify whether the other party's ability had side effects. Generally speaking, the more powerful the ability, the more stringent the conditions for its use, and the greater the side effects, in order to maintain balance. Now, hearing the other party's response, Peach Rabbit was even more convinced of her thoughts. So, she stood up and slowly backed away, blocking the exit again. This way, let us see who can hold out longer. Nami saw this scene, her willow-like eyebrows standing straight up. You're being unreasonable. Being unreasonable? A strange expression appeared on Peach Rabbit's face. Little sister, we are mortal enemies. Do you think the battle just now was a game? Nami was taken aback, and a hint of embarrassment flushed her face. She had been dizzy earlier and forgot their situation for a moment. Nami, how could you say something so foolish? Didn't that just give that nasty woman a chance to laugh at you? Fortunately, no one was laughing at her at that moment, as everyone was thinking about how to escape. Big Brother Leon, since you can control everything, can you change our positions with that woman? As soon as this was said, a spark of light suddenly flashed in Nami's eyes. Yes, why hadn't she thought of this idea? After all, their goal was to escape from here. Why did they have to fight to the death with that woman? As long as they could hold her back, the outcome would be the same. Then, Nami looked at Leon with an eager expression. Unfortunately, Leon shook his head at everyone. My ability has limitations. I cannot control so many people at once. Everyone sighed, their expressions somewhat disappointed. But if you want to get out, it's quite simple. I just need to control that woman, Leon said, pointing at Peach Rabbit. This is what they call finding a way out of a seemingly hopeless situation. Everyone suddenly looked up, their faces filled with surprise. And Nami even slapped Leon on the shoulder. With a method like this, why didn't you say so earlier? Due to her excitement, Nami's strength was a bit too much, causing Leon to stumble slightly. Leon wasn't angry. He just rubbed his shoulder. You didn't ask me. You just kept telling me to take down that woman. Upon hearing this, Nami smiled awkwardly. This is my fault, my fault. Then everyone began to discuss their next actions. Leon would be responsible for holding Peach Rabbit back, while Nami would lead everyone to hurry towards the passage. After finalizing their plan, Leon took a step and walked in the opposite direction of Peach Rabbit. Although he could change people's positions, the maximum distance couldn't exceed 300 meters. For a strong person, 300 meters was simply too short and wouldn't take long at all. Therefore, Leon could only move a bit further away from Peach Rabbit. Watching Leon gradually retreat from the group, a hint of doubt appeared on Peach Rabbit's face. What's going on? Did some conflict arise between them, causing them to part ways? It was no wonder she had such suspicions. Peach Rabbit saw Nami slap Leon, and then a few words were exchanged before Leon left alone. As for what they talked about, Peach Rabbit hadn't heard a single word. Just then, Leon suddenly stopped and snapped his fingers. Here, running is allowed, but using weapons is not. Peach Rabbit instantly felt the shackles binding her in this realm vanish, and she felt much lighter. However, before she could figure out what was happening, Leon's next command came. Peach Rabbit should be 300 meters from me. The familiar sensation enveloped her body, and in the next second, Peach Rabbit disappeared from the exit. Seeing this scene, Nami waved her hand and shouted to everyone, "Let us rush out together." Over 100 people surged toward the exit. When Peach Rabbit reappeared, seeing this scene, she was completely confused about what had happened. Thus, anger surfaced on Peach Rabbit's face, and her right foot stomped down hard on the ground. Using the powerful rebound force, she shot toward the exit at high speed. If Nami and the others escaped from her grasp, it would be a disgrace in her professional career. Peach Rabbit, who pursued perfection, would never allow such a thing to happen. Peach Rabbit's speed was fast. Her long legs covered several meters with each stride, quickly catching up to Nami and the others. Although Nami and the others were shocked by Peach Rabbit's speed, they didn't show much panic because they still had the strongest support. Peach Rabbit should be 300 meters from me. Waves of energy rippled through the space. Although Peach Rabbit showed reluctance, she could not resist this magical power and vanished from her spot. Annoying guy, I want to see how many times you can use this ability. As soon as Peach Rabbit reappeared, she charged toward the group again. Shave, Peach Rabbit should be 300 meters from me. Shave, Peach Rabbit should be 300 meters from me. Thus, the two temporarily fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, Nami and her group had successfully reached the exit and were lining up to escape the dungeon. Watching the dwindling number of prisoners, every time Peach Rabbit caught up, she would be teleported back. This repetitive experience made her furious, and her anger gradually built up. How could there be such a bizarre ability in this world, driving someone's mentality to the brink? Can someone help me? As if hearing Peach Rabbit's inner call, a disheveled Chibuta appeared out of nowhere, wearing oversized shorts. Miss Peach Rabbit, I'm here to help you. Chapter 112. Are you prepared for death? With the help of the T-Pig, Dawnto felt much more relaxed. Although this guy looked a bit ugly, it must be said that he was quite reliable at critical moments. Moreover, he was genuinely concerned for her, far better than those scumbags who only cared about what they had. Should she agree to his invitation to have a meal together to thank him after this incident is over? No flying allowed here. Bang! The T-Pig, who was leaping over, seemed to be hit by an invisible mountain, crashing headfirst to the ground, only his body exposed, swaying in the wind. Dawnto, winky face, forget it. They say distance creates beauty, so I should keep my distance from him. The T-Pig pushed himself off the ground with both hands, pulling his head out with a bang. What just happened? Why was my body uncontrollable just now? That's his fruit ability. He can manipulate everything around him with words. We need to be cautious, Dawnto reminded. T-Pig, such a perverse ability. Where did this guy come from? Why have I never heard of him at sea? Dawnto shook her head. I haven't heard of him either. I only know he was brought here by Asta. As soon as Asta was mentioned, the T-Pig's eyes turned blood red, and a strong killing intent surrounded him. The experience he just had was the most suffocating and humiliating battle of his life. As a candidate for admiral, he had a consistent pride and sense of honor. But all of this was shattered in the battle just now by Asta. That guy definitely humiliated him on purpose. He must take revenge. Since he's someone brought by Asta, I absolutely cannot let him go easily. I want to torture him in front of Asta and then kill him, making Asta feel the pain of helplessness, the T-Pig said with a twisted expression. Dawnto frowned. The T-Pig's words made her somewhat uncomfortable. The desire to kill was a bit too strong. Since he was the enemy, it would be enough to kill him. Why bother to torture him? At this moment, most of the prisoners had already reached the exit, with Nami left behind. Leon, it's time. Hurry up and leave here with us. Nami's call made Dawnto frown. If they didn't deal with this annoying guy now, they would really succeed in escaping. Let's go together. Dawnto no longer hesitated, calling out and taking the lead to attack Leon. No running allowed here. Dawnto's body stiffened, and her movements immediately slowed down, as if she were walking in a quagmire. The same was true for the T-Pig. Even though his face was turning red from the strain, he still couldn't break the rules. Whenever he felt the urge to run, it felt like his legs were being dragged down, extremely heavy. As for Leon across from them, he was also struggling. Controlling two strong opponents was a huge burden for him. His face turned extremely pale, and beads of sweat appeared densely on his forehead. Dawnto was right. Every time he used his ability, he felt drained. This time, even more so, as if he'd been tormented by several old ladies for 2 or 3 days, leaving him utterly exhausted. Leon shouted loudly, "You guys go ahead, don't worry about me." Nami immediately stopped. "No way. I promised Asta to get you all out safely. Not a single one can be missing. If one is missing, it might mean 1 billion is gone. Leon, these two are very strong. Without my restraint, they will soon catch up to you, and then no one will escape. You go first. Once I shake them off, I will catch up with you." "Oh, you think you can shake us off? That's quite a bold claim." Dawnto took a step forward, slowly walking toward Leon. Since she couldn't run, she should walk properly. After all, her long legs had an advantage. Even if you manage to escape, where can you go? Outside is full of our people. You won't be able to escape. Just surrender obediently. The T-Pig said nonchalantly, appearing to have them all figured out. There were nearly 50,000 troops on this island, and they were just waiting at the exit to catch the prisoners all at once. So no matter how they acted now, the result would be the same. Leon remained silent, simply turning around and walking toward the exit. The rules he set had to be followed even by him. So the current scene became a leisurely stroll through the dungeon, as if they had started a walking competition. Leon was far ahead. Dawnto was desperately chasing after him. And bringing up the rear was the T-Pig. Seeing Nami still standing foolishly at the exit, Leon panicked. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and go. Staying will only hold me back." This kind of straightforward remark made Nami roll her eyes. Although she knew he was speaking the truth, the way he said it so bluntly made her, as a girl, feel a bit hurt. However, Nami was not the kind of indecisive woman. She knew that staying behind would be of no use. So, she took one last look at Leon, remembered his kindness, and then ran away without looking back. "You're risking your life to hold us back for them, but your companions have ruthlessly abandoned you. Isn't that despairing?" The T-Pig mocked. Leon gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face, making him look even paler. So much so that Dawnto felt the constraints of this place lightened considerably. It seemed this man was reaching his limit. "Still not giving up? Do you think you can escape from us? Don't struggle. If you hold on any longer, the final result will be the same. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse." The T-Pig's expression twisted, smiling wickedly. "Leon, you think you can make me surrender? You're just a defeated subordinate of my boss. How'd it feel when my boss beat you just now?" "Ha ha. Damn bastard. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. I hope your mouth can still be so tough later." The T-Pig's face darkened, revealing a fierce expression. He decided that when he caught Leon, he would not let him die so easily. He wouldn't be satisfied until he tortured him like a dog. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a vice admiral of the Navy. Dawnto, however, did not speak, only lowering her head and using her long legs to chase after Leon. Perhaps because her legs were too long, she could cover more distance with each step than Leon could, closing the gap between them until it was just an arm's length away. A glint flashed in Dawnto's eyes as she suddenly reached out her right hand toward Leon's neck. Just as Leon was about to unleash his potential and continue giving orders, a sudden explosion sounded from not far away. "Did you forget about me? Those who dare to treat me like this. Are you prepared for death?" Chapter 113. Who's going first? Boom! Asta descended from the sky with a terrifying momentum, landing perfectly between the two. Toharu was sent flying back from the shock. "Aren't you supposed to be fighting Admiral Akainu? How did you end up here?" Seeing Asta's appearance, Chibuta's expression looked as if he had eaten an awful burger. "This isn't your home. Why do you care where I show up?" Asta replied with a smile. He bent down to help Leon up, patting his shoulder and praising him. "Well done. You didn't embarrass your big brother." Just a simple statement of not embarrassing his big brother made Leon's face light up with joy, leaving him overjoyed. "How about now? Can you still move?" Asta asked. Leon quickly raised his arm and patted his chest vigorously, resulting in a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough. Don't worry, boss. I feel like I'm in peak condition right now." Looking at Leon, whose face was as pale as paper, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Claiming to be in peak condition, Asta burst into laughter. "Good kid, you've got some of your big brother's arrogance, but we don't need you here anymore. Go chase after Nami and leave with her." The reason Asta wanted his little brothers to follow Nami was to rely on her protagonist aura. After all, being near the protagonist greatly increased safety. Isn't that better than a talisman? Boss, I won't hold you back. Just let me. Leon said anxiously. Only after exchanging blows did he realize how terrifying the opponent was. Although he knew Asta was strong, the opponent already had the strength of an admiral. And with 2 admiral candidates, what if the enemy brought in a few more strong reinforcements? He couldn't help but worry about Asta's safety. I know your good intentions, but the upcoming battle is no longer something you can participate in. Asta turned around, his gaze fixed on the distance. Emerging from the smoke, Akainu walked out, exuding a powerful aura. However, he looked somewhat disheveled now. The stylish and domineering Navy uniform was already tattered and hanging off him in strips. His hair was messy, his right eye swollen, and most notably, there was blood on his chin. That was blood he had coughed up from his own body. Akainu's eyes radiated intense, killing intent. It was the first time in many years that someone had beaten him to this extent. Before coming, he didn't believe what Kizaru had said, but now, he felt Kizaru's words had been overly conservative. This kid is simply absurdly strong. Fine, if you really want to help me, then protect Nami well. She is the key to your escape. After speaking, Asta waved his hand, signaling Leon to leave quickly. Knowing that the boss had made up his mind and wouldn't change it, Leon could only follow his instructions and chase after the direction Nami had fled. After Leon left, Asta noticeably relaxed. He tore off his clothes, revealing his broad and explosive muscles. His strong physique, combined with his exceptionally good looks, made Toharu's breathing become erratic. He licked his lips, his face showing extreme excitement. So who's going first? Toharu and Chibuta simultaneously looked at Akainu. He was probably the only one here who could rival Asta. Akainu stepped forward without hesitation. After all, he had suffered considerable losses in the previous battle and had to make up for it today to wash away his shame. Toharu, Chibuta, I'll take care of this one. You two go after those escaped prisoners. You must bring them back before the execution. There are a lot of reporters outside waiting, and this execution absolutely cannot fail. Toharu and Chibuta nodded, then fixed their gaze on Asta. As long as Akainu could draw Asta away, they would rush over immediately. Without delay, Akainu took the initiative to attack Asta. Great fire! Akainu's arm transformed into a gigantic lava fist, then launched his punch with an impact comparable to a volcanic eruption. The fist, the size of a small mountain, enveloped Asta, making him seem like an ant in front of an elephant. Instead of being scared, Asta was delighted. He stood with his fists on his waist and, with a roar, underwent a tremendous transformation. His body shot up in height, muscles rapidly expanding, soon growing into a small giant over 6 meters tall. This was his second form, where he could fully unleash all the energy within him. With his long black hair flying wildly, Asta extended his hands, and the muscles on his back formed a strange human face. It was just like the demon back of the barbarian star. Watching the lava fist descending like a meteor, Asta clenched his fists and charged forward. A real man should confront head-on. Boom! The enormous fist exploded, sending countless fireballs crashing to the ground, resulting in another explosion. Soon, the place turned into a hell. Asta covered his entire body with armament hockey, including his hair. He radiated a metallic sheen, looking more villainous than the actual villains. Soon, the two clashed, fighting from the ground to the sky and back down again. Fortunately, the dungeon had a large enough area. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to unleash their power. Seeing that Asta was temporarily occupied by Admiral Akainu, Toharu quickly said, "Now's our chance. Let's go." Then, the two rushed toward the exit. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sky. "You two, get out of the way." Before Toharu could react, she felt a terrifying force coming from behind her. The next second, she could only let out a scream before being sent flying. After Toharu was kicked away, Chibuta didn't escape either. Asta grabbed his head and slammed him hard into the ground, sliding him dozens of meters before finally stopping. He almost crushed his head. "I already said your opponent is me. Where do you think you're going?" Asta lifted Chibuta from the ground, and after that hit, Chibuta's head was spinning. Then, without giving him a moment to rest, Asta exerted a slight force with his right hand, throwing him into the air, followed immediately by a flying kick. Boom! Chibuta spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. He felt like his intestines were severed into several pieces, and his entire body turned into a streak of light, shooting out. Boom! Chibuta flew through the air and crashed into the dungeon wall, causing the entire wall to collapse instantly, burying him under a pile of rubble. "Asta, I'm gonna kill you." Akainu's furious voice came from his side. Chapter 114. It seems like things got a little out of hand. Asta charged towards Akainu like a streak of red light. Akainu's eyes widened in anger. He wasn't upset about Chibuta getting beaten. Even if Chibuta died here, it wouldn't matter to him. No, if Chibuta really died here, he could take a break. The reason he was angry was that Asta had the audacity to be distracted during their battle. Wasn't that clearly looking down on him? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Bang! Asta and Akainu clashed again. This time, it was bloodier and more violent than any previous fight. Both had completely abandoned self-defense. Not even dodging. You hit me once. I kick you back. They entered a brutal mode of mutual brawling. Haha, this is what a fight between men looks like. Asta threw a punch that sent Akainu's head snapping back, almost touching the ground. Akainu was not to be outdone. He suddenly sprang up and headbutt Asta right in the face. Bang! Both stumbled back a few steps. Asta covered his nose, blood flowing down through his fingers. On the opposite side, Akainu squatted down, holding his forehead, gritting his teeth in pain. Why was this guy's face so hard? Just now, he felt like he had collided with a piece of solid steel. Once the pain subsided slightly, they both lifted their heads and exchanged a glance. The next second, they clashed again. Asta's speed increased, his iron fists creating afterimages as they battered Akainu, forcing him into elementalization mode. But elementalization was not invincible, especially since Asta's haki had also reached the second level. Akainu's furious roar shook the entire dungeon. This was the first time since becoming an admiral that he had been pressured in a fight. The feeling of suffocation made him so angry he wanted to spit blood. And then, he really did spit blood. Cool. Akainu coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his body uncontrollably flying backward. After sending Akainu flying, Asta did not stop. Instead, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the ground. The ground rumbled with a loud sound, creating a deep pit. And with the powerful rebound force, Asta shot towards Akainu. Soon, Asta caught up to Akainu, matching his pace. Looking at Akainu's pained expression, Asta showed no sympathy at all. He clasped his arms together, and in an instant his haki enveloped them, striking down like a heavy hammer towards Akainu's chest. Akainu's heart raced, a thick sense of death looming over him. He wanted to counterattack, but Asta's movements were too fast. The last person he encountered with such speed was that old man Kizaru. But Kizaru's punches were nowhere near as hard. Watching the cannon-like fist descending from above, Akainu barely had time to cross his arms to protect his chest. Bang! Asta's cannon punch landed heavily on Akainu. Crack! Crack! Akainu seemed to hear the sound of his bones breaking, and the next moment, his consciousness began to blur. He felt as if he could see his grandfather waving at him. Then, he turned into a streak of light, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! The entire judicial island began to shake as the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered, even forming a large spiderweb of cracks. The cracks spread rapidly, soon crawling up the surrounding walls. This dungeon was built inside the judicial island, hundreds of meters above the ground. It was originally designed to be exceptionally sturdy to prevent Asta and others from causing destruction. Even if hundreds of shells exploded simultaneously inside, it would remain unharmed. But even such a solid dungeon began to collapse during the battle between Asta and Akainu. Countless boulders fell from above, crashing down. When Asta's feet hit the ground and he looked up at the sky, he saw a boulder hundreds of meters high and weighing tens of thousands of tons crashing down toward him. He hadn't anticipated that the dungeon would collapse. It seemed like a shoddy construction. However, it was too late to escape now. Asta's face showed a helpless expression. It seems like things got a little out of hand. Before he could finish his thoughts, the boulder slammed him into the ground, followed by countless stones falling from above, crashing onto the boulder. Soon, Asta was buried beneath the rubble. On the other side, based on her abilities, Lion quickly caught up with Nami and the others. Whether it was truly the protagonist's halo or not, Nami and her group escaped very smoothly. Along the way, they hardly encountered any Navy personnel, and even when they did, before Nami could speak, the hundreds of prisoners behind her surged forward, quickly overwhelming the Navy. Weren't you all saying you were nearly done for? How come you're still so strong? Nami asked, filled with surprise. Huahua killed the enemy in front of her with a punch and calmly said, "So what if we're seriously injured? As long as we still have strength and can move our hands and feet, we can kill." What Huahua said was not false. These were people Asta had freed from the gladiatorial dungeon. There were distinctions even among slaves. Some were sold for their beautiful looks to entertain the celestial dragons at night, while others, with decent strength, were responsible for entertaining the celestial dragons during the day. Huahua had previously been a pampered young lady. She wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. She was the one who lamented why they had to eat such cute rabbits. However, ever since she was sold to the celestial dragons by human traffickers, her life had completely changed. The celestial dragon who bought her was a woman. Don't think that just because they were both women, she would feel sympathy for her. Sometimes, a woman's heart can be harsher than a man's, especially when facing another woman. On the first day of her slavery, Hua was forced to kill. That female celestial dragon was completely a pervert. She locked Hua in a cage with a naked man. Then she forced the man to drink an entire bottle of drugs and told Hua, either you kill him, or he will torment you. To take care of this new toy, the female celestial dragon even gave her a dagger. No one knew how desperate an 18-year-old girl, who had never killed anything, would feel in such a situation. In the end, Hua, with her strong will, successfully killed the man. But that was just the beginning. The days that followed were the real hell. The female celestial dragon tortured her every day, training her, tried to turn her into a powerful tool. 1 month, 3 months. Half a year later, Hua was no longer that little girl who closed her eyes, crying while stabbing people. Then she was thrown into the gladiatorial arena. Her daily task was to kill her opponents and bring glory to the female celestial dragon. So, she spent a whole year as a gladiator, in the identity of a woman. P.S. Don't worry, Hua is still relatively pure, NTR get lost. P. Chapter 115. What on earth is going on? This incident nearly broke the gladiator's record. After all, very few people survive here for more than a year, let alone as a woman. This brutal experience taught Hua many things. Even if she were severely injured, even if she couldn't move her hands or feet, she would still use her teeth to bite her enemies to death. Nami watched as Hua swiftly dealt with one enemy after another. Her hands, feet, knees, elbows, every part she could use became her weapon. Clearly, she was killing, but Nami felt there was a hint of elegance in her movements, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes. How she wished to be a woman like her. Then perhaps she could defeat Arlong by herself and save her hometown. In her mother wound, Nami's expression darkened a bit. Her adoptive mother, Belmir, had been killed while protecting them during the invasion by the fishman Arlong. And this had always been her greatest pain. When all the Marines were taken care of, Leon happened to arrive as well. Everyone looked up at Nami, waiting for her next command. Nami took a deep breath, revitalized herself, and buried her sadness deep in her heart. All right, now that everyone is here, we can set off. Nami waved her hand and led the more than 100 people toward the exit. The feeling of being able to command like this was truly exhilarating. No wonder so many people liked being the boss. Soon, they saw the exit, and with victory in sight, Nami couldn't help but show an excited expression. In fact, they had little confidence in this rescue operation for Robin. Although they had all spoken confidently before, deep down they were uncertain, and Nami had even secretly prepared a will. The enemy was simply too strong. It was almost impossible for just a few of them to rescue Robin. But in the end, they still came. For the sake of their friends, they would risk their lives. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters as the distance to the exit decreased, Nami's mood soared. As long as she led everyone through this door, she would have a fortune of 1 billion. That was 1 billion berries. She had never seen so much money in her life. That idiot Luffy, just his daily food expenses were a huge cost. Most of the ship's assets were used to buy ingredients, and the little that was left had to be saved as a backup. For instance, this time, although they had obtained a lot of treasure from Skypiea, their ship was in bad shape, and all the money had to be spent on materials to build a new ship. So they had become broke again. Following Luffy, she often went hungry, and she and T bought new clothes in a long time. Moreover, she didn't know why, even though she was already an adult, her body was still developing. She felt like her bra had gotten smaller again, which was a bit annoying. How much bigger would she have to grow before it stopped? However, as long as this money arrived, she would be the happiest woman in the world. If she saw something she liked, she would buy it. If she saw something she didn't like, she would buy it too, and then decisively throw it away. In the future, she planned to sleep on top of the money. The more Nami thought about it, the happier she became, her mouth almost stretching to the back of her head. As for whether Asta would trick her and not pay her the 1 billion berries, Nami had thought about that too. But he was a legendary figure, different from her, and he made a promise in front of his subordinates, so he shouldn't go back on his word. Otherwise, it would directly damage his reputation. After all, no one would want to follow a boss who goes back on his word. Nami was determined to get that 1 billion berries. Everyone look. Big Sister seems like the silly son of the landlord at the village entrance right now. Do you think she has been cursed? She has been smiling stupidly for a while. It looks kind of scary. Well, it's not impossible, since there are many types of devil fruit powers. Maybe there's one that makes people smile stupidly. Is this meant to make her laugh herself to death? What a terrifying ability. Everyone looked at Nami while whispering among themselves. However, Nami was still lost in her dream, and didn't T realize she looked like a big fool. Robin's face turned a little red. She tugged at Nami's clothes, signaling her to pay attention to her image. Huh? What is wrong, Robin? Nami woke from her daydream and turned her head, puzzled. It's nothing. Robin shook her head. I just wanted to say we should hurry up and get out. Luffy and the others are probably still in danger, and we need to find them quickly. Knowing the situation here was very dangerous, Robin couldn't rest easy until she saw Luffy and the others. Right. I actually forgot about Luffy and the others. Nami slapped her forehead, feeling frustrated. It's all because wealth is so tempting. But speaking of which, she remembered that Luffy came in with her. So why hadn't she seen him on the way out? Nami's expression became somewhat puzzled. If it were Zoro, the directionally challenged one, she wouldn't say anything. But Luffy was also the kind of person who would get lost. While Nami was lost in thought, Robin stepped forward and pushed open the large door. Since her companions were not afraid of death and had come to save her, what reason did she have to give up her own life? She regarded this door as her life. Pushing it open meant forgetting the past and welcoming a new life. Creak! The heavy door swung open, and as the door opened, Robin eagerly looked at the outside world. Robin's eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. In the next second, her body seemed to lose all its bones, collapsing to the ground, terror crawling across her face. What happened? Seeing Robin's reaction, Nami couldn't help but ask. As she spoke, she walked toward the door. Because Robin was facing away from her, she didn't see Robin's expression and thought the girl was just excited. Wasn't it like she was about to be reborn? Feeling overwhelming excitement? Nami smiled. She felt the luckiest thing in her life was knowing Luffy. Although he was a bit silly, a bit foolish, ate a lot, and didn't listen to orders, he was a good person. No, don't. Robin heard the voice and quickly turned her head, shouting loudly. Unfortunately, it was already too late because Nami had completely pushed the door open. The scene before her suddenly came into view. Nami's pupils shrank suddenly, and in the next second, her expression mirrored Robin's from moments ago. Her body trembled uncontrollably. What on earth is going on? P.S. If Nami becomes the main character, I wonder if everyone would like it. Feel free to leave a comment. Chapter 116. Please consider our big brother following Robin's gaze. They saw tens of thousands of guns and cannons pointed at them. Nami finally understood why they hadn't encountered a large number of Navy soldiers while escaping from the dungeon. Everyone was waiting at the exit for them. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers stood together, and the sight was absolutely shocking, with each one fully armed, raising their weapons and aiming at them. With just a command from the officer in front, Nami and the others would likely be shot to pieces. There's no escape. We can't escape. Robin closed her eyes in despair. She had thought that opening the door would mean a new lease on life, but instead, she had fallen from one hell into another. Moreover, the most critical part was that in order to save her, Nami, Luffy, and the others might end up losing their lives here today. Despair, guilt, fear, and various other emotions enveloped her heart, and Robin even felt that breathing was becoming difficult. Nami's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, her face turning pale, with even the light in her eyes fading away. Faced with this situation, she couldn't summon any sense of resistance. There were nearly 50,000 people. The sight was a sea of black, as if the entire island was filled with soldiers. How could they fight this? Even if they just stood still and let her stab them, Nami felt that she wouldn't be able to finish even half of them, even if she exhausted herself. So, Robin, what should we do? Usually so decisive, Nami now sounded like a headless fly, stuttering her words. Robin didn't respond, as she was still immersed in despair. It seemed that this time they were doomed. Luckily, she had prepared her will in advance, though she didn't know if her sister Nico Robin would feel sad upon reading it. But there was nothing to be done. Since she chose to set sail as a pirate, she had to be prepared to face death. Moreover, dying on such a battlefield should make her feel proud, as it would be considered a legend. She had already thought about how tomorrow's newspaper would read. The great pirate Nami fought against tens of thousands of Navy soldiers to save her comrades on Judicial Island, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Perhaps in the future, I will also become a legendary pirate like Asta, admired by thousands. As she spoke, Nami laughed aloud. It was as if she realized that no matter how she resisted, the outcome would be the same. A look of relief appeared on her face. Rambling like an old woman. Didn't someone say that fate is like that? If you can't resist, then just accept it quietly. She wondered how that Asta guy would choose to respond in this situation. Resist or surrender? However, With his arrogant personality, he certainly wouldn't give up so easily. Nami closed her eyes, preparing to welcome death. Robin's eyes moved, and she turned to look at Nami, as if she had made a certain decision in her heart. She put her hands on the ground and slowly stood up, walking in front of Nami and shielding her behind her, feeling the darkness in front of her. Nami opened her eyes and looked at Robin in confusion. "What are you doing?" Robin turned her head, her expression showing a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry. This is all my fault for putting you in this predicament. Before Robin could finish her sentence, Nami waved her hand to interrupt her, saying dismissively, "I thought you wanted to hug me before dying. Turns out it's just this little matter. This is not a small matter. If it weren't for me..." All right. You don't need to feel guilty towards us, nor do you have to think it's all your fault that we ended up like this. We came to save you willingly because we are partners," Nami said seriously. Upon hearing this, Robin felt touched and even more guilty, while also solidifying her thoughts. "Nami, I'm here to protect you. You need to hurry back to the dungeon. Only Asta can save you now." "What?" Nami stood up from the ground, her face filled with anger as she said, "So you want me to abandon you and survive alone? I'm sorry, I can't do that. Nami, just listen to me this once. If you die here, I won't be able to rest in peace," Robin pleaded. However, Nami immediately refused without a second thought. "No way. I may not be strong, but I won't abandon my friends. If we die together." Robin suddenly became anxious. Although she didn't know why the Navy hadn't acted yet, every additional minute meant more danger. She had to convince Nami to return to the dungeon, as it was the only way for her to survive. Just then, the prisoners began to walk out of the door, blocking Robin and Nami's path. "The boss said to protect you, so we must do it. Sister-in-law, even though I know you're not the boss's woman yet, please consider our boss. He is truly a rare good man. That's right, trust us. If you marry him, you will definitely be happy. When it comes to love, you have to take the initiative. Otherwise, if you miss it, you'll regret it. Little sister, do you know how jealous I am of you? To have Asta's favor. If it weren't for my past experiences, I would never let him go. I even wish I could cling to him every day and have a bunch of kids with him." Huahua licked her lips, a hint of darkness flashing in her eyes. What woman wouldn't love a man as charming as Asta? But because of her past, Huahua always felt unworthy of him, even thinking that any accidental physical contact was an insult to Asta. She didn't expect much. Just a glance from Asta in the future would be enough for her. "Damn it, I don't want your protection. I saved you just for money. You don't need to sacrifice yourselves for me." Nami yelled at everyone, feeling that they were all insane. What was their relationship? To put it bluntly, they had only just met today, and she couldn't even name most of them. Why should they sacrifice for her? Although her words were merciless, tears were already streaming down her face. Unable to stop no matter how she tried to wipe them away. Robin was the same. Seeing their reactions, everyone burst into laughter. But their actions didn't move an inch. Clap, clap, clap. What a touching story, willing to sacrifice their lives for each other to survive. And saying so many heartfelt words that moved me immensely. Spandam, dressed in a white suit, walked towards everyone, clapping his hands. As the commander of CP9, he was also the one responsible for this incident. Chapter 117, It's All Your Fault. Spandam, how could it be you? Robin's eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred as she recognized the familiar figure emerging from the crowd. If Robin were to make a list of the people she hated the most in her life, Spandam would undoubtedly be in the top 3. Of course, at the very top would be her father, Spandane, without a doubt. It was this man who had initiated the extermination order, destroyed her hometown of O'Hara, and caused her to lose her mother. Everything was caused by this man. Moreover, according to the intelligence she had gathered, it was also this man who issued the high bounty that had forced her into hiding for years. How could she not hate him? As for his son, not only did he inherit his looks, but he also perfectly inherited his despicable and shameless character. He could even be said to surpass his father in his willingness to go to any lengths for his own goals. Why wouldn't it be me? With my status, commanding these Navy men is more than enough, Spandam said arrogantly, hands on his hips. His previous identity was the highest-ranking officer of CP9, but there were only a few people in CP9, and they had all been dispatched as undercover agents, making him feel like a commander without an army. But now, it was different. The tens of thousands of soldiers behind him were all under his command. If he ordered them to stand, they had to stand. If he ordered them to squat, they had to squat. They obeyed him even more than dogs. This greatly satisfied Spandam's desire for power, making him feel more comfortable than sleeping with a woman. Robin gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tightly together. So much so that her nails dug into her flesh without her realizing it. She truly did not want to beg for mercy from the son of the man who killed her mother, but she even less wanted to see Nami die here. Spandam, I know what you want. If you agreed to let them go, I can tell you everything I know, Robin said, struggling to control her emotions. Oh, are you negotiating with me? Spandam smirked and then burst into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Robin, do you still not understand your situation? Look behind me. What qualifications do you think you have to negotiate with me? Just because I'm the only one who knows where that weapon is. You sent your men to Water 7 as undercover agents just to get its blueprints, and now one is right in front of you. Do you think I have the qualifications to negotiate with you? Robin replied calmly. The more it comes to this, the less chaotic I can be, because only then can I fight for a glimmer of hope for Nami and the others. Spandam's expression froze, and he fell silent. It must be said that Robin's words made him quite tempted. Although he was now the highest-ranking officer of CP9, he wanted to climb even higher, to stand at the true pinnacle of power, even above his father's position. At that time, when he saw his father again, he could watch him lower his proud head and call him commander. This had been his dream for many years, after all, who made him suffer so much when he was young. Robin, you are truly a smart woman, knowing how to grasp people's hearts. If it weren't for the vast difference in our statuses, I would be very willing to marry you, Spandam said with some emotion. Although Robin was not particularly attractive, she was clever enough, having hidden for nearly 20 years under the pursuit of the world government. A woman like her would definitely make a great wife. It's just a pity that the hatred between them had reached an irreconcilable point. Spandam would not allow her to live. When Robin heard this, the disdain on her face briefly vanished. It seems you have agreed to my terms. Spandam replied, agreed? Why not? The lives of these lowly people are worth nothing. How can they compare to that thing? As long as you tell me about it, I can agree to let them go. The naval major, standing nearby, suddenly became anxious. Commander, these people are... But what? Are you the commander, or am I? I'm the highest authority here. If I say to let them go, then they will be let go. Do you want to disobey orders? Spandam said arrogantly. Although the naval major felt frustrated, he had no choice. In terms of rank and status, he really wasn't as high as Spandam. Seeing him obediently close his mouth, Spandam felt pleased and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. If what this woman says is true, not only will we let these prisoners go, but if they want anything, we can give it to them. The higher-ups won't blame us. The naval major looked up at him in surprise. Don't think that just because I'm not well-educated, you can deceive me. What do you mean by give them anything? Why not just say I should bow down to them? But clearly, Spandam had no intention of explaining. If Robin told him that the information about the ancient weapon Pluton was true, not only would he bow, but he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice a rear admiral as an offering. That weapon could destroy an entire small island with one shot, regarded as a divine entity. As long as they could possess it, what was Asta? Even if the 4 emperors gathered, the world government wouldn't be afraid. The world government dreamed of obtaining such a weapon. They just never expected it would fall into their hands. As long as they could have it, they would have a place at the peak of global power. Perhaps they could even become the creators of the world, the celestial dragons, commanding even the admirals of the Navy. The more Spandam thought about it, the more excited he became, even unable to restrain himself from laughing with his hands on his hips. Ha 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 ha. Robin, Nami, Naval Major, all the prisoners. Leon, is this guy possibly an idiot? Everyone present nodded in agreement. Seeing Spandam's reaction, Robin felt a surge of joy, gaining more confidence in her upcoming plan. Then you should let them go now. As soon as they leave here, I will tell you all the information. No, I said I won't leave. If we are to die, we die together, Nami said firmly. Nami, can you please stop adding to my burden? If you don't leave because of our partnership, then I will now announce my withdrawal from the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin said, forcing back her heartache and speaking coldly. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief, taking a couple of steps back, her face showing a look of incredulity. Do you know what you are saying? We risked our lives to save you, and you actually say we are adding to your burden? What you are doing is hurting us, isn't it? I begged you to save me, and you insisted on meddling, which led to this situation. It's all your fault. Chapter 118. Come and see who they are? There is no weapon more hurtful than words. Nami covered her heart, trembling with anger. She knew Robin was saying this to provoke her to leave, but those words were just too heartbreaking. Although she knew it was false, she still felt pain. A trace of apology flashed in Robin's eyes, and she silently said countless I'm sorry in her heart, but she had to do this to ensure Nami's survival. Since I have already withdrawn from the Straw Hat Pirates, we are no longer partners. Put away your fake feelings of loyalty and get out of Eni's lobby. Slap. A loud slap interrupted Robin's words. Nami retracted her arm and said expressionlessly, no matter whether what you said is true or false, I won't allow you to continue like this. You want me to leave? Fine, I'll listen to you. A smile appeared on Robin's face. But even if we leave, we will come back, not to save you, but for revenge. He caused us to lose a crucial partner, and we will never let him go. Nami gritted her teeth. The anger in her eyes was almost palpable. Robin instantly covered her mouth. Tears the size of beans flowed down uncontrollably. This feeling of being cared for and loved was something she had never had in her life. What? You want to take revenge on me? With you? Ha! Are you trying to make me die laughing? Spandam seemed to have heard the biggest joke. His expression exaggerated. Nami glared at him fiercely. Of course, I'm not the only one. Let me tell you, our captain is very powerful. He will definitely defeat you, no matter how strong you are. Upon hearing this, Spandam showed a strange expression. Your captain, is he that fool who often wears a straw hat? Nami, you are the fool. Your whole family are fools. Don't insult our captain like that. Although she often called Luffy a big fool. That was because they were close, and such a term was a sign of intimacy. If an outsider dared to say that about Luffy, she would be the first to object. Spandam was not angry at the insult. Instead, he started to laugh. You really think he could defeat me? Of course. Our captain is the strongest. There's nothing he can't do as long as he wants to do it. Nami was filled with confidence in Luffy. Oh, is he that strong? Since that's the case. Spandam raised his hands, clapped, and said to Nami, come and see who they are. As soon as he finished speaking, the navy behind Spandam turned around and walked to the sides, revealing the scene inside. There stood Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others. All of them present. They were all covered in wounds, bound tightly with iron chains on a high platform. Upon seeing Nami and Robin, they immediately began to struggle. But the iron chains binding them were just too tight, thick, and large, and they were tied in a strange position. The more they struggled, the tighter the chains became. Some even digging into their flesh, blood dripping down continuously, looking extremely tragic. Nami's pupils suddenly constricted, as if struck by lightning. She stood there, her mind blank. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. This must be an illusion. How could such powerful people like Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji be captured so easily? These people must be impersonators. They are not Luffy. Nami shook her head in denial, while unconsciously walking towards Luffy and the others. Someone tried to stop her, but was violently pushed away by Nami. Don't touch me. This is all an illusion. You all say this is an illusion, right? Nami's heart was on the brink of collapse. In the end, it was Robin who desperately hugged her, looking at the injured partners in front of her. She bit her lip. A stream of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This is all my fault. Spandam, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. However, seeing their reactions, Spandam's expression gradually became frenzied. He loved seeing that kind of despair. The more desperate the other party was, the more excited he felt. Still not enough. Their despair was not deep enough, just a little more. And he could reach the peak. Spandam signaled to a subordinate beside him to tear off the tape covering Luffy and the others' mouths. Rip. As soon as the tape was torn off Luffy's mouth, he shouted at Nami. Nami, Robin, you guys hurry and leave. Don't worry about us. Zoro gasped for breath. His gaze fixed on Spandam. If looks could kill, Spandam would have been dead countless times by now. Spandam seemed to sense something, turned to look at Zoro, whose face was filled with killing intent. What? Want to kill me? Zoro remained silent, his eyes still fixed on him without blinking. Spandam walked up to Zoro, stretched his neck, and said, Want to kill me? Then come on, you like to wield a sword. My neck is right here. Come cut me. I promise I won't resist. Zoro still made no move, not even changing his expression, just quietly staring at him. Spandam stood up and then punched Zoro in the stomach. Do you know what I hate the most? It's you with your dead fish eyes. Just seeing your face makes me feel disgusted. Then, Spandam punched Zoro in the stomach again, followed by a flurry of punches, specifically targeting Zoro's wounds. His body was already severely injured, and being beaten like this sent waves of bone-deep pain throughout him. But even so, Zoro remained expressionless. Even in the most painful moments, he merely frowned, his eyes still fixed on Spandam. Scream. Why don't you scream? Don't you feel pain? Spandam's expression grew more and more frenzied, and his punches became heavier. He wanted to hear Zoro scream in agony. He hated Zoro's expression of having nothing. Since you want to react, then I'll give you a reaction. Zoro spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm right on Spandam's face. Spandam was momentarily stunned. Then, his eyes instantly turned red, and he immediately drew his weapon, wanting to kill this man. You dare to insult me, I will tear you to pieces. For a person with a cleanliness obsession, this behavior was like coming home to find his wife lying with the neighbor. Spandam raised his long knife, genuinely intent on killing. However, at that moment, Robin's cold voice came from afar. If you dare to kill him, I will die right in front of you, and then you will never get any information about him. Chapter 119. Unexpected development. Striving to act like a rookie, Spandam's movements froze, and the long knife that was about to strike suddenly stopped mid-air. Although he wanted to kill the man with green hair, he was even more afraid of Robin taking her own life. Because once Robin died, he would lose everything. Promotions, wealth, a dead wife. No, he didn't have a wife yet. Those things that were once within reach would be far worse to lose than killing him. Let you all live a few more days. Once I've squeezed Robin dry and gotten the information about the Pluto, it won't be too late to deal with you then. You filthy, disgusting commoner, you should be grateful you have a good friend. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't survive today, Spandam said viciously. At that moment, the curses from Luffy, Sanji, and others reached his ears. You bastard, don't you dare lay a hand on my crew. If you have any tricks, come at me. Luffy shouted. Hey, you ugly guy in a mask, is that all you've got? If you let me down, I can easily defeat you even if you break my arms and legs. Sanji taunted. Spandam, remember me? I smashed your face with a gun, but back in the day. And now you can only wear that shabby leather mask for the rest of your life. Thinking about it is really satisfying. Frankie laughed. The three of them took turns mocking him, trying to divert Spandam's attention to themselves. Hearing their insults, the anger that Spandam had barely managed to suppress flared up again. Well, since you all are so arrogant, I'll let you witness an even more desperate scene. Spandam turned around, pointing his long knife at Robin. Don't you want me to spare them? Then kneel down right now and crawl to me like a dog. Licking clean the filth your companion spat on my face, and I'll let them go. No, Robin, please don't listen to him. Miss Robin, hurry and leave. Don't worry about us. If it means sacrificing your dignity to save us, we would never forgive ourselves. Spandam, you bastard, if I survive, I will definitely kill you. Zoro's expression finally changed. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins in his arms bulged as he tried to struggle free from the chains. But those thick chains were not so easily broken. They constricted around his body, making it painful to look at. However, Zoro still didn't give up, as if his body wasn't his own, continuing to exert strength without feeling any pain. Seeing this scene, Spandam laughed maniacally. Yes, that's the expression I love to see. I enjoy watching you want to kill me, but being powerless to do so. Ha ha, Robin, what are you waiting for? If you keep hesitating, they will die. Looking at Luffy and the others, covered in blood, Robin instinctively prepared to kneel down. However, halfway down, a pair of delicate and soft little hands stopped her. Nami held back her tears and shook her head at her. You can't kneel. If you do, Luffy and the others will feel worse than death. But if I don't agree to that guy's demands, Luffy and the others won't last long in their current state, Robin said, panic evident on her face. Wait a bit longer. There must be a turn of events, Nami said firmly, striving to act like a rookie, even though she didn't know what she was waiting for. It seemed like an inner voice was telling her to wait. Why aren't you kneeling? Are you planning to watch them die? Spandam posed as if he had you all under his thumb. Once a person has bonds and attachments, no matter how strong you are no longer invincible. As long as your weakness is caught, even a defenseless child could take you down. Shut up. How can there be such despicable, shameless, and sinister people like you in this world? Just looking at you makes me feel nauseous. Huohuo finally couldn't hold back and pointed at Spandam, cursing. Spandam looked a bit shocked. Who do you think you are to dare to criticize me? I don't care who you think I am. I just can't stand you. If you have the ability, fight me like a real man. Huohuo shot back. Spandam laughed loudly at her words. You say I'm not a man? How about we have a match and see how I make you beg for mercy? To his surprise, Huohuo immediately displayed a look of disdain. You have the nerve to show that off? I really don't know how to be embarrassed. Spandam's expression froze. For a man, this was definitely the biggest insult. The crucial part was that this woman had hit the nail on the head. Where's Lucci? Where is he? Hurry and bring that woman to me. I want to torture her. Spandam was furious. Lucci went to change clothes. If you have something to say, you can tell me. Khalifa slowly walked out from the crowd. The reason Luffy was captured was due to Lucci's doing. Just moments ago, the two had a fierce battle, and Lucci, along with his colleagues, attacked Luffy. Originally, the two were evenly matched, but Lucci brought help, and in the end, Luffy was overpowered and successfully captured. Meanwhile, Lucci was back to change his clothes. Does it really take that long to change clothes? Why do I have to wait for him? Who's the commander here? Spandam muttered in dissatisfaction. Although they belonged to the same faction, they couldn't stand each other. If it weren't for their statuses, they probably would have killed each other long ago. Forget it. It's just a small prisoner. It doesn't matter who comes. Spandam turned to Khalifa. You go bring that woman to me. Remember, she must not die. I want to see if she is stubborn or if I... A hint of disgust flashed in Khalifa's eyes, but she ultimately decided to obey the order. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Did you hear any noise? You heard it too. I thought I was hallucinating. Doesn't that sound like it's coming from underground? Underground? Spandam frowned. However, before he could think further, the scene unfolding before him nearly scared him to death. The ground they were standing on began to shake violently, as if it were an earthquake. The next second, the ground began to collapse, one piece, two pieces. The over 50,000 soldiers standing in the square didn't even have time to escape, falling in like dumplings. The sounds of screams and explosions mixed together. Chapter 120, he hasn't died yet, and he's already starting to wail. Help! Someone come quickly. Save me. I'm still so young. I haven't enjoyed any glory or wealth. I don't want to die here like this. Spandam screamed in panic, his voice as high-pitched as a woman's. Although he held a high position, he was essentially just an ordinary person. No, to be fair, he was even less than an ordinary person. He was as weak as a novice. And in the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, he had no ability to resist at all. Khalifa, on the other hand, wanted to ignore him. Living meant he was lucky, dying would be even better, and the whole village could feast. However, with so many people watching, if he really died here, his father Spandine would not let them off the hook. So, Khalifa had no choice but to go save him. 12-petal flower, rope. Robin crossed her arms and directly activated her devil fruit power. She saw the ground that hadn't yet collapsed instantly, sprouting 12 arms, with every 3 grabbing one person, just in time to catch Luffy and the others, suspending them in the air. I'm throwing Luffy and the others over now. Nami, find some people to catch them. As soon as she finished speaking, Robin shouted, veins bulging on her neck. The arms that caught Luffy and the others were forcefully swung, tossing them over. Then the arms exploded into a puff of white smoke, and Robin seemed to lose strength, sitting down on the ground. As the prisoners caught Luffy and the others, a tremendous noise echoed ahead, resembling thunder, as the ground within 100 miles completely collapsed, forming a massive pit. Coincidentally, Robin and the others were right on the edge of the giant pit. Looking at the apocalyptic scene before her, Nami's little head was in a daze. How could an earthquake happen out of nowhere? However, this sudden event completely reversed the situation for both sides. Although they had not yet escaped danger, it was already much better than before. Ha ha ha. Evil deeds will lead to self-destruction. You dog, you've done so many bad things that even heaven can't stand it anymore. You're getting your just deserts deserved. Nami swept away her previous despair and laughed happily. Nami, Luffy, and the others are seriously injured. We must get them treated quickly. Otherwise, I'm worried about them. As Robin spoke, she covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Only by looking closely could she see how severe Luffy, Zoro, and the others' injuries were. There was a single intact spot on their bodies. They were bloodied and mangled, with white bones clearly visible. They were lying on the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. If it were anyone else with such injuries, they would have died countless times by now. Only people like Luffy, who had a cockroach-like recovery ability, could hold on with their hatred. You must hold on. I'm going to get Chopper now, Nami said hurriedly, her voice cracking. Currently, only Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie had been captured by the Navy. As for Chopper and Usopp, although they hadn't been caught, it was unclear where they were hiding. Finding them on such a large judiciary island, especially in such a short time, was undoubtedly as hard as climbing to the heavens. But no matter what, Nami would never give up. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Luffy called out to her. Cough, cough. Nami, Robin. Seeing you two safe makes me really happy. Tears streamed down Robin's face as she reached out to touch Luffy, but hesitated, afraid her movements would hurt him. When I saw you wanting to kneel to that beast, my heart puffed. Luffy's words were cut off as he spat out a mouthful of old blood and began to cough violently, each cough causing him to spit out more blood. Don't say that. Don't say any more. I'm going to bring Chopper over now. He can definitely save you. Nami cried uncontrollably. No, there's no need. I know my own condition. With such severe injuries, even if Chopper comes, he can't save me. Nami turned away, not wanting others to see her tears. Robin, do you think I'm a qualified captain? Robin nodded vigorously. Yes, you are. I've always thought you were the best captain in the world. Then will you still leave us? I've never thought of leaving you. What I just said was to trick Nami into leaving here. So, are we still partners in the future? We have always been partners. In the past, present, and future, it will never change. Upon hearing this, Luffy showed a relieved smile and slowly closed his eyes. Luffy, wake up. Don't die. Didn't you say you wanted to become the Pirate King? Your dream hasn't been realized yet. How can you just die like this? Robin burst into tears. When Nami heard Robin's cry, her legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, her eyes seemingly losing their light. It turned out that when a person is in extreme sadness, they really can't cry out loud. The others, including Hanabi, also lowered their heads, mourning for Luffy. Although they didn't know Luffy, his performance just now had already earned their recognition. To follow such a captain, Robin was indeed lucky. Of course, they weren't lacking either. Asta was also an excellent captain. A wave of sorrow slowly enveloped everyone's hearts. Just as Hanabi was about to say something, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. "What are you all doing? He hasn't died yet." Hanabi. Nami suddenly looked up, following the voice to see Leon standing nearby, and hurriedly said, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." Leon helplessly replied, "I said he hasn't died yet. Why are you all starting to mourn? Look, he is still breathing." Robin focused her gaze, and indeed, Luffy's chest was still faintly rising and falling. This made her feel a bit embarrassed. She had thought Luffy was done for. "Robin, you stay here and take care of them. I'm going to find Chopper." After quickly deciding on the next plan, Nami prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, you've been talking about Chopper. Who is Chopper?" Leon asked in confusion. "Chopper is our partner. He's a raccoon, no. He's a reindeer. No, wait, he's our ship's doctor. As long as we can find him, Luffy and the others will be saved." Robin explained to Leon. "Oh, so he is a doctor." Leon suddenly understood and continued. "Then why didn't you come to find me? I'm also a doctor." Nami stepped forward, her right foot suddenly halting in midair, and the next second, she disappeared from her spot, as if teleporting right in front of Leon. This startled Leon. Nami grabbed Leon's collar with both hands, excitedly asking, "What did you just say? You're also a doctor?" Chapter 121. The worldview has collapsed. What is a surprise? This is what you call a surprise. Nami's mood was like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. She knew that Leon was a very powerful devil fruit user, but she didn't expect his identity to be a doctor. "Can you save them?" "As long as you can save them, I'll do anything you ask." Nami made heavy promises. For her companions, she could sacrifice everything. Updating. Working hard to update. But you can click the report button above to refresh B if this chapter contains the author's request for votes or other nonsense. Please skip ahead to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first. It's more convenient to use bookmarks. B, Chapter 122. The Fated Confrontation. He is alive. At this moment, Nami seemed to turn into a little stutterer, pointing at Luffy and unable to say a complete sentence for quite some time. How is this possible? This is completely unscientific. Robin also wore an expression of disbelief. Chapter 123. Little ones, I'll lead you out to fight. Leave those few to us. You all step back. Hua stepped forward, looking coldly at Gabra and the others. The rest also moved forward, protecting Nami and Robin behind them. Little brats, let me teach you how to fight up front. Chapter 124. Repayment. Although the members of CP9 seem to have some discord on the surface, they're actually very united internally. Growing up together, training together, and carrying out missions together, their friendship is deeper than one might imagine. However, even so, when seeing themselves. Chapter 125. I heard your fate is quite tough. Compared to the mature, sexy, and intellectually appealing image of the big sister 2 years later, the current Robin can hardly be called a beauty. Not only is her skin dark, but her face is also relatively thin, and her chin is so pointed it could pierce through a tabletop. This made Asta very curious about what she had experienced in those 2 years. Chapter 126. Only a fool possesses the Conqueror's Haki. Astana's icy gaze startled Spandam, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back. But he quickly realized what he had done, and a rush of shame and anger appeared on his face. What does it matter to you whether my life is hard or not? Who do you think you are? Why should I? Chapter 127. Battle is no child's play. In order to counter the overwhelming aura unleashed by Asta, Akainu also released the killing intent he had accumulated over the years. The entire judicial island was immediately swept up in a violent wind. Purple lightning crackled everywhere, and waves of energy surged through the air, as if it would shatter at any moment. 40,000. Chapter 128. Black Tiger, Nami. How has the situation changed now? A familiar voice came from behind. Nami and Robin turned around in surprise. They saw Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie standing behind them, completely unharmed. Nami, what about your injuries? Chapter 129. I want to interview you. After Asta threw his strongest punch, he directly plopped down on the ground. Even with his current strength, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion, his limbs heavy as if they were bound by several tons of heavy stones. However, when he saw a large hole in Akainu's chest, looking like a dead dog. Chapter 130. The tornado destroys the parking lot. Asta slowly stood up from the ground, his height barely reaching Morgan's shoulders. However, in Morgan's eyes, Asta seemed like a towering giant. Morgan's was so scared that he couldn't help but take a few steps back, but he quickly came to his senses. Chapter 131. Look at my great sword. Asta only searched for a moment before he found what he wanted among the ruins piled high with corpses. With a flash, he instantly disappeared from his original spot, then slowly reappeared 100 meters away, looking at the mountain-like pile of corpses. Chapter 132. Please mind your words. She's coming over. Does she like me? Everyone, don't move. This woman is for me to handle. I will touch her with true love. Sanji became excited as soon as he saw Peach Rabbit. His eyes instantly turned into heart shapes, and the little deer in his heart felt like it had been injected with adrenaline. Chapter 133. You little trash. How dare you ambush me? Asta walked boldly towards the position of Peach Rabbit. Perhaps due to his confidence in his own strength, he wasn't worried that Peach Rabbit would ambush him. After all, if he really got angry, Peach Rabbit wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. She surely understood this better than anyone else. Chapter 134. Be ruthless to enemies, even more ruthless to oneself. Asta's face darkened instantly. He never expected that Nami's concern for him was because of this. Damn it, give me back the emotions you took from me. At this moment, Nami didn't notice Asta's expression. She was still immersed in the thought of the 1 billion berry fortune. Chapter 134. The oil mountain of the human world. Zoro gripped the handle of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed like a torch on the rushing Longshore. I won't let you pass so easily. This is a good opportunity for me to see the difference between me and a strong opponent. Three-sword style, demon slash. Zoro positioned his swords in a cross stance. Chapter 136. The tiger of heavy arrows. You are truly useless. As a candidate for the general, you can't even deal with a small pirate. Has the level of a navy fallen to such a point? Rongsu slowly walked over from a distance, his words revealing his dissatisfaction with Tao Tuesday. In his view, Chapter 137. The curtain falls. You, who often hides in the shadows to launch sneak attacks, actually have the audacity to criticize others for being weak? Where's your face? At your age, how can you not even care about your own face? Everyone's eyes were bloodshot with anger, their hair nearly standing on end. If glares could kill, Longshore would have. Chapter 138. The finale. Now the time has finally reached noon, the selfless sun hanging at the highest point in the sky, radiating endless light and heat. Asta's own strength has been raised to the most terrifying level. Even he himself does not know how strong he has become now because... Chapter 143. At this moment, your performance is still somewhat like a man. Ryoshi was startled. Asta suddenly appeared in front of him, and he didn't react at all, which made him feel a great sense of unease. Now, he finally understood Asta's terror. That punch just now made him no longer able to underestimate the opponent before him. I know. Chapter 145. Return journey. Before the terrifying blade light could get close, Longshore felt an indescribable sting on his skin. It is worth noting that he was covered with the highest level of armament hockey. If it were to strike him, he could notify the entire village to prepare for a feast. Longshore roared. Chapter 139. The curtain falls. It seems you are toying with me. Longshore was furious. You actually want the creator of this world, the Dragon Man, to kneel before you. Where do you get the courage to make such a demand? Longshore wanted to give him a blow to the head to wake him up from his beautiful dream. Chapter 140. Negotiation. 3 demands. One side is a massive fireball filled with extreme heat. Although the technique is somewhat similar to Ace's Great Flame Ring, its power is absolutely worlds apart. On the other side is a gigantic dragon head made of red steam, and the terrifying gust of wind directly lifts the ground several meters high, like a torrent overwhelming the mountains. Chapter 141. The Merciless Sun. On one side is a massive fireball filled with extreme heat. Although its moves are somewhat similar to Ace's Great Flame Ring, its power is absolutely on a different level. On the other side is a gigantic dragon head made of red steam, and the terrifying gusts of wind directly lift the ground several meters high, creating a force like an avalanche. Chapter 142. The final chapter. On one side is a massive fireball filled with extreme heat. Although its technique is somewhat similar to Ace's Great Flame Ring, its power is absolutely on a different level. On the other side is a gigantic dragon head made of red steam, and the terrifying gust of wind directly lifts the ground several meters high, creating a force like an avalanche. Chapter 144. It seems that no one is ambushing this time. In response to Taudu's question, Asta retorted, Isn't it good to let you have a way out? After a brief pause, Dawnto gradually recovered from the lack of oxygen, then sat down on the ground, supporting herself with her hands and raising her head to look at Asta. From this angle, Chapter 146, Luffy, the Pirate King, is mine. As for the 1 billion berries that Asta promised to give her, she has already made up her mind to erase the memory of this matter from her mind. She didn't dare to ask for it again. However, if he insists on shoving it to me. But do you think that's possible? Nami's heart. Chapter 147. The Empress comes to pick someone up. What the heck? He is him, and I am me. I want to become the Pirate King by my own abilities. Luffy said with great ambition. Oh, come on, what era are we in? Still being so rigid about it. He is your brother. What is the point of distinguishing between yours and mine between the two of you? Usopp once again embraced. Chapter 148. Aftermath. Hancock shook her head. I'm not afraid because I know you will protect me. Asta, you are my woman, of course I will protect you. But what if one day we separate? However, before Asta could finish his sentence, Hancock interrupted directly. Chapter 149. Heart-to-heart talk. What? Haha, green algae head, you've been defeated by a woman over 2,000 times. Haven't you always boasted about how skilled you are with a knife? I didn't expect you to have such a dark history. Sanji laughed wildly, mocking him to his heart's content. Zoro's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead as he. Chapter 150. I know all the secrets of your Straw Hat Pirates. After Luffy finished speaking, Asta smiled and said, Now let's talk about you, Nami. Me? Nami pointed at herself, looking surprised. What was there to say about her past? Asta continued. Nami, known as the Cat Burglar, hails from Kokoyashi village in the East Blue, and is very. Chapter 151. Spoiler. Asta's expression froze. He had no ability to foresee the future. It was just a case of putting on a facade to show off in front of Luffy and the others, hoping to gain their shock and admiration. So when Robin said, I want to ask about fate, it completely baffled him. This was something Oda had never mentioned. Chapter 152. My future, I decide. The day after the Judicial Island incident, the Navy convened a meeting of all personnel. You must have all heard the news from yesterday. Please share your thoughts. Sengoku looked troubled, his eyes bloodshot, as he hadn't slept a wink the previous night. Chapter 153. A moment of spoiling is a moment of pleasure. Raise your head, puff out your chest, stick out your butt, spread your legs, and do not move without my command. Asta had somehow found a small whip and was tapping it against his palm. If he saw anyone accidentally move, the small whip in his hand would immediately turn into. Chapter 154. The title of the strongest man changes hands after a chaotic series of events. Luffy was finally rescued successfully. It wasn't a big deal. He just came in with 50 times the gravity, causing the blood vessels in his body to be overwhelmed and burst. Fortunately, there were 2 top doctors on the ship. Leon. Chapter 155. Training. Carry me back to bed. Hancock is not some clueless little girl. Her face blushing, she gently said. From the moment she saw Asta, Hancock wished she could be with him every day, doing the things they love to do. Asta. Chapter 156. Daily life after a chaotic scene. Luffy was finally rescued successfully. It wasn't a big deal. He had just applied 50 times the gravity right away, which caused his blood vessels to be overwhelmed and burst. Fortunately, there were 2 top doctors on board. Leon. Chapter 157. Arrival at the City of Seven Waters. Carry me back to bed. Hancock, not a clueless little girl, said softly with a blush on her face. From the moment she saw Asta, Hancock wished she could be with him every day, doing things they love to do. Asta. Chapter 158. Do you want to witness the results of my training over the past few days? After a chaotic scene, Luffy was finally successfully rescued. It wasn't a big deal. He had just created a gravity 50 times stronger right from the start, which caused his blood vessels to burst under the immense pressure. Fortunately, there were 2 top doctors on the ship. Leon. Chapter 159. Fireworks. Carry me back to bed. Hancock, who was not an innocent little girl, said softly with a flushed face. From the moment she saw Asta, Hancock wished she could be with him every day, to do some things they love. Asta. Chapter 160. What do you want? You've adapted to 50 times gravity so quickly. Impressive, Luffy. Asta praised without holding back. During this time, Luffy's progress has been astonishing. In just a few days, he has gone from the initial 15 times gravity to the current 50 times gravity. As for Zoro, Chapter 161. I have a great brother. Ha ha, just kidding. Since I promised you something, how could I possibly go back on my word? But speaking of which, do you really want to challenge me? Asta said with a playful expression. Zoro had long known that Asta's personality was full of dark humor, so he was not surprised by his reaction. Chapter 162. It seems like he's missing. Hey, you lazy little brat. Why are you daydreaming when I asked you to fix the ship? A burly pirate, looking like a caveman, strode towards Bari with his little subordinates, exuding a fierce aura. Hearing this, Bari snapped back to reality from his daze, his face showing impatience. Chapter 163. The imposter calls the imposter, what do I want? The bald first mate chuckled, displaying a smug expression. You destroyed our ship, so you have to compensate us with another one. As for the loss of work and emotional distress, I won't ask for much, just a casual few tens of millions. A few tens of millions. Chapter 164. A piercing arrow through the clouds. Thousands of troops come to meet us. Haha, did you see that? This is our captain's good brother, our good big brother. After this battle, I bet no one in the entire sea will dare to mess with us. The bald first mate waved the newspaper vigorously, his expression extremely arrogant. As a professional con artist, deceiving others. Chapter 165. Offer your woman to me. No, I misspoke just now. It's not 30 million, but 60 million. If you don't come up with 60 million, we will not forgive you. The bald first mate vividly illustrated what greed is at this moment. Upon learning that the iceberg had such deep financial resources. Chapter 166. Carp arrives. Bang. The bald first mate had no strength to resist at all, and with a thud, he knelt down in front of Asta. Crack, crack, crack. The bald first mate curled up his body in desperation, continuously letting out a mournful wail. It felt as if. Chapter 167. This punch will look very cool. This battle was promised to me by Teacher Asta before. So I'll go first. No, I'm a captain. My status here is the highest. So the first person to fight Teacher Asta should be me. At a time like this. Who cares if you're the captain or whatever? Chapter 168. Is relaxation not also a form of cultivation? Although Asta promised the other party that he would use all his strength next, at the moment of throwing the punch, he still held back nearly half of his power. After all, these individuals in front of him are the protagonists of this world. If he really killed them here, who knows what would happen next? Chapter 169. Did you really use all your strength? But once our injuries heal, you will be leaving, and I don't know if we will have a chance to meet again. Luffy's expression dimmed, but soon he seemed to think of something, suddenly raising his head and excitedly saying, I remember you have a companion his. Chapter 170. Is this position something you can sit in? Although Zoro had his suspicions, hearing the other party admitted in person still stirred a tumultuous wave in his heart. Is this the strength of the world's top powerhouses? It's simply terrifying. Just using half of their power, they turned them into this miserable state. Chapter 171. I heard everything you. The masked man was instantly stunned. In the past, he held a prominent position, and wherever he went, he was treated as an esteemed guest. Even when facing a nation's ruler, if he happened to be in a bad mood that day, the other party would be terrified for several days, fearing they had done something wrong. Chapter 172. I want to buy a few celestial dragons as slaves to 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. Hold the pinnacle of world power. Every word, they say, has a significant impact on the world. Before him appeared, the 5 of them were undoubtedly the behind-the-scenes big bosses. There are even rumors online that. Chapter 173. Hold on for a moment. I'll go get reinforcements. Carp was taken aback, looking around. Have we arrived so soon? It feels like it hasn't been long at all. Hearing this, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but roll her eyes. You've been eating and sleeping all this time. Just like a pig, of course you wouldn't feel the passage of time. Chapter 174. I don't like grandpa types. As soon as Luffy heard that there was an enemy attack, a strong killing intent suddenly erupted in his eyes. Where are the enemies? Nami pointed her finger behind him. Luffy immediately turned around, wanting to say something fierce, but upon seeing who was behind him, he trembled in fear, his whole body shaking, covering his head with his hands. Luffy's face was filled with terror. Why you? Grandpa, why are you here? Grandpa? Nami, who was just about to sneak away to get help, froze in place, her eyes wide. The others were similarly shocked, staring blankly. This is Luffy's grandpa? I remember Asta mentioning that Luffy's grandpa is the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp. So this white-haired old man is the legendary Navy hero who chased the previous pirate king, Roger, all over the world. Everyone gasped, especially Zoro and Sanji, who had just fought against Garp. They exchanged glances, both feeling embarrassed and relieved. Garp, however, was not very concerned about their reactions. He looked at Luffy, who was sitting on the ground, trembling in fear, and said angrily, You, a pirate, can come here, so why can't I, Luffy? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me these past few days? Mentioning this made Garp furious. He had always hoped his 2 grandsons would join the Navy. raising them with the goal of becoming the strongest Navy officers. But what happened? It was all that red-hair guy's fault for going to Fusha village to tempt his grandsons while he was on a mission. Now, one of them is the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard, and the other is a rookie pirate who has already made headlines right after setting sail. He couldn't understand what was so great about being a pirate when maintaining world peace was so much more meaningful. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Garp stomped hard enough to shatter the floor and yelled at Luffy, "Luffy, come back with me and turn yourself in. Maybe, for my sake, you can make up for your mistakes." Though Luffy was scared, as soon as he heard Garp telling him to go back, he immediately shook his head and refused. "I don't want to go back. I want to be the Pirate King. That's my lifelong dream." "Oh, after a few days, you've grown some courage to openly refuse me. It looks like I need to remind you of the taste of my iron fist of love." After finishing, Garp clenched his fist and charged at Luffy. "Ah, don't come over here. Nami, Zoro, come save me." Luffy cried out in distress as he was about to be beaten. Since he often faced Garp's iron fist when he was younger, combined with his lofty aspirations with Ace, Garp would frequently use violence to try to change their minds. But in the end, it backfired, as they not only didn't change, but became even more determined to pursue their dreams. However, such behavior left a deep psychological shadow on Luffy. So, when facing Garp, Luffy had no ability to resist and only knew to cover his head and run away. As for Nami, she had already moved to the side, standing with Zoro and the others, looking up at the sky while whistling. This was a family matter for the captain. It was natural for a grandparent to discipline their grandchild. They were just going to stay out of it and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, on another beach, Asta was holding a bottle of sunscreen oil, excitedly saying, "Let me tell you, no matter where women go, they must do a good job with sun protection, especially since the sun is so strong today. If you don't protect your skin well, you could get sunburned." Hancock, dressed in a sexy swimsuit, pretended to be shocked after Asta finished speaking. "Ah, what should I do? If my skin gets sunburned, my man won't like me." Asta smiled slightly, raising the sunscreen oil in his hand. "Don't worry. All you need is a bottle of sunscreen oil for times like this." Hancock rolled her eyes at him, a hint of flirtation in her gaze, then lay down on the beach, speaking in a very lazy tone. "I have this sunscreen oil, but I wonder if there are any kind-hearted people to help me apply it. After all, there are some places I can't reach." "Asta, well, you found the right person. I happen to have some expertise in this area. Let me help you. I guarantee every inch of your skin will be covered." Hancock suppressed a smile and said, "Then I'll trouble you, young man. Make sure you don't miss a single inch. When we get back, I'll let my man check it personally." When she mentioned not missing a single inch, Hancock deliberately emphasized her tone. As for what that meant, everyone understood. Asta looked down at Hancock's smooth back, her skin like water, delicate and flawless. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you are satisfied." Asta opened the cap and poured out the golden liquid. "Ah, so cool." A wave of coolness hit Hancock from behind, causing her to let out a surprised cry. After pouring the entire bottle of sunscreen, Asta casually tossed it aside, ready to show off his skills. However, at that moment, Asta seemed to sense something, and his excited expression immediately turned serious as he looked toward the center of the island. "What's wrong?" Hancock, who hadn't felt any reaction for a while, looked up at Asta and asked in confusion. Asta shook his head, his expression returning to normal as he smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just that a powerful figure has arrived on the island." Hancock asked with some concern, "Are they looking for you? If you have something to deal with, you don't have to worry about me." "That won't do. If I just leave like this, wouldn't that bottle of sunscreen be wasted?" "Don't worry. With your man's current strength, there isn't anyone in this world that I fear," Asta said proudly. Hancock couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. All right. You are the best. I don't know who it was who had a big hole opened in his chest not long ago and almost died on Judiciary Island." Asta's proud smile froze on his face, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. "You must be talking about Akainu. You are definitely talking about him." Seeing Asta seriously defend himself, Hancock found his little man's appearance quite adorable. So she couldn't help but step forward and give Asta a kiss. "All right. No matter who I was talking about just now, you promised to help me apply sunscreen. So how long are you planning to make me wait?" "All right. I'll do it right now." Thus, a sensual act slowly unfolded. After Garp finished giving Luffy a good beating, his anger dissipated a lot. He found a chair and sat down heavily. "I'll ask you one more time. Luffy, are you coming with me or not?" Luffy, beaten to a pulp, lay on the ground, groaning and looking like he had puffed up 3 times. This way, it's not just his friends. Even Luffy's parents wouldn't recognize him in his current state. Having Garp as his grandfather, it's truly remarkable that Luffy has come this far. "I won't go back. I want to chase my dreams." Garp frowned upon hearing this. Nami and the others immediately became tense, They couldn't let Carp continue hitting him, or Luffy would be beaten to death. They resolved that if Carp continued to hit Luffy, they would do whatever it took to stop him. However, Carp did not strike again. Instead, he let out a deep sigh. Well, since you've made up your mind, do as you wish. I just hope you won't regret it later. Luffy declared, I won't regret it. Carp laughed heartily. Good, you have spirit. You're truly my grandson. Since you've decided on your dream, go chase it bravely. Even if the road ahead is fraught with danger, you mustn't stop. Initially, Nami and Zoro were worried that the two might start fighting again, considering that the grandfather was a marine and the grandson was a pirate. It's only natural for a grandfather to discipline his grandson, and it's also justifiable for the marines to fight pirates. But before they could react, Carp unexpectedly started encouraging Luffy, telling him not to give up. What was going on? Was Luffy's grandfather, the marine, really just a title bought with money? Luffy responded, you don't need to tell me. I will keep working hard, and I will definitely become the Pirate King. Carp replied, hearing you say that makes me look forward to that day. But when we meet again, we will be enemies, and I won't hold back. Luffy retorted, I feel the same way. If you try to stop me, I'll knock you out. Carp laughed, now it's my good grandson. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp. Are these two grandpa and grandson out of their minds? Their way of interacting is quite different from what I'm used to. Carp turned to Nami and the others, waving them over. Hey, you guys are Luffy's friends, right? Come here. I have a few questions for you. Nami and the others exchanged glances, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes. This old man didn't look like a good person. He could beat up his own grandson like this, let alone them. They didn't want to end up with a pig's head on their necks. Luffy seemed to sense something and said to everyone, you don't need to worry. My grandpa won't harm you. After getting that assurance, Nami and the others finally relaxed a bit, stepping forward to ask, what does the old man want to ask us? Carp, is Asta on this island? I was wondering if you've seen him. Zoro and the others' pupils shrank suddenly. The marine hero was asking them about Asta. What did he want? They suddenly realized that Carp's arrival on this island was not a coincidence, nor was it solely for his grandson. But thinking about it, only someone of Asta's caliber would warrant the marine hero coming to capture him. Nami, sorry, old man, but we don't know the person you just mentioned. Sanji and Zoro nodded. No matter what Carp wanted from Asta, they could not reveal anything about their teacher's whereabouts. Carp had a somewhat playful expression. He looked at them and said, do you think I look rough and therefore I'm easy to deceive? I'll tell you the truth. Even that so-called wise warring states is often no match for me. I just don't like to think. Nami smiled awkwardly, but did not admit. We have heard of Asta, but do you think someone like us has the right to know him? We aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Zoro and Sanji nodded. Well, since you don't know, then forget it. Carp saw that they were unwilling to speak and decided not to press further. Just then, Luffy suddenly stood up unsteadily and asked Carp, hey, why are you looking for Asta, old man? Teacher? It seems you not only know each other, but have a pretty good relationship, even calling him a teacher. Carp caught on. Nami's expression changed in shock, and in an instant, she rushed to Luffy and punched him in the back of the head. Luffy collapsed without a word. Our captain probably got a bit too excited seeing you, so he might have said some nonsense. Just treat his words as a joke. Carp, you knocked my grandson out in front of me and expect me not to care about what he said. Who are you? You're even tougher than Xiao Qing. If it were anyone else, they would probably step in to teach Nami a lesson. But Carp was different. His behavior and way of handling things were already unconventional. So he actually liked a spirited girl like Nami even more. What is your name, little girl? I remember Luffy is the captain of your pirate crew. You dare to hit the captain. You have quite a lot of guts. In fact, after hitting Luffy, Nami regretted it. She forgot that the person sitting across from her was Luffy's grandfather and thought it was just a normal situation. So she instinctively punched Luffy. When she heard Carp's words, she mistakenly believed he was blaming her. She began to feel nervous, with beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. That person was someone whose strength was not inferior to Asta's. If I offend him now, will he capture me and throw me in jail? The more Nami thought about it, the more anxious she became. Meanwhile, Carp hadn't heard any response for a while and thought they didn't hear him. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw Nami's nervous expression and suddenly realized, you don't need to be so nervous. I have no other intentions. I just admire you. Nami was stunned. You admire me? Carp smiled and said, yes, your personality really suits my taste, so I want to get to know you better. May I ask how old you are, and if you have someone you like? Carp thought to himself that since his grandson's account was already ruined, he might as well consider applying for a new one. Moreover, if Luffy had children, perhaps it would change his dreams, and he wouldn't keep shouting about being a pirate every day. This was a win-win situation, simply perfect. Carp then focused his attention on Nami. feeling that she matched well with his grandson. However, Karp's words led to a slight misunderstanding for Nami. She said with a slightly disdainful expression, "Sorry, I'm still young and don't want to get married so quickly, and I don't like grandpa types." Karp was originally drinking water, but upon hearing this, he spat out all the tea he hadn't swallowed yet. Chapter 175. I really want to fight with Karp. What should I do? Nami's words nearly made Karp's eyes pop out. I just wanted you to be my granddaughter-in-law, but I didn't expect you to set your sights on me. Since my partner passed away in an accident, Karp has remained chaste. The only person he ever loved was that old guy Sengoku. Ahem, young lady. Something shouldn't be said lightly. At my age, I could easily be your grandfather. When I said I admired you, I was just appreciating your character, nothing more. Nami suddenly realized she had made a big misunderstanding, her face turning as red as the sun set. You didn't clarify, suddenly asking me if I have someone I like. How was I supposed to know what you meant? Karp scratched his head. It felt a bit awkward discussing such topics with someone younger. So, he quickly changed the subject. All right, with your little tricks, you think you can fool me? You still have decades of practice ahead. You don't need to cover for that kid. I'm here not to capture him, but to negotiate on behalf of the Navy. Negotiate? Nami was taken aback. During the battle at Judicial Island, Asta not only embarrassed the world government, but also trampled the Navy's dignity underfoot. Logically speaking, you two should be irreconcilable enemies. Why are you suddenly negotiating? Karp stood up, his expression gradually becoming serious. I know this is hard for you to believe. After all, when has the Navy ever compromised with pirates? But for the safety of the people, this is currently the best way. Nami suddenly understood, her gaze towards Karp no longer filled with disdain. Although there are many scoundrels in the Navy, like that rat colonel who colluded with Arlong, most are still filled with justice. Karp, young lady, can you tell me about Asta? This way, I want to have to search for him one by one. Nami hesitated. She didn't know if Asta would want to be disturbed at this moment. However, just as she was deep in thought, a familiar voice came from the doorway. If I can't beat you, I can't beat you. Stop making grand excuses. You Navy folks really care too much about face. Asta was dressed in a short-sleeved shirt on top and beach shorts on the bottom, wearing a big pair of sunglasses on his face. This outfit exuded a youthful and handsome vibe. Asta walked into the room, glanced around, and saw the place in disarray. TSK, TSK, TSK. If Iceberg knew you guys ruined his house like this, he'd probably be heartbroken for several days. That's my fault. I'll send my subordinates to compensate him later. It has nothing to do with Luffy and the others. Karp was reasonable enough to take all the blame himself. After all, he wouldn't be the one paying in the end. Asta shrugged. He was just casually commenting. Who pays, who fixes it, that's none of his business. You must be the Asta who severely injured Akainu. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Looking at Asta, who seemed even younger than his own grandson, Karp couldn't help but praise. I've always heard that Asta is powerful and handsome. Now that I see him in person, it's indeed well-deserved. He is even 7/10 as handsome as I was in my youth. Compared to that old geezer Sengoku, he doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes. Sengoku. Oh, ISNT, that the stunning and captivating Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Good afternoon. It's nice to see you again. As soon as Asta walked in, he noticed Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit acting as a background wall. After all, those long legs are hard for any man to ignore. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit first nodded at him expressionlessly, then remained silent, continuing to act as her background wall. Asta had long anticipated Peach Rabbit's indifference. After all, he had recently killed many of her subordinates, including a devoted follower. Just getting a nod from her was already quite good. However, not caring is one thing. Sticking his warm face against her cold backside was another. Asta didn't want to sell his soul just for a pair of long legs, becoming a lickspittle like Chopper. So, he turned his gaze back to Karp. At this moment, Karp had his arms crossed over his chest. Although his hair was gray, his muscular body filled out the Navy uniform completely. It was hard to believe this was an old man over 70 if you didn't see it with your own eyes. Asta recalled a message he had seen online stating that Karp was the only one who wouldn't see a decline in strength due to age. Whether that was true or not, he didn't know. I kind of want to fight with you. What should I do? Excitement and fighting spirit flickered in Asta's eyes. However, as he sized up Karp, Karp was also sizing him up. When he noticed the fighting spirit in Asta's eyes, Karp was taken aback, then displayed an amused expression. You want to fight me? The onlookers were equally surprised. Asta nodded. How about it? Do you want to spar with me? I'm quite curious about the strength of a Navy hero. Karp laughed heartily. What Navy hero? That is just a hollow title. I'm just an old man about to retire. Asta, other old men aren't like you. My intuition tells me you're strong. even stronger than Akainu. Carp, that kid Akainu took a wrong turn. He relies too much on his devil fruit powers. If he had listened to Zifa and trained his physical skills more, he might not have lost so easily. Asta, that is not necessarily true. After all, he was facing me. From the very beginning, his outcome was already decided. Upon hearing this, Carp's smile slowly faded, and his gaze towards Asta grew cold. As a senior, I advise you, young man, not to be too arrogant. Asta, if you're not arrogant, can you still call yourself young? Carp, old man, your time has passed. Now it's my time. The two stared at each other. The next moment, a powerful aura erupted from both of them, colliding with each other. The two strong auras clashed like tangible forces, producing a series of explosions. All obstacles between them were shattered to pieces, and even purple lightning flashed in the air, as if the entire space had been torn apart. As for Nami and Zoro, they had long retreated to a corner, hunched over, their faces slightly flushed. Although they were no longer inexperienced newcomers, the aura emitted by these top-tier powerhouses was still somewhat overwhelming for them. However, this aura came quickly and dissipated just as fast. Carp scratched his head and laughed heartily. Today, us young people are truly remarkable. When I was your age, I could only hold my own against a bounty of over 100 million. The aura you just unleashed was far stronger than what I had back then. Truly, each generation is stronger than the last. After the brief skirmish just now, the excitement in Asta's eyes grew. Old man, you're joking. You're the one who's really aging like fine wine. I'm getting more and more eager to have a match with you. Carp's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, aren't you afraid that I might defeat you and then send you to Impel Down? Asta licked his lips and replied, if you think you can do it, then go ahead and give it a try. Upon hearing this, Carp laughed heartily and pointed at Asta, saying, I have to say, I really like your personality. If Luffy could be like you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. However, I'm here to negotiate, not to fight. And my intuition tells me that if we really were to fight, I might very well be the one to lose. At this remark, Nami and the others showed no reaction, but Peach Rabbit had a shocked expression on her face. Who is Carp? An idol to all the Navy. Although he usually acts a bit off, his strength definitely surpasses that of the three admirals. In fact, the entire Navy is uncertain if there is anyone who can surpass him. Yet, this top-tier powerhouse publicly admits that if he were to fight Asta, the chances of losing would be higher for him. Even if he has been overestimating Asta's strength in his heart, he still underestimated it in the end. Feeling that Carp truly did not want to fight, Asta's expression showed some disappointment. He wanted to witness just how powerful someone could be to have Roger running all over the place. However, since Carp was unwilling, Asta did not want to force it. So, what does the Navy want with me? Carp replied, regarding the incident at Judicial Island, it was the world government that forced Sengoku to make a decision. He actually didn't want to clash with you. But as you know, the Navy is just a small department of the world government, and we cannot defy their orders. Stop. Asta decisively interrupted before Carp could finish. Don't give me any excuses. I only know that you attacked me and mistreated my subordinates. If this matter is just brushed aside, how can I face my subordinates? Carp sighed bitterly. He was ashamed of the actions taken against Asta's subordinates to threaten him. But there was nothing to be done. As he had just said, the Navy could not defy the orders of the world government. We have already investigated. The one who mistreated your subordinates was Vice Admiral Tsuru, and he's been killed by you. In this incident at Judicial Island, the Navy lost over 20,000 people. So we hope you. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but speak up. Asta cut her off. You hope I just let it go, right? I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that. Peach Rabbit anxiously asked why. Why? How can you still have the face to ask why? Asta found it hard to believe. They wanted to kill me, I fought back, and they died. Isn't that only natural? Why should I sympathize with them? If I hadn't been so strong at that time. Like Luffy, do you think they would have let me go? Luffy, why am I being used as an example here? I am weak. I really apologize for that. But you are a criminal, and they're the Navy. They were just following orders. Peach Rabbit tried to explain again. But Asta did not give her the chance, staring into her eyes and venting the anger that had built up since he crossed over. Criminal? I just want to ask you, who defined me as a criminal? A year ago, I was living well, but just because I looked at a celestial dragon in the crowd, I was captured and turned into a slave. An old man forced me to sleep with him. Do you think I should not fight back? Peach Rabbit was immediately rendered speechless. They had investigated Asta's information and naturally knew that what he said was true. Asta continued, the celestial dragons wanted to torment me and wanted me dead. So is it wrong for me to fight back? I killed quite a few people in Mariehua, but those people deserve to die. I could even say I was acting on behalf of justice. After that incident, you branded me as one of the most vicious criminals. And I accepted that. But I'd already gone into hiding, preparing to live in seclusion, yet you still wouldn't let me go, threatening my subordinates' lives to force me out. I just want to ask you, among everyone here, who has harmed society? Yes, some of my subordinates were once pirates, but after escaping from Mariewa, they have never committed a single illegal act under my supervision. You would rather sign contracts with pirates, establish the warlord position, and allow them to rob at will. Yet you refuse to let go of these unfortunate people. They were abandoned by their parents, betrayed by friends, and despised by others, just because they were once slaves of the celestial dragons. You speak every day about upholding justice and protecting civilians, but I want to ask you, whose justice are you upholding? Is it the justice of the common people, or the aristocrats? Or are you just the dogs of the world government, biting whoever they tell you to bite? Asta's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a bell in Peach Rabbit's mind, causing her to stagger back a few steps before accidentally sitting down on the ground. Her face was pale, her heart in turmoil. In terms of cultivation, she was in a state of unstable resolve, haunted by inner demons. Peach Rabbit was an orphan. Her parents were killed by pirates when she was 6. To take revenge, she joined the Navy, training herself in powerful abilities, hoping to one day be able to take down all pirates. But after hearing Asta's words, her heart was in chaos. She realized that the justice she had been upholding was, in fact, a false justice. This made her begin to feel lost, unsure if what she had done all these years was right or wrong. Old man, did we do something wrong? Looking at Peach Rabbit's helpless and confused expression, Carp sighed deeply. Peach Rabbit, we did not do anything wrong. The wrong lies with this world. You know, I've been reluctant to rise through the ranks all these years to avoid being constrained. I know it's hard to change this world with my abilities, but have you thought about what will happen if we do nothing? Peach Rabbit, we bear the weight of justice to make this world a better place. However, Carp's explanation did not ease Peach Rabbit's concerns. Instead, it added more confusion to her heart. Seeing her expression, Carp knew she needed some time to calm down, so he no longer pressed her. Turning his head, he looked at Asta with a complex expression. What conditions would allow you to temporarily set aside your hatred? Asta smiled slightly. He understood Carp's meaning, and the word temporarily was well used. Carp knew he would not let the world government off the hook, and he himself had no intention of letting those high and mighty celestial dragons off the hook either. Even though they had just signed a ceasefire agreement for them, the ceasefire agreement was nothing but a worthless piece of paper. Chapter 176. Let's discuss our own terms. Asta found a sofa to sit down casually and said in a relaxed tone, if you want to discuss terms with me, you should have said so earlier. I recently just sent off the lackeys sent by the world government. I can forgive them, so there's no reason I can't forgive you. However, you need to show your sincerity. Only when your sincerity is evident can I persuade my subordinates to let go of their hatred. Kapu let out a. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless pirates, some as strong as rocks, and others as weak as Luffy. But without exception, his attitude towards pirates had always been the same. Absolute refusal to compromise. This was also his life creed. Now, however, the rules he had set were about to be broken. This was his first time. How could Kapu not feel melancholy? I don't know if you're interested in the warlords of the sea, but right now, there is a vacancy among them. If you are willing, we will nominate you as the new warlord of the sea. The warlords of the sea? Asta turned to look at Zoro and the others. What a coincidence. Crocodile was defeated by the Straw Hat crew. Kapu spoke seriously. If you can become a warlord of the sea, your subordinate status will change, and you will no longer be in the despised position of a slave. Asta laughed at this point. Do you think we care about our status? Whether slave or civilian, for us madmen who dare to act against the celestial dragons. Who in this world would dare to disrespect us? As for the warlords of the sea, do you think it suits my status? How arrogant. This was Kapu's first reaction after hearing him. Although Asta didn't teach out loudly, his tone revealed a kind of arrogance that looked down on everyone in the world. Kapu had a premonition. Perhaps this person before him could change the entire world. But he didn't know whether that change would be good or bad. Since you do not agree with our proposal, just state your conditions directly. If it is within our capabilities, I will represent the Navy to agree to you. As the strongest of the Navy, Kapu was still qualified to make decisions on behalf of the Navy. Besides, he was a straightforward man who didn't know how to haggle. In the past, if someone disobeyed him, he would just beat them up first. And if they still disobeyed, he would beat them again until they complied. But this method wouldn't work on Asta. Don't rush. You all came from so far, so you must be tired and hungry. Let me treat you first. Sanji, go to the kitchen and make something delicious to reward your captain's grandfather. Asta wouldn't easily reveal his demands. He had to take advantage of the Navy at least. All right, Teacher Asta, please wait a moment. Sanji brushed off the dirt on his clothes and headed to the kitchen. Then, Asta waved for everyone to relax, saying they were all on the same side. However, he looked around and couldn't see Luffy. So he raised his head to ask Nami, "Where's Luffy? What did he run off to? His own grandfather is here, and he doesn't even greet him?" Nami had a strange expression. "Luffy?" "Yes, right here." Asta frowned and looked around again, but still didn't see Luffy. "Yes, here? Where? I can't see him." Nami silently stepped aside, revealing a Luffy that looked as swollen as a pig. No, he looked like a pig. Gasping, Asta took a deep breath. If it weren't for Nami's reminder, he would never have recognized that the person lying on the ground was Luffy. He had become a ball. Who did this to him? Although he asked, Asta's gaze instinctively landed on Nami. There weren't many who dared to hit Luffy, but the only one present who could beat him up to this extent was Nami. But his grandfather was still here. "Aren't you afraid Kapu will catch you?" Noticing Asta's gaze, Nami immediately protested. "What kind of look is that? You're not suspecting that I did this to Luffy, are you?" Asta first glanced at Kapu, saw he had no reaction, and quickly pulled Nami aside. "I know Luffy often makes you angry, but at least pay attention now. His grandfather is here. Let us see how you handle this." Nami looked like a frightened wild cat, her hair standing on end. "You jerk! How could I be like that in your eyes?" I. Asta interrupted. "Stop with the you, and I. I'll help you distract Kapu later, and you better run as far away as you can. Don't think Kapu doesn't care about Luffy on the surface. After all, Luffy is his grandson. They say grandparents dote on their grandchildren. Kapu might be hard on the outside, but he is soft-hearted inside." Nami snorted coldly. "Why should I leave if I didn't hit him?" Asta retorted. "What do you mean you didn't hit him? You'll go find Robin later." Wait a minute. What did you just say? You didn't hit Luffy?" Asta was suddenly stunned, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. It turned out it wasn't Nami who did it. Nami was already very angry that Asta misunderstood her, but after explaining, seeing Asta's incredulous expression made her even angrier. "Why is it that other women in your eyes are pure and lovely, gentle and kind, while I'm just seen as a greedy and violent woman? That's not fair." Just as Nami was about to prove herself, Kapu suddenly spoke up with a loud voice. "That kid Luffy is the one I hit. I couldn't stand him, so I just wanted to teach him a small lesson. No one needs to worry about him." Asta looked at Luffy lying on the ground, breathing weakly, and for a moment didn't know what to say. After all, he was his grandfather. To call such an injury a small lesson was quite something. However, since this was a family matter of the Mont Blanc family, and Kapu said no one needed to worry, Asta didn't want to say much. At most, if one day Kapu accidentally killed Luffy, he would find a better grave and arrange a proper send-off for him. That would be a fitting tribute to their master-apprentice relationship. After that, everyone walked into the inner room. Kapu was easygoing and got along with everyone. Asta didn't care if this naval hero would suddenly attack him. If Kapu could pull off such a sneak attack, Roger wouldn't have entrusted his son to him back in the day. Thus, at the dining table, after a few cups of fine wine, Asta began to put his arm around Kapu's shoulder, and their relationship became quite harmonious. If one ignored their identities, Asta found that in some respects, he surprisingly got along well with Kapu. Moreover, in his previous life when watching One Piece, he had many questions, and now that Kapu was here, he asked a lot of interesting things on behalf of the fans. For example, is the mark on the face of the Revolutionary Army leader dragon from you hitting him with a slipper? And what is your relationship with Admiral Tsuru? Is Luffy's mother a celestial dragon? Carp didn't say anything to deliberately conceal it. He answered whatever Asta asked. From the private matters of the Carp family to the gossip about others, about Sengoku, Roger, Whitebeard. The more Asta asked, the happier he became, while Carp grew increasingly alarmed. Although Asta was asking about gossip and not confidential matters, knowing these things was already quite impressive. After all, who among ordinary people would know who Rox is? Asta must have a powerful intelligence organization behind him. Perhaps even his formidable strength was secretly cultivated by someone. Otherwise, how could such a genius exist? At such a young age, he reached the pinnacle of the world's strongest. Even if there are geniuses, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Carp seemed to have discovered the truth of the matter. Humph, that old guy Sengoku always mocks me, saying I'm foolish. Now that I've uncovered such a huge secret, let's see if he dares to mock me again. Carp was quite pleased with himself. However, alcohol only gets more potent the more you drink. At first, Carp wanted to extract some information from Asta to explore the mysterious forces behind him. But as the empty bottles piled up, he forgot about probing, thinking, what mysterious force? Don't interfere with my bonding with my little brother. Carp, your own son and grandson are disobedient. Clearly, You are a naval hero, yet they insist on becoming revolutionaries and pirates. You must feel quite upset about that, right? Yes, little brother, you don't know how I've been living these years. What's so bad about being a Navy man? Why don't they understand me? They don't understand you, but I do. In my opinion, their rebellion is because you didn't beat them enough when they were young. You should have given them a few more beatings. Someone who knows me well. That's my little brother. Since we are so fated, why don't we become sworn brothers today? Carp's face turned red, his eyes were glazed, clearly a sign of drunkenness. Good, that's just what I mean. From now on, we share blessings and bear misfortunes together. Asta raised his bottle and shouted excitedly. He too had drunk too much. Peach Rabbit, on the other hand, didn't touch alcohol, but her face was flushed. It wasn't shyness, it was embarrassment. Carp, a hero of the Navy, actually wants to become sworn brothers with the most ruthless criminal in the world. What on earth is going on? She wanted to stop Carp. Such a thing must not happen, or it would become a stain on the Navy and be laughed at by others. But a drunken Carp was as unmovable as a mountain, let alone a little major like Peach Rabbit. Don't pull me. Who are you? Get away from me. I've only ever liked Little Crane. Carp slurred. Peach Rabbit wasn't surprised by Carp's feelings for Major Crane. After all, this was no secret among the Navy. Not to mention that Peach Rabbit was Major Crane's sister. Old man Carp, you're drunk. Let us go back and rest. Carp waved his hand. No. Today, I'm going to become sworn brothers with Asta. No one can stop me. Peach Rabbit's face grew anxious. This old man was usually not serious, but drunk he was even more out of control. However, no matter what, she had to stop Carp, just as she prepared to persuade him further. A sudden sharp sound came from behind. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but scream. Slap! A sensitive part was attacked, and Peach Rabbit instinctively kicked backward. But how could such an attack hurt Asta, even if he was drunk? Asta had already sidestepped and saw that Peach Rabbit actually dared to attack him. Asta frowned, raised his palm, and with another slap, Peach Rabbit let out a muffled grunt, biting her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment this time. You! Peach Rabbit pointed at Asta, her chest heaving with anger. What about me? Do you want to get hit again? Asta frowned and raised his palm once more. Peach Rabbit jumped in fright, immediately covering her backside with both hands and instinctively backing away. At that moment, Carp suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Asta's neck. All right, stop fussing like a girl. Let us hurry up and become sworn brothers. Then, Carp pulled Asta to find a clear spot and knelt down together. Peach Rabbit looked at the excited Carp and sighed helplessly. Fine. Do as you please. I won't be the one embarrassed in the end. As for Nami and Zoro, seeing Asta make a fool of himself, they certainly wouldn't stop it. They were all just watching the show. The two knelt on the ground, holding a bowl of liquor high. Today, I, Carp, become sworn brothers with Asta. From now on, we share blessings and bear misfortunes together. Today, I, Asta, become sworn brothers with Carp. From now on, we share blessings and bear misfortunes together. After they finished their vows, they downed the liquor in one go and then smashed the bowls to the ground. Little brother, big brother, little brother, big brother. The two embraced, and eventually the effects of the alcohol hit them, and they fell into a deep sleep. Zoro, a criminal and a Navy man, could actually become brothers. Today has really opened my eyes. Sanji, yeah, I wonder how Luffy will feel when he wakes up to find out his teacher has become his grandfather. Nami thought for a moment and chuckled. That scene must be beautiful. The others all nodded. Peach Rabbit. Outside, Luffy, still unconscious, shivered instinctively, as if he had dreamed of something terrifying. The next day, what? I have an extra grandfather? How can one not call him the protagonist? After a night's rest, Luffy had fully recovered. However, his spirit had suffered a great blow. He just took a nap, and his teacher became his grandfather. Should he call Asta teacher or grandpa from now on? Asta rubbed his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yesterday was the first time he had drunk a bit too much. He never expected to become sworn brothers with Carp while under the influence. So when he sees Revolutionary Dragon in the future, should he say, just call me uncle from now on? Thinking of this made him feel quite excited. The next Pirate King is my grandson. A smile unconsciously appeared on Asta's face. Just then, Luffy across from him caught sight of it. Luffy immediately shouted, No way. I absolutely won't allow this. Asta shrugged helplessly. Don't talk to me about this. Go ask my big brother what he says. Just thinking about Carp made Luffy instinctively shrink his neck. His fear of Carp was etched in his bones. Unless absolutely necessary, he never wanted to see Carp for the rest of his life. It's okay, it's just an extra grandfather. With me around in the future, the position of Pirate King will definitely be yours. Chapter 177, The Black Pearl Pirates. Hearing Asta's words, Luffy instantly fell silent. To be honest, he was tempted. Luffy knew that if Asta were to compete for the title of Pirate King with him, he wouldn't stand a chance, even though he had immense confidence in himself. He couldn't muster the courage in front of Asta. Only after spending a long time together would one come to realize the sheer terror of Asta. Undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Seeing Luffy fall silent, Asta assumed he had tacitly accepted their relationship and patted him on the shoulder. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but that's okay. There's still many days ahead. How about you call me Grandpa a couple of times to get used to it? Luffy. The next day, after sobering up, another person who found it hard to accept was his own grandfather, Marine Vice Admiral Garp. What? You say I pledged brotherhood with that brat Asta yesterday? Garp shouted loudly, his expression one of shock. Tama, however, remained calm, rubbed her ears, and said in a very composed tone, That's right. You two not only bowed to each other, but even shared a drink. Garp immediately let out a wail. Why didn't you stop me? If Sengoku finds out I pledged brotherhood with a criminal, he'll definitely skin me alive. Tama rolled her eyes at him and replied irritably, How could I stop you? The key is that I couldn't hold you back. With your momentum yesterday, not even 10 bulls could stop you. Garp had a great advantage. He never forgot things while drinking. No matter how drunk he got, he would never black out. But because of this, all the absurd events from yesterday replayed vividly in his mind. What a definite social death. Anyway, I can't face anyone anymore. The matter of negotiating with Asta is up to you. I believe with your intelligence, you can perfectly resolve this issue. Garp spread his hands, lightly passing all the responsibility onto Tama. Tama's expression changed, and she immediately refused. No, I can agree to other matters, but I absolutely disagree with this one. Yesterday, what Asta said had already shaken her to the core, making her question whether everything she had done over the years was right or wrong. Moreover, that guy was extremely dishonest and liked to take advantage of women. Tama didn't want to have any private contact with him. Garp clasped his hands together and pleaded, Tama, please help me for all those years I've taken care of you. If I meet Asta, it's going to be very awkward. But Tama hesitated. Garp thought Tama was worried about her own strength and immediately patted his chest, assuring her, Don't worry, with me around, that brat wouldn't dare to bully you. If he dares to bully you, I will risk my life to make him pay. In the end, Tama, considering Garp's face, reluctantly agreed. However, she secretly decided, if that brat dared to smack my butt again, I would definitely fight back. However, the experiences of the following days made Tama realize that her worries were completely unfounded, because since that day, she hadn't seen Asta in person again. As for the negotiations, they were handled by a girl dressed in a maid outfit. The other party's attitude was very firm. Compensation where compensation was due. Apologies where apologies were due. However, overall, the conditions proposed by the other party were not too excessive. This made Tama a bit curious about Asta. What kind of person was this man who turned the world upside down upon his arrival? Due to the events at Judicial Island, the Marines had lost quite a bit of combat power, so the situation at the front lines was somewhat urgent. Tama and Sengoku's group had only stayed here for less than a week before they had to leave. On the eve of their departure, Garp gave his grandson a good beating to keep him in line for a while. This time, he hit him rather hard. Luffy would be bettered in for 2 or 3 days. However, once they left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their behavior became less restrained. I must work hard to become stronger, not for anything else, but so that the next time I see Grandpa, I can give him a beating just like he did to me, Luffy said resolutely while lying on the hospital bed. Smack! Hearing this, Nami slapped Luffy's wound, causing him to scream in pain. At least he is your real grandfather. Can you show him some respect? Luffy, I always respect him, but he doesn't respect me. When I was a kid, he said it was to train me. He left me alone in the deep mountains, or threw me into a ravine. I was only 5 years old then. Nami sighed, looking at Luffy with some sympathy. She finally understood why Luffy was so resilient. Come on, it's just a beating from Grandpa. Who hasn't been beaten by their parents when they were kids? Some people even want to be beaten and can't get it. Nami thought of her foster mother. When she was a child, she always felt that her mother was too strict. But once she lost her, she realized how happy it was to have a mother. Nami's eyes dimmed as she recalled every little thing with her foster mother. However, after hearing this, Luffy looked at her in astonishment. Nami, you and T have some special kink, would you? Who in the world likes to be beaten? Smack! Luffy began to scream in pain again. Just then, Frankie burst in, covered him with chips, and exclaimed, It's done. Our new ship is ready. Both the pain-stricken Luffy and the nostalgic Nami's eyes lit up at the same time. They could set sail again. In dock number 1, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were gathered. Although Luffy was wrapped in bandages, it couldn't dampen his excitement. Where's our new ship? Where is it? Wow, what a big guy. Is this our ship? It's just too big. The Straw Hat Pirates stared at the massive object in front of them, their eyes nearly popping out. Although it was covered with a white cloth, making it hard to see what was underneath, even so, its height seemed as big as a small mountain. Standing in front of it, Luffy and the others looked like ants. Hey, Iceberg, you're here too? Luffy noticed Iceberg and greeted him happily. Iceberg turned around upon hearing the voice, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw who it was. Oh, it's Luffy. What are you all doing here? Luffy, Frankie said our ship is ready, and we want to see what kind of ship it is. Iceberg was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, slapping his forehead. You see, I've been so busy these days that I completely forgot about this. Your ship is indeed finished today, and it's a very impressive ship. Upon hearing this, Luffy's smile grew even brighter. Thank you, Uncle Iceberg. You've really been a hassle for us these past few days. Iceberg waved his hand. It's no hassle at all. This is our job. Since you've paid, we will do our best to build you a perfect ship. Paid? Luffy was confused. He turned to his companions. Didn't we use all our money to buy materials? How is there still money left? Zoro and Sanji turned to look at Nami at the same time. Their crew was different from other pirate crews. The one in charge of finances was not the captain, but Nami. Nami was confused too. Wasn't this free? She didn't remember promising to pay them. Uncle Iceberg, did you make a mistake? We have no money. Iceberg laughed heartily. Don't worry. Your payment has already been made. Already paid? Who? Countless question marks appeared over the heads of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was me who paid. Nami, I remembered your promise of 1 billion berries. Suddenly a voice came from behind, and everyone quickly turned to look. Asta was leading a group of people slowly approaching. What? You used the money I owed you pay them. Nami screamed. That was her little treasure, something that belonged to her alone. How could you make such a decision and pay them? Also, what kind of ship costs 1 billion berries? Can't we build a cheaper one? Nami collapsed to the ground, her face pale. What happened? Teacher Asta. What is this 1 billion berries you mentioned? Luffy asked in confusion. Asta glanced at Nami, a slight smirk on his face. You can ask Nami about this later. Then Asta nodded to Iceberg as a greeting. Hancock wrapped her arms around Asta's, pouting a bit, and said unhappily, Why did you need to build a ship when you could use mine? Asta gently tapped her nose. Speaking affectionately, you only have 2 ships on Amazon Lily. If I used yours, what would you use? Hancock, everything I have is yours, including myself. So you don't have to be polite with me. Asta, all right, I asked Iceberg to add many things to the ship, including a small hot spring. You can do whatever you want there. Hancock's eyes lit up at the mention of a hot spring, and she stopped talking. Meanwhile, Luffy, still unaware of why Teacher Asta paid for him, thought it wasn't a bad thing at all. He quickly put it out of his mind and was eager to see his new ship. Frankie, is this our new ship? Luffy jumped up in front of the massive structure and grabbed the white cloth on top, pulling it off. Suddenly, a giant sailing ship came into view, with a streamlined hull and some luxurious decorations. It was a pirate ship that anyone would love at first sight. Luffy was no exception. He fell in love with it at first glance, his mouth hanging open in awe. Nami, who was still feeling down, couldn't help but stand up when she saw the ship. She thought to herself, if it costs 1 billion berries to build such a ship, it's worth it. Not just worth it, it's a huge bargain. Everyone's faces lit up with surprise. Zoro, this ship is huge. Sanji poked Frankie, exclaiming, Wow, Frankie, you kept this huge surprise under wraps. No, this isn't. Frankie hurriedly said. Sanji, not what? All right, you don't need to be modest. We all know how much effort you've put in these days. I have to say, you and Uncle Iceberg are the best at shipbuilding. Yeah, I didn't expect you to build such a large ship, Frankie. It could even accommodate thousands of people. But isn't it a bit of a waste for us to use such a big ship? Chopper frowned. Luffy once said their pirate crew was elite and wouldn't recruit too many people, probably around 10. Wouldn't it be a bit difficult for 10 people to operate such a large ship? Frankie chuckled bitterly. Who told you this is our ship? Their ship is next to it. Everyone was taken aback and instinctively looked in the direction Frankie pointed. They saw that next to the massive ship, there was indeed another ship. But because of the size difference, they hadn't noticed it before. At that moment, Luffy leaned over the deck of the massive ship and shouted down to everyone. Hey everyone, this ship is amazing. It has everything, even a small patch of green land. Come up and take a look. Zoro and the others looked at each other, wondering who would go up to tell their captain that this wasn't their ship. In the end, they still went up. Even if it wasn't their ship, it was fine to take a look. Iceberg, following your request, I removed many firepower devices, but in return, I made this ship more comfortable. I divided it into resting areas, entertainment areas, office spaces, training areas, and even several kitchens. As for the gravity room you mentioned, we successfully equipped it too. This ship can accommodate up to over 6,000 people. Even giants can live on it without any issues. As for its power system, you must have heard of the Pluton, right? We installed the power system of Pluton on this ship, and I can guarantee that this ship is the fastest pirate ship in history. After hearing Iceberg's introduction, Asta nodded in satisfaction and patted Iceberg's shoulder. I'm very satisfied with this ship. Consider it a favor owed to you. If you ever want to kill someone, just let me know, and I'll help you take care of it. Iceberg's mouth twitched slightly. Do powerful individuals think differently from ordinary people? Always talking about who they want to kill and asking for help with it. He was a serious businessman. How could he do such things? The Iceberg chuckled awkwardly. There's no need for that. I'm just a businessman. It's not good to be shouting and fighting all the time. Besides, you've already paid me for my services, so let's forget about favors. Aster didn't care about that. The words had already been put out there, and his favors still held some value. It's fine. What if one day you encounter an enemy? You can't just ignore it. They might take your property, insult your dignity, and most importantly, they could kill the people around you. At that time, you can come find me. The Iceberg said, At least I've worked hard for you for several days. Can you at least wish me well? The Iceberg didn't want to discuss this topic any further. He was afraid that if they continued, Aster would make him so angry that he'd get sick. By the way, this ship doesn't have a name yet. As its master, why don't you give it a name? Aster thought for a moment and said, Since this ship is very fast, let's call it the Black Pearl. Chapter 178. The gift. After visiting Asta's Black Pearl, Luffy and his crew were filled with anticipation for their new ship. After all, they were all built by the same group, so the difference shouldn't be too great. However, when they saw their own ship, a hint of disappointment inevitably arose in their hearts. This didn't mean their ship was bad. It just seemed a bit too small and delicate compared to Asta's Black Pearl. The two ships side by side looked like a father and son pair. However, the Straw Hat crew quickly adjusted their mood for pirates. A pirate ship is like a second home. No one would feel dissatisfied with their home. Moreover, this new ship that carried their dreams wasn't as small as they had imagined and was already sufficient for Luffy and the others. Wow, there's even a lawn here. Although it couldn't compare to Asta's Black Pearl, it was at least twice the size of the Mary. What a large mainsail. Let me check out the kitchen. What a magnificent ship. Is it a sunflower on the bow? It's a lion. That's a lion. Luffy jumped to the bow, standing on the lion's head, waving his hands excitedly at Asta. Asta-sensei, come over and see our ship. It's amazing. Yes, it really is amazing. Asta nodded with a smile. Perhaps it was fate. But Luffy's new ship was exactly like the Thousand Sunny from the original, with only some minor changes in detail. Wow, lying on the lawn is so comfortable. Luffy rolled back and forth. There's even a slide on the ship. This is so much fun. Chopper rushed down from above. It seems we can turn this place into a garden, Robin said, surveying with satisfaction. The scenery is quite nice. Zoro leaned on the railing, gazing at the distant view. With such a large sail, the maneuverability must be strong. Nami, an excellent navigator, was focused on the ship's power. Iceberg nodded beside her. That type is called a brigantine, a ship that sails according to the needs of its crew. How much it can be utilized depends on the navigator's skills. Nami nodded seriously, yes. I will work hard to use it well. But what about Asta's ship? Iceberg turned to look at that colossal vessel. His eyes filled with excitement. His ship is slightly different. It doesn't rely excessively on the navigator's skills. It's the greatest invention of our lifetime. Nami felt a bit moved by this, just as she was about to ask more. Luffy suddenly leaned over and pulled Nami towards the deck. We need to give this ship a new name. We're just waiting for you. The Straw Hat crew gathered in a circle, each holding onto their own opinions, arguing endlessly. In my opinion, why don't we just rename it the Golden Mary? No way, Usopp. I know you have deep feelings for the Mary, but every ship is a new partner for us. I can't let it replace the Mary. That would be unfair to it. Then how about calling it the Dream Ship, symbolizing that it carries our dreams? No. According to Asta-sensei, that name isn't cool at all. Then let's call it the Courage Ship, meaning we have the courage to climb to the peak. That name is okay, but it doesn't reflect our pirate crew's characteristics at all. I thought a name that immediately screams our pirate crew. This won't work. That won't work. What do you actually want? Everyone shouted in unison at Luffy. Luffy thought for a moment, then smiled. How about the Black Bear, White Bear, Lion Ship? Everyone. Luffy frowned. Then let's call it the Tiger, Wolf, Lion Ship. Usopp slapped Luffy on the forehead and shouted, Stop with all the animals. What kind of curse is this? Luffy, how about the Squid, Octopus, Gorilla Ship? Usopp was a bit frantic. You idiot. Didn't you hear what I said? Frankie nodded. Lion is indeed a good direction, but this lion looks more like a sunflower. Zoro couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. I actually thought of a good name. Luffy's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. Zoro, how about Captain Lionel? Isn't that very imposing? However, the anticipated admiration didn't come. Instead, everyone looked at him with disdain. Sanji, that's just lame. Luffy stuck out his tongue, his face full of disdain. That's not even as good as the name I came up with. Nami, although I really don't want to admit it, comparing it. I still prefer that lion ship name. Usopp nodded. Robin, but speaking of which, who is Lionel? Zoro's face turned red from embarrassment. Smoke coming out of his head in anger. You guys who have no taste, what do you know? Sanji rubbed his chin. Zoro actually gave me an idea. How about calling it the Sunflower Master? Robin, the Dark Sphere is also a good name. Everyone held their own opinions, unwilling to yield, each thinking their name was better than the others. At that moment, Asta walked over. What are you all doing? Everyone's eyes lit up, since they couldn't decide. They would ask Asta-sensei for help. Oh, let me help you choose a name. What names do you all have? Asta's eyes flashed with curiosity. Squid, Octopus, Gorilla Ship, Sunflower Master, Captain Lionel, Dark Sphere. After listening, Asta burst into laughter. What kind of weird names are these? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourselves by naming it this? Luffy and the others immediately turned red, looking down, not daring to speak. If someone else said this to them, they would definitely refute it, but since it was Asta-sensei, it was a different matter. Nami's eyes turned, and she said directly, since you think none of them are good, why don't you come up with one? Yeah, Asta-sensei. Please help us come up with one. Luffy quickly said. He thought the name Asta gave for his ship, Black Pearl, was quite good. Let me help you come up with one. Asta thought for a moment, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I have a good name here, but I don't know if you all are willing. Everyone, what name? Asta, how about we call it the Bappa ship? Trust me, this name will definitely be remembered by everyone in the world. Everyone, Bappa, Asta. Hey, look at this name. It's so easy to remember. I dare say once it spreads, there will be no. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he didn't understand what a pawn was, he felt that this name was very powerful. This name is great. From now on, we'll call it Wolf. However, before Luffy could finish his sentence, someone covered his mouth. Zoro, no way, we absolutely cannot call it that. Sanji, Luffy, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us into it. Nami, how dare you name it that? You don't want to live anymore? We're not as strong as your teacher. They weren't as naive as Luffy. This name might sound powerful, but it would only make them more prone to getting beaten up. Seeing everyone's reaction, Asta immediately doubled over with laughter. I was just joking. I've already thought a name for your ship. How about Sunny Thousand Miles? Sunny Thousand Miles? Everyone murmured softly, and the more they repeated it, the more they felt the name was beautiful. Asta, a ship as vibrant as the sun, sailing through the cruel vast seas. It's simply a perfect match for you all. Everyone's eyes began to shine, whether it was an illusion or not, after Asta's explanation. They felt this name was very fitting for them. They unconsciously let go of their hands, and Luffy immediately broke free, raising one hand and cheering to everyone. All right, then our ship will be called Sunny Thousand Miles. Everyone nodded with smiles. Now that the ship is built, it's time to part ways. However, on the eve of their separation, a few small incidents occurred. Luffy hugged Asta's leg, crying and snotting, which was quite annoying for Asta. He kept saying he couldn't bear to leave teacher Asta and wanted to stay with him forever. In the end, Asta couldn't take it anymore and had Leon give Luffy a few gravity bracelets. Nowadays, their gravity devices have gone through several generations of updates, from the rudimentary gravity belts of the past to the current gravity bracelets. Once Luffy got the bracelets, he immediately stood up, and the expression of sorrow disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened just moments before. Asta wakid in disbelief. Could it be that Luffy was possessed by some kind of traveler? Or did he start using strategies with his brain? Asta hesitated for a moment and finally tentatively said, "Odd changes, even remains the same." Luffy looked up at him, completely confused. Only then did Asta feel relieved. He thought he might have encountered another traveler. It's all right, you all go ahead. If you encounter any difficulties at sea in the future, just mention my name. Usopp was overjoyed. Does this mean that if we mention teacher's name in the future, others won't dare to bully us? Asta gave him a sympathetic glance. There is also another possibility. You might die even faster. Then maybe it's better not to say it. Usopp immediately froze. Robin hesitated for a moment, then finally approached Asta and cautiously asked, I wonder if we will have the chance to meet again in the future? After days of Robin's hard work, her complexion had gradually begun to lighten. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she became as beautiful as in the original story. Of course you can. I will be waiting for you in the new world. If you want to find me, I will always welcome you. After saying that, Asta took out a little snail phone and a small piece of white paper from his pocket. This is my phone and my life card. If you miss me, just give me a call. If you want to come find me, just follow the life card. It will guide you to my location. Robin was very happy. She carefully took the snail phone and life card, and she would always keep these two little items with her. In the end, Luffy, holding onto his gravity bracelets that he tricked and bargained for, left with his companions. As they disappeared from his sight, Asta turned to look at his little brothers. Next, we should set off to pick up your brothers. Back when he was in the Holy Land, Asta had taken in quite a few subordinates, but at that time, due to his own weakness, he had tricked his subordinates into going home to see their parents, agreeing to meet again a year later on Bubble Island. Now that time has passed, it's time for him, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, to make his move. A few days later, in a calm sea area, a magnificent pirate ship was sailing. Hancock, my husband, why are you covering my eyes? Asta reached out to cover Hancock's eyes. Today is your birthday, and I want to give you a surprise. Hancock, just seeing you every day when I open my eyes is the biggest surprise for me. Asta, your words are quite sweet, but this is our first birthday together, and I have prepared this gift just for you. Upon hearing this, a wave of happiness filled Hancock's heart. Ever since she met Asta, she felt happy every single day. No matter what gift my husband gives me, I must show great surprise. I cannot disappoint him. Hancock made up her mind. Soon, Asta took Hancock to her room. As soon as they entered, Hancock sensed a foul odor in the air, along with some muffled sounds. What is this? Why does it smell like urine? Asta wouldn't he be giving me a dog as a pet, would he? But I'm a bit allergic to dog hair. Forget it, after all. This is the first gift Asta has given me. No matter what it is, I will like it. It's just an allergy. I'm not afraid of dying. Why would I fear a little allergy? All right, you can open your eyes now. Asta let go of her. Let me guess. My husband is giving me a pet that I will really like. What is this? Hancock's compliments were stuck in her throat as she saw what was in front of her, unable to say a word, and she even started to tremble. Her eyes filled with fear, because she saw a demon that had haunted her for over a decade. In front of her was an iron cage. Inside were not pet dogs or cats, but several people, living people. They were chained up, their mouths stuffed with smelly socks like dogs. Upon seeing Asta and Hancock, they began to struggle violently, kneeling before them, their eyes filled with fear and pleas for mercy. Asta gently hugged the trembling Hancock from behind and whispered, I made a deal with the world government. They are afraid of my retaliation, so they want to sign a ceasefire agreement with me. So I proposed a condition to them. If they want me to let go of my hatred, it's simple. Just send these celestial dragons over. I know they are your nightmares, so today I am here to help you break that nightmare. They will be your slaves from now on. That's right. The few celestial dragons that Asta asked from the world government are none other than the family that previously sold Hancock. Although Hancock didn't say it outright, how could Asta, who has been with her day and night and slept in the same bed, not know? These people have always been Hancock's nightmare, tormenting her and preventing her from finding peace at night. The happier her current life is, the more she feels how cruel her past experiences were. Therefore, since Asta now has the power to change the future, he feels it is his duty to help his woman regain her new life. Chapter 179. Do you remember me? This was the first time Asta saw Hancock so terrified. She couldn't even scream, only continuously shedding tears while moving her legs back. If it weren't for Asta holding her back, Hancock might have fallen to the ground in fear. In her extreme terror, Hancock couldn't hear anything. All she wanted was to get away from these demons. The moment she saw them, her mind couldn't help but recall her hellish experiences from the past. Seeing Hancock's reaction, Asta shook his head, not disappointed, but somewhat emotional. It seemed the problem was more serious than I imagined. He waved his hand, and a non-venomous python named Salome that Hancock had raised immediately swam over. It coiled up, forming an incredibly soft sofa. Asta carefully placed Hancock on it and prepared to walk around her towards the group of celestial dragons. Asta already had a plan in mind for how to dispel Hancock's inner demons. Letting her see with her own eyes this group of demons that lived in her nightmares was just exposing them as the lowly cockroaches they were. Not even as good as dogs. However, before Asta could take a step, Hancock tightly grabbed his clothes. No, don't leave me, I'm scared. Hancock looked at him pleadingly, like a drowning person clutching at a life-saving straw, unwilling to let go no matter what. Asta patted her small hand and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm here, it's okay. Hancock's eyes flickered, but she stubbornly chose to hold onto Asta's clothes. It was her only sense of security. Asta smiled helplessly. If Hancock continued to cling to him like this, there were many things he couldn't do. But when he saw Hancock's terrified face, Asta couldn't bear to shake her off. It seemed someone was needed to help. So, Asta clapped his hands and shouted towards the door. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanabi, dressed in a maid outfit, pushed the door open and walked in. "Master, you called me." Hanabi's words were suddenly cut off as she froze, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she stared ahead. What did she see? A cage made of iron, containing several celestial dragons. Although they looked a bit disheveled, Hanabi recognized at a glance that these were the same high and mighty celestial dragons from outside. What was going on? Why were there celestial dragons on their ship? And in such a manner, it looked like these people were treated like slaves. Wait, slaves? Hanabi's pupils suddenly contracted, as if a storm surged in her mind. Lord Asta actually kept celestial dragons as slaves. This is simply amazing. An indescribable feeling of admiration and exhilaration surged from Hanabi's heart, quickly sweeping over her body. It was like those mountaineers in her previous life, continuously breaking records, bravely climbing peaks again and again. This was a feeling Hanabi had never experienced before. Finally, trembling, Hanabi collapsed to the ground, her face flushed, gasping for breath as if she had just run a marathon. However, Hanabi's series of reactions left Asta stunned. What is wrong with this girl? Trembling and blushing. Is she sick? Or did a relative come to visit? Maybe I should let her go back first. After all, I don't want to be labeled as a money grubber. Hanabi, if you're feeling unwell, you can go back. I'll handle things here. No, don't send me away. I was just too surprised earlier, so I lost my composure. Hanabi quickly stood up from the ground, her face completely red. How could she display such an embarrassing demeanor in front of Lord Asta? Hanabi. Oh, Hanabi, you're simply a bad woman. Asta nodded, but not entirely reassured. Asked again. Are you really okay? Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm very healthy. Hanabi returned to her previously expressionless demeanor. It turned out that not only men could have their sage mode, women could also be calm in such situations. Otherwise, Hanabi wouldn't have recovered her composure so quickly. Asta, that's good. I called you in because I need your help. Can you take out what those people have in their mouths? Hanabi nodded and complied. As she approached, the celestial dragons locked in the iron cage. She saw their eyes filled with fear and pleading. Hanabi felt a moment of daze. She seemed to have seen this look somewhere before. That's right, she remembered. When she was sold to the celestial dragons by human traffickers, her expression and feelings were exactly the same as these celestial dragons. She had looked at others with such eyes, and now the roles were reversed. She was outside the cage, and the celestial dragons were locked inside. Hanabi untied the bindings on the mouths of the celestial dragons one by one. Suddenly, a chorus of pleading voices filled the room. Please let us go. Whatever you want, money, women, status, I can give you anything. I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Father, mother, please save me. I don't want to die so soon. These celestial dragons, in order to survive, completely discarded their dignity. Some even knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing towards Asta. Their previous arrogance completely vanished. Asta looked at their performances with amusement, then lowered his head and whispered in Hancock's ear. Did you see how these celestial dragons have been scared into this state? Once you peel away that outer layer, they're even worse than ordinary people. Hancock's eyes widened as she stared intently at the group of celestial dragons. Although she still didn't say anything, at least her reaction was much stronger than before. Asta smiled and then looked up at Hanabi, saying, I remember that celestial dragons like to brand their slaves. Now that they've become my slaves, let us imitate the celestial dragons and brand them with our stamp. You can take care of this. After speaking, Asta pointed to the right side of Hanabi, following the direction of his finger. Hanabi found a red-hot branding iron with a snake-shaped stamp on it. Hanabi's eyes lit up. She loved such moments. Grabbing the branding iron, she walked towards the celestial dragons. Upon seeing this, the faces of those celestial dragons changed dramatically in fear. They have been pampered since childhood, not to mention being beaten. They have never even heard a scolding word. Who in this world would dare to reprimand them? Everything is done according to their wishes. But today, someone is going to press a burning hot iron on their bodies. How could they not feel afraid? One by one, they crazily retreat. But the iron cage is only so big. Where else can they go? What do you want to do? We are celestial dragons. Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Not only will you die, but even your entire family will die. Killing a celestial dragon is a grave crime, and the world government will not spare you. Since they knew begging for mercy was useless, the celestial dragons immediately switched to threats. They wanted to pressure these people through the world government, making them too afraid to act against them. But they never expected that the ones who bound them and sent them to Asta were none other than the world government they had placed their hopes on. Oh, soft tactics don't work, and you're ready to get tough. Who says you celestial dragons are all a bunch of dimwits? I think you're pretty clever. Asta mocked with a smile. Tian He and Rilang Sheng gathered their courage, trying hard to calm themselves down. The sudden change left them a bit at a loss. But for now, they could only think of ways to save themselves. Our celestial dragon intelligence network spans the entire world. Although I don't know how you kidnapped us. Your whereabouts will soon be exposed, and the Navy Admiral might be rushing here. I advise you to let us go. Upon hearing this, Asta burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face from laughing so hard. Hancock, did you hear that? At this point, they still dare to threaten me. I have never met such foolish people before. Seeing Asta laughing so happily, Hancock still felt scared, but her mood improved significantly. Perhaps she also thought the celestial dragons were as foolish as Asta said. Yu Tian He and Rilang Sheng's face darkened, and he was about to scold this guy, but suddenly remembered his situation and swallowed all his words back. Some people respond to soft tactics, some to hard tactics, and I'm a bit strange. I like to be unaffected by either. The more you threaten me, the more pleasure I'll get from you later. Asta wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and then waved to Huohua. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and brand these gentlemen with our mark. Let them experience what it's like to be slaves. Huohua happily replied and raised the branding iron, smiling as she walked towards the celestial dragons. For some reason, hearing the celestial dragons scream in agony made Huohua feel a surge of pleasure. The more they cried out, the happier Huohua felt. Hancock felt the same way. In such a cruel scene, Hancock not only didn't close her eyes, but instead try to keep them wide open. In fact, the reason Hancock behaved this way is due to psychological trauma. The things she experienced as a child left her with a deep psychological shadow. So, even if she could kick a group of celestial dragons to death now, she would still tremble in fear and not dare to move, only able to let herself be slaughtered. The method to heal her is simple. To put it in modern terms, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. Go for it. Soon, the screams began to weaken. One by one, the celestial dragons lay on the ground, curling up into a ball, their eyes turning white, as if they would faint any moment. No, perhaps they had already fainted. Huohua saw that these people were slowly stopping their wailing and looked a bit dissatisfied. She then picked up a bowl of salt water from the side and splashed it directly on them. Instantly, a more piercing scream erupted from the celestial dragons than before. Huohua nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Otherwise, it would feel like I didn't put in any effort. However, just using a branding iron isn't enough to satisfy the hatred in my heart. Huohua turned around and knelt before Asta. Master, I request one thing. Can you let me handle these celestial dragons from now on? Just using a branding iron on them is too lenient. Asta looked a bit troubled and glanced at Hancock beside him. These celestial dragons are a birthday gift for Hancock. If you want them, I can catch a few more for you in a few days. If others heard this, they might be so scared they would wet themselves. Pointing at Asta, they would shout, "What do you think the celestial dragons are, carrots in the ground? Can you show them some respect?" A trace of envy flashed in Huohua's eyes. Although her relationship with Asta had also crossed certain boundaries, it was never as close as Asta's relationship with Hancock. This doesn't mean Asta treated her poorly. Rather, she felt deep down that she was unworthy of Master Asta. As long as she could stay by Asta's side, that was enough for her. Just as she was about to shake her head and refuse, Hancock suddenly spoke up. This was the first time she had spoken since entering the room. Go ahead, Huohua. Hancock, just leave them to you. Just don't kill them. Huohua's face suddenly lit up with surprise, and she quickly thanked her mistress before heading towards the celestial dragons. What do you want to do? Don't come over. Tian He and Rilang Sheng shouted madly. In his eyes, Huohua's pretty face now looked as terrifying as a demon from hell. Huohua smiled brightly. Don't be afraid. I know what kind of methods can cause pain without life-threatening danger. You asked how I know. Of course, you taught me. You all experimented on me one by one, and look, I'm still alive and well, so don't worry, you want to die. Soon, inhuman screams echoed from the room, a sound that was simply chilling. Fortunately, Asta had specifically instructed his subordinates tonight. Otherwise, someone would have burst in long ago. 3 hours later, Huohua set down her tools with a satisfied expression, her face flushed. She felt that the most beautiful music in the world was the screams of celestial dragons. In those 3 hours, she had vented all her hatred towards the celestial dragons. If Asta hadn't stopped her in the end, Huohua felt she could have continued, looking at the celestial dragons lying on the ground like a pile of mush. Asta's face turned pale, and he felt a bit nauseous in his stomach. He asked himself, having witnessed grand scenes before. He thought he would be indifferent in the face of such matters. After all, he had decided to thoroughly torment these celestial dragons tonight. However, after seeing the results of the fireworks, he suddenly realized that the torment he had imagined was still too gentle. But, according to what the fireworks had just said, she had personally experienced these torments before. It seems that my concern for her is still not enough. I didn't even know about such things. How can I still be the gentle and pleasing young master in the future? However, when he saw Hancock's expression, Asta knew that tonight's goal had been achieved. Next, it was time to wrap things up. Asta took out a dagger from his pocket and handed it to Hancock. Go ahead, understand your past. Hancock looked up, staring at Asta for a long time, then silently accepted the dagger and walked towards the celestial dragon. Tion and Nitcher, weak and feeble, opened their eyes to see Hancock approaching with the dagger. Knowing that his life was coming to an end, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Do you still remember me? Chapter 180. Hancock's tragic past. Tion, he and Ri Lang, Sheng looked puzzled at her words. It seemed that this woman knew him. However, as Tion he searched his memory, he couldn't recall ever meeting her. Moreover, this woman was the most beautiful he had ever seen in his life. If he had truly encountered her before, there was no way he would have overlooked someone like her. He would have definitely taken notice right away. Updating. Working hard to update. But you can click the report button above to report issues if this chapter contains the author's request for votes or other nonsense. Please skip ahead to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. If you haven't registered yet, please register as a member first. Using bookmarks is more convenient. Chapter 181. Killing requires heart punishment. Hancock wanted to kill the enemy in front of her and make him shut his mouth. But she felt as if there was a thin barrier between the tip of her knife and the head of Tion He Ri Lang Sheng. And no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through this barrier. Tion He Ri Lang Sheng saw the trembling Hancock, and a trace of pleasure appeared in his eyes. His thought was simple. If I die, you won't be able to live well either. Tion He Ri Lang Sheng shifted his gaze to Asta, who was behind Hancock. You must be the so-called celestial dragon killer. Asta, I admit you are strong, but your vision is rather poor. I didn't expect you to like a slave. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You are also a slave. Slaves suit slaves, a match made in heaven. Huh? Tion He Ri Lang Sheng laughed heartily. I won't allow you to insult my master like that. Hearing Tion He Ri Lang Sheng dare to insult Asta, Huohua's eyes erupted with intense killing intent. She regretted that she had been too lenient with them earlier, allowing them to have the strength to speak. Just as she was about to go over and knock out all of Tion He Ri Lang Sheng's teeth, Asta stopped her. Enough, what's the point of talking to a dying man? Asta said as he moved behind Hancock to help steady her trembling body. Don't be afraid, I'm right behind you. I'm here to help you eliminate this heart demon together. Hearing Asta's voice, Hancock indeed stopped being afraid, and her trembling body gradually stabilized. Seeing the scene, Tion He Ri Lang Sheng felt a sense of fear, and he began to shout wildly. No matter how strong you are, you're still just picking on my broken shoes. I'll tell you this woman I've long. Before he could finish his sentence, Asta grabbed Hancock's hand, leading her to stab the dagger into Tion He Ri Lang Sheng's body, deliberately avoiding the vital points. Puffed, puffed, puffed. After being stabbed 3 times and still not dead, Tion He Ri Lang Sheng's screams grew weaker each time, until he was left gasping for air. However, even so, Asta showed no intention of letting him go. Keeping Tion He Ri Lang Sheng's weak vitality, Asta swiftly opened his chest with the dagger. In an instant, blood splattered. Red, yellow, and green all appeared before everyone. Asta snatched the dagger from Hancock's hand, pulling her down with him. This is the lung. This is the liver. This is the heart. Celestial dragons are also humans, and they're the weakest humans, not gods. You don't need to fear them. A moment later, Asta pressed the dagger against Tion He Ri Lang Sheng's heart, letting Hancock hold it. At this time, Tion He Ri Lang Sheng was still not dead. His vitality could rival that of Luffy. Do you know why your entire family is here? Without waiting for Tion He Ri Lang Sheng to answer, Asta continued. It was your kin, the 5 elders who sent you here. Tion He Ri Lang Sheng, who was ready to take his last breath, suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing this. Asta, they wanted to sign a truce with me, so I made a request for them to hand you over. Do you know what they did? Without any hesitation, they bound you and sent you to me, and to show their sincerity, they even sent your whole family. Looking at Tion He Ri Lang Sheng, whose eyes were bulging with rage, Asta said softly, You say so much, but I don't care. I only care about the present. I only know that you made my woman unhappy, so I have to send you to meet God. No, I almost forgot. With the sins you've committed, you can't meet God. After saying that, Asta gripped Hancock's hands tightly and pressed down hard. A jet of blood shot out, splattering even on Hancock's face. Tian He Lang Sheng coughed up blood, struggled a few times, and then ceased to move, dead beyond recovery. Hancock looked somewhat dazed. She first glanced at her hands, then at the lifeless Tian He Lang Sheng. The next second, Hancock turned around and threw herself into Asta's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It was as if a heavy mountain that had been crushing her for years was suddenly lifted away. The demon that had kept her from sleeping well for over a decade was finally dead, and it was at her own hands. Hancock seemed to want to vent all the fear and terror she had endured over the past 17 years, crying heart-wrenchingly. In the end, perhaps due to the overwhelming surprises and shocks of the day, Hancock cried for a while before falling into a deep sleep in Asta's arms. Asta looked at Hancock with pity, then picked her up and walked outside. "Master, what about the other celestial dragons?" Seeing Asta about to step out of the room, Huohuo finally couldn't help but ask. This time, the 5 elders sent 5 celestial dragons in total. Hancock only killed 1. What about the other 4? Asta didn't even turn his head back, casually saying, "They will be left to you. Do as you please, whether you want to kill them or keep them." Huohuo's eyes lit up, and after thanking her master, she looked at the remaining 4 celestial dragons with excitement, as if she had found some fun toys. Shortly after, Asta carried Hancock towards his room. However, unexpectedly, they ran into Sandasonia along the way. "Where have you been?" "I was just looking everywhere." "Sister? What did you do to my sister?" Sandasonia's face suddenly changed when she saw the person Asta was holding. Are those tears on her face? What happened to her? And what about the blood on her face? Sandasonia had long heard that some men had twisted personalities and liked to play role-playing games. Things like whips, candles, ropes, handcuffs. This was also why she kept her distance from men. She hated perverts, but unexpectedly, the pervert was right next to her. Sandasonia's mind was filled with scenes. Her sister Hancock was handcuffed to a pillar, and Asta was holding a whip, mercilessly striking her sister. Even when Hancock was covered in bruises and begged for mercy, Asta continued to indulge his desires without care. Sandasonia finally understood why her sister hadn't worn those revealing clothes since being with Asta and even avoided bathing with them. Sometimes when going out, she wrapped herself up completely. Her sister must be afraid of us, seeing the scars on her body. I was so foolish, so foolish. Why didn't I notice earlier and let my sister suffer so much bullying? No, even if it cost me my life, I must rescue my sister from Asta's flames. Asta, I've already said that if you dare to harm my sister, I will make you pay, even if it costs me my life. After speaking, Sandasonia rushed towards Asta. I'm sorry. Asta leaned boldly against the chair, one hand wrapping around Hancock's slender waist. As for Sandasonia, she knelt in front of the two, her face full of embarrassment. Chapter 182. I want to fight alongside you. This is a bit different from what I expected. In Sandasonia's imagination, Asta is a brutal and ruthless villain, skilled at disguise, while she is the great hero saving her sister Hancock from danger. However, the first thing her sister Hancock did upon waking up was to make her kneel and apologize. She even said that if Asta didn't forgive her, she would never get up again and would die kneeling here. Updating. Working hard on the update. You can click the Report Error button above to submit corrections, be if this chapter contains the author's request for votes or similar nonsense. Please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 183. The Meeting of the Four Emperors. Upon hearing that strange scream, Sandasonia's face instantly turned bright red. After spending so many years with her sister, when had she ever heard her sister make such a strange sound? Although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, she had an imagination and could vividly picture the scenes in her mind. Thus, with a bang, her head felt like a pot of boiling water with steam rising. Updating. Striving to update. But you can click the Report button above to report errors, be if this chapter contains the author's request for votes or similar nonsense. Please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 184. The man who left this Scarshanks did not answer immediately, but instead sat cross-legged and took out an extra-large bowl prepared for him by Marco. As a qualified pirate, how could he not have a drink before discussing matters? Shanks first filled a large bowl for himself, then threw the remaining wine jug directly into the air. Whitebeard caught it. He was a man who loved alcohol, but due to the darkness within him. Updating. Working hard to update. B. You can click the report button above to report errors. B. If this chapter contains the author's request for votes or other nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B. Chapter 185. The past Whitebeard was originally about to drink, but suddenly stopped in mid-air, looking at him with confusion. Shanks didn't deliberately create any suspense and directly said, "This wound was neither caused by an adventure nor inflicted by Hawkeye. It was inflicted by your son, Blackbeard Teach." Whitebeard put down the bottle, and his gaze gradually became cold. "So you're here for revenge?" Shanks, no, updating. Working hard on the update. B. You can click the report button above to report errors. B. If this chapter is just the author's request for votes or similar nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page first for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered as a member yet, go ahead and register. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B. Chapter 186. World Turmoil. The reason why the ant is so free-spirited seems to be that any man can spend a night with her. But all of this ultimately traces back to her childhood experiences. At the age of 5, the ant was abandoned by her parents due to her excessive physical development and was exiled to Elbaf, where the giants reside. For a 5-year-old girl, this was an incredibly cruel event. As she opened her eyes, updating, striving to update. B. You can click the report button above to report errors. B. If this chapter contains the author's request for votes or other nonsense, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered yet, please register for an account, as it will make using the bookshelf and bookmarks more convenient. B. Chapter 187. Abdication. No way. I absolutely refuse to agree to such a thing. The old lady, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, retorted vehemently. Yes, Your Majesty, please don't joke with us. Who else is qualified to sit in this position besides you? Kikyo was so angry she felt like spitting blood, but she had to endure and carefully advised. They had been eagerly waiting for Hancock to return. Updating. Working hard to update. B. You can click the report error button above to report B. If this chapter contains the author's request for votes or other nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B. Chapter 188. Grandma, you don't understand women. Hancock, do you still remember the vow you made before becoming the Empress? Grandma said sternly, you said that Nine Snake Island would be your home, and no matter what happens, you must protect your home well. But everything you're doing now is leading Nine Snake Island to destruction. Our Nine Snake Island is going to perish. As soon as this was said, everyone present. Updating. Working hard to update. B. You can click the report button above to report B. If this chapter is just the author asking for votes or other nonsense, please skip ahead to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B. Chapter 189. An identity once hard to bear. If this is all you were worried about, then I advise you not to be. Hancock stood up from the throne. Because Asta liked it, she usually altered her clothes to cheapao. That perfect figure was showcased to the fullest in the cheapao. What should be prominent was prominent, and what should be concave was concave. Not to mention men. Even women found it hard to conceal their admiration, their gazes fixed. Updating. Working hard to update. B. You can click the report button above to report an issue. B. If this chapter contains the author's request for votes or other nonsense, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered as a member yet, please register now, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B. Chapter 190. The Tsundere Empress. The complex gaze of the grandmother was fixed on Hancock. She suddenly realized that after knowing each other for so many years, she had never truly taken the time to understand Hancock. All she knew was that Hancock had once been a slave of the celestial dragons, having gone through a dark period in her life. And she disliked anyone bringing it up. Even when bathing, she had to have a heavy guard to prevent even a fly from slipping in. As for what Hancock liked or wanted, she updating. Working hard to update. B. You can click the report error button above to report. B. If this chapter contains the author's request for votes or similar nonsense, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B. If you haven't registered as a member yet, please do so first. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B. Chapter 191. Surprise, an important step? What is that? Xiao Zhudan looked confused. Huiji, seeing this scene, was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "You actually don't know?" But she quickly realized that Xiao Zhudan was inherently simple-minded and probably only heard about such things in passing, never having experienced them personally, so it was normal that she didn't know. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhudan felt, updating, working hard to update. B, you can click the report button above to suggest corrections. B, if this chapter is just the author asking for votes or other nonsense, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 192. I'll kill you, bad man I have to say. Leon's fruit ability is quite perverse in some aspects. Whether it's the newly developed gravity chamber, the invisibility hat that makes you invisible when worn, or the bench that can save lives, all these peculiar items were researched by Leon. At that time, when he was studying the gravity belt in Water 7, Frankie spent some time with him. During that time, Frankie was updating. B, you can click the report button above to report B if this chapter is just the author asking for votes or similar nonsense. Please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 193. It's all this man's fault. However, after hearing Asta's assurance, Huiji did not stop crying. Instead, she continued to pound his chest with her little fists. Why did you make me like you, you scumbag? You don't really like me. You just want my body. You just want to play with me. Asta was suddenly stunned. Oh, sister, on my honor, every time we were together, it was you who took the initiative first. Updating. Working hard to update. B, you can click the report button above to report errors. B, if this chapter is about the author asking for votes or other nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member, please do so first. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 194. Setting sail. Especially Sonia was so angry that her teeth were grinding. If she had known it would turn out this way, she would never have introduced her sister to Asta. This is literally inviting a wolf into the house. As a result, all the affection her sister used to show them has now shifted to that man. Sonia even began to doubt that if she ever had some conflicts with Asta in the future, her sister would definitely side with that guy instead. Updating. Striving to update. B, you can click the report button above to report B if this chapter is just the author's request for votes or other nonsense. Please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first, as using the bookshelf and bookmarks is more convenient. B, Chapter 195. I want to have a child with you. As Hancock continued to press him with questions, Sonia became increasingly annoyed. If you could put your thoughts to good use, maybe our 9-Snake Island would have already become one of the 4 emperors, she said. Come on, don't be shy. I'm your sister. Is there anything you can't tell your own sister? Hancock said, pretending to be angry. At that moment, Sonia was feeling flustered, and upon hearing these words, she didn't even think. Updating. Working hard on the update. B, you can click the report button above to report errors. B, if this chapter is just the author asking for votes or some nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 196. This outfit is blindingly bright, knowing that Asta was about to leave and whether he would come back was uncertain. Therefore, Huiji became exceptionally proactive last night, regardless of whether she could handle it. She was determined to squeeze every last drop out of Asta. She wanted to conceive his child before he left, as a way to leave herself with a thought to hold on to. However, such matters do not yield immediate results, and in order to further her efforts, updating, striving to update. B, you can click the report error button above to provide feedback. B, if this chapter contains the author asking for votes or similar nonsense, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please do so first. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 197. You can't leave yet. Asta stood at the door, looking somewhat awkward. Despite his flashy outfit, it was the simplest clothing he could find. Since the establishment of 9-Snake Island, no other men had ever entered except for Asta. Many people on the island had never even seen what a man looked like, let alone have men's clothing, so he could only try to pick a more neutral-looking outfit. But even then, the hem still had lace edges. Wearing it was both shocking and eye-catching, making Asta feel uncomfortable, unsure of where to put his hands. However, Hancock didn't care about that. The moment she saw Asta, She couldn't help but rush over. Asta, I miss you so much. Even though they had only been apart for one night, Hancock's enthusiasm made it feel like they hadn't seen each other for a year. She didn't care about her image and leaped into Asta's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck like a koala bear clinging to a tree. Then, her red lips landed on Asta's face like raindrops. Seeing this scene, Sandersonia slapped her forehead, putting on a face of embarrassment. Although she already knew her sister was infatuated, she didn't expect Hancock to be so proactive in front of Asta. Sister, girls should be reserved. Do you understand what reserve means? Cough. Could you two pay a bit more attention to your image? I'm still here. Sandersonia had to speak up when she saw Hancock starting to unbutton Asta's clothing. She worried that if she didn't say something, the scene would turn into something inappropriate, which would be bad for the little ones. Hancock stopped her actions and turned to look at Sandersonia, surprised. Huh? Why are you still here? Sandersonia replied. Where else could I go? You didn't give me a chance to leave. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hancock scratched her head. Sorry, I got too excited just now and momentarily forgot about you. What do you mean you forgot about me? Sister, you weren't like this before. Sandersonia remained silent, casting a resentful glance at Hancock. Hancock felt increasingly embarrassed under her gaze, but still mustered the courage to say, Do you have something to do? If not, you can go back. I have some important matters to discuss with your brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Sandersonia's expression turned even more resentful. Sister, do you think I'm still a little kid? Hancock laughed awkwardly, trying to find a casual excuse. No, besides, what kid can be over 4 meters tall and eat so much that they have belly fat? Sandersonia had initially intended to leave and not be a third wheel, but upon hearing this, she immediately stopped. How dare you mock me? No matter what. I'm not leaving today. Crossing her arms, Sandersonia sneered. Even if I eat a lot. It's better than someone who can't get enough food and doesn't even know which mother cat is calling at night. Hancock's face turned slightly red, and she nervously replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand anything. And by the way, there are no wild cats here. You must have heard wrong. Sandersonia retorted. Keep pretending. Go ahead and pretend. You don't know if there are wild cats? Hancock exclaimed, I really don't know. If you have proof, show it. And don't you think you're being a bit intrusive by staying here? One should know when to be perceptive. Sandersonia was furious. Just a moment ago, she was worried about their safety, but now that Asta had arrived, she was being treated like an inconvenience. Sister, you truly deserve the title of prioritizing romance over friendship. She shot a cold glance at Asta, who was watching the drama unfold, and sarcastically said, Oh, isn't this Asta, who hasn't he been seen for a night? I wonder where you were gallivanting last night, to the point of changing into women's clothing. Asta's expression changed, and he glanced nervously at Hancock. To be honest, although he had decided to keep Huiji by his side, he hadn't figured out how to come clean to Hancock. After all, no matter how magnanimous a woman is, she is bound to react to such matters. Asta was even prepared to kneel on a washboard if necessary. Why do you care so much? He asked, not your partner. If you're jealous, I can have Asta introduce his little brothers to you later. Hancock shot back directly. Upon hearing this, Asta looked up in surprise, not expecting Hancock to defend him. Sandersonia was equally astonished, looking at Hancock in disbelief. Sister, what are you doing? I'm trying to help you. Why are you helping the enemy against your own team? Hancock made a face at her and then buried her head back in Asta's arms. Since you insist on staying here, let's go. We're going to soak in the hot springs together. Asta nodded, lifting Hancock and carrying her away. However, before leaving, he passed by Sandersonia and gently said, sorry. Sandersonia sighed and watched the two of them walk away, not knowing what to think. Not long after they left, Grandma Jia finally arrived at the palace. As soon as she entered, she called out loudly, Where's the snake princess? I have important matters to discuss with her. Saying this, she intended to barge directly into the bedroom. She used to do this often. Unfortunately, today was different. She was stopped by Sandersonia, who had been left behind. Grandma Jia, the Empress is not in a convenient position to meet anyone today. What is inconvenient? Is she still not up? She is up, but what? Hurry up and let me in. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Really, the Empress is not in a convenient position to meet anyone today. You can discuss your matters with me, and I'll relay them to her later. That won't do. You can't decide this matter. It must be the Snake Princess herself who makes the decision. I don't believe she has anything shameful to hide today. With that, Grandma Jia prepared to barge in. Although her strength was not as great as Sandersonia's, she had the advantage of being shorter and more agile. Sandersonia couldn't catch her for a moment, but neither could the old woman break through her obstruction, and so the two of them were at a stalemate. Not to mention the chaos outside. The situation inside was no less intense. Hancock frowned slightly, lazily leaning by the jade pool. Asta stood behind her, gazing at her jade-like back, which was even whiter than white jade. The old woman is here. It seems she has something to find you about. Should we stop for now? No. Don't worry about her. Just let her wait outside. Oh, Hancock, I want to tell you something. Is it about that woman? You actually know? Only a fool wouldn't know. Then why aren't you angry? Is being angry useful? If I'm angry, will you abandon that woman? You are all my women. I know I'm very scummy and shameless, but I don't want to give up any of you. Indeed, you are the man I like, even having 2 boats. You say it so confidently. Upon hearing this, Asta smiled awkwardly. If you're angry, just scold me a couple of times or hit me a few times. Just don't keep it bottled up inside. Otherwise, it will make you sick. No, I can't. I love you so much. How could I bear to hit you? But if you don't do anything, I feel a bit uncomfortable. You think that if I hit you a couple of times, you won't feel guilty and self-reproachful? Why do you think so beautifully? I'll be gentle. Of course not. I just feel a bit guilty, especially after hearing Sun'sBlessing's words. I feel even more self-reproachful. Don't pay attention to her. Those 2 are just spoiled by me. I ask you, if you have a new love in the future, will you abandon me? How could that be? You will always be number 1 in my heart. Even if I die, I won't abandon you. That's good then. I know my identity doesn't match yours. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, I will be satisfied. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean your identity doesn't match mine? What identity do I have? I used to be a slave of the celestial dragons. Although my body is still relatively clean, I still feel that I don't deserve you. You were once a slave of the celestial dragons. I was too. I won't allow you to look down on yourself like that. There is no one more suitable than you in this world. I'll be gentle. Why are you acting like a dog? I'm doing this to show you my strength, to see if you dare to belittle yourself in the future. What identity doesn't match? When I take down the world government and make all the celestial dragons slaves, I'll take revenge for you. I believe you. The ripples on the water's surface grew faster and faster until they broke through a certain boundary and began to slowly calm down. On the other side, the old woman was supporting herself on her knees, panting heavily, looking up at Sun'sBlessing, who seemed like a wall. I'll say it again. Will you let me through or not? Sun'sBlessing had a bitter smile on her face. Old woman, just give up. I won't let you in. The princess really isn't feeling well today. The old woman replied, You keep saying she isn't feeling well. Ask you what's going on, and you won't say. Are you treating me like a monkey? Sun'sBlessing, how could that be? We have always treated you as an elder and respected you. How do we play tricks on you? The old woman, then tell me what's going on with her. Why won't she see me? Even if she's really unwell, can't she spare a moment to see me? Hearing this, Sun'sBlessing couldn't help but show a distressed expression. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. What could she say? Tell her the princess is inside getting cozy with Asta, so she doesn't want to see you. If the old woman found out, she would definitely make a huge fuss, saying the princess was obsessed with beauty every day, neglecting her duties and the nation. The old woman leaned on her cane and stood up, glaring at Sun'sBlessing with anger. I'll ask you one last time, will you let me through or not? Seeing that the old woman was genuinely angry, Sun'sBlessing was worried about what to do. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind. Let her in. Sun'sBlessing's expression brightened, and she felt a huge sigh of relief. If this dragged on, she really didn't know what to do. Old woman, the princess said you can come in. Sun'sBlessing stepped aside, revealing the large doors. The old woman let out a cold snort, not even looking at Sun'sBlessing, grabbing her cane and walking towards the room. Sun'sBlessing scratched her head, showing a helpless expression. It seemed she had really offended the old woman today. The old woman pushed open the door, and a fragrant aroma rushed out, mixed with a strange scent. What is this smell? So strange. The old woman couldn't help but frown. Following behind her, Sun'sBlessing also caught a whiff of the scent, her face turning a shade of red. Of course, she knew what the smell was, as her sister had specifically educated them about it yesterday. But how could she possibly say that? Fortunately, the old woman hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit and casually asked, not letting it slip her mind. She looked around and quickly found the figure of the snake princess on a large red bed. Asta, what are you doing here? The old woman looked at the figure on the bed in surprise. If you can come, why can't Asta come? Hancock directly retorted. The old woman had long been used to Hancock's way of speaking and wasn't angry. She just looked at Hancock, who was lying in Asta's arms like an octopus, and couldn't help but frown and ask, Sun'sBlessing said you weren't feeling well. What's going on? Hancock, what else could it be? I'm not feeling well. I have no strength at all. The old woman's frown deepened. What's really going on? Are you sick? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Hancock, no need for that. I'm just overly tired. A little rest will be fine. Overly tired? The old woman was filled with doubts. How could she be overly tired when she hadn't done any work? Hancock, let's not talk about other things. What do you want today? While speaking, Hancock picked up some grapes nearby and personally peeled them for Asta to eat. Grandma Jia took a glance at Asta, her eyes showing some hesitation. Hancock said, "It's okay. You can just speak freely. Asta is not an outsider." Looking at Hancock, who was happily feeding fruits to Asta with the demeanor of a little woman, Grandma Jia could only sigh helplessly. Snake Princess, based on my calculations last night, you currently cannot resign from the position of Queen of Nine Snake Island. What? You say I can't leave? Why not? Hancock, who had just been smiling happily, immediately sat up from the bed, looking angrily at Grandma Jia as if her fur had been ruffled. Grandma Jia met Hancock's furious gaze without any fear. Don't be so agitated. I'm just asking you not to leave for the time being. It's all for the sake of Nine Snake Island. Chapter 198. Let them hate us. Don't let me leave. And don't let me get excited. Why is your face so big? Do you think just because I've been in a better mood lately, I'm easy to bully? Let me tell you, I only become this gentle in front of Asta. As for others, I'm still that proud empress. Grandma Jia, give me a reason not to be angry. Hancock said coldly, although Grandma Jia treated her well, helping her conceal her identity and assisting her to the throne. When it came to pursuing happiness, not even Grandma Jia, nor her mother, could change her mind. Only death could separate the two of them. Grandma Jia was not surprised by Hancock's reaction. She had been young once and knew that a woman in love was not capable of rationality. So, she calmly said, Snake Princess, I searched through all the archives of Amazon Lily last night. Do you know what I found? Hancock. Grandma Jia, in such a large nation, besides you, there isn't even one person who can take on the responsibilities. What a tragedy for a nation. Hancock, what does that have to do with me? You. Grandma Jia looked at her in shock, as if she couldn't believe such words came from Queen's mouth. Hancock, what do you mean? When I took over this position from the previous queen, Amazon Lily was a mess, and now it's developing just fine. Grandma Jia, Snake Princess, the times have changed. These two situations cannot be compared. Hancock, what can't be compared? I'm just an ordinary person. Since I can achieve this, others can too. And so, the two of them held their ground, refusing to back down. In the end, Grandma Jia spoke until her mouth was dry and nearly smoking, but she couldn't change Hancock's mind. This made her so angry, she felt like passing out. Asta, I know she's considering your feelings. I wonder if you could help persuade her a bit? Grandma Jia, having no other choice, turned her attention to Asta. I'm not trying to stop you from being together. I just want to ask you to stay on Amazon Lily for a while longer. Once we train someone to take Hancock's place, you can go wherever you want, and I will sincerely bless you. Asta stood up, spread his hands in a helpless manner, and said, Grandma Jia, it's not that we don't want to support you. It's just that we don't have the time. Grandma Jia, what do you mean? Asta, wearing that lace outfit, walked up to Grandma Jia. If we could, we would also like to stay here a bit longer. Grandma Jia's expression brightened. But you know my identity. There are countless people in this world who want me dead, especially those from the world government. They can't defeat me, but they can target those around me, which is why when I went to Judicial Island, I deliberately locked Hancock up, just to prevent others from knowing that Hancock is my woman. Otherwise, Amazon Lily would be labeled as mine. If one day I end up at war with the world government, given their nature, they would definitely not spare this place. Upon hearing this, Grandma Jia became anxious and asked, I heard from the Snake Princess that you have already signed a ceasefire agreement. How could there still be a fight? Asta laughed and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Grandma Jia, don't be naive. Do you really think that agreement is useful to us? Grandma Jia lowered her head in silence. Asta continued, that agreement is nothing but a piece of waste paper. They simply don't want to go to war with me right now. Moreover, I suspect they are currently figuring out my weaknesses. Once they find something they can exploit, they won't care about any agreement and will strike at me immediately. Grandma Jia, can't you all coexist peacefully like the 4 emperors and the Marines? Asta, coexist peacefully? Grandma Jia, you still don't know the things I've done, do you? Grandma Jia, I've seen reports about you. A year ago you caused a scene at the Holy Land, and now you've caused another at Judicial Island. I'm aware of all that. Asta shook his head with a smile, turning to look at Hancock with deep affection. Do you know that just a few days ago, the world government sent me some slaves? Grandma Jia, slaves? They can't be beautiful slaves, can they? After all, men like that. But does Hancock know about this? If she does, why does she look completely unfazed? Just as Grandma Jia was filled with doubt, Asta suddenly said, by the way, those slaves have another identity. They're what you consider the high and mighty celestial dragons. As soon as the words came out, It was like a bomb dropped in Grandma Za's mind, leaving her dazed. The celestial dragons had become slaves. Those high and mighty celestial dragons, who seemed like the creators of the world, could one day fall to the status of slaves. When Grandma Za first heard this, her immediate reaction was disbelief. But then she thought, someone like Asta, with a status, had no reason to deceive an old woman like her. Moreover, when she looked up, she saw Hancock gazing at Asta with deep emotion. That expression looked as if she could almost swallow Asta whole. This really didn't seem like a lie. Asta turned around, looking down at Grandma Za. Now you understand why I said it's impossible, right? If it was just because I defeated the Marines on Judicial Island, causing the world government to lose face, then what I've done is essentially humiliating the world government over and over again. How could they possibly coexist peacefully with me? They would want to devour me alive. We have an irreconcilable enmity, so Grandma Za, you should give up. The most prudent thing for you to do now is to sever ties with us. Grandma Za sighed heavily, as if all her energy had been drained, making her look 5 or 6 years older. I never expected, I always said times have changed, but I never imagined the change would be so great. That one day someone would dare to strike at the celestial dragons, even treating them as their slaves. Sigh, I really don't know whether your arrival is a tragedy of the times or a blessing for the world. Of course it's a blessing. Asta is the savior sent by heaven, here to save this decaying world. Hancock clasped her hands together, looking every bit like a devoted fan. Grandma Za was taken aback, glancing at Hancock with a complicated expression, and finally shook her head. No wonder Asta could make the dignified pirate empress so infatuated. Surely, no woman could maintain her composure in front of Asta. If I could be 50 or 60 years younger, perhaps I would follow him without hesitation like Hancock. However, being with such a man must be exhausting. I really don't know if Hancock's encounter with him is a misfortune or a blessing. Well, the future of the younger generation is theirs to decide. Since it is her own choice, let her walk her own path from now on. Grandma Za, since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. When you plan to leave, Asta, the sooner, the better. Grandma Za thought for a moment. Then, tomorrow morning it is. Will Sandasonia and Marigold leave with you? Of course, where my sister goes, we go, Sandasonia said solemnly. Grandma Za, that's a problem. I was planning to let Sandasonia and Marigold casually nominate someone to be the queen of Snake Island after Hancock leaves. Because in terms of reputation and strength, you're the most suitable. Sandasonia looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Grandma Za. We have disappointed you. Grandma Za waved her hand. It's not disappointment, just as expected. However, I want to ask you, do you have anyone in mind? Hancock wasn't really indifferent to the fate of Snake Island. After all, it was her hometown. So she thought for a moment and said, why not let Kikyo be the queen? Kikyo, as the captain of the national defense team, was indeed qualified to sit on the throne in terms of looks, reputation, and strength. Grandma Za. No, Kikyo cannot be the queen of Snake Island. Sandasonia, why not? She also felt that Kikyo was the most qualified after the 3 sisters and was surprised to see Grandma Za refuse. Grandma Za explained, Kikyo is quite good, but her personality is too rigid and inflexible, which would not be beneficial for the development of Snake Island. Hancock nodded thoughtfully. Since Kikyo wouldn't work then, Hancock successively nominated several people, but all were rejected by Grandma Za. Either they were too rigid in character, lacked strength, or had insufficient reputation. In short, none of them satisfied Grandma Za. Hancock, suddenly angry, said, if none of these work, why not let you be the queen of Snake Island? Grandma Za shook her head. In the eyes of the islanders, I am already dead, and it's not suitable for me to appear in public again. Hancock, then what do you suggest? You could just find someone and help her from behind the scenes. Grandma Za thought for a moment and suddenly brightened. I actually thought of a person who might be suitable. Hancock, who is it? All right, you don't need to say anymore. I agree. Grandma Za, but you should still say it. After all, you haven't abdicated yet. And she's also a female warrior of the national defense team. She is kind, brave, responsible, and in some aspects, she is even stronger than you. Most importantly, she is very lucky. I've never seen anyone as fortunate as her. You could even say she has the advantage of destiny. If she can lead Snake Island, perhaps the outcome won't be too bad. Hancock, you said so much, but who exactly is she? Grandma Za, Shinji Huazi. However, as soon as the words fell, 2 voices suddenly sounded. No way. Yes. Asta and Sandasonia exchanged glances, both showing a hint of embarrassment. Grandma Za scratched her head, her face showing confusion. What is wrong with this person? Why did you react so much upon hearing her name? And Asta, you're not even from Snake Island. How can you speak up? Hancock seemed to understand something. and recalling what Asta had just told her, she realized that the person who had betrayed her was named Shinji Huazi. Hancock wasn't angry. Instead, she said with a strange expression, "Grandma Jia, why don't you choose someone else? This person isn't suitable." "Grandma Jia, why isn't she suitable?" "Sandasonia, what do you mean why? Because she is leaving with me?" Grandma Jia had some doubts, but when she saw Asta's embarrassed expression, she instantly understood. "Asta, your vision is really good. You've caught both the queens of Snake Island in one go." "Asta, cough cough, Grandma Jia. I didn't expect you would nominate Huazi to be the queen. Based on what I know about her, she really isn't suitable for this position." Sandasonia, "Oh, even called her by the name Huazi, and you know her well. It seems you two have a good relationship." Asta wanted to take a sip of water to calm down, but upon hearing this, he immediately choked and started coughing. Hancock shot Sandasonia a glare and said irritably, "All right, you can say less." Hancock stepped forward and patted Asta's back. Seeing her sister defend this scumbag, Sandasonia snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and turned her head away. "I'm helping you vent, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, don't come crying to me when you get bullied later." "Grandma Jia, do you really want to take Shinji Huazi away? Can we discuss this again?" "She hasn't revealed her identity yet." Asta shook his head. "I'm really sorry, but I promised her that I would take her away from here." Grandma Jia turned her head and looked at Hancock with a pleading gaze, hoping she could say a few words to keep Huazi. Ever since she learned that Huazi was also Asta's woman, Huazi had become the most suitable candidate in her heart. If one day Snake Island encountered trouble with Huazi's connection, Asta would definitely not ignore it. However, Hancock shook her head at her. "I listen to my husband. Whatever he says goes." Looking at Hancock, who seemed like a little woman, Grandma Jia's eyes filled with disappointment. "Well then, I can only choose another one." Grandma Jia frowned, realizing that she could only find someone shorter now. However, just then Hancock suddenly said, "By the way, have you thought about how to sever ties with us?" Grandma Jia, "Still need sever ties?" Hancock, "Of course, otherwise how would the world government let you off if you don't clear the relationship?" Granny Jia thought for a moment. "Just say you encountered a shipwreck and went missing." Hancock, "Granny Jia, do you think the world government people are fools? I'm not some nameless nobody. Once they discover I appeared next to Asta, do you think they will believe your lies?" Granny Jia thought again. "Then how about saying you violated the rules of the island and were expelled from Amazon Lily?" Hancock shook her head. "The reason is acceptable, but it's not enough." Sandasonia, "Sister, is that still not enough?" Hancock, "There are many smart people in this world. We must think more ruthlessly to deceive the world government." Granny Jia, "Then what do you suggest?" Hancock, "Expose our previous identities and make the people of the island hate us." Chapter 199. "Do you believe I will break your legs?" "What? No way. If your previous identities are exposed, you will be ruined." Granny refused outright. Hancock, however, said firmly, "Only by doing this will the world government believe you." Granny, No, there must be another way." Hancock, "But we don't have time left. The world government is probably updating, working hard on the updates. But you can click the report button above to report B if this chapter is just the author asking for votes or other nonsense. Please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first. Using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 200, Why Are You So Miserable? Today is a rather special day. In the morning, everything was still normal. But by the afternoon, a rumor began to spread on the island. Have you heard? The Empress used to be a slave. Hey, I heard about this too. It seems she was a slave to the Celestial Dragons. No way. If the Empress was a slave to the Celestial Dragons, she is. Updating. Working hard to update. B, you can click the report button above to report errors. B, if this chapter contains the author's request for votes or similar nonsense. Please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please register first. Using bookmarks on your bookshelf is more convenient. B, Chapter 201. How did the plan change? Looking at Captain Kikyo, who was crying uncontrollably, Granny Za was completely bewildered. Where was the director? Did this woman pick up the wrong script? In Granny Za's perception, Captain Kikyo should be a violent and very rigid woman. Logically, after hearing her story, Kikyo should have been very angry and gone to question Hancock with a look of betrayal. Instead, she was now crying like a dog, repeatedly saying how heartbroken she was for the Empress. How am I supposed to continue my lines like this? Granny Za helplessly walked over and patted Kikyo on the shoulder to offer comfort. However, Kikyo's attitude did relieve her quite a bit. If all the residents on the island were as understanding as her, how wonderful would that be? Kikyo looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Granny Za. Granny Za, you have no heart. Granny Za, Kikyo, the Empress is already so pitiful. Why do you have to reopen her wounds? Isn't that the same as stabbing her in the back? Granny Za's face darkened as she slapped the back of Kikyo's head. I've already said, this matter was brought up by Snake Princess herself. Huh? Kikyo's eyes were filled with confusion. Why? Why would the Empress do this? Hearing this, Granny Za's expression grew even darker. Am I just explaining to a dog? This is why I refuse to let you be queen. Your brain is just too slow. You simply don't get it. But unfortunately, the next actions could not be carried out without Kikyo's help. Granny Za had no choice but to explain it to her again. Moreover, to ensure she understood it in one go, Granny Za explained exceptionally in detail this time, even breaking down the pros and cons. If she still didn't understand after this, Granny Za would really go crazy. Half an hour later, Granny Za finally stopped talking. She picked up a cup of tea beside her and took a big gulp. For the first time, she realized that talking could be so exhausting. As for Kikyo, she did understand, but the tears she had barely held back burst forth once again. Woo-woo. Before this, I always thought the Empress was a rather selfish person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have abandoned us for a man. But I didn't expect her to be so great. Seeing Kikyo about to return to her previous state, Granny Za finally couldn't help but slap the back of her head again and shouted angrily, "What are you crying for? All you do is cry. Do you think crying will solve the problem?" Kikyo was startled and sniffled, asking, "Then, what should we do?" Granny Za lowered her head. "Next, we will do this, then that." After hearing this, Kikyo looked at her in surprise. "This? Isn't it bad?" "Granny Za, what's bad about it? Since you think the Empress had a tough time before, don't you want her to be a little happier in the future?" "Kikyo, but..." Granny Za waved her hand, interrupting her. "No buts. Just do as I say." Kikyo hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow Granny Za's plan, as she never considered herself smarter than others in terms of IQ. So the two of them discussed the next plan in detail. Shortly after, Kikyo left to prepare. Granny Za watched Kikyo's departing figure, her face displaying a dazed expression. "Snake Princess, you must be happy in the future." A night passed without incident. The next morning, Kikyo led her subordinates to surround Hancock's palace. "Captain Kikyo, is it true what they say on the island? Is the Empress really a slave to the celestial dragons? How can we still call her Empress? She's just a liar who has deceived us for so many years." "Exactly. Just thinking about how I've admired someone who turns out to be a lowly slave makes me want to throw up what I ate yesterday. But I still find it hard to believe. After all, she was once our faith." The crowd began to murmur. They had heard the rumors on the island before, but at that time, they thought someone was slandering the Empress. But this morning, Kikyo gathered them together and announced that it was true. Hancock really was a slave to the celestial dragons. This immediately caused a huge uproar. The crowd was in an uproar, with expressions varying from disbelief to confusion, and some faces were filled with anger. After announcing, Kikyo calmly surveyed the surroundings, secretly noting those with angry expressions. These people were already crossed off her list. That's right. Aside from helping Granny Za expose Hancock's identity, Kikyo also took on the important task of selecting the next queen. She needed to choose the best person to replace Hancock. This person's strength could be average, but her character had to be good. Kind, brave, responsible, and most importantly, knowing how to be grateful. No matter what Hancock's past was, or what she had done, the current status of Snake Island could not be separated from her contributions. If they couldn't even understand this, why did they have to be the queen of Snake Island? Sooner or later, Snake Island would be doomed in their hands. Kikyo turned her head and looked at the women below who were discussing animatedly, her face cold as she said, "Shut up. No matter what, Hancock is still our queen, and she deserves the respect that is due." However, as soon as she finished speaking, someone retorted, "If it were before, we would certainly respect her. But now she is a slave. Are we supposed to respect a slave? Yes. If this news gets out, won't Snake Island become a joke? How can we stand tall on the sea in the future? As one of the strongest powers at sea, we absolutely cannot lose this person." Hearing this, Kikyo's eyes flashed with cold light as she looked at those who had just retorted. "The strongest power? Do you even know who brought about the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea? So what if someone is a slave? Not long ago, someone who defeated the world government's coalition and severely injured the Navy's top power, hailed as the strongest man in history, also came from a slave background. I really don't understand what you have to be so self-righteous about." Some people lowered their heads when they were criticized, while others with stubborn necks retorted defiantly. "So what? A slave is a slave. No matter how many things she has done, it cannot hide her identity. I will never let a slave stand above me." "That's right. I feel the same way. She must give us an explanation. Give us an explanation. As the shouts grew louder, more and more people gathered around. Some initially came over just to see the commotion, but once they understood the reason behind it, they joined in the shouting. They could not tolerate being deceived for so many years, like fools, and demanded an explanation from Hancock. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Suddenly, a clear, cold voice came from the front, and everyone instantly fell silent, looking like mute individuals. They looked up and saw an unparalleled beauty in a purple qipao slowly walking out of the palace. The qipao itself enhanced a woman's charm, and with someone as stunning as Hancock, it was simply breathtaking. Moreover, the most crucial part was that Hancock exuded an aura of dominance at that moment, showing no signs of being the one being pressured. Hancock, don't be so arrogant. You're just a slave. What do you have to? One person, consumed by jealousy upon seeing that extraordinary figure, couldn't help but mock. But before she could finish her sentence, Hancock shot her a glance, and that person instantly turned pale, stuttering and unable to complete a single sentence. This shows just how great Hancock's prestige was in the eyes of the crowd. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Please say it again. The person turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she looked towards her friends for help. However, the group that had been so furious just moments ago, insisting on making Hancock pay, immediately distanced themselves from her, as if avoiding a plague. They turned their heads away, pretending they didn't know her. The abandoned person cursed inwardly, feeling betrayed by these ungrateful friends who had said they would face it together. But now, when danger approached, they ran off faster than dogs. I am asking you a question. Please answer me immediately. Hancock's voice revealed an undeniable dominance. Catback Chuan was startled. She suppressed her fear and forced a stiff smile. I just wanted to ask if you had breakfast yet. No. No other intentions. Huh. Is this your courage? Truly laughable. Hancock snorted coldly, her face filled with ruthless mockery. Catback Chuan lowered her head, her face flushed. Although her eyes were filled with shame and anger, she could never muster the courage to face Hancock. Hancock merely glanced at Catback Chuan casually and then looked away. For someone without an ounce of backbone, even a glance was a harm to her own eyes. I heard that you all came here early today to attack me. I don't know what kind of attack it is, but here I am standing. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Hancock stood firm. Although she was alone, her aura was stronger than all those present combined. The crowd exchanged glances, and no one wanted to be the first to step forward. Hancock noticed this, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. If someone dared to stand up against her, she wouldn't be angry. Instead, she would regard that person with newfound respect. Unfortunately, among the thousands present, not a single courageous person emerged. It seemed she had protected them too well. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, they're all lying, right? Someone must be slandering you. How could you possibly be a slave? Hancock's eyes lit up as she followed the voice, seeing a golden-haired girl looking at her with anticipation. Hancock did not answer, but instead asked, "What is your name?" The girl replied excitedly, "My name is Margaret, and I am the national protector warrior of the island." If Asta were present, he would immediately recognize her as the golden-haired girl from the original story who helped Luffy. Hancock, do you admire me? Margaret, of course. You are my idol. I have always admired you. I even dream of becoming a great person like you. Hancock, but if I tell you that they are right, that I was indeed sold to the celestial dragons by human traffickers, would you still admire me? At this statement, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Speculating was one thing. Hearing the person admit it was another. Anger slowly began to rise in the eyes of the crowd. Hancock ignored the expressions of the others and kept her gaze fixed on Margaret, as if awaiting her answer. Margaret was shocked, but after the shock, she felt a wave of compassion. If this is true, then I admire you even more. I can hardly believe how you endured all that pain and still led us, the Kuja, to glory. You must have suffered a lot over the years. As she spoke, tears welled up in Margaret's eyes. Regardless of the type of woman, they are generally more emotional beings. Upon hearing this, Hancock threw her head back and laughed heartily. Before this, she had been somewhat worried about what would happen to the Kuja after she left. It seemed she no longer had to worry. The Kuja had a successor. Suddenly, a raw egg flew from the crowd and smashed heavily against Hancock. Although the egg flew quickly, to Hancock, it seemed slow. If she wanted to dodge, not even 10 times the speed would make a difference. However, there was no need. This egg was like a fuse. And soon countless objects began to rain down on Hancock. Eggs, cabbages, apples. Hancock still did not dodge, standing there to let the people vent their frustrations. However, not everyone was angry. Some, like Margaret, believed that Hancock was innocent and great and should not be treated this way. They wanted to stop the others. But at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from behind the crowd. Everyone on the island, except for Hancock, fell to their knees, including Kikyo. Kikyo's face changed instantly. What was happening? This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. In her and Granny Zha's plan, they deliberately stirred up the emotions of the people to create a conflict between the residents and Hancock. Then everyone came here with the goal of forcing Hancock into a corner. In this way, Hancock would feel despair. If she didn't want to die, the only option left would be to betray Amazon Lily. If possible, it would be even more perfect to have another battle and lose a few more people. This is what it means to truly sever ties and directly become enemies. At the beginning, everything went according to plan. Even those who shouted for Hancock to give them an explanation and the first person to throw an egg were all arranged by Zha Papa. But now, how has the plan changed? Whose sudden outburst of momentum is this? It's so terrifying that I can only exert all my strength to avoid collapsing to the ground. Who on earth is this? Chapter 202. Today, I will take her away. Captain Kikyo knelt on the ground, her hands gripping the earth tightly, her neck veins bulging. That terrifying aura seemed to press down on her like two mountains, rendering her completely unable to move. In fact, Captain Kikyo's strength was quite decent. Aside from the Boa sisters, she was the strongest on Nine Snake Island. However, since the strongest had already knelt, it was needless to say about the others, who were like little fish and shrimp. One by one, they lay flat on the ground, unable to even lift their heads, resembling a flattened frog. What on earth is happening? Where did this terrifying aura come from? Could it be that the four emperors have arrived? At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear and dread. Granny Zha was no exception, but her situation was somewhat better. It was unclear whether it was because Asta had shown mercy. Although she felt the pressure, it was not as terrifying as she had imagined. At least she could still speak. Asta, let me explain this matter to you. It's not as you think, Granny Zha hurriedly explained. She was worried that if she didn't explain, it would soon turn into a river of blood. However, amidst the tension, Granny Zha also felt a hint of resentment. Big shot. This is a performance, do you understand? Moreover, this plan was originally proposed by your woman. Why do you vent your anger on us? You clearly can't handle it. I despise you. As soon as her words fell, the pressure on everyone instantly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Kikyo felt a sense of relief, and the sweat from the night poured down like rain, while the others lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. The sudden aura from before seemed to have broken a few of their bones. Shortly after, heavy footsteps sounded, approaching from a distance. Everyone's expressions stiffened, as if they had momentarily forgotten the pain on their bodies, turning their heads to look. To their surprise, the newcomer was not the long-famous four emperors they had imagined. Instead, it was a young man, or rather a handsome boy. Asta was dressed in a black outfit, draped with a white cloak behind him, looking both flamboyant and imposing. A man to man. Was that aura just now emanating from him? This person looked somewhat familiar, and his name sounded very familiar too. Asta? Who is Asta? Ah, I got it. He is the one who caused a commotion in the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Listed by the world government as one of the most vicious criminals in history. What? You say he is that demon? He looks too young for that. But what is he doing here? After realizing Asta's identity, everyone began to retreat in fear. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a shadow. After the world government's propaganda, Asta was indeed a notorious criminal. He even liked to eat children, which made them all the more terrified. Every time Asta took a step forward, everyone retreated 2 or 3 steps back. Why you are that. That person known as the Demon Asta. What are you doing here? Someone bravely asked. We warn you, this is the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you dare to act recklessly, our empress will not let you go. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the woman who had just spoken. The gazes were varied. Some were filled with shame, some with anger, and others with disdain. Asta was among those with disdain in their eyes. Weren't you just attacking Hancock, asking her for an explanation while throwing eggs and cabbages at her? Now, when faced with danger, you use Hancock's name to bolster your courage. How shameless can you be? Asta merely glanced at her before moving on, continuing to walk forward. Everyone, frightened, retreated to the side, leaving a pathway wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. Asta walked up to Hancock, and his cold gaze suddenly softened. He gently removed the vegetable leaves from Hancock's hair and said softly, I'm sorry. Seeing you treated this way, I just couldn't bear it. Asta knew this was a performance. But seeing his woman standing on the platform, insulted and having eggs and vegetable leaves thrown at her, his anger surged up. Any man would find it intolerable to see his woman bullied by others. That was why Asta suddenly interrupted Granny Za and the others' plan. Hancock shook her head, a captivating smile gracing her face. It's okay. You caring for me makes me happy, and how could I blame you? Moreover, you are far more important to me than Nine Snake Island. If you want to destroy this place, I won't only not stop you, but I will also help you. You are my number one in my heart. If it weren't for how dirty she felt, Hancock would have pounced on him long ago. Isn't it natural for a woman to do some irrational things for love? However, not everyone thought this way. It was uncertain whether they thought their heads were too hard or believed Hancock wouldn't retaliate. Those who had thrown eggs at Hancock earlier stepped forward. Hancock, what do you mean by this? This is your homeland. As the queen of Nine Snake Island, how can you incite others to destroy it? You are simply unforgivable. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Asta's eyes as he turned to look at the person who had just spoken. What did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again. Kurazawa Kazuko was startled. Asta was no longer the newcomer he was when he first crossed over. Two world-shocking events had left his hands stained with blood. Moreover, killing intent is different from dominance. As long as one has killed enough people, the killing intent naturally grows. Kurazawa Kazuko was shaking all over. Had there not been so many people watching, she was sure she would have knelt down and begged for mercy at the first opportunity. However, she was not alone in this fight. Some, though afraid, still mustered the courage to say, "This is an internal matter of Nine Snake Island. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere. She deceived us into making her the queen of Nine Snake Island. She must give us an explanation." That's right. If you insist on standing up for her, then go ahead and kill us all. The women of Nine Snake Island have never feared death. Asta was amused by their audacity. He never expected there would be such shameless people in the world. Do you think that by saying this, I won't dare to kill you? Look at your despicable faces, calling each other slaves. I feel like you are even worse than slaves. Over the years Hancock has been in power. Has he ever mistreated you? Your honor, reputation, and so on, all of these have been brought to you by Hancock alone. Even a dog understands to wag its tail when I feed it, but you aren't even as good as a damn dog. You. The people who were insulted immediately widened their eyes, glaring angrily at Asta, especially He Eyes and Cozy, who were even more so. Just as she was about to say something, Asta's figure swayed on the platform and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of He Eyes and Cozy. He Eyes and Cozy was startled, stumbling and almost falling to the ground. You, what do you want to do? A cold smile appeared on Asta's face. Do you think that after saying so much, I want to move to kill you? Looking at the killing intent in Asta's eyes, He Eyes and Cozy finally felt afraid. She thought as long as she stood on the side of righteousness, coupled with her identity as a member of Snake Island, Hancock wouldn't touch her. But looking at the situation before her, she realized she might really die here. No, I'm still young. I can't just die like this. However, just as she was about to plead for mercy, I said so much to help you understand your death better. You piece of trash. After saying this, Asta swung a powerful blow. Do you know what kind of damage a powerful blow can cause to a girl? He Eyes and Cozy's head spun like a drill, turning several times on her neck. After dealing with He Eyes and Cozy, Asta didn't stop, but turned to those who had jumped out earlier. Faced with such shameless women, Asta decided to reward each of them with a powerful blow. With Asta's current strength, it wouldn't take long to massacre the entire Snake Island, let alone just a few people who hadn't even mastered hockey. 1, 2, 3. As more and more people died, Granny Za finally couldn't sit still. She just wanted to help Hancock clear the relationship, not to let Asta kill so many people. Granny Za crawled towards Hancock, pleading for her to stand up and stop Asta. Hancock smiled and said to Granny Za, "Don't worry, Asta is not the kind of person who kills indiscriminately." Granny Za turned her head. In just a few minutes, there were already more than 10 corpses on the ground, and this number was still increasing. Are you sure Asta is not the kind of person who kills indiscriminately as you said? The more I see him, the happier he seems to be killing. He wouldn't really get carried away and wipe out the entire Snake Island, would he? Granny Za was anxious and stamping her feet. As for why she didn't personally stop Asta, please, you want a frail old woman with a cane to stop the strongest person in history? Are you kidding? What if he accidentally killed me? Fortunately, after Asta dealt with the 18th person, he really stopped. He looked at the golden-haired Margaret, who stood in front of him with her arms outstretched, ready to sacrifice herself. Asta curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Margaret tried to suppress her fear, making her legs not tremble so much. Afraid. Afraid. Asta, don't worry. I only target those who bullied Hancock just now. You aren't among them, so I want to lay a hand on you. Please step aside. Margaret, no. I can't let you continue to kill. Asta, do you think what they did just now was excessive? Margaret, excessive. Asta, since it was excessive, why are you still blocking me? Do you think Hancock's previous identity was embarrassing for you? Just like them? No. That's not it. Margaret shook her head desperately. I never thought there was anything embarrassing about being a slave. It wasn't their choice. They also wanted to live normal lives. But what could they do in such a situation? By the end, Margaret even burst into tears. She truly felt sorry for Hancock, who bore such a dark past, yet still led them on Snake Island step by step towards becoming the strongest. This was really not easy. Asta didn't speak. With the strongest observation hockey, he certainly knew that Margaret was speaking from her heart. He nodded with slight satisfaction. In that case, I will spare this group of people for your sake. Margaret's expression froze. For my sake? When did I have such great influence? And why didn't I know it? Asta looked at the formerly arrogant crowd, who were now huddled behind Margaret, shivering. Asta's face showed strong disdain. Is this still the warlords of the sea? I wonder how long you can hold out after leaving Hancock. After saying this, Asta turned and walked toward Hancock. On the way, he encountered the injured Captain Kikyo, who was indeed injured by Asta. Kikyo, taking advantage of no one paying attention, whispered to Asta, "You must treat the Empress better in the future." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Asta replied softly. Then, Asta walked in front of Hancock, tore off the cloak from behind, and draped it over her. Asta wrapped his arms around Hancock's slim waist and arrogantly said to the crowd below, "Today, I will take her away. Whoever dares to stop me will die." In the afternoon, Asta had already taken Hancock away. At this moment, Hancock's palace. No, it should be called Margaret's palace. That's right, this morning, Margaret single-handedly stopped Asta from continuing his massacre. Her courage and kindness conquered most of the people present. Thus, with the help of Granny Za and Captain Kikyo, Margaret became the new queen. What? You say everything that happened this morning was just a play? Margaret looked at the other person in shock. Granny Za nodded. Since you are about to take the position of Queen of Snake Island, you have the right to know these things. Know why? What is going on? Margaret felt like she had been in a daze all day. From a morning learning that Hancock was a slave of the celestial dragons, to experiencing a campaign against Hancock that ended with Asta teaching them a lesson with his fists. Then I became the next generation queen in a daze. And shortly after I learned this news, you told me that everything in the morning was just a performance. Why do I feel like you're all acting for me all day? I can't be dreaming, can I? Margaret raised her right hand and gave herself a hard slap. Oh, that hurts. Covering her face, Margaret's expression became even more surprised. So it wasn't a dream. Grandmother Jia and Captain Jieking exchanged glances, thinking that this little girl in front of them seemed a bit silly, perhaps not very smart. Should we find someone else to be the queen? Of course. Such words were just a joke. It was not easy to pick out a tall one from the short ones. We must not let her run away. So, Grandmother Jia and Captain Jieking specially explained everything to Margaret. After that, Margaret's reaction was just like Jieking's back then, moved to tears. The Empress is truly great. Chapter 203. Do you think they will fight? It is said that women are made of water, and even a little emotional trigger can turn them into a weeping mess. Looking at Margaret, who was crying uncontrollably, the old lady felt an inexplicable irritation. She raised her cane and struck the ground several times. Thud, thud, thud. Why are you crying? As the queen of 9 Snake Island, you can bleed and sweat, but you absolutely cannot shed tears because that is the behavior of the weak. However, the Empress is updating, working hard to update. But you can click the report button above to refresh B if this chapter is just the author asking for votes or other nonsense. Please skip ahead to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page for easier reading later. B, if you haven't registered as a member yet, please do so first, as using the bookshelf bookmark is more convenient. B, Chapter 204. The bustling Shambadi archipelago dressed in a maid outfit. Hua curiously stared at the closed door. It had been a while since they went in, yet there was not a single sound coming from inside. What on earth was happening in there? What if they actually started fighting later? Who should I help? Hua's little head was filled with worries at that moment. Asta turned around, rubbed her head, and Hua closed her eyes contentedly, looking as obedient as a little kitten. I told you not to call me master anymore. It makes it seem like I'm some kind of pervert, Asta said. Okay, master, Hua replied. Young master, sir, brother, even big boss would do. Why do you insist on this title? Asta asked. Hua thought for a moment. Don't you think it gives a sense of conquest? Just do as you like. I am tired anyway. You can call me whatever you want. Even if you call me daddy, I want team mind. Okay, daddy. You. Asta looked at Hua, who wore a compliant expression, and all the words he had to say turned into a sigh. He stroked her soft black hair and asked quietly, Are you angry? Asta continued. How about I make our relationship public? I feel like doing so would make you feel wronged. Hua immediately shook her head, smiling as she said, No, I don't feel wronged at all. Look, Boa Hancock and Kamiki Huazi are both your women, but their identities are just that. But I'm different. Besides being your woman, I'm also your little maid. I have one more identity than them. I'm happy about that. So how could I feel wronged? Looking at Hua, who was full of pride, Asta couldn't help but smile wryly. Who taught you this twisted logic? You really have a way with words. Hua giggled, and just as she was about to say something, her ears perked up and her expression suddenly became serious. She even moved a little away from Asta. The next second, the closed door opened. Hancock and Huazi walked out hand in hand, looking very close. When they reached Asta, Hancock first gave a meaningful glance at Hua before turning to Asta and said, Look at how anxious you are. Do you think I'm bullying little Huazi in there? Asta quickly waved his hands. No, how could that be? I know you're not that kind of person. Hancock replied, Oh, don't flatter me. I'm just an ordinary woman, jealous and petty like anyone else. Asta scratched his head, feeling embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Seeing his silly expression, Hancock burst into laughter. Haha, I'm just teasing you. You're so cute. Don't worry, I've already discussed it with little Huazi. From now on, I get Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and she gets Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. As for Sundays, you can have a day off to avoid exhausting yourself. Seeing that Huazi didn't rebut, but instead shyly lowered her head, Asta finally felt relieved. He was worried the two would start fighting the moment they met. After all, that is how it usually went in dramas and novels. And since both of them were his women, he wouldn't know who to help if they actually fought. Thankfully, things turned out well. As long as they could get along peacefully, he was willing to do anything. However, what do you mean by Sunday, let me rest for a day? Who do you look down on? A person with my talents doesn't need to rest. Asta relaxed a bit and couldn't help but stutter. Actually, my body is fine. I don't need a rest. How about we spend Sunday together? Hancock interrupted. If you don't rest, we still need to rest. I warn you, don't get too full of yourself. If you want a three-way, keep dreaming. Little Huazi and I will never agree to that, so give up on that thought. Right, Huazi? I'll do whatever you say. Huazi answered somewhat flustered. In truth, she was a bit tempted, but it wasn't because of her wild nature. She was simply curious about what Hancock would be like in that situation. After all, Hancock was her idol. Would she still be the cool and domineering empress she was outside? Huazi was very curious about all of this. When Hancock noticed her reaction, she could only shake her head helplessly. This silly girl. It was obvious she was a rather innocent girl, completely clueless about men. When dealing with men, you must never give them any small advantages. Otherwise, once you give them a taste, they immediately want more. Once they get started, they demand even higher things. That's just how men are, a greedy species. Asta, upon hearing their refusal, appeared somewhat disappointed on the surface, but internally, he didn't mind. If it didn't want to play, then so be it. Who is the head of the household? When the time comes, it might even be you pulling me along. However, such thoughts couldn't be spoken out loud. There was still a long way to go. He could take it slow. Asta said, I think the sky is getting darker. Are you too hungry? Should we go eat together? Hancock looked meaningfully at Hua behind Asta and said, Sure, I'm a bit hungry, but I want to sit with Huazi. We still have some things to discuss. What is it? Can't you let me listen to? Dream on. That's a secret between girls. You're not a girl. But if you really want to listen, there is a condition. What condition? Cut your hair. That way, you'll become a girl. You wicked woman. You want me to cut it? Don't you know it's your treasure? Your happiness depends on it. Whether I'm happy or not has nothing to do with that. Besides, it looks so ugly, I would like it anyway. Using to call it treasure, then later complaining about it. That's just women, the most heartless people. Asta, I'll kill you. The Sabati Archipelago, located in front of the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line, consists of several large trees, with the ground made up of tree roots that bubble up from the surface. Hence, the Sabati Archipelago is also known as Bubble Island. Previously, the rulers of the Sabati Archipelago were always the celestial dragons, which made human traffickers quite rampant here. They scoured the world for all sorts of peculiar items to auction off here. However, most of the rarer items ended up in the pockets of the celestial dragons. After all, who would dare to compete with the celestial dragons in wealth? But that was in the past. It's unclear when it started. But the number of pirates coming to the Sabati Archipelago has significantly increased. This group of pirates has a characteristic. While other pirates come here to find coating craftsmen to apply a layer of coating to their ships for easier access to the New World through Fishman Island, this group of pirates comes and doesn't leave. They seem to be waiting for someone. Moreover, there are many more such special pirates on the island. Have you noticed that the number of people on the island seems to have suddenly increased, almost bursting the small island? Not only that, I heard that the Navy has also dispatched a large number of troops here, and the leader seems to be the legendary Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp. What? The same Garp who chased the previous pirate king, Roger, all over the place? Why is he here too? We know the same amount. You ask me. Who do I ask? I have a bad feeling. Why don't we just retreat? If we get caught by the Navy again, wouldn't that be the end? Look at you, you coward. Since you chose to be a pirate, you can't be afraid of death. Besides, there are so many people here. Can the Navy catch all of us? Everyone fell silent. There are many like them on this island. Due to their unfamiliarity with the unknown, they became docile, fearing to be the first bird shot. In a small tavern, it was filled with vicious pirates. In the middle sat a tall man with goggles, wearing a coat, and a rebellious expression. Shanks. Killer, how's the information gathering going? The speaker was none other than Eustace Kidd, who was hailed as the new generation of supernovas. To reach the new world, there are only two paths. One is to request from the world government and then directly cross the Holy Land Mariewa, located at the peak of the Red Line. However, this requires abandoning the ship and spending a lot of money to apply, which is particularly time-consuming but very safe. The other way is to first wrap the ship in the resin of the Yarkamana tree, dive 10,000 meters, and pass through a giant hole located beneath the Red Line, traversing the underwater route to Fishman Island and then reaching the New World. Although this method is not time-consuming, it is somewhat dangerous. However, for supernovas like Kidd, they pursue danger. Hearing his question, a masked man stood up beside him. He is Killer, the vice captain of the Kidd Pirates and Kidd's right-hand man and close friend. Killer said gravely, "The number of pirates on the island has already exceeded several times that of previous years, and this number continues to increase. Moreover, according to our spies, the Navy is about to launch a major operation. Navy hero Garp and Admiral Kazuru are leading a large force here, and I believe they will arrive soon. Should we leave here early?" Killer felt that with their current strength, they were not qualified to confront the Navy. Moreover, the leader of the Navy this time is too powerful. Not to mention Admiral Kazuru, just Garp alone could wipe them out. After all, he is the terrifying existence that chased the Pirate King all over the place. In Garp's eyes, they are probably just a group of small fries, and with a slight movement of his finger, he could crush them. As he reported, the atmosphere in the room gradually became oppressive. Fear was evident on everyone's faces. Kidd frowned as well, but his gaze was filled with confusion. Why would the Navy come? Are they planning to cleanse this place? It shouldn't be. The Navy has never acted so aggressively before. We have even coexisted peacefully in the past. In fact, the Navy would rather all pirates head to the New World because the territory in the New World is almost completely divided among the four emperors. They want to eat meat, but the meat is on someone else's plate. What should they do? They can only rob. The number of pirates who die in the New World every year is countless. Meanwhile, the Navy stands by, watching the show, and they don't even need to intervene. The pirates will exhaust themselves in internal conflict. With such a result, how could the Navy not be pleased? Therefore, when pirates want to go to the New World, the Navy is more than willing. But what is happening this time? Killer, have you heard any news about why the Navy is mobilizing so many people here? What do they want? Killer hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, "I have received a rumor, but I don't know if it's true." "Kidd, let us hear it." Killer looked around through his mask and finally gritted his teeth and said, "I heard that the Navy is doing this to guard against that man." "That man?" Kidd thought for a moment and suddenly jolted, standing up so abruptly that his chair fell over. The surrounding subordinates were startled. What happened to the captain, reacting so strongly? However, Kidd didn't care about the reactions of others. His eyes were fixed on Killer, and he said excitedly, "Are you saying that man is coming here?" Killer nodded. Other than that, there is no other reason to explain why the Navy would mobilize such a large force. You're right. That old man Garp may only be a vice admiral, but his strength is definitely at the admiral level, even stronger than the admirals. If he is dispatched, it must be because that man is coming. Kidd became more and more excited, and his expression even looked somewhat frightening. The surrounding subordinates exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Captain, who exactly is that man you're talking about?" Kidd looked around and revealed an excited smile. Who else could it be? The only person in this world who could make the Navy so fearful is him. Upon hearing this, everyone knew. After all, the reputation of Asta had long spread throughout the world. What? Asta is coming? Am I dreaming? Is he also heading to the New World? Could it be that he wants to become the Pirate King? Nonsense. With his current achievements, he has long surpassed the Pirate King. Haven't you heard that he is hailed as the strongest man in history? The entire room seemed to explode with this news. Everyone's expressions varied, but without exception, whenever Asta was mentioned, no one lacked respect. Kid, how about we leave early? I'm worried. Although Kira didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant. It was simply a concern that if Asta were to clash with the Navy, they might get caught in the crossfire. Kid covered his face, a mixture of laughter and tears. No, I want to stay here. I want to see what that man, hailed as the strongest in history, is really like. Kira looked at the captain, who had already gone mad, opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. It should be fine after all. The Navy's target is Asta, not them. Besides, he also wants to meet that man. Chapter 205. You still say this isn't a black shop aside from Kid. The other supernovas gradually arrived at the Sabeti archipelago. Even Luffy and the others showed up. Wow, so many people, it's so lively here. Luffy, wearing a straw hat, exclaimed like Lu Lao Lao, entering the Grandview Garden. There were indeed a lot of people, but he wondered if there were any skilled swordsmen among them. He really wanted to challenge a strong opponent. Zoro, with 3 swords at his waist, looked at everyone with a fierce expression. Wow, women. There are so many women here. Could this be the legendary paradise? As soon as he stepped onto the island, Sanji's eyes turned into heart shapes. It is well known that female pirates tend to have bold and free-spirited personalities, so they dress for comfort. Consequently, some of them wore quite revealing outfits. Everything that should be exposed and what Shun-Ti was all on display. This was quite a temptation for Sanji. Just then, a cow walked past him. Sanji immediately sprayed 2 streams of blood from his nose, so forcefully that he spiraled upward. Ah, Sanji, you're bleeding. Doctor, where's the doctor? Hey, it seems like I'm a doctor. Sanji, hang in there. I'll come save you right away. Chopper, seeing the terrifying amount of blood Sanji was losing, nearly lost his mind and rushed over to save him. They couldn't afford to lose anyone from their crew right at the start. TCH, you can't change a dog's nature. Chopper, don't bother with him. Let him fend for himself. It's so embarrassing for us, Nami said with a look of disdain. To her surprise, so many people had come, but she didn't know if he was on the island. As soon as Robin got off the ship, she quickly surveyed the surroundings, hoping to see the person she had been longing for among the crowd. After a period of careful nurturing, she was no longer the same person she used to be. In other words, she had evolved. If it weren't for spending time together and witnessing her gradual changes firsthand, even Nami wouldn't have believed it. The beautiful woman before her, with skin as smooth as water and a fair complexion, was indeed the once dark-skinned Robin. Robin lowered her head and looked down. She couldn't even see her toes. She wondered if Asta would be surprised to see her like this and eagerly anticipated his expression at that moment. Beautiful lady, I wonder if I could take a look at your... Ah, pervert. Smack. Brook, covering his cheek, returned with a disappointed look. Usopp said, give it up. No one would satisfy your perverted request in this state. Brook replied, don't slander good people. How am I a pervert? I just want to satisfy my curiosity and appreciate beauty. How can that be called perversion? Usopp, as long as you're happy. Except for Frankie, who stayed behind on the Thousand Sunny. The rest of the crew all disembarked onto the island. Hey, look over there. That group of people seems to be the recently famous Straw Hat Pirates. Where? Where? Yes, that's them. I saw that silly hat on the bounty poster. I didn't expect them to come here too. Could they also want to? No way. They're supernovas known as the worst generation. Pirates with bounties over 100 million. They wouldn't want to be someone else's subordinates, right? Even if that person is very strong. You can't say for sure. Besides, is it that rare to see pirates with bounties over 100 million? I've already seen at least 20 on this island in the past few days, and some of them are well-known pirates. Didn't they come here too? Looks like the competition will be intense. Seeing people around pointing at them, Luffy turned to his crew and said, do you think we've been recognized? Zoro replied, is that so? Do you want me to chop them up? Luffy said, that might not be good. Zoro reassured him, don't worry, my sword is quick. They won't feel any pain. Luffy countered, but I still think it's better to just knock them away. Using a sword seems a bit bloody. Listening to their casual discussion about whether to knock them away or chop them up, Nami couldn't hold back any longer and instantly appeared behind the two. Then, bang bang, Luffy and Zoro became 2 pig heads. Hey, can you two not be so violent? We're pirates, not robbers. Usopp scratched his head and asked in confusion, aren't pirates different from robbers? What did you say? Nami shot him a glare, and Usopp immediately covered his mouth, not daring to make another sound. This clearly showed who the real authority in the Straw Hat Pirates was. After teaching Luffy and Zoro a lesson, Nami smiled and said to the person behind her, don't be afraid. Those two were just joking. We're usually law-abiding good people. What kind of pirate calls themselves a law-abiding, good person? Saying that makes me even more scared. Behind Nami stood a trembling mermaid. Yes, this mermaid was the one Luffy encountered in the original story. Her name was Cammy, with short light green hair and a peach-colored tail, known for being scatterbrained and easily fooled. She had been eaten by sea beasts at least 20 times and captured by the Makuro family at least 30 times. Such experiences even made Luffy exclaim, "How did you survive safely to this age?" On the way here, due to an accident, Luffy saved her. Then she clung to Luffy, hoping he could also save her friend. Looking at the frightened Cammy, Nami sighed and then gave Luffy and Zoro another beating. "You two are so full of yourselves. You ruined my gentle image." Bang, bang, bang. "Cammy, you said your friend was captured by the Makuro family. Do you know where they are?" Usopp, being more reliable, was still concerned about Cammy's situation. Cammy was initially scared, but upon hearing it was about her friend's life, she immediately became energized. "I know. I've been captured by them over 30 times. I could find their location with my eyes closed." Usopp, it might be an illusion, but Usopp seemed to see a hint of pride on Cammy's face. Is being captured something to be proud of? Without further ado, let's hurry up and set off. Thus, just like in the original story, after several operations, Luffy and the others successfully rescued the trapped octopus chopper from the Makuro family. In fact, the Makuro family is just a group of small minions, even their most relied upon flying fish riders. Dibaloo, who looks a lot like Sanji and inexplicably took the blame for many things, has only average strength. After being kicked by Sanji in a cosmetic surgery kick, he immediately defected and became Sanji's loyal little fan. After being saved, Shokubutsu immediately gave Nami a proper bow, crying and lamenting his sins, hoping Nami would forgive him. If not forgiven, he even offered to commit harakiri as an apology. Nami is not the kind of person who seeks revenge for every slight, and seeing Shokubutsu cry pitifully, plus the real culprit, the fishman Arlong, has already been dealt with, she forgave him, though she still had some reservations in her heart. Shokubutsu knew that his past wrongdoings couldn't be solved with just an apology. To make up for his previous sins, Shokubutsu decided to introduce Luffy and the others to Rayleigh, hoping Rayleigh would help Luffy and the others out of consideration for him. In Area 13, that shop on the tree roots is our destination. After so many years, I wonder if the shop is still open? Shokubutsu pointed the shop in the tree, sighing. "By the way, is the coding craftsman also a fishman?" Luffy asked, puzzled. "I don't know." Kami shook her head. "I haven't met him either. I just know he's a very amazing person." Papagoo is a talking starfish and also Kami's master and pet. "Really? Is he as powerful as Master Asta?" Hearing Kami say this person is amazing, Luffy immediately got a bit excited. Bang! Luffy's excitement didn't last long before he was punched down by Nami. "Shoo! Didn't I tell you not to reveal our relationship with Asta outside?" Nami said with a tense expression. Luffy covered his forehead, feeling wronged. "Why not?" Nami glanced around and then whispered, "Asta is on the world government's blacklist, and there are so many people who want to kill him. If we reveal our relationship with Asta, do you think we will still be safe?" "Luffy, what you're doing is wrong. Master Asta has been so good to us and saved our lives. We can't betray him just because of a little danger." Nami couldn't help but roll her eyes and said irritably, "Who said you betrayed him? I just asked you to hide your identity a bit. You said Asta has been so good to you, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind this little thing." But Luffy still felt that this was not right. Just as he was about to retort again, he looked up and saw Nami's gaze filled with killing intent, and immediately swallowed back the words. "I don't know what is going on, even though he is a rubber fruit user and immune to most physical damage. As long as he doesn't use haki, he won't feel pain when hit. But Nami is different. Every punch she throws hits him to the bone, just as terrifying as Grandpa." Seeing Luffy obediently close his mouth, Nami nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. As long as you behave, I won't hit you." After a few more instructions, Nami took him back. "Oh, sorry Kami, our captain just. You actually know Asta?" Kami exclaimed in shock. Kami had no attitude of a mermaid at all. Her exaggerated expression made it seem like her eyes and false teeth were about to pop out. Nami quickly waved her hands. No, we don't know any Asta." "Kami, you're talking nonsense. I clearly heard Luffy call out Master Asta just now. Although I'm a bit slow, my hearing is very good." "Nami, you must have heard wrong. He clearly didn't say anything." "Kami, didn't he say anything?" "Nami, did he say anything?" "Kami, he really didn't say anything." "Nami, did he really say anything?" Looking at Nami's serious expression, Kami became confused instead. "Oh, maybe I really heard wrong. What a pity. I thought you all knew him and wanted to ask you to introduce me." Upon hearing this, Nami looked at her warily. "What do you want?" "Kami, he's my idol, I wanted to sign something for me. Nami said oh, but she didn't trust Kami just because of that. After all, you can't judge a person's heart by their appearance. Meanwhile, at Shachi's bar, Shokubutsu thought this shop looked like a black shop. Are we going to get killed as soon as we go in? Papagu, the starfish, shouted in fear. Usopp nodded frantically in agreement. Although Usopp has undergone training and is no longer the same as before, with a significant transformation in both physique and strength, his nature remains that of a cowardly Usopp. He still trembles when scared. Chopper, hugging him, also said with a fearful expression, "The craftsman you mentioned isn't a very fierce person, right?" Shokubutsu smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry. The owner of this shop is a very good person. We've had interactions since we were young." Usopp, really? Is it really okay to enter this bar? Shokubutsu walked up to the shop, which still had an open sign hanging. It seems our luck is good. It's still open. Really, Shachi. Shokubutsu turned the handle and opened the door, revealing the scene inside to everyone. A few minutes earlier, this small tavern was filled with a crowd. In the center stood a tall, mature woman with dark skin. At this moment, she was smoking a cigarette, one hand choking a man, turning his face red. The man was incredibly burly, 2 to 3 times the size of the woman. But even so, the man looked like a chick being choked in the woman's hand. "This is my territory. If you drink without paying, are you looking to die?" Hearing this, someone nearby stepped forward, apparently one of the men who was being choked by Shachi. He said with a face full of indignation, "It's not that we don't want to pay. You're the one bullying us. A glass of wine, you want us to pay 300,000. You are clearly trying to extort money." Shachi looked around and exhaled a puff of smoke. "You only just realized I'm extorting money? I've even hung up my name. Didn't you see it when you came in?" The expressions of the crowd stiffened. They only thought the shop's name was set up to show personality. They didn't expect it to be real. This is our first time here. We didn't know the rules. Could you give us a discount?" "Shachi, do you believe I'll break your bones? Hurry up and take out the money." Someone shouted angrily. "Don't bully us too much. Leave a way out for others, so we can meet again in the future." "Shachi, what is wrong with bullying you? If you can't even come up with 300,000, what future do you have? Leaving a way out for others? I think you're all useless. You." The crowd glared at her. "Shachi, what are you staring at? If you don't take out the money, I won tea." Before Shachi could finish her sentence, the tavern door was suddenly opened. Xiaoba wanted to greet them, but halfway through his words, he stopped, staring blankly at the scene inside. "Xiaoba, you still said this isn't a black shop." Chapter 206. The 13th district is a forbidden zone. Xiaoba was also confused. He took a step back and looked up at the sign hanging high above. "Yes, this is the place. I remember Xiachi once said she wanted to open a bar here. She even mentioned wanting to create a unique tavern. But why does the scene in front of me look so strange? Could it be that I opened it the wrong way?" While Xiaoba was pondering, Xiachi recognized him, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance today. However, just as she was about to speak, bang, Xiaoba slammed the door shut and then opened it again. "Xiachi, really, we're here. Hey, why is it still this scene?" Xiaoba rubbed his eyes, but the image before him didn't change. The room was filled with fierce-looking, muscular men, each one large in size and armed with various weapons. Compared to them, Xiachi standing among them looked like a soft, weak little rabbit. However, this little rabbit was the one with the strongest presence in the room. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, she had an aura of 2.8 meters. "Xiaoba, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind after not seeing each other for over 10 years? Xiachi casually threw one of the muscular men aside, as if he were garbage. "Boss, Captain, damn it. You dare treat our boss like this, you foul woman." The muscular man's underlings were the first to react, glaring angrily at Xiachi. Earlier, since their boss was in the hands of that crazy woman, they had been hesitant to act. Now that their boss had finally escaped her control, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge. "Xiachi, what are you doing?" Xiaoba couldn't help but ask. Although he wasn't very bright, he could tell that the atmosphere was off. Xiachi replied, "Oh, they want to eat a free meal from me, so I'm just teaching them a lesson. Who is trying to eat for free? How can you accuse us first? You clearly want to take advantage of us, since it's our first time here. How can a drink in your tavern cost 300,000? Your heart is too black, right? And look what you've done to our captain. You must pay for this. Pay up, or we'll smash your place and sell you to human traffickers to be a slave for others. Even though you look a bit older, your figure isn't bad. Those with peculiar tastes might buy you. For women, no matter how magnanimous they are, the hardest thing to accept is when others comment on their age. Especially for older women who care even more about this." Xiachi's previously smiling face instantly turned cold. She turned her head, her gaze filled with killing intent as she looked at the group before her. In her eyes, these people were already dead. Xiaoqi, do you need help? Although Xiaoba didn't know exactly what was happening, being the loyal person he was, he would definitely stand by his friend without hesitation. Xiaoqi disdainfully said, "No need. With these few worthless ones, they can't cause any trouble." What? What did you say? You foul bitch! How dare you call us worthless? Everyone attack together. Remember not to let her die. I want to torture her well. With an order given, everyone drew their weapons and rushed towards Xiaoqi. She wore a look of disdain. Although she had long since washed her hands of the criminal world, don't forget, she was the woman of Rayleigh, the king of the underworld and a former pirate of the previous generation in the New World. How could someone like her be defeated by these nameless thugs? Just as she was about to strike, suddenly a straw hat appeared. No, it was a person. Luffy shouted excitedly. You guys are bullying a woman? I'll be your opponent. Rubber rocket. Luffy's fist transformed into countless afterimages, raining down on the group. There was no suspense. Everyone was beaten without the power to fight back. His fists were like a speeding train, and with just a light touch, they created deep dents in their bodies as blood poured from their mouths. They didn't even have time to scream before they flew out. Bang, bang, bang. The benches and tables in the room shattered upon contact with them. Even the walls had several large holes, with half of the pirate's body stuck inside. From the moment Luffy started attacking until he finished, it took less than a minute. The muscular men had all been dealt with. It seemed that during the time he had been separated from Asta, Luffy's strength had significantly improved. After taking care of everyone, Luffy's face showed visible disappointment. I didn't even use my strength, and you guys fell down so easily. You're too weak. The only enemy still standing was the muscular man who had been grabbed by Xiaoqi by the neck at the beginning. Hearing Luffy's boastful words, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. He had coughed earlier, which is why he rushed in like the others, but unexpectedly, that had saved him. Luffy noticed him, licked his lips, and looked at him with anticipation. Hey, you must be their captain, right? Then you must be strong. Do you want to have a match? The already scared muscular man immediately waved his hands and said, No, we're all adults here. What conflicts can't be resolved with words? Starting with fighting and killing is just too bad. Luffy was taken aback, looking puzzled. But I've already beaten up your friends like this. Aren't you angry? Muscular man, what friends? Where? Oh, you mean them? We're not really familiar. Luffy fell silent. The muscular man then raised a flattering smile and jogged over to Luffy. Actually, I'm not really a captain. I came here to join someone, and I think you're great. I can be your little brother. Look at my build. I'm sure I won't embarrass you. Before the muscular man could finish his sentence, Luffy's furious punch hit him in the face. Instantly, his face looked like a colorful fabric shop, bursting with red, black, and purple. Then, he flew out like a cannonball, smashing through the door and turning into a streak of light. I hate people like you the most, Luffy said fiercely. He is not like other pirates who treat their companions as subordinates or even slaves. Luffy has always regarded them as his family, which is why Nami never hesitates to hit him, and he never fights back. So, with this personality, when Luffy heard the strong man say he didn't know them, he couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch. You're a friend of Chibi, right? Shaki asked thoughtfully, her gaze primarily focused on the straw hat behind Luffy. As the woman of the Dark King Rayleigh, Shaki recognized this straw hat at a glance. Isn't this the one that Roger wore back in the day? It is said that he gave this hat to Shanks before he died, and now Shanks has given it to him. It seems that he is the one chosen by red-haired Shanks. After dealing with the enemy, Luffy returned to his silly demeanor. That's right. Chibi said there's a very skilled coding master here, and we want him to help us with the ship. Shaki, you want to go to the New World? Luffy was taken aback. How do you know? I didn't say anything. Shaki immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Nami, Luffy, can you not be so embarrassing? Seeking a coding is just to go to the New World, right? At this moment, Chibi and Zoro also came out of the room. Luffy suddenly realized, pounding his fist. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought this sister had some kind of telepathy. Hearing this, Shaki laughed even more happily. Sister? I could be your grandmother with my age. What? Everyone present, except for Chibi, widened their eyes, especially the girls, who immediately surrounded her. Seeing Luffy blocking the way, Nami pushed him aside with a slap. Sister, how do you usually take care of yourself? You can't tell at all. I always thought you were only in your 30s. Can you teach us? Let's have class. We'll kneel down to listen. Women are a mysterious species. They can quickly bond over cosmetics, clothes, or other trivial matters. In just a few minutes, Shaki and Nami became close friends, as if they were sisters. Luffy stood by, yawning out of boredom. As a straight man, he couldn't understand what these women were saying. He even found them a bit noisy. As for Usopp and the others, they were each doing their own thing. Zoro even found a few bottles of fine wine from under the counter, looking at them with sparkling eyes. Chibi might have sensed the awkward atmosphere and proactively asked, "Shaki, do you know where Rayleigh is now?" Shaki paused at the question, her expression still lingering with some reluctance. "I'll tell you the rest tonight. Women, if you don't take good care of yourselves, you might not be loved by anyone in your 30s or 40s. Kimmy and Nami nodded vigorously in agreement, while Robin, even more outrageous, took out a small notebook to write down. Unlike Nami, she was already 30 if she didn't find a way to maintain her appearance. How could she make Asta like her? Shaki turned to Chibi and said, "You came at the right time. That old guy Rayleigh happens to be on this island." "Really? Where is he now?" Chibi asked happily. Shaki thought for a moment. "He is probably doing some part-time work to earn some extra money." In Area 1, at a medium-sized auction house, the host was excitedly introducing each auction item. Meanwhile, in a corner backstage, an old man in ragged clothes, wearing a neck bomb collar, sat idly on the ground. "Hey, were you also captured by human traffickers? That's terrible. They don't even spare someone your age." Next to the old man sat a giant, whose situation was the same as the old man's, also wearing a collar and a white paper with a string of numbers that represented his identity. However, his expression was not as calm as the old man's. He was gritting his teeth, filled with anger, fear, and despair. The old man smiled. "I'm different from you. I came here voluntarily." The giant. The old man continued. "You can see that I'm old, and I can't work anymore. After being bought, at least I can have enough to eat. It's better than starving to death." The giant. He wanted to angrily accuse the old man of how he could demean himself like this. "Do you know that once you are bought, your whole life will be branded with the label of slave? That's a shame that can never be washed away." But when he thought about it, the old man had a point. Being a slave was better than starving to death. In the end, he said nothing, just sighed deeply, hugging his knees and looking gloomily at the ground. He didn't speak, but the old man took the initiative to say, "Hey, young man, do you want to get out?" The giant suddenly turned his head, looking at him in surprise. Rayleigh smiled and said, "I can help you get out, but you have to do something for me." In Area 16, this used to be a gathering place for human traffickers, but a month ago, the territory changed hands. None of those traffickers escaped. They were all killed and hung from trees. That was hundreds of corpses, and it involved countless forces. Even though this was an illegal area, it caused a stir throughout the Sabaody archipelago. You see, every human trafficker had a backing force, relying on the sale of people to accumulate wealth. But in the end, some reckless youths came out of nowhere and wiped out all their subordinates, not leaving a single survivor. How could they not be furious? Even if they were to take over territory, they had to follow the rules, right? So they ordered their subordinates to gather, wanting to take revenge. If they didn't deal with this group of reckless youths, how could they maintain their presence here? At that time, 20 or so forces gathered thousands of people to surround Area 13, setting up high guns and cannons, wanting to flatten this area. They also wanted to showcase their strength. However, in the end, they didn't fight, because the spies sent by those big shots found out the identities of these reckless youths. Immediately, they were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and some even wet their pants on the spot. Then, those once high and mighty figures scrambled over in a panic. As soon as they arrived here, they immediately ordered their lackeys to kneel on the ground, while they themselves bent over and cautiously entered Area 13. No one knew what had happened inside. All that was known was that 18 had gone in, and 9 had come out. Moreover, the 9 survivors were all battered and bruised, clearly having suffered inhumane treatment inside. After covering their faces, they said nothing and hurriedly left, taking their subordinates away in disgrace. They didn't even care about their own businesses and fled by boat overnight. As for revenge, anyone who dared to mention it would be killed. However, even though they had left, there were others ready to take their place. It should be noted that this business was mixed with huge profits, especially in this era when slavery was legal. It could be considered one of the most lucrative ventures. How could those greedy for wealth possibly give it up? At most, they would just sell elsewhere instead of Area 13. And those reckless newcomers didn't completely eradicate the old guard. After cleaning up the mess in Area 13, they settled down. Days went by without any sign of people. Only that mysterious individuals would come here every day. After that, they were never seen coming out again. Chapter 207, We Will Avenge Our Father. With more and more mysterious individuals arriving, the long silent Area 16 finally stirred again. They struck with thunderous force, taking over the adjacent areas, 15 and 17. In just one night, these 3 areas, known for their lucrative opportunities, changed hands successfully. Similar to the last resolution, this group of mysterious individuals seemed to have a vendetta against human traffickers. As long as they were human traffickers, they would not be spared. They killed them all and hung the bodies in trees as a warning. As a result, the number of deaths this time was staggering. Even the Navy couldn't sit idly by. They dispatched troops to garrison near these 3 areas, preventing anyone on the island from approaching. Of course, their purpose in doing this was not to protect the mysterious individuals, but to protect the others on the island. After all, the Navy is no fool. The backers of these mysterious individuals are entities that even the world government does not dare to provoke. Deep in Area 16, inside a tall palace, people were engaged in a heated discussion. Damn it, how could so many people come to seek refuge with us? It's so annoying. I've said before, I hope everyone doesn't act rashly. And now look, the boss's whereabouts have been exposed. But which one of us doesn't have a grudge against human traffickers? I can't help but feel anger when I see them. I feel the same way. Just thinking about their ugly faces makes me want to tear them apart immediately. Exactly. Besides, the boss's experiences are similar to ours. If he knew about this, he would surely praise us. Besides, come to this, let us not shift blame onto each other. We need to think about what to do next. Those rescued slaves, once they heard our background, refused to leave. And now our numbers are increasing. These 3 territories are simply not enough. So what should we do? Why don't we take down the entire Shambody archipelago in one go and present it as a gift to the boss? What do you all think? That is not a good idea. Are you out of your mind? If we do that, what if we attract enemies to the boss? Come on, don't you know? Our boss has already been called the strongest man in the world. I heard that even Admiral Akainu was almost killed by him. Do you think there are any enemies who can match our boss? That's still 1T work. Our boss hates trouble. If he finds out you're planning this, he might kick you out. Oh no, I was just joking with you all. Take what I said with a grain of salt. I will definitely stay here quietly and do nothing. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. The guy who just spoke had decent strength and usually acted quite arrogantly among them. However, once the topic turned to Asta, he immediately shrank back. Nevertheless, no one mocked him, as everyone present would likely react the same way in a situation. Cough, everyone, please stop chatting. We don't have much time left. We need to think about what to do next. In a day or 2, Lord Asta will be here. A middle-aged man with a resolute appearance, looking reliable, spoke up. His name was Sasaki, a great swordsman. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent, and everyone's eyes sparkled with an incomparable brilliance. It was the look of long-awaited anticipation. Lord Asta is finally coming. We must welcome him in the highest manner possible, said a slender, handsome man. His appearance was somewhat different from Asta's. Although Asta was extremely good-looking, he exuded a rugged masculinity that made men weep and women drool. This youth, however, had a more feminine appearance. If it weren't for his Adam's apple and the fact that he was flat-chested, anyone would mistake him for a woman. Additionally, he was the one who just spoke arrogantly, named Tai. Of course, I missed the boss terribly. A woman with a flushed face, hands clasped together, said with an expression of eagerness. Several people present had been secretly stealing glances at her since the beginning. It couldn't be helped as she was simply stunning. With a killer figure and breathtaking beauty, especially her long, vibrant red hair, she resembled a ripe peach, as if squeezing her would yield juice. Her name was Meitong, and she hailed from the same place as Hanabi, the Colosseum of the Celestial Dragons. Next to her sat another outstanding woman, wearing black-rimmed glasses with her light brown hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a tight black uniform. It was unclear whether it was because her figure was too curvy or because she intentionally wore a size smaller. The uniform was stretched to the brink of bursting, with buttons on her chest precariously hanging, as if they could fly off at any moment. Her appearance evoked memories of the female teacher everyone dreamed of in middle school. Her name was Mengna, and she was once a slave. Is there a more specific time? Tomorrow or the day after? What time can we expect him? We need to prepare early. Mengna pushed up her glasses, her expression cold as she spoke. Her demeanor was naturally this way, even if she was excited inside. Her face remained unchanged. Sasaki thought for a moment. Based on my contact with the brothers on the ship, they should arrive here the day after tomorrow at noon. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Mengna's eyes, but her expression remained cold as she said, I understand. What I need to prepare? Sasaki replied. Lord Asta said it doesn't matter. He doesn't care about the formality. We can arrange it as we see fit. Tai immediately exclaimed with excitement. Then we must do it in a grand manner, announcing to the world that our era is coming. Mengna pondered for a moment, hesitating as she said, Wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Tai stood up suddenly, slamming his hand on the table. What is so ostentatious about it? Given our boss's current status, Even the most extravagant actions are worthy of his identity. Besides, look at those new generation superstars on the island. They're called the worst generation. With bounties just barely in the billions, they dare to be so arrogant. Once they reach the new world, won't they soar to the skies and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The voluptuous Meitong suddenly burst into laughter, instantly attracting the attention of all the men present. All right, since even Lord Asta said he doesn't care about the formality, then let us leave this matter entirely to little Meng Na to handle. Little Meng Na, can you manage it? Mona straightened her body, and the button almost popped off, startling the person in front of her. I promised to complete the task. Mating nodded and then looked around, her red lips moving. Does anyone oppose? The others present immediately shook their heads, as they all knew Mona's character, meticulous and perfection-seeking. It was indeed appropriate to leave this matter to her. The only one somewhat dissatisfied was Tai. However, with a glance from Mating, Tai immediately sat back down. Mating asked, "What? Do you have any objections to my proposal?" Tai quickly waved his hands. No, I agree with your proposal. After all, there is no one more suitable than Mona among us." Mating smiled, giving Tai a flirtatious look. "What a good boy. How about having dinner with your sister tonight?" Upon hearing this, Tai not only didn't show any happiness, but shook his head like a rattle drum, his face filled with anxiety. Mating, I don't think that's necessary. I haven't offended you these past few days. Mating raised an eyebrow, her expression becoming even more charming. Why not? You've called me sister. Isn't it a sister's duty to treat you to dinner? I wouldn't harm you, would I? Tai hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare refuse. It would be my honor for you to treat me, but I really have something to do tonight and can't make it. Mating sighed, her expression somewhat disappointed. Like a child who lost a toy. What a pity. But your sister isn't the kind to hold grudges. So I'll just have to ask you out another time. Hearing this, Tai let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling a sense of having escaped a disaster. What? You say Tai is unaware of his blessings, actually rejecting such a beautiful girl? Please, that Mating, the Black Widow. Do you think that having dinner with her would lead to a wonderful, happy night? Don't joke around. Despite Mating's seemingly carefree demeanor, as if any man could date her, Tai had known her for many days and had never seen a man dare to touch her. Every man who had come into contact with her had met with an accident the next day, without exception. Tai certainly didn't want to die for being careless. Sasaki coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention. Ahem, everyone, when you go back later, be sure to tell your subordinates to behave for the next couple of days. I don't want any trouble right now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sasaki continued. Also, regarding the issue of insufficient territory, let us just make do for now. We'll make plans when Lord Asta arrives. Everyone nodded again. Sasaki added, and those corpses hanging from the trees, they should be cleaned up. We can't let it affect the city's appearance, making it seem like we're barbarians. We're an organization that values reason, civilization, and quality. We can't embarrass Lord Asta when we go out. The crowd nodded once more. All right, that is all for now. Everyone disperse. At this moment, countless warships were rushing towards them across the vast sea. The leading warship had several figures standing on its deck. There was Admiral Kizuru in a yellow suit, Vice Admiral Garp wearing a dog mask, and the long-legged Admiral Peach Rabbit. The three of them were the main persons in charge of this operation. Kizuru gazed ahead, where a small island slowly became clearer in the distance. He lazily remarked, that a kind of guy, I warned him to be careful, but he wouldn't listen. Now look, he almost died on Judicial Island. Garp looked ahead with a complex expression. I met that kid in Water 7. His strength is quite formidable. If it comes to fighting, I might not be his match. Kizuru turned his head in surprise. Really? A legendary figure like you can't beat him? Being an insider in the Navy, he knew just how powerful Garp was. Although he was a bit older, his strength remained formidable, firmly standing at the pinnacle of this world. Yet, such a legendary person openly admitted he wasn't a match for that young man. How could Kizaru not be surprised? Garp chuckled helplessly. What legend? That's just a title. Besides, isn't a legend meant to be broken? Kizaru didn't respond, but turned his head back to look ahead, the eyes hidden behind his sunglasses revealing his thoughts. Peach Rabbit stood there expressionless, having been unable to calm down since hearing Asta's words in Water 7. She even began to doubt her lifelong beliefs. Was the justice she had guarded all these years really what she imagined? Therefore, after returning, she immediately went to the archives to review the tasks she had completed. After spending 3 days and nights in the archives, Peach Rabbit became even more confused. She discovered that not all the tasks she had done were just. In some missions, she had been the executioner, aiding the oppressors. This revelation left her even more lost. This operation was something she had volunteered for. She wanted to ask Asta and get answers to her doubts. Garp waved his hand, and an aide quickly jogged over. Vice Admiral Garp, what can I do for you? Garp asked, where has Asta reached? The aide replied directly, their speed is faster than ours. They'll probably reach Sabidi Archipelago in a few hours. Garp nodded, then asked, are there any particularly important people on the island? The aide showed a helpless expression upon hearing this. Garp asked, what is going on? Did I guess right? The aide replied, currently, there are 2 celestial dragons on the island. What? Does the world government not know about Asta heading to Sabidi Archipelago? Why leave celestial dragons there? Garp asked in shock. Wasn't he worried about the safety of those celestial dragons? Even if all the celestial dragons in the world died, he would be happy, not sad. He was simply worried that Asta might kill those 2 celestial dragons, causing the atmosphere to become tense again after finally calming down. The Navy had suffered heavy losses in the battle at Judicial Island and could not afford any more turmoil. The adjutant helplessly said, we have arranged for people to evacuate the celestial dragons on the island at the first opportunity. The others are manageable. But as soon as they heard that Asta was coming, they immediately became terrified and shivered all over. They said they would leave here no matter what. But there are still 2 who, no matter how we persuade them, refuse to leave. We can't force them. After all, they're esteemed celestial dragons. Garp angrily asked, what do these useless fools with their wicked thoughts want to stay here for? The adjutant recalled what his subordinates had said, and his expression suddenly became strange. They said they want to stay here to avenge their father. Kizaru. Trafalgar. Garp, avenge? Avenge what? Chapter 208. Inescapable fate. What can those celestial dragons do besides causing trouble? Moreover, based on their combat abilities, they are even weaker than ordinary people. When they seek revenge, what's the difference from seeking death? The lieutenant also felt quite helpless. This group of celestial dragons is simply mentally ill. Why not enjoy life in the Holy Land? They can eat whatever they want, play whatever they want, and any kind of woman they desire could be delivered to their bed by evening just by asking. Such a life is so carefree and enjoyable, almost like that of an emperor. But they, for some reason, refuse to do so and just want to find some excitement. They even say that Asta killed their father, and they must avenge him. These idiots can't even see the situation in front of them. Can that guy be killed with just a few muskets? The lieutenant took a deep breath, suppressing his desire to complain, and answered honestly. Do you remember the incident in the Holy Land, Mary Geos? Asta killed a celestial dragon named Roswald Saint at that time. Kapu nodded. He had heard about this incident and had particularly joyfully dragged Sengoku out for drinks that night. The lieutenant continued, and now, the 2 celestial dragons left on the island are Roswald Saint's son and daughter, Charlo Saint and Shirlea. What? Kapu was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. It was only now that he understood. The targets of the celestial dragon's revenge were Asta. Wait, do the elders know about this? Didn't they stop these 2 fools? Kapu wasn't as foolish as he appeared. He had just spent too much time with Vice Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku when he was younger, which made him develop a habit of not thinking too much. In fact, a phrase that best describes him is great wisdom appears foolish. For instance, when he heard the lieutenant say that there were 2 celestial dragons in the Sabidi Archipelago wanting to avenge their father against Asta, after a brief shock, he quickly sensed something was off. Why didn't the elders stop them? You can't tell me they don't know about this. The intelligence organization of the world government is far superior to those in the Navy who only know how to eat and sleep. There's no way they wouldn't know. So, there must be something strange behind this. Just as Kapu was lost in thought, suddenly someone ran out from the cabin, rushing towards Kapu and the others with an anxious expression. Vice Admiral Kapu, Sengoku needs to see you. Kapu looked up, puzzled, and took the den mushy. Sengoku, old man, why are you calling me? Did you find out that I ate the donuts you hid in the cabinet, and now you want to come after me? If it were in the past, Sengoku would have surely scolded Kapu harshly for such remarks. However, now there was only silence. Kapu sensed something was off. His expression gradually became serious, and even his hand that was about to pick his nose was put down. He asked solemnly, what happened? Sengoku on the other end sighed first. Then, with a complicated expression, said, the world government just issued a notice to me, ordering our navy to protect the safety of the celestial dragons on the island at all costs. Kapu immediately exploded with rage. Is the world government insane? Don't they know who the enemy is? Just to protect those 2 fools. Do they want all of us soldiers to die here? No way. I don't care about their lives. They brought this upon themselves. Why should we care? Sengoku also didn't want to care, feeling angry enough to curse. But unfortunately, the Navy is a subordinate of the world government, and they had no choice but to obey the orders given. Kapu, this is an order. You must understand that you are a soldier, and soldiers are obligated to obey orders. Kapu directly shouted, "What kind of nonsense order is this? I see this as a conspiracy specifically targeting us." Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. "Shut up. What conspiracy are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense." Kapu scoffed, his expression dismissive. "Isn't it true? Am I wrong? Our Navy has worked hard to reach this point. The battle at Judicial Island cost us dearly. And if it happens again, our Navy will be finished." Hearing Kapu's complaints, Sengoku's heart tightened, and it felt as if all his strength had been drained away. Collapsing into his chair, as the highest commander of the Navy, how could he not know the purpose behind the world government's actions? It was simply because they felt that the Navy had been developing too well over the years and was gradually slipping from their control. Thus, they deliberately provoked a conflict between them and Asta. When two tigers fight, one will surely be injured, regardless of whether Asta or the Navy wins. It will be a good outcome for the world government. However, knowing this is one thing, but you can't just say it out loud. No one knows whether there are any spies from the world government infiltrating their Navy. If these words reach the ears of the elders, who knows how they might retaliate in the future? Sengoku, I understand your feelings. I feel just as bad, but we are the Navy, and protecting justice is our duty. We are enemies of Asta. Kapu, but there is no need to tear our faces over those two fools. Why don't the people from the world government take them away? If they are unwilling, just knock them out. Sengoku, whether it's knocking them out or stopping them, these matters must be handled by you. Your mission is to protect those two celestial dragons. Do you understand? I don't understand. I don't want to care about them. If they want to go seek death, let them. The world would be a better place without them. Maybe even the air would become fresher. Kapu said stubbornly. Sengoku sighed bitterly. He had already anticipated Kapu's reaction, but this matter had been planned by the world government long ago. And they were not afraid of Kapu refusing to comply. Kapu, the next piece of news I'm about to tell you, I hope you don't get too agitated. And don't blame us. You need to be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Kapu suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as he was about to ask what happened, Sengoku directly said, "Port Gasti, Ace has been captured by the world government." Kapu's pupils suddenly constricted, and his face turned pale. Meanwhile, on the sea near the Sabeti archipelago, a massive ship was speeding through the waters. Asta's Black Pearl was even larger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick. At this moment, the ship was sailing steadily towards the Sabeti archipelago, and it wouldn't be long before they successfully arrived. Deep in the cabin, there was an office specially prepared for Asta. Asta was sitting in a chair, frowning, casually picking up a pen and scribbling on paper. However, the drawings were all irregular lines. Even if Master Van were to come, he wouldn't be able to figure out what Asta was trying to express. Finally, Asta let out a muffled groan, his muscles suddenly tensing up, and he squeezed the pen in his hand until it broke into two pieces. However, this state didn't last long. After a few seconds, Asta relaxed and let out a deep breath, as if he had shed an incredibly heavy burden. Yet, even in the empty office, Asta asked, "How long until we reach the Sabeti archipelago?" "About 3 to 4 hours," came a voice from under the table. Immediately after, a beautiful woman in a maid outfit, with stunning looks and a hot figure, crawled out from under the desk. Asta said, "I heard Luffy is here too." Huahua licked her lips and swallowed, her expression somewhat sultry. "Yes, Luffy and the others arrived here a few days ago, and besides them, there are also some other interesting little guys who are here." "You mean those guys known as the Supernovas?" Asta said, giving Huahua a pat on the backside. Huahua shot him a flirtatious glance and then obediently laid down on the table. "In addition to Luffy, there are 10 contemporary pirates known for their talents. Should we recruit them?" Asta's lips curled slightly. "Oh, I heard they're gaining some fame now. Would such proud people be willing to become someone else's subordinates?" Huahua replied, "Well, it depends on who that someone is. If it's you, I believe, no one would refuse your invitation." Asta said, "Forget it. I don't want to recruit some rebellious subordinates. Dealing with them is too exhausting." Among these supernovas, the only one who caught his eye was the gluttonous girl, Bonnie. It wasn't because she was good-looking or had a hot body, but rather because he really liked her fruit ability. It was related to time. If developed to its limits, could it lead to immortality? Of course, aside from Bonnie, Law was also quite good. Both his personality and abilities were indeed to Asta's liking. Much better than that traitor Apo. Huahua asked, "So, what are you planning to do?" Asta replied, "We'll see when the time comes. If suitable, I'll recruit a few people. As for the others, if they obediently stay aside, I won't bother with them." Huahua then asked, "By the way, the Navy is here too?" Asta frowned. "What are they doing here?" Huahua replied, "I heard. A celestial dragon on the island is shouting to find you for revenge. The Navy might be here to protect them. Asta exclaimed, what? The celestial dragons are crazy enough to seek revenge on me? Who gave them the guts? Huahua said, maybe this is a conspiracy from the world government against us. What should we do? Asta responded, what to do? When soldiers come, I'll meet them. When water comes, I'll cover it. No matter what the conspiracy is. I have the strength to crush them all. Huahua turned her head, looking at him with a pleading gaze, her mouth opening slightly. Hit me. A mischievous smile appeared on Asta's face as he raised his hand. In the Sabadi Archipelago, Zone 24, a small restaurant surprisingly had two supernovas dining at the same time. Should the owner feel honored or distressed? The owner stood at the door, anxiously watching inside, as if he would run away at the slightest disturbance. It wasn't his fault for being overly sensitive. The atmosphere inside was too tense. At this moment, the restaurant was polarized. On one side, the gang boss Becky was dining elegantly, while on the other side, the so-called gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie, was eating like a madwoman. What a terrifying way to eat. Is she even human? Where does all that food go in her body? Bonnie's mouth was stuffed full, and as she ate, she shouted loudly, hurry up, bring me more food. This little bit isn't even enough to fill my gaps. Bonnie's wild eating made Becky feel nauseated. Is this the supernova who shares my fame? Her eating style is really crude. What a vulgar woman. Seeing you eat like this makes me feel sick. Becky pulled out a white handkerchief from his pocket, elegantly wiped his mouth, and then said to his subordinate beside him, go, and shut her mouth. One subordinate, hearing this, immediately showed a panicked expression and stepped forward to persuade. That won't do, Godfather. There's been a huge change on the island recently. Almost all the famous pirates from the sea have come here. If we cause a disturbance now. However, before the subordinate could finish, Becky shot him a cold glance and directly stabbed him with the fork from the table. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The subordinate let out a tragic scream. Fortunately, the fork didn't hit his heart. Although it hurt, it wasn't fatal. However, Becky was indeed ruthless, a product of the underworld. When he could act, he never talked too much. On the other side, Bonnie kicked an empty plate off the table, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Why hasn't the food been served yet? Hurry up and get it for me. A small subordinate, sweating profusely, said to his captain, Captain, there's no food left. You've eaten it all. Huh? Bonnie said with a dissatisfied grin. I remember I didn't eat that much. How could it be gone so soon? Where's the owner? Call the owner over and let him come up with a solution quickly. The subordinate smiled awkwardly. Captain, the owner just ran away. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's expression became even angrier. What kind of lousy restaurant is this? Not even enough food to fill me up. I don't care. I want to eat. You all better come up with a solution. Bonnie's subordinates exchanged helpless glances, each showing a hint of resignation. Having such a peculiar captain, they were quite unfortunate. While sailing the seas, they had already experienced hunger due to a lack of food. No matter how much food they prepared, it was never enough. Their captain Bonnie could eat away half of it all by herself. The key point was that despite eating so much, she still didn't gain weight and maintained her hot figure. Can you imagine how frustrating that is? Becky heard Pony shout and stabbed the half-eaten steak in front of her with a knife, saying, You say you're hungry. I have another steak here. If you beg me, I might just reward you with it. Pony leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs with a look of disdain. Little fatty, who are you talking to? Little fatty? Becky's expression changed. Then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. It had been a long time since anyone dared to call her that. Crazy woman. Do you want to die? How dare you insult our godfather like that? You must be tired of living. Becky's subordinates pulled out their weapons, pointing their guns at Pony. Pony's subordinates were not to be outdone either, drawing their weapons and shouting back at them. Our captain calling your boss little fatty is your honor. You still want to fight? Do you think we grew up scared? Come on, let's see who is afraid of whom. Chapter 209. Do you have the strength to battle me? The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly became tense. Bonnie and Becky, one smoking a cigar and the other a lady's cigarette, exchanged glances filled with hostility. If you were to say they had a grudge against each other before, not really, as this was their first meeting. In the world of pirates, enmity doesn't necessarily arise from direct offense. Just like in modern times, you can have a situation where one person gives another a look and then it escalates to a fight. If it's like that in modern times, it's even more so in this world where life is as cheap as grass. The reason Bonnie and Becky were sizing each other up with disdain was simple. They each took a good look at the other and felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Becky thought, damn, why does that crazy woman's bounty surpass mine? Bonnie thought, who is this fat guy and why is he so arrogant? The term supernova refers to new pirates who quickly rise to fame with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, garnering attention in their generation. Their future achievements are expected to be significant. For instance, previous supernovas included Ace and Cavendish. However, there weren't as many supernovas in the past, and suddenly this time, a dozen appeared, each with formidable strength. Thus, some well-meaning individuals ranked these dozen based on the bounties released by the Navy. Generally, it was similar to the original, with the only notable change being Luffy and his crew. Due to Kid's brutal nature and having killed many civilians, his bounty was significantly higher than the others, reaching 315 million berries. Meanwhile, due to the Enies lobby incident and his connection with Asta, Luffy's bounty was raised to 730 million berries. Aside from him, Zoro and the others also saw changes in their bounties. Roronoa Zoro, 580 million berries Sanji, 540 million berries Robin, 380 million berries Nami, 225 million berries. The rest remained largely the same as the original. Basil Hawkins, 249 million berries X-Drake, 222 million berries Trafalgar Law, 200 million berries Scorpion Man Apo, 198 million berries Killer, 162 million berries Jewelry Bonnie, 140 million berries Capone Becky, 138 million berries Urich, 108 million berries for pirates. Like them, who aspire to greatness and consider themselves extraordinary, feeling overshadowed by others is quite unpleasant, especially when a mysterious group recently arrived on the island, causing a stir even greater than theirs. It made them feel as if they had become ordinary people, which only heightened their frustration. Otherwise, they wouldn't be huddled in such a small restaurant for a meal. Thus, with the tacit approval of both parties, the noise from their subordinates grew louder. Just as both sides were about to clash, the tightly shut door was suddenly flung open. Everyone turned their heads to look. A man with red hair and arms crossed, accompanied by his subordinates, walked in. Oh, what a coincidence. It seems I've arrived just in time. The newcomer was none other than Captain Kidd. He pulled a chair from his side, walked between the two factions, and casually found a spot to sit. Kidd waved his hand and said with a relaxed expression, "You don't need to mind me. Just pretend I'm not here. Continue." Continue? You think we are circus monkeys? Becky and Bonnie simultaneously looked at Kidd with caution. This guy is strong. Becky asked seriously, "What are you doing here?" Kidd chuckled. "What else would I do in a restaurant? Of course, I'm here to eat. Am I supposed to come and watch a fight?" Becky replied, "Unfortunately, the food here has already been devoured by that crazy woman. You might as well find another place." Bonnie shot back, "Fat guy, who are you calling a crazy woman? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" Becky turned his head, blowing out a puff of smoke. "If you really want to seek death, I can fulfill that wish." Bonnie retorted, "Oh, you're not very tall, but you sure have a big mouth. If you're so strong, why is your bounty lower than mine?" As soon as these words were spoken, Becky's expression darkened instantly. Throughout his life, he hated being called fat and being referred to as short. After all, in this world of giants, standing at 1.7 meters is not tall at all. Yet, that woman had all the advantages. If he weren't worried about the fishermen benefiting from the clashing clams, he would have killed that crazy woman long ago. He glanced at Kidd, then turned to Bonnie and said, "It seems you really want to seek death. Let's set a time. I'll let you know what despair feels like." Bonnie looked disdainful, just about to retort that she wasn't afraid, but before she could speak, Kidd interrupted her. "Why set a time? Today seems good. I'll be the referee. Whoever wins gets to live." Bonnie looked at him with disgust. "You're so kind. You want us to fight until we're both injured, and then swoop in a benefit, right?" Kidd immediately protested, "You've misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person." After saying that, Kidd's expression changed, and a proud smile appeared on his face. "Besides, just with the two of you, I would need to wait for you to fight until both are injured to kill you." His words exuded extreme arrogance, igniting the anger in Becky and Bonnie's hearts. Both slammed their hands on the table and shouted at Kidd, "Don't be too arrogant. Just because your bounty is high doesn't mean your strength surpasses ours." Kidd tilted his head, digging in his ear, still looking indifferent. "Why are you so impulsive? I was just speaking casually. After all, I don't believe that bounties represent everything." A cold glint flashed in Kidd's eyes. A lot had happened this year. Asta is a non-human monster. Just hearing his legend made Kidd's ears ache. Every time, he wished the whole world would tremble because of it. Even if Kidd was proud, he believed there was a significant gap between him and Asta. But where did this kid named Monkey D. Luffy come from? His bounty is actually twice as much as mine. Even his crew's bounty is higher than mine. This is simply outrageous. Kidd felt 1,000 grievances in his heart. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, we will meet anyway. At that time, let me see the true strength of you Straw Hat crew. Kidd sneered coldly, his eyes filled with a brutal aura. On the other side, aboard the Navy's ship, Garp was looking at the sea with a forlorn expression. Ever since Sengoku told him about that matter, he had been in this state. Recalling the time when Roger entrusted his child to him, an enemy, in prison, Garp initially wanted to refuse. But hearing Roger say that the child was innocent and that he trusted him, he chose to comply. Garp softened again. He had chased Roger for most of his life, and their relationship had long surpassed the boundaries of pure enemies. There was a sense of mutual respect, coupled with their experience fighting side by side at God Valley. He and Roger were both enemies and friends. Over the years, although he spent little time with Ace, it didn't hinder the bond between them. Ace and Luffy held the same status in his heart, and now, his grandson was locked up and about to be executed. What was he supposed to do? Vice Admiral Garp, Asta is about to arrive at Sabeti Archipelago. What should we do? The urgent shout of his aide pulled Garp back to reality. He took a deep breath, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind. No matter what the future holds, he must live up to his uniform. Kizaru, your speed is faster. I'll leave it to you. Kizaru stepped forward with a reluctant expression. Although I'm willing to accept this order, I still want to say, I really don't want to be enemies with that monster. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light appeared on Kizaru's body, and with a swish, he vanished. On the Black Pearl, Asta was dressed in a black outfit, with a black cloak draped over his back, coupled with his extremely handsome face. He looked both majestic and imposing. Hancock, do I really have to wear this? I feel a bit uncomfortable. Asta tugged at his clothes, sweat already covering his forehead. He didn't know what Hancock was thinking, making him wear such thick clothing in this hot weather. Was it really necessary? Hancock raised her arm and gently patted Asta's palm, then carefully adjusted his clothing. All right, I know you're uncomfortable, but your subordinates are waiting for you on the island. You can't just wear anything to meet them. Asta replied, what's wrong with that? I don't mind, and I doubt they would either. Hancock said, I heard your subordinates prepared a welcoming ceremony for you. There will probably be many people watching. You, who snatched the title of the strongest man before even debuting, should at least show some presence. Asta raised an eyebrow. So you mean to say I usually lack presence? It seems I was too lenient with you yesterday. Hancock recalled the wild experience from last night and couldn't help but blush, lightly huffing. She wondered where this bad guy learned so many humiliating things. Just thinking about yesterday's experience made her legs go weak. Looking at Hancock's delicate face, now flushed like it was covered in a rosy glow, Asta felt a surge of desire. He lowered his head and whispered something in her ear. The blush on Hancock's face deepened, and she immediately reached out and pinched Asta's waist hard. You naughty boy, are you thinking of ways to torment me every day? Asta yelped. How can that be called torment? This is the fun between a couple, and you seem to enjoy it too. Hancock quickly covered Asta's mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with shyness. Who enjoyed it? You forced me into this. Don't say nonsense. Asta wrapped his arms around her tightly, causing Hancock to let out a surprised yelp, and they ended up embracing each other. Hancock had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck. Asta asked, don't you like it? Hancock looked at the face she couldn't get enough of, momentarily entranced, completely at a loss for words. If she said she didn't like it, it wouldn't be true. After all, if she really didn't like it, Asta wouldn't force her. If she were to say she liked it, how could she muster the courage to say it? She too had her pride. So Hancock closed her eyes. Her mother had said that when a woman closes her eyes, she wants you to kiss her. Surely this world was no exception. Just as Asta prepared to lower his head, suddenly, he stiffened, his head hovering in midair. After a long time, without a reaction from Hancock, she opened her eyes in confusion. Did Asta get angry because I didn't respond? But how could I say such a thing? Even if I liked it. Just as she was about to speak, Asta spoke. Do you know that when someone is about to get intimate, suddenly being interrupted can make them very unhappy? Oh, what a scary tone. I didn't expect today to be so unfortunate. I just wanted to say hello. Such a lewd way of speaking. There is no one else in the world who talks like that. Hancock suddenly turned her head to look, only to see a middle-aged man in a yellow suit, with slightly curly hair and yellow sunglasses, looking at her with curiosity. Navy Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru extended his hand to Hancock and greeted her. Hello, I remember you. You must be Boa Hancock, known as the most beautiful woman in the world. I didn't expect you to be his woman. Hancock turned to face him, wrapping her arms around Asta's, her expression emotionless as she said, What are you doing here? Are you Navy folks going to war with us again? Kizaru immediately waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, we didn't come here for battle. We are here to maintain order. Hancock frowned. Maintain order? Kizaru replied, That's right. Sabeti Archipelago, as a departure point to the New World, has always been a chaotic and lawless place. We're worried someone might cause trouble. Asta sneered and disdainfully said, "When did the Navy become so kind-hearted? Are you saying you're here to protect me, a criminal?" The yellow ape smirked lewdly. "No, we are here to protect those blind people." Asta was silent for a moment, then asked, "You didn't come alone this time, right? Who else is with you?" The yellow ape replied, "As for the admirals, it's just me. There aren't many vice admirals coming either, but there's Old Man Carp, Peach Rabbit, and Fire Mountain. Even Carp is here. It seems the Navy takes me quite seriously," Asta said. The yellow ape added, "Of course, after all, Akainu's injuries still haven't healed." Asta remarked, "He hasn't died yet? His vitality is really strong." The yellow ape. Asta continued, "All right, you should go do what you need to do. I don't have time to chat with you here. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't take the initiative to provoke them either." The yellow ape said, "With your promise, I can rest assured. Then I won't disturb you." After speaking, the yellow ape's body transformed into a golden light and disappeared into the horizon. Watching the yellow ape's retreating figure, Hancock worriedly said, "I didn't expect the Navy to send so many strong people. I'm worried they will." Asta kissed Hancock and smiled. "Don't worry. They won't be that foolish to start a war with me. They should weigh whether they can bear the consequences." Hancock nodded and buried her head in Asta's chest. No matter what, she would always stand behind Asta. P.S. I have my postgraduate entrance exam tomorrow, so today's update is a bit lacking. I hope everyone won't blame me. Chapter 2:10. This is the prestige of a big shot. Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone running in the same direction? Luffy scratched his head, looking puzzled. After chatting with Shaki, they decided to go out and look for Uncle Rayleigh, while also enjoying the local customs and culture. However, before they could explore for long, they saw many people hurriedly running towards the same direction. Nami said, looking at the direction they're leaving, "It seems like they're heading to the port. Could it be that some big shot is coming to this island?" Zoro asked, "Should we grab someone and ask?" Chopper replied, "That wouldn't be a good idea. Rubber Dragon Claw." Before Chopper could finish, Luffy had already taken action. His arms suddenly stretched out, grabbing a burly man who was rushing past them. "Whoa, you bastard dared to sneak attack me. Do you want to die?" The man, initially stunned, was suddenly pulled back. Just as he was about to react, the scenery around him began to spin. He fell heavily to the ground, and before he could even sit up, he started cursing loudly and even wanted to throw a punch. "Bastard, how dare you mess with me? Do you believe that I—" The man couldn't finish his sentence because a sharp long knife was now resting against his neck. Zoro pressed down on the handle of the knife, and as soon as the blade touched the man's neck, it cut a small gash. "What did you just say?" The man trembled in fear, hurriedly waving his hands. No, I didn't say anything. We're all civilized people. Why resort to knives and guns? Let's just sit down and talk it out. I'll do whatever you want. I promise I'll be very obedient." His previous bravado vanished without a trace. Zoro asked coldly, "Wouldn't that be a bit coercive?" The man replied, "Of course not. You don't understand. I, Gata Morisaki, love helping others. Don't be fooled by my fierce appearance. I'm actually a good person. I've never even dared to kill a chicken." Nami couldn't help but laugh at that. Luffy chimed in, "All right, Zoro, stop scaring him. Uncle, I brought you over just to ask you a few things. There's no other ill intent." Gata glanced at the knife still resting on his neck and thought, "You call this no ill intent? Are you trying to fool me?" The look in that guy's eyes was genuinely murderous. "Next, we will ask you something, and you must answer it. Don't think about deceiving us. I can see through any lies at a glance," Zoro said coldly. Gata forced a smile, and when he saw Zoro retract the knife, he felt a huge sigh of relief. He almost died here. But speaking of which, who are these people? Each one of them carries such a strong sense of oppression. They can't be another group of supernovas, can they? Luffy asked, "Uncle, why were you all running just now?" Gata replied, You want to know about that? I saw everyone else running, so I followed them to see what was happening." Hearing this answer, Luffy looked disappointed. "So you don't know what's going on either?" Gata said, "Not exactly. This event has caused quite a stir, so I've heard some things." Luffy's disappointment vanished, replaced by excitement. "So you do know? Hurry up and tell me, Uncle." Seeing Luffy's eager expression, like a child asking for a toy, Gata's unease gradually calmed down. Maybe these guys aren't bad people after all. Ahem, actually I don't know too much. I only know that this matter is related to a forbidden area. Forbidden area? Luffy shouted. Just hearing that term ignited his sense of adventure. Gata said, "From your reactions, you must have just arrived here." Luffy replied, "Uncle, you're amazing. You guessed it." Gata shyly scratched his nose. Luffy's praise made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Actually, it's not that impressive. If you stay on this island for a day or two, you can't help but know about the forbidden area." Luffy asked, "Uncle, can you tell us about it? Is the forbidden area fun?" Gata nearly choked on his breath at those words, quickly saying, "Fun? People die there. Don't blame me for not warning you. That place is absolutely off limits. Seeing how terrifying Goddess' words were, Luffy didn't feel scared. Instead, his curiosity grew. That's just how he was. The more you told him not to go somewhere, the more he wanted to see it. If they couldn't find Uncle Rayleigh later, they would definitely check out this forbidden area to see what was inside. Gotta warned, I'm not trying to scare you. Do you know what that place is? Recently, a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared on the island and took over Area 16 overnight. These mysterious people are inherently violent and cruel. They don't even spare the elderly. They slaughtered everyone in Area 16 and hung their skins on the trees. Over 1,000 corpses. It's said that at night, you can hear wails and screams from there, as if the dead have gathered too much resentment and can't reincarnate. So that place is like hell. You should never go there. Gotta spoke as if he had personally experienced it, making it sound so terrifying. It was evident that Usopp and Chopper, the two most timid of the Straw Hat crew, were so scared that they huddled together, trembling. Usopp said, Luffy, see? People are saying that place is full of corpses and not fun at all. Let's not go this time. Chopper added, yeah. I heard there are vengeful spirits there. What if they attack us? I'm most afraid of ghosts. Even Nami, who usually had a carefree personality, turned pale after hearing this. The thought of corpses hanging from the trees, swaying in the wind, made her feel nauseous. Luffy frowned after hearing Goddess' story. The smile on his face had disappeared. Isn't there a navy stationed here? Don't they care about the situation and let those mysterious people kill indiscriminately? Kota Morisaki Sigid. The navy? They want to intervene, but unfortunately, they are powerless. Luffy asked, what do you mean? Kota Morisaki replied, let me put it this way. The mysterious figures behind them have significant connections, and the Navy doesn't dare to provoke them. Luffy, angry, said, but we can't just let it go. Hearing this, Kota Morisaki surprisingly scrutinized him. Are you pirates or bounty hunters? Luffy paused for a moment, but then firmly declared his lifelong dream. Of course, I'm a pirate. I want to become the Pirate King. Oh, I've heard that from countless people, but unfortunately, not a single one has succeeded, Kota Morisaki said wistfully. He too had a story. Having spent nearly 10 years on this island, he had encountered all kinds of people. Even someone like Luffy was not new to him. Some people could still hear some news, but most had already vanished without a trace. This world is ultimately cruel. Uncle, that's because you haven't met me before. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy s deafening proclamation startled Kota Morisaki. He looked up, seeing the confidence radiating from Luffy's face, and an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. It seemed this guy was different from those he had met before. Kota Morisaki laughed heartily, saying, I haven't met such a spirited young man in a long time. Boy, I have high hopes for you. Luffy clenched his fist and swung it vigorously. Yes, I will never give up, Kota Morisaki warned. However, I still advise you not to go there. It's too dangerous. Luffy replied, okay, uncle, we already know. You're really long-winded. Kota Morisaki thought. Damn it, if I weren't worried you'd come after me after the conversation, I wouldn't care about your lives. How dare you complain about me being long-winded? Zoro said, all right, you've said so much, but you haven't told us who that big shot is. Sanji added, could it be a world noble? Usopp suggested, it might also be a great pirate from the New World. Robin asked, great pirate? Is it one of the 7 warlords of the sea or one of the 4 emperors? Luffy exclaimed, are the 7 warlords of the sea great pirates? They seem so weak to me. Brooke chimed in, what are the 7 warlords of the sea? I've never heard of them. Are they new pirates? Kota Morisaki thought, Mom, I've encountered a group of show-offs. I really want to hit them. What should I do? He tightened his fists. Are all young people so arrogant now? They haven't even been to the New World, yet they don't take the formidable 7 warlords of the sea seriously. If they were given some peanuts, would they think they could fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? In fact, it can't be blamed on Kota Morisaki for his lack of insight. It's just that Luffy and his crew's experiences are too outrageous. Ordinary people don't defeat 2 warlords of the sea upon their first appearance. Moreover, these 2 are not even the famous ones. Crocodile, a Logia-type devil fruit user, should have the desert as a stronghold, yet he lost, and it was a crushing defeat. As for Gecko Moria, he was once a great pirate who could compete with Kaido. Although he was ultimately defeated by Kaido, he survived, and then he encountered Luffy and his crew and lost again. Isn't that ridiculous? Luffy said, Uncle. However, before he could finish, a large crowd suddenly rushed past them. Each one was excited, their faces flushed, completely unaware that their shoes had been lost. Everyone, hurry up. Oh my God. I never expected the mysterious figures behind them to be him. He is a living legend. If I could become his subordinate, it would be the honor of my life. Don't dream. Take a look at yourself. Do you even qualify to be his subordinate? Luffy and the others exchanged glances. In the next second, they also ran over. Seeing how excited they were, they decided to join in the fun. Before long, Luffy and his crew arrived at the port, which was already filled with people of various races. There were giants, long-legged people, and long-haired people. They all stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to look into the distance, their eyes filled with eagerness and excitement, just like fervent fans about to meet their idol. After pushing through for a while, Luffy found he had only moved 5 meters and was pushed back out again. This made him quite angry. Why are there so many people here? I can't see anything. Zoro looked around and said gravely, I can sense many strong individuals hidden among them. Nami asked, are they as strong as you guys? Zoro replied, haven't fought them, so I don't know. I can only say they are not weaker than us. Nami's eyes widened. She knew how hard Luffy and Zoro had worked since parting with Asta. Aside from eating and sleeping, they were almost always training, even now with gravity wristbands still on. They had already undergone a transformation and truly deserved their bounties. But even so, hearing Zoro say that there were many strong individuals here made her wonder, could this be the ticket to the new world? Competing for the Pirate King's throne with so many strong individuals. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Luffy clenched his fists and said excitedly, can you figure out who they are? I really want to have a good fight with them. Zoro focused on the area closest to the port, where there was an open space. Despite the crowd around them almost fighting, no one dared to take a step forward. As if it were a forbidden zone. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, he's coming, he's coming. Everyone looked up. They saw a massive shadow slowly emerging from the sea. In the next second, a pirate ship comparable in size to a sea king broke through the mist and appeared before everyone. Luffy, unable to see, jumped high into the air. But upon seeing that familiar pirate ship, he was stunned and fell straight from the sky. Nami, Luffy, what are you doing? Zoro, who's coming? It can't be one of the 4 emperors, right? Luffy got up from the ground, his face full of excitement as he shouted to everyone. It's teacher. It's Asta-sensei who's here. What? Nami and the others were taken aback. On the deck of the Black Pearl, Asta looked at the scene before him with a helpless expression and said, wow, is it really this exaggerated? What are Sasaki and the others trying to do? Hancock had a strange smile on her face. They might be here to welcome you. Asta, don't joke around. What do I have that's worth welcoming? With so many people here, it's giving me a headache. Hancock, it seems you still don't realize your popularity. If your news gets leaked, there would be even more people coming here. Asta, now I understand why the Navy sent people over. This situation looks even more impressive than a king's procession. King? What does that count for? With Asta's current prestige, if he wanted to establish a country, it would definitely be the strongest country in the world. Hancock gazed at Asta with admiration. This is the man I love deeply, truly captivating. Chapter 211. Let's change our world and live. Is it our captain? I finally get to meet you. Meitan cupped her flushed cheeks with both hands, her beautiful eyes fixated on Asta. At that moment, she resembled a love-struck girl. Her gaze solely focused on Asta. Beside her stood another woman with the same expression, the usually cold and often referred to as old-fashioned Mona. Now, her face was also flushed with excitement, her buttons seemingly on the verge of bursting off. However, no one was appreciating this beautiful scene, as everyone's attention was entirely on that man. Monster, tyrant, legend. There are countless stories about him, enough that one could talk for 3 days and nights without finishing. The world government depicted him as a devil who kills without blinking and devours people without leaving bones. Ruthless even to 80-year-old grandmothers. Yet, the common people referred to him as the savior sent by God to rescue them. It can be said that Asta's name has already resounded throughout the world. Men on the scene no longer aspire to become the Pirate King. They now wish to become men like Asta. Apart from Mona and Meitung, Sasaki, Taichi, and other former slaves rescued by Asta in the Holy Land were all immensely excited. Those who have not experienced it firsthand cannot comprehend their feelings at this moment. It's akin to how ordinary people cannot understand the daily lives of slaves. Despair, fear, darkness. These were their norms. Before meeting Asta, living was a torment for them. Each day, they were chained by the neck, treated like dogs, and even dogs had it better than them. Men faced daily beatings, and as for the women, one can imagine the fate that awaited them. Life was worse than death. However, being a slave to the celestial dragons was somewhat better than for others, as their extreme arrogance meant they wouldn't even want to breathe the same air as ordinary people, let alone engage with slaves. No matter how beautiful a slave was, her status determined that the celestial dragons would never touch them. Likewise, there would be no klitsch plot of nobles gifting slaves to vagrants. Mona and Meitung were just like that. So handsome. Asta-sama is so handsome. If I could just have him hold me once, I would willingly trade 10 years off my life. Ah, he's looking this way. Is he looking at me? So excited I can hardly breathe. With tens of thousands of people gathered in one place, even if everyone inhaled at the same time, it would create a tremendous noise. Not to mention the current situation. It was like pouring hot oil into a hot pan. Wherever Asta's gaze landed, an unparalleled uproar erupted. The commotion was even more exaggerated than that of a superstar. However, while some were excited, others were in despair. Damn it, the mastermind behind those mysterious figures turned out to be him. It's over now. I shouldn't have been so greedy. No, I need to think of a way to get out of here quickly. I heard Asta hates human traffickers the most. If he catches me, no one could save me. Do you think if I went to the Navy to turn myself in now, it could protect me? Damn Doflamingo. I wondered why he was so kind to give me this territory. It turns out he wanted to set me up. No, if I survive this, I will definitely not let him off the hook. Those big shots who got rich through human trafficking were now in a panic upon receiving the news. They finally understood why that group of mysterious people broke the rules recently, yet no one dared to punish them. With Asta backing them, who would dare to touch them? Now, they just wanted to leave, even if it meant abandoning everything. As soon as the ship docked, Asta stepped off first. He had intended to embrace Hancock, but she refused to, so he ended up walking slightly ahead with fire weaving. However, as soon as Asta's foot touched the ground, Sasaki led over 1,000 people in bowing deeply to Asta while loudly shouting, "Welcome, boss." This sudden display startled Asta. What the hell? If someone didn't know better, they would think I was some kind of mafia boss just released from prison. But seeing so many people calling him boss filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. In his previous life, he was just a corporate slave, working overtime daily without pay. Although he was handsome and had many girls pursuing him, he didn't dare to date any of them. After all, dating costs money. Ultimately, it was only because he unexpectedly inherited a fortune from a distant relative that his life didn't turn out to be utterly boring. Though Asta's mind was racing with thoughts, his expression remained cold. He recalled a saying he had seen while surfing the internet in his past life. As a strong person, one must have the demeanor of a strong person. Asta, you're no longer who you used to be. Now, you are a man who instills fear in the entire world. You must control yourself and not panic at this moment. Asta glanced at Sasaki and the others without saying a word and continued walking forward. Without anyone needing to speak, the crowd quickly dispersed, clearing a 10-meter-wide path for him. The atmosphere instantly became quiet, with only the sound of footsteps echoing in the air. Is this the legendary man? He looks so young, as if he isn't even older than I am. The world government said he looks fierce, with horns on his head and fangs in his mouth, capable of swallowing a child whole. But how come he looks nothing like that? I wonder how he is in that regard. I really want to try it out with him. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fervently fixed on Asta. After Asta passed, Sasaki and the others stood up and followed closely behind him. Whether intentional or coincidental, everyone was wearing black suits today. Asta, draped in a black cloak, walked ahead alone, followed closely by thousands of subordinates in black suits. They remained silent, but their momentum grew stronger and stronger. Such a scene, not to mention ordinary people, even supernovas like Kid have never seen before. Among the crowd, the supernovas deemed the worst generation by the world are all present. Becky, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at Asta's back with fervor. Damn, this guy looks even more like a gang boss than I do. No way, I need to be like him someday. Making my subordinates follow behind me, it's so imposing. On the other side, Kid, with his spiky hair, looked at Asta passing by and said with some disappointment, "Is this really the world's strongest today? Turns out he is just a young punk," I thought. Suddenly, Kid's expression changed, and in the next second, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. "Kid, what's wrong?" The first mate, Kira, noticed Kid's expression and hurriedly asked with concern. Kid waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. However, when he raised his head again, the disappointment on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of fear. Just now, a sharp pain shot through his heart, as if a big hand had suddenly grasped his heart. This intense pain came quickly and left just as fast. Before Kid could even react, his body had returned to normal. Although the intense pain disappeared, the scene from just now was firmly etched in his mind. It was a feeling of helplessness. Although he didn't know who had plotted against him, Kid understood that if that person had wanted to kill him, he would have been a corpse by now. Damn it, I didn't expect that after all my efforts. I still can't escape the fate of being at the mercy of others. But who is secretly plotting against me? Kid clenched his fists, a murderous intent spreading wildly in his eyes. Could it be him? Kid raised his head and looked at Asta's departing figure, filled with confusion and fear. Asta was completely unaware of Kid's suspicion and reaction. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. On the contrary, he would mock him harshly. Are you taking yourself too seriously? If I really wanted to kill you, I could end it in less than a minute. Do you think you're the protagonist like Luffy? The gap between the two was simply too great. Meanwhile, Dawnto turned his head to glance at Kid, licking his lips with an expression of interest. It seems this little guy just couldn't accept it. Wow, I didn't expect this guy Asta to be so handsome, so fair-skinned. He looks really tasty. Pony sat on a chair, crossing her legs, with a lollipop in her mouth. Boss, keep it down if someone hears us. We're all dead, one of her subordinates said in a panic. Pony looked impatient and said, So what if someone hears? I haven't offended him. I just said he is handsome. Maybe he'll be happy to hear it. Boss, stop talking. I'm about to wet my pants. He is looking over here. Did he hear what we just said? We're done for. Look at the murderous look in his eyes. Are we going to die here? I'm still young. I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die. Pony's subordinates turned pale with fear. Some even knelt down with a thud. Mom, please forgive your unfilial son. I can't take care of you in the future. I'll wait for you below. Pony, who was initially calm, also started to panic upon seeing her subordinates' reactions. What are you doing? Get up. Stop embarrassing yourselves. If something happens, it's on me alone. If he is really that petty, wanted to kill someone for a few words, then let it be me. Don't worry. Even if I die, I'll die in front of you. Although Pony was a woman, it must be said that in some respects, she was stronger than men. Even if she usually stars her crew, she is definitely a competent captain when danger arises. Boss, we'll accompany you. Her subordinates were moved by Pony, tears in their eyes, ignoring their mutual feelings. Asta stopped and looked at them in confusion. Earlier, he felt some surprise upon seeing Pony, thinking about whether to ask her if she wanted to join his crew. But before he could say a word, Pony was both crying and laughing. What is going on? I've never heard of this woman being crazy. It seems that inviting her to join my pirate crew is still under consideration. Asta shook his head, then stepped forward and continued walking. Seeing Asta leave, Pony and her crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. Which bastard said he wanted to kill us, almost making me wet my pants. Boss, what do we do now? What else can we do? Hurry back. I need to change my pants. Boss, didn't you say you didn't wet your pants? It's too hot. Can't I change into long pants? Why are you so nosy? Although Asta did not reveal any aura, just the people following him and his current status made everyone feel a wave of tension and fear. However, there were still some who were not afraid of death, daring to jump out and block Asta's path. You are Asta, right? I'm Scratchman AP. You can call me AP. You must have heard of my name. I want to join your pirate crew. Is there a chance? Looking at the young man in front of him dressed in Eastern garments, with a large music character embroidered on his chest. Asta smiled. That outfit is pretty good. Where did you get it? AP was stunned. He had imagined countless times how Asta would react when he blocked his path. Angry? Indifferent? Or disdainful? However, no matter how Asta reacted, he had to join Asta's pirate crew, because this was the best shortcut to rise to power. As for becoming the Pirate King, that is a dream only for kids. What is the point of becoming the Pirate King? In the end, you'll just be executed by the Navy. If you're going to do it, be a man that the world fears. Just like Asta. However, he never expected that Asta's first question would be where he got his outfit. How could he respond to that? It was completely outside of his plan. AP laughed awkwardly and said, Well, if you like it, I can give you a set. Asta walked towards him step by step. So you're called AP, right? You're the only one among the new superstars. AP excitedly nodded. You've really heard my name. So let me join you. I promise I won't tarnish your reputation. At that moment, Asta had already stood in front of AP, tilting his head to examine him. What if I refuse? What will you do? AP laughed heartily. That's impossible. You won't refuse me because I. However, before AP could finish his sentence, an overwhelming and irresistible pressure suddenly descended upon him. With a loud thud, AP couldn't hold on for even 3 seconds and directly knelt on the ground, creating a large pit. Asta said, You think it's impossible? Then guess whether I'll kill you here? A madman. He must be a madman. At this moment, AP was sweating profusely, supporting himself on the ground, gritting his teeth, because only by doing this could he avoid collapsing to the ground. Kneeling was already embarrassing enough. If he fell flat on the ground, he might as well give up on being a pirate altogether. He might as well change to a different world to live in. Chapter 212, Long Time No See, Luffy. Damn it. Why did he attack me? What did I do wrong? Appo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with endless humiliation and fear. Before stepping onto this island, Appo had actually been somewhat proud. He came from the South Sea and had become a relatively famous pirate crew in less than a year, even being recognized by the world as a new generation supernova. This was undoubtedly a recognition of him. Asta is strong, but I'm not bad either. I came all this way to acknowledge you as my big brother, and now you want to kill me. Why? Apu raised his neck and let out a roar. Asta's expression remained unchanged, but the aura emanating from him became increasingly terrifying. Crack, crack. The hard ground began to crack inch by inch, and even the air became thick. The onlookers had long been overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, collapsing to the ground one by one. At that moment, the entire island was silent. Are you questioning me? Asta said coldly. Beads of sweat streamed down Apu's cheeks. During his time as a pirate, he had faced danger before, but never had he come this close to death. Apu's instincts told him that if Asta wanted to attack him, he might not last even a second. How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? There were many others who shared Apu's thoughts, and Kid was one of them. His situation was somewhat better since he was at a distance. Plus, Asta wasn't focused on him. So, he didn't kneel down like Apu, struggling to hold on, but instead hunched over like a boiled shrimp. So the rumors in the underworld weren't false. Is this the power of the world's strongest? Just by aura alone, I can't resist. I must work hard to become someone like him. Kid thought fiercely. No, please, spare me. Under the pressure of death, Apu ultimately surrendered. His future had just begun. He didn't want to die here so early. As soon as he finished speaking, that terrifying aura suddenly vanished. As if nothing had happened just moments ago. Apu felt a weight lift off his body, and then countless beads of sweat poured out of him, instantly soaking his clothes. He collapsed to the ground, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from him. He felt completely limp. However, at that moment, Apu had no time to care about how disheveled he looked, because in his mind, there was only one thought. I've finally survived. Asta also smiled, his expression kind as he said, Don't be so tense. I was just playing a little joke with you. A little joke? Do you know you almost killed me? Even if you didn't strike, you still humiliated me thoroughly. I lost face here, and now you tell me it was just a little joke. Damn you. If I could take you on, I would definitely make you regret saying that. Apu cursed inwardly, wishing he could jump up and slap Asta twice. But on the surface, he wore a happy smile. So it was just a joke. I thought I did something wrong and upset you. Thank goodness. Asta stared at Apu's hypocritical smile and sighed. Sigh, this is why I hate dealing with people like you. It's so hypocritical. Apu's pupils suddenly constricted, but his smile remained unchanged. He scratched his head, pretending to be honest, and said, I thought about it carefully. Today, I was in the wrong for suddenly blocking your way and selfishly wanting you to accept me. I was impulsive. I thought I had the right to stand by your side as a supernova of this generation. But just now, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from you, I realized I don't deserve to be with you. I'm not qualified to join you. So, please give me some time. I will continue to work hard. And when I make a name for myself on the sea, I will join you then. As Apu spoke, he subtly began to back away. Join you? In this lifetime, I would rather be a ghost than rejoin you. The humiliation of today will be etched in my bones, and I will never forget it. Asta, I hope every day in the future you can maintain this high and mighty stance. Otherwise, once I find an opportunity, I will make you wish for death and not be able to die. I will let you know what true hell is. Apu screamed madly in his heart. As a pirate, who would be as pure-hearted as Luffy, always wanting to help others? Most people are inherently brutal, eccentric, and have blood on their hands. For instance, the clothes Apu was wearing were from a village he had recently raided. Such a person, facing humiliation from others, how could he swallow this indignation? He had long made up his mind, having heard that Whitebeard is very protective of his crew, not allowing them to suffer any harm. So, as soon as he left here, he would head straight to the New World to find Whitebeard, hoping to gain his protection. If Whitebeard didn't work, then he would join Kaido. In short, he needed a Yonko-level figure to protect himself. Apu appeared to smile innocently, as if nothing had happened just now. But he was secretly moving step by step toward the crowd. He wanted to use the crowd's power to escape. At first, his actions were quite good, retreating nearly halfway. For the remaining distance, he planned to make a dash when Asta wasn't paying attention. As long as he could slip into the crowd, he was confident he could escape with his strength. Apu was full of confidence at that moment. However, just as he turned around, Asta suddenly disappeared. By the time he reacted, Asta was already behind him. The distance between them was less than a meter. Looking at the face so close, Apu froze completely. Gulp! Apu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with endless fear and despair. He trembled as he opened his mouth, but didn't he know what to say. Asta, where are you going? I want to go to the bathroom. Asta, really? but you don't look like someone who's in a hurry. You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? AP, how could I? Even if you gave me 3 more guts, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. I really ate something bad yesterday. That's why I'm like this. Asta, oh I see. But you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not some unreasonable big bad guy. If you really need to go to the bathroom, then go ahead. AP was still thinking of excuses, but upon hearing this, he was stunned. He pointed at himself, incredulously asking, "Are you saying you agree to let me leave here?" Asta shrugged, "Why not? I'm not a pervert. Besides, I just explained to you that I was just making a little joke earlier. I hope you don't mind." "Don't mind? How could I not mind? You pressure me with your aura, making me kneel. This kind of humiliation I will never forget in my lifetime. But would he really let me leave?" AP suspiciously sized him up. This guy wouldn't be planning to attack me from behind as soon as I turn around, would he? No, with his strength. He wouldn't need to stoop to that level. Because even in a direct confrontation, I am definitely not his match. What is he really up to? On the other side, when Asta noticed AP's suspicious gaze, he couldn't help but complain, "What does that look in your eyes mean? You wouldn't think I'm a bad guy, would you?" "Isn't that so?" AP suppressed his desire to retort and smiled awkwardly. "I just didn't expect things to turn out this way. I heard others say you are quite domineering. But from our earlier interaction, I realized you're quite reasonable." Asta's expression changed, and he looked at him with a hint of meaning. "Do you really think I'm a reasonable person?" AP's body stiffened suddenly, and he showed an awkward smile on his face, his brain racing to think of how to respond to Asta's question. However, before he could speak, Asta took the initiative to pat his shoulder. "Did you just say your stomach hurt? Why aren't you going to the bathroom?" Yes. I was so nervous earlier that I almost forgot." Saying this, AP covered his stomach and made an extremely uncomfortable expression on his face. However, I have to say, AP's acting skills are not much different from those of the young idols in my past life. Thanks to your reminder, I can't hold it any longer. Please allow me to excuse myself. After saying this, AP turned to leave. At first, he walked cautiously, fearing Asta would suddenly attack him from behind. But after taking a step or two, there was still no movement behind him. AP's courage gradually grew. No matter what his purpose is, as long as he can lead me into the crowd, I will have a chance to escape. "Asta, one day I will take my revenge on you." Looking at the hope of escape right in front of him, AP couldn't help but show a victorious joy on his face. Just as he was about to take a few steps and dive into the crowd, suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. "Wait, I have one more question for you." As soon as the words fell, AP's right foot hung in midair, not because he was reluctant to leave Asta, but because he could feel a force locking onto him from behind. If he dared to take another step forward, he would die here. AP's expression changed repeatedly, and in the end, he turned his head with a mournful face. What is it? Looking at the wronged expression on AP's face, it was as if he was a bullied little wife. Compared to earlier, the change was like night and day, and Asta couldn't help but want to laugh. "You said we would meet again in the future, right?" Hearing this question, AP let out a big sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Of course. After I venture into the new world for a few years, I will come to find you. But by then, it won't be to join you. It will be to take my revenge." Asta nodded thoughtfully, but his next sentence made AP's face change drastically. "All right, then I will wait for you for 2 years. If you don't come to take your revenge in 2 years, then I will take the initiative to find you." AP's face instantly turned pale, and he stammered. "Our revenge? What revenge? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything." "Asta, haven't you been planning how to take revenge on me all along? After all, I made you lose a lot of face today." AP's sweat flowed down like rain. What? Didn't you already say you were just joking with me earlier? Besides, you've always been my idol. I admire you too much to even think about revenge." "Asta, enough, stop pretending. I'm no longer interested in playing along." AP said eagerly, "It's true, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to risk my life to block your path. I really want to join you, even if it means just being your subordinate." Although he didn't know the other's intentions, AP refused to admit anything. Even if the truth was in front of him, he would never acknowledge the hatred in his heart. What if he was deliberately trying to blow me up? As long as I never admit it, I have hope to survive. Asta sighed. He had completely lost interest in AP. From the pressure earlier to the questioning now, all of this was a test for AP. If AP could maintain the dignity a man should have during Asta's test, refusing to bow down and begging for mercy, Asta would accept him as one of his own, and AP could then venture freely across the seas under Asta's name. As for whether Asta's test was too much, but if AP became Asta's subordinate, then who in this world would dare to mock him? They would probably be envious to death. But from the very beginning, AP had already lost. Asta shook his head. "Say what you want, but since we've met, I'll give you a piece of advice. The new world is not like the 4 seas. There are countless powerful people inside. So, I suggest you better put away your arrogance. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Atma remained silent. Asta continued, also, if you want to kill someone without strength in front of you, I suggest you better not expose your killing intent in front of him. Take you and me, for example. Your killing intent towards me is as obvious and bright as the sun in the sky. APM lowered his head. I didn't want to kill you. At this point, Atma was still arguing. Asta waved his hand. That's enough talk. You can leave now. Before I change my mind. Atma stopped, hesitated for a few seconds, and then turned to leave. In the end, he didn't leave a harsh word like a real man. That's the difference between him and Luffy and Kid. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Asta Sensei, over here, we're over here. A familiar voice came from afar. Asta looked up and saw a guy with legs that seemed to be 20 meters long waving at him. Seeing Luffy's smiling face, Asta couldn't help but smile back. Long time no see, Luffy. Chapter 213. I've even thought of a name. With Luffy's loud shout, thousands of spectators turned their heads in unison to look at them. Nami was momentarily stunned. It was the first time in her life that so many people were staring at her. The envious and jealous gazes left her feeling a bit at a loss. Nami slapped her forehead and said helplessly, I told you not to expose our relationship. Now I might get killed. Luffy turned his head in confusion. Nami, what are you talking about? Why will we be in danger? And who wants to kill us? Nami replied, who else could it be? Of course, it's the world government. Robin added, maybe one of the 4 emperors is involved too. Usopp exclaimed, when did we suddenly have so many enemies? Chopper asked, I wonder if it's too late for me to back out now? Brook said, why are you all reacting so strongly? Who is that little guy anyway? Since Brook had been in the Devil's Triangle for a long time, where information was severely blocked, he hadn't heard the story about Asta. He just thought this young man was quite popular with so many people coming to see him. Could it be that he's some kind of musician? Luffy declared, I'm going to be the Pirate King, whether it's the 4 emperors or the world government. If they dare to stop me, I'll knock them all away. Zoro added, a true swordsman fears no danger. No matter what lies ahead, I will cut through it. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Since the Mosshead isn't afraid, how can I, as his older brother, lag behind? Zoro shot back. Damn it. Who do you think you are, Curlybrow? As a younger brother, you should have the attitude of a younger brother. Sanji retorted, Mosshead, are you looking to get yourself killed? Zoro challenged, come on. Do you believe I'll slice you up with my sword? Sanji replied, before you can draw your sword, I'll have already kicked you to death. Zoro countered, anyone can talk big. Let's have a match and see whose leg is faster, yours or my sword. Sanji accepted, fine, let us do it. But if you lose, don't cry like a little kid. Zoro smirked, who's gonna cry is still up in the air. Zoro and Sanji clearly had a bad vibe. Whenever they were together, they would inevitably argue. However, their relationship was closer than with anyone else. Although Nami and Usopp were still somewhat worried, this situation had already occurred, and discussing anything else was pointless. They could only take it one step at a time. They just hoped they wouldn't be mistaken for Asta's accomplices and then besieged by the world government. Otherwise, that kind of life would be terrifying. Luffy said, everyone, please make way. Asta is our friend, and we need to go find him. Upon learning that Luffy and his group were friends of Asta, the crowd quickly parted to make way. Luffy's legs returned to normal, and then he led everyone forward towards Asta. Who are these people? They look a bit unfamiliar. You don't even know who they are, yet you want to be a pirate? Hurry back home and start farming. Are they really that famous? Not just famous. Aside from Asta, their fame has been the greatest lately. A pirate crew, 5 supernovas, almost all of them are over 100 million bounty pirates. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe they achieved this in less than a year since setting sail. With their talents, they're sure to have a place in the future world. Wow, are they that amazing? Not just amazing. From what they just said, it seems they know Asta. They are definitely future overlords. I need to find a time to ask them if they're still recruiting crew members. I can handle both the hall and the kitchen. I know how to do everything. Wow, you big guy. Do you really have to be so disgusting? Besides, do you think they would even consider you? You just don't understand. The relationship between men and women is for reproduction, while 2 men together seek true love. The surrounding discussions didn't affect Luffy and the others' mood. Asta is Asta. They are they. Luffy has never relied on others' power to achieve his goals. He will definitely become the Pirate King with his own abilities. As Luffy and the others made their way through the crowd and approached, Asta smiled and said, what a coincidence. When did you all arrive? Luffy scratched his head, not knowing why, even though Asta was younger than him. He always felt like a little brother in front of him. We just got here not long ago. Little 8 said his friend is a coding craftsman, and we wanted to ask him to help code our pirate ship. Asta replied, The coding craftsman you're talking about is named Rayleigh, right? Upon hearing this, Luffy looked at him in surprise, asked the sensei, how do you know his name? Is he famous? Ast responded, of course. But he is famous not because of his coding skills, but because of his past identity. Luffy asked, what do you mean? Hancock chimed in. The Dark King Rayleigh was a member of the Pirate King's crew and also his vice captain. He could be called Roger's right-hand man. After saying this, she turned to the octopus Little 8 beside her and smiled. Long time no see, Little 8. Little 8 looked confused. Although they were of different races, he could see that this woman was extremely beautiful, even more so than their mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. How could such a person know him? Am I dreaming? Little 8 was very anxious. He carefully examined Hancock and felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall her name. Hancock also knew that she had changed quite a bit over the years, especially after meeting Asta. A woman who has been nurtured by love is different from one who hasn't. Hancock took the initiative to say, it's me, Boa Hancock. Back when we 3 sisters escaped here, we owe it to you and Rayleigh for your help. At this reminder, Little 8 suddenly realized, no wonder this woman looks so familiar. She is the little pepper from back then. Back in the day, Hancock pretended to be tough to protect her 2 younger sisters, wrapping herself up like a hedgehog. Anyone who dared to approach her had to be prepared to get hurt by her. So, the slaves who escaped from the Holy Land called her Little Pepper. However, after our last farewell, it must have been 1 or 2 decades since we last met. That Little Pepperback then has grown into such a beauty. Octopus Xiaoba happily said, I didn't expect to see so many old friends today. I'm really so happy. By the way, how are your 2 younger sisters? Do they look as beautiful as you? As soon as Xiaoba finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Hancock's smile slowly faded away. What's wrong? Why is everyone silent? And Luffy, what's wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking? Octopus Xiaoba completely failed to notice the awkward atmosphere and continued to chat happily. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Back then among the Boa sisters, Sandasonia and Marigold were both cute and sensible, much more popular than their sister Hancock. We came with our sister. Xiaoba, long time no see. A familiar voice came from behind, and Xiaoba quickly turned around in surprise. To his astonishment, he was met with a wall of flesh. Xiaoba's expression immediately froze. What's going on? Why is there suddenly a wall? He raised his head to look up. Who are you? Once he saw what was behind him, Xiaoba's eyes widened instantly, as if 2 coins were embedded in them. Hancock said, they're my sisters. They were forced by the celestial dragons to eat those 2 devil fruits, and as a result, their bodies became like this. After a brief shock, Xiaoba recalled the days of being a slave upon hearing Hancock's words. His eyes turned red instantly, and he stretched out his hands, preparing to rush towards Sandasonia and Marigold to give them a loving hug. Sandasonia, Marigold, you've really suffered all these years. Before Xiaoba could get close, he was slapped away by Sandasonia. Don't use comforting us as an excuse to take advantage of us. Besides, we don't feel bad about being like this. The reason their bodies had swollen to such an extent was all due to their fruit abilities. Because they couldn't fully control their powers, their bodies became uncontrollable and increasingly bloated. However, after recent hellish training, their abilities had improved significantly, and their bodies were slowly shrinking. It wouldn't be long before they could return to their original forms. Let's not talk about their bickering for now. Upon learning that the craftsman who could coat things was actually the legendary Roger's first mate, Luffy was extremely interested. Really? That old man is really Roger's first mate? Asta replied, of course. Besides him, isn't Shanks also one of Roger's crew? Luffy exclaimed, what? Even Shanks? No wonder he is so strong. Asta continued, you might be mistaken about something. Not all of Roger's crew were strong. Do you remember that clown Buggy you encountered in the East Sea? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Who is Clown Buggy? Nami chimed in, the one with the red nose. Luffy suddenly realized, oh, it was him. I almost died at his hands back then. Zoro asked, could it be that he was also a member of Roger's crew? Asta snapped his fingers, correct. But there is no reward. That guy, like Shanks, was an intern on Roger's pirate ship. Zoro expressed his disdain. Huh? That guy is so weak. Yet he was still part of Roger's crew. He must have gotten in through the back door. Asta responded, who told you his strength was weak? Don't underestimate anyone in this world. Perhaps some people intentionally hide their strength and like to play the pig to eat the tiger. As Asta walked ahead, he began to lecture Luffy and Zoro. By the way, are you here to head to the New World? Asta suddenly asked, as if remembering something. Luffy nodded vigorously. We want to set off for Fishman Island, and then go from Fishman Island to the New World. Zoro asked, Asta-sensei, are you coming with us? Asta replied, maybe not. My ship is quite large, and I might need to stay here for a few more days. Luffy said in disappointment. Oh, what a pity. Asta added. What is there to be sorry about? I can't go now, and you can't go either. Luffy was confused. Why not? Asta stated, because you're too weak. He stopped and sized up Luffy and the others. Earlier, I was talking to that guy named Apo. I don't know if you heard. The New World and the first half of the Grand Line are completely two different worlds. You might feel that your strength is decent now and are even rated as supernovas, but once you reach the New World, you'll realize you're nothing. Therefore, I suggest you don't head to the New World just yet. Find a place to train for 2 years first, and then talk about it later. Luffy immediately rejected. No way. What kind of pirate stops because they're afraid? Once an adventure begins, it must never stop. Zoro shared Luffy's thoughts. His eyes filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Asta. Asta-sensei, I forgot to tell you, we're no longer who we used to be. Since we parted ways in Water 7, we've been training ourselves every day, and now we've completely transformed. Asta said, oh really? Then let me have a chance to test you. Zoro replied, now is a good opportunity. I can't wait to see the surprised expression on your face. Asta paused, turned to look at Zoro, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. You really want to fight me? Zoro replied, I'm absolutely eager. Asta looked around, wanted to find an open space to let Zoro know what it means that there are always people better than you. You see, people need to be regularly reminded. Otherwise, if you're not careful, they'll become complacent. Nearby, Sasaki stepped forward and whispered, Asta-sama, we have a place to fight at our residence. Asta nodded, then lead the way. I've been resting for too long these days, and my bones are almost rusting. After receiving the order, Sasaki took the lead and walked ahead. Soon, the group arrived at Area 16. At this moment, there were large numbers of Navy soldiers forming a perimeter. Asta frowned and asked Mighton beside him, what is going on? Why are there Navy soldiers here? Mating replied excitedly, they are worried that there are some reckless beings on the island who might provoke us, leading to a massacre. Asta couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How does it sound like the Navy is turned into babysitters? Mating gazed at Asta with admiration in her beautiful eyes. It's all because of you. Only someone as great as you can make the Navy act this way. Asta couldn't help but shiver and quickly wave his hands to stop her. Stop, stop, stop. You don't have to say the kind of thing anymore. It gives me goosebumps. Asta was still a person who understood humility. Mating pouted in frustration, looking like a little girl. What is it? You won't even let me praise you. How am I supposed to get closer to you? In the future, how will I climb into your bed? If I don't get into your bed, what will happen to my future children? I have even thought of their names. Chapter 214, Swordmaster, Great Swordmaster. Looking at Meitong's petite womanly demeanor, the companions around her nearly dropped their jaws. Is this still the same Meitong, the Black Widow poisonous spider known for devouring people without leaving any bones? If it weren't for her unchanged appearance, they would have suspected she had become a different person. You say if she knew we saw her like this, would she come after us to silence us? Mom, I don't want to die yet. The group silently turned their heads away. On the other side, Nami looked up at the sign on the tree, as if remembering something, and suddenly exclaimed, is this the forbidden area that the old man mentioned earlier? Forbidden area? What does that mean? Asta asked in confusion. Nami, we met an old man on our way here, and he said that there's a forbidden area on this island. A place that must not be stepped into. I just didn't expect this forbidden area to be your territory. Luffy, yes. That old man said it's filled with human skin scarecrows. Although I don't know what a human skin scarecrow is, it doesn't sound like a good thing. Plus, the old man also said that at night, there are wails and screams coming from inside, which is quite creepy. Chopper, I heard there are ghosts inside, and if encountered, they will even eat your bones. Brook immediately crossed his arms and trembled in fear. I suspect you are targeting me, and I have evidence. Asta's confusion grew as he heard about ghosts and human skin scarecrows. Is it really that mystical? Mena stepped forward and explained. Lord Asta, these are all rumors spread by outsiders to slander us. In fact, it's not as dark as they say. Meitong followed up. When we first arrived here, in order to have a place to settle, we took over this area. But you must believe us, the ones we killed were all bad people. Those who treat human lives like grass, human traffickers and fugitives. As for the slaves captured by the traffickers, we didn't touch a single one. We sent them all away. It's just that some didn't want to leave and wanted to stay here. Asta nodded and praised. You did well. As for those traffickers, they deserve to die. Not a single one should be spared. Back then, after he locked eyes with Rosward's saint at night, traffickers broke into his home and kidnapped him to offer to the celestial dragons. So, traffickers who are worse than pigs and dogs must not be let go. Hearing this, Tai behind them raised an eyebrow at Sasaki, seemingly saying, see, I was right. If the boss knows we only killed traffickers, no matter how cruel our methods, he won't blame us. Asta continued to walk forward. It seems you all have developed well these days. Let's go. Why are you all standing there? I want to see what you've done to this place. The Navy might have received news. Before Asta and the others could get close, they hurriedly retreated to the sides, each sweating nervously. Is this really the legendary person? He looks so young. At such a young age, he has already achieved what we could never accomplish in our lifetime. It's just like a protagonist in a comic. Look at all the people following him. It's quite impressive. I wonder when I'll be like him. What? Be like him? Don't dream. It's likely that we won't find anyone as formidable as him for hundreds of years. Asta didn't care about the Navy's discussions. He had begun to get used to this kind of life. Soon, they arrived at Area 16. As soon as they stepped in, Luffy and the others were stunned by the scene before them. In their impression, this place should be desolate, filled with ruins from a great battle. The ground was red, with countless corpses hanging from the trees. When the wind blew, they swayed everywhere, and the air was filled with a foul stench. This should be a place even ants wouldn't want to step into. But in reality, it was full of the sounds of birds and flowers, with fresh air, bustling streets, and a group of children running around. Although there were multiple races here, everyone got along very harmoniously, and every face was lit up with smiles. Genuine smiles from the heart. It wouldn't be right to say they were identical. It was more accurate to say they were completely unrelated. Asta didn't expect there to be so many people here, and was quite surprised as he said, "Wow, there are so many people." Sasaki quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't tell them about your arrival. I didn't know you preferred peace and quiet. I'll have them leave immediately." Asta waved his hand to stop him. "What are you doing? When did I say I like peace and quiet? I really like this atmosphere. If they want to stay here, then let them stay." Sasaki hurriedly complied, feeling relieved. In fact, he liked this atmosphere too. People didn't have to worry about their safety, and every face radiated hope. That was hope for life. Asta turned around and waved to the people behind him, saying loudly, "Everyone disperse. Go do what you need to do. There's no need to follow me." However, after Asta finished speaking, not a single person left. They didn't even move. Everyone looked at him with admiration and fervor. "Boss, just let us follow you. We've missed you so much after not seeing you for so long. Yes, we promise to behave from now on and not cause you any trouble." Seeing his subordinates' reactions, Asta was touched but felt more helpless. He was a big shot. Why would he need a bodyguard when going out? Others might have dozens, which was already exaggerated. But he had over 1,000 following him. This was simply ridiculous. And with so many eyes on him, he felt uncomfortable. In the end, it was Meitong who noticed his helplessness and took the initiative to disperse his subordinates. After the people left, Asta let out a big sigh of relief. Hancock, seeing this, deliberately teased, "What is wrong? With so many people adoring you, you should be happy." Asta sighed helplessly, "Happy or not. But with so many people watching me, the pressure is quite big. Just now, I almost forgot how to walk." Hancock chuckled upon hearing this. "I think your performance just now was quite good. I thought you liked it like this." "Asta, how could I like it? I'm not that vain person. I'm usually very low-key." Hancock stepped forward and linked her arm with Asta's. All right. Our man is the most low-key person in the world." "Asta, from your tone, it sounds like you're provoking me. It seems I was too kind to you last night." Hancock recalled the crazy scene from last night and couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. "Sorry, but tonight it's Fire Weaving's turn to accompany you. Whatever anger you have, just vent it on her." Fire Weaving's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but stomp her foot and act cute. "Hancock, sister, how can you do this to me? If Asta gets angry, someone could die." Hancock waved her hand. "Don't worry, from what I know about him. At most you'll be unable to get out of bed for 3 days. You won't die." Upon hearing this, Fire Weaving swallowed hard, her eyes showing both fear and expectation. "But that's not right. The anger you stirred up shouldn't be vented on me. I can just let him have you today." Hancock hurriedly said, "Good sister, I've already experienced his power yesterday, and my legs are still weak. If I have one more day, I might die right there." Fire Weaving huffed, "Sister, didn't you just say that at most you'll be unable to get out of bed for 3 days? It's no big deal." Watching the two of them push and pull, Asta directly wrapped his arms around both of them. "In my opinion, neither of you should be modest. Let's all be together tonight." Fire Weaving and Hancock rolled their eyes at him simultaneously. This guy really has some wild ideas. Asta chuckled. Whether it's Hancock or Fire Weaving, they are both top-notch beauties. Yet such outstanding women are all infatuated with him. What kind of fortune does he have to possess 3? No, this is simply like a dream. Meanwhile, Luffy and Chopper suddenly shouted, "Barbecue, it's barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. Cotton candy, Such big cotton candy, I want to eat it. Their eyes sparkled as they ran towards the vendors. Zoro was still remembering to duel Asta. He looked at Asta with a fighting spirit. Shouldn't we find a place to have a good fight next? Let you witness my efforts over these days. Asta shrugged, looking helpless. Although I really want to satisfy your request and beat you up, unfortunately, I have to accompany them shopping right now. Nanny? Zoro's eyes widened. What kind of ridiculous excuse is this? Why would you participate in such a boring activity as shopping? It would be better to have a proper fight with me. Hancock. Hey, little friend, you should still be single, right? Zoro. Fire weaving. To say such rude things, you must have never been in a relationship before. Zoro. Ahem. What does that have to do with dating? Hancock. That means no one likes you. Fire weaving. How pitiful to grow up without any girls liking you. The guy with curly eyebrows next to you is much better than you. Sanji. This beautiful lady. Your gaze is truly impressive. You can tell at a glance that I'm better than that green-haired guy. Zoro was furious. He could accept that no girls liked him, but he absolutely wouldn't allow that Sanji guy to be better than him. The image of Kina subconsciously appeared in his mind. No. Why am I thinking of her at this time? Zoro quickly shook his head, as if doing so would shake Kina out of his mind. It's not that no girls like me. It's that I don't want to date because women only slow me down when drawing my sword. Hancock. What a straightforward male statement. Fire weaving. That girl who likes him must be really pitiful. Enough. I'm not discussing dating right now. I'm here to challenge Asta. Zoro shouted. Hancock. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's getting anxious. Fire weaving. Looks like we hit the nail on the head. How pitiful. Seeing Zoro's grim expression, Asta worried that if he let Hancock and fire weaving continue, Zoro might spit blood from anger. He quickly spoke up. All right, I really can't leave right now. If you want to fight, then I'll find you an opponent first. That's Sasaki. I remember you also use a sword. You can practice with Zoro for now. A middle-aged man with a simple appearance stepped forward. Nice to meet you. My name is Sasaki. I'll be your opponent next. Looking at the kind-looking middle-aged man who showed no sign of killing intent, Zoro felt inexplicably nervous. This feeling he had experienced before with Mihawk. This uncle is definitely not an ordinary swordsman. Zoro smiled with excitement. My name is Roronoa Zoro. I'll be counting on you. Soon, the two left the place. Sanji also left, but not to watch the fight. Instead, he ran off to flirt, because he discovered that the beautiful women he rarely saw were everywhere here. Almost 1 in every 3 people was exceptionally good-looking. How could Sanji not be excited? He even felt like he had entered paradise. After Luffy and the others left, Usopp and Brook also followed. One was because he was unfamiliar, and the other didn't know how to strike up conversation. However, before leaving, they called Nami and Robin. Usopp, Nami, we're going to find some food. Do you want to come with us? Nami, sure, I'm hungry too. Robin, what do you want to eat? Robin didn't answer, her gaze fixed on a certain spot. Robin, what are you doing? Nami suddenly shouted in Robin's ear, startling her. Robin gently touched her chest and said irritably, Why are you shouting so loud? Nami, who told you to ignore me? You're only thinking about your romantic interest, leaving your sister behind. Robin's face turned slightly red. What nonsense are you talking? Who's my romantic interest? Nami. Oh my, you even know how to be shy. Just now, when your eyes were glued to him, you didn't seem shy at all. Robin touched her burning cheeks and said shyly, Was it that obvious? Nami, not just obvious. You almost ate him up, Robin said with a dim expression. But if that's the case, why hasn't he reacted at all? Looking at Robin's disappointed expression, Nami slapped her forehead and said, I really don't understand why you like scumbag. Robin, scumbag? Nami, isn't he? He's playing both sides. I really don't understand why you all like him. Robin shook her head. I think that's exactly what makes him charming. Otherwise, so many women wouldn't like him. Nami looked shocked. She reached out and touched Robin's forehead, muttering, You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Robin swatted her hand away and said seriously, I'm serious. You know what I used to do? In the underground world, those powerful men, you have no idea how dark they can be. Compared to them, Asta is simply the best person you could find. Nami sighed. But he already has 2 women. Do you really want to join in? Chapter 215, That feline is mine. Robin shook her head. I don't know. You don't know? Nami repeated this, her tone gradually rising. Robin, I want to forget him too, but his image keeps appearing in my mind, and I just can't forget. Nami, sister, you've only met a few days in total. Is it necessary to like him so much? Robin, you don't understand. He means a lot to me. He's irreplaceable. Besides, have you heard of love at first sight? Nami, love at first sight? I think you just have a crush because he looks good. You want to go after him like an old cow eating tender grass. I can't persuade you otherwise. I just hope you won't regret it in the future. Robin turned her head and secretly glanced at Asta. Just like you said, even if I regret it in the future, right now, I just want to follow my heart. Nami, you'll help me, right? Help, help, help. You're my good sister. Who else would I help? Nami rolled her eyes at her and said irritably, however, those two women are also quite good-looking. If you want to take Asta from them, it might be a bit difficult. Robin, it's okay. I can wait. There will always be opportunities. At this moment, Asta was still unaware that he had been targeted by a scheming woman because he was busy dealing with other women. Hancock and Hoji went to a clothing store to buy clothes. Since these clothes were only suitable for women, Asta felt it was inappropriate to go in, so he had to wait outside. At this time, Maidong deliberately leaned forward, revealing an unobstructed view that made Asta feel a bit flustered. Lord Asta, my name is Maidong. I hope you'll take care of me in the future. After speaking, Maidong licked her red lips, exuding temptation. Asta gulped, his gaze flickering back and forth. I get it. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. I'm usually easy to get along with. Mengna adjusted her glasses and, after a period of calming down, gradually regained her composure. Lord Asta, I don't know what your plans are next. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my utmost as your servant to fulfill your requests. Asta was taken aback and turned to look at Mengna, who was dressed in a uniform. You are Mengna, right? You've worked hard during this time. Asta had long known that everything here was managed by a woman named Mengna. Although she was a woman, she had organized everything here in an orderly manner, much better than men. Seeing that Asta could actually remember her, Mengna immediately turned red with excitement. It's not hard at all. It's my honor to serve you. I'm not tired at all. Asta, all right, I'm not some miser. I remember everything you have done for the organization. Do you want anything? I can fulfill a small request for you. What Mengna did was not to ask for any rewards, but to help Asta. Her slave life taught her that only valuable people would not be easily discarded. So when she heard Asta say he would fulfill a request, Mengna instinctively wanted to refuse. But before she could speak, Maidong jumped in first. Her face filled with excitement. Any request is fine? Asta, as long as it's not too excessive, I can do it. Maidong looked around and, seeing that Hancock and Huaji had not come out yet, leaned her head close to Asta's ear and whispered, my mouth hurts a bit. I want you to take a look for me. This request isn't too much, right? Asta sprayed a mouthful of cold water out, completely not expecting the request to be this. Then he instinctively looked down. Instantly, it felt like two snow mountains appeared before his eyes. Can humans really grow this big? Lord Asta, do I look good? Maidong's alluring voice instantly pulled Asta's reason back. He quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere, coughed twice, and pretended to be calm. Ahem. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go see a doctor and let the doctor take a look. Maidong still maintained her previous posture. Her perfect figure displayed right before Asta's eyes. I've already seen a doctor. He said I'm too tired and need someone to massage me. Well, with those proportions, it was like a watermelon. How could she not be tired? But speaking of which, can normal people really grow this big? Asta, for this kind of thing, you can let me not help you, right? Aren't you good sisters? She should be very willing to help you. Maidong stepped closer, the distance between them narrowing. The doctor said it has to be a man. Women won't do. What kind of nonsense doctor is that? Why is it only men who can help and women can't? This is blatant gender discrimination. I really want to give him a thumbs up. Asta wasn't some naive boy. Seeing that the other party had already brought it to this level, he understood what she wanted. So, Asta swept away the previous awkwardness and revealed a wicked smile. He directly reached out and lifted Maidong's chin. Woman, do you know you're playing with fire? Maidong tilted her neck back, her face showing a look of surrender. Since I started the fire, I have to take responsibility for it. Lord Asta, when will you invite me to put it out? Asta bent down, the distance between them less than the width of a finger. It seems you are quite looking forward to it. How about we play a game, first to see who can't hold on the longest? After speaking, Asta stood up and took a few steps back, creating distance from Maidong. Maidong felt a bit confused. The meat was already on the plate. Why give up now? Are you even a man? But before she could ask, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Husband, I've already bought everything. We should go to the next place. Hancock and Huaji walked out of the clothing store carrying large bags. Coming, Asta responded. Shortly after, he looked at Maidong with a wicked smile and opened his mouth. Although no sound came out, Maidong, who understood lip reading, immediately understood his meaning. Asta said, the game has begun. In the end, Asta left them both behind and left with Hancock and Huaji. Hancock, what were you talking about just now? Asta, nothing. Just that they wanted to ask me some questions. Huaji, I think those two women are quite good looking. They probably like you, right? Asta, how could that be? I'm not some sort of treasure. How could every woman like me? Hancock, not necessarily. I heard they are your subordinates. Maybe they chose to join you because they admire you. Asta, so you're saying that all the women who join my pirate crew are just after my looks? Hancock, haha, it's not impossible. Asta, you two are quite bold to tease me like this. It seems I was too lenient with you before. Tonight, I'll show you what despair really means. Hancock, don't come looking for me. It's Fire Weaving's turn today. If you need something, go find her. Fire Weaving, sis, you're throwing me under the bus. The three of them walked together and soon disappeared from view. That's enough. Stop looking. They've already left. Mona crossed her arms and said irritably. Meitu withdrew her gaze, licking her red lips, her face showing a look of lingering desire. Mona couldn't help but roll her eyes. I mean, Meitu, you usually don't act like this. Why are you so? Meitu, so shameless, right? Mona, I didn't say that. You said it yourself, but it's pretty much the same thing. Meitu, all right. It's just the two of us here with no outsiders. So, just say what you want to say. Mona, then I'll say it directly. Meitu, Lord Asta is our savior. He rescued us from hell and gave us a second chance at life. I think we should repay him, not ruin his happiness and give him trouble like we are now. Meitu, is there a better way to repay him than offering ourselves as gifts? Mona, Meitu, how can you think like that? What if he doesn't like it? Meitu, what? There are actually men who don't like me? Meitu stood up, stretched her arms wide, and turned around in front of Mona. Mona swallowed hard. She had to admit that Maita's figure was absolutely stunning. It was even hotter than Tsunade's. Where it should be thin, it was thin. Where it should be plump, it was plump. Where it should be curvy, it was curvy. In short, judging by her figure alone, Meitu was undoubtedly the world's number one. But Asta already has someone he loves. If they find out, Lord Asta would feel troubled. Mona was truly concerned for Asta, even considering such things. Meitu waved her hand dismissively and said, Little Mona, it seems you still don't understand men. Mona? Meitu, in fact, men are all the same. They remain boys until death. I don't know if you've heard this saying, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress, and a home flower is never as fragrant as a wildflower. Mona, but that's immoral. Meitu, little Mona, you also like Lord Asta, don't you? Mona gasped and instantly flushed. Ah, how can you say that? I. For a long time, Mona couldn't say a complete sentence. Meitu came over and patted her shoulder, then leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Don't you want to lie in Asta's arms, feeling his heavy breathing? And then, with each of Meitu's temptations, Mona's face turned redder and redder, like it was stained with a red haze. Don't, stop talking. Finally, with immense willpower, Mona pushed Meitu away, supporting herself on her knees, gasping for breath. A wicked smile appeared on Maita's face. See, I knew I was right. You like Asta too. At this point, Mona no longer hid it. She directly said, I do like Lord Asta, so what? But I hope he can be happy every day. If he is happy, I'm happy. Meitu, silly girl, men will never be satisfied. If you don't believe me, we'll see. Accompanying women shopping is a terrifying thing. Even with Asta's superhuman body, he was exhausted. After finally finishing, Asta felt like he had lost half his life. Hancock knew Asta had a hard day, so she stepped forward and kissed him. Husband, I know you're tired. Tonight, I have a big surprise for you. Upon hearing this, Asta instantly revived. Could it be that tonight he would realize his long-awaited dream? He was too excited. Asta strode toward Area 16. He was eager to get home and prepare well. However, at that moment, a sudden explosion echoed from afar, catching Hancock's and Fire Weaving's attention. Husband, it seems like someone is fighting over there. Asta didn't even turn his head and replied, Why should I care? Let us hurry home. Hancock and Fire Weaving exchanged glances and stifled giggles. All right, husband, we're a bit curious. Will you take us over to take a look? Asta, no. There is nothing interesting about fighting. It might be bloody. Let's quickly go home. Saying this, Asta prepared to grab Hancock's and Fire Weaving's hands to pull them back home. Asta's impatient demeanor made Hancock and Fire Weaving burst into laughter. Husband, you're just too cute. But if you don't take us with you, tonight's reward will disappear. Asta immediately stopped, his expression filled with struggle. In the end, he reluctantly compromised. He took Hancock and Fire Weaving to the place where the explosion occurred, looking unhappy. We'll just take a quick look, and then we'll go home obediently. Hancock wrapped her arms around Asta, deliberately giving him a bit of sweetness. All right, we promise you, little rascal. Soon after, the three arrived at the explosion site. A chaotic fight was happening. However, when Asta saw who was fighting, he was quite surprised. Rubber machine gun, Luffy clenched his fists, his arms turning into countless afterimages attacking the opponent. Look at my mechanical shield. Kid extended his arms, and all the metal around him flew toward him, then assembled into a huge mechanical shield blocking in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. The steel shield, facing Luffy's fists, was like paper, being battered to pieces. Kid's expression changed slightly, but he didn't turn to flee. Instead, he controlled the splattered metal to reassemble another shield. Just like that, the shield was broken and then reformed. The situation remained balanced. Luffy shouted, "Give me back Chopper." Kid shouted back, "Are you really going to fight me to the death over a pet?" "Luffy, Chopper is not a pet. He is my partner." "Kid, so what? I made up my mind to let him join our pirate crew. From now on, he will be one of us." Luffy's eyes blazed with anger. "You're looking for death." Second gear. With Luffy's command, his skin instantly turned bright red, and white steam was continuously rising from his body. Kid was slightly surprised, but didn't pay much attention. "You think I'm afraid of you just because you're emitting some white smoke? If you want to take back that raccoon dog, let's see what you've got." Chapter 216. Unexplained unease. Kid has always disliked the idiot in front of him who smiles like a fool. Why should this guy's bounty be higher than mine? So what if you know Asta? In this world, strength is the most important. What am I lacking compared to him? However, today is a perfect opportunity to teach you a lesson. I will beat you until you can't find your teeth and let you know who the real number one of the new generation is. When Luffy heard Kid's disrespectful words, he didn't get angry and shout. Instead, he looked at him with cold eyes. That gaze was as if he were looking at a corpse. To Luffy, his friends are his reverse scale. "Oh, I didn't expect your eyes to be quite sharp, but so what? Your strength is still your greatest." However, Kid's words were not finished. In an instant, Luffy disappeared from his sight. What the hell? How could his speed be so fast? Kid's face changed dramatically. This was on a completely different level compared to the speed during the earlier fight. Kid quickly turned his head, trying to find Luffy's figure. "Are you looking for me?" The voice came from behind. Kid's body stiffened, and based on years of combat experience, he should have immediately fled instead of turning to look back. The next second, Kid's legs suddenly exerted force, and he leaped forward. As he escaped, he didn't forget to control the metal to form a huge mechanical arm, sweeping backward. Boom! The massive mechanical arm smashed down onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Kid landed on his feet, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. He knew that he hadn't hit Luffy with that last attack. This guy feels like he's become a different person. Too slow. Is this all your strength? If it's just like this, then this fight can end here. This time, the voice came from the air. Kid quickly looked up. He saw Luffy biting his finger and then blowing air into it with force. The next second, Luffy's fist became enormous, about the size of a train engine. Luffy roared, clenched his fist, and smashed it down toward Kid. Under that gigantic fist, Kid looked like an ant, pitifully weak. In fact, Kid could have dodged Luffy's attack. But he refused, having said that he would teach him a good lesson. How could he face the attack and then awkwardly dodge? This time, he wanted to defeat Luffy with absolute power. Let him know that he is the strongest of the new generation. Then, Kid controlled the metal to cover his arms and desperately compressed it, forming two steel arms even stronger than sea prism stones. Immediately after, Kid also roared and swung his fist to meet Luffy's. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle. From the very beginning, the fight entered a heated phase. Both hailed as the most talented new generation pirates. They had been compared to each other since they first gained some fame. Before the Enies lobby incident, Kid's reputation was higher than Luffy's. Whether it was strength or cruel methods, he far surpassed Luffy. At that time, Kid was undoubtedly the number one of the new generation, except for Asta, of course. But all of this changed dramatically with Asta's rampage during the Enies lobby incident. Not to mention Luffy, even the bounties of others on his ship were higher than his. How could the proud Kid accept this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his already considerable power increased slightly. He was actually able to exchange blows with Luffy. At this moment, Luffy's eyes were filled with excitement. He was inherently a combative person. Although he had defeated the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, in the Devil's Triangle, that battle hadn't been satisfying at all. Gecko Moria had completely gone the wrong way. Even the fact that he won was inexplicable. These days, Luffy had been feeling pent up. But today, he could finally have a good fight. The guy with the hedgehog hair in front of him, although his personality was a bit bad, had pretty good strength. This would allow him to enjoy a satisfying battle. The two's attacks grew fiercer, and the ground looked as though it had been bombarded, with numerous pits forming. Kid's subordinates had long retreated to the distance. They were holding the unconscious Chopper, looking excitedly at the battlefield. That kid's strength is impressive. He can actually fight back against the boss. Who do you think will win in this battle? Isn't that obvious? It's definitely our captain. I admit that kid is strong, but in the end, our boss will definitely win. Everyone present was filled with confidence in Kid, except for Killer. He looked worriedly into the distance. Unlike the others, he could sense how powerful Luffy truly was. Didn't they say the East Blue was the weakest of the four seas? So why did this freak appear? Whether it was speed or strength, he far exceeded the average person. Kid was in danger now. Should I go help him? If he loses here, it would leave a bad impression on our pirate crew's reputation. But if I intervene, Kid will definitely be angry. What should I do? Killer's expression was filled with struggle. Just then, the unconscious Chopper gradually began to wake up. He slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Where is this? How did I end up here? At this moment, Chopper's memories were still stuck in the moment before he fainted. He and Luffy had gone to buy food and eat roast meat. But because they didn't have any money, they were both kicked out by the restaurant owner. All the money on their ship was kept by Nami, so to eat, they had to ask Nami for some. Just as they were preparing to set off, they saw a newly opened restaurant around the corner, where a big eater contest was being held. The winner not only got their meal for free, but also a reward of 1 million berries. This made Luffy and Chopper's hearts race. 1 million. How many portions of meat could that buy? Besides, if they could earn 1 million berries, Nami would surely look at them differently. She wouldn't be able to keep calling them useless, just eating and doing nothing else. Thus, the two decided that they must participate in this big eater contest. When it comes to eating, he had never been weaker than anyone else. Coincidentally, besides Luffy, Kid and Bonnie were also participating in the contest. In this world, all famous and named strong individuals share a common characteristic. They can eat a lot. Whether it's Kid or Bonnie, their appetites are completely on par with Luffy's. Thus, a fierce and bloody battle began. The terrifyingly large appetites of the three made the restaurant owner weep. To prepare for this event, he had hired 10 chefs at once. However, the speed at which these 10 chefs served food was far behind the speed at which the three devoured it. The restaurant owner was both happy and heartbroken. He was happy because the event was a great success. Nothing could promote the restaurant better than having 3 supernovas dining there. But he was heartbroken because these 3 were just too good at eating. He had prepared ingredients for 3 months for this event, and now they were completely consumed. What a loss that would be. However, since it was a competition, there would be wins and losses. In this PK, Kid was the first to lose. Although he felt a bit upset, it was something he could accept. After saying he would fight again another day, he prepared to leave. However, before he could leave, he ran into Chopper. Kid also liked the little fluffy creature very much. After all, how could Chopper not be the crew's pet? He was already very cute, and in his plush costume, Chopper's charm was simply off the charts, piercing directly through Kid's heart like an arrow. Kid bent down and extended an olive branch to Chopper, hoping he would join his crew. The result was obvious. Chopper refused, which made Kid somewhat incredulous. There was actually someone. No, a pet who dared to refuse him. Well, if soft tactics didn't work, he would resort to hard ones. I will make you mine today. Immediately, Chopper did not expect that this hedgehog-headed guy would suddenly attack him after being rejected. Caught off guard, Chopper was knocked out by Kid. Meanwhile, Luffy and Bonnie's match was in a heated phase, so they did not notice what was happening with Chopper. In the end, the unconscious Chopper was taken away by Kid. I remember now, I was knocked out by that hedgehog-headed guy, so now I'm being kidnapped. Chopper finally realized the situation and was suddenly horrified. Oh, this little guy is awake. Look at his pale face. He must be scared. Little raccoon, don't be afraid. We won't do anything to you. Just stay still and behave. If you dare to run away, I can't guarantee my gun won't go off. If I accidentally hit you, that would be bad. Chopper was initially a bit scared, but upon hearing what they just said, he immediately shouted fiercely, "Go to hell, raccoon. I'm a reindeer, you bastard." The group was amused by Chopper's reaction. Oh, this little guy is actually angry. So you're a reindeer, huh? If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were a raccoon. Let me think, I had reindeer meat half a month ago. The taste was unforgettable. The meat was incredibly delicious, simply melting in my mouth. I wonder how your meat would taste. The speaker was a guy who looked like a snake, sticking out his long tongue, licking his lips, and looking at Chopper with fiery eyes. Chopper instantly felt a chill down his spine, and all his fur stood on end. He had seen that look before. It was when Luffy hadn't eaten for 3 days on the ship, and he looked at him with the same gaze. Don't come over. I tell you, my captain is very powerful. He will definitely come to save me. Chopper wanted to save himself, but his hands were shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, leaving him powerless. You say your captain is powerful? Isn't he the one being beaten by our boss right now? Chopper froze for a moment and quickly followed the direction of their pointing fingers. Just then, Luffy made a mistake, and Kid seized the opportunity to punch him in the face, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees. What is going on? Is that Luffy being sent flying? His strength shouldn't be this weak. Watching Chopper fall into self-doubt, Kid's subordinates burst into laughter. So what if his bounty is high? In the end, he will still be defeated by our boss. This is called having power without virtue. It sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just a silver spear with a wax head, breakable with a touch. You see, this kid's bounty is over 700 million. How much should our boss's bounty be if he defeats him? It has to be at least 1 billion. After all, that would be worthy of our boss's status. Everyone laughed heartily, falling into their own fantasies. They imagined that once they entered the new world, they would recruit troops and develop their forces, aiming to take down one of the Yonko within a year and take over his territory. Then, the next year, they would contend for the title of Pirate King. In the future, the entire sea would belong to them. Meanwhile, Killer felt a quiet sigh of relief upon seeing Luffy being punched away by Kid. He had thought that if Kid was really not doing well, he would risk being scolded to go support him. But seeing the current situation, he figured it was unnecessary for him to intervene. Killer turned to look at Chopper in front of him and said cheerfully, "Your captain is done for. Why not switch your loyalty to us?" Chopper replied, "Dream on. Even if I die here, I will never join you." Killer said, "Those who recognize the times are heroes. Since your captain's strength is lacking, why do you still pledge loyalty to him? Isn't it better to find a bigger backer?" Chopper retorted, "Luffy is my captain and also my partner. I could never betray my partner. And who told you that Luffy's strength is lacking? This battle isn't over yet. We don't know who will win or lose." Killer scoffed, "A sharp-tongued raccoon, huh? Since you don't believe it, then open your eyes and watch closely how your captain dies here." Chopper shouted, "I told you, I'm a reindeer, you bastard." Just then, on the battlefield, the situation changed again. Kid was panting heavily, looking exceptionally disheveled, covered in blood, some of it his, some of it Luffy's. As for Luffy, he was in a similar state, equally disheveled and covered in blood. Kid said, "I acknowledge you. To be able to fight me like this, your strength is impressive. Would you like to join my pirate crew?" Luffy responded, "What? Join your pirate crew? Are you trying to make me the captain?" Kid replied, "Get lost. The captain can only be me. If you join, I can give you the position of first commander." Luffy said, "Then forget it. I only want to be the captain. I'm not interested in anything else." "Kid, if you want to be the captain, there's an opportunity for that. Defeat me, and I'll hand over the captain's position to you." "Luffy, really? If I can beat you, you'll let me be the captain?" Kid was about to agree immediately, but seeing Luffy's excited expression, he swallowed those words back. "What's going on? After the fight, just now, that kid should not be my opponent. But why does he look so confident, as if he has me figured out? And why do I feel an inexplicable sense of unease in my heart?" Chapter 217. Kill him or bury him? But soon, Kid shook off these thoughts. In the previous battle, he clearly had the upper hand. This kid must be bluffing me. Realizing this key point, a confident expression returned to Kid's face. He crossed his arms and arrogantly said, "You don't really think you can't beat me and want to find someone to take revenge for you, do you? Let me think. Who is your backing? Is it that Asta who's been making waves recently? I'll tell you, others might fear Asta, but I don't. If you have the ability, let him kill me. But before he can, I can take care of you first." Luffy frowned and asked in confusion, "This is a battle between the two of us. What does Asta have to do with it?" "Asta?" Kid's expression tightened, and his mood became heavier. It seemed this guy had an unusual relationship with Asta, even calling him teacher. What should I do now? In fact, Kid was not as calm as he appeared. If it were before, he might have thought Asta's reputation was exaggerated and that he wasn't as formidable as people said. But not long ago, the scene of Asta forcing Appo to kneel with his aura was deeply imprinted in his mind. It was then that he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. How could someone who dared to slap the world government in the face and still live while be a petty person seeking fame? He was definitely not Asta's match. So what should he do? If he wanted to kill him, he would have to leave quickly to avoid Asta taking revenge for Luffy. But leaving just like that made him feel unwilling, especially since this guy clearly didn't want to reconcile with him. Should I deliberately lose to him? Kid was caught in a deep conflict at that moment. Should he kill him and then escape, bearing Asta's pursuit from then on? Or should he choose to deliberately lose to him, allowing this kid to stand over him? Just when Kid was in a dilemma, Luffy suddenly spoke up. "Do you think if you defeat me, I would go tell Teacher Asta and ask him to deal with you?" "Kid, isn't that so?" Luffy laughed, loosening his belt while saying, "I think you might be overestimating yourself." Kid frowned, looking at him in confusion. What else with this guy? Luffy picked up his belt and slowly released his grip, the oddly shaped belt falling lightly to the ground. Boom! A sound like a meteor crashing to the ground erupted. Kid could even feel the ground shaking beneath his feet. What is happening? That kid was wearing something so heavy while fighting me. Kid was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. He gaped, looking completely dazed, like a foolish son of a landlord. After removing the gravity belt, Luffy felt as if he had been reborn. The entire world seemed to change. Wow, I feel so light. Like a fish in the ocean, as if I could just jump and fly. Luffy was also surprised by his state. After parting with Asta, he had never removed the gravity belt. Even when bathing, he wore it. Today was the first time he took off the gravity belt, and he didn't expect it to feel this good. Luffy moved his limbs a bit to adapt to his body before the battle. On the other side, Kid had recovered from his shock. He finally understood why the other guy always had that confident look on his face. Who would have thought he was carrying something so heavy? Is he a freak? Or an ascetic? Kid swallowed his saliva, his expression turning grim. Damn it. Don't think I'll be afraid of you just because you did that. Even if you took off the weight, it doesn't matter. Right now, you definitely can't control your body properly. This battle I puffed. Before Kid could finish his harsh words, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes were bulging, clearly showing signs of being heavily injured, his body hunched like a boiled lobster. Luffy retracted his fist and coldly said, "You talk too much." Kid swallowed the congealed blood in his mouth, then roared as he swung his fist. His punch created a large hole in Luffy's body, but didn't draw a single drop of blood. Kid's expression suddenly changed. Years of combat experience told him he had to escape quickly. His actions were swift. He stomped hard on the ground, causing the hard surface to shatter and creating a large pit several meters wide. With the terrifying rebound force, he quickly retreated. All of this happened in an instant. From the moment Kid missed his hit to his escape, only a few seconds had passed. This showed just how rich Kid's battle experience was. However, it was a pity he encountered someone named Luffy, who was a wall. As Kid desperately retreated, Luffy had already appeared in front of him. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Where's your arrogance now? Luffy kicked him. Kid immediately spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, this time feeling like he had broken a bone or two in his back. Luffy didn't throw just a punch. He accompanied it with a bad habit of chatting. After kicking, Luffy directly followed up, throwing punches at Kid's body. Every punch was delivered with full force. Kid's face changed dramatically. Alarm bells rang in his heart, telling him he might die here. Under the pressure of death, Kid unleashed his strongest potential ever. But even so, he was still like a sandbag being tossed around by Luffy. What fell from the sky wasn't rain, but his heart's blood. The sudden turn of events not only stunned Kid, but also terrified his group of little brothers. Each one pale with fear, not knowing what to do next. Their idol, whom they admired and feared, was actually being beaten up by a peer. From the looks of it, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was simply absurd. In contrast to their feelings, the little pet Chopper, who was tied up, was quite the opposite. Watching Luffy beating up Kid, Chopper felt as if he had just eaten a cup of ice cream on a scorching summer day, feeling refreshed from head to toe. Haha, I told you Luffy wouldn't lose. You might as well surrender early so Luffy can let you off. Surrender? Killer suddenly turned his head, his gaze at Chopper filled with murderous intent. Chopper was startled. He was already timid, and with the sea prism stone handcuffs restraining him, he couldn't use his abilities at all. What do you want to do? I advise you to put down your weapon now, while there's still time. Otherwise, in the end, you will truly regret it. Killer, put down my weapon? Are you living in a fairy tale? You want me, a pirate, to put down my weapon? Why don't you tell the celestial dragons to put down their power? As for what I want to do, it's obviously to eliminate you, and then go support Kid. I admit I underestimated that kid. I didn't expect him to be this strong. However, even if he is strong, he is just one person, while our entire pirate crew is here. We might not lose this battle. After saying that, Killer drew his weapon, preparing to deal with Chopper. Although their captain really liked this cute pet, if they left him alone like this, he would definitely cause them some trouble. So, the best solution was to eliminate him. Turning Chopper into a cold corpse would ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Chopper, scared and crying, thought about how painful it would be if that long weapon struck him. No, don't come over. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, hurry and save me. Killer, scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Chopper, hoarse throat, hoarse throat. Killer, you're about to die, and you still dare to play games with me? I see you're just asking for death. With that, Killer raised his weapon, ready to strike Chopper. If I were you, I'd stay still. After all, that is the only chance you have to survive. A strange voice suddenly came from behind, and Killer's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively swinging his knife backward. Clang! The weapon Killer used was called the Punisher's Scythe, usually worn on his metal wrist. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It was exceptionally sharp and could cut through steel effortlessly. However, it was blocked by Asta with a single finger. After executing his slash, Killer didn't even look back at the result and ran forward. This guy suddenly appeared behind me, and I didn't even react at all. Has my alertness weakened, or is that guy too strong? But no matter what, the most correct way is to leave here. On the other side, Chopper, who had closed his eyes in fear, didn't feel the imagined pain of being torn apart. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see a familiar figure. Chopper shouted happily, "Asta brother, why are you here?" Asta smiled. "I happened to pass by, heard the explosion, and came to join the fun. I didn't expect it to be you guys fighting." Not only did Chopper recognize Asta, but everyone present also recognized him. This was the man who had taken the title of the world's strongest human from Whitebeard. How could they not know? Killer felt the same. Upon realizing that the person who appeared behind him was Asta, cold sweat instantly broke out. "How'd he get here? I actually attacked him just now. Am I going to be killed by him now?" Killer trembled in fear, and as for why he didn't quickly escape at this opportunity, it was a pipe dream. That guy is a monster who can defeat Kizaru. With such little strength, where could he escape to? If he didn't run, there might still be hope for survival. Killer swallowed hard. At this moment, he had completely given up on the desire to fight. He only hoped that Asta would show mercy and spare them for Chopper's sake. As he hadn't been injured yet, Asta slowly walked toward Chopper, while the pirate who was holding Chopper trembled uncontrollably. The sweat running down his cheeks was like rain, dripping continuously. Asta approached and stood still. Although the pirate only reached half of Asta's height, he was still too scared to speak. He tried to force a flattering smile, but it looked worse than crying. "Can you hand him over to me?" As soon as Asta finished speaking, the pirate immediately shoved Chopper into Asta's arms. Then he knelt down, pressing his head to the ground, trembling all over. Asta was taken aback by the pirate's reaction. What a coward. How can you still call yourself a pirate? At that moment, another burly pirate, over 3 meters tall, ran up to Asta and presented him with a set of keys. "These are the keys to the Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Master Chopper. I'll help you unlock them right away." Calling him Master, especially for a cute pet like Chopper, made these pirates seem even more cowardly than expected. "Asta, no need." After saying that, Asta pinched the Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Chopper's wrist and with a gentle force, crushed them to pieces. This scene nearly made the eyes of the observing pirates pop out. Once the handcuffs were removed, Chopper's strength returned. He jumped out of Asta's arms and stretched his stiff body. Then, with a grateful expression, Chopper said to Asta, "Thank you, Asta brother. If it weren't for you today, I might have been in big trouble." Asta ruffled Chopper's head, smiling. "No need to mention it. In fact, I didn't help much. You need to be more careful in the future." This incident taught Chopper a valuable lesson. Not everyone is like Luffy. There are many bad people in this world who only like to do things according to their preferences, completely disregarding the feelings of others. From now on, I must be careful, and even more careful. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and Kid had also come to an end. As expected, in the end, our classmate Luffy emerged victorious. He dragged the unconscious Kid, whose face was bruised and battered, towards Asta. "Teacher Asta, what brings you here?" Asta turned his head and looked up and down at Luffy. Although Luffy ultimately won this battle, it wasn't an easy victory. Kid's strength was forged through the harsh trials of life and death. If the East Sea is the weakest of the 4 seas, then the South Sea, where Kid hails from, is the most chaotic. Moreover, this guy has exceptional talent. Not only does he possess the Conqueror's Haki, which only one in millions has, but he also has a strong ambition. In the original work, his portrayal is quite remarkable. He dared to take action against Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, to snatch something, even injuring one of her commanders in the process. Later, he challenged Shanks. Although he suffered a devastating defeat in that battle and lost an arm, he still managed to survive against Shanks. Escaping from one of the 4 emperors is a testament to his strength. It shows that his power is not much weaker than that of Luffy, the protagonist. "It seems you fought quite dangerously in this battle." Asta teased. "Yeah, if I hadn't made some breakthroughs recently, I might have lost. This guy is really strong," Luffy said, looking down at Kid lying on the ground, and praised him. "So what are you planning to do with him next? Kill him or bury him?" Chapter 2:18. Am I still not a celestial dragon? Killed or buried? Isn't this a choice? Kid, who was still in a coma, couldn't help but curse in his heart. That's right, he was pretending to be unconscious. The purpose was to make the enemy lower their guard, so he could take the opportunity to escape. But unexpectedly, as soon as Asta opened his mouth, it became a dead end. What to do now? Am I going to die here? Kid felt like crying without tears. His life had just begun, and now was about to end. How unfair. No, that can't be. Although he did some wrong things earlier, it shouldn't lead to death. Just beating him up would be enough. Luffy was never the type to be ruthless. He couldn't bring himself to kill and take someone else's life. Kid, who was eavesdropping, was suddenly stunned, feeling a bit confused. What is this guy thinking? Did he just say he wants to let me go? No way. Isn't the way pirates deal with enemies to eliminate them completely? Doesn't he fear that if he lets me go, I might come back for revenge one day? Or is he plotting something in the dark? Asta looked at Luffy, who was scratching his head, and sighed. I didn't expect that after so many days. Your character is still as kind as ever. Luffy grinned. Asta continued, well, since you defeated him, you can deal with him however you want. I have no right to interfere. After saying that, Asta took a step back, indicating he wouldn't get involved in this matter. Luffy looked down at the unconscious kid, his expression gradually falling into deep thought. What to do next? Should he turn him over to the Navy? Or just leave him here? How about, watch out, Luffy? However, Luffy hadn't finished his sentence. Suddenly, a sharp attack came at him. Luffy did a backflip to dodge, but a blood mark appeared on his face. Who is so despicable to sneak attack from behind? Luffy angrily looked up. In front of him stood a masked man. Killer took a risk this time and rescued Kid while Luffy was backflipping. Killer was cautiously holding Kid while looking at Asta, who had his arms crossed. He was wondering if Asta would suddenly attack. If Asta did attack, he wouldn't need to resist. It would be better to surrender early. However, Asta stood still, waved his hand at Killer, and smiled. You guys are your thing. Don't mind me, just treat me like air. He was completely in a spectator's posture. Although he wasn't sure what Asta was up to, hearing him say that made Killer inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. A big shot like Asta should keep his word, right? Killer could only gamble that the other party wasn't the kind of person who enjoyed giving people hope and then destroying it to relish their despair. Oh, it's you. Are you looking to take revenge for your captain? Just in time. I'm not done having fun yet, so let's have a fight, Luffy said excitedly. He always took battles seriously. Killer, this time, we'll owe you a favor. One day in the future, we can help you with something, no matter what it is. If you want to kill someone, we will help you do it. Luffy was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? From what you're saying, you don't want to fight me. No way, my desire to fight has just been ignited by you. And if you just let it go, that would be really frustrating. Luffy was eager to try. Since you already attacked me earlier, it shouldn't count as bullying if I hit back now. However, just as Luffy was about to make a move, Killer suddenly pointed behind Luffy. Look, there's a dog breakdancing over there. Luffy immediately turned his head, excitedly shouting, Where? Luffy looked around, but he didn't see a single dog, not even a hair. I didn't see anything. You can't be. Luffy's words trailed off, and he couldn't say any more. At this moment, Killer had already escaped a kilometer away, with Kid on his back. Luffy watched Killer's fleeing figure, trembling with anger. Damn, that masked guy actually dared to trick me. Is this what trust between people has come to? Asta was laughing heartily. Luffy's bewildered expression was simply too amusing. Asta-sensei, did you know they were going to escape? Why didn't you remind me? Luffy looked at Asta with a resentful expression. Asta smiled and said, Why should I remind you? Didn't you plan to let them go in the first place? Luffy, that's true, but I still wanted to fight that masked guy. I can feel his strength is strong. Asta, there will be opportunities in the future. Those two might become your rivals one day. Luffy, so you think highly of them, huh? I'm really looking forward to the next time we meet. What? Looking forward to meeting Kid again? Asta's face suddenly showed a strange expression. If you remembered correctly, the next time the two meet should be in Kaido's prison. I also look forward to the expressions on your faces when you meet. It will definitely be interesting. Asta had a sly smile, because Killer was too afraid of Asta. He didn't bring his gang along when he escaped. So when Kid's subordinates saw their boss abandoning them to escape alone, they suddenly couldn't hold on any longer. Their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Oh, what do we do now? The boss abandoned us. Are we going to die? Since the boss is so unkind, we can't be blamed for being ungrateful. How about we surrender? If we can follow this lord, even if it's just to be his slave, it would be more promising than now. But would he accept us? As soon as this was said, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. They were neither stunning beauties nor powerful pirates who ruled the seas. Would Asta really accept them? However, there were always those fearless of death. They dreamed of rising to the top and then living a life of ease. Now, the shortcut to reaching the peak is right before them. They say they will not give up no matter what. So, a few people lowered their heads and cautiously approached Asta. And Master, we want to. Before they could finish their sentence, Asta directly interrupted them, coldly replying, Your boss has already run away. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and get lost. The crowd fell silent, forgetting what they wanted to say, and quickly scrambled away. Once they left, Hancock asked in confusion. I saw their expressions. They wanted to follow you. Why didn't you accept them? Hasta replied coldly. If they want to be my subordinates, they need to prove their worth. Not just anyone can follow me. Okay, as long as you're happy. Hancock said with a smile. Hozuki then blushed slightly and said, since the matter is settled, can we go back now? I drank a bit too much water this morning. Hancock teased, oh, Hozuki, can't hold in already? Don't worry, you have all night to yourself. Hearing this, Hozuki's face, already somewhat flushed, turned bright red. No, I just feel a bit tired after a day of wandering and want to rest. Rest? ISNT, that the same as what I said? Let your husband give you a massage later. I guarantee it will make you feel comfortable. Hancock emphasized certain keywords intentionally. Hozuki felt even more embarrassed. However, she felt too shy to mention needing to use the restroom, so she buried her head in Asta's arms, letting Hancock tease her. Asta said, all right, stop teasing her. It's getting late. We should head back. After saying that, Asta turned to Luffy and asked, are you coming back with us? Luffy seemed tempted, but shook his head. I want to find Nami and the others. After this incident, I'm a bit worried about their safety. Asta replied, a responsible captain. Go ahead. If you encounter any danger, just mention my name. Luffy nodded. But just as Asta and the others were about to leave, suddenly, Asta seemed to remember something and shouted to Luffy, hey, I almost forgot. Your grandfather is also on this island. Luffy instantly looked stunned, kneeling on the ground with a pale face. Asta laughed heartily, with Hancock on his left and Hozuki on his right, leaving in style. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Dragon's palace, there was a loud crash as things were being thrown around. Why won't he let me go out? I tell you, you Navy are just dogs raised by us, Celestial Dragons, and now the dog dares to want to control its master? This is outrageous, St. Charlos said angrily. Opposite him were Admiral Kizu, Marine Hero Garp, and Vice Admiral Momonosuke. Garp dug in his ear and said with disdain, we're not letting you out for your own good. If you don't want to die, just behave and stay here. Upon hearing this, St. Charlos threw his teacup at Garp and the others. However, whether it was intentional or not, his aim was off. The teacup sailed past them and smashed against the wall. Bullshit. That lowlife who killed our father is on this island. I want to kill him and avenge father. Garp and Kizaru exchanged glances, both showing a helpless expression. Damn, are all these celestial dragons brainless? Is there nothing in their heads except shit? Do you really think you can kill Asta? Even if Kizaru and I teamed up, we might not be able to handle him. Who gave you the courage to say such things? Kizaru said, I understand your desire for revenge, but please consider the hard work we're doing. The world government sent us to protect you and specifically instructed us not to let you meet Asta. We're just following orders. St. Charlos retorted, what are you people? Why should I consider your difficulties? You are just dogs raised by us, celestial dragons. Serving us is your duty. Garp clenched his fists, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. This was why he never rose to the rank of admiral, because once he became an admiral, if the celestial dragons were in danger, he would have to go protect them. Just the thought of protecting these scum made Garp want to smash something. Even Kizaru's expression darkened. After all, being called a dog repeatedly would not sit well with anyone. However, a mission is a mission. Even if they were unhappy, they had to stop St. Charlos from going out. If a celestial dragon died here, the Navy would face serious trouble. After venting his frustration, St. Charlos was tired. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'll let you off for today, but tomorrow I must go out. Whoever dares to stop me, I will crush. Garp and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed they had made it through the day. As for what would happen tomorrow, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Perhaps by then, he would change his mind again. Garp said, I see you're tired. You should rest early. We'll leave for now. Just call us if you need anything. St. Charlos waved his hand. Get lost. I'm annoyed just seeing you. Garp remained silent and called Kizaru and Momonosuke to leave. However, just then, St. Charlos suddenly called out to them again, wait a moment. Garp turned back in confusion. Is there anything else? Let her stay and accompany me. St. Charlos pointed at Momonosuke with a lecherous expression. Momonosuke immediately wore a look of extreme disdain, crossing her arms and saying with disgust, I refuse. Hearing someone dare to refuse him, St. Charlos was furious. Do you know who I am? No one has ever dared to refuse me since I was a child. I'm giving you another chance. What did you just say? Momonosuke's expression turned even more disgusted. I said I refuse. Like Garp, she was filled with disdain for the celestial dragons. How could such disgusting human beings exist in this world? Shun, boh. This group of worthless fools with IQs below 30, what can they do besides babbling? If it weren't for her status, Peach Rabbit wouldn't care about their lives at all. It would be best if they all died, leaving the world in peace. However, unexpectedly, this group of filthy, celestial dragons actually set their sights on her. If she had known, she would never have come here. Peach Rabbit now regretted taking on this mission. Carp was also very angry. He said coldly, "Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is a general of my navy, not a slave you can insult at will. If you want to vent, you can go find your wives. Our duty is to protect you, not to be your slaves." St. Charlos shouted angrily, feeling like everyone had been against him lately. Not only was he denied revenge, but he was also confined here, and now someone even dared to refuse his demands. Am I no longer a celestial dragon? St. Charlos recalled what his father had told him when he was young. His father said, "We are the most precious gods in this world, and the entire world operates according to our will. No one can defy our orders. Anything we desire, we can obtain. You can kill whoever you want. Everyone else in the world is merely a commoner." Chapter 219. Duel between swordsmen under such misguided ideological indoctrination. One can imagine what kind of person St. Charlos would grow up to be, even when facing a high-ranking naval commander who could crush him with a single finger. St. Charlos remained arrogant and haughty, completely disregarding them. The world is vast, but nothing is greater than us celestial dragons. St. Charlos, I don't care. I've already set my eyes on her. Besides, I'm not asking her to be my slave, so why such a big reaction? I want to marry her as my 13th wife. St. Charlos's thoughts were simple. Since you think the identity of a slave would tarnish your navy's reputation, then becoming a celestial dragon's wife should be acceptable, right? Kong and Kazura both side with the character of the celestial dragons. What is the difference between being a slave and being a wife? In the end, it's still a fate of being toyed with by others. St. Charlos turned his head, leering at Peach Rabbit's long, white legs. With such long legs, it must be quite pleasurable to play with them. This beautiful lady, to become my celestial dragoness wife. You should feel honored. After all, you will be leaving the identity of a commoner and becoming the most precious person in the world. However, before St. Charlos could finish his sentence, Peach Rabbit coldly replied, "I refuse," and turned to leave. This left St. Charlos standing there in shock. He had been rejected once again. Kong looked at the incredulous St. Charlos and quickly laughed, saying, "Haha, sorry, my girl has a bit of an introverted personality. I'll have a word with her later." "Damn it, you damn commoner." St. Charlos finally reacted, his face turning red with anger. "To be noticed by me is a blessing you could never earn in 8 lifetimes. And you dare to refuse me, and even refuse me twice for the same thing? Fine, 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 I'll remember you. Since you don't want to be given face, then I will thoroughly humiliate you. I will make you my slave, and I will torture you until you wish you were dead." St. Charlos roared in fury. Peach Rabbit showed no reaction, continuing to walk forward and pushing open the door to leave. St. Charlos pointed towards the door, screaming, "Kizaru, why are you still dawdling? Go catch her for me. How dare she defy the celestial dragon's orders? I will punish her severely." Kizaru stretched out his finger, scratching his cheek, and said with a troubled expression, "The order I received was to protect you. Capturing people is not my responsibility." St. Charlos turned to Kong. Kong directly replied, "Why are you looking at me? I'm off work. I'm going to see my grandson." After saying that, Kong also left. St. Charlos clenched his fists in anger. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It seemed that everyone was disregarding him, ignored, rejected, and not even allowed to go out. "Why? You Navy are just dogs we raise, and you dare treat me like this. I will make you regret it. And that long-legged girl, I will not let you go. I will make you kneel down." A mad gleam flashed in St. Charlos's eyes. Meanwhile, Asta, Hancock, and Fire-Weaving had just stepped into their territory. Suddenly, they were startled by a ragged figure approaching them. What the hell? Is that a wild boar turned into a human? No, he seems to be a person. Isn't he the swordsman who follows Luffy around? Asta widened his eyes, vaguely recognizing Zoro as shadow on that face that even his mother wouldn't recognize. "It really is you. What happened to you to look like this?" Zoro, although badly beaten, had a shining light in his eyes. "Don't worry, these are just some minor injuries I got after sparring with Sasaki. I'll be fine after resting for a while," Zoro mumbled. Asta looked at him with sympathy. "Look at this kid. He has been beaten so badly he can't even speak clearly. Are you really okay? I see you're still dripping blood." Zoro looked down at this moment. The wounds inflicted by Sasaki were still unhealed, continuously dripping blood. Zoro tore his clothes into strips and casually bandaged his wounds. "Don't worry, these are just minor injuries. Every pirate gets hurt. I'll be fine after Chopper stitches me up. Asta, please stop talking. I can't understand a word you're saying. You should hurry back. I just parted ways with Chopper. P.S. with Luffy, and they seem to be going to the amusement park to find Nami. Zoro, amusement park? Then I'll go find them. As he said this, Zoro prepared to leave. However, halfway there, as if remembering something, he suddenly stopped and turned to Asta, saying, "By the way, Asta-sensei, can I ask you for a favor?" Asta looked puzzled. "What is it?" "Go ahead. If I can do it, I'll help you." Zoro said happily, "Can I come here often to spar with Uncle Sasaki?" Zoro never expected that this seemingly simple uncle was a great swordsman, and his strength was definitely not weaker than Mihawk's. An hour ago, Zoro had followed Sasaki to an open area. "Sasaki, this is usually where I practice swordsmanship. There aren't too many people here, but the scenery is quite nice." Zoro didn't care about the scenery. His gaze was fixed on Sasaki. As a swordsman, he could sense that this middle-aged uncle was very strong. "You're strong. Although you haven't revealed any aura, I can still feel your strength." Sasaki scratched his head and smiled honestly. "Strong? I'll just practice swordsmanship a few more years than others. The future world belongs to you young people." Zoro grabbed his robe and tossed it aside. Once the clothes fell, he had already assumed the stance for his three-sword style. Zoro bit the blade and looked at Sasaki with a fierce gaze. "Let's talk. Let us get started." Sasaki opened his eyes, the smile on his face gradually disappearing, and he slowly drew a long sword from his waist. When Zoro saw this, his pupils suddenly constricted. He angrily said, "Are you insulting me?" Sasaki shook his head, calmly saying, "To me, an iron sword and a wooden sword are the same. There is no difference." Yes, the long sword that Sasaki drew from his waist was indeed a wooden sword. Damn it, Zoro wished he could bite the hilt off. The last time he faced Mihawk, he pulled out a small sword, and I didn't say anything. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman. He has that qualification. But you, a nameless middle-aged uncle, I know you are strong, but don't you think this is a bit humiliating? Or do you think my strength is weak? Zoro's eyes were cold. I am no longer the rookie who couldn't even withstand one strike from Mihawk. The hard work and effort over these days have finally paid off, haven't they? Since you insist on using a wooden sword to fight me, then don't expect me to go easy on you." Zoro said coldly. Sasaki calmly replied, "That's for the best." As soon as he finished speaking, the two disappeared from their original spots. An intense and passionate battle began just like that. Zoro initially thought that Sasaki's wooden sword would break into 2 pieces upon their first collision. After all, the weapon in his hand was a famous sword that could cut through iron like mud. Just a wooden sword, wouldn't it shatter with a single strike? However, if your weapon happens to get broken by me, I won't stop midway, because I want to teach you a lesson, you arrogant middle-aged uncle. With this belief, Zoro unleashed half of his strength as soon as he appeared. But unexpectedly, as soon as they engaged, Zoro's expression changed dramatically. The anger in his heart vanished without a trace, replaced by shock and disbelief. Because in the previous encounter, Sasaki's wooden sword was completely unharmed. How is this possible? I clearly struck his weapon. What on earth is going on? Seeing Zoro stop, Sasaki stopped as well. "What's wrong? If you're worried about my weapon, please feel free to unleash your full strength and attack me," Sasaki said with a friendly smile. Zoro suppressed his astonishment, and his expression gradually turned into an excited smile. "In that case, I won't hold back." Zoro launched another attack. This time, he used 80% of his strength. But even so, Sasaki remained relaxed in response. Zoro then realized that this seemingly simple-minded middle-aged uncle was actually a great swordsman, not weaker than Mihawk. This discovery made Zoro completely excited. His attacks became increasingly fierce. His strength grew heavier, and his momentum became more terrifying. Sasaki's expression finally changed slightly. "Have I been out for too long? Are the young people nowadays this strong? No wonder he could be accepted as a disciple by Lord Asta. This little guy has potential, resembling my own style back in the day. Let me test you a bit and see how far your future can go. Zoro, you better be careful from now on." Upon hearing this, Zoro's excitement became uncontrollable. "Finally, you can't help but show your full strength. Hurry up, let me see how far I am from that man." Sasaki's expression changed, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. He lightly swung his wooden sword towards Zoro's chest. Although the opponent's movement seemed slow in Zoro's eyes, he found that his body was frozen and couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the wooden sword struck him. Puff! Zoro spat out a mouthful of blood, and the next second, he seemed to turn into a cannonball, flying backward. Boom! A massive rock over 6 meters high was directly shattered by the flying Zoro, and he was buried beneath it. After making his move, Sasaki felt a twinge of regret. Zoro was someone Lord Asta specifically instructed him to treat well. How could he not be careful? If he accidentally injured him, Lord Asta would surely blame him. Thinking of this, Sasaki's face turned anxious, and he couldn't help but shout, "Zoro, are you all right? You have to hang in there. I'll take you to find a doctor right now." Saying this, Sasaki prepared to head towards the ruins to dig Zoro out. However, before he could take 2 steps, a voice suddenly came from the smoke ahead. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. Our battle isn't over yet. I can't just let you leave." With that, a foot stepped out from the smoke. Covered in blood, Zoro emerged with 2 long knives in hand. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Sasaki felt even more guilty. "What are you still fighting for? You've already bled. I'll go get a doctor right now." "Don't go," Zoro suddenly shouted loudly. As a swordsman, how could one stop midway through a fight? That would not only be disrespectful to oneself, but also an insult to me. Sasaki indeed stopped, expressionless, and asked, "What do you want?" Zoro grinned widely. "Treat me as your enemy, just like before, and use all your strength to attack me." "Sasaki, are you sure? You might get hurt or even die." "Zoro, if you can kill me, then go ahead and strike. I won't blame you." Sasaki hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I understand. I will give you the respect a swordsman deserves." Upon hearing this, Zoro laughed happily. "That's right. However, I won't easily admit defeat." Sasaki did not reply, raising the long sword in his hand, pointing the tip at Zoro. The next second, a pitch-black aura extended from his palm, wrapping around the wooden sword. Soon, the wooden sword was dyed black, gleaming with a cold light under the sunlight. Zoro's expression became serious. Is this the haki of armament? It seems he didn't unleash his full strength just now. But that's fine. That makes it challenging. Between life and death, there is great terror, but there are also great opportunities. Zoro unfastened his gravity belt and gently tossed it aside. Boom! A sound comparable to a cannon explosion suddenly erupted, as the gravity belt smashed a large pit into the ground. Sasaki's eyes moved slightly. That kid was wearing something so heavy while fighting me just now? That's quite surprising. Without anyone calling for a start, as soon as Zoro removed his gravity belt, the 2 launched into battle. This time, their figures were undetectable. Only the sounds of fierce collisions and splattering blood could be heard in the air. This battle lasted for half an hour, ultimately concluding with Zoro's defeat. 2 people, one standing and the other lying on the ground in a star shape. Zoro has been beaten into a pig's head, and even if his mother came, she might not recognize him. Meanwhile, Sasaki is no longer the carefree figure he once was, with some injuries on him. He looks at Zoro, who is lying on the ground and gasping for breath, with a complicated expression.